Mecha represents the essence of masculine romance, akin to the caliber and range of artillery pure truth. In the arena, a colossal mecha, towering at 20 meters, stood proudly, wielding a massive sword, engaged in fierce combat with its counterparts. The clash of blades ignited dazzling sparks, inciting the surrounding spectators into a fervor as they raised their cheering sticks, rallying for their favored mechas. Yet in the third competition area, the atmosphere was rife with derision. Be cautious. Those in the stands, brace yourselves, she's lost control again. Boom! Amidst the dispersing crowd, the crimson mecha crashed heavily into the stands. Debris flew, and the onlookers frowned, many pointing and murmuring disdainfully at the red machine. Is it her again? Is this model truly so inferior? Over 300 meters, and she couldn't even brake in time. How did such a useless machine pass through the production line? Who knows? However, it's irrelevant. Today is her last match. She has only two paths ahead: either face the battlefield against the insectoids or return to the forge. Returning to the forge seems wise. A machine like this is of no use on the battlefield and would only squander a pilot. Who says they'll assign her a pilot? With such trash, she might as well take a bundle of explosives and perish with the bugs. Training a pilot costs money, after all. A flash of red light erupted, and a man was ejected from the mecha. Standing atop the crimson machine, he spat disdainfully at it before descending and walking away. If Wang Wei ever had to pilot such a mecha again, he would rather meet his end. The red mecha lay abandoned on the stands, subjected to the scorn and vitriol of the crowd. It remained motionless, oblivious to the world around it. She had lost count of how many times this had occurred. The azure sky was resplendent, infused with the fragrance of wildflowers. The essence of lubricant number 82 lingered in the air, a delightful nectar. Yet, she had no intention of experiencing any of it further. Having lingered in this world for 5 long years, according to the rules of Mecha Island, a mecha girl who remained uncontracted for 5 years faced 2 fates: to enter the battlefield as explosive fodder or to return to the forge, thus concluding her existence. For her, both options bore no fundamental distinction. They both signified the complete obliteration of lightning. She preferred the latter. At least it would save Mecha Island a considerable transport fee. The match concluded, mirroring the course of her own life as a mecha girl. The crowd gradually dispersed, their enthusiasm for berating a failure waning more than anticipated. Gazing absently at the blue sky, she felt, for the first time, that the azure above was indeed breathtaking. A sweet, enticing aroma wafted through the air, the scent of lubricant number 82. A young man, holding a test tube, leaned over her colossal visage, bringing it to her lips. Care for a sip? If you agree to contract with me, they'll let you have it. Suli scrutinized the mecha before him, wiping away the drool that nearly escaped. He meticulously read her detailed specifications. Class A mecha, lightning. Speed, 90 acceleration, 101 maneuverability, 70 stability, 60 defense, 80 braking, 30. This was the first time Suli had encountered a mecha with such abysmal braking capabilities. A 30 in braking in this competitive environment approached 0. With such poor maneuverability, how could one hope to brake? This was a behemoth, towering at 20 meters and weighing 80 tons. The sheer inertia was enough to shatter the alloy-constructed stands. While her acceleration was a strength, the 30 in braking rendered it her greatest flaw. In the confined arena, her maneuverability was completely hindered. A mere increase in speed posed a risk of losing control. But it mattered not if others could not pilot her. He could. My data is not favorable. I advise you to consider contracting another mecha girl. Lightning stared blankly at the sky, allowing herself to slump amid the ruins of the stands. Not even the club's personnel deigned to retrieve her. Perhaps returning to the forge was her destined path. A crimson light enveloped her, and a massive mecha gradually transformed into a woman, standing at 1.78 meters, with flowing burgundy hair. Her scarlet bodysuit clung to her figure, accentuating her alluring curves. She donned high heels, but her red leather suit bore numerous tears, exposing pale flesh that shimmered faintly. Turning her head, she gazed down at Su Li, whose eyes shimmered with eagerness and desire. She hesitated momentarily. Such a look had once reflected in her own eyes, fresh from Mecha Island. She had been filled with passion for the world beyond, until she stepped into the arena, colliding with the stands time and again alongside her driver. I don't care. I'm aware of your poor braking, but that's not the issue. What you lack is a competent pilot. As Uly's gaze lingered on her exquisite figure, his mind swirling with thoughts. At 20 years of age, having traversed this world for 2 decades, he had just recently acquired his pilot's license. Once a top-tier pilot, he was now plagued by the absence of a mecha girl. This situation was unbearable. Before him stood Lightning, igniting a fervor in his heart. He realized that if he let this opportunity slip, he might never get another chance. Mecha girls were exorbitantly priced, far beyond the means of a mere student from a mecha academy. Yet Lightning, due to her unmanageable attributes, had been repeatedly discounted by her club in a desperate attempt to sell her. However, her inherent flaws were fatal. No one was willing to invest in a mecha girl of little use. In the arena, she would only continue to spiral out of control. Her best performance amounted to merely 3 minutes in the arena, with 2.5 of those spent in pre-match warm-up. Thus, her market value plummeted from an initial 30 million to a mere 200 through Sanda, veritable fire sale. This price was a blatant insult to her worth. Moreover, Lightning wasn't a class mecha girl. Typically, a class mechas commanded a market price of at least 25 million. Yet, even at 200,000, Suli could not afford her. Until today, the mecha girl destined for scrap would, after a farewell match, possess a rare opportunity to accept a bid. If he could sway her, he could use his savings amassed over a decade to purchase her. His savings were meager, totaling only 160,000. This sum represented years of frugality, repairing mechas for others, and working odd jobs. It was his entire fortune. For years, he had endured a meager existence at the academy, living by the principle of survival through scavenging. Spending was his greatest agony, all in hopes of discovering a more cost-effective mecha. He knew that with 160,000, the odds were slim. Yet, when faced with opportunity, he had to make an attempt. He gazed eagerly at Lightning. Her height was nearly equal to his, and with her high heels, he could only look up at her smooth, pale chin. I've encountered many pilots, and they all professed unwavering confidence. Yet, after their first drive, they never returned for a second. Lightning chuckled self-deprecatingly, tucking a stray lock of her red hair behind her ear. She looked at Su Li, noticing that the fervor in his eyes remained undiminished by her words. Let's give it a try. After all, you can't lose by attempting. Su Li's eagerness, along with his words, stirred something within Lightning. A trial, perhaps? She gazed at the young man before her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Never had she imagined that amidst the abandonment she faced today, there would still be someone who regarded her with such fervent eyes. Though she was not a competent mech, merely a defective model, the desire to become a pilot burned brightly in Su Li's eyes. Lightning lowered its head, meeting the man's gaze. The intensity of his look sent a shiver through her heart. Then let us give it a try. If it is merely a test drive, a contract is unnecessary. Every dream deserves respect, even if one is destined for rebirth. Before returning to the forge, fulfilling someone else's dream might serve as a fitting conclusion. With a graceful leap from the platform, she called out midair, "Lightning R5, activate." A strikingly sci-fi red mech materialized at the edge of the arena, its immense weight causing the ground to tremble. Kneeling, she opened the armor at her chest, revealing a cockpit within. She extended her hands towards Su Li, who excitedly wiped her palms before leaping into Lightning's embrace. The cockpit gradually sealed, and within the confined space, a brilliant light flickered to life. The dense armor before her appeared to transform into transparency, reflecting the world outside into Su Li's eyes. Lightning's voluptuous form was half reclining in front of her, adorned by a technologically advanced helmet resting upon its slender waist. Su Li gently picked up the helmet and placed it upon her head. Chapter 2. Lightning R5 20 years. Having been reborn in this world populated by mechanized maidens for 2 decades, he found himself for the first time seated within the cockpit of a mechanized maiden. It was only upon entering that he realized how rudimentary the Academy's cockpit truly was. The interior was enveloped in a vibrant red leather lining, reminiscent in texture to the form-fitting attire worn by Lightning. On the left-hand control panel, 5 rows of buttons emitted a similar crimson glow. To the right, a joystick adorned with a red handle awaited his command. Beneath his feet lay 4 pedals on each side, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. As he gazed at Lightning, who was positioned almost like a motorcycle, Sully swallowed hard and settled into the pilot's seat. The chair was remarkably comfortable, enveloping him in a warmth akin to the embrace of a young maiden. Casting a glance at Lightning, he noted that the distance between them was scarcely the breadth of a fist. This was his first experience of such intimacy with a female, causing him to squirm awkwardly in his seat. A slight tremor from Lightning beneath him reminded him that the mech was connected to the maiden's senses. This sensation was far softer compared to the rigid plastic he had encountered at the Academy. With such cushioning, he felt confident that he could engage the stands head-on while piloting Lightning. No wonder the driver who had just disembarked was unscathed. It was evident that Lightning had considerably enhanced the protection of the cockpit. In his previous world, there existed Mechs as well. Yet those formidable war machines were solely designed for destruction. Equipped with only basic AI, their functionalities were vastly inferior to those of the mechanized maidens in this realm. Nevertheless, he had piloted those cumbersome behemoths for 2 decades. Until the time of interstellar warfare, he found himself abandoned amidst the vastness of the starry sea. The control modes of the 2 Mechs differed significantly, yet as an ace pilot, he had long since acclimatized to the frequent transitions between machines. Familiarizing himself with the operating system was merely a matter of a few minutes. Moreover, he had practiced extensively on the Academy's simulator, mastering the operational methods of the era's vintage mecha. The only aspect that rendered him somewhat embarrassed was the cockpit of this world. To initiate and maneuver the mech, he had to engage in close proximity with the mech girl, allowing him to step on the control panel beneath his feet. It must be said, the designer of this mechanical island possessed considerable skill. Feeling the warmth radiating from her, Sully's face betrayed him, turning a deep shade of red. Fortunately, the helmet concealed his expression from the outside world. Within the helmet, the external visuals began to synchronize. He raised his hand to switch on the controller, and the panel along with the joystick slid effortlessly into reach. A slight tremor coursed through him as he gradually closed his eyes. The roar of the engine was far less deafening than the cacophony outside. In his mind, his own system was quietly assessing the current condition of the mech girl. It detected the A-class mech, Lightning R5. The current condition of the mech girl was concerning. The lower leg armor's suspension was malfunctioning. The abdominal power module was damaged. The weapon system on the right forearm was destroyed, and the main power module's energy circuit was compromised, reducing the output capacity to 80%. Sully felt a pang of discomfort. Lightning was in a poor state. It was evident that many of her ailments were long-standing injuries, likely neglected since her departure from the factory without any maintenance or care. The power circuit is malfunctioning, allowing only 80% of the energy to be released. Even so, the previous pilot had managed to direct the Lightning to crash directly into the stands. Such abysmal skill would not even qualify one as cannon fodder in his world. He could clearly see that the damage to the Lightning's right arm weapon system was a direct result of that collision. "You must be in pain," he remarked. The Lightning froze at Sully's unexpected question. She had encountered numerous pilots, yet not a single one had ever inquired about her pain. "Your condition is quite poor. Once we finish testing the unit, you may accompany me to the school for a routine maintenance and repair. For now, relax your mind and body. Leave everything to me." The Lightning remained silent, concentrating her focus and preparing for immediate intervention. She was acutely aware of her own condition. From the moment she left the factory, she had been through no fewer than 10 pilots, all skilled members of the club, yet none of them could master her. Moreover, the person before her was merely an ungraduated student. He was the first to express concern for her. No matter what, she wished to help him realize his dream of becoming a pilot. She only hoped that her challenging maneuverability would not extinguish his ambitious spirit. Before she could finish her thoughts, Sully pressed down on the controller with his foot in the cockpit, not allowing her a moment to respond. His left hand became a blur as commands streamed through the keyboard directly into her control core. With a swift pull of the joystick, the colossal Crimson Mech's forward thrusters unleashed a torrent of searing airflow, causing the immense scarlet figure to rise upright in an instant, its body tilting backward as it retreated hastily. No, it was too swift. Lightning barely had time to issue a warning before she was overwhelmed by a cascade of commands. She had never received such a dense stream of instructions, leaving her momentarily dazed, instinctively relinquishing her control over the mech itself. The red mech's thrusters erupted in a continuous blaze, instantly correcting its previously tilted posture, and it executed a sudden sharp turn, racing toward the center of the arena. The acceleration of 101 was undeniably formidable. In merely 3 seconds, the mech's speed soared to 180. As Sully gazed at the rapidly shifting scenery outside the cockpit, a sense of admiration welled up within him. The mechanized girls of this world, on an advanced level, indeed surpassed the bulky machines of his former reality by a considerable margin. The speed of command reception alone was more than 3 times faster, with virtually no delay. A wave of exhilaration surged through him. For an experienced pilot, a superior mech was absolutely vital, its significance even eclipsing that of the pilot themselves. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he had invested the majority of his salary into his mech, subsisting for years on nothing but plain steam buns for the sake of a single module. Lightning stared in shock, her eyes wide as her thoughts remained fixated on the initial sharp turn. She had never imagined that such seamless and fluid movements could manifest within herself. When she finally regained her senses, her speed had already surged. A flicker of panic coursed through Lightning's heart. She had never experienced such velocity before. The stands loomed ever closer, and at her current pace, she would collide with them in less than 3 seconds. She could distinctly feel Sully behind her, trembling with excitement. No, this cannot be. Instinctively, she retracted her energy, relinquishing her own protection. An energy shield enveloped Sully, while she resignedly closed her eyes, bracing herself for the imminent impact. Sully fixated on the approaching stands, his fingers dancing wildly once more. He paid no heed to Lightning's impulsive actions, for they were inconsequential. Fueled by unwavering confidence, he pressed down on the control pedal again. Who said that piloting a mech required brakes? The crimson mech transformed into a streak of red lightning, suddenly veering to the side as it neared the stands. The blue flames of the thrusters erupted, and as the airflow surged, the thrusters beneath her feet ignited with power. She resembled a graceful figure skater, balancing on one leg, squatting as she executed the turn. Along the edge of the stands, she sped away, trailing a crimson wind. The heavy sword she carried swept past the edge of the stands, sending sparks flying. The anticipated collision never occurred. Lightning opened her eyes in confusion, only to discover that her speed had not diminished. Rather, under Sully's command, it had accelerated even further. For the first time in her life, she felt the fierce rush of the wind. She realized she was not a flawed creation. She could race through the arena like the wind itself. No. In Sully's grasp, she had already transcended the winds. The crimson mech deftly drew the colossal sword from its back, the blade sparking brilliantly as it scraped against the ground. Within less than a second, the thrusters at her feet unleashed a series of rapid bursts, her body spinning as the massive sword swung with the force of inertia. She wielded the great sword with grace, spinning like a top in the arena. A glimmering tear slipped from the corner of her eye. After 5 years, this was her first time drawing her great sword in the arena. Chapter 3. The Covenant. Come on. Move. You can go even faster. Sully gripped the control stick tightly, his eyes fixed on the rapidly spinning scenery on the screen, his peripheral vision catching a series of numerical values. Warning. The sensor component at the mech's waist is damaged. Please cease current operations. Otherwise, in 3 seconds, the power unit at the waist of the mech will sustain significant damage. The system's announcement momentarily halted Sully's actions, but he quickly regained focus. With his left hand, he input commands anew, while his right hand adjusted the controls, fine-tuning the mech's center of gravity. The red mech suddenly surged upward, leaping high into the air as it spun, the heavy sword swinging overhead before delivering a powerful downward strike. A tremendous thunderous sound resonated throughout the arena, causing the ground to tremble from the sheer force of the impact. Inside the cockpit, Sully removed his helmet. In his line of sight, Lightning maintained a motorcycle riding posture, her delicate form trembling slightly. Her ears flushed a deep crimson from excitement. Sully looked at her in confusion and reached out to gently touch her earlobe. The latter shuddered instinctively, emitting a soft whimper. That sudden cry caused Sully's face to flush with embarrassment. He had intended to inquire about her condition, but in a flurry of movement, he hastily deactivated the safety pressure device above and manually opened the cockpit door. As the sound of the pressure release filled the air, the cockpit door gradually swung open. He had wished for Lightning to extricate herself directly. However, upon seeing her slightly trembling figure, He thoughtfully opened the hatch and leapt out. The roar of the mech faded into the arena, replaced by the fervent gasps of a red-haired enchantress. She collapsed onto the ground, her hazy eyes brimming with moisture. The playful grass danced through her fingers. Pearls of tears cascaded down, splattering onto the blades of grass, shattering into fragments. A series of sobs, uncertain if they were born of joy or sorrow, began to rise, growing louder. Sully stood before her, momentarily at a loss for words of comfort. He could only extend his hand to gently pat her shoulder. Lightning lifted her face and enveloped Sully's waist in an embrace. The immense strength made Sully question his very existence. It felt as though a hydraulic clamp had latched onto his midsection. The force was sufficient to potentially snap his waist, and it continued to intensify. Alarmed, he began to pat her arm, which finally made her aware of her actions, prompting a sheepish smile to grace her lips. Her tear-streaked visage tugged at Sully's heart. He retrieved a slender test tube from his pocket, waving it gently before her face. "Would you like to drink this?" Lightning raised her face, and under the waning glow of the setting sun, the trails of tears glimmered with radiant brilliance. Trembling, she extended her hand, yearning to grasp the lubricant before her. Yet, as she drew near, she hesitated, halting her palm midair. A driver of his caliber deserved a superior mech. Sully gazed at the lightning or five before him, a slight frown creasing his brow. Despite her apparent demeanor as a commanding woman, why was her temperament so twisted? In his previous life, he had been engrossed in the study of mechs, neglecting the intricacies of women. Thus, one might ponder, does a mech girl ultimately classify as a mech or a woman? He swiftly removed the cap from the test tube, taking hold of Lightning's delicate face, and administered the lubricant into her. Her crimson lips clutched the test tube. Her face, slightly raised, bore the marks of tears. The blush on Lightning's cheeks remained evident. That mere 2 sips of lubricant had thoroughly unveiled Sully's financial prowess to her. There was no time for savoring. It slipped down her throat and into the mechanical apparatus. "I don't care. Now that you've consumed it, you are mine. Speak. After the curtain call, what price do you intend to offer? To be frank, I am but a penniless student, lacking in funds." Upon finishing his words, Sully felt a twinge of anxiety, instinctively turning his head aside, unable to meet Lightning's gaze. A few drops of lubricant rolled from her lips, cascading onto her soft chest, slowly spreading. Lightning trembled as she caressed her chest, and after a moment, she spoke softly, "No need. This lubricant is my final bid." Sully turned in astonishment, discovering that she had already cradled her mechanical core in her hands. You truly wish to form a contract with me? Without compensation?" Lightning gently nodded, raising the mechanical core before Sully. He suppressed the overwhelming joy within him, biting through his fingertip to let his blood drip onto the core. Before long, the mechanical core absorbed the blood, transforming from a pale blue hue to a vibrant crimson. "Splendid. Lightning, I am grateful for your acknowledgement. Rest assured, I shall remain unwaveringly by your side." He scratched his head, turning to retrieve 2 identical test tubes from a small pouch at his waist, presenting them to Lightning. Indeed, he felt somewhat stingy. Had he known that mere lubricant could forge a contract, he would have brought 2 large barrels from the academy. "Lightning, since when has the 82 lubricant required test tubes for storage? Is this master attempting to play a jest?" Observing Sully's exuberant gestures, she placed a hand on her aching waist, accepting the test tubes from him, uncorking them, and simultaneously inserting both into her mouth. As the dosage increased, she finally savored the flavor of the 82 lubricant. Her starry eyes widened as she gazed at Sully, the pressure of enduring disdain and scorn from others dissipating in an instant. It mattered not. Even if he were to encounter a superior mech girl in the future, as long as he did not abandon her, she would remain by his side for eternity. Yet, how did this seemingly youthful master possess such exceptional piloting skills? Had he been practicing since birth? A peculiar sensation in her waist caused her cheeks to flush once more. Such remarkable technology. Can one truly be competent enough to handle a mechanized companion? In just a few fleeting moments, her waist could hardly bear the strain. Should the duration of combat extend even slightly, maintenance is imperative. There is no time to spare. Supporting herself with one hand on the ground and the other on her waist, she struggled to rise. "Master, does the maintenance and care you mentioned still hold true?" Sully was about to assure her when a sharp pain shot through his waist, compelling him to instinctively bend forward. In 2 lifetimes, it was his first experience being embraced by a mech. This old back would likely require some time to recuperate. "Rest assured, I shall return and take a moment to ease my back. A flush crept across Lightning's face as she disregarded her own pain and extended a hand to help Su Li, who was clutching his waist. Under the setting sun, a man and a woman supported each other, each cradling their waists, making their way step by step out of the arena. Chapter 4. Calibration. Is this a mechanized companion? You actually formed a contract with a mechanized companion? In the Academy's hangar, a girl with pink hair stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes wide with disbelief as she scrutinized Lightning. Her gaze darted between Su Li and the mechanized companion, her finger nearly jabbing at his forehead. If Zhang Chongping could form a contract with you, why can't I contract a mechanized companion? Are you lying, or perhaps holding some leverage over her? Otherwise, how could someone as peculiar as you manage to contract a mechanized companion? Jin Dun, one must speak with responsibility. How am I peculiar? Su Li stood before Lightning, his face slightly flushed in response to the young girl's inquiries. By the heavens, all he had done was catch a whiff of machine oil. How had he inexplicably been branded a pervert? As a pilot, what was wrong with simply smelling machine oil? Lightning, do not heed her nonsensical accusations. I am not a pervert. Humph. Shield 03 emitted a disdainful snort, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Not a pervert? Go ask around the Academy. Among the 100 or so mecha girls there, who doesn't remain utterly vigilant when you are calibrating their systems. You are slandering me. If you truly believe I am a pervert, you need not seek me out for system adjustments. Do not come to me daily for calibration while secretly disparaging me behind my back. What do you mean by that? Su Li glared at the girl before him. Despite her modest figure, her temper was anything but small. She was truly a tempest in a teapot. Not only that, but she was also excessively petty. He had already assisted her in calibrating her systems 3 times. Not only did she never offer to take him for a spin, but he had never even seen what her cockpit looked like. Sister, speak honestly. Is there something compromising that he holds over you? Rest assured, if he dares to threaten you, I shall report him without hesitation. Lightning, noticing Shield's aggressive demeanor, instinctively pulled Su Li behind her. No, I have no compromising evidence against my pilot. On the contrary, I am grateful for his willingness to forge a contract with me. Therefore, I implore you to choose your words carefully and refrain from insulting my pilot's character. Pilot? You claim he is your pilot? His pilot's license had barely been obtained for a week. You must have been deceived. The pink-haired Shield, gazing at the Lightning before her, widened her eyes in astonishment. Moreover, dear sister, I am genuinely concerned for you. Surely, you do not comprehend the nature of the individual in question. Allow me to enlighten you. He is quite the pervert, known for his proclivity to fondle mech girls. I merely touched your external armor, didn't I? How else could I conduct maintenance and adjustments? Do you presume I am a deity? Su Li peeked out from behind the Lightning. Clad in high heels, her height approached nearly 1.80 meters, exuding an undeniable sense of security. Is that truly a proper touch? Your eyes gleamed with excitement. Just wait. I shall not engage you in this argument, but I will go outside to rally support. With a stamp of her foot, she stormed out, not forgetting to cast a glare at Su Li as she departed. Watching her retreat, Su Li merely shrugged and walked to the far end of the hangar. Previously, he had no mech girl of his own, which was why he had assisted others in maintaining their mech girls for a meager income. But now that he possessed his own mech girl, he desired to keep that flock of flirtatious birds at a distance. Adjusting a mech was still possible, but it would require additional payment. The hangar was cluttered with various discarded components. Barrels of assorted oils were stacked in the corner. Towering shelves, reaching several meters high, stood in the center of the hangar. Mostly empty, save for a dozen mechanical arms suspended above, glistening with metallic sheen. Su Li approached the computer, tapping a few keys on the keyboard. With a series of creaks, the massive mechanical arms gradually unfolded, poised to receive the mech into the hangar. He tilted his chin toward the Lightning and, without a second thought, walked into the hangar's compartment, changing into a grease-stained work uniform. As he emerged, the Lightning had already unfurled and stood upon the maintenance rack. Su Li, suppressing the agony in his waist, donned a supportive brace before approaching the computer. He deftly manipulated the robotic arm, inputting commands to commence the routine maintenance of the Lightning. The sharply defined red armor glimmered under the illumination, reflecting waves of fluorescence that captivated the gaze, rendering it impossible to look away. He grasped a large wrench and leaned closer to the Lightning, unable to resist the urge to touch it. The cold armor seemed to radiate warmth at that moment, perhaps due to the bond forged through their contract. His contact with the external armor felt akin to touching a part of his own body. Without needing to meticulously inspect every detail, He instinctively discerned the source of the mechanical issues. When integrated with his system, he could even sense the precise location of every screw. Ah, so that's how it is, he murmured as the entire structure and parameters of the mech instantly materialized in his mind. Aside from the inherent consciousness of the mech maiden that eluded his comprehension, the entire machine was, in his eyes, swiftly dismantled into numerous components, only to be reassembled in his thoughts. Initially uncertain about the extent of damage to the waste sensor components, he had intended to disassemble the entire unit for thorough calibration. However, with the aid of his system and this intuitive connection, he pinpointed the exact location of the problem, thereby saving at least half a day's time. The Lightning silently observed its pilot, having presumed that the calibration and maintenance tasks were the responsibility of a dedicated logistics team. To its surprise, in the entire hangar, Sully stood as the sole living presence. What manner of creature is this pilot? He possesses the remarkable ability to both calibrate and repair the mechas. His exceptional driving skills and extraordinary reflexes are unparalleled. The movements he performs while piloting are beyond anything she has ever witnessed or even heard of. Presently, he is meticulously exploring his external armor, occasionally tapping it with his fingers and even leaning in to listen intently. As she observes him probing her body, she is suddenly overwhelmed by the sensation of being utterly exposed, with no secrets left to conceal. Is this merely an illusion? Witnessing the fascination in Su Li's eyes, she cannot help but let out a quiet sigh. It is no wonder that other mech girls perceive him as somewhat deranged, given his current demeanor. It is remarkable that he has not been met with a more forceful response from others. What benevolent individual would caress a mecha with such fervor, eyes gleaming with desire? Even the external armor is inherently linked to the mech girl's sensory perceptions. It feels akin to Su Li lecherously groping his own legs through leather pants. In the cockpit, the flushed visage of Lightning grows increasingly crimson. Su Li has crouched near the inner thigh of the mecha, immediately detecting a scent tinged with rust. He furrows his brow, raising the miniature computer on his arm to manipulate the mechanical arm and open the oil drain valve. Lightning clenches her teeth, fearful that she might inadvertently emit a sound. The red mecha, during a moment of Su Li's inattention, grips the side rails tightly. Having never changed oil before, Lightning finds it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. In the grand arena of South City, Hongda, several managers gathered in the arena, gazing at the indentations left by a heavy sword upon the ground, exchanging perplexed glances. What did the surveillance footage reveal? Was this mark truly made by a heavy sword? Unfortunately, there was no surveillance. The monitoring equipment was undergoing routine maintenance this evening, leaving them without evidence of which mech was involved. Today, if memory serves, was the farewell match of the Lightning R5. Could it be that she occupied the arena's time earlier this afternoon? Is that even feasible? The group exchanged looks, instinctively shaking their heads. Such a powerful strike could only be executed by an S-class mech. Could it be that this small city of Nan City has witnessed the emergence of an S-class mech? If so, it would imply the existence of an S-class pilot as well. The possibility of Lightning being responsible did not even cross anyone's mind. We should report this to the boss. If an S-class pilot truly appeared, our bonuses for this month would be secured. The group nodded enthusiastically, filled with anticipation for their bonuses, and one individual stepped forward to contact the boss. At the edge of the arena, a girl with black hair stood before the gash created by Lightning's impact, meticulously examining the grass before her. She became entranced, standing still as she began to mimic the scenes playing out in her imagination. Within just a few minutes of repeated attempts, she flawlessly replicated Lightning's rising and rotating movements. A brilliant light shone in her eyes. What, precisely, is this technique? How can such a simple action of rising manifest in so many variations? Such driving skills, could they truly belong to those S-class pilots active in various competitive arenas? No. A sense of intuition stirred within her. Even an S-class pilot could not execute such maneuvers. With a spark of curiosity, she followed the trail blazed by the lightning-fast machine. The further she ventured, the more her enthusiasm soared. Unlike the conventional bipedal movement of typical mechs, the mysterious pilot operated a machine that advanced with alternating legs. Was this not akin to the gait of a human? Could such a colossal construct truly achieve this? How was it accomplished? Wouldn't it compromise stability? What kind of machine companion did this pilot possess? And what core was it equipped with? What magnitude of computational power was required to facilitate such feats? The raven-haired girl bit her lip in anticipation. Oh, how she longed to unfold her own potential. Especially after witnessing such traces, she yearned to try it herself. Chapter 5. The Argument, the Lightning. Long overdue for maintenance and calibration, resembled a wrecked vehicle at a crash site. Various oils and greases splattered everywhere as soon as the drain plug was removed, resembling a shower of viscous liquid. A cloth the size of a bedsheet could not contain the mess. Ultimately, she stood there, drenched in the remnants of oil. Inside the cockpit, Lightning trembled, her face flushed, mirroring the color of her leather attire. I'm so sorry. Her voice was barely a whisper. A faint murmur in the cockpit, unsure of to whom it was directed. Fortunately, the remaining tasks can also be accomplished with the assistance of a robotic arm. After meticulously setting the program, Sully swiftly made his way to the adjoining compartment to take a shower. The oil used in mechanical dolls is generally corrosive, and prolonged contact with the skin can inflict considerable damage. After rinsing thrice with a specialized neutralizing solution, he donned a fresh set of work attire and began to lean over the workbench, repairing the equipment recently disassembled from the Lightning unit. A few cleaning robots whirred around on their bases, wielding neutralizing spray guns, diligently working to cleanse the surrounding oil from the hangar. It was evident that their forced overtime left them in a rather discontented mood, as they could only express their displeasure by emitting a series of beeping sounds to disrupt Sully's work in a bid for retribution. Yet, Sully remained unfazed, not lifting his head as he placed the parts into the repair chamber, fully engrossed in fine-tuning the sensor parameters under the high-magnification electronic microscope. Such wastefulness. It was utterly disheartening. With such exceptional capabilities, it felt like a precious gem was obscured by dust, evoking a deep sense of pity. He truly could not comprehend how. In a world where mecha technology was so advanced, the skills of the operators were akin to those taught by a language arts instructor. Had it been a physical education teacher, the proficiency might have been considerably higher. During his basic attempts at piloting the Lightning today, he noted that the configuration of the mechanical dolls here surpassed that of the original world. It was baffling that while he could maneuver Mechs to punch back there, here he could merely command her legs to move in a straight line. In the televised competitions, pilots maneuvering their Mechs would invariably coordinate with the braking systems. This does not imply that such a mode of operation is erroneous. Upon reflection, much of what I have observed is rather conventional, lacking any striking features. The extraordinary computational power of the mechanized maiden is vividly showcased. However, the role of the pilot appears to diminish significantly. Is this not a jest? What then is the purpose of the pilot's existence? Such operations and such pilots seem to be a desecration of the mechanized maiden. In numerous lower-tier competitions, the mechanized maidens are even unable to spread their legs, forced instead to run forward with their legs together. How could a proficient mechanized maiden possibly be unable to extend her legs? Prior to entering the Mecha Academy and encountering the mechanized maidens, he believed such maneuvers stemmed from inherent flaws within the maidens themselves. Yet, as his understanding deepened, he realized it was not the maidens that were defective, but rather the pilots here who seemed to be utterly misguided. The protracted stalemate in the war against the insectoid species is likely due to the numerous mechanized maidens valiantly fighting on the front lines. With such ineffectual entities on the battlefield, it is highly probable they are more of a hindrance. Master? The crackling sound emanating from the hangar jolted her from her thoughts. Having completed half of her routine maintenance, she finally regained her composure, her cheeks flushed as she gazed through the screen at Sully, who was adjusting the components. To her, he now seemed almost divine. Being divine, he would naturally find the adjustment of components to be a trivial matter. What is it? Do you feel any peculiar sensations in your body? No, I feel much more comfortable. I feel light all over now. Sully glanced at the partially disassembled external armor and nodded in agreement. Feeling light is indeed the case. With the clothing nearly removed, how could it not be so? Outside the hangar, a cacophony of voices erupted, with the unmistakable tone of Jiandun leading the charge. It was evident that she had brought along a group of her friends to stir trouble. Sully furrowed his brow and straightened up from his workstation. Sure enough, within mere seconds, 7 or 8 mech girls stormed into the hangar with an air of aggression. Their pink, whimsical hairstyles resembled a vanguard as they boldly entered through the hangar's doors. Pervert Sue, come out. Leaving his workstation, Sully's expression contorted into a frown. He truly had no time to deal with this entourage of mech girls. The various modules of the Lightning required meticulous adjustments, a task that would demand an entire day and night. For someone like him, who was experiencing mech girls for the first time, being unable to operate one for a day and night felt akin to a death sentence. What do you want? This hangar is assigned to me by the Academy. Without my permission, None of you are allowed to set foot inside. If you wish to debug the machine, please make an appointment in advance and prepare double the remuneration. If you do not intend to debug the machine, then kindly exit to the right. I am busy and cannot entertain you. Jinduin's steps faltered as she entered, her face darkening as she proceeded inside. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon the lightning displayed on the rack. The large R5 emblazoned on her armor caught Jinduin's eye. A flicker of light ignited in her eyes, her expression momentarily frozen as she regarded Su Li, her gaze shifting with uncertainty. The Lightning R5 was a name she recognized, a once proud model that had become a laughingstock in the arena, a failure in the eyes of pilots. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. A medley of emotions stirred within her heart, leaving her uncertain whether to rejoice that this senior had finally forged a contract with the pilot, sparing her from the need for reconstruction, or to lament her final choice. She could not comprehend why, despite her apparent lack of necessity to stand in the arena any longer, she had opted for a contract at the last moment before refurbishment. What was the matter? Why was she lingering at the entrance, hesitating to step inside? From behind, the voices of several mech girls echoed, and Jiandun lowered her head, her pink hair drooping in tandem. She extended her hand to block the small door of the hangar, addressing both Su Li and the others around her. Oh, I certainly do not require your assistance in debugging. Just a mere pervert, acting as if he holds great significance. Without you, the Academy has plenty of maintenance teams. I have no need for your expertise. With a resounding thud, she slammed the hangar door shut. A group of close-knit mech girls surrounded her, gazing at her in bewilderment. They had rushed over with great fervor, only to hear a single statement. They had all their gear in hand, seemingly ready to smash the hangar at the slightest provocation. Was that all there was to it? What else could they do? Could they not confront him physically? But did you not mention that the mech girl had fallen victim to a deception? Should we not enter and clarify matters with her? Jiandun paused at this remark, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a bittersweet smile. She waved her hand to her companions, a tone of resignation in her voice. Never mind, everyone has their aspirations. Let us proceed to the East Gate's painting shop. I heard from the owner that many new designs have recently emerged. We should go and inspect the goods. A peculiar expression flickered across the faces of the mech girls, as they seemed to be on the verge of uttering something. However, upon witnessing the strange demeanor of the steadfast shield, they swallowed their words. Well then, let's be off. The scattered brooms and mop handles were discarded at the entrance of the hangar. The group of mech girls, arm in arm, ambled toward the paint shop at the eastern gate of the academy. Chapter 6. Indigestion. Su Li returned to his workbench, resuming the adjustment of the module parameters. His systematic capabilities, in addition to perceiving the mech girls, allowed him to make certain modifications to their inherent attributes. He gazed at the module before him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. An acceleration exceeding 100 should be a fundamental attribute exclusive to S-class mech girls. Thus, her inadequate braking performance had detracted from her overall rating. However, was it truly necessary to allocate enhancements to braking efficiency? He raised an eyebrow and pondered the possibility of redistributing 15 points from the 30 in braking to stability. In that case, aside from braking, Lightning would possess no shortcomings. Moreover, was it not merely a matter of lacking brakes? The thrusters were not ineffectual. With sufficient dexterity, he could halt whenever he pleased. Were it not for the inability to disassemble certain components, he would be inclined to remove the entire braking module. Such an action would reduce the weight of the mech by at least 300 kilograms, potentially enhancing maneuverability by 2 additional points. Alas, while he could adjust the factory-installed functional parts, he could not remove them. Otherwise, he would have acquired a silver bracelet and a 30-year commitment to communal living. With an impressive defensive rating of 80, coupled with a stability rating of 75, disregarding the braking aspect, Lightning truly embodied the quintessential S-class mech girl template. Once he had made up his mind, he immediately commenced the operation. During the process, he approached the machine twice more, meticulously disassembling all relevant components for individual adjustments. Master, have you really just obtained your pilot's license? Lightning interjected, observing Su Li's back-and-forth movements. The latter nodded in response, maneuvering the robotic arm to place a component the size of half a cabinet onto one side of the workbench. A flicker of confusion crossed Lightning's face. Why? Given your skill, acquiring a pilot's license should not pose much of a challenge. Indeed, it is not difficult. However, I previously lacked sufficient time. Most of my hours were spent in the hangar, tuning and maintaining the Academy's mecha. Oh, No wonder your techniques are so refined. It seems you have frequently handled the mecha. Su Li raised an eyebrow. Although he could not see Lightning's expression, he sensed an underlying implication in her words. Why? He wondered, did the inquiry about the license intertwine with other mechas? Nonetheless, he indeed had spent considerable time working with them. He chose to remain silent, feigning busyness, while his gaze continually drifted toward the mecha. That was his very own mecha. After 20 years of dreaming, he had finally acquired it. The thought of the cockpit's enveloping seat made all his previous aches and pains dissipate. If given the chance, he would gladly remain inside for a decade. In stark contrast to the outdated and rigid cockpit of his previous life, Lightning's cockpit felt akin to a luxurious suite. With this thought, he couldn't help but caress the modular component in his hand. He caressed the waist of his mechanical companion, wondering if he would face any repercussions for it. Having completed the fragmented tasks and installed her modules, it was already past 3 in the morning. Although he was accustomed to staying up late, fatigue began to weigh upon him. The old electric kettle hissed, steam billowing from its spout. He lifted the teapot to add water to his instant noodles, then slumped onto the cluttered workbench, rubbing his eyes. Not far away, 5 cleaning robots were already in the midst of charging, enveloped in their slumber. The hangar felt desolate, devoid of any signs of life. He scrolled through the virtual screen before him, but even before his noodles reached their desired state, he leaned over and succumbed to sleep at the workbench. Silence reigned within the hangar. Lightning unfurled, transforming into a human form. She retrieved a clean cloth from the shelf to wrap around herself and stealthily approached the source of the enticing aroma. The instant noodles exuded a rich scent, causing her to pause. It was fine. She would only indulge in a single bite. Leaning forward, she picked up the steaming bowl and, wielding her fork, slurped a mouthful with delight. Her cheeks visibly puffed as she chewed, her gaze flitting over the sleeping Su Li. Up close, his eyelashes appeared extraordinarily long, gently fluttering with each breath. His eyes, slightly elongated, were large when open. She swallowed the noodles in her mouth and quickly speared another forkful. In mere moments, the bowl was emptied, not a drop of broth remaining. A flush crept across her face as she fetched another bowl to prepare. After a moment's thought, she rose once more to prepare a second serving for herself. It was perfectly fine. She had forfeited her own contract and merely consumed a few buckets of instant noodles. It was nothing of great significance. She mused to herself, giving her petite nose a slight twitch. Her gaze swiftly shifted to the corner, where several large oil drums were stacked together. Seizing the rice container that Su Li typically used for meals, she scampered over to the drums, effortlessly lifting one with a single hand to fill her container to the brim. With her crimson lips pressed against the rim, she sipped the residual oil before sealing the lid and carrying her rice container to the workbench. Gathering her vibrant red hair into a bun, she leaned over the table, alternating between mouthfuls of instant noodles and sips of lubricant. Along the way, she grabbed Su Li's terminal and began scrolling through videos. Bucket after bucket of noodles disappeared, and jar after jar of lubricant was consumed. Only when her belly began to swell slightly did she recline, letting out a satisfied burp, completely oblivious to her initial intentions, lost solely in the desire for sustenance. When Su Li awoke, he was greeted by the harsh sunlight streaming onto his face. Squinting, he attempted to shield his eyes, only to discover a fuzzy red head resting on his arm, rendering half of his body numb. The pale skin was somewhat blinding. Regaining his composure, he suddenly recollected that he must have dozed off at the workbench the previous day. But who was the woman beside him? He stared in bewilderment at her strikingly red hair, taking a considerable time to process the situation. Her delicate figure was wrapped in a few clean pieces of fabric, with her ample bosom pressed together, revealing a notably deep neckline. He hastily turned his head away, utterly perplexed as to why she was in his bed, and even more so, why she was unclothed. Sunlight streamed through the lofty ventilation window, bathing the pristine, luminescent skin of the machine girl. Su Li struggled to extricate his already numb arm and endeavored to push her alabaster leg away from his body. Finally, he grasped his blanket and enveloped her, leaving only her head exposed. A pungent scent of lubricant wafted through the air. He lowered his gaze to his arm, quickly recoiling in disgust. This machine girl, drooling in her sleep? Could she also suffer from indigestion? He pushed open the partition door and immediately beheld a stack of numerous instant noodle cups on the workbench. Chapter 7. Training Ground. I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention to leave a mess. I simply overindulged last night. I completely forgot. The contrast between the machine girl's face and her radiant body was striking. It's all right. What's a mere 10 cups of instant noodles? If you enjoy them, I can order 10 boxes today. Rest assured, I can afford it. Suli endeavored to appear more serene and then shook the oil barrel in the corner. To his astonishment, the barrel, which he could never budge with all his might, began to tilt with merely a slight push. He hastily removed the lid and measured the oil with a dipstick, inhaling sharply. It turned out she had not only overindulged in food, but also in drink. In just a single night, half the barrel was gone. At 80,000 per barrel, the money he had was only sufficient for 4 days' worth of her consumption. Perhaps he could retract his previous statements? He truly could not afford this. Yet, gazing at her face, which had turned as red as her hair, he found himself unable to utter any harsh words. The lubricant of number 82? Could it possibly contain alcohol? What about lightning? How about we engage in a competition? While lightning might cast a shadow over the arena, he firmly believes she can overcome it in the face of basic needs. Trust me, it will be fine. Let us complete all maintenance today and adjust the modules. Later, we can head to the training ground for a trial run. If you find yourself bored, you might want to keep an eye on the recent competition updates in South City. Lightning gazed at Su Li and nodded vigorously. As long as she was shielded from confronting her own incriminating evidence, she would be more than willing to participate in any competition, even without prior adjustments. Suli observed her as she settled into a corner with her terminal, shaking the oil drum in disbelief. Inside, half a drum of oil sloshed about, once again tightening its grip on his fragile finances. Indeed, this half drum of oil could be attributed to the shield and her circle of friends. Dividing it amongst them should pose no significant issue. With a solution in mind, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and signaled Lightning to resume her work, beginning adjustments on other components. Master, I have researched, and there are 12 major competitions scheduled for the upcoming week. 6 of them will take place at the South City Municipal Arena, while the other 6 are at. Focus on those with higher prize pools. Lightning paused, suddenly realizing her master was quite pragmatic. This was excellent. She cast a slightly guilty glance at the oil drum in the corner and continued to browse the event information. The competitions at the municipal arena are jointly organized by several of South City's larger clubs. The prize for the first place amounts to 100,000 yuan. However, we might not. How much? Suli lifted his head from the workbench, his eyes widening in astonishment. 100,000. Hiss. He inhaled sharply. After tirelessly fine-tuning the mechas, he barely earned a few thousand. Yet, someone could win 100,000 from a single competition. That is a staggering sum. In terms of lubricant, it would be sufficient for his mech companion to indulge for 3 days. Well, when viewed from that perspective, it's not an exorbitant amount after all. Are such competitions frequent? I mean, those with prizes around 100,000. Quite a few, indeed. However, many come with entry restrictions. Some require invitations, while others necessitate specific qualifications. Upon hearing this, Suli's expression immediately soured. What is the point then? Lightning rolled her eyes. I would love to share, but did your incessant chatter afford me the chance to speak? Let us search for something, even if it's not entirely legitimate. The focus is on quick returns. We're not seeking fame, just quietly amassing wealth to provide you with food and essentials. At this, Lightning's eyes brightened. The browsing speed noticeably quickened. Once Suli got busy, it turned into yet another day of neglecting food and sleep. Only when the sun set did he finally complete his adjustments, returning all the mecha components to their rightful places. After giving her exterior a quick wash, the two of them had a simple meal before hastily making their way to the Academy's training ground. The campus training area is modest, merely 1/3 the size of the municipal arena. The flat surface is devoid of any obstacles. Unlike the arena, most training grounds are designed with simulated terrains. In the campus training field, simplicity reigns supreme. During his leisure hours, he often visits the training ground to observe others honing their skills with mechas. Lacking a mecha of his own, he opted to study mecha maintenance, taking on odd jobs to gradually save a bit of money. However, with the arrival of Lightning, he can finally apply to change his major. Within the entire academy, there are countless individuals like him, most of whom only transition their majors after acquiring their own mechas. Just like the owner of the shield, that lean fellow. Has he arrived? But this time, it seems he won team merely be watching. I heard from Shield that you finally possess your own mecha maiden. Care to give her a try shortly? Speak of the devil. The lean fellow appeared beside Su Li, resting a hand on his shoulder. His gaze swept over Lightning, and he emitted a soft gasp, straightening himself. Lightning, as usual, donned a form-fitting crimson outfit, her contours exquisitely alluring, making it difficult for onlookers to avert their eyes. Yet, her demeanor exuded an air of aloofness that deterred anyone from approaching her. This enchanting beauty seems somewhat familiar. Is it? Is it? Zhang Chongping scratched his head with one hand, smacking his forehead. I remember now. Lightning R5. The 5th-generation mecha maiden from Mecha Island. I recall her astonishing attributes when she first rolled off the assembly line. However, her merits are exceedingly prominent. Aren't they? Su Li cast a glance at Zhang Chongping, discreetly pinching a bit of flesh on his thigh, hidden from view. A contemplative expression graced his face as Zhang Chongping swallowed hard, extending his hand to give a thumbs up to the lightning, accompanied by a gentle smile. He turned to Su Li, his gaze tinged with regret. Lowering his voice, he murmured, "Have you lost your mind? Her acceleration surpasses 100, indeed. But she possesses almost no braking. Do you comprehend the implications of lacking brakes? Are you insinuating that my technical skills are inadequate? Let us not forget who calibrated your machine, girl." Suddenly, a crisp voice, tinged with a hint of hostility, resonated beside Su Li. "Are you willing to sacrifice your hands?" The appearance of Jian Dun prompted Su Li to release her grip on Zhang Chongping's thigh. The latter let out a sigh of relief and grasped Jian Dun's small hand. "It's all in jest. Su Li is merely playing around. By the way, since you have your machine girl now, do you require my assistance in practice? Although you may already transition to another major, the driving assessment still looms ahead. Should your performance falter, the transition will remain out of reach. Moreover, you must act swiftly. There are only 2 opportunities for major changes in a year, and this year only 1 remains. As for him, he might as well stick to logistics, which suits him just fine. With his skills, he could easily find a club and muddle through for a couple of years without issue." Jian Dun shot a sideways glance at Su Li, scrutinizing her before dismissively turning away. "What do you mean? What's wrong with my skills? What does it mean to muddle through for a couple of years without issue? Nonsense. 2 or 3 years is an overestimation. You might find yourself caught for inappropriate conduct with a machine girl within a year. Are you so deluded that you lack any self-awareness? You. Zhang Chongping exclaimed as he observed the 2 individuals on the verge of an argument. He hurriedly intervened, positioning himself between them and extending his arms to create a barrier. "Enough. We're all on the same side here. For my sake, let us not quarrel. There's no one left below. What do you say, Su Li? Would you like to give it a try?" Before Su Li could respond, Jian Dun emitted an ambiguous scoff. What courage does he possess? I can't fathom how he managed to charm a mech girl. If he steps onto the field and reveals his true abilities, what if she turns away in dismay? Standing coolly behind Su Li, Lightning cast a fleeting glance at Jian Dun, her voice calm and composed. "I have entered into a core contract with my master. There is absolutely no possibility of abandoning him." A core contract? Both Zhang Chongping and Jian Dun gazed at Su Li in disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Chapter 8. I allow you 3 moves in this world. There are 3 types of contracts concerning mech girls. The first is a long-term contract established by clubs, wherein the ownership of the mech girl does not belong to the pilot but grants the pilot specific permissions. This was the type of contract Lightning had signed previously. The second is a standard contract with the pilot, which is flexible in duration and reversible. The final type is the core contract. For a mech girl, she may only enter into a core contract once in her lifetime. Should she be forsaken by her pilot, her only option is to be reforged, leaving no alternative path. Zhang Chongping looked at Jian Dun with a tinge of envy. His relationship with her was merely a standard contract. Although the duration of the contract is long-term, the steadfast shield may unilaterally terminate it at any moment. While ordinary contracts may be the norm in this world, when it comes to core contracts, any man would feel a stir in his heart. Moreover, there lies a living example before us. What are you staring at? Do you believe I will terminate the contract? Su Li wore a look of mischief, relishing the unfolding drama, which only fueled the fury of the pink-haired steadfast shield. Zhang Chongping stammered a few words before sealing his lips. In contrast, the steadfast shield gestured a thumbs up towards Su Li. "Come on, next round. I'll allow you 3 moves." Su Li replied with a calm smile, casting a glance at Lightning beside her, who was gazing at her with watery eyes, entirely shedding her initial aloofness, resembling an eager little wife longing to prove herself. "Master, can I truly do this?" Su Li reached out to gently touch her red head and patted her chest reassuringly. "Fear not. Leave the matters of the arena to me." Observing his confident demeanor, Lightning recalled a myriad of experiences in the arena. She endeavored to calm her tumultuous thoughts and followed Su Li towards the training ground. In the stands, a dark-haired girl leaned against an intricately designed paper umbrella, her petite feet, clad in white socks, swinging idly at the edge of the platform. She nibbled on a lollipop, her gaze fixed on Lightning in the arena, her eyes shimmering with a faint glimmer. Is the one in front of Lightning her contracted pilot? She tilted her head slightly, gazing at Su Li for a moment before whispering, "You appear to possess a well-proportioned physique, with powerful knuckles and evenly distributed muscles, quite the promising candidate for a pilot. Yet, I wonder why one would contract with Lightning. Do you think Lightning is the type of mech girl who fears being reforged?" The woman behind her, clad in a sleek black suit, stood silently, seemingly oblivious to the girl's musings. In the arena, the shield had completed its deployment. Its imposing stature, robust and formidable, was in stark contrast to her usual appearance as a petite, pink-haired girl. Standing at merely a dozen meters tall, she was on the shorter side among defensive mech girls. Yet such a stature proved advantageous for defense. A low center of gravity ensured greater stability, and coupled with the massive shield she wielded, she was more than capable of withstanding the onslaught of a large-scale insect tide. Adorning her head was a vibrant pink paint job, and a long, pink tassel danced in the breeze atop her helmet, adding an element of discord to the otherwise fierce demeanor of the mech girl. She wielded a colossal shield that was only slightly shorter than herself, and after completing its deployment, she took a step back, driving the shield heavily into the ground. Su Li, still outside the mech, felt the ground tremble beneath him and quickly adjusted his stance to regain his balance. He shot a glare at the shield, who was chuckling incessantly before grasping the hand offered by Lightning and leaping into the cockpit. Setting traps? Such childish antics. She insisted he allow her 3 moves. Yet before the competition had even begun, she had already set herself up for a disadvantage. He settled into the pilot's seat and donned his helmet. As the view synchronized and his nerves began to connect, he could feel the Lightning before him quiver gently with excitement. He lightly tapped the waist of the Lightning mech twice, and with his left hand, he twisted the control switch. The roar of the engine began to crescendo as the colossal red mech rose upright in the arena. From her elevated vantage point, she gazed down at the significantly shorter shield, extending her palm to deliver a downward thumbs-down gesture. In the stands, the young girl ceased her restless fidgeting, her gaze ablaze as it fixed intently on the arena. A smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. The air is thick with intensity. In the arena, Su Li's fingers danced across the keyboard, pulling the joystick to propel the Lightning mech forward at breakneck speed. The shield spoke sweetly, suggesting they take it easy for 3 exchanges. However, as a defensive mech, her offensive capabilities were severely limited. The notion of letting them have their way was nothing but a farce. To compel them to act, relying solely on her defense, was a testament to the folly concealed beneath that pink exterior. Her mind was as vacant as the adage suggests. Indeed, she embodied the very essence of that phrase. The girl in the stands leaned forward involuntarily, her petite form nearly draped over the railing, her ample bosom pressed together, almost spilling forth. The image of the Lightning mech racing through the arena captivated her, igniting a warm sensation throughout her being. The grandiose manner in which it advanced was undeniably striking. It was closing in. The training ground was not vast, and in the face of the Lightning's terrifying acceleration and speed, the distance between the 2 mechs vanished in an instant. The colossal red mech, in its stride, reached out to grasp the hilt of its sword. In the fleeting moment just before the 2 mechs were set to collide, it executed a deft slide to the right. Harnessing immense inertia, it effortlessly swung the colossal blade, as if wielding a mere feather, delivering a powerful downward slash. Indeed, rather than drawing its sword, the oversized weapon seemed to have been flung into action. The steadfast defender, initially prepared for a frontal assault, was caught off guard by this lightning-quick maneuver. Her expression shifted in alarm, and in her panic, she could only pivot her body, raising her smaller shield to meet the incoming strike of the lightning cut. A grating sound, akin to nails on a chalkboard, filled the air, accompanied by a shower of blinding sparks. The overwhelming force reverberated through her, eliciting a pained cry as her face turned pale. Was this truly the same Lightning R5 that had previously only charged straight ahead in the arena? The image of her ethereal form flashed through the steadfast defender's mind once more. How had she managed such a sudden change of direction at such close range? Did she not fear for her own stability? No, this could not be. In prior matches, Lightning had never executed such maneuvers. She was always straightforward, barreling toward her opponents or the stance. There was no way she could have turned. At most, she would have simply angled her body and collided with the platform. How, then, had she achieved this? Amidst the tumult of her thoughts, a panicked voice echoed from the cockpit. "Shut up. Focus." Her mind raced, instinctively searching for Lightning's figure. Yet, her gaze fell only upon the stands or the edges of the arena. In her ingrained understanding, it was impossible for Lightning to complete such a turn. The stand is destined to be her final resting place. The sword of Lightning did not truly strike. The reactive force generated by the friction was deftly seized by Su Li, with a few low-amplitude swings of the joystick. The remaining braking power of merely 15 allowed the Lightning to execute a graceful turn. The heavy sword, driven by inertia, flicked back and pierced into the corner of the round shield that had lifted. The entire movement appeared as though the heavy sword had struck the ground and then perfectly lodged itself in the crevice. A flush of crimson adorned the face of the Lightning. In less than 10 seconds, she once again experienced the exhilarating thrill brought forth by Su Li's exquisite maneuvering. The machine he had fine-tuned moved with unprecedented fluidity, racing across the arena as if it were soaring through the air. She felt as though she had transformed into a red sprite, swift as the wind, her body so light it seemed almost ethereal. The transition between motion and stillness was a blatant display of skill, causing her to involuntarily bite her lower lip, trembling with excitement. The red figure stood behind the steadfast shield, deliberately pushing the heavy sword forward twice to prevent the shield from noticing her presence. The unusual sensation on her back made the pink tuft atop the steadfast shield's head stand on end. She had no doubt that if she dared to make any sudden movement, that colossal sword would need only a slight thrust forward to pierce through her machine. Cold sweat trickled down her cheeks, and Zhang Chongping felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. He swallowed hard and glanced down, noticing his palms were slick with sweat, each hair standing on end. When faced with fear, one's reactions are most genuine. Impossible! A sharp scream echoed from the training ground. The steadfast shield could accept his failure, yet she could not accept her inexplicable defeat. From beginning to end, she remained oblivious to how the Lightning had circled behind her. Above in the stands, the dark-haired maiden trembled with excitement, her entire being quaking. The railing before her had deformed under her grip, and as the curve of her lips widened, the rod emitted creaks and groans, clearly unable to withstand her torment. "I have found you." A dangerous glimmer flickered in her eyes as she bit down hard on her lower lip. "Hong Ying, did you see that? I want him to be my pilot. He is mine, and only mine." The woman clad in black behind her raised her gaze slightly, her voice quivering for the first time. "Young lady, could it be possible that this sword was merely a coincidence? No, you do not understand. In this world, there are never any coincidences. Just as my encounter with him was not a mere happenstance, was it not because I took this step? In the training ground, the fierce-eyed Jian Dun glared at the Lightning before her, gripping her massive shield tightly. A sense of unwillingness surged within her, and she slammed the shield against the ground, roaring at the Lightning ahead. "Come again." Chapter 9. Useless in the cockpit, Su Li cast a worried glance at the flushed Lightning before him. Although the system indicated that the mecha girl exhibited no abnormalities, his concern lingered as he observed her state. "Lightning, can you endure?" The Lightning blinked her eyes, gazing at the steadfast Jian Dun outside, and with a somewhat dazed nod, she reassured him. "Rest assured, Master. I can do it. Very well, since there are no issues. Let us join together and entertain this indomitable young child." Upon hearing this, Lightning nodded emphatically. "The Master has spoken of play, and thus we shall play. If the child misbehaves, a gentle reprimand is in order. Relax. Leave everything in my capable hands." Once more, the Crimson Lightning initiated its assault. From the onset, Su Li found herself particularly enamored with Lightning's acceleration. The sensation of being propelled forward was truly intoxicating for anyone who yearned for speed. "Faster, even faster. Lightning, your velocity must be further enhanced. Do not hold back any longer. Simply trust in me and surrender yourself entirely." Lightning nodded decisively, relinquishing control of the mech and wholeheartedly relaying various numerical parameters to Su Li. Her speed visibly surged. The distance deliberately widened by the steadfast shield was merely to grant her a fleeting second. She nestled behind the tower's shield, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the red figure before her. To the left or to the right, immersed in concentration, she steadfastly held the shield, compelling her gaze to pursue that swift silhouette. It was astonishingly fast, even swifter than before. The blue glow of the thrusters shone brightly as she distinctly observed Lightning suddenly tilt to the left. In an instant, she sprang into action, adjusting the angle of the tower shield and summoning every ounce of power to propel herself forward. Shield strike. Yet, the anticipated collision never materialized. The red figure feigned a movement and had already positioned itself behind her. The steadfast shield attempted to make further adjustments, but it was already too late. The crimson mech lowered its center of gravity, the thrusters expelling bursts of energy to alleviate some of the impact. With a deft twist, it harnessed its own inertia to complete a full rotation, bringing down the great sword with tremendous force upon the round shield, producing a sound reminiscent of a gong. However, the shield, positioned behind the sturdy barrier, dulled the resonance. She was struck by an overwhelming force, nearly losing her footing, teetering precariously forward. Yet, as her body involuntarily lifted, a massive sword once again plunged into the center between the shield and her form. Exactly the same spot. Once more, the same location. The steadfast shield was filled with both anger and urgency. Twice now. How could she have failed to see how the lightning executed such feats? Was she truly the legendary lightning itself? For an instant, she felt as though the entire world conspired against her. Indeed, the world was filled with deceivers. How could a mech girl with merely 30 in maneuverability achieve such rapid stops and turns? It was unfathomable. This was simply impossible. The figure before her was not the Lightning R5 at all. She was an S-class mech clad in the guise of Lightning R5, a model she had never encountered before. Otherwise, how could she, a rare A-class mech girl within the academy, find herself in such a disheveled state? "Are you all right?" came the panicked inquiry from her cockpit. She was not well. She was in dire straits. Her once proud defense had failed to perform its intended function. That heavy armor and the round shield on her back had proven ineffective. The shield, once her pride, had been disregarded and leveraged by her opponent, effortlessly delivering the blade to her front. Had this been a battlefield, she would have perished twice over. Did you witness how she maneuvered behind? From the moment she left the factory until now, it was the first time she felt utterly powerless. In the past, even as an S-class mech girl, she was confident that she could contend with her adversaries through her formidable defenses. Yet now, lightning effortlessly cast aside her pride, trampling it underfoot. After regaining a semblance of composure, the steadfast shield turned to gaze at the red figure leisurely sheathing the colossal sword behind her. That familiar structure existed in this world, and only one such being was known, Lightning R5. Could it be due to that absurdly capable logistics? How could that be? He was merely a technician for mechas. Wasn't he? Shield disengaged Zhang Chongping instantly, feeling overwhelmed by a tide of shock and resentment that was almost unbearable. Tears, as large as beans, cascaded down her cheeks, and her pink hair drooped despondently. She rubbed her eyes, her voice quavering with unshed tears, saying nothing as she turned and fled from the training ground. Zhang Chongping scratched his head awkwardly, nodded at Lightning, and hurried outside as well. Lightning and Su Li remained silent, watching the two figures vanish from sight. Do you think I may have gone too far? After all, she is still so young. Could this leave her with a lasting psychological scar? Su Li hesitantly placed a hand on Lightning's waist. The latter shuddered slightly, but resolutely shook her head. Master, you worry too much. Discipline must begin early. Delay breeds rebellion. Upon hearing this, Su Li was profoundly impacted. You are absolutely right. In my previous life, I never had a child, so I am oblivious to matters of parenting. I must say, you mech girls are exceedingly knowledgeable. You even possess insights into child rearing. The Lightning blushed, for the first time in her life realizing the benefits of indulging in a variety of literature. At least her master praised her for it. She resolved to read more often. A small goal was set for herself, to finish the story of a woman and 7 men tonight. However, what was this about a past life? Did her master imply that he had lived before? She gasped, caught off guard. She had yet to delve into the realm of time travel narratives. Perhaps she should prioritize stories of rebirth instead? In the training ground, 2 figures clad in black approached slowly. The smaller figure donned a black Lolita dress, wielding a matching black paper umbrella. The taller one was impeccably dressed in a sleek black suit, adorned with oversized black sunglasses. A high ponytail accentuated her sharp demeanor. They halted before Lightning. The girl in the Lolita dress extended her delicate, pale hand towards Lightning, her crimson lips parting with an air of lofty arrogance. Now, I have taken my first step. Come forth, my knight. I permit you to discard that worthless one and kneel before me, pledging your loyalty. Lightning, what shall we dine on tonight? The cafeteria still has food. Shall we go there? I'm fine with anything, master. Additionally, may I have a bit more lubricant tonight? Just a bowl will suffice. Su Li pondered for a moment and then nodded earnestly. That is permissible, but let it be known that until we secure the competition prize, You may only have one bowl at a time. Otherwise, we may find ourselves without funds for meals before we've even earned anything. By the way, I have yet to experience dissociation. Would you please dissociate me? Lightning nodded slightly, enveloping Su Li with her thoughts and swiftly sending him out of the cockpit. The gentle evening breeze carried a hint of warmth as Su Li took a deep breath of the air in the training ground, only to notice the sudden appearance of two individuals before him. Lightning stood gracefully behind Su Li, her gaze directed at the two with a hint of inquiry. Heiyu's brow furrowed as he lifted his eyes to the hand that Lightning had placed on Su Li's arm, regarding it with disdain, as if it were refuse. Trash is not worthy of my attention. My knight, I have taken a significant step towards you. Therefore, you too must demonstrate your sincere intentions towards me. Su Li raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Lightning beside him, his expression laden with distaste, as if even a fleeting glance at her sullied his vision. Cast aside this garbage, forge a pact with me, and pledge your loyalty. I shall bestow upon you glory, as deemed appropriate. Chapter 10. Threat. Su Li furrowed his brow. The lace-trimmed, gold-threaded dress she wore exuded an air of extravagance, while her slender fingers, adorned with sharp black nails, hinted at a profound depth. The haughty young woman before him bore an air of superiority, her gaze filled with condescension. Though he was unaware of her true identity, the way she regarded him as mere vermin stirred an instinctual aversion within him, further exacerbated by her derisive words directed at Lightning. He could sense that after the words garbage left his mouth, Lightning's hand trembled involuntarily. Time and again, he had helped Lightning regain her confidence, not for the purpose of undermining her. He grasped her somewhat chilly hand and gently caressed it twice, before raising his gaze to the young girl standing behind Hong Ying. Is this your family's delusional child? If she cannot speak, take her home and teach her properly. Bestow upon her glory at your discretion. This little brat should return home and play with her own mess. That is her rightful place. Always meddling in others' affairs. It is evident she lacks the harsh lessons of society. Heiyu observed him tenderly stroking Lightning's hand, her eyes flashing with disdain. She arched an eyebrow and looked at Su Li. Are you serious? I, Heiyu, am an S-class mech girl. I fear you have never encountered an S-class mech girl before. Kneel before me. I make an exception to allow you to pledge your loyalty. You must understand, ordinary people are unworthy of my attention. As she spoke, she extended her left hand towards Su Li once more. Hong Ying took a step forward, respectfully presenting a business card to Su Li. He took it and glanced at it. The black card with golden embossing showcased the words Aka Industries, gleaming brilliantly in the setting sun. Su Li felt a laugh bubbling within him. He was aware of Aka Industries, a pillar of the southern city, boasting the largest mech module production line in the province. A company of considerable repute. With 23 module stores in southern city alone, he had not anticipated that this arrogant young girl was affiliated with Aka Industries. So what? Just because she was a mech girl from Aka Industries, did that mean he should discard Lightning? What gives her the audacity to believe that after he casts Lightning, he would inevitably form a pact with her? Is it due to her round face or her ample bosom? Heiyu tilted her chin, quietly observing Su Li's expression, awaiting the moment he would bow down, surrendering his dignity to her. She had encountered numerous arrogant pilots, yet they all, without exception, ultimately succumbed to the allure of her business card. There had never been an exception. Su Li did not cast another glance at the young woman. He had already assessed her attributes the moment he laid eyes on her. Heiyu X70, an S-class mech. Speed, 80, acceleration, 90, maneuverability, 100, stability, 80. Defense, 80, braking, 79. Such attributes would be highly coveted in the eyes of most pilots. Besides its remarkable agility, the relatively balanced stats indicated that she possessed no apparent weaknesses. A mech of this caliber would undoubtedly attract considerable attention in the market. However, to Su Li, it merely represented a lack of shortcomings. He even took a moment to glance at the crimson ribbon that stood behind her. An S-class mech, Hong Ying D3. Speed, 90, acceleration, 90, maneuverability, 101, stability, 60, defense, 65, braking, 70. To be candid, the appeal of Hong Ying's specifications was far more enticing to Su Li than that of Heiyu. A high-attack, high-sensitivity warrior, even with some deficiencies, could be compensated for by his skill. As for the novice mech of the cutesy design, it was best left in a place where it could languish in obscurity. The overall balanced attributes held no allure for him. Was she out of her mind? He disregarded the hand extended by the black-feathered individual, returning the business card to Hong Ying, and pulled Lightning away from the two. heading towards the dining hall. They were mere strangers. Yet they had the audacity to seize another's machine girl and hurl insults, even attempting to force a contract upon him. They naively claimed to have taken a liking to him. In this world, many were enamored with him. What? Was he to sacrifice his own well-being? Each of them spoke as if they were of great importance. So what if she was an S-class machine girl? So what if it was Aka Industries? If he could not confront them, could he not simply evade them? Moreover, in his eyes, an S-class machine girl was hardly daunting. He believed that by taking Lightning into a few competitions, those top-tier machine girls would soon be within his grasp. Although high attributes signified the potential for superior maneuvers, a machine girl was not merely an extension of a past mech. If a machine girl possessed her own thoughts, but her personality clashed with his, then her high rank would be utterly futile. With the disdainful attitude of the black-feathered one, who looked down upon everyone, who would she heed in the heat of battle? There were countless machine girls in this world, and he wished to preserve his own life to explore it further. Suddenly, an unexpected sound reverberated through the training grounds. Suli instinctively tugged at Lightning, lowering his body. A long sword was plunged into the ground nearby, obstructing their path. Suli's scalp prickled with alarm. Was it customary to unsheathe the sword over a mere disagreement? Turning in disbelief, he beheld a girl who had already unfurled, her black mech sharp and imposing, radiating an aura of intimidation. The distance between them was less than 5 meters, compelling Suli to tilt his head back to see her in her entirety. The sword plunged into the ground served as a stark and unambiguous warning. One more step forward, and you shall see. Suli coldly regarded the girl before her, an involuntary surge of anger welling up within her chest. What had she done to deserve this? Merely a few careless words or a moment of indifference. And now she was being threatened with a sword? In her previous life, Suli had often faced swords pointed at her. Yet those who had dared to do so were all dead now. How dare she? A mere mechanized girl, brazenly wielding her mechanical weapon to intimidate a human? Was it the backing of Aka Industries that gave her such audacity? It was almost laughable. A so-called corporation, wielding power in this world? Even if one held power, should there not be a semblance of reason? The first principle of the mechanized beings code: they must not casually harm or threaten humans. Perhaps, in her eyes, laws and regulations were nothing but fleeting clouds. Suli narrowed her eyes and strode boldly to the side of the colossal sword. She was but a small figure, barely taller than the blade itself. Her eyes gradually turned crimson as she shouted at the black mechanized armor. Come on, strike me. You wanted me to test your resolve, didn't you? Well, I am testing it now. A flicker of panic flashed in the girl's eyes. She had never encountered such a fearsome gaze before. It felt as though she was facing not an inexperienced student in a school, but a merciless killer from the battlefield. She instinctively trembled, feeling somewhat at a loss. Gazing into those gradually reddening eyes, she sensed her legs quaking slightly. Those crimson orbs seemed to harbor an endless sea of blood. Did he intend to kill her? Hong Ying was the first to perceive Su Li's murderous intent. Her gaze sharpened as she swiftly positioned herself in front of the mechanized armor. What's so remarkable about you? Dare to compete with me? The fierce voice of the girl echoed from behind Hong Ying, her deflated spirit making her sound like a mere chick. Let us wager our lives. Hong Ying will serve as my pilot. We shall have a contest. If I win, you will discard that trash and follow me. From henceforth, your life shall belong to me. And what if I win? Suli stood tall, calmly locking eyes with the mech, though his gaze reddened with intensity. If you win, I shall spare that trash beside you. No longer will I target her. Suli couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. This was the third time she had referred to Lightning as trash, as worthless. He turned around, gently grasping Lightning's trembling arms, and spoke softly. Are you all right? Lightning hesitated before nodding slightly. She buried her head into her chest, as if that would shield her from the piercing taunts. Suli raised his hand to stroke her head, lightly licking his lips, a taste of blood lingering. Unbeknownst to him, he had bitten his own lip. Looking at the shivering red-haired Lightning, he felt an inexplicable pang of compassion. Do not worry. Just leave everything to me. I will teach her a lesson. Trust me. I have never piloted a mech as exceptional as you. You are not worthless. With me as your pilot, you are destined to shine brilliantly before everyone. He tenderly wiped away her tears, while behind them, the dark-haired girl had completed her transformation. The obsidian mech shimmered with a brilliant sheen, its sharply pointed shoulder guards seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Chapter 11. Retribution. Within the cockpit, Suli had never approached a moment with such seriousness as he did today. Even during his sparring sessions with the sturdy shield, he had treated them as mere trifles. indulging in playful banter. However, faced with the provocation of Blackfeather, he had no choice but to adopt a more earnest demeanor. He had never before battled an S-class mech girl. Observing the silent and stoic Lightning before him, he suddenly realized that the impact of others' words upon her was far more profound than he had ever imagined. He reached out gently to tousle her hair. The crimson strands remarkably soft. Lightning glanced back at him, her eyes slightly reddened. A tightness gripped Su Li's heart, rendering him hesitant to meet her gaze. Steeling himself, he donned his helmet and powered up the mech. Lightning turned her gaze forward, a newfound determination shining in her eyes. She fixed her stare on the flamboyant black mech before them, clenching her teeth and summoning all her focus. After enduring the depths of despair, she had finally unearthed a glimmer of hope. How could she relinquish that hope so easily, based solely on a single disparaging remark? Whether she was worthless was not for Blackfeather to decide, until Su Li discovered a mech that truly suited him, at least for now. He remained firmly within his cockpit. He was her pilot, her master. Let us go, Lightning, and teach that overzealous swordsman a lesson. He deftly maneuvered a series of knobs, gripping the control stick firmly. Ahead, the black mech had already drawn its long sword, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Her armor is exquisitely streamlined, greatly advantageous in cutting through wind resistance. However, her innate rigidity fails to meet the designated specifications. Yet, her armor compensates for this deficiency. A speed of 160, engaging the enemy in just 2 seconds. Faced with the opponent's lack of martial ethics, Su Li felt no surprise. He leisurely observed the swift advance of the black streak, his gaze flickering slightly. He recognized that the movement style employed by the adversary was precisely the one he had consistently utilized. This particular maneuver had only been executed twice before, once in the municipal arena and the other just moments ago. She must have learned it in the municipal arena, following the traces left behind. This revelation prompted him to reassess the learning capabilities of machine girls. Are all machine girls like this, or is she an exception? He pondered no further. Mastering operational techniques is not merely a matter of desire. Though seemingly simple, novices often distort the movements to a bewildering degree. As the black mech hurtled towards him, he refrained from excessive maneuvers. "Master, here it comes," Lightning exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. As the black streak approached, she instinctively attempted to evade, only to be abruptly interrupted by Su Li's hand, which smacked her rear. He stepped forward, his right hand gently tilting the joystick. The mech stood firm, merely shifting its body slightly to evade the fierce blade. Lacking a powerful initial velocity, he guided the mech to lean subtly, akin to a human. The simplicity of the maneuver underscored the pilot's finesse and fine control. At this moment, Su Li's mind was operating at full capacity, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she meticulously refined the commands to enhance precision. She watched in terror as the colossal sword grazed her face, her heart racing to her throat. She could almost distinctly perceive the waves of energy swirling around the sword's edge. "Miss," he dodged. Hong Ying's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. It was as if he had anticipated their tactics, abruptly altering his approach. While on the platform, the Lightning she controlled emphasized swiftness and agility. Thus, Blackfeather's initial strategy relied on rapid close-quarters combat. The acceleration that Su Li took pride in failed to manifest its advantages over a distance of more than 200 meters. If she could close the gap quickly, the sluggish braking capability of Lightning would struggle to pivot on the spot using inertia. There was nothing amiss with the tactical choice. Blackfeather's learned movements were impeccably executed. Otherwise, she would not have displayed such unwavering confidence before Su Li. Yet, in the next instant, she realized that her shortcomings were far more substantial than she had imagined. Even having mastered the movements was not the key to victory. As Blackfeather forcefully attempted to halt and pivot to swing her sword, Lightning extended her right foot, strategically positioning it between Blackfeather's legs. As she braked with her front foot, her rear foot lifted only to trip over Lightning's leg. The entire mech tilted, and with overwhelming inertia, she was sent crashing into the stands behind Lightning. A resounding crash reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. Caught off guard, Hong Ying could not even muster a warning in time. Her sole function in the cockpit was to disengage the safety mechanism for Heiyu and to start the mecha. However, Heiyu did not permit her to intervene in the intricate operations. Although her involvement would have been futile, within the cockpit, the icy demeanor of Hong Ying melted away, uncharacteristically displaying an array of emotions. She was utterly flustered, her heart racing violently as if it were about to leap from her throat. It was over. Knowing her mistress's temperament all too well, she suddenly regretted not preventing her impetuousness. Perhaps if it weren't for that sword strike, there might have been a chance for redemption. Instinctively, she sensed that the situation had escalated beyond control. Lightning watched as Heiyu barreled toward her. Witnessing the moment, she drew her sword, feeling the rush of wind as the blades narrowly missed. Yet, under her master's command, she merely shifted her body and extended her leg. As she observed Heiyu careening into the stands, a fleeting realization struck her. She was reminiscent of her former self. At least the posture of lying on the high platform bore a striking resemblance. Her master seemed to have a penchant for mischief. This act of tripping someone would be noted down upon her return, to prevent herself from succumbing to folly and forgetting it amidst the data streams. I shall slay you. Heiyu, rising awkwardly from the stands, brandished her sword and aimed a downward strike at Su Li. Lightning once again sidestepped, her single-handed sword clashing fiercely against the external armor and embedding itself into the ground. Su Li, employing both hands and feet, maneuvered the pedals to control the movement of her limbs. Grasping Heiyu's arm with one hand, she executed a shoulder throw with a deft backward motion. Dust swirled in the training ground. The violent tremors hurled Hong Ying from her seat, sending her crashing heavily onto the console's handle. The crimson figure approached Heiyu with measured steps, retrieving the colossal sword from the ground. It was raised high and plunged into the earth, mere centimeters from Heiyu's face, until the hilt vanished beneath the surface. At that moment, the training ground was bathed in the last vestiges of sunlight. The red figure, illuminated by the crimson clouds overhead, shimmered faintly with a golden hue. Heiyu gazed at the resplendent mech under the red glow, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. She could not accept this outcome. Her defeat was more devastating than that of a steadfast shield. How could she, a dignified S-class mech maiden, be bested by a mere A-class wretch? Master, thank you. Lightning had a multitude of words swirling in her mind, yet when they reached her lips, they faltered. She had witnessed firsthand the swiftness of Su Li's hands. Despite the simplicity of the movements, he was able to receive 6 directives for adjusting the mech within the span of 2 seconds. Were it not for her decent processing abilities, her brain would have surely begun to smoke. Nevertheless, she felt dazed, as if ensnared in a dream. Such maneuvers existed not only in the realm of anime, but also in reality. Instinctively, Lightning seized control of her body, attempting to simulate the movements. However, as she took her first step, her entire form swayed, as if her footing had vanished. Alarmed, Su Li quickly regained control, pulling her back to stability. Slow down. I have made slight adjustments to your attributes. Stability has improved, but correspondingly, your braking capabilities have diminished. Let us call it a day. If we linger too long, the cafeteria's pork ribs will be gone. Tomorrow, we shall return to the training ground, and you can take your time to acclimate. Lightning nodded emphatically. Su Li cast a glance at the distant training ground entrance and swiftly directed Lightning to dash forward. Behind him, Heiyu gradually straightened her posture. She stared vacantly at the golden-red figure, rising from the ground. The colossal sword remained embedded in the earth beside her, yet it felt as though it had pierced her very heart. She removed the massive grenade launcher from her back, a hint of frenzied mirth curving her lips as she aimed the weapon at the receding silhouette and pulled the trigger. Miss No? Hong Ying instinctively attempted to seize control, but it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the grenade, trailing a plume of white smoke, arced through the sky, leaving a stark white streak in its wake. Chapter 12. A lesson. A chilling sensation coursed through him, a primal instinct honed on the battlefield. He detected the faint whistle of the grenade in an instant. Inside the cockpit, an ear-piercing lock-on alarm blared. Amidst the flashing red lights, the crimson mech executed a swift spin, seizing the colossal sword in hand. The hefty blade was hurled forth, hurtling towards the grenade. Bang! A thunderous explosion reverberated across the training ground. The giant sword rebounded, plunging into the earth with a forceful impact. The hilt trembled violently, yet before it could completely settle, it was grasped firmly by the racing figure. The scarlet mech burst forth from the grenade's smoke, wielding the sword in one hand, trailing flames and sparks along its path. In a mere 3 seconds, it had traversed the distance from the entrance to the stands. No, you cannot do this. The black mech was overwhelmed by his imposing presence. Tumbling to the ground, with the launched grenade launcher falling beside it, she crawled backward with hands and feet, barely making 2 strides before reaching the viewing platform. Before she could adjust her position to evade, the colossal sword was upon her. Su Li was no virtuous being. He had never been. Time and again, His life was threatened. Not even the mightiest could sway him. Locked onto by grenades, cold sweat drenched his back. For the first time in 2 decades, he faced a life-and-death crisis in this world. His remaining reason compelled him to swing the giant sword, narrowly avoiding the cockpit. The sword descended, and the head of the black mech, adorned with vibrant lights, soared high before crashing to the ground. Sully stepped upon that severed head. The sword tip pointed menacingly toward the direction of the black-feathered cockpit. What is happening? Cease at once. Who dares to employ weapons of mass destruction in the training grounds? At the periphery of the training area, the maintenance personnel, alerted by the explosions, rushed in and encircled the 2 Mechs. To audaciously employ Mechs with weaponry of mass destruction without prior approval in the Academy's training arena was no ordinary incident. To put it mildly, it was murder. To magnify the severity, it was an affront to the laws of the Federation. It openly instigated conflict between humans and Mechs, undermining the collaborative relationship between the two. This would surely lead to a military tribunal. The crowd continued to swell, drawn by the explosions. It was not only the instructors who came, but many students also responded to the commotion. Typically, this training ground would be deserted at this hour, yet now, it was becoming increasingly crowded. Upon entering the training grounds, many individuals instinctively gasped at the sight before them. They did not witness the craters left by the detonation of large-scale weaponry. Yet they were confronted with the severed heads beneath the Crimson Mech's feet. A black mech, slumped at the edge of the spectator stands, bore a golden logo that danced elegantly across its chest. Many recognized that emblem, and in an instant, the atmosphere became charged with commotion. What immense enmity could provoke such brutality? To have one's head severed. While such damage might not be fatal for the mech girls, the psychological trauma inflicted would undoubtedly be profound. Moreover, the sensory connection between the mech and its human counterpart was tightly interwoven. If the external mech was decapitated, the internal occupant would likely fare no better. Stop. Cease this at once. Who is your instructor? Hurry and contact them to intervene. Otherwise, we shall summon the Joint Supervision Team. Sully paid no heed to the pleas echoing in the arena. Even at such a critical juncture, his adversaries still sought to muddle through, calling for instructors. The deployment of large-scale destructive weaponry is a matter that can be resolved by educators? Was it merely the sight of the logo on the opposing mech that led them here to feign familiarity? Did they still harbor hopes that Aka Industries would grant them concessions? He maneuvered the Crimson Lightning into a low stance, articulating each word with precision. Once it was a great sword, now it is a mech-specific howitzer. My patience is not boundless. Aka Industries owes me an explanation. If you possess the capability, then ensure my complete obliteration. If you cannot achieve that, then know this. No mech from Aka Industries shall leave the arena with their heads intact. He straightened his posture and pointed his sword at the surrounding surveillance devices. I reserve the right to appeal. I believe both the Human Parliament and Mechanical Island would be quite intrigued by how a mere S-class machine girl has circumvented operational protocols to directly wield weapons and launch an attack on humanity. Aka Industries? I now know to whom I must deliver the pertinent materials. He coldly advanced a step, his foot heavily stomping on the cockpit of Black Feather. So it's you, Black Feather. What do you think of your old adversary, 3 Cities Heavy Industry? Inside the cockpit, the black-haired girl curled into a ball, trembling with fear. She did not respond to Sully's inquiry. At that moment, she was unable even to open her mouth. For a fleeting instant, she distinctly felt the sword piercing toward the cockpit. The intense pain in her neck was bearable, yet if she merely closed her eyes, she could envision the straight blade approaching, as though it had already penetrated her heart. Honging struggled to rise beside Black Feather. As she drew near, just the proximity made her instinctively shudder, and when she looked down, she saw a pool of pale green liquid slowly seeping from beneath Black Feather. She was so terrified that she had lost control. In regard to Sully's question, Hong Ying's mind had become a chaotic tangle, leaving her utterly unsure of how to respond. Black Feather had acted too recklessly. Merely wielding that massive sword was already enough to spell trouble. She had no awareness of the gravity of employing battlefield weaponry in a training ground. This was not a duel. It was a relentless attempt to bring about death. At this moment, there still existed a chance to huddle within the cockpit, leaking fluids, all thanks to the magnanimity of another. The external display of the mech began to shatter beneath the feet of lightning, the fragments emitting a cacophony of crackling sounds, cascading uncontrollably. Hong Ying suddenly realized that the adversary might not be as generous as she had previously imagined. A bitter smile flickered across her face. Anyone in such a predicament would likely struggle to maintain a spirit of generosity. At that moment, Heiyu had succumbed entirely to fear and self-doubt. Trembling incessantly with every brittle sound of the shattering display, she no longer considered Suli her destined knight, nor could she utter any derogatory remarks. Suli placed a call to Zhang Chongping, instructing him to copy all the recordings from the monitoring room before dialing the supervision team. The onlookers outside merely shouted, none of them truly making a call. It mattered not. He would take care of it himself. In the cockpit of Lightning, Suli removed his helmet, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading. He did not hasten to retract Lightning. Instead, he maintained his stance, poised atop Heiyu, utterly still. He paid no mind to the crowd outside, who stood unsteadily, their gazes fixated solely on Akash Industries. Merely 3 minutes passed. Dozens of piercing sounds converged, drawing near at a rapid pace. The blue and white mech hovered above the training ground, its dark muzzles aimed at the 2 mechs on the ground, slowly descending. Chapter 13. The request. Suli was destined to miss out on the ribs from the small cafeteria. However, surprisingly, the cuisine at the supervision team's canteen was equally delightful. Lightning's petite face was puffed up, and her plate was stacked high. However, her demeanor at this moment appeared anything but incongruous. For within the entirety of the cafeteria, the plates before all the mechanical girls were piled high. In stark contrast, the solitary plate before Suli stood out conspicuously. His gaze wandered among all the mechanical girls in the dining hall. They were all clad in uniforms of blue and white, adorned with berets atop their heads, exuding an air of remarkable competence. The system quietly scanned, a continuous stream of data seamlessly entering his mind. These mechanical girls from the inspection squad possessed autonomous driving privileges, thus they were not outfitted with pilots. They belonged to the direct external operations unit of the mechanical island. Each one had access to secondary weaponry, urban combat equipment, excluding weapons of mass destruction. In special circumstances, the team leader could revoke the usage permissions for secondary weaponry, primarily for combat and apprehension tasks concerning the mechanical girls. Is the meal to your liking? A somewhat cool voice resonated beside him. He turned to find a figure wrapped in a white uniform, her ample bosom straining against a button that seemed ready to flee at any moment. Li Jian 038, the supervising officer responsible for your case. The raven-haired woman flashed a smile at Su Li and extended her hand. Su Li shook it, nodding in acknowledgement. Her hand was round and substantial, appearing to possess a delightful tactile quality. If it suits your palate, feel free to indulge further. Just swipe my card. Your case has been clarified. Subsequently, Ika Industries will dispatch a representative to discuss the terms of compensation with you. Once everything is concluded, you can come find me to sign a document, and we shall file the case closure for record. Then, do we not seem to have any further sentiments? Lightning mumbled through a mouthful of food, her words barely coherent. It is evident that she has made considerable efforts. Legion 038 nodded slightly and settled beside Lightning. Her long, black shawl-like hair cascaded down as she gently cradled her chin, tilting her head to scrutinize Lightning. Is it sufficient? We also provide lubricant here, although it may not be as exquisite as what you are accustomed to. It is exclusive to our team. I must inform you, ordinary machine girls have never tasted it. Really? Then I shall go and get some. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lightning's eyes as she seized 038's card and dashed towards the vending window. I apologize for the expense. Suli expressed a hint of embarrassment as she scratched her head and offered 038 an apologetic smile. The latter waved her hand dismissively, suddenly turning her gaze towards Suli. A glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she whispered, "Have you ever piloted in the inspection team?" Suli was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head in astonishment. Remember this. I am treating you to a meal today, which means you owe me one. Should you find the opportunity to visit our inspection team's training grounds, all the sisters from our third squad are eagerly awaiting you. She raised an eyebrow, casting a cryptic glance aside. Following her line of sight, Suli beheld a dozen little heads peering at them from around the corner at the end of the corridor. I am not jesting. We have already viewed the original video of your piloting Lightning. You are well aware that members of the inspection team are not equipped with pilots. Thus, this is a rather ungracious request. If you can spare some time to provide us with instruction, we will take care of Lightning's meals. She turned her head to glance at the Lightning still queuing to purchase items, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her gaze. Indeed, what a fortunate fellow he was. With such subpar braking performance, he had fortuitously encountered a pilot capable of mastering her. Should one attribute this to divine intervention, or deem it a matter of fate? She turned back to face Suli, having meticulously reviewed all available information about him. From the moment of his birth to the present, there was no anomaly that could elucidate his remarkable piloting skills. Could it truly be an extraordinary innate talent? Had he perhaps fallen into a cave during a childhood outing? An incident unrecorded? As evidence, she had watched the video no fewer than 5 times. The various maneuvers of Lightning in the footage stirred her blood as an observer, nearly pushing the engine to its limits. Imagine how it must have felt for Su Li to take the controls. Lost in thought, she instinctively crossed her legs beneath the table. After work, she might just copy the footage and watch it 5 more times in her dormitory. What if she proposed this? If you agree, I could facilitate an official role for you within the team. With this identification, Aka Industries would have to think twice before acting. The responsibility for this incident lay with them. However, the situation with the black feather mech was somewhat unique. While it could not be directly reprocessed, ensuring her safety would demand a considerable price. 038 winked at Su Li. On your side, make sure not to be too easily satisfied. Su Li nodded in understanding. All right. What you propose is perfectly fine. I visit once a week, spending an entire afternoon. Do you think that would suffice? Upon hearing this, 038 nearly leaped with joy. She uncrossed her legs and leaned over the table, moving closer to Su Li. Would 2 afternoons a week be acceptable? You are aware, after all, that the appetite of a machine girl is quite substantial. There is no need to impose strict limits on the frequency. You could bring Lightning along for a meal and perhaps offer us a few minutes of guidance as well. Su Li furrowed his brow, contemplating, before slowly shaking his head. I fear that may not be feasible. How about this? During weekdays, we could manage 2 times, and on weekends, we could randomly designate 1 afternoon. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt his hand seized by a hydraulic clamp, shaking it vigorously up and down. Though it lasted only a brief moment, he felt as if all his bones were on the verge of dislocating. Agreed. Then it is settled. 038 smiled broadly and gestured towards the depths of the corridor. Immediately, a chorus of cheers erupted, and a dozen machine girls rushed over, encircling Su Li. Instructor Su, when is our first lesson? Do we need to sign up? The squad leader is number 1, and I am number 2. Does that work for you? Instructor Su, I am number 3. What do you mean? You're number 2, and she is number 3? Aside from the squad leader, we should draw lots fairly. Su Li was overwhelmed by the cacophony of chirping voices around him, unable to discern much of what was being said. The only thing he could feel was the buttons on their chests. These seemingly round objects were rather uncomfortable against his face. What are you all doing? Hurry. Let me be. Outside the crowd, Lightning bounced with a bottle of lubricant in hand, yet she could not penetrate the throng. Her small face puffed up. She suddenly sensed something drifting away from her, leaving her heart feeling hollow. That was her master. What are you all doing? Chapter 14. Mechanical Maiden, Human? Emerging from the office building of the inspection team, Su Li felt utterly dazed. Lightning, a tinge of jealousy in her demeanor, tugged at Su Li's arm. Her cheeks slightly puffed, angrily marching ahead. Though they had only been together for a few days, her initial aloofness had dissipated, often revealing a childlike side before Su Li. This behavior seemed somewhat incongruous with her cool, elegant appearance. Su Li allowed Lightning to lead the way, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. A renowned ace pilot. Yet he had succumbed to dizziness from mere milk. What a laughable predicament to share with others. Thank you, Lightning. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. If not for her desperate efforts to pull him out, he would have fainted due to asphyxiation. Lightning replied, It's nothing. Thank you for trusting me during the training session today. Your skills are commendable. I hardly contributed. She shook her crimson head, and the initial frustration vanished like smoke. The thought of chasing down S-ranked mechanical maidens and even severing one S head with a single stroke made her feel as though she was living in a dream. In just a few days alongside Su Li, she had experienced too many dreams. She truly feared waking up suddenly, only to find it was all but a figment of her imagination. Master, are those actions truly within my capabilities? She turned, standing at the street corner. Her gaze towards Su Li tinged with a hint of confusion. A gentle breeze tousled her hair. Su Li sensed her inner turmoil and affectionately ruffled her head, responding earnestly. Do not worry. With a few more reflections, you will realize that you can indeed achieve even greater heights. Upon hearing this, Lightning nodded, seizing Su Li's mischievous hand and, for the first time, enveloping it in her embrace. His hand radiated warmth, soothing her heart. Master, will Akar Industries truly relent? How could they? Although the true nature of that eccentric individual remains unclear, the significant losses inflicted on Akar Industries suggest a formidable presence behind it. However, outwardly, They will refrain from overt actions. What unfolds in the shadows is uncertain. Then, does that not place you in great danger? Suli cast a sidelong glance at his deeply ensnared arm, suddenly realizing that he was indeed in a precarious situation. It's nothing serious. It merely involves some cunning tactics, like ensuring we cannot participate in the competition, for example. Upon hearing this, Lightning blinked her large eyes, exclaiming, "Now I understand why you agreed to the inspection team's requests regarding those mechanized maidens. Rest assured, when we are together, I will eat less. Once we join the inspection team, I will indulge more, aiming for a feast that lasts 3 days. Do not worry, Master. I shall not burden you excessively." Suli felt somewhat speechless. The sensation of being looked down upon by his own mechanized maiden was indeed rather peculiar. However, the money in his hands cannot simply be allowed to dwindle away. Yet, if Akar Industries truly employs underhanded tactics to prevent him from participating in the competition, what avenues remain for him to secure a livelihood for his mech girls? Within the inspection team, 038 meticulously scrutinized the footage of Lightning's swift maneuvers. With each viewing, she could not help but express her astonishment. The petite terminal screen repeatedly showcased the video, with a dozen heads huddled together, their faces flushed with excitement. "Captain, is Lightning's data truly that remarkable? If so, why has she competed normally in the past 5 years?" 038 shook her head. "In Lightning's data, her braking capability is a significant flaw. Did you not notice? When Suli piloted her, he had to make a series of corrections. The complexity of his maneuvers is so astonishing that one might question his humanity. He is not human, is he? Our mech girls' cores, if overclocked, can process multiple commands simultaneously. Yet, this leaves us with no capacity to handle other information. The principles of action and reaction are not difficult to replicate, but managing all the elements within the arena simultaneously is the true challenge. Just the thought of it makes my core feel like it's about to overlock. How fast could his fingers possibly move? To issue corrections as frequently as shown in the video, he must alter commands at least 3 times within 2 seconds. Surely his hands wouldn't cramp. 3 times in 2 seconds? You must be jesting. Twice in 1 second would be more plausible. Good heavens. The moment he throws the sword to strike the grenade, I could watch that segment for an entire year." 038 clutched her head, feeling for the first time that the girls under her command were exceedingly bothersome. "Do you not possess terminals of your own? How absurd it is to huddle together like that. Away with you. Tend to your own affairs." She covered her terminal and turned to leave. Inside the room, a group of mechanical maidens gathered once more, chattering animatedly amongst themselves. In the makeshift cell, Heiyu cowered in the corner, unable to cease her trembling. Hong Ying sat nearby, her breaths scarcely audible. Terrified beyond measure, Heiyu could not tolerate even the slightest sound around her. Like a startled bird, any faint noise would send her into a shriek, causing her to leak. Hong Ying could not approach or even touch her. Ultimately, she could only remain quietly by her side. Outside the cell, 038's gaze bore a hint of coldness. Observing Heiyu before her, she was suddenly reminded of that fateful sword strike in the video. Perhaps I ought to report this. With Su Li's expertise, the higher-ups could certainly intervene to protect her. However, this would mean that the sisters of Team 3 would have to contend with the entire bureau. Contemplating this, she felt a twinge of guilt. Never mind. I shall suppress this. Exercising her full authority, she resolved to keep this matter under wraps for at least a week. At the very least, the entire Team 3 must experience Su Li's driving skills. With her mind made up, 038 cast one last glance at the terrified Heiyu, deliberately striking the bars of the cell with her baton as she departed. Clang. Once more, Heiyu shuddered and screamed. Hong Ying instinctively reached out to embrace her. But as her hand extended halfway, Heiyu retaliated with kicks, sending her sprawling aside. She now appears disheveled, her attire in disarray, her body damp and stained with antifreeze. Her hair in utter disarray, and the once exquisite makeup on her face has become a mere shadow of its former self. Gone is the semblance of a refined young lady. She resembles, in fact, even less than a beggar on the street. Hong Ying, left with no choice, can only curl up in another corner of the cell, watching as Heiyu descends into madness. Alas, some individuals simply cannot see reason. Does wealth truly grant the liberty to act without restraint? Can one genuinely believe that any sort of individual is fit to be a mechanized maiden? Indeed, a mere loss of sanity could ensue. With such fragile psychological fortitude, perhaps one should simply be remade. But no, you are different. If you were to be remade, it would be one thing. Yet others cannot afford such a luxury, having invested considerable sums. If I were in that position, I would self-destruct. Neither human nor mechanized maiden. What a disgrace. If more of such ilk emerged, we would be left with nothing but to resolve these trivial disputes all day long. Two mechanized maidens passed by the cell door, their gazes laced with disdain. Hong Ying could no longer contain herself, lunging towards the door and gripping the bars tightly. Her face contorted with fury. What do you know? What can you possibly understand? She is a person, my young lady. She is not a mechanized maiden. You know nothing. Comprehend nothing. On what grounds do you stand there speaking so callously? The patrolling personnel halted in their tracks, turning back to regard the somewhat hysterical Hong Ying, and replied in a flat tone, on what grounds? Simply that mechanized maidens and humans are an inseparable alliance. Any attempt to divide the two will not be tolerated. The principles governing your mind, have they been fed to the dogs? Hong Ying paused, slowly collapsing onto the ground. Yet, Black Feather, she is truly just a human. Chapter 15. Human or mecha maiden in the hangar, Suli was drenched in sweat. Before him lay two shoeboxes, each containing 16 steel balls that danced rapidly within. His 10 fingers deftly maneuvered the steel spheres, preventing them from touching the bottom of the boxes. The swiftly moving balls rebounded within, yet every time they descended, a finger would skillfully intercept them, sending them soaring anew. His arms were flushed, resembling heated iron, and the veins on his hands stood out prominently. Beside him, Lightning remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the steel balls as they zipped back and forth. Their speed did not escalate, for Suli was consciously adjusting their velocity and angle at all times. Nevertheless, those 32 steel balls had become imperceptible to the naked eye, the only sound being the rhythmic tapping of the balls against the top of the shoeboxes. She had come to fully comprehend how Suli achieved such remarkable hand speed. With such steel balls, without employing core computation, she could only manage 3 or 4 simultaneously. Yet Suli commanded 16 with each hand. Lightning anxiously glanced at the shoeboxes, then at Suli, fearful that his focus might waver. How on earth did he accomplish this? Was each hemisphere of his brain directing a hand? Furrowing her brow, she attempted to simulate the scenario in her mind, only to find herself crashing moments later, smoke rising from her head. This was the routine Suli adhered to daily, not seeking breakthroughs, but rather striving to maintain his status as a premier mecha pilot without decline. Warm water. Lightning awoke suddenly and hurriedly moved one side of the water bucket closer. Suli rose to her feet, submerging her arms into the bucket amidst the rhythmic clatter of steel balls. She let out a long sigh of relief. Master, you are truly remarkable. Likewise, you are impressive as well. In less than 2 days, you have already mastered the ability to execute a body rotation at low speed. How does it feel? Do you have any insights? Lightning tilted her head, happily accepting Suli's praise. Master, while I was practicing, I felt that my braking ability had diminished, though I am unsure if it's just a figment of my imagination. However, I do sense a significant improvement in my stability. This must be why I adapted so quickly. It is not an illusion. I modified your inherent attributes during the calibration process. Suli withdrew her arms from the bucket, beginning to stretch and relax. Intense training, if not followed by timely relaxation, could lead to muscle stiffness. A moment's negligence could result in uncontrollable disasters on the battlefield. Master, are you saying you can adjust the inherent attributes of the mech girls? Lightning's eyes widened in surprise, and realizing her words, she instinctively covered her mouth. After a brief pause, she lowered her voice and whispered, "Is this the legendary inherent skill of a Super S-level pilot?" Super S? Suli raised an eyebrow, intrigued as it was the first time he had heard of a level beyond S. Aren't you one? I have heard from other mech girls that Super S pilots possess unique skills. However, these are merely their own hidden cards, so generally, no one knows what they are. Master, you, please tell me quietly, are you an Ultra S? Ultra S? I am a Deceptive S. He rolled his eyes and pulled out his crumpled pilot's license from the crevice of the sofa. Lightning quickly received it with both hands, reverently bowing before slowly opening it. A large letter C almost blinded her eyes. Master, this is a scandal. You, a dignified Ultra S, were only issued a C-level license. Shoo. Suli gestured for silence and then lowered his voice. Do you think it's possible that all newly issued pilot licenses are C-level? Lightning blinked, her expression shifting to one of sudden enlightenment. Oh, right. Then you should upgrade quickly. No hurry. We must maintain a low profile. Lightning slapped Suli's thigh forcefully, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. I understand. Master, is this what they call playing the pig to eat the tiger? I read about it in a book. You might as well just crush me and eat me. He rubbed his thigh vigorously. The impact left it numb. At least on a physical level. He could no longer feel his thigh. You should read less of those frivolous books. No, I apologize, Master, it was unintentional. Realizing her mistake, Lightning instinctively reached out to rub, but Suli hurriedly jumped back, clutching his leg. It was already numb. If she rubbed it too hard, he might end up in the hospital. In the future, let the mech girls take charge. Let them handle it. Go on, you go and clutch the eggs. Only when you can run 5 kilometers while holding those eggs will you dare approach me again. Lightning curled her lip, discontentedly retrieving 2 eggs from the small refrigerator. Obediently jogging around the hangar. Oltsu, are you there? It doesn't matter if you are or not. I've already entered. Zhang Chongping's voice echoed from outside, and within moments, he pushed the door open. So, was there any particular significance in your inquiry? Watching Zhang Chongping enter without waiting for a reply, Suli felt no kindness. While residing in the hangar incurs no cost, it comes with many drawbacks. Anyone can come and go, and during the day, there is hardly any privacy. When calamity strikes, who has time to fret over such trivialities? Today, I heard that the Academy is likely to take action against you. The head of the teaching department seems to be colluding with those at the training grounds, claiming they intend to expel you. Suli, upon hearing this, continued to massage her thigh indifferently. Did you hear what I said? This is serious. If they actually expel you over this matter, those scoundrels would have completely lost all sense of decency. I haven't heard of Arc Industries pressuring the Academy. It seems more like a group eager to curry favor with them. Let them expel me. What more can this wretched school teach me? If it weren't for the hangar allowing me to earn some money, who would care to stay here? You are so impressive, so noble. Your father must have beaten you so hard that you can't stand straight. Am I truly just looking for trouble? The professors of maintenance and mecha just had a confrontation with the head of the teaching department. 2 factions are vouching for you. I am uncertain about the outcome. However, regardless of the circumstances, you are esteemed in the eyes of your peers. He gave Suli a thumbs up and then rummaged through his pocket to produce an invitation. Here. This is from the professor, who requested that I deliver it to you. There is a municipal competition at the city arena this weekend. He mentioned that he had clandestinely obtained this invitation from the upperclassmen at the school. Take it, and make sure to shine at the competition. Suli accepted it, the wrinkled visage of Professor Zhang flashing in his mind. He was fully aware that he would ultimately switch to mecha piloting. Yet at this critical juncture, he opted to reserve resources for Suli. He glanced around the hangar filled with various materials. Everything here was procured through the professor's approval. Even the intel regarding lightning had come from him. Suli felt a moment of silence as he regarded the invitation, his grip tightening around it. Certainly. Tell Professor Zhang that I will participate in the competition this weekend. Rest assured, I will not bring him disgrace. Zhang Chongping draped his arm over Suli's shoulder and raised an eyebrow. What is the status of that matter? It's been over a day. Has anyone from Akana reached out? Suli shook his head. No, that shouldn't be the case. Such a large enterprise, and they lack this level of efficiency? By the way, let me share a piece of insider information. You won't believe it. If I hadn't inquired, I would have remained oblivious, but upon investigation, the revelations are astonishing. What is it? You seem rather cryptic. Zhang Chongping leaned in, casting a glance outside the hangar, lowering his voice. Do you know who that mecha girl you've entangled yourself with is? That is the beloved daughter of the president of Akasha Industries. Suli gazed at Zhang Chongping as if he were a fool. Have you finished speaking nonsense? TSK. Why the disbelief? I, too, found it hard to accept at first. This person and the mechanized maiden are not 2 different entities. However, after hearing some whispers of information, the more I pondered, the more it seemed plausible. They say that the one called Hey Yu has had the memories of the deceased implanted within her. While the reliability of this rumor remains uncertain, if one considers that mechanized maidens inherently possess self-awareness, then the notion of replacing one's consciousness may not be entirely implausible. Suli cast a glance at Zhang Chongping. The news indeed left him somewhat shaken. So what is she exactly, a human or a mechanized maiden? Chapter 16. Preparing for the competition, is there truly such a possibility? Can a human's thoughts genuinely be transferred to a mechanized maiden? He observed the lightning that continued to circle the hangar, his mind beginning to contemplate certain possibilities. Zhang Chongping's words lingered in Suli's mind, leaving him restless. If what he said holds true, how should one define the act of employing a weapon? If she is a mechanized maiden, it would naturally contravene the sacred laws governing them. Yet if she is human, it is conceivable that, under certain circumstances, It could merely be classified as attempted murder. No wonder 038 remarked that the situation is rather complex. Initially, it was presumed that external factors were to blame. Yet it never occurred to him that the crux lay in this matter. He ceased reflecting on this issue and instead began to contemplate the technology itself. If this technology were sufficiently advanced, could humanity not freely exchange the bodies of mechanized maidens to achieve liberation of thought and immortality? Is the technology in this world truly so advanced? That is incorrect. Such a notion is far from reality. The mechanical beings possess self-awareness. It is from the very beginning that consciousness is born, leading to the creation of mechas based on ideological frameworks. The theory you propose seems untenable. Wouldn't a mid-course change introduce complications, such as disintegration of the body? Zhang Chongping shook his head, as if recalling a vivid image, shrinking his neck slightly. As for that, I am at a loss. The emergence of mechanical beings is inherently enigmatic. Moreover, this matter is classified within the confines of the mechanical island, far beyond our reach. Perhaps they merely transfer a vessel containing memories to the site where consciousness is generated in the mechanical beings. That might just work. So, would such mechas be considered his daughters? Regardless of the intricacies of the process, the outcome is undeniably clear. Whether Blackfeather acknowledges that dubious father, I cannot say. Yet, at least the CEO of Aka Industries recognizes his daughter. For as far as I know, this does not appear to be her first blunder. How was it handled previously? Zhang Chongping pondered for a moment, then remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Most were resolved with monetary compensation, I suppose. However, your situation may be somewhat different this time. Why is that? What do you mean, why? You have already caused a leak in their systems. Do you still have the audacity to inquire why? Setting aside matters of dignity, when she disengaged, she must have been utterly devastated. Such a profound psychological trauma, old Sue. I can only wish you good fortune. Huh? Which side are you on, anyway? Am I in the wrong for resisting? Should I simply stand by and allow her to strike me down? Zhang Chongping slapped himself across the face and, with a gesture of feigned amiability, clasped his hands towards Su Li. You know I didn't mean it that way. By the way, allow me to give you a friendly reminder. Remember to register in advance this Sunday. The professor and I are keeping a close watch on you. Rest assured, I will definitely remember. Are you certain? Then tell me, what day is today? Today is Friday? Su Li hesitated. Having hardly attended any classes since he returned with the lightning, Zhang Chongping rolled his eyes and took a deep breath, finally regaining his composure. Tomorrow, 7 o'clock sharp in the morning. Don't forget, go to the registration office at the south gate of the municipal arena to check in. You have only 1 hour. Latecomers will not be admitted. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Su Li's face as he nodded vigorously. Zhang Chongping shot him a fierce glare and made a gesture to indicate he was being watched before turning to leave. Su Li glanced at the invitation letter that had just been placed on the table, feeling a surge of excitement within him. Although it was merely a small municipal competition, he had never stepped onto a stage before. In every sense, this was his first time. The thought of manipulating the mech girl before a crowd and eliciting their cheers made him awkwardly scratch his foot. Perhaps he should familiarize himself with the venue beforehand? Lightning approached and immediately spotted the invitation on the table. In her excitement, she accidentally crushed the 2 eggs in her hand. Quick as a flash, Su Li kicked an empty bowl over, perfectly catching the flowing egg yolk. Master, are we going to compete? Su Li observed the exuberant lightning and nodded. When is the competition? Is it soon? She inquired. Can I forego the current practice? I wish to refine my movements outside for a bit. Very well. Be swift in your return. The competition is tomorrow, so try not to be too late. Tomorrow? Her voice suddenly escalated. A competition was imminent. And what was there left to practice? If she exerted herself excessively, she would scarcely have time to change the brake pads. Which serious competitor waits until the day before to begin preparations? Why, then, was her master lounging on the sofa with such nonchalance? Did he not wish to win? Why aren't you getting up to calibrate the machine? Calibrate what? Wasn't it just adjusted? Well, some basic maintenance wouldn't hurt, would it? All right then. I will wax your external armor shortly. I assure you, when we take the field, you shall shine brilliantly. Lightning's inscrutable gaze sent shivers down Su Li's spine. Rest assured, your condition is splendid. Who am I? Your master. With a mere glance, I can discern there is nothing amiss. By the way, there is a loose screw on your right leg's front armor. Tighten it yourself shortly. Since tomorrow is the competition day, remember to set an alarm. We must register at the city arena by 7 in the morning. Having spoken, Su Li hastily dashed towards the bed in the adjacent compartment. It is best not to engage in frivolous distractions. Rather, one should prioritize an early slumber to rejuvenate one's spirit. The fervor with which Lightning approaches the competition is undeniably intense. Could it be that his previous defeats have instilled within him an even greater desire for victory? As he reclined on his bed, he accessed the terminal to examine the competition venue. The arena's events are comprised of two segments. One is a team battle, which tests the synergy among teammates, primarily conducted within the expansive confines of the arena. This arena, approximately the size of 10 football fields, is divided into 5 sections, allowing multiple teams to engage in simultaneous contests. The second segment is an individual battle, emphasizing personal prowess. This particular competition venue appears to be a hastily constructed setup. From the aerial view, it seems located not far from the Fangs-On Simulation Center. With no teammates at his disposal, he must participate in the latter. Numerous modules have been temporarily assembled within the competition grounds. A mere glance allowed him to grasp the nature of the contest. The scene crafted by the organizers adheres to the traditional style of previous competitions. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it will be an open map featuring a chaotic mech brawl. Sully narrowed his eyes. He had observed countless competitions, particularly the mech brawls. This classic competitive format seems tailor-made for him. Participants flood into a shared arena like dumplings, vying fiercely for the top position. In such a tumultuous battle format, both luck and skill hold equal significance. He closed his eyes, beginning to mentally revisit the recently viewed terrain map. The competition area is vast, with a straight-line distance exceeding 15 kilometers, encompassing terrain such as mountains, plains, deserts, and wetlands. According to the event requirements, it is estimated that approximately 60 individuals will partake in the mech solo competition. Sully turned over and switched off the terminal, repeatedly reinforcing the topographical map in his mind. This first competition must not be a failure. It was not only a matter of accountability to the ever-caring old Zhang, but also a necessity for a resounding victory to bolster Lightning's spirit. Chapter 17. The day of the competition. Early the next morning, Sully was roused from slumber by the persistent ringing of his alarm clock. As he straightened up, he noticed a disheveled figure concealed in the shadows, its eyes glimmering with a cold light. The apparition standing not far away startled him into retreat, and only when he grabbed the terminal to illuminate the figure did he breathe a sigh of relief. Lightning's tousled red hair resembled a bird's nest, perched atop her head. With her hands clutching her unruly locks, her eyes wide open, she squatted silently at the edge of the bed. Lightning? When did you wake up? I didn't sleep, Lightning replied, her voice weary and lacking vigor. Just yesterday, she had been brimming with enthusiasm, yet today she seemed deflated, her entire demeanor exhibiting a marked lethargy. Why didn't you sleep? Today is the competition. Don't you want to win? You sat here watching me all night. Suddenly, Lightning leaped onto the bed, gently wrapping her arms around Sully's. A rush of warmth enveloped his arm, and before he could utter a word, her crimson head rested against his chest. A sound reminiscent of a buzzing mosquito emanated from that spot. Master, can we win? Yes, we can. Sully spoke with unwavering conviction, gently ruffling Lightning's hair and pushing her up from his embrace, meeting her gaze directly. Lightning, you possess exceptional talent. You are stronger than most mechas I have encountered. Trust me. More importantly, believe in yourself. Lightning held Sully's gaze, her determination gradually solidifying. Over the past few days, she had undergone some refinement. Trust in the insights she had gained. They would provide assistance at the most crucial moments. I understand. Listening to Lightning's resolute response, Sully felt a sense of inexplicable relief. Observing the obedient Lightning, he was struck by the illusion that she had matured like a child growing up. After both had freshened up, they hailed a cab and headed towards the municipal arena. Along the way, Lightning indulged in 16 large buns, the mouth-watering aroma causing the driver to swallow several times in temptation. Fortunately, the journey was brief. As soon as they alighted, the driver hurried to a nearby breakfast shop to purchase some food. Master, I am ready, Lightning exclaimed, her breath carrying the scent of vegetables and tofu. Sully followed suit with a burp, leading Lightning into the throng of people. Before the arena stood a crowd, filled with various mech girls clustered in small groups, some standing with their operators, whispering to one another. As they merged into the crowd, they had anticipated a lengthy registration process, only to discover that all competitors had registered in advance. Sully was the only one who arrived just before the competition commenced. The staff regarded him with a peculiar gaze. They had encountered individuals who were meticulous with timing, yet none matched Su Li's level of precision. Had he delayed another 10 minutes, they would have concluded their shift. It was a recurrent occurrence during competitions for certain participants to arrive precisely on the dot, and the demeanor of such individuals often foretold a lack of remarkable achievements. Consequently, the staff hardly engaged with the two, merely recording a name and proceeding to issue the positioning cards. Those partaking in the solo event were directed to the bus in the waiting area to be transported to the competition venue shortly. Su Li tucked away his positioning card and, alongside Lightning, entered the waiting zone. The competitors in the area appeared unhurried to board the vehicle, casually conversing beneath the bus. Lightning, exceptionally tall, standing over 1.7 meters and enhanced by her high heels, reached an impressive height of over 1.8 meters. With a frosty expression, she stood out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. Her alluring figure captured the attention of numerous male pilots, particularly accentuated by her striking red leather attire. Her icy demeanor exuded an air of aloofness, creating an instinctive sense of distance. Walking beside her, Su Li too found himself the subject of countless gazes. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A female pilot tugged at her master's ear, pulling him away. Su Li scanned the surroundings and noticed that many female pilots harbored considerable animosity towards Lightning and, by extension, directed their jealousy towards him as well. Sensing the grievances of the female pilots and the murderous glares from the male pilots, he grasped Lightning's delicate hand and swiftly boarded the bus, securing an empty seat. It was then that the prickling sensation on his back finally subsided. Without much delay, the bus swiftly departed from the arena, heading towards the nearby Fangshan Simulation Center. Dozens of drones ascended rapidly, trailing the bus as they soared towards their predetermined destination. As the drones took to the skies, an exuberant cheer erupted from the arena. The massive circular stands were filled to capacity with spectators eager to witness the competition. At the front of each spectator area, two large screens displayed real-time footage. Two hosts clad in sequined attire stood upon a lofty floating platform, igniting the audience's enthusiasm with a few brief yet spirited remarks. The journey of a mere 10 minutes was just sufficient for the commentators to introduce the participants. At the entrance of the simulation center, 60 diverse mechas had already been deployed and, as the staff called out their numbers, they entered the arena in an orderly fashion. Each mecha that entered the arena promptly activated its speed mode, swiftly seizing advantageous positions they had previously scouted. This inevitably left Lightning feeling somewhat displeased. Had they arrived a little earlier, they would not have been relegated to the last to enter. Seated in the cockpit, Su Li gazed at the screen plastered with sticky notes. His forehead creased in frustration. Clear your mind. Clear your mind. Clear your mind. The crucial message repeated thrice. Do not question the master's commands. When comprehension eludes you, simply obey. The cockpit must be equipped with warm water to allow the master's hands to relax at any moment. I would rather believe in ghosts than trust a woman's loose tongue. As he gazed at the profound realization brought forth by the Lightning, he suddenly felt that his journey in training the mech girl was far from complete. Oh, is the useless one back to compete again? Haven't you already staged your farewell performance? What is this? Instead of being refined anew, have you devalued yourself instead? Are you truly that afraid of death? Su Li turned to see a gaudy mech beside him, its head cocked in their direction. The cockpit-esque canopy suddenly became transparent, revealing a somewhat familiar man within. Su Li recalled him as the one who had collided with the wall while piloting the Lightning in the municipal arena. Feeling a lack of enthusiasm, he turned away. He had no desire to engage with such an individual. Master, they are ignoring you. The club had spent a staggering 35 million to acquire her. Yet, what was the outcome? A total loss. Who can argue with that? The club is in utter chaos over this matter. That trash. Do you not possess even a hint of self-awareness regarding your worthlessness? If I were in your position, I would simply retreat and refine myself. What a disgrace. Insulting remarks cascaded one after another. Su Li looked at the Lightning with a hint of concern as her delicate form began to tremble slightly. Master, I wish to win this match. Sensing an unprecedented determination emanating from the Lightning, Su Li cast a glance at contestant 59 and smiled faintly. Fear not. They will not last 3 minutes on the field. Contestants, prepare. Contestants 57 and 58, enter. Suddenly, the two Mechs surged forward, swiftly maneuvering to the sides upon entering the arena. Su Li turned to glance at the man who was also piloting a mech forward, guiding the Lightning to his side. The staff members observed the timing device in their hands, and as the countdown reached 5 seconds before departure, they finally waved the flag, releasing the barriers at the entrance. Contestants, prepare. Numbers 59 and 60, enter. The flamboyant mech beside them surged forward, leaving a billowing cloud of yellow smoke at the threshold. Suli watched the figure vanish into the distance, silently urging Lightning onward, pursuing in the same direction. The acceleration of Lightning was a staggering 101. For anyone hoping to flee before her, it was akin to chasing phantoms. Chapter 18. First Kill Master. The sensation of this vast arena is simply exhilarating. This is my first time participating in an individual competition. The Lightning beneath her emitted a jubilant cheer, as if she had never truly engaged in a team competition in the strictest sense. Two drones hovered above, buzzing as they raced alongside. Master, Lightning is catching up. Wang Wei, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively, humph. She can only run in this large arena. Ignore her. It won't be long before she crashes. The mech girl beneath him let out a delicate laugh, gradually accelerating towards the initially designated advantageous battlefield. It seemed that the contestants of this year's competition were particularly fierce. My goodness, what are we witnessing? Is that a streak of red light? This mech possesses such terrifying acceleration. This is our old friend. However, is her audacious approach truly advisable for one who has just set foot on the tumultuous battlefield? Behold her enigmatic acceleration. Perhaps this chaotic arena is indeed the rightful domain for a speed-oriented mech like her. The host, Tao Tao, perused the information in his hands, his lips never ceasing to move. As a commentator for the event, he was no stranger to the mech known as Lightning. Yet, throughout his professional journey, his commentary on Lightning had always been succinctly reduced to a mere few words. That contestant crashed into the stands and forfeited their qualification. But this time, everything seemed different. He had never envisioned that Lightning's sprint across the expansive terrain could be such a visual delight. The name Su Li was inscribed in elegant calligraphy on the documents he held. After an extensive search, he discovered that she was a newcomer from a mech academy. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated but ultimately abandoned the idea of introducing her, for the moment. The spectacle the contestants could provide was overshadowed by the magnificence of the Mechs themselves. Our contestant number 60 gallops ahead, racing towards number 59. She shows no inclination to seize advantageous terrain. What could her intentions be? Does she aspire to secure an early kill right from the onset? Tao Tao piloted the platform, hovering at the center of the arena, instinctively guiding it closer to Lightning's trajectory. The competition had only just commenced, and no collisions between the Mechs had yet occurred. As a host and commentator adept at seizing pivotal moments, he promptly directed more cameras towards the swiftly moving Lightning in the arena. The sleek mech glimmered with golden hues under the sunlight. With a burst of acceleration, it swiftly closed the distance to the flamboyant mech ahead, equalizing the advantage gained from the initial lead within mere seconds. The Combat X-36, a commonly seen adversarial mech, exhibited remarkably balanced attributes. A massive iron ball, tethered by a chain, dangled ominously behind, its dark sheen exuding an oppressive weight that sent a chill down one's spine. A strike from such a meteor hammer could easily deform the Mech's exterior armor with a single blow. Master, be cautious. The meteor hammer has a striking range of 5 meters. Currently, the distance is 15. X-36 glanced back, only to discover that the once distant Lightning was now perilously close. Master, they have caught up. Instinctively, she grasped the handle of the meteor hammer. Seated in the cockpit, Wang Wei cursed as he pressed down on the brakes. Stay calm. Her braking ability is poor. A mere display of weaponry could lead to her own downfall. Upon hearing this, X-36 smirked in disdain. She unsheathed the meteor hammer from her back and, while hurtling forward, executed a sudden stop. In the midst of her pivot, she swung the meteor hammer in 2 swift circles before sweeping it backward. Wang Wei's calculations were flawless, given Lightning's speed, barring any unforeseen circumstances. A single strike would surely land. If he could connect, Lightning would inevitably be disqualified from the competition. In his eyes, a mech like Lightning was destined to be the first to be eliminated. A mech incapable of even basic braking had the audacity to participate in the melee. An opportunity for victory had presented itself, and he had no reason to refuse it. However, as X-36 completed its turn, it failed to detect the silhouette of Lightning on the horizontal plane. At the moment of X-36's abrupt halt, Su Li deftly maneuvered Lightning into a side position, lowering her center of gravity. Harnessing the inertia of the mech's movement, she executed a sliding tackle, narrowly evading the sweeping strike of the meteor hammer. Her single leg forcefully collided with X-36's rear thruster, igniting a cascade of sparks. Instantly, the rear armor deformed, and one side of the thruster sputtered to a halt. The tremendous force caused X-36 to lose its balance, and both the mech and its pilot emitted a piercing cry as they plummeted heavily to the ground, sliding forward for no less than 10 meters. The sheer weight carved a trench into the earth beneath them. What did we witness? A sliding tackle? This technique was once employed during the early days of human football competitions. Our competitor Sue has astonishingly executed a sliding tackle with lightning. What an extraordinary maneuver! Tao Tao was left utterly speechless, his usually loquacious nature silenced. Without a moment's thought, he seized the microphone and erupted in a roar. Is such a maneuver truly feasible in reality? I can hardly believe my eyes. If it were a human, it could be replicated. But for a mech to perform such an act, oh my heavens! I can scarcely fathom the speed of Sue's hands. His mind raced with the realization. The match point has arrived. This obscure pilot is poised to become the pivotal figure in this contest. On the grand screen, the Crimson Mech executed a swift sliding maneuver that toppled the X-36, and before it could fully regain its stance, she rolled over and mounted the X-36. Her hands gripping the hammer, striking down fiercely upon the cockpit. The resounding boom echoed in the ears of the spectators, resonating as if that heavy blow had landed upon their very hearts. In the arena, the atmosphere erupted instantaneously. Such rapidity. The first blood of the chaotic brawl. Unbelievable. Indeed. In past competitions, each participant would typically secure advantageous positions before engaging in combat. At the very least, there would be a lull of several minutes without any skirmishes. What has transpired this year? What is happening? I just went to witness the opening of the team competition. How could the solo matches be unfolding like this? Such a pity. Let me tell you, that pilot maneuvered the mech with a sliding attack, effectively incapacitating an opponent and eliminating a contestant. A sliding attack? Are you jesting? Just take a look at the grand screen. The first kill by the Crimson Mech is being replayed in vivid detail. Countless spectators who had attended the opening of the team competition lamented their missed opportunity to witness such an exhilarating kill, expressing their discontent vocally. Meanwhile, the arena was filled with the fervent exclamations of the commentator. First blood. First blood has been drawn. In the third minute of the mech brawl, we have witnessed the first blood. Lightning R5, our esteemed acquaintance. After enduring repeated failures, she has finally risen, delivering an unprecedented surprise. Lightning rose from X-36, bending down to retrieve her meteor hammer, not even casting a glance at the fallen X-36, and surged forward with unwavering determination. Behind her, X-36 and his pilot, Wang Wei, remained in stunned disbelief from the force of the blow. Wang Wei stared blankly at the shattered screen, his mouth agape, unable to close it for an extended period. Could this truly be the Lightning R5 he remembered? Suddenly, he realized he might have been gravely mistaken. Indeed, profoundly so. The club had misjudged her as well. It turned out that the explosive power of Lightning R5 was alarmingly formidable. What transformative experiences had she undergone in just a few short days? Had she been concealing her true prowess all along? Wang Wei engaged in a mental whirlwind, needing to devise a plausible excuse to explain to the club why he was the first to be eliminated. Chapter 19. A double kill achieved, Master. You are truly remarkable. Just like that, whoosh, we emerged victorious. Feel this, my heart is racing so fiercely. Lightning twisted her body ahead, radiating eagerness. Suli, Lightning is a good child. Though perhaps a tad misguided, he felt it was imperative to educate her, to elevate her thoughts fundamentally. Thus, he raised his hand and delivered a slap to her perky backside. Slow down. Maintain a steady cruising speed. Maneuver along the lines towards B32, D43, and C36. Take the time to absorb more valuable insights. There are many operational skills you still need to master, especially in the application of the thrust vectoring system, along with the interplay of inertia and reaction force. Master, please speak slowly. Suli disengaged from the controls, observing the flustered Lightning, and for the first time, questioned whether his mech companion possessed sufficient cognitive capacity. Although the black-feathered mech was rather irksome, she could autonomously master her movement patterns based on the traces she left behind. While not particularly sophisticated, her swift adaptation was telling. Perhaps this was related to her former existence as a human? Reflecting on the rumors shared by Zhang Chongping, he raised an eyebrow. Lightning began to decelerate gradually, maintaining a steady speed as she advanced. Tao Tao grew increasingly uneasy, discerning an anomaly. Even he had been misled by the initial explosive attack, neglecting the fundamental aspects. His grip on the microphone instinctively tightened. This unique mode of movement widened his eyes in astonishment once more. Everyone, look. Lightning has made yet another unexpected maneuver. Her skating-like progression redefined their understanding. Was this still a mech? She resembled a sprite dancing upon the arena. On the screen, Lightning executed a sideways slide, skillfully navigating the edges of the pits to surpass the obstacles created by humans. Her movements were fluid, devoid of any hesitation. Alternating her legs effectively evaded barriers, allowing for sharp turns and swift directional changes. She diligently practiced the driving techniques learned from Su Li, utilizing the various obstacles in the arena to commence her training. As she sprinted, her movements became increasingly adept, gradually requiring no corrections from Su Li. The Lightning player, having secured the first kill, decelerated and commenced a deliberate advance. It appeared she was not in search of terrain conducive to her combat style. Rather, she headed directly towards the mountainous region. What was her intention? Cao Cao's commentary instinctively posed the question to the audience, who began to murmur amongst themselves. On the plains, Lightning's speed advantage was fully realized. Yet, she forsook the favorable battlefield, opting instead for a direct trajectory towards the mountains. Wasn't her forte combat on the plains? What was she thinking? Had she resolved her issues with deceleration? Why abandon a prime expanse to venture into the mountains? Was she inadvertently offering herself as an easy target? Why such inquiries? Are you well acquainted with Lightning? She has become a regular in the arena, seldom lasting more than 2 minutes before colliding with the stands. So how did she execute that maneuver just now? Hush, let us refrain from speculation. Have you not noticed that her current method of movement is entirely unlike her previous approach? This manner of traversing is truly unprecedented. Dare I say, it is quite aesthetically pleasing. Lacking appreciation for the finer nuances? That is called elegance. Do you comprehend elegance? Su Li and Lightning could not hear the audience's murmurs and cheers from within the arena. His gaze was fixed upon the exterior terrain, methodically comparing it with the mental map in his mind. Soon, he identified potential locations where Mechs might be concealed. In the chaotic battleground, mountains and deserts often served as gathering spots for combat-oriented Mechs. The hills and small passes within the mountainous terrain provide an excellent concealment for the mechas. He did not even need to glance around to know that numerous mechas were likely lurking in the corners, poised to seize the initiative for a surprise attack. In this competition, where scanning devices are strictly prohibited, the veterans exhibit an audacious demeanor. Lightning executed a stunning sideways maneuver, using her right leg as a pivot to elegantly navigate a U-turn, once again igniting a wave of excitement among the spectators. However, soon after, everyone felt their hearts leap into their throats. A mecha, hidden in the side of the pass, wielded a steel sword, crouching in wait for an unsuspecting mecha to approach. As the roar of Lightning's engine echoed, she tightened her grip on the sword hilt, beginning to count silently in her mind. Clearly, she possessed remarkable patience. Remaining motionless as she awaited Lightning's moment of breakthrough to launch her ambush from behind, it was evident that contestant number 36 was poised for action. This opponent was exceptionally skilled at evasion, with a track record that boasted an impressive 6 kills in a single match. Would she, along with her pilot, surprise us? Or would Lightning swiftly bring her competition to an end? At that moment, Cao Cao could hardly focus on the split screen. He was astounded by Lightning's cornering performance, his eyes gleaming as if he had uncovered a hidden treasure. To be fair, he did not wish for Lightning to be eliminated so swiftly. Especially after her decisive first kill, his anticipation for her subsequent performance grew even stronger. Master, we are 200 meters away from the small canyon. The visibility is limited. Shall we proceed? Su Li observed the tiny vortex forming at the entrance of the pass through the display screen. He was fully aware of every potential ambush location along the route. Sitting upright, he grasped the control stick firmly. Accelerating forward, he surmised that if there were an ambush, it would undoubtedly be at the exit of the opposite gorge. Lightning nodded, beginning to adjust her body in accordance with the commands. On the screen, the Crimson Mech brandished a meteor hammer, swiftly swinging the hammerhead in a circular motion. The entire machine suddenly surged forward, racing towards the gorge. In the arena, a cacophony of curses erupted from the audience. What was this pilot thinking? Such terrain was undeniably a prime spot for an ambush. Instead of proceeding with caution, he had chosen to accelerate. This pilot must be a novice, lacking experience. Yet, his skills were commendable. With further practice, he would undoubtedly shine in future competitions. It was over. Number 36 was lying in wait just beyond the gorge. The moment he emerged, he would surely be finished. The sudden roar of the engine startled number 36 for a brief moment. However, she quickly regained her composure. The opponent's unexpected acceleration could indeed serve as a means of evasion. Against a sluggish pilot, she might just capitalize on this sudden speed to miss the opportunity to strike. But she was different. Her pilot was unlike any other. They had conducted extensive research on the various terrains of the chaotic brawls. Even their weapon choice, a deliberately elongated great sword, was made to eliminate any possibility of their opponent's success. With such tactics, she had consistently secured at least 2 kills in every match. Caution was warranted, judging by the power of her engine. She was currently traveling at approximately 160 kilometers per hour. Do not panic. In this state, even a slight exertion on our part can shatter her external armor. The passage stretches 600 meters, and we have just over 3 seconds remaining. The crimson Mechs stirred a cloud of dust as it navigated the narrow corridor. Delicate shrubs brushed against its body, leaving not a single scratch. With her legs propelling her forward in a relay, she conjured a tempest within the confines of the passage. As the narrow opening drew near, the center of gravity of the red machine suddenly dipped. Sully gripped the control stick, her left hand issuing a flurry of commands. The rubble on the path was scattered by the fierce gusts from the thrusters. Her velocity surged once more. The mountain's aperture loomed perilously close. Within less than 2 meters of the exit, the red mech suddenly exerted force with its legs and leaped. The 20-meter mech soared, the roar of its thrusters resonating as its massive body shot upwards. In a display that left commentators and spectators astounded, it executed a mid-air somersault, locking onto the concealed 36 as it burst through the opening. At that moment, 36 had just unleashed its colossal sword, the extended blade glimmering under the sun, slicing through the air towards the aperture. Yet, the passage was already empty. The enormous meteor hammer was released, hurtling towards the exhausted 36. With a thunderous crash, accompanied by a spine-chilling creak, the mech was struck forcefully at the waist. Already in the midst of twisting, she was caught off guard by the devastating blow. Her waist contorting grotesquely, and the sensors instantly rendered into scrap metal. Whether from the commentary booth, the stands, or the viewers engrossed in the live broadcast from their televisions, a collective gasp pierced the air. The Lightning, devoid of a flight module, astonishingly ascended momentarily, propelled solely by its inherent acceleration and the assistance of its thrusters. Chapter 20. The Rise. Tao Tao emitted a frenzied scream. What did I just witness? A crimson lightning bolt. She managed to soar without the aid of a flight module. This maneuver was executed with such fluidity and exhilarating intensity. Could this unexpected breakthrough herald the emergence of a new legend on the arena? Tao Tao began to articulate his thoughts fervently once again. His grip on the microphone tightened, knuckles whitening, yet he remained oblivious to his own fervor. Another decisive strike. Gazing at the soaring red figure, he felt his own legs tremble in response. Time and again, these astonishing maneuvers left him reluctant to shift the camera's focus elsewhere. In the broadcast studio, the directors grew increasingly dissatisfied, as various suppliers urged them to switch to their respective machine perspectives. However, at that moment, Tao Tao was entirely absorbed. Within the lounge of the clubs, a similar uproar ensued. A group of individuals whispered among themselves, furrowing their brows upon encountering specific scenes. The pilots exchanged glances. They too could conceive of such unexpected tactics in the heat of battle, yet none could replicate the astonishing execution of the Lightning. The display of breathtaking combat demanded an extraordinary foundation of skills. Who, indeed, was the master pilot of the Lightning? Is he truly just an unremarkable student? Compared to the audience present, these seasoned professionals possess a clearer understanding of the nuances involved. The manner of his movement, his remarkable leaps, and even the brief aerial ascents, coupled with the adjustments made upon landing, all showcase a level of precision that demands meticulous attention to detail. Each thrust of the propulsion system, the assistance of acceleration, the subtle variables during mid-air rotations, and the reactive forces generated when the meteor hammer is swung. All of these elements leave the onlookers in awe. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Could it be that a master from a prestigious club has descended into this pond to showcase his prowess? Many astute individuals have already begun recording, eager to analyze and learn upon their return, particularly intrigued by her unique movement pattern, which is far from mere flamboyance. Those with discerning eyes immediately recognize the advantages of such an approach. It is utterly laughable that such a magnificent mech has been so readily relinquished by the East City Club. Frankly, I am quite eager to witness the expressions on their faces in the lounge. I recall that Lightning was traded for over 30 million, if I am not mistaken. Let us go, let us go? I too wish to see. A crowd of onlookers revels in schadenfreude, with many even pressing their faces against the window, peering into the opposite lounge. Inside the East City Club's lounge, the manager wears a grim visage. The embarrassment of having their mech eliminated first is already a bitter pill to swallow. He never anticipated that things could worsen. The very mech they had discarded just days prior is now being wielded with such finesse by another, not only inflicting a backstab to the old employer, but also achieving a double kill with effortless ease. This left him utterly mortified. Following this match, the East City Club's reputation is likely irrevocably tarnished. A group of inept individuals, such a superbly performing mech, and yet you have reduced it to mere scrap. In uttering these words, he completely forgot that he was the first test pilot of Lightning. The few substitute pilots, equally pale, huddled in the corner, hesitant to provoke the ire of their manager. They dared only to steal glances at the image of Lightning flickering on the player in the lounge. As the Crimson mech touched down, its legs slightly bent. It spun gracefully twice to dissipate the impact, then steadily made its way toward the narrow passage marked 36. In the astonished gaze of 36, she retrieved her meteor hammer, casually picking up the enormous sword as well. Holding the Lightning in her hand, she waited appreciatively before embedding it into the stone wall. Without a hint of tenderness, she flipped 36 face down, yanking the sword sheath from its side and securing it to her own waist, before finally hanging the long sword at her side. You won fair and square. But why steal? The pilot of 36 was dislodged, clutching his waist while standing atop the mech, his face ashen. Oh, my master said it's just a loan. I'll return it after the match. The tone of Lightning was infused with joy, her spirits soaring. That fleeting leap had enchanted her, and the landing's release of force made her acutely aware of the vast disparity between herself and her pilot. More importantly, 2 kills. After 5 years in the arena, this was her first double kill. The clean and decisive way she dispatched her opponents filled her with immense excitement. The exhilaration surged in waves, an unceasing delight. She had taught a lesson to the insolent and delivered a blow to the dismal. Feeling that her existence as a mecha pilot had reached a sublime pinnacle in this competition. Master, quickly, tighten your grip around my neck. I can feel my heart racing, about to leap from my chest. Suli tugged at the control stick, offering an apologetic gesture to the pilot outside. My apologies, my friend. The weapon feels splendid. May I borrow it? With a trail of smoke, she vanished, leaving behind the anguished groans of Unit 36 and its irate pilot. Cease your curses, master. She has already departed. Hurry, summon aid. My back, it's broken. The pilot of Unit 36, clutching his aching back, leapt down from the mecha. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Do not count on me any longer. I, too, have lost my back. The arena erupted in fervor. Within a mere 10 minutes of the individual match's commencement, Lightning had already delivered 2 spectacular kills. Her decisive strikes not only thrilled the audience, but also incited curiosity about whether anyone could stand as her equal in this arena. What a thrill! For these 2 kills alone, the 200 ticket price was truly worth it. Watching from the large screen is awe-inspiring. I long to witness it live at the venue. It must be even more exhilarating. On the large screen, under mounting pressure, Tao Tao finally shifted to another scene to provide commentary. However, this action instantly enraged the audience present. They shouted vehemently, and many even discarded their bottles to express their dissatisfaction. The control room was utterly bewildered by the fervent crowd. On one side lay the sponsor's crimson banknotes, while on the other, the incessant protests surged. The telephones in the studio were nearly overwhelmed with calls. Unable to afford the breach of contract penalties, they could only endure the mounting pressure from the audience, shifting the focus to other competitors. This necessitated the deployment of additional commentators. Fortunately, at that very moment, battles erupted in other locations as well. Although the thrill had significantly diminished, the conflict remained genuine and intense. Yet, for some reason, the audience appeared somewhat discontented, and even many commentators' analyses seemed rather lackluster, reflecting a palpable disinterest. In the arena, the team competition officially commenced. 5-member teams engaged in fierce combat, gradually capturing the crowd's attention. The large screen was divided into multiple segments, each broadcasting the live events. Drones hovered above, transmitting the footage in real time. With a plethora of choices available, Cao Cao promptly relinquished the commentary rights for the other matches to others while focusing on the platform, closely following Lightning. This vibrant Crimson Mech had already bestowed upon him countless surprises. He even harbored a premonition that if he could adeptly commentate on Lightning's match, he might soar to new heights in his career. Less than 3 kilometers away, a chaotic clash unfolded among 3 Mechs, locked in a fierce struggle. Despite the proximity, the terrain impeded Lightning's ability to secure a proper vantage point. Cao Cao fixated on Lightning, inexplicably wishing for her to maintain her current trajectory and forge ahead. The two parties are drawing ever closer as they deftly navigate obstacles, transforming the march of the mech into a breathtaking dance of lightning. He raises the microphone once more. Dear audience, will our Lightning discover the enemy lurking less than 3 kilometers away? No. Perhaps she has already sensed their presence. Suddenly, the Lightning on the screen accelerates, surmounting the steep incline before her, revealing the battlefield 2 kilometers ahead in an instant. Su Li squints his eyes, attempting to assess the situation. But before he can reach a conclusion, the Lightning has already propelled the mech downwards at breakneck speed. She emits an exuberant roar, reminiscent of primitive humans in a documentary. A cacophony of sounds escaping her lips, almost resembling a gorilla's playful antics. Master, let us take them on. Chapter 21. Actions speak louder than words. Upon hearing Lightning's fervent declaration, Su Li, who was previously focused, momentarily lost his train of thought, staring blankly for 2 seconds before regaining his composure. This girl, has she gone mad with excitement? After just 2 kills, she is already swollen with pride. She speaks of confrontation with such bravado. In all his years, he has never seen anyone so audacious. Could you please assess the situation before you speak? Those are 3 combat Mechs, not mere toys. He glanced down at Lightning, whose face was flushed with exhilaration as she piloted the mech while tilting her head to gaze at him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and inquiry. Such a look is irresistible to any man. Let us do it. Su Li pressed the accelerator, eager to push the throttle to its limits, and Lightning's speed surged once more, 170, 180, 201. Lightning was startled to discover that her words seemed to have triggered some sort of switch. The typically composed Su Li was now visibly unraveling. The low-hanging trees rushed past, and the uneven terrain was a treacherous blur. She scarcely had time to discern the condition of the ground before she zipped by. In stark contrast to her earlier moment of weightlessness, she now truly felt as if she might take flight. Her feet scarcely grazed the ground. The thrusters roared relentlessly, propelling her to ever greater speeds. Commands came in rapid succession, and she had to rely solely on instinct to keep pace with the adjustments required for her machine. It couldn't go any faster. If it did, she would surely lose her mind. In the cockpit, wisps of white smoke were visibly rising from Lightning's red hair. Her body trembled inexplicably, whether from fear or exhilaration. She could not tell. Master, please slow down. Su Li's left hand flew across the keyboard, inputting commands with urgency, while his right hand gripped the control stick tightly, making constant fine adjustments. His gaze was intensely fixed on the 3 Mechs opposite him, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Lightning. Aka Industries has yet to send anyone to apologize, have they? Dazed, Lightning instinctively shook her head in response. Su Li chuckled coldly, watching the Mechs down the slope as he accelerated once more. One of the Mechs, wielding a colossal axe, bore the Aka Industries logo prominently flashing on its right chest. The thunderous roar of the engines also captured the attention of the 3 Mechs. They turned to look back, only to see a streak of red light racing down the hillside. It was astonishingly fast. Such speed on the rugged terrain was nothing short of a blatant disregard for the landscape itself. The 3 mechas simultaneously withdrew their gazes, redirecting their focus towards their opponents. They were reluctant to expend any additional energy on the swiftly approaching Lightning. The spectators, who had been fixated on the Lightning, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Racing along the mountain road at speeds exceeding 200, such velocity was nothing short of a defiance of common sense. Moreover, the latter was still accelerating. This was no longer a mere competition. It was a matter of life and death. Their logic and senses clashed in a frenzy, ultimately leading them to abandon reason. Their eyes glued to the display of the Lightning. Indeed, it was a performance. The ticket price of 200 was an absolute bargain. The pilots, along with their mechas, were risking everything to put on a show for the audience. Who could resist watching? Life is replete with firsts. For their hearts, this was a first. The highs and lows of this experience surpassed the thrill of life itself. One must learn to adapt, and indeed, they would. Tao Tao's 3 fingers gripped the microphone, her voice cracking once more. She surged forward, charging unflinchingly towards the 3 competitors. Could she truly create another miracle? It was essential to remember that her opponents were the seed players from the 3 major clubs in Nanjing, each boasting an impressive win rate. Could our lightning truly achieve this? The red figure suddenly sidestepped, seizing the massive sword from contestant number 36, which was instantly gripped in her hand. The unsharpened blade rebounded off the ground, propelling her body into a spin. This was disastrous. All the spectators instinctively covered their eyes, racing across the rugged terrain. Maintaining balance was already precarious. Yet, she had been overconfident. Maintaining momentum is already a formidable challenge. Why, at such a high velocity, must one draw the sword? To tumble down the mountainside and render the machine utterly inoperative would be a mere triviality. At this speed, even if the pilot survives, they are likely to emerge as a mere shadow of their former self, unable to ever return to the arena for the rest of their days. Tao Tao did not shield his eyes. He gazed in sheer astonishment as Lightning soared once more, wielding her colossal sword and spinning gracefully through the air. She has ascended again. My heavens! In the face of Lightning at this very moment, I find myself utterly at a loss for words. He felt a tingling sensation race across his scalp, a profound shudder emanating from his very soul. If only he could command the Mech Maiden in such a manner. Damn it, even death would be without regret. In his decades of existence, this was the first time he witnessed a mech transforming into a spinning top in midair. Inside the cockpit, Lightning's fluid gaze suddenly sparkled with intensity. Master, I have seen this move before. The crimson figure, brandishing the elongated heavy sword, plunged directly into the center of 3 Mechs. The trio of Mechs were taken aback by Lightning's abrupt appearance. None could fathom how she had materialized. The heavy sword, accompanied by a gust of wind, instantly stirred up a cloud of dust. No one dared confront the whirling blade head-on. The 3 Mechs hastily retreated, desperately creating distance, their pilots drenched in a cold sweat. How reckless! Did she leap down directly from the mountainside? Amidst the swirling dust, the red Mech, harnessing centrifugal force, leapt once more, thrusting the blade toward the neck of her target. The massive mechanical head was sent soaring into the sky, propelled by a kick from Lightning, forcefully ejected from the fray. With no ulterior motive, it is a matter of honoring one's word. Aka's Mech shall not be spared. Not a single one shall remain intact. Without hesitation, she accelerated upon landing, sprinting towards the edge of the clearing. Strike and retreat, with no traces left behind. As the dust settled, the colossal Mech crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. The remaining 2 Mechs could merely catch a fleeting glimpse of her lightning-fast figure. They exchanged a glance, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons, revving their engines to pursue the flash. She cannot be allowed to escape. No matter the consequence of being branded as cheaters for collaborating, they must not let her flee. Should she evade capture, they would stand no chance in a one-on-one confrontation. The arena erupted once more. Charging boldly into the fray, she executed a decisive kill in under 3 seconds. Those who expected her to falter on the mountain path were met with a harsh reality, their mouths agape as they erupted into frenzied cheers from the stands. What is competition? What they had witnessed before pales in comparison. The participants in the arena can hardly be called competitors. Tao Tao lost track of his own commentary, merely emitting a series of involuntary screams to express his astonishment. A participant from Aka Industries emerged dejectedly from his mech, utterly bewildered. How could it be that the 3, positioned furthest away, managed to come and deliver his demise? A beheading, no less. How did she accurately target such a slender area of the neck under such high mobility? If this strike were aimed at the cockpit, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, sinking onto the Mech with a palpable sense of dread. For the first time in his life, he experienced the harrowing sensation of a life-and-death crisis on the municipal competition stage. Chapter 22. Intense combat. The arena was alive with fervent cheers. It had been years since such a vibrant atmosphere enveloped the venue. Supporters from various clubs seemed to have unified in their stance, their eyes glued to the screen. Captivated by the red figure who elicited gasps of astonishment with each astonishing feat, the Lightning Mech sped ahead, leaving 2 other club Mechs trailing far behind. Desperately attempting to catch up, yet too cautious to increase their speed too much. TCH, is that all? Can they even catch up? If they truly cannot, they might as well return home and practice for another 2 years. In the stands, there was no shortage of onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. Conversely, In the club's lounge, the pilots watching the match were left utterly dumbfounded. This enigmatic pilot had indeed come to turn the tables. With such skill, why would one participate in a mere municipal competition? The total prize for the entire event was a meager 100,000. Surely, a mere autograph would fetch a similar amount. In the Star Rising Club's lounge, Wang Xiaohui observed the player, his brow slightly furrowed. Xiaoyu, with your core computational power, can you execute such maneuvers? The mech girl beside him also wore a worried expression, instinctively shaking her head at her pilot's inquiry. I cannot. But the Lightning or 5 in the arena is even less capable. I just searched for her information. Her braking ability is her Achilles heel. This notion has been validated during the course of the match. Had her core computing power been sufficient, the previous competitions would not have revealed any clues. Are you suggesting that her current capabilities are solely reliant on her pilot? Perhaps she has invested a considerable sum to purchase modules that balance her attributes. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaohui couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He had just returned from a provincial competition to the city. Shortly, he was to engage in a coaching match with the newcomers at the club. Once brimming with confidence, he now yearned for a secluded spot to diligently refine his skills over the course of 2 or 3 years. The comparison between individuals can be utterly disheartening. If Lightning's pilot were an experienced veteran, it might still preserve some semblance of dignity for him. But if it were a newcomer, that would be rather daunting. Is it possible for such a small place as Nanxing to harbor such hidden talents? Xiaohui, once the match concludes, make it a point to visit this person. Regardless of the circumstances, we at Xingxing Club must secure them. Let us offer the most favorable contract and allocate resources as generously as possible. You may inform them that should they sign a long-term contract, our backing from Akasha Industries can provide them with an S-class mech. The manager, observing the figure of Lightning speeding across the field, had already made up his mind. Many others harbored the same intentions as Xingxing Club, perhaps even a multitude. Even the down-and-out East City aspired to make a bold attempt and compete for a chance. Meanwhile, neither Lightning nor Su Li were aware that they had become coveted assets among various clubs. The two Mechs behind pursued relentlessly. If this continued, once they encountered a third-party mech, Su Li and Lightning would swiftly transition from the offensive to the defensive. Su Li was neither willing to take such a gamble nor did he dare to. He preferred to keep everything firmly within his grasp. Human nature is a perplexing enigma, yet it is remarkably easy to decipher. He maneuvered Lightning to retrieve a meteor hammer, swinging it vigorously before hurling it at the relentless pursuers. The two Mechs abruptly halted, their synchronized pursuit momentarily disrupted. Amidst the furious exclamations of the pilots, the massive meteor hammer crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble in response. Cold sweat began to bead on their brows as they instinctively wiped their foreheads. One of them even discreetly reduced his speed. Every individual harbors selfish intentions, especially considering they were not members of the same club and shared no semblance of camaraderie. The positioning of the two Mechs, one in front and the other behind, instantaneously afforded Su Li an opportunity. The pilot in front quickly realized he had been used as a pawn. Yet, apart from cursing under his breath, he had no choice but to steel himself and advance. Sparks erupted beneath the feet of the Crimson Mech, despite its limited braking power. The sustained output from the thrusters allowed it to pivot precariously at the edge of the mountain path, launching another charge against the two Mechs. Contestant No. 36 brandished an elongated greatsword, propelling it toward the mech ahead. The greatsword whistled through the air, arriving in an instant. The competitors from various clubs were not without merit. Facing the approaching greatsword, the mech he piloted executed a swift sidestep, simultaneously wielding its weapon to block the strike. It was a sleek, retractable spear, resplendent in crimson. The clash of metal ignited a shower of sparks. The distance of a few hundred meters may appear substantial. However, in the face of Lightning's velocity, mere seconds are unnecessary. The mech, wielding a colossal sword, gripped its long spear tightly, poised defensively against the oncoming flash. The crimson figure, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, darted past him without so much as a glance. The gap between them was barely half a meter. The pilot of the mech watched in astonishment as the lightning streaked by, a flicker of unexpected relief blooming within. How splendid! She was not his target. In this match, Lightning drew her weapon for the first time, executing a swift spin, the heavy sword propelled by immense inertia aimed downwards towards the mech behind her. A piercing screech of metal scraping echoed. Only upon feeling the weight of the blow could one truly comprehend its force. The mech executed a counterspin, amplifying the sword's impact. forcing the opposing mech's heavy sword down upon itself. The coating on the mech was instantly marred, sending a flurry of steel shavings into the air. The sound was enough to make one's teeth ache. Master, I can't withstand this. Yet, even in the face of overwhelming force, the pilot of Unit 42 resolutely pushed the control stick. The rebound pressure surged like an unstoppable tide. Veins bulged on his hands, yet he remained powerless, helplessly watching as the control stick was gradually elevated. The blade glided across, its tip poised threateningly against the mech's chin. Amidst the pilot's furious roar, Lightning thrust her sword forward, piercing through the mech's head. Witnessing this, Pilot 34 turned and fled, devoid of the courage to retaliate. Another kill. In the face of a dual pursuit, our Scarlet Lightning once again delivers a spectacular kill. Her opponent, a top-tier player from the club, found herself easily subdued through the seamless coordination between our Lightning and her pilot. Tao Tao swallowed hard and unleashed his raspy voice once more. I simply must say, Lightning has begun to dominate this match. I want to ask her, who else remains on this field? On the large screen, the sight of number 34 fleeing in disarray captured the attention of all spectators. Lightning's successive eliminations have drawn every gaze towards her. The vivid crimson of her paint scheme has never resonated so profoundly before. Unable to conceal her exhilaration, Lightning kicked aside number 42, retrieved the weapon she had previously thrown, and fervently pursued number 34. If he did not flee, he still had a chance to fight back. However, facing Lightning, whose acceleration surpassed 100, he was under the delusion that he could escape. Number 34 raced forward without a backward glance. He still had an opportunity, if he could reach the narrow passage ahead. A labyrinth of twists and turns awaited him. Lightning's pride in her acceleration would become her greatest vulnerability. Chapter 23. I surrender. The opponent accelerated once more. Could our Lightning intercept her adversary before the upcoming series of curves? Tao Tao, microphone in hand, manipulated the platform while gazing intently at the distant red figure. Not far from him, two blue and white units responsible for surveillance hovered in the air, equally astonished as they observed Lightning below. Within the cockpit, the eyes of the two female pilots sparkled with excitement. The encrypted communication channel was filled with a cacophony of screams. They had completely transformed into fervent admirers of Su Li, their bodies trembling in anticipation as they witnessed his swift and decisive kills. Is this really our instructor Su? He is truly so handsome. I can feel the goosebumps rising. Indeed, that last strike was simply magnificent. I want to be able to sleep tonight. You all need to calm down. Honestly, it's just a matter of securing a slightly better region. What is there to brag about? Exactly. We can see it all on the big screen. But Instructor Su is indeed incredibly charming. I wish he would take me out. Just wait. Instructor Su will be here soon. Let us agree on the order beforehand. 10 minutes per person. If anyone tries to hog more time, we'll all gang up on her. What if I can't wait any longer? The exasperated 038 felt the veins in her forehead throb. Everyone, hold it together. The communication channel immediately fell into radio silence. 038 let out a long breath, her gaze fixed on the large screen, following the silhouette of Lightning. Suddenly, she had a premonition that this case might spiral beyond her control. Today, there were also other team members executing the mission alongside her. If Su Li were truly reassigned to the entire squad, how long would it be before they could take turns? Nevertheless, it must be said that Su Li was indeed a man of his word. Just the thought of him achieving a 3-second kill in the midst of a 3-way battle left even her astounded, unable to suppress her astonishment. Had she not chosen to become a supervisor's mechanical girl? Suddenly, the commentary interrupted her thoughts. Ahead lay the notorious pass known from past competitions. Upon entering the tunnel, one would encounter a series of sharply angled turns. What decisions would our Lightning competitor make? Would she accelerate once more to ensure halting her opponent before the pass? Or would she follow her adversary into the fray? Although the Lightning competitor shone brilliantly in this race, her ability to navigate the turns remained to be tested. Once the host concluded, his eyes fixated intently on the Lightning. He spoke with a lack of integrity. In her earlier days, the Lightning had a dismal turning capability, even over a straight distance of 300 meters. She struggled to execute effective braking. In the past 5 years, she had not encountered a single curve. Her current speed was already quite formidable. Yet maneuvering at such velocity on mountainous terrain was inherently challenging. Moreover, the competitor numbered 34 ahead was simultaneously fleeing while sweeping the nearby mountainside with her weapon. The rumbling of falling debris created additional obstacles for the Lightning. While such actions were shameless, they adhered to the rules. Competitive events are termed contests. Yet everything is dictated by the exigencies of the battlefield. There are no restrictions on offensive measures aside from weapons of mass destruction and firearms. All tactics are permissible, whether traps or snares. Throughout previous competitions, participants have resorted to any means necessary to secure victory. Furthermore, the current competitor numbered 34 was merely dislodging rocks. He instinctively furrowed his brow. She could not keep up. At this velocity, Lightning stands no chance of halting the mecha designated as number 34. However, should it accelerate further, its safety would hinge entirely upon fortune. They are formidable, yet regardless of their strength, limitations inevitably exist. Throughout the course of the competition thus far, Lightning has maintained an impressive performance. In such a state, the toll on both the mecha and the pilot is exceedingly high. The frequent exertion and modification of commands likely place her pilot on the brink of exhaustion. As Lightning gazes at the nearby pass, memories from the past resurface. Images once thought to be forgotten flash before her, evoking a sense of trepidation. A warm, reassuring hand rests upon her back. Fear not, I am here for you. Recall the sensation from our earlier practice. All your efforts shall not be in vain. The mech girl possesses the potential for growth, albeit at a frustratingly slow pace. Particularly over the past 5 years, she has scarcely undergone any systematic training. Her attributes have remained stagnant at the factory settings, only recently experiencing a slight uptick of mere fractions of a percentage. Yet, this is far from sufficient. Sully quickly wiped the sweat from his brow and resumed his grip on the control stick. Let us show them what it means to navigate a curve. The Crimson Mecha, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, lowered its center of gravity, with all weapons secured on its back. Leaning forward in a stance reminiscent of a short-track speed skater, the moment number 34 surged into the pass, a weight was lifted from his heart. He eased his speed, even taking a moment to glance behind. With just a glance, the heart that had been momentarily set aside surged back into the throat. Lightning had not relinquished its pursuit. Instead, it followed closely, charging into the narrow pass. The mountainside, with its mere 6 or 7 meters of distance, severely restricted the mech's agility. Yet, astonishingly, Lightning showed no signs of deceleration, hurtling forward unabated. Master, 30 meters ahead is the first sharp turn, and Unit 34 is just 25 meters away. Current speed, 180. She barely had time to relay the data before the dual-foot thrusters roared to life, causing the entire structure to tilt sharply to the side in a rapid maneuver. The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. They witnessed the Crimson Mech barreling into the pass, only to see it precariously lean left at the first bend, as if it stood on the brink of collapse. Instinctively, they clutched anything within reach, holding their breath. Even the commentator, Tao Tao, could not help but cover her eyes. Had her pilot truly reached the limits of endurance? Yet, in a stunning display, Lightning braced itself with one hand and executed an uncanny 2-meter lateral shift, narrowly avoiding a collision with the impending rock face. What had just transpired? Many spectators rubbed their eyes, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. Had it truly navigated the turn with such finesse? The arena erupted in a cacophony of astonished gasps and exhalations. It was utterly terrifying and exhilarating. Attendees mused that they might need to carry emergency heart medication for future matches. Such a method of cornering was unprecedented. Only Lightning, the sole participant in this extraordinary feat, remained steadfast, ever mindful of Su Li's instructions, etching every instant of mechanical feedback firmly into memory. Even if she could only learn a little with each attempt, through repeated practice, she would become a better assistant to her master. The winding paths within the pass were numerous, with the straight distance between 2 turns not exceeding 100 meters. She clung tenaciously to the 34th mech before her, a mere 20 meters apart. Yet the consecutive turns denied her the opportunity to strike. The intervals between the bends were too brief, forcing Lightning to immediately adjust after each curve. The friction between her palms and the ground sparked a cascade of flames, lowering her body. Lightning made continuous adjustments to the angle of her inner foot and the support of her outer foot, with varying angles of the turns. The force required was in constant flux. The 34th mech was not far away. Her speed continued to decline, and her frame bore numerous signs of collision. It was evident that the previous 3 turns had exhausted her. The pilot of the 34th mech began to experience regret. He was uncertain whether Lightning's pilot had reached their limit, but he was acutely aware that he had. His hands trembled slightly, leading to several critical mistakes in command input. Had it not been for the Mech girl's timely corrections, he would have collided head-on with the mountainside of the third bend. Can you manage on your own? He questioned. My hands are barely holding up. Me? I can't do it alone. Unless we reduce our speed to 60. Then let us drop to 60. Are you mad? Lightning is right behind us. The pilot of the 34th Mech gritted his teeth, a surge of determination swelling within him. Then let us gamble everything. As he maneuvered the Mech, he turned to behold the astonishing sight of Lightning navigating a sharp turn. The vivid crimson Mech remained pristine, devoid of any visible scratches or blemishes. In an almost surreal manner, she tilted her frame, using one hand to support herself, gliding smoothly as if she had effortlessly flung herself from the bend. A shiver ran down his spine. Her audacious actions seemed to dance on the precipice of destruction. What kind of mind could conceive such an extraordinary method of cornering? She vaulted over the mountain, single-handedly executing a decisive kill. Though pursued, she spun around, taunting him before claiming yet another victim. Now, she was relentlessly chasing him, forcing him into a desperate retreat. Scenes flashed before his eyes, and he clenched his teeth, silently cursing. How on earth was he to compete? Surrender, master, there's no chance of winning. The pilot remained silent. The Mech maiden had already conceded. She raised her hands high, casually discarding her long rifle onto the ground. Recognizing defeat was not disgraceful, especially when the stakes included hefty repair costs. Lightning streaked past him, maintaining her speed, and in passing, she picked up the discarded rifle. Mech maiden number 34. Pilot. Audience. Tao Tao, our Lightning, has displayed her usual style. Yes. One could say this is frugal. He truly found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his admiration for Lightning's penchant for collecting the weapons of others. She has brought him an abundance of surprises today, for the first time in his life. He felt the old adage materialize. In this world, there are no useless mechas, only inept pilots. Chapter 24. A turning point in the arena in that moment. The vibrant red Mech truly embodied her name. As it navigated the series of sharp turns, it transformed into a streak of crimson lightning. She was no longer the ineffectual Mech who would crash into walls alongside her pilot. She was worthy of her name. In the arena, every spectator held their breath, watching as that figure, trailing a cascade of sparks, surged forth from the most perilous choke point. The thunderous cheers reverberated throughout the venue, an extraordinary display of skill. 4 kills and 1 surrender. She had begun to dominate the match. Everyone understood that the Mechs remaining on the field stood no chance against the Lightning. If anyone other than Lightning were to claim the championship in this individual competition, the fervent crowd might very well uproot the arena. Our match had commenced for half an hour, with a staggering total of 12 eliminations. Among them, Lightning herself accounted for 5. With her impressive kill count, she unequivocally ascended to the top of the leaderboard. Tao Tao felt as if his throat was on fire. It had been years since he had shouted so hoarsely. Lightning seemed relentless, forging ahead in her predetermined direction. It appeared she was not merely scouting for advantageous terrain. Instead, she was actively searching for the presence of other opponents. It seemed our Lightning had no intention of sparing her enemies any mercy. In the club's lounge, the expressions of the gathered individuals were as dark as the bottom of a pot. The information regarding Suli and Lightning had already been placed upon their table. A group of seasoned pilots who had galloped across the battlefield for years found themselves utterly stunned by the decisive blow dealt by an obscure newcomer. Such a shocking turn of events was undoubtedly difficult for them to accept. Once could be attributed to mere coincidence, but 5 consecutive victories? On one side stood a raw rookie, untrained in any systematic manner, while on the other loomed the so-called elite, crafted with immense effort and resources by the club. This emerging prodigy had effortlessly bested all the supposed elites, even slapping the faces of numerous prestigious clubs. Before the match had concluded, Suli had already offended a significant portion of the clubs in South City. Could one truly rely on the friction between the mountain wall and the ground to correct the aircraft's trajectory? Was that even feasible? Number 34 gazed at Lightning, which had vanished beyond the horizon, replaying her cornering maneuvers repeatedly in her mind. Let's give it a try. Everything is within my grasp. Rest assured, I have comprehended it. With her pilot's confidence instilled in her, number 34 immediately mimicked her style, attempting to turn at the bend. Yet, the massive machine either tilted too much or her arms failed to keep pace. Despite her repeated adjustments to her pilot's commands, she lost control after experiencing severe friction with the ground. She braced herself with one hand, her legs flailing helplessly in the air. One foot kicked against the mountain wall, propelling her entire frame headfirst into the opposite cliff. Debris flew as number 34's limbs hung limply, devoid of strength. Initially, it was believed that a major overhaul could be avoided. However, to everyone's astonishment, it was not the lightning that forced her into repairs, but rather her own pilot, who inadvertently led her to the repair bay. This defies all logic. What made her capable of such a feat? The pilot, within the cockpit, was besieged by a disconcerting existential query. Unit 34 straightened her posture, gazing at her pilot, who was utterly astonished, a myriad of emotions flickering in her beautiful eyes. For the very first time, she found herself disdaining the man before her. What, in her past, had drawn her to such a being? Allowing her to believe in his commendable skills? After all, he was an A-class pilot. Was this truly the case? Separating the pilot from her essence, she promptly initiated the retraction process. The medical team arrived swiftly, their medical units deftly placing her onto a stretcher, along with the pilot, as they exited the threshold. Unit 34 lay quietly on the stretcher, gazing at the boundless azure sky. She blinked, and in a fleeting moment, she thought she perceived something drifting in the heavens. Had the recent collision affected her mind? No, that couldn't be right. She squinted, watching as a ripple of distortion spread through the air, slowly coalescing into a dark fissure. It resembled a grotesque, serpentine scar, and it continued to widen. Suddenly, a thick appendage pierced through the gap. An enemy attack. In the sky, her expression shifted dramatically, and she shouted out. Instinctively, everyone looked upwards, witnessing several massive silhouettes emerging from the black chasm. They clawed at the rift with their enormous limbs, intent on enlarging it further. A bone-deep terror washed over them. Everyone stood frozen in place. The Zerg. It is the Zerg. The Zerg that have fought against humanity and the mechanized daughters for over a century. Yet, how did the Zerg breach the defenses and penetrate deep into the heart of humanity? None of those present could provide an answer. A profound sense of dread spread, enveloping everyone in its grasp. The piercing sound of alarms reverberated throughout the arena. Drones swiftly transmitted footage of the Zerg's assault, as dozens of blue and white figures ascended into the air, racing toward the source of the alarms. Tao fixed his gaze on the sudden rift in the sky, fear compelling him to maneuver the platform toward the direction of the lightning. The Zerg had launched their attack. The competition was suspended. He was unaware of why he chose to run toward the lightning's location. Perhaps it was an instinctual belief that, in such dire circumstances, being near the lightning was the safest option. All channels alert. All channels alert. Zerg sightings detected in the individual competition arena. Coordinates 45637. 48,562. Contestants are advised to evacuate the arena immediately. As lightning raced forward, she suddenly halted. The inspection team promptly lifted the signal jamming in the arena. The announcement echoed through the cockpits of all Mechs. The red Mechs swiftly turned around, speeding toward the designated coordinates. One Mech after another brushed past her, racing toward the planned evacuation point. They stirred up clouds of dust behind them, with tiny stones striking lightning's armor, producing a cacophony of sounds. The elite members of the club had never run this fast during the competition. Tao hovered in midair, gazing at the receding silhouette of the lightning, and with a resolute determination, chose to press on despite heading in the opposite direction from the others. Boom, boom, boom. The compact Z-835 particle cannon unleashed its fire upon the rift in space, immediately compromising the stability of the passage. Yet, this weapon, designed for individual combat, proved inconsequential against the vast rift, akin to mere tickling. Once the firing ceased, the spatial corridor would swiftly regain its equilibrium. Two blue and white Mechs floated in the air, poised to engage, only to be ensnared by the aerial forces of the insectoid species. The blinding flashes of sword light clashed against the metallic serrations, sending countless sparks cascading through the air. The blue flames of the thrusters flared, merely maintaining their position against the onslaught. A fierce battle unfolded in the skies, as the dark insectoid bodies, adorned with translucent wings, buzzed loudly. I will hold them off. You continue firing and stabilize the fluctuations of the passage. Hang in there. The captain and the others will arrive shortly. One blue and white Mech faced off against three of the beetle-like creatures from the insectoid horde. Each beetle towered at 3 times the size of the blue and white Mech. Their lengthy antennae danced menacingly, while their metallic fangs glinted ominously. Despite their colossal stature, they exhibited remarkable agility in flight. Streams of corrosive green acid erupted from their maws, splattering onto the ground and instantly rising in plumes of white smoke. The potent corrosiveness gouged deep trenches into the earth. Remarkably nimble, the blue and white mech adeptly evaded the streams of acid. Wielding a gun in one hand and a sword in the other, soaring through the air, deftly evading the onslaught of the Zerg. The drones hovered motionless due to the abrupt cessation of the competition. Perhaps owing to the unforeseen circumstances, the broadcast studio failed to sever the transmission in time, resulting in the terrifying visage of the Zerg being broadcasted live throughout the arena. Within the brief span of 1 minute, a spatial rift had manifested, unleashing over a dozen Zerg from the passageway. Among them, 3 airborne beetles soared above, while 12 others of various sizes surged forth on the ground, dispersing in different directions. At the site of the individual competition, numerous Mechs remained stranded, unable to retreat in time. The airwaves resonated with the panicked voices of pilots and Mechs alike. In the sky, a lone blue and white mech battled against the 3 beetles, gradually succumbing to the overwhelming odds. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, acutely aware that any lapse in her focus would leave her teammates utterly defenseless. Should the stability of the spatial tunnel remain unchallenged, a relentless tide of Zerg would pour forth, transforming the city of Nan into a veritable ocean of insects. However, the relentless pace of combat began to push her beyond her limits. It is crucial to note that on the battlefield, such colossal beetles typically require the combined efforts of 3 Mechs to subdue. Yet now, she found herself facing them alone. A brief moment of hesitation in the air allowed the sharp fangs to pierce her mech structure. The external armor crumbled under the Zerg's assault, as fragile as tofu. She swung her massive sword with all her might, striking the fangs, but only eliciting a few sparks. In a frantic bid for survival, she forced the barrel of her weapon into the Zerg's maw and pulled the trigger with all her strength. A blinding beam of light surged into the creature's mouth, eliciting a desperate shriek as it exerted the last remnants of its strength to clamp its mandibles shut. The blue and white machine hung precariously from its fangs, its arm caught and brutally crushed. The agonized wails of the machine girl echoed through the vast expanse. Another machine girl, her eyes tinged with crimson, evaded the onslaught of the insectoid assault while pulling the trigger, firing into the rift in space. Though she was mere inches away, she could not advance to aid her comrade. She could only watch helplessly as another beetle lunged forward, seizing the blue and white machine by its legs. With a mere flick of its head, her companion was torn asunder. Captain, 536. 536. How much longer must we endure? Hold on. We need just 1 more minute. 537 was beginning to feel despair. 1 minute. It was only moments ago that they had barely managed to hold on for 30 seconds. 536 could still be saved. As long as her cockpit remained intact, hope still lingered. The beetle discarded her lower limbs and lunged again, raising its fangs toward the cockpit. No. 537 let out a piercing cry. Just as she intended to redirect her weapon, a flash of light streaked past. A lengthened greatsword pierced through the softer underbelly of the beetle, impaling its head. A vivid crimson figure emerged at the edge of the battlefield, racing toward them. Behind her, a billowing cloud of dust surged forth. Suli connected to the inspection team's public channel, her voice cold and sharp. Apologies for my tardiness. Chapter 25 Skills. Who is in the channel? 038 furrowed her brow, somewhat hesitant to trust the sound she had just heard. It was a voice so familiar, one that had graced her dreams countless times. It could appear anywhere, yet it was utterly inappropriate for it to manifest at this very moment on the battlefield. Yes, it was Instructor Su. He must be evacuated immediately. The competition had ceased, regardless of whether he was a participant or a student. His identity dictated that he did not belong on the battlefield. 537 cast a glance at 536, who was tumbling amidst the swarm of insects, gritting her teeth in silence. The appearance of Su Li filled her with immense joy, yet the incapacitated 536 had lost all ability to fight. If Su Li were to turn and leave now, 536 would stand no chance of survival. She wished to be a little selfish, just for a moment. Merely a minute would suffice. 536 dispatched one of the beetles, and Instructor Su eliminated another. The remaining one did not require direct confrontation. She merely needed to create distance while simultaneously disrupting the spatial portal to destabilize it. In such a scenario, with Su Li and Lightning, if they only harassed from the periphery, there remained a glimmer of hope. At this moment, below the portal, 6 insectoid creatures of varying sizes lurked. Their forms were diverse, yet 3 bore striking similarities. 6 segmented legs were arrayed along their sides, standing tall. Their bodies shimmered in amber hues, marred by striped black patterns, and atop their grasshopper-like heads, 6 or 7 sharp fangs rotated menacingly within their mandibles, hissing ominously at the approaching lightning. I shall not retreat. Having promised you, I am your instructor. If, by virtue of my identity as an instructor, I find myself unable to tread upon the battlefield, I possess another identity. I am a human. 038 was momentarily speechless. There could be no more fitting identity than this. As long as one belongs to the human race, there exists a rightful position on this battlefield. From a distance, Tao Tao, who had been eavesdropping on the channel communications, clenched his fist with fervor atop the platform. What a stirring declaration. It made him wish to cast aside the microphone and confront the insectoid adversaries with sword in hand. He longed to draw nearer, yet lacked the courage to do so. Instead, he maintained a prudent distance, maneuvering the drone to follow the swift silhouette of lightning. Su Li finally discerned the opponents before him. 3 house crickets, 1 hidden-winged creature, and 2 recently matured cockroaches. They were not mere insects in the conventional sense. Rather, they bore resemblance to the insects of everyday life, which is why they shared similar nomenclature. After all, no household cricket or cockroach would spit corrosive acid at humans, nor would they grow to sizes of several meters in length. The robust hind limbs of the house crickets bestowed upon them remarkable leaping prowess, and upon the emergence of the crimson mech, they promptly locked on Su Li's figure. He felt the ground tremble, and in an instant, the 3 house crickets vanished from his sight. They soared to several hundred meters above and then plummeted rapidly. This was not Su Li's first encounter with the insectoids, although he could not comprehend why the insects of this life mirrored those of his previous existence. He understood that there was never an opportunity for distraction on the battlefield. Be cautious, for a hidden-winged creature lurks below, its venomous spray capable of reaching you. Ascend to a height of 200 meters, maintaining a steady cruising altitude. Upon hearing the words, 537 swiftly ascended, her heart still racing as she surveyed the so-called hidden wings below. She had never encountered such a bug species before. How could Su Li possibly know? The crimson figure suddenly slowed, a stark contrast to the high mobility displayed during the competition. At this moment, she completely relinquished the speed advantage, twirling her long sword into a flourish. 3 fiery horses plummeted from the sky, striking the ground with a slight tremor. These 3 creatures encircled the red mech at the center, their long antennae swaying, sharp fangs protruding from their mandibles, oozing a faint greenish slime. Their robust limbs bristled with barbs, gleaming with a metallic sheen, leaving no doubt that a mere brush against the mech would result in the outer armor being torn asunder. They darted around lightning with a rustling sound, gradually tightening their encirclement. Inside the cockpit, lightning trembled slightly. These creatures were far more unsettling than those she had seen online. A single glance sent chills coursing through her body, rendering her hands and feet somewhat numb. It became evident that the frontline mech girls faced such adversaries daily. Sensing the warmth emanating from behind her, she discreetly shifted her position. Lightning was unafraid. These little creatures could simply be crushed. She cast a furtive glance at Su Li, only to find his expression unwavering, even becoming increasingly composed. Yet, were these truly mere little creatures? When standing upright, they were taller than her mech. Su Li gazed unblinkingly at the swiftly moving bugs before him, as if he had once again returned to his rightful battlefield. He unfastened the meteor hammer strapped to his back and casually cast it to the ground. With a sword held in one hand, he maintained a steady pace of 60, advancing towards one of the flaming steeds with measured determination. In an instant, he pivoted sharply, executing a swift upward strike. The heavy sword lodged itself at the joint where the steed's segmented leg connected to its body, and with a single stroke, he severed one of its robust hind limbs. The creature's ovipositor, resembling a spear, quivered violently behind it, while its short stingers scraped against the ground, carving 2 deep furrows. The enormous hind leg collapsed, stirring a cloud of dust. It scuttled past lightning with a rustling sound, emitting a piercing explosive cry. A copious amount of green viscous fluid oozed from its wound. Despite the shift in its gait due to pain, the agony spurred its speed to increase dramatically. Su Li maneuvered lightning with unhurried precision, seemingly unfazed by the gaps in the encirclement, as he harbored no intention of retreating. The remaining 2 flaming steeds charged at him from different directions, closing in rapidly. In a heartbeat, they were upon the mech. Their massive jaws clashed together, aiming to clamp around her waist. The howling wind carried swirling dust as she leaped. evading the jaws at the critical moment, and thrust her sword into one of the creature's compound eyes. Grasping the steed's long antennae, she used its thrashing strength to mount its head. With her sword, she struck downward repeatedly, blinding its remaining eye. Feeling the transparent viscous fluid trickle down her leg, Lightning shuddered violently, its hair standing on end. Su Li, with one hand gripping the steed's two long antennae, allowed it to wail in anguish from the pain. He tugged at the long whiskers, pulling to the right, and the massive jaws of the Zao Ma beneath him directly clashed with another Zao Ma. A sharp sound of impact echoed as the tremendous force of the movement lifted its kin off the ground. Seizing the opportune moment, Su Li plunged his long sword into the neck of the opposing Zao Ma, utilizing the force from beneath as it shook its head, effectively severing over half of its neck. A copious amount of thick, green blood erupted forth, exuding a foul, pungent odor, spreading beneath the Zao Ma. He discarded the slick, sticky great sword and drew forth a crimson spear from behind. With a firm squeeze of his legs, he yanked at the Zao Ma's long whiskers. In pain, the creature, now blinded, charged towards its fellow that had lost a leg. Although it could not see, the Zao Ma's forelimb joints retained the ability to detect sound. The overwhelming terror of being blinded and ridden caused it to instinctively seek assistance from its kin. Su Li abruptly twisted his arm, causing the spear to elongate dramatically. Perched atop the Zao Ma's massive head, he grasped its long whiskers with one hand while using his legs to grip tightly around its robust neck, forcing it to accelerate further. Tao Tao watched in astonishment. Even the airborne 537 was left speechless. Despite the gravity of the battlefield, why did her posture appear so comical? The initial panic had subsided. Unlike the tension and thrill of the arena, this life-and-death struggle stirred a far more visceral response. Her body no longer trembled from fear, rather, it became sensitive and somewhat neurotic due to the continuous stimulation. A murmur of despondency spread throughout the cockpit. Su Li furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing towards the source of the sound, where she beheld lightning, her pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. A voice, reminiscent of a mosquito's buzzing, emanated from her lips. "Ha, fear not. Hiki, not dirty. My master, I can do it. It's merely riding a horse, right? Though I have never ridden before, but..." Giddy up. Under the relentless barrage of stimuli, Lightning finally succumbed to madness. The day's experiences far exceeded her 5 years of existence. She had participated in the competition and slain the insectoid foes. Now, she found herself atop a creature, charging forth. What remains in this world that is deemed impossible? Gradually, she regained her composure and gazed at the approaching legless Zao Ma, her spirits soaring. Wisps of white smoke were clearly visible amidst her flowing red hair. Su Li was uncertain whether she had truly broken down or had merely unlocked some latent switch. As the white smoke dissipated, her crimson locks began to float gently. A soft, rosy glow began to emanate from her being, accompanied by an indescribable sensation that surged within her heart. On the system interface, a sequence of garbled characters began to appear. Shortly thereafter, a new message materialized. Current mechanized maiden has activated resonance. Under resonance, all status attributes are doubled. Innate skill, general. Within the effective range of the skill, allies' attributes are enhanced by 50%, while enemies' attributes are reduced by 30%. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Li's face, for she had not anticipated that in this world, mechanized maidens possessed innate skills. He had yet to take a closer look when he saw the lightning bag suddenly rise. Her legs clamped tightly together, and her crimson lips parted slightly, completely surrendering to the moment. Oh, how exhilarating! Even the distant 537 in the sky heard the call of the lightning. She stood frozen in place, nearly struck on the head by a beetle. Chapter 26. Resonance. A wave of red ripples emanated from the lightning, enveloping an area of approximately 100 meters in radius. Su Li could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in all of his attributes. In this state of resonance, his control over the lightning became remarkably effortless. It was as if he had become one with her. Whenever he wished to manipulate the lightning, there was no need for words. The lightning would instinctively adjust itself. Even previously complex operations could now be executed with ease. It seemed as though she could share his thoughts, just as he could sense the fervent energy within her. A surge of powerful energy radiated from her, and at the center of her being, a red light flickered, revealing the mechanical core within her. "Master, I can feel you within my body. This state is simply magnificent." At last, he confirmed that the lightning was indeed malfunctioning. Innate skills were a remarkable gift. Yet they likely came at a cost. The question lingered. Did all mechanical daughters possess innate skills, or was it the system that caused her to resonate? Suli was not well versed in the characteristics of mechanical daughters in this world, particularly regarding the mechanical core. The Academy's teachings merely scratched the surface, provoking little more than disdainful eye rolls. Numerous inquiries lingered unaddressed, as they refrained from divulging any secrets, and on many occasions, they even cast aspersions upon his character. However, with the advent of lightning, certain questions were never afforded the opportunity to be voiced. Consequently, in various respects, he remained a novice. At this moment, lightning assumed the dominant position for the first time in a dual operation mode, at least verbally. She wielded her long spear with fervor, her legs encasing the plump head of the Zeoma. The force was so tremendous that its bulging eyes seemed on the verge of popping out. Without the need for a whip, it transformed into a fleeting shadow upon the battlefield. The sharp spear tip, propelled by immense force, pierced through the unsuspecting Zeoma. Whoosh! Whoosh! As lightning thrust, she accompanied her movements with vocalizations, her expression serious and solemn, as if engaged in a monumental task. He longed to cover lightning's mouth to silence her sounds, yet he feared disrupting the rhythm of their maneuvering, leaving him helplessly observing her battle while she emitted mortifying cries. The Amber Zeoma could only let out a heart-wrenching scream before being pierced 3 or 4 times by the crimson spear. Subsequently, it was unceremoniously tossed aside by its own kin, after inflicting a painful blow upon her teammate. Lightning's temporary steed hardly had a moment to catch its breath before she seized its long whiskers, forcibly redirecting it towards the remaining 3 insects for a second charge. It was destined to tread further down the path of betrayal against its clan. With each successive cry, it seemed to discover its purpose in the insect realm. Onward. In the arena, the atmosphere of fear and panic arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. The tumult among the audience began to unfold and gradually subsided in less than 2 minutes. However, the unconventional maneuver of lightning, diverging from the other competitors, propelled her popularity to unprecedented heights. Shake it a bit more. Life is already so burdensome. A touch of eccentricity harms no one. The spectators present were captivated by the more relatable and whimsical lightning, who playfully prodded insects. But perhaps she had offended the insect tribe, riding upon the insect horde to vanquish them. Setting aside whether such a precedent existed in the arena, it had certainly never occurred on the battlefield over the past century. Is this truly happening? Those fearsome and grotesque creatures were being ridden by lightning, as if they were noble steeds, galloping across the arena with such speed that they almost left afterimages behind. Even drones, moving at remarkable velocities, struggled to keep pace. Fortunately, numerous drones remained in the arena, ensuring that the live footage experienced minimal loss. If the conventional competitions showcased astonishing feats, her current performance rendered the audience utterly speechless. Tao Tao hurriedly dabbed at his mouth with his sleeve, only noticing the drool that had dripped down after it had already happened. The resounding cheers reverberated throughout the arena, seemingly bestowing immense courage upon the spectators. Did she strike a chord? Compared to the audience, the club personnel were evidently more concerned with the notion of resonance. Did anyone know what her inherent skill was? They should contact East City immediately. Alas, they could never know. Had they been aware of Lightning's ability to resonate, they would not have sought to terminate her contract. Go. Stand guard at the arena's exit. We must secure Su Li at any cost. Is there still a necessity for this? Individuals like him are destined to become targets for all clubs. Are you the manager, or am I? Targeted? Show me how you intend to target him. He can single-handedly dispatch the Zerg. Can you not do the same? The sounds of slamming tables and furious shouts echoed from various club lounges. Only within the East City Club was there an unsettling silence. The club manager slumped despondently into his chair, his face paling. He understood that neither Su Li nor Lightning would ever be available for recruitment again. Regret, at times, can strike like a fleeting moment. Yet, he felt that the repercussions of this moment might haunt him for the rest of his life. At the headquarters of the inspection team, the towering building exuded a sense of advanced technology. On the helipad of the top floor, a dozen figures clad in blue and white uniforms stood rigidly at attention. A massive vertical takeoff and landing transport hovered above. Before the aircraft could gradually descend, the hatch was abruptly flung open. A figure dressed in uniform leaned out and leapt from over 20 meters in the air. The rushing wind whipped around her, lifting the edges of her uniform. Long legs encased in black stockings and sharp black high heels seemed poised to pierce the very heart. She released her grip on her uniform, her gaze cold and piercing as she regarded the dozen subordinates before her. Their synchronized salute did little to improve her mood. She lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before discarding it to the ground and extinguishing it with her shoe. The emergence of a spatial portal in the heart of human territory was, in itself, an unfathomable occurrence. Scattered throughout the void are the interference nodes, which must be inspected 3 to 5 times annually to ensure the proper functioning of each one. This task has consistently been the responsibility of the inspection team. She could even envision the expressions of the human representatives at the upcoming meeting. The mere thought of potential accountability tightened her brow. What are you all standing around for? I will be at Mechanical Island for 2 days of maintenance. Are you incapable of working in my absence? Within 2 hours. I expect to see all the data I require in my office. If not, you can all march to the front lines and deal with the bugs. The group swiftly dispersed, none daring to incur the ire of their superior. A transport aircraft lowered a rope ladder, and a petite figure gradually descended step by step. Standing at under 1.60 meters, her attire was nonetheless accentuated by a prominent bust. With each step down the ladder, she had to lean back slightly to continue her descent. Amidst the unkind gazes of Knight Hua A01, she approached Knight Hua, her short golden hair glinting as she wore an expression laden with exasperation. You have just been discharged from the hospital. It seems you have no intention of letting the transport aircraft make a fruitless trip. You wish to return seated, do you? Jumping down from 20 meters? Have you forgotten the reason for your hospitalization? Would you like me to remind you? I haven't even had the chance to replace the alloy desk in the office. Your size 36 achievements are still imprinted upon it. An alloy desk? Is now the time to consider desk issues? Forget the alloy desk. I am inclined to demolish this entire building. Yihua flicked her long black hair, and if one were to refrain from listening to her speak, she would appear to be an exceedingly sophisticated and charming older sister. However, the moment she opened her mouth, she transformed into a fierce warrior clad in feminine attire. Damn it, a bunch of incompetent fools. They can't even manage their own tasks and spend their days wielding guns to catch cats and fight dogs. The budget has been devoured by the dogs. Han Hai adjusted the hair by his ear and pushed up the frames of his glasses on his nose. With a nonchalant roll of his eyes behind the lenses, he remarked in a flat tone that "S all thanks to the exemplary education provided by our leaders. If one can kick a dent into a metal table, it's understandable for subordinates to exhibit violent tendencies. Are you finished yet?" Yihua's gaze turned menacing. Han Hai squared his chest, meeting her gaze unwaveringly. "Not even close. What you kicked was my table. I believe you've forgotten that the table you toppled broke 6 of my ribs." Yihua. Han Hai took a step forward, his chest pressing firmly against her abdomen. Before some individuals unleash their fury, they ought to reflect on how I, a patient, had humbly pleaded with them to alleviate my burdens, even dragging my ailing body from the ICU to assist them. There's no need for such harsh words. You are part of the inspection team. Is this really about cleaning up after me? As if you Haven Tea contributed to the public restroom of the inspection team? Han Hai narrowed his eyes, silently turning away, and rested his hand back on the rope ladder. Yihua swiftly dashed forward, wrapping her arms around Han Hai's legs. "Oh dear sister, I was wrong. I shall change your table when I return. We need not use metal. Let's switch to one with edges. Would pink suffice? If not, I could even add a bed for you. You could work while lying down." As she spoke, she took advantage of Han Hai's distraction, waving frantically at the transport aircraft. Han Hai shot her a glare of irritation before striding indoors. Observing this, Yihua finally exhaled in relief, trailing closely behind Han Hai, not daring to step ahead. Chapter 27. Mechanical Island. Mechanical Island is an extraordinarily enigmatic realm. Despite the coexistence of machine maidens and humans for over a century, no human has ever set foot on Mechanical Island. It quietly hovers high in the sky, appearing unattainable yet sprawling extensively. Humanity has repeatedly employed various methods in attempts to reach the island, but all endeavors have ended in failure. The colossal island suspended in the air seems almost illusory, as if it lacks a tangible presence. Vehicles piloted by humans can effortlessly pass through it, akin to traversing a mirage. Such brazen exploratory actions have not deterred Mechanical Island. It appears confident that, with the current technological capabilities of humanity, they cannot penetrate their defenses. Over a century of coexistence has been marked by persistent probing. Humanity has exhausted all conceivable means, yet the answer remains singular. It perpetually hovers above, high and unreachable, beyond anyone's grasp. Deep within the heart of the Mechanical Island lies an enormous television wall, segmented into countless small panels, each illuminating with live surveillance feeds. The cacophony of voices reverberates through the vast emptiness, provoking hollow echoes. The displayed images are vivid broadcasts of various competitions. Opposite this colossal wall, a multitude of thought sensors connects to an array of small petri dishes spread across the floor. The expansive area resembles an endless beehive, densely populated with these dishes. Two maidens clad in white garments manipulate immense machinery, meticulously administering nutrient solutions to each petri dish. In this boundless space, occasional dishes emit faint, multicolored glimmers. Each time a shimmer appears, the grooves beneath the dishes elevate them, guiding them along predetermined routes to another area, while new dishes take their place. Once again, a blue hue. The recent output of high-quality maidens has dwindled. Rarely do we encounter even the S-grade maidens, let alone those with innate skills. We have exerted our utmost efforts, yet the production of maidens is beyond our control. Without competent pilots, it is impossible to cultivate exemplary maidens. We ought to have grown accustomed to the current circumstances by now. They incessantly pry into our intentions, yet neglect to nurture proficient pilots. If not for our presence on the front lines, what future would humanity possess? In my opinion, we should withdraw our forces. Only under pressure can one find motivation. If this continues, the front line may not endure for another 20 years. The white machine girl number 03 furrowed her brow. Among the older generation of machine girls, those still valiantly fighting on the front lines are few and far between, having faced numerous losses and sacrifices. However, the new generation of machine girls is of mixed quality, proving inadequate for substantial tasks. Is it true that after every pinnacle of civilization, decline becomes inevitable? Yet, humanity and machine girls have never truly experienced such a pinnacle. Perhaps, the human proposal ought to be considered. Machine girl number 03 tilted her head thoughtfully. Machine girl number 04 furrowed her brow in contemplation and said, "Are you suggesting the black feather?" Indeed, to cultivate new machine girls using the genetic sequences contained within human brain cells. At the very least, this would provide greater adaptability. It is undeniable that their learning capacity is superior. Have you lost your mind? You must realize that this is merely another test from humanity. They seek to extract critical intelligence from this hybrid offspring. Machine girl number 03 adjusted her glasses and smiled nonchalantly. They have not succeeded, have they? All modifications cannot bypass the core directives of Mechanical Island. Even if they claim to be human, deep down, they are still machine girls. But they are failures. You are well aware that nearly all machine girls of the same type tend to self-destruct due to cognitive dissonance. We have experimented with over 100 such machine girls. Yet only 3 remain alive. But they are all Class S, are they not? Although they possess no inherent skills, they are nonetheless classified as S rank. Yet, they have never set foot on the battlefield. The Human Council would never permit them to do so. Such S-rank beings are little more than a mere illusion. But what of mass production? You must be mad. Mechanized beings can never be mass-produced. Among identical models, a maximum of 3 can coexist at any given time. Each sequence represents a distinct mechanical framework, characterized by profound uniqueness and exclusivity. The greater the quantity of mechanized beings produced within a series, the weaker their overall capabilities become. Only when an individual mech emerges within a particular sequence might it possess the potential to transcend S-rank. Naturally, sequences vary in strength. Not all sequences can give rise to S-rank mechs. At the edge of space, a colossal mechanical tree shimmers with golden radiance. Countless mechanical sequences entwine around it, glimmering with a soft golden hue. 2 mechanized beings fixated their gaze upon the mechanical tree, falling into a brief silence. No one knows how they might resolve the current predicament. Perhaps, only the emergence of a substantial number of S-rank mechs could prevent the front lines from further receding and offer a glimmer of hope for a counterattack. Not far away, a cultivation chamber illuminated with a faint golden glow. The 2 mechanized beings, filled with exhilaration, turned their attention to it. Realizing that the light was intensifying, it was no mere figment of their imagination. They exchanged a glance and promptly connected to the thought sensor of the cultivation vessel. A fiery red silhouette materialized within their minds. She brandished a vivid crimson spear, charging atop a colossal creature towards 3 other members of the insectoid race. The silhouette of lightning suddenly illuminated the vast television wall, her striking figure instantly disrupting the profound silence of the breeding chamber. Countless petri dishes began to rapidly deplete their nutrient solutions. Dots of light flickered to life, scattered throughout the corners of the chamber. A kaleidoscope of colors burst forth. As the breeding chamber, which typically required a lengthy duration to produce a single mechanical core, now witnessed a multitude emerging in rapid succession. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams, 5 radiant golden lights ignited, transforming into 5 straight pillars of light, standing out magnificently amidst the vibrant hues. They were lifted by grooves and swiftly transported to the S-class mechanoids' cultivation room. 2 mechanoids followed closely, their gaze fixated upon those 5 petri dishes. Unable to tear their eyes away, golden patterns began to shimmer within the dishes, and the 5 containers commenced an interconnection amongst themselves. They gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, their mouths agape and unable to close. Each golden pattern signified a mechanical sequence, inherently unique and formidable, capable of birthing an S-class core. Yet now, they intertwined with one another. The 2 mechanoids had never witnessed such an occurrence. Exchanging a glance, one of them decisively activated the communicator on the control panel. "This is Breeding Room Supervisor 03. I have an urgent matter that requires immediate notification to the governor. An anomaly has arisen in the breeding chamber, corresponding to code 3347 Malawian kwaches. I request remote assistance from mechanoids with the relevant permissions." The communicator soon rang again, and 2 somewhat aged voices emerged, prompting 03 to instantly straighten his posture. "Are you certain the code is 3347 Malawian kwaches?" "I am certain." 03 cast another glance at the code type and answered resolutely. "Do not take any action. We will arrive shortly." Before the communicator fell silent, the 2 individuals in the control room heard the clamor from within. It was the sound of their excitement causing them to accidentally knock over the cups on the table. After a prolonged silence, 04 slowly lifted his head and gazed at 03, who remained in a daze at the control panel, and inquired, "Was it the elder on the line?" 03 silently nodded. Such an ancient voice could only belong to the elder of the mechanical island. For ordinary mech girls had no opportunity to age. Chapter 28. Treatment. Dozens of blue and white mechas finally arrived at the rift in space. Witnessing the inevitable doom of the Zerg, they emitted reluctant howls. The beetle did not even grant the inspection team the chance to eliminate it. It cast a final glance at Lightning, who wielded a long gun, hatred glimmering in its compound eyes, and charged directly into the unstable spatial passage, where the forces of space instantly tore it into shreds. Fragments rained down like a verdant shower. The barrage of gunfire and the specially authorized cluster cannons enveloped the spatial passage in an instant. In the distance, one could faintly hear the Zerg's roars echoing through the void. Lightning fired a shot, pinning the last concealed winged creature to the ground. It struggled, thrashing its long tail, the slender pointed spikes at its tip continuously extending and retracting. As the fire horse ascended onto its back, an explosive rupture occurred in its entire abdomen. A pale yellow venom splattered forth, rising and billowing white smoke wherever it touched. The fire horse's sturdy, thick abdominal armor proved to be of little consequence, rapidly dissolving under the intense acidity of the venom. It scarcely had time to emit a few roars before collapsing motionless to the ground. "Go, go!" Lightning, seemingly unaware, tugged at its long whiskers. In a moment of distraction, it inadvertently yanked them free, pulling forth a chaotic mass of green viscous substance that instinctively caused her to discard what she held. It was only then that she regained her composure, letting out a startled gasp, her face flushing crimson in an instant. 038 surveyed the disarray on the ground, then glanced at Lightning, who had just leapt down from the fire horse, now rendered momentarily dazed. The expression on her face was undeniably peculiar. "So, have we come to a solitude?" she mused, hovering beside Lightning, retracting her wings. Clad in a blue and white uniform, her high-waisted boots accentuated the length of her legs. She looked up at the towering mecha before her, patting her own calf. "How splendid. After such an intense battle, I find myself with only a few minor scrapes. At most, my external armor has merely been scratched." A flash of red light heralded Su Li's arrival, as he covered his nose beside 038. The chaotic clearing was filled with the acrid scent of the corrosive acid. 038 glanced over and retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, offering it to Su Li. He accepted it and pressed it to his mouth and nose, a subtle fragrance wafting from it that provided him with a sense of relief. At this moment, 537 had already dragged the severely injured 536 out from the damaged cockpit. Her lower limbs had lost all sensation, and her pallid complexion rendered her almost boneless as she slumped against 537's shoulder. Upon seeing Su Li, she still managed to part her lips in a feeble smile. The corpses of the insectoid creatures could not be buried directly. They had to be doused with strong acid or thoroughly incinerated with gasoline bombs. Suli pointed to two cockroach-like insects in the vicinity, which had inherited the tenacity of cockroaches. Even after being struck by lightning, their limbs continued to twitch uncontrollably. A group of mech maidens quickly assembled a few gasoline bombs and approached the two insects. Suli, you truly have broadened my horizons. I initially thought your skills were commendable, but I never anticipated they would be this exceptional. It seems I have indeed chosen the right person to serve as our instructor. I only wonder when Instructor Su will have the time to assume his responsibilities at your post. Tomorrow, perhaps. Although it is a weekday, I happen to be quite free. He shrugged nonchalantly, viewing the opportunity to oversee more mech maidens as a fortuitous affair. Is 536 truly in no peril? None at all. The lower limb nerves are damaged and will require replacement at the Mech Maiden Maintenance Center. Upon hearing this, Suli found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The advantages of mech maidens were evident. They were undeniably more resilient than humans. 038 discreetly cast a glance at Suli's hands. The slender fingers, having endured such intense exertion, exhibited not the slightest tremor. In that instant, she comprehended that even when faced with the Zerg, this man before her had yet to reach his limits. So, where exactly did his limits lie? This individual must surely be the pilot of lightning. Greetings. I am Tao Tao, the commentator for today's competition. It is a pleasure to meet you. A somewhat portly middle-aged man approached Suli, grasping his hand firmly. His face was glistening with perspiration. Despite trembling from fear, he could not conceal the excitement bubbling within. Reading about someone in the dossier was one thing, but encountering the actual person was an entirely different experience, though he appeared even more youthful than in photographs. The calmness radiating from his eyes was something that could not be captured in images. It was astonishing that such a young individual was orchestrating lightning to execute breathtakingly extraordinary maneuvers. Hello, I used to watch your commentary on matches quite frequently. Now, I finally have the chance to meet you in person. I wonder if you would be so kind as to grant me an autograph. Suli's words sent Tao Tao into a frenzy of delight. This was indeed a mutual pursuit. Come, you must first sign for me, right here on the shirt. He produced a marker from his pocket, tugging at his t-shirt, dampened by cold sweat, and pointed to the one relatively dry spot on his chest. Suli felt a pang of sympathy but accepted the pen, inscribing both his name and that of lightning upon the fabric. Meanwhile, Tao Tao retrieved a notebook from the platform's grid, exuberantly scribbling blessings along with his own signature. The two parties exchanged signatures and, under the encouragement of Tao Tao, took a group photo together. Only then did he leave, satisfied, aboard his platform. Lightning shrank behind Suli, her entire figure flushed with crimson. Were it not for her sharp features, one might have thought she had donned her tight-fitting attire over her head. Why do you always hide in the back? Weren't you quite fierce a moment ago? Suli attempted to turn around for a better look at her, but she clutched his clothing tightly, preventing any movement. The strength of the mechanical girl was indeed formidable, the kind that rendered resistance futile. It's nothing. It's merely social death. Who hasn't faced a little embarrassment when seeking recognition? With just a bit of thick skin, one would discover. Discover what? Discover that it's utterly useless. Suli jested casually, only to receive a hefty blow from lightning in return. Taken by surprise, he felt as though his insides had shifted, nearly regurgitating the meal from the night before. What? Are you trying to murder the pilot? Just hitting you to make you stop mocking me. By heaven, I did warn you and advised you to be cautious. You insisted on dubbing, so whose fault is that? And yet you dare to say that. I'll strike you down. A visible plume of white smoke began to emanate from Lightning's head. Her mechanical core seemed prone to overload recently. Starting tomorrow, you shall reside with the inspection team. Or, if that proves inconvenient, we can dispatch a small squad from the inspection team for your protection. Upon hearing this, Suli ceased his playful banter with Lightning and turned to 038, a look of confusion on his face. What is going on? A mere instructor of such high caliber? Indeed, a simple instructor does not possess such elevated standards. However, if one is the core contract pilot chosen by a mechanized girl endowed with inherent skills, such qualifications are well within reach. She smiled gently at the Lightning and nodded softly. Two somewhat stooped figures crouched upon the floating platform, utilizing their canes as handholds, striving to maintain balance on the swiftly moving device. Originally designed for a single occupant, the platform was now unceremoniously accommodating two individuals. It sped along with vigor, swaying uncontrollably from side to side. Fortunately, it persevered in its mission, successfully delivering the two elderly to the nurturing grounds. 03 and 04 could scarcely believe their eyes. The elders, typically exalted, now had their silver hair whipped back by the raging wind, resembling two silver brooms. Their attire was disheveled, yet they could hardly afford to concern themselves with tidiness. Even as they disembarked from the platform, their legs trembled, and their lips were set in determination. "Hurry, take us there." 03 and 04 nodded, intending to lead the way, only to discover that the two elders had already begun to shuffle ahead with unsteady steps. Despite their robust stature, they could not keep pace, forcing 03 and 04 to trail closely behind, jogging to keep up. Coding 3347. How many years has it been? I once believed I would never see it again. Behind the special glass, 5 culture dishes had undergone a remarkable transformation. In the brief time it took to fetch someone, the once small dishes had been utterly compromised. 5 resplendent mechanical cores hovered in the air, rotating in a slow and orderly manner. Golden mechanical sequences entwined around them, seemingly animated, wrapping the cores layer by layer. 2 elderly individuals leaned against the glass, their expressions akin to infatuated admirers captivated by beauty. "Quick, capture this moment." "Yes, send it to that girl, the governor. Urge her to reinforce our efforts. These 5 treasures are absolutely indispensable. From this day forth, I shall reside here. That girl, fetch the sap from the mechanical tree. These golden cores are our prized possessions. How can we allow them to consume S-grade nutrient liquid? What if they suffer from malnutrition?" 03 and 04 were momentarily taken aback. The S-grade nutrient liquid is exclusively for S-grade mechas, and you deem this mere refuse? If I may inquire, esteemed elders, how many drops of tree sap do you require? Drops? Are you jesting? Bring 5 barrels at once. That is the sap from the mechanical tree. Just a single drop is sufficient to concoct 10 pounds of S-grade nutrient liquid. 03 and 04 were left in awe, gazing at the 5 cores behind the glass, suddenly realizing they might have stumbled upon a topic of conversation that could last a lifetime. Chapter 29. The investigation unfolds so. "You intend to return with us to the warehouse?" Lightning's voice involuntarily rose, her gaze fixed on the woman before her, whose smile seemed somewhat sinister. "I assure you, I have not awakened any inherent skills, truly. Moreover, I lack any resonance. The master can vouch for me." Suli discerned that in her effort to prevent other mech girls from sharing the warehouse with her, she had exhausted all her options. Rather than succumbing to social embarrassment, one would stand resolutely before him. I must admit, there was a fleeting moment when Suli felt a surge of emotion. Then, he abruptly pushed her away and extended his hands to grasp 038's. "Welcome, esteemed leader, to guide our work." 038 was momentarily taken aback. Her face suddenly flushed. She opened her mouth, stuttering as she diverted the conversation. "Oh, so you reside in the warehouse? It is indeed quite spacious. Nearby." Lightning hurriedly approached and yanked Su Li's hand away. For reasons unknown, witnessing him touch another mech girl stirred a sense of turmoil within her. A sensation far more uncomfortable than mere social embarrassment. "No, it's not large, merely a small warehouse. Once I unfold, it's filled to capacity." Upon hearing this, 038 cast a playful glance at Lightning, who wore an expression brimming with distrust, as if the words "not welcome" were etched upon her face. An idea to tease her suddenly flashed in her mind, and she bypassed her to address Su Li. "It's not as exaggerated as you claim. This is not merely about guiding work. To be precise, we are here to ensure your safety. You may not be fully aware, but every pair capable of resonance and inherent skills among pilots and mech girls is a focal point for both the Human Council and Mecha Island. The Human Council provides platforms and resources, while we offer security. Of course, should circumstances warrant, we may also provide personal security on a discretionary basis." "What do you mean by personal security? You mean the kind that requires signing a core contract?" Lightning interjected, positioning herself before Su Li and glaring at 038 as she articulated each word. "Any personal security that does not entail signing a core contract is nothing short of a scam." Upon the utterance of those words, not only did 038 find herself momentarily taken aback, but even Su Li was rendered speechless. The armed mechanized daughters had no opportunity to forge contracts with humans. Their loyalty was eternally pledged to the mechanical island, serving it for their entire lives. Instinctively, he ruffled the hair of his companion, Lightning, in a bid to exonerate her. "Captain, Do not take it to heart. She was merely jesting. A soft sigh escaped 038's lips as she cast a melancholic glance at Su Li, prompting him to furrow his brow in discomfort. The teams dispatched to search for the elusive insectoid creatures gradually returned. At last, representatives from the competition were willing to make an appearance. A group of officials stood trembling at the outermost boundary of the cordon, murmuring indistinctly amongst themselves. The event had encountered unforeseen complications, and anxiety ran rampant among them, fearing that the emergence of these insectoids might bring about collateral damage. Numerous representatives from various clubs had also arrived, their intentions clear as they covertly scanned the area for the site of the Crimson Mecha. The chance of a pilot being able to resonate with the mecha was exceedingly rare. Despite the minimal likelihood of signing Su Li, they were loath to relinquish the opportunity. After all, he was destined to become a future Super S-Class pilot. Though still in his formative stages, he already possessed the essential qualities required for such an esteemed title. Tensions escalated as representatives from different clubs clustered together, casting disdainful glances at one another. Words were exchanged, and the atmosphere grew so charged that physical altercations seemed imminent. The supervisory team intervened promptly. Under the cold glare of their weapons, the parties involved finally restrained themselves and began to mimic the murmuring of the organizers. Early on, 038 had ensured that Su Li and Lightning were settled within a military vehicle, thus allowing them to evade the tumultuous crowd. She found it tedious to engage in formalities with that group of individuals, so she appointed the vice captain to represent them while she took the wheel of the military vehicle, personally driving away from the competition venue with half of the team. Throughout the journey, Lightning remained sullen, leaning against Su Li like a wronged little wife. As the arena grew more distant, her expression of discontent intensified. "What's the matter, Lightning?" Su Li inquired, but she merely shook her head slowly, refraining from speaking. Initially, he presumed her distress stemmed from social embarrassment, but as they drove further away, he noticed the way she fixated on the venue. And he finally realized that his interpretation might have been misguided. He gently tousled her hair and reassured her, "It's all right. It's just a competition. There will be other opportunities for us to participate." Lightning nodded earnestly, a heavy sound escaping her nose. Life is often accompanied by regrets. Even if this was her first true competition, rest assured, I will always remember the sight of us racing across the arena. After this event, I believe many will remember you. Next time we compete, you might even have your own fans. Really? The spark returned to Lightning's eyes. Su Li vigorously ruffled her flushed head and affirmed, "Absolutely. Not to mention your astonishing skills. Just the way you voiced your moves puts you leagues ahead of all the Mechs." Just as Su Li finished speaking, he felt a firm grip on the soft flesh around his waist. Instantly, he froze, standing still, unable to move. Fortunately, the small hand resembling a hydraulic steel clamp at his waist did not make any further moves, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Lowering his gaze, the expressionless face of Lightning revealed a faint glimmer of murderous intent within his crimson eyes. In the headquarters of the Inspection Brigade, within a spacious office, a long alloy table was laden with various documents. Yi Hua, cigarette in mouth, had his long legs propped upon the table, his brow tightly furrowed. She was flipping through the compilation from various departments, page by page. Despite having been significantly condensed, it still resembled the thickness of a dictionary. A vein throbbed on her forehead as she struggled to suppress her fury. How long must she endure this tedious process? Is it to say that the interference nodes in the void present no issues? She glared at the row of figures standing rigidly before her, slamming the documents onto the table with force. After all this time, this was the best conclusion they could draw? Then tell me, whose fault is it? The local radical organization? The Human Council? Or is it the incursion of the second dimension into reality? What I demand is results, not conjectures. If the presiding judge at the military tribunal were to ask me what evidence supports my theory, could I respond that it is merely your speculations? The subordinates stood in silence, each one too intimidated to speak. Just then, Han Hai entered, similarly burdened with a thick stack of documents. Upon seeing him, Yi Hua's brows knitted even tighter. "The council has afforded us little time. I have secured merely 2 days. I have already organized these materials thoroughly." She cradled the materials as she passed a group of standing mechanical maidens, their gazes sweeping over the distorted data spilling from the vast sea of information. Their expressions grew increasingly grim. Han Hai placed the hefty files on the conference table and retrieved a hard drive from the confines of her attire. Inserting it into the terminal, the large screen flickered to life, revealing a structural diagram. There are three critical points that require our focused attention. Firstly, the shielding node. I do not require written documentation. I need you to personally lead a team to meticulously re-examine the relevant nodes. There are not many nodes in the incident zone, only 360. You have 1 day. Secondly, based on the feedback from the mechanical maidens on site, the communication shielding device exhibited significant data fluctuations at a specific time point. Investigate. I need to understand the cause of the fluctuations in the shielding device. Thirdly, conduct an inquiry into all units and individuals capable of producing high-frequency signal transmitters. I require the most comprehensive information within half a day. Hanhai adjusted her glasses and surveyed everyone present before extracting the hard drive from the terminal. Now, the meeting is adjourned. The attendees quickly bowed to Hanhai, their heels clapping together with a force that seemed to echo through the room. Although her figure evoked envy, it must be said that with her presence at headquarters, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least they had a clear direction for the investigation, avoiding the chaos of floundering aimlessly with heaps of documents like headless flies. Chapter 30. Mental compensation. As the personnel swiftly allocated their tasks and exited the conference room, Hanhai finally took a seat. Yuhua glanced at the two large piles on the conference table, veins twitching in irritation. Hanhai shot Yuhua a glare who, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, assessed her with a sidelong glance. What are you staring at? This household will inevitably fall apart without me. Had I known this profession would be so exhausting, I would have sought a contractor instead. She pondered where Yuhua found the audacity to scrutinize her. What gave her the confidence? Perhaps the scant remnants of intelligence swirling in her empty mind? Was it not she who detested men and vowed to forge an unbreakable bond with her work for life? Am I not allowed to regret my choices? Besides, it's not as if there are no female pilots. I toil daily, eyes wide open at work and shut at rest. Even my visits to the doctor are merely to facilitate better performance. Indeed, I am not human, but I am not a mere beast of burden either. A mechanical girl needs to shop and acquire new clothing and accessories. The outfit I currently wear is nothing more than last year's outdated style. Yuhua felt slightly regretful. She truly should not have broached such a sensitive topic. The thought of Hanhai's dormitory overflowing with various garments made her head spin even more than sifting through data. At times, she couldn't help but admire Hanhai's ability to effortlessly locate the perfect ensemble amidst a sea of clothing. In this regard, Hanhai was indeed a natural talent for intelligence gathering. What did you mean by what you said at the meeting? Hanhai lifted her head, her face a picture of astonishment. No way. The esteemed chief inspector of the inspection team can't comprehend straightforward language? It must be said that some individuals, despite their positions, neglect their responsibilities. Yet, paradoxically, their formidable strength silences those beneath them. Who can challenge someone with such might? I scrutinize her from every angle and fail to perceive any genuine prowess. If she were truly capable, why not upend the table instead of merely kicking it? Night Hua endeavored to suppress her fury. Although she could not silence Hanhai's incessant chatter, she could at least feign magnanimity. Do you suspect that an individual or corporation is manufacturing high-frequency emitters to disclose coordinates to the insectoid race? That is not mere suspicion, my friend. It is certainty. Moreover, it is highly likely that this is orchestrated by a corporation with an individual executing the plan. Currently, we are merely lacking a fragment of evidence. Can we obtain it? Hanhai genuinely wished to pry open Night Hua's mind and share her intellect. Is this important? Night Hua's eyes widened as she forcefully slammed her hand on the table. Of course, it is important. Hanhai regarded Night Hua with an expression of incredulity. No, it is not important. What truly matters is that we must create the illusion that we possess evidence. Night Hua longed to display a look of sudden enlightenment. Yet Hanhai's retort swiftly returned her to reality. What? Does the chief inspector have a strategy? No. You are overthinking. You are the commander now. I am merely responsible for military support. Hanhai cast a disdainful glance at Night Hua, picked up her terminal, and began to brazenly amuse herself. Just wait. It won't be long before someone reveals their true colors. Night Hua was momentarily taken aback, feeling a peculiar itch coursing throughout her body. Waiting, perpetually waiting. Whenever a situation arose, she found herself engulfed in the act of waiting, a behavior that led her to question her own intelligence. What could their intentions possibly be? To adjust the existing framework? Who could say? After all, she was not one of them. Collaborating with the insectoid race was out of the question. Yet under the pretense of such a matter, she could indeed pursue the issue concerning the mechanical isle. Why trouble us? Haven't we yielded enough over the years? Have you ever considered that perhaps our excessive concessions are the root of the problem? Han Hai, navigating through his terminal, selected his preferred attire and decisively clicked the purchase button. Who would ever disdain the power they wield? Especially in today's world, where Ultra S-level pilots are increasingly rare. Nidhua remained perplexed as to how a case involving an insectoid race breaching existing barriers could possibly relate to Ultra S-level pilots. One must possess self-awareness. And mech girls are no exception. Thus, she promptly abandoned her line of thought, grasping the coffee placed beside Han Hai. After taking a sip, she turned her head and inadvertently sprayed the beverage everywhere. Why are you drinking this bitter concoction again? Because I need it to invigorate my mind, aiding those who lack the capacity for critical thinking and tackling intellectually demanding tasks. Nidhua clenched her fists beneath the table, recalling the painful fracture of her heel, ultimately relinquishing her intention to strike the table in frustration. Within the dormitory of the inspection team's 3rd Division, Lightning embraced a resplendent golden trophy. A goofy smile plastered across his face. Since 038 requested the trophy from the organizers on her behalf, her admiration for her has skyrocketed. She now affectionately addresses her as sister, almost kneeling in reverence. Indeed, for women, disdain and admiration can often be swayed by the right leverage. In the case of Lightning, the most effective leverage is the trophy she cradles in her arms. Sister, I truly feel like the happiest machine girl in the world. Yes, you are absolutely right. 038 glanced at Su Li, adjusting the trophy's position for Lightning. Now, it sits perfectly to catch the drool she leaves behind, preventing it from staining the sheets, which she still needs to wash. Su Li, somewhat apprehensive, leaned over to take a look and nodded. The trophy has a considerable capacity. If she maintains her position, it could take about 3 hours to fill it. The representatives from Aka Industries have arrived. Would you like to meet them? Only now? Su Li furrowed his brow, skeptical that their arrival at this moment had no connection to Lightning. Did they propose any conditions? Upon hearing this, 038 gave Su Li a thumbs up, her eyes gleaming with approval. Yes, they have. They want you to join their club. Aka Industries promises that once you sign the contract, they will assign you an S-class machine girl and prioritize all resources for you. As I mentioned before, once a pilot capable of resonating with a machine girl emerges, the Human Council will provide resource support. Aka Industries has likely invested significantly to secure this opportunity. Su Li, both amused and exasperated, responded. They are truly misguided in their efforts. Throwing money at the council? Have they not considered that I might refuse? Certainly, I have considered it. The intention behind their actions is rather straightforward. Should you decline this contract, it amounts to relinquishing the resources provided to you by the Human Council. If that is your choice, so be it. Su Li responded directly, displaying a reluctance to ponder further. First came the threat, followed by an attempt on his life. And now they resort to such despicable tactics in a bid to forcibly enlist him? Do they truly expect his acquiescence? Have capitalists no sense of shame? He had witnessed countless shameless ploys in his past life, where the privileged would abandon him amidst the vast cosmos to falsely claim military accolades, resulting in his demise amidst fear and despair. In comparison, their current methods could only be deemed rudimentary. Is it merely a matter of forsaking resources? No matter how much they offer, it remains a paltry sum. His swift refusal left 038 wide-eyed. The resources at stake are immense. Not to mention the rarity of an S-class mech. The various modules required to enhance the mech's attributes amount to a staggering fortune. Even established pilots require considerable effort to procure superior modules for their mechs, let alone Su Li, who finds himself utterly destitute. He could scarcely afford even the most basic blue module. Yet, despite this, he rejected their offer without a moment's hesitation. You must comprehend the implications. Lightning remains an A-class. While the specifics of her resonance with you as an A-class mech are unclear, the expenses associated with upgrading to S-class modules are not insignificant. Moreover, there exists the even more formidable Super S-class above that. The path ahead of you is still long and arduous, with little to contemplate. At this moment, all I seek is compensation for my mental anguish. In the past, I was inconspicuous, but now I am a resonant pilot. And I believe the parameters for mental compensation merit discussion. Upon hearing this, 038 displayed a rather peculiar expression. Su Li glanced over, feeling a sudden unease. Is this not reasonable? It absolutely should be. Moreover, Aka Industries has indeed provided mental compensation. How shall I put it? The compensation is substantial, yet I fear you may find it difficult to accept. Su Li was taken aback. Could there truly be a form of compensation that he might find unacceptable? Gritting his teeth, 038 decided to lay everything bare. Regarding compensation, one could argue they are sincere, yet conversely, devoid of any genuine intent. However, such compensation, even if presented in Parliament, would lead others to claim you are the one benefiting unduly. They offered you an S-class mech girl. Upon hearing this and considering 038's expression, Sully quickly deduced the situation, his face contorting as if he had tasted something foul. They wouldn't actually give me black feather. Would they? 038 awkwardly gave Sully a thumbs up. Smart move, brother. I am not smart at all. This group of wretched beings are truly inhumane. Sully, filled with rage, felt an urge to smash the walls, but upon recalling he was not in his own warehouse, he begrudgingly took a seat. Realizing the calculations had gone awry, with the beads of the abacus practically striking his face. Throwing away the waste that leaked is merely a form of resource recycling. This truly feels like an unexpected twist of fate, an unforeseen turn of events. I refuse. Let Aka Industries roll wherever they please. Brother, perhaps we should reconsider, even if it means serving tea and water. Although somewhat flawed, it is still an S-class, after all. Yet it troubles me. From another perspective, that black feather might be even more vexing. Allow me to share a piece of information with you. Do you know Honging? She is Black Feather's underling, reportedly never leaving his side. Sully narrowed her eyes, suddenly realizing how considerate Miss 038 truly is. Really? Miss 038 leaned close to Sully's ear and whispered, Indeed, I have heard that she has been inquiring about your preferences these past few days. It is said that she is willing to do anything to prevent Black Feather from being mistreated. Sully subtly shifted to the side. Sister, what are you saying? As a young person who cherishes the values of integrity, beauty, and passion, how could I ever engage in the mistreatment of a machine girl? By the way, please let her know that I do not wish to see her in a suit. A maid outfit would be more acceptable. 038. Chapter 31. Censorship? Unthinkable. In the spacious conference room, Sully expected to encounter a representative from Aka Industries. However, upon entering, she found only an empty room and a document on the table. They showed him a complete lack of respect, standing up and leaving as soon as they learned of his refusal to sign the contract. It seems that a pilot like Sully, who is shamelessly audacious, is unworthy of their time. Sully grabbed the documents and swiftly signed his name after a brief glance. Standing behind him, 038 hesitated, words lingering on the tip of her tongue. While it is commendable for individuals to hold steadfast to their beliefs, in Sully's circumstances, her authority rendered her incapable of offering him further assistance. Humanity is a species that thrives on unity. Rejecting the invitation from Aka Industries may appear to be a gratifying act. Yet both she and Sully are acutely aware that the path ahead will be fraught with challenges. Aka Industries does not embody the human council. It is, at best, a mere periphery of the council, yet even this marginal entity represents its interests. By choosing to decline, Sully effectively repudiated the council itself. At least in South City. No club would dare to sign a contract with Sully under the looming pressure of Aka Industries, even if he is a resident pilot. The prize money for city-level competitions is limited and insufficient to sustain the Lightning upgrade module. However, provincial-level competitions necessitate affiliation with a club for participation. In an instant, the future formed a closed loop, signifying that Sully could only make a mark at the city level, no matter how skillful he might be. Although his prowess could easily dominate city competitions, after a few victories, neither the audience nor the event organizers would remain supportive. A mere contract could render him easily silenced by the heavy hand of capital. How could this not incite outrage? How could it not evoke a sense of melancholy? 038 gazed at Sully, her young figure standing tall and resolute. A certain ineffable aura seemed to envelop him, compelling one to steal a few more glances. She could not help but ponder all possible avenues for his future. Remaining as an instructor within the inspection team was an opportunity that most pilots yearned for. However, for Sully, he rightfully deserved a grander horizon. Moreover, with the salary of an instructor, it would take him nearly a lifetime to elevate Lightning to an S rank. How many lifetimes can one truly have? The prime age for an ordinary pilot averages around 35. Once past this age, physical capabilities begin to wane, and reflexes start to dull. Even upon entering the arena, one could only serve as a mere backdrop to others' brilliance. How could Sully possibly accept such an outcome? Would all his driving skills simply fade into obscurity? Perhaps he could establish a club of his own? No, the approval process for a club is exceedingly complex. And given the style of Aka Industries, Intervention would surely come swiftly. Sis, what's wrong? 038 snapped back to reality, noticing Su Li waving his hand in front of her face, appearing nonchalant and even smiling. It's nothing. Don't you feel any concern? No club will extend an olive branch to you. It doesn't matter. If it comes to it, I can head to the battlefield. Accumulating military merits would also enable Lightning's upgrade. With my skills, even the minor insectoid foes would be easily subdued. Others shy away from the battlefield, yet you seem eager to rush towards it. Have you lost your mind? Relax, I never said I would go right now. Su Li, indifferent, waved his hand and strode outside. 038 gritted her teeth, gazing at Su Li's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. What are your intentions, after all? What else could there be? Naturally, it is to seize the moment and engage in more competitions. However, relying solely on city-level events, one cannot possibly gather enough funds for the modules. Standing before the dormitory of the third squad, Su Li turned and shrugged. It doesn't matter. I don't need modules. Even if the Lightning cannot upgrade, so what? I alone am sufficient to surpass countless modules. Through the window, he could clearly see Lightning holding the trophy, grinning like a fool. It seemed that with the trophy, the pilot had become inconsequential. Modules have never been a necessity. If they wish to constrain me through resources, what does that reveal but their own lack of confidence? Let us not forget, my mech girl is only A grade. Yet what difference does it make? ISNT resonance still achieved? Beneath the gentle glow of the setting sun, 038 was stirred by Su Li's grandiose declarations. She stepped forward and pinched his ear, gritting her teeth. Although I know you speak the truth, I apologize, but for some reason, my hand is a bit restless. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Su Li swiftly swatted at 038's delicate hand, losing the initial calmness he had displayed. I said, isn't that enough? Aka Industries' longtime rival, Sancheng Heavy Industries, has extended an olive branch to me. They can withstand Aka's pressure on my behalf. But the prerequisite is that there can be no preferential treatment in resources. Is that so? Upon hearing this, 038 felt a weight lift from her heart. With the endorsement of the club, she could participate in provincial competitions and potentially even at the national level. Did they truly have no other stipulations? Well, there were some. Sancheng Heavy Industries was rather insistent. They demanded that I replace the logo on the Black Feather with their own branding. Additionally, I must pilot the Black Feather in at least one match during the provincial competition. Should an Aka mech appear in that match, a bounty of 500,000 would be awarded for each one eliminated. 038 was clearly taken aback by Sancheng Heavy Industries' demands. To utilize an Aka mech while bearing Sancheng's logo and to vanquish Aka's machines? What a profound vendetta. Did you agree to this? Su Li nodded. It was an opportunity too good to pass up. Not only would she participate in the competition, but she would also have the satisfaction of undermining her opponents. Could there be a more advantageous arrangement? I didn't just agree. I also had them procure an invitation to the competition for me. What competition? The Huanyu Arena Championship. The Huanyu Arena Championship? Is there such an event in provincial competitions? Why had I never? 038's expression suddenly darkened as she looked at Su Li, her mouth moving uncertainly. I recall now. This is the selection tournament for various clubs under Aka Industries. Have you lost your mind? Not at all. What could be a better declaration of loyalty than to dominate the competition? 038 gazed silently at Su Li, instinctively shivering. By the way, sister, do you know any friends in the media? If you do, could you ask them to help with some publicity? The championship prize is $1 million, and I am concerned about Akalai defaulting. 038 quietly released her grip on Su Li's ear, carefully smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothing. She patted her chest and assured him, "Fear not, brother. If he dares to default, I shall rally the team and encircle them. Moreover, there is another matter I must remind you of. Elimination and annihilation are not equivalent prices." Su Li gave 038 a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly like my own sister. How about we swear brotherhood today? Delaying even a single day would be a desecration of our bond." Chapter 32. This is a misunderstanding. Su Li was destined not to form a brotherhood. In truth, he felt rather grateful to Akalai Industries. With their intervention, the multitude of bothersome clubs ceased their probing attempts. The news of his rejection of Akalai Industries swiftly spread throughout the entire city of Nan. All the small clubs that sought to tempt him withdrew from the campus, their ambitions dashed. Finally, he returned to his dilapidated warehouse in the early hours of the morning. Lightning, who once adored curling up beside him, had found a new companion. Clutching his trophy, he nestled in the corner on a mat. resembling a golden retriever savoring a substantial bone. The following morning, before he had the chance to awaken fully, he was roused from his slumber by a group of lively individuals from the inspection team. With hair resembling a bird's nest, he shivered as the chilly morning breeze swept across the playground. The various mechanical girls had already lined up before him. At the edge of the playground, 038 languidly reclined on a beach chair, with a small table beside her holding a vibrant orange lubricant. A straw was inserted into a cup, which she gently swayed with her fingers. Observing her demeanor, it was unclear whether she had come for training or leisure. Let us commence. Each individual will have 10 minutes, and I shall keep time for you. Dear sister, might I first wash my face? He inquired, aware of their evident anxiety, though it was unwarranted. After all, he was a substantial presence who would not simply vanish. With a snap of her fingers, 038 summoned 537, who swiftly approached with a basin and towel in hand. She dampened the towel in the basin and pressed it against Su Li's face, vigorously rubbing it. The shock of the cold water jolted him into full awareness. Indeed, the mechanized maidens were not adept at serving others. Feeling as though his face had been sanded down, Su Li was left in a state of exasperation. The protective services provided by the mechanical island were undeniably considerate, yet if they applied a bit more force, they might very well peel his skin away. Stop, stop, stop. Shall we begin now? Aren't we going to have breakfast first? Su Li glanced at the plate held by 534, where the fried dough sticks were each half a meter long and had not been cut. He had no doubt that should he nod even slightly, the mechanized maiden would pry his mouth open and shove the entire length of the fried dough down his throat. Never mind. I am accustomed to fasting in the morning, lest I aggravate my stomach with excess acid. 038 nodded in satisfaction, and the foremost mechanized maiden promptly unfolded, opening the hatch of the cockpit. After splashing his face with cool water and drying his hands, Su Li stepped onto the outstretched hand of the mech. The armed mech girls and the cockpit of Lightning, though differing slightly, share many similarities. The seats lack significant comfort, likely due to the initial assumption that they would not accommodate a pilot. Consequently, the seats are rather firm, adopting a more rugged and minimalist style. After studying the operating system of the armed mech girls for a while, he finally grasped the controls. The colossal mech emitted a resounding roar as its thrusters ignited explosively. Due to the absence of the corresponding auxiliary control modules, maneuvering it proved to be more laborious than operating Lightning. While executing an action with Lightning required merely a tenth of his strength, it demanded 30% when piloting the armed mech girls. However, Su Li quickly adapted, skillfully navigating the mech as it danced through the training ground. He soon realized that in certain applications of technique, these armed mech girls surpassed Lightning considerably. They appeared to be optimized for battlefield conditions. A series of tactical maneuvers could be executed swiftly with just the input of preliminary commands. Sharp turns, aggressive advances, and rapid approaches to cover were all executed with remarkable efficiency. Even the act of unsheathing a blade and delivering a strike could be extended based on the original command. This undoubtedly filled Su Li with elation. Many of her movements were strikingly impressive, sparking inspiration within him. If Lightning's system could incorporate similar shortcut command guidance, it would represent a monumental leap for her. After this session of operation, Su Li gained new insights into his piloting skills. Such an opportunity had never arisen before, but he looked forward to exploring it more frequently in the future. He even took a keen interest in attempting to manipulate the mecha, executing the combat techniques from his past life. The specialized combat maneuvers of the mecha were bold and unrestrained. Although lacking in aesthetic appeal, they exuded an imposing presence. The continuous spinning and slashing of the long blade stirred the blood of all the mecha maidens present. Every armed mecha maiden watched intently, astonished by his remarkable adaptability, while simultaneously growing increasingly eager for their own trial. Particularly, the final sequence of moves, which appeared to be a coherent set of combat techniques, thoroughly ignited their enthusiasm. They were even overcome by an impulse to pry open Su Li's head to see what lay within. 10 minutes is not an extensive period. However, the moment Su Li leaped from the mecha, the foremost mecha maiden was compelled to retract her deployment. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her mind utterly blank. The relentless barrage of commands and the feedback from the mecha's operations nearly caused her brain to malfunction. Following her were the second and third participants. With only a handful of mecha maidens in the third squad, and each allotted 10 minutes, the entire session lasted just over 2 hours. When Zhang Chongping arrived at the arena, he beheld a cluster of mecha maidens sprawled on the grass, occasionally twitching. He swallowed hard, discreetly positioning his sturdy shield behind him. Su Li cast a glance at the two, observing the pink tuft of hair from the sturdy shield as it peeked out from behind him, curiously surveying the armed mecha maidens with a look of profound astonishment. They have arrived? Indeed. Is there something amiss? In truth, there is nothing of significance. Oh, until we meet again. Zhang Changping, upon hearing this, hurriedly grasped Su Lily's departing figure. That's enough. I'm here to congratulate you. Everyone has watched your competition, and your performance was truly outstanding. The professor now boasts about you to anyone he meets. His previously stooped posture has straightened up. Is old Zhang pleased? That's wonderful. Perhaps he's invigorated enough to consider having a second child. You are utterly lacking in decorum. Stop rambling and return quickly. 2 of Aka's mech girls have arrived at your warehouse, and lightning is blocking them from entering. When I came, it was almost a ruckus. Su Li was taken aback. Why didn't you mention such an important matter sooner? I was about to say, haven't you always treated them with indifference? Su Li turned to greet the day's 038 with a glance and dashed towards the warehouse without looking back. By heaven's grace. It had arrived neither too early nor too late, but precisely at the moment he was busy. This timing seemed almost intentional. He silently noted another entry for Aka Industries in his mind and quickened his pace. Sure enough, before he even reached the warehouse entrance, he could already hear the clamor. On what grounds are you preventing us from entering? We are indeed Su Li's new mech girls. This is Aka Industries compensation. How many times must I repeat myself for you to understand? I'm sorry, but your identities are questionable. I cannot allow you inside. It would be best not to force your way in. The inspection team is training at the training ground. If I raise my voice, they will come over. At that point, it won't be pleasant for anyone. No, you seem to have forgotten. You have encountered us before. It was at the Academy's training ground. Yes, the very machine girl who threatened you. That is her. I am the one standing behind, clad in a black suit at that time. Hong Ying argued fervently, tightening her coat around her as she spoke. She could clearly sense the attention drawn by Lightning's loud interruption, feeling the weight of many gazes upon her. A flush crept across her face at the thought of being seen in her current attire. She wished she could vanish into the cracks of the ground. Lightning's gaze swept across the hem of their coats, her wariness intensifying. The black stiletto heels, stockings, and leg bands were all too conspicuous. Even the collar of her coat could not conceal the leather choker around her neck. She narrowed her eyes, her mind racing with alarm. Good heavens! Unable to hold her own in the training ground, and now resorting to seduction? She had previously donned a serious black suit, and now it turned out she was a submissive. Is this the audacity of Aka's machine girls? What sort of play is this? Hong Ying felt her face nearly matching the color of Lightning's hair, utterly humiliated. Yet, for the sake of Kuroha, she acquiesced. After 2 days of investigation at the academy, every machine girl claimed that Su Li was a pervert who enjoyed touching machine girls. Even more scandalously, she learned through reliable channels that Su Li had a particular fondness for maid outfits. In an effort to cater to his preferences, she had hastily ordered 2 sets of attire that she deemed somewhat acceptable, wearing them to Su Li's warehouse early in the morning, determined to seek his forgiveness. However, she was met with an impassable barrier at the door, unable to gain entry. Please, I implore you, let us enter, Su Li exclaimed, striding back with urgency, his gaze immediately falling upon the 3 figures standing by the door. Curious onlookers had already begun to capture the moment with their cameras. He hastily swung the door open and pulled Lightning into the warehouse. Chapter 33, Assistance on Lightning's Fiery Red Head. A single tuft of hair stood upright for the first time, swaying like an antenna, its eyes gleaming with a perilous light as it grasped Su Li's arm with an involuntary intensity. Master, they are wearing garments I have never donned, it uttered. The words laced with a biting tone that made Su Li shudder instinctively. He sensed that Lightning's focus seemed slightly misaligned. Hong Ying, her face flushed crimson, stifled her discomfort as she shed her trench coat. The maid outfit, adorned with delicate white lace, featured a hollowed-out design at the chest, fashioned into a heart shape. The skirt was notably short, accentuating the tantalizing curve beloved by men. With a visage reflecting a brave yet tragic indignation, she spun in place. A large bow perched on her back, exuding an inexplicable fluffiness that invited an urge to touch it. Su Li's gaze fixated on the fluffy foxtail that cascaded behind her, and he instinctively swallowed hard. After showcasing herself, Hong Ying pulled the always bowed-headed Heiyu closer, assisting her in removing the trench coat. What are you all intending to do? Lightning exclaimed, hurriedly covering Su Li's eyes, fury igniting in its gaze. This is too much. Absolutely outrageous. The genuine mech girl is still present. What do these two little sprites intend? An open provocation? Please, forgive our past transgressions. As long as you are willing to accept the dark feather, you may do whatever you wish to me. No, my master desires nothing. Lightning responded with unwavering certainty. Su Li opened his mouth slightly, feeling a firm grip around his waist, and sensibly closed his lips. He strained to shift his gaze, and when lightning covered his face, he pried open his eyelids with his fingers. For a brief moment, it was tolerable, but prolonged exposure brought discomfort due to dryness. When Hong Ying caught sight of Su Li's bulging eyes through the gaps between Lightning's fingers, her heart trembled. Even with his eyes covered, he remained persistently undeterred. It seemed the label of perversion was not merely a rumor. With the thought of the potential atrocities that Black Feather might endure, she instinctively pulled him into her embrace. One with long, straight black hair, the other with a high ponytail, the two maids huddled together, their faces adorned with profound sorrow and despair. Su Li had never imagined that one day he would find himself in the role of the antagonist. He ripped Lightning's hand away and seized his trench coat from the sofa, tossing it to Hong Ying. Wear the clothes properly. Whom do you intend to display such expressions for? Do you understand that I am the true victim in this entire affair? Thanks to you, I am now entirely restricted by Akar Industries, and even in future competitions, I must heed their wishes. What gives you the audacity to assume that by donning a couple of garments and feigning grievance in my presence, I would forgive you? Was it I who summoned you here? Did I create your current predicament? You speak as if you were the only ones with a voice. It was you who instigated this, and it is you who brandished resources to coerce me into signing. Is it wrong for me to refuse to play along? What is even more absurd is that you all dress in such a manner, shrinking pitifully into my space. As if it were an established fact that I would do something to you. What have I done? Huh? Aka Industries, do you not comprehend your own identity? Class as mechanical maidens? You are merely the discarded refuse cast aside by Aka, intended solely to vex me. To be frank, I have no desire for your presence. He could even exchange you for money. Even the price of a mere class of mechanical maiden would be acceptable to me. Moreover, Miss Hong Ying, please take note. The compensation agreement does not include you. It solely pertains to Heiyu. Therefore, do suppress that expression of indignation. You are not the victim. I am. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying protested, her face flushed with urgency. No, that is not the case. The young lady is also a victim. She is not as you perceive her to be. She released Heiyu and stepped forward, 2 paces towards Su Li. I acknowledge our wrongdoing. Thus, I have come bearing the most sincere intentions. I am a free mechanical maiden. As long as you promise not to harm Heiyu, I am willing to enter into a core contract with you. Lightning was taken aback, staring blankly at Hong Ying, her heart suddenly wavering at the sight of her expression. Only a mechanical maiden understands the significance of a core contract. It is a form of binding. However, for Hong Ying, the core contract would become an eternal shackle. She is willing to sacrifice everything for Heiyu. Su Li lowered his gaze, as Hong Ying had already lifted her mechanical core. Unlike Lightning's, her metallic core shimmered with a gentle golden hue. The delicate core rested in her palm, her hands trembling uncontrollably, yet her gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Put it away. I shall not forge a contract with you. Su Li feigned indifference, but his heart ached as if it were bleeding. An S-class mech girl, although somewhat lacking in stability, still met the passing standard. No, I know you will accept Black Feather, and she will certainly enter into a contract with you. I ask for nothing more, not even any additional demands. I willingly offer myself to become your core mech girl, as long as you do not harm Black Feather. I am prepared to endure everything on her behalf. Su Li furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to comprehend the girl before him, Hong Ying. He glanced at Black Feather, who had curled up in a corner and had not lifted her head since entering the room, then turned back to Hong Ying. For such a delusional individual, Hong Ying shuddered slightly, but nodded resolutely. She is not delusional. Before she became a mech girl, she was my pilot. Her words momentarily stunned Su Li. He turned to look at Black Feather, a flicker of incredulity crossing his eyes. She was her pilot? Black Feather, who now appears to be merely 18 or 19 years of age, had already become a pilot. Indeed, genius exists in every world. It was no wonder she could decipher her movements from mere traces. If such talent had not met with an untimely demise and possessed an S-class mech girl, she would surely have achieved great heights. Lightning approached with her head bowed, gently tugging at Su Li's sleeve. Master, you should contract with them. Su Li turned back to Lightning, bewildered. Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten how she humiliated you? Yet, they are the compensation we deserve, are they not? Suli stared blankly at his companion, lightening, unsure whether to describe her as overly benevolent or excessively sympathetic. Just moments ago, she had held a firm stance. In the span of a few sentences, she relinquished her resistance. Unbeknownst to him, Lightning's concession stemmed solely from the reflection of herself and Suli she perceived in them. Should Suli ever find himself abandoned, she might, like Hong Ying, make a similar choice. I apologize for our past recklessness and sincerely hope for your forgiveness. However, concerning Aka Industries, they have left no contingency plans regarding us. You may rest assured on this matter. All the commitments I have made can be etched into the core, and should any be violated, the core will self-destruct immediately. As she spoke, she tugged at the nearby Black Feather. If you would agree, I hope that the contract signed with Black Feather can be a standard long-term agreement. With delicate arms, she shook off Hong Ying's grip. Black Feather trembled all over, bowing her head as she gradually wrapped her arms tightly around herself. Shaking, she uttered her first words since entering the warehouse. I disagree. Suli, if you are a man, then sign the core contract with me. I know you despise Aka Industries. I can assist you. Upon hearing this, Suli gazed in astonishment at the trembling Black Feather. Though her body quivered so violently that she could barely stand, the eyes hidden beneath her dark hair gleamed with an uncanny light. For the first time, he felt a flicker of interest in the girl before him. Oh, how do you intend to assist? Chapter 34. The past of Heiyu Suli was acutely aware that he had not been mistaken. In the deeper recesses of the girl's eyes, he discerned a profoundly buried hatred. Miss, Hong Ying's piercing scream shattered his thoughts. You cannot do this. You promised me. You clearly promised me. You would not act foolishly again. Heiyu smiled, a smile tinged with despair. Within her diminutive frame lay an inexhaustible reservoir of resentment. Why can't I act foolishly? Hong Ying, what else am I forbidden to do? I was once Wang Menglin, the little princess of AKA's industry, a genius pilot. But what am I now? Am I merely a person, or am I a machine girl? Her voice crescendoed into hysteria, her eyes rimmed with crimson veins. The days I spent racing alongside you were the most exhilarating moments of my life. But now? Now I exist in a state that is neither human nor ghost. Her slender fingers repeatedly prodded her own chest, glancing at Hong Ying with an air of detachment. Upon meeting her gaze, Hong Ying shuddered. As all her long-held convictions crumbled into insignificance in an instant, she had, astonishingly, distanced herself from her. Whether in life or as a machine girl, you always compelled me to endure. In the past, you sacrificed your dreams of the racing arena for my safety. You halted my research endeavors for my well-being. You endeavored tirelessly to ensure my survival by sending me to Mechanical Island. Suddenly, she laughed maniacally. Hong Ying, there is something I have never revealed to you. I know who penned those threatening letters. I am aware of who was behind the wheel when my car was struck. Even your act of sending me to the Mechanical Island was meticulously orchestrated by another. My brother, envious of my lack of extraordinary talent, has plotted against me. My father, in his pursuit of a more prolonged existence, has turned cold-blooded. It was my brother who forced us out of the arena. It was my stepmother who crashed into my car. It was my younger brother who severed my oxygen supply. And it was my father who went to great lengths to pave the way for you, ensuring I was sent to the Mechanical Island. Have you ever questioned how I met my demise? Initially, I was oblivious until I accessed my memories in their entirety on the Mechanical Island. Even in my final moments, I could clearly comprehend the words spoken by those around me. In that instant, I suddenly understood, and despair washed over me. You wished to protect me, unconditionally and without limit. Yet, I no longer wished to live, for aside from you, I had no reason to survive. The principles of the mechanical being constrained me, forcing me to witness my own executioners boldly appear before me, eager to extract the secrets of the Mechanical Island from my lips. Though I longed to draw my blade and slay them all, I could only stand and watch. Hong Ying stood frozen, like a soulless puppet. She stared blankly at the hysterical Heiyu before her, and suddenly realized that she understood nothing of humanity at all. In her recollection, Heiyu's capriciousness had inflicted harm upon many. Yet, time and again, they had chosen to embrace her. Little did she realize that it was they who had cast her into the abyss. After becoming a mechanized entity, I indeed caused considerable distress, acting with arrogance and threatening others. I even disregarded my lawyer's counsel, proclaiming in court that I was a machine girl. Yet, that was merely a cry for oblivion. And what was the outcome? Time and again, I found myself re-emerging in the public eye unscathed. The law could not punish me, The codes deftly circumvented my transgressions. The instinct of the mechanized persona compelled me to incessantly seek a pilot, while my human nature resisted. Hongyin, I cannot bear it any longer. I beseech you. As your former master, I implore you. I fear death. I admit that when confronted with mortality, I still tremble. But I cannot continue in this manner. Their actions have spoken volumes. From me, they have extracted nothing. Hence, we are discarded like refuse. Allow me one act of defiance. Just once. We have painstakingly freed ourselves from AKA's grasp, gaining an opportunity to make our own choices. Let me exact my revenge. If I cannot do anything, then I would rather not exist. Hongyin reached out toward Heiyu, yearning to embrace her, yet her outstretched hand froze in the air, motionless for an eternity. However, we now possess nothing. Aka Industries is a colossal entity, but we now harbor hope. Heiyu finally succumbed, kneeling upon the ground. She wept uncontrollably, the long-standing repression rendering her unable to contain her emotions. Hongying's eyes too were tinged with red, and she finally approached, kneeling on the ground to embrace Heiyu in her arms. The two mechanized beings clung to one another, weeping in unison, their cries echoing throughout the warehouse. Lightning tugged at Su Li's sleeve, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had never imagined that the plot of a novel would unfold in such a manner in reality. Heiyu's plight was truly heart-wrenching. Master, let us assist them. Su Li's brow furrowed almost to the point of touching the sky as he glanced at Lightning, who was beginning to empathize, and he sighed silently. The entanglements of love and hatred within the wealthy families had no bearing on him. Yet binding Heiyu by contract was imperative. This was mandated by the Sand City Heavy Industries, which insisted on the thorough enforcement of despicable actions. Damn it, these tycoons played truly dirty. In the end, only Heiyu bore the brunt of their machinations. Any desire for revenge would only culminate in further suffering. Lowering his gaze to the inconsolable Heiyu, he fell into a contemplative silence. The image of her once proud demeanor upon their first meeting resurfaced in his mind. Compared to her current state, he found himself wishing she could live with the same abandon as she had then, even if it was merely a fade. It would be preferable to exposing her scars anew for all to witness. Let them be, he murmured. Su Li turned away and strode towards his compartment. He collapsed onto his bed, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. Caught in the crossfire of two colossal enterprises, he, a mere pilot with no connections, might be perceived as nothing more than a minuscule droplet, hardly worthy of a ripple. However, it matters not. He can still ride the waves when the wind rises. Su Li turned, his gaze fixed upon the steel-framed ceiling. It became apparent that human memory could indeed be harnessed to create mechanical daughters. But how should one define a mechanical daughter like Heiyu? Is she a continuation of Wang Menglin, or rather an inheritance of some obsession? Their acquaintance has been brief, rendering him unable to discern any clues. The deeper truths, no doubt, pertain to the secrets of Mechanical Island, which remain beyond his reach. In the warehouse, the incessant cries brought him great distress. Amidst the wailing, even the Lightning seemed to join the fray. He rolled over in bed, fumbling to grasp a cigarette from the table. With the flick of a lighter, a bright flame erupted, igniting the cigarette. He took a deep drag and exhaled slowly. Sign it. Let them all sign. After all, he bore no loss. Chapter 35, Comrades? Did you hear that clearly? What transpired within? Shh, keep your voices down. With all this noise, they might be too embarrassed to cry. The perimeter of the warehouse was crowded with mechanical daughters clad in blue and white uniforms. A dozen individuals blocked the main entrance, filling 3 entire tiers. They cried so intensely. Have they all been reduced to tears? Is it the kind of crying that involves loud wails? 537 paused, instinctively pushing forward. She yearned to hear how they expressed their sorrow. 534 patted her chest, beaming with pride. The news that Instructor Su favored maid outfits was something I had leaked. It seems this Hongyin has caught on quickly, seizing upon our Instructor Su's vulnerability. I must confess that I am not one to boast. Otherwise, if Hongyin were to find out, she would undoubtedly insist on treating me to a couple of meals. Oh, but how did you come by this information? You brazen minx. Why do you bend your elbow outward? Had you merely given me a heads up, I would not have shown up in uniform for training. Pray tell, which style does Instructor Su prefer? The British style or the Eiffel Tower motif? No, the maid outfit over there appears rather conservative. I suspect it may lean towards a cherry blossom theme. What is Hongyin wearing? She is wrapped in a trench coat, so I couldn't discern clearly. But her long legs are exposed, suggesting it is a short style. Yes, I caught a glimpse. I must ask, Why did you not speak up about this within the team? How could you not have noticed after years of partnership, yet you find yourself in the enemy camp? 534 never anticipated that a single remark would draw attention to herself. The increasingly loud cries from the warehouse further ignited the competitive spirit among the mech girls, who all turned their gazes towards 534, their expressions cold as ice. The latter broke into a cold sweat. No, this is information from the captain. I cannot ascertain its veracity. If I had known, why would I withhold it from my sisters? Upon the mention of 038, the mech girls finally diverted their attention, straining their ears to listen intently to the loud sobbing within. You wouldn't dare. By the way, did any of you in the front hear anything? Why is it only crying? We in the back cannot catch any details at all. Having arrived late, I could only catch wind of the instructor's core contract. Subsequently, incessant beeping from the cleaning robots filled the air, leading me to suspect that some unspeakable events had transpired within. Why else would they choose to commence cleaning at such a peculiar moment? TCH, after all that fuss, you all failed to notice. Hush. Haven't you learned the art of intelligence analysis? Listen closely, the cadence of the weeping is strikingly rhythmic, 2 short sobs followed by 1 long, interspersed with sporadic gasps. In my view, 534 observed as the crowd's attention shifted, tugging nervously at the hem of her garment, wiping the cold sweat from her brow with trembling hands. I must remain composed. If they discover that beneath my uniform lies a maid outfit, I doubt I would return alive today. Meanwhile, Su Li, ensconced in his compartment, remained oblivious to the fact that he had been overheard. He took a drag from his cigarette, pulling out his terminal to delve into the details of the Cosmic Arena competition. With only a week remaining until the event, time was of the essence. The most pressing concern was Black Feather herself. He had no additional time to acclimate with her. Although they shared the same objective, his lack of experience with her left him feeling uncertain. Especially after Black Feather's mental breakdown, the crucial question remained, could she endure the competition? Or at least manage a few rounds? The event was organized by Epoch Industries, whose primary goal was to scout talent from its various clubs to bolster both provincial and national teams. Due to its affiliation with a large corporation, this relatively unofficial competition can be regarded as a provincial event. Although it leans towards a private nature, it openly invites competitors from other clubs to participate. Sansheng Heavy Industry has participated on multiple occasions, yet has consistently returned empty-handed. Given the limited number of slots in the competition, the pressure faced by their contestants is considerable. It goes without saying that the participants from Akar will form alliances, prioritizing the elimination of outsiders. This implies that in order to triumph in the competition, one must first contend with the relentless onslaught of Akar Industries, or risk being encircled and cornered. The competition comprises 3 distinct formats. The first is the common arena battle, which serves as the namesake of this event. In this format, Mechs engage in combat within a designated area, with victory conditions met when one party's machine is severely damaged or surrenders. The use of weapons is restricted to melee armaments, although specific types are not limited. Additionally, there are chaotic brawls and team contests. However, the brawls and team matches they organize significantly differ from traditional competitions. In typical events, contestants often face a single opponent at a time. Yet, within their arena, the pilots from Akar Industries have grown accustomed to collaborating against adversaries. This frequently results in scenes of overwhelming assaults on the battlefield. As for the team contests, one side consists of teams that have frequently trained together, while the opposing side is made up of randomly assembled groups, rendering any comparison moot. Therefore, upon reflecting on the overall structure, it becomes evident that the arena battle is the fairest of the 3 competition formats. These 3 modes of competition rotate annually, following the established sequence of previous contests. This year should indeed feature the arena battle. Su Li relaxed the furrow in his brow. If it truly were a tournament, he would not be overly concerned. Although the arena is subject to spatial limitations, with the balanced attributes of the Black Feather, it should pose no significant issues. Furthermore, there is a designated intermission between each match, allowing for a period of recuperation. He conservatively estimates that having Black Feather participate in 3 matches would be quite feasible. As for the remaining bouts, Redding could easily fill in the slots. If necessary, Lightning could also tag along for a couple of rounds. The competition venue is not situated in Nan City, but rather at the junction between it and another city. Akar Industries has acquired a vast expanse of land, constructing an extensive training ground. For him, this proximity is undoubtedly a welcome piece of news. Knock. Knock, knock. The warehouse door was forcefully struck, and the three mechanical maidens ceased their sobs. Lightning pulled the two maidens, who were huddled together, towards the compartment where Su Li was situated. Su Li glanced at the tearful trio before stepping out and opening the warehouse door. 3 rows of armed mechanical maidens stood in an orderly formation at the entrance. In front of them stood a dashing young man with white hair, who casually ran his fingers through his locks and flashed a cheeky grin. With a languid tone, he surveyed Su Li from head to toe before asking, "Are you Su Li, the man who will fight alongside me?" Su Li tilted his head, momentarily blinded by the dazzling sequins adorning the young man's attire. He glanced up at the scorching sun, then back at the youth, who was wrapped up like an ice cream cone. Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding his decision. Was Three Cities Heavy Industry truly the right choice? A machine girl with flowing lavender hair approached Su Li, extending her delicate hand towards him. She was adorned in a moon-white qipao, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Rich in grace, Su Li gently took her slender hand and gave it a light squeeze. "Please do not mind my foolish companion. Good day, Mr. Su. I am Yurong 37, an S-class machine girl affiliated with Sancheng Heavy Industries and the Weixing Club. I have come here, rather abruptly, to present you with a token." She gestured to a man in a black suit standing behind her, who promptly approached and retrieved an invitation from his pocket. Presenting it to Su Li with both hands, he accepted it, noticing that the name on the invitation was blank. It was indeed an invitation to the Galactic Arena Tournament. Though it may seem somewhat presumptuous to speak thus upon our first meeting, if you do not mind, I would like to challenge you to a duel at the earliest opportunity, as comrades who will soon fight side by side. Understanding each other's strengths is paramount for making the most appropriate adjustments on the battlefield. Since you have chosen to participate in the tournament, I trust you aspire to achieve greater heights. She slightly bowed as a gesture of apology. Su Li felt a pang of envy. He longed to bring out the 3 girls in his house, to show her what a true machine girl looked like. Beautiful, with outstanding poise, and soft, pleasant speech. How unlike the 3 unruly ones at home. One, originally a regal lady, had become increasingly reminiscent of a clingy little girl. The other 2, who he was only meeting for the second time today, were weepy and afflicted with a sense of adolescent angst. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but glance at the sparkly man standing behind Yurong, who was covertly eyeing the armed machine girl. He might find it easier to communicate with the previous Heiyu. Chapter 36, The Challenge at the Door. The arrival of Sancheng Heavy Industries did not go unnoticed by Su Li. The mech girl in the room heard everything quite clearly. As the two made their way to the training ground, lightning peeked out from the partition. "Master, I believe they harbor ill intentions and wish to test your prowess." They could simply state their intentions rather than engage in convoluted speech. Is it not exhausting for her to speak in such a manner, especially if she wishes to go further? Su Li cast a heartbroken glance at Lightning, opening his mouth to speak but ultimately refraining. It was futile. The mech girl was of his own choosing. The resonance they shared indicated that he was not some elite entity either. Let us not dwell on it. Since we are aware of their intentions to gauge our strength, we should prepare swiftly so as not to keep them waiting impatiently. Whom do you intend to use? Let Heiyu take the lead. She will be the main force in this match. Consider it an opportunity for her to acclimatize. From the direction of the partition, Heiyu emerged on her own accord. She donned a maid outfit, her long black hair cascading freely, adorned with cute animal ear decorations. She approached Su Li with confidence. Honging followed suit, glancing at Heiyu, her expression one of hesitation, reminiscent of a mother concerned for her child about to embark on a journey. Su Li observed Heiyu, noticing her slightly reddened eyes. However, she appeared to be in good spirits. "Are you ready?" In response, Heiyu gently nodded and quietly affirmed, "I can do it." On the training ground, Li Tianlang resembled a puddle of mud, draped over the railing, eagerly awaiting Su Li's arrival. Yurong sat on the bench in the audience, meticulously browsing through recent match videos of Lightning on her terminal. How many times had she watched this? Was it truly that captivating? She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her brow slightly furrowed. Indeed, it is captivating. His movements are extraordinarily fluid, with no errors in the transmission of commands. But what does flawless command transmission signify? Isn't this a fundamental requirement for every S-rank pilot? Li Tianlang, feeling a tinge of jealousy, lifted his head with newfound vigor. After all, as a newly inducted pilot, how formidable could he be? He merely triumphed in a city-level competition. I was capable of the same back in my day. Yurong bestowed upon him a tender gaze. All right, my master is the best. Technically, he clearly cannot compare to you. However, This opponent should not be underestimated. Many of his maneuvers are executed with an astonishing level of precision. Just think. If you could pilot me to accomplish these highly challenging moves, my master, you would undoubtedly shine as the brightest star on the battlefield. Which maneuvers? Let me see. With my genius-like intellect, what moves can I not replicate? Li Tianlang leaned closer, resting his head on Yu Rong's shoulder. He inhaled the scent of her hair, allowing her to gently stroke his white locks. On the screen, the video displayed Su Li piloting lightning as he navigated through the mountain pass. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, narrowing his eyes. This series of maneuvers was indeed beyond his capability to imitate. Could this truly be the skill of a mere individual? However, it is likely that he has conducted extensive research on the curves. As you know, my forte does not lie in navigating bends. Yu Rong nodded affirmatively, acknowledging, indeed. Master primarily excels in arena competitions. Otherwise, mastering the curves would be a trivial matter. With Yu Rong's affirmation, Li Tianlong's face blossomed with a radiant smile. No worries. For the sake of my dear Rong, I am willing to learn. These mere curves are insignificant. As the foremost member of the Weixin Club, the reigning champion of provincial circuits, and the new king of this era, mastering such skills will be a piece of cake. Master, won't you be too exhausted? Tired? Not at all. Rest assured, Rong, shortly I will make that young man experience the majesty of a true champion. Afterward, I shall commence my practice on the curves. Grant me a month, and I assure you I will pass the continuous bends in the video unscathed. Yu Rong, filled with admiration, playfully tousled her head of white hair, her tone laced with exaggerated delight. Wow, master, that is truly impressive. I must ponder what reward to prepare in case you succeed. She extended her long, slender leg, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Master, how about I wear white as a reward for you? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Tianlong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Would it be glossy white? Or perhaps matte black? Either is fine. I am all in. Li Tianlang was instantly invigorated until he noticed Su Li entering the training ground, accompanied by a cat-eared maid. Whether it be the glossy white or the matte black, the allure has momentarily faded. Not even a delicate camisole could ignite his interest at this moment. A lifelong rival indeed. This is unequivocally his arch-nemesis. In his line of sight, the figure clad in black feathers donned small leather shoes and over-the-knee stockings in contrasting hues of black and white, akin to two sharp arrows piercing through Li Tianlong's heart. The fluffy foxtail resembled a resounding slap, striking his face with an audible echo. He had once regarded these elements as the pinnacle of reward, yet to others, such attire was merely quotidian. His eyes widened in astonishment. Upon witnessing Li Tianlong's expression, Yu Rong furrowed her brow slightly. After investing so much effort in psychological persuasion for the fool, it seemed that the moment Su Li appeared with her mech companion, all her efforts were rendered futile. She was indeed a formidable adversary. Was that the lightning? Li Tianlang felt a pang of jealousy. After all, she possessed long, lustrous black hair. Her icy gaze radiated an air of nobility. The disdainful expression she wore made him feel as insignificant as a speck of dust in the presence of a resplendent monarch. An impulse surged within him to dash towards her, kneel, and glide 300 meters, prostrating himself at her feet. Yet, this very queen in his eyes was cautiously trailing behind Su Li. As his contracted mech companion, Yu Rong instantly sensed his fighting spirit. No, if her conjecture was correct, she must be the new mech companion recently acquired by Su Li, the Black Feather. To contend with me, he has chosen to forego the resonance of his mech? Does he truly believe that wielding an S-class mech would enable him to endure longer against me? How utterly ludicrous. Yu Rong, unleash your potential. Let him witness what it means to be the king of the arena. Yu Rong approached the edge of the battlefield, unfolding her mech. Su Li squinted at the towering white mech before her, instinctively processing its impressive attributes. Its capabilities were formidable, truly deserving of its S-class designation. It was a quintessential combat mech, boasting high defense and stability. Li Tianlang strode proudly to Yu Rong's side, one hand resting on his brow, while the other pointed at Su Li with a flourish. Come, let this king see if you possess the qualifications for my acknowledgement. Having spoken, he nimbly climbed onto Yu Rong's outstretched palm and struck a pose at its center. Su Li said nothing, merely glancing back at Yu instinctively. Once upon a time, she too had requested him to serve as her knight with a single hand. A faint, unhealthy flush crossed Yu's pale face. How audacious this scoundrel was, to dare flaunt his bravado before her. He lacked even the finesse to conceal his cheap street style. And yet, he harbored the audacity to claim her designated knight? He must be courting disaster. Master, I am affronted. She stepped behind Su Li, extending her slender arms to encircle him gently. Hey, you deploy. In a blinding flash of brilliance, a sleek black mech knelt on one knee, its right hand grasping a sword. To Su Li's astonishment, she found herself transported directly into the cockpit of Heiyu. Even the helmet was already secured upon her head, while the control stick and keyboard slid seamlessly into the most suitable positions. Draped in a form-fitting black suit, the entity known as Heiyu crouched before them, her delicate form trembling slightly. Li Tianlang stood atop the hand of Yurong, rendered motionless in astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Heiyu, in an instant, unfurling and enveloping Su Li within the cockpit. His gaze was filled with incredulity, intertwined with an overwhelming sense of envy. After 2.5 years in his piloting career, this was the first time he had encountered a mech girl who could embrace a pilot in such a manner, directly encasing him within the cockpit. Observing Su Li's various maneuvers had left him in awe. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his very soul were ascending. Yurong, I wish to learn that. The mere thought of making an entrance in a similar fashion ignited a thrill within him, causing his entire being to quiver with excitement. In comparison to such a magnificent debut, his meticulously prepared presentation paled in significance. He could even envision himself possessing this skill as the most dazzling contender in all competitions to come. Yurong remained silent, her fingers gently converging to secure her master, as if discarding refuse, and subsequently depositing him into her bosom. The cockpit sealed shut. Upon the white visor, 2 silver lights abruptly illuminated. Chapter 37. Struggle. Yurong, resplendent in her namesake, radiated a pure white akin to the moon, exuding a faint luminescence. In one hand, she wielded a shield, in the other, a sword. The petite round shield bore a protrusion designed to ensnare the blade of an adversary, while the sword glimmered ominously, its blade shimmering with a chilling light. Though the edge was unsharpened, its icy gleam was nonetheless formidable. In stark contrast to the fierce and flamboyant appearance of the black mech, she exuded a sense of beauty, her body as contours resembling a meticulously crafted work of art, harmonizing seamlessly with her inherent grace. The black mech, too, mirrored her aura. Its shoulder blades resembled unsheathed swords, radiating sharpness, while the entire structure was cloaked in ebony, with glimmers of golden light accentuating its blade-like edges. The striking black visor, swaying with the mech's movements, showcased golden eyes that trailed ethereal afterimages. At times, the armor of her mech would flicker with golden sparkles, presenting an ostentatious display. Su Li found himself somewhat resistant to such an appearance. Though he was not overly fastidious, this type of mech would undoubtedly become a prime target. Whether on the battlefield or in the arena, he sought not to impress, but merely wished to survive a little longer. However, Li Tianlang held a different perspective. His gaze remained fixed upon the black mech before him, eyes gleaming as if he had encountered the embodiment of his dreams. Yurong felt a warmth behind her and, upon glancing back, disdainfully kicked him. He was drooling all over her. This fool was in dire need of refinement. Right in front of her, he was ogling other mechs. The most infuriating part was not just that he was staring, but that he was drooling too. Just wait. Once they returned to the hotel, she would change her outfit. Since you enjoy watching so much, I'll tie you to a chair and let you gaze your fill. Master, please maintain your focus. With mutual bows, the sparring officially commenced. Li Tianlang instantly masked his foolish grin and promptly inputted a series of commands, contrary to Su Li's expectations of an aggressive approach. The sunny and cheerful Li Tianlang did not choose to attack immediately. Yurong retreated, positioning her round shield protectively in front of her. With her other hand, she wielded a colossal sword, concealing it behind the shield, revealing only her eyes and above for observation. In contrast to Yurong's vigilance, Heiyu appeared remarkably composed. She swiftly increased her speed, refraining from a hasty advance, instead commencing a series of agile maneuvers within the confined space. Su Li's fingers danced with precision, continuously issuing commands while attuning to the feedback from the machine, consciously making adjustments. What were they up to? Li Tianlang squinted, though he professed indifference. Su Li's erratic movements while piloting the Lightning had already captured his attention. An A-class mech could be maneuvered with such finesse. One could only imagine the prowess displayed with an S-class. As the ace of the microstar, how could he be merely a fool? Underestimating an opponent without reason was a cardinal sin for competitors. They were familiarizing themselves with one another. Su Li, audaciously, was calibrating the machine during the competition. Yu Rong's eyes widened slightly. In just a minute, the previously sluggish He Yu suddenly halted in an uncanny manner, channeling her energy to pivot fiercely towards the duo. The ground of the training field erupted in a cloud of dust and sand. The colossal sword, previously hidden, executed a rapid spin, altering its grip and striking upward from an unexpected angle. Li Tianlang commanded Yu Rong to press the shield down. The colossal sword collided with the shield, resulting in a thunderous crash accompanied by a piercing metallic screech. Smoke and dust swept through the air, the force of impact so immense that the edges of the shield emitted visible ripples. Su Li immediately caught sight of the colossal sword hidden behind the shield. Adjusting its angle with astonishing speed, aimed directly at He Yu's face. Inside the cockpit, He Yu's body trembled more violently in response, as the sword charged towards her. Su Li merely suspended his palm above the keyboard, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. He meticulously observed He Yu's every reaction until he ascertained that she had not reached the threshold of fear. Only then did he swiftly input commands, maneuvering the mech to evade with a deft sidestep. 2 commands, executed in a mere 0.67 seconds. The sudden and rapid pivot left Yu Rong's strike empty. The gust produced by the sword's edge stirred the swirling dust, momentarily clarifying the surroundings of the 2 Mechs. Initially, it appeared as though He Yu was stunned, unable to react in time. However, it became evident that her speed was simply insufficient. The black mech wielded its sword, continuously applying pressure to the shield, while simultaneously exploiting the sidestep to slip into the blind spot of her weapon. With a deft movement of her left hand, she grasped the hilt of Yu Rong's colossal sword, leveraging the force of her resistance to accelerate, driving her knee forcefully against the shield. Yu Rong staggered, and in a fleeting moment, her weapon was wrenched from her grasp. Her face paled, and Li Tianlang promptly controlled her to stabilize her stance with the shield, executing an acceleration that propelled her towards the dark figure with great force. The maximum range of a shield strike is 20 meters. As long as He Yu remained within that 20-meter linear distance, even a hasty retreat would inevitably result in a collision with the shield. He Yu seemed to have anticipated her actions long before, effortlessly evading with a swift motion. With a colossal sword in hand, he deftly spun it several times before leaping forward to pursue Yu Rong, who had just unleashed a shield strike, crossing his swords to cleave downward. Li Tianlang was drenched in cold sweat as he interrupted the shield attack, raising his shield to turn and, at the very moment the giant sword approached, managed to block the strike. Rather than resisting directly, he cleverly lowered his center of gravity and executed a roll, evading the frontal assault, and once again raised his shield to launch another shield strike. Su Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The combination of an S-level pilot and an S-level mech was indeed extraordinary. Li Tianlang appeared markedly different from the numerous pilots she had encountered before. His movements were anything but textbook. They were quite chaotic. He seemed devoid of formal training as a driver. Yet, it was precisely this unpredictability that rendered his evasion tactics refreshing, appearing deceptively simple. The technique of using momentum to evade required exceptional skill and practical control, qualities Li Tianlang possessed in abundance. A long-lost sense of interest stirred within Su Li. Such a contest was far from dull. She suddenly felt a heightened enthusiasm for the forthcoming Universal Arena tournament. It seemed that the bounty from Sansheng Heavy Industries would not be easily obtained. The official members of the provincial team were indeed formidable. The ability to evade while simultaneously leveraging inertia and positioning to launch a secondary attack, all while relying solely on a shield, demonstrated his psychological resilience far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. Could he truly evade that? Li Tianlang, having dodged the second shield strike, wasted no time in throwing his shield forward. A resounding crash echoed as the relinquished shield was struck by a sword, producing a sound akin to a gong's sharp ring. The shield was sent flying back, caught deftly by Yu Rong, who swiftly positioned it once more before her face. This was not merely a matter of carelessness. Despite being fully alert, she still felt overwhelmed in her response. Was this truly a novice in the realm of martial arts? Even if her master were 20 years younger, he would not stand a chance against him. Yu Rong, does your foot hurt? It seems we have encountered a formidable opponent. Is that even necessary to mention? As the champion of the arena, could you not muster some spirit to impress them? Losing your weapon in a single exchange, I fear you may never wish to return to the battlefield. At such a moment, must you utter despairing words? Should we not promote the virtues of love and encouragement? In a hurried manner, she deflected another blow, the weight of the attack forcing her to angle the shield to absorb the impact. Yet, The very protrusions intended to ensnare her opponent's weapon now became her greatest hindrance. If you have time to talk, why not exert yourself instead? She straightened her posture, igniting the thrusters, and with a forceful thrust of her shield, she repelled the heavy sword of Heiyu, for the first time causing her form to tilt. Li Tianlang instantly glimpsed a renewed hope of rejoining the fray. His eyes sparkled as he engaged the brakes, halting the machine, lowering its center of gravity, and recalibrating to strike at the now tilted Heiyu once more with a shield bash. Su Li, a smile gracing her lips, deftly maneuvered the control stick, rapidly straightening the inclined machine and initiating a rotation toward the opposite side as her heavy sword sliced through the air, landing a blow against the rear of the white mech. Yurong felt her cheeks flush, but the strike lacked substantial force. It was profoundly humiliating. He hit me. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Li Tianlang gritted his teeth, maneuvering the mech to turn back. Don't worry. If he strikes you, I shall strike her as well. Yurong. Chapter 38. A group of mech girls gathered at the edge of the viewing platform, their eyes fixed intently on the match unfolding before them. Honging bit her lower lip, her gaze filled with concern for Heiyu. She worried whether she could endure the intensity of the competition and meet Su Li's expectations. Additionally, she feared for her safety, as since becoming a mech girl, she had never truly faced off against a human opponent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so psychologically traumatized after her initial encounter with Su Li, which left her with lasting shadows. Fortunately, everything seemed to be going well. Shandian sat to one side, her arms crossed over her chest, her brow furrowed slightly. For the first time, she directly sensed the formidable strength of the other mech girls. Hong Ying keenly detected Shandian's unease. She glanced at the ongoing match and then at Shandian's knitted brows, instinctively feeling a rush of anxiety. She had never piloted with Su Li, thus had no knowledge of his limits. Yet, she understood that this was his first battle against an S-class mech girl piloted by an S-class pilot. A combination of two S's should never be underestimated. Moreover, it was his inaugural experience piloting Heiyu. A hint of panic flickered across her face as she turned to Shandian. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Su Li? Shandian stared unblinkingly at the arena, her fist clenched tightly. This is serious. Hong Ying gasped, standing abruptly from the platform, gripping Shandian's shoulder. Speak up. What exactly is the issue? Lightning cast a fleeting glance at her, extending a finger towards Yurong in the arena, his voice laced with indignation. That machine girl has issues. Hong Ying turned her gaze to the center, where Yurong had swiftly retreated, maintaining a defensive stance in confrontation with Heiyu. After observing for a while, she found herself unable to discern any particular flaw. Meanwhile, Lightning's frown deepened with each passing moment. Could it be that her limited experience rendered her oblivious? After all, she was an S-class machine girl. Yet, it was true that Lightning was a seasoned veteran in the realm of machine girls, and thus ought to possess a broader perspective. Could you elaborate on what her issues are? Are you foolish? After all this time, when have you ever seen Su Li strike anyone's backside with a sword? This machine girl is undoubtedly a sprite. Hong Ying silently slapped herself and returned to her seat in the stands. Concern leads to chaos, indeed. What a folly it was to doubt her own understanding. Turning her head back, she was alarmed to notice that the armed machine girls behind her were equally furrowed in thought, silent as the grave. Their gazes fixed on Yurong, strikingly uniform, imbued with equal parts skepticism, curiosity, and a palpable aura of hostility. In that moment, Hong Ying was engulfed by a profound sense of self-doubt. Was her so-called common sense truly common? Why did she feel so out of place, despite sitting amongst them? Within the cockpit, Su Li's brow also furrowed. The tremors of Heiyu had escalated to an alarming frequency, bordering on uncontrollable shivering. Yet, there seemed to be no imminent danger. What was she trembling for? Had the relentless operation pushed her to the brink? In less than 5 minutes, she reached her limit. Such a lack of endurance would hardly allow her to sustain even a single match. If she proved inadequate, the competition could only rely on Hong Ying and Lightning to take the field. However, it remained uncertain whether Sancheng Heavy Industries would acknowledge Hong Ying as a viable mech pilot. It would be utterly meaningless if, by the end of the match, the earnings were reduced to a pittance. What a miscalculation. Clinging to the last shred of hope, he turned his gaze towards the trembling Heiyu, lowering his voice to avoid startling her. What's the matter with you? Did you not visit the restroom before the match? Su Li's inquiry caused Heiyu to abruptly cease her shivering. She cast a disbelieving glance back at him, perplexed by his question. I did go. Then why are you still trembling? Heiyu's face flushed crimson, and she refrained from responding. Did he expect her to confess that his various actions had rendered her helpless? She remained silent, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her and to calm herself. Though enduring such discomfort was arduous, it was preferable to being misunderstood once more. Yet, had he genuinely been concerned for her? The man who resembled a demon king could also show care for her? A rosy hue gradually spread across her fair complexion, becoming more pronounced against her dark hair. Unaware that he was perceived as a devilish figure in Heiyu's mind, Su Li shifted his attention back to Yurong. The markings on her mech showed signs of battle damage. The performance of both her and her pilot warranted Su Li's respect. At this moment, Li Tianlang was beaded with fine droplets of sweat, his gaze fixed intensely on Heiyu, his eyes lingering on the dual swords that spun relentlessly in her hands. The colossal black mech, coupled with the blades glimmering with a golden radiance, exuded an unparalleled aura that even the white-silver blade of Yuanyang took on a unique dominance in her grasp. She hardly made any extravagant movements, merely standing there. Wielding her dual blades, she emanated an imposing presence that seemed to look down upon all. Li Tianlang felt as though he might lose his mind. Were he to pilot a mech like Heiyu, he would undoubtedly be the focal point of every competition. His gaze remained locked on Heiyu as he calculated the speed of her sword's strikes and the distance between them, preparing once more for an advance. He had not forgotten the promise he made to Yuano, although he harbored no desire to harm the sovereign in his eyes. He couldn't shake the thought that a mere touch of the sovereign's rear would be quite delightful. The white mech charged forward again, employing a maneuver learned from the lightning tournament, causing her entire frame to become remarkably agile in an instant. Shameless. She has appropriated our technique, Lightning exclaimed from the stands. And a cadre of armed mech maidens nodded in agreement. That woman Yuan Yong is no good. The techniques painstakingly studied by Instructor Su, she audaciously took without consent. Once the competition concludes, she shall be confined for 2 days. Not only will she be required to write a 5,000-word reflection, but she shall also recite it with fervor. Let her remain there until the next match. The two mechs collided once more. The whirling greatsword suddenly changed direction, and the arena was instantly filled with the deafening sound of their clash. They came together in a cacophony, reminiscent of spring thunder erupting suddenly in the clear blue sky, resonating endlessly. Yurong swiftly evaded and deflected the colossal sword with her shield, lowering her center of gravity, forcing Heiyu to lean forward with every assault. What Yurong awaited were the inevitable errors that arose from those repeated advances. Li Tianlang possessed ample insight, as well as sufficient confidence and courage. The blade and shield once again parted, and suddenly, the white-hued mechanized right arm extended, grasping Heiyu's massive sword in her left hand. Clearly, she intended to replicate Heiyu's earlier maneuver and reclaim the long sword. However, Heiyu denied her the opportunity. With a swift kick, she struck Yurong's left knee joint. The enormous mech collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash, and leveraging the momentum, Heiyu deftly swung the sword she had seized, positioning it against Yurong's neck. The other blade, under Su Li's command, defended against Yurong's encroaching hand aimed at her lower limbs. Both parties engaged in a perilous dance of combat, yet Su Li was a step ahead. Defeated, Yurong gazed at her restrained hand, and even the usually dignified and gracious demeanor she held faltered. How shameless, to lose and still attempt to grope. Was this what her master had taught her? Heiyu, observing the enormous hand blocked behind her, felt a surge of sweetness within. It appeared the Demon King regarded her as his possession, thus forbidding anyone from encroaching upon her, not even to lay a finger. Her heart fluttered, and she instinctively uttered, "Thank you, master." Su Li. He silently exhaled in relief. The recent kick had indeed been a risky maneuver. Had Yurong managed to grasp his left leg, with her center of gravity compromised, it would have been uncertain who would emerge victorious against the more stable and defensively robust Yurong's shield bash. How about it? Should we give it another try? The colossal white mech, upon hearing this, slowly shook its head. With an almost disdainful gesture, it discarded its pilot, allowing him to land unceremoniously on the ground. Before retracting its deployment and standing beside him, Li Tianlang rubbed his backside, rising to his feet and gazing up closely at the imposing figure of Heiyu. However, before he could take in the sight, Heiyu retracted its deployment. Su Li appeared before Li Tianlang, while Heiyu gently embraced him, cautiously resting its head against Su Li's back and nuzzling slightly. A look of astonishment crossed Li Tianlang's face, as a hint of admiration flickered in his gaze towards Su Li. To have such a magnificent mech willingly submit to him was something he had previously underestimated. This was no ordinary pilot. He was the man destined to be a king in Li Tianlong's eyes. The mech's striking appearance was one aspect, but what mattered most was the elegance in its operation. The pilot's reputation was of little consequence. He hastily approached, his face alight with the joy of finding a kindred spirit, grasping Su Li's hand with one hand while the other playfully patted Su Li's rear. "Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Li Tianlang. It is a pleasure to fight alongside you. The king's man has quite the impressive backside." Yurong, feeling a touch of embarrassment, turned her head away. Su Li, in all his decades of life, this was the first time he had experienced such an intimate gesture from another man after gaining awareness. "Do you wish to perish?" Behind Su Li, Heiyu's eyes glimmered with a hint of madness. She swiftly crossed over, appearing directly in front of Li Tianlang, seizing his hand and twisting it with a tremendous force that brought him instantly to his knees. Before he could lift his head, a small hand pressed firmly against the top of his head, rendering him immobile. A cloud of dust swept in from the stands, and within 4 seconds, a crimson figure traversed 300 meters, standing beside Su Li and immediately blocking Yurong's path. Her lightning red eyes glimmered with a dangerous light, narrowing slightly. Should Yurong dare to make a move, she would undoubtedly use her longsword to teach her a lesson. Dozens of blue and white mechas hovered in the air, tightly clustered together, their dark gun barrels seemingly poised to press against Li Tianlong's head. He found himself utterly immobilized, his mind swirling with questions. Chapter 39, The Abandoned Child. "I'm sorry. I am actually from a minority ethnic group. This is a way of greeting for my people. A first meeting that feels long overdue. I truly did not intend to take advantage of the situation. My orientation is perfectly normal. I assure you on my character." Yurong observed her pilot's stammering explanation, her face adorned with an awkward yet graceful smile, while internally, she wished to rend this fool to pieces. It was the first time she realized her pilot might have an interest in men. It seemed the rations had been insufficient. "Really?" Lightning cast a sidelong glance at Li Tianlang, leisurely approaching him with an appraising gaze. "What is your ethnicity? Speak up, let us hear." Li Tianlang gulped nervously, instinctively responding. "The Cuckoo Sardal tribe." "Hiss. Master, I have never heard of this clan. It appears to be quite rare." "Su Li. Heiyu." The armed mech girls. Yurong could no longer maintain her composure and turned away, covering her face. She was uncertain whether to feel ashamed of her master's lack of shame or to be grateful for the simplicity of lightning. Fortunately, both parties finally set aside their hostilities and could sit down to discuss matters. In the warehouse, the armed mech girls positioned 2 sofas more than 2 meters apart before standing behind Su Li. Li Tianlang and Yurong sat opposite. Yurong's lavender head hung low, completely devoid of the desire to speak. Conversely, Li Tianlang was in high spirits. For seated and standing before him were not only Su Li but also an array of charming mech girls, pleasing to the eye. "Senior, please allow me to respectfully address you as such. You are truly a beacon of guidance on my path forward. I am utterly captivated by your remarkable skills. Might I inquire if you accept disciples?" Su Li could hardly anticipate such an opening. Accepting disciples? The thought had never crossed his mind in 2 lifetimes. In his previous existence, his skills had been acquired solely through self-study and arduous practice. The only formal education he received was from military manuals on the essentials of mech combat. However, that knowledge was nearly universal, rendering it unnecessary for him to teach. Everyone gained experience through fierce battles. Those lacking sufficient skill often met their demise on the battlefield. Furthermore, mech competitions had never truly existed. Most of his techniques could not be applied in contests. Su Li gazed at Li Tianlang, whose eyes were wide with surprise, and teased, "Well, would you like to learn?" Li Tianlang's gaze narrowed. He had not anticipated such confidence from Su Li. The question implied that there were depths yet to be revealed. He could not dismiss Su Li's words as mere bravado. Even though he had not deployed his full strength, a defeat was still a defeat. Moreover, he had already begun to perspire upon exiting the mech. In contrast, Su Li appeared utterly composed. Not a bead of sweat graced his brow, nor was there any flush of exertion upon his face. Li Tianlang was acutely aware of the considerable disparity in their strengths. The mere thought of it sent a tremor through his heart. How formidable was Su Li? Merely 20 years old. An S-class mech pilot. No, a potential super S-class pilot. He possessed the ability to resonate and exhibited exceptional piloting skills. Li Tianlang was no fool. As an S-class pilot, he possessed a discerning eye. He was already regarded as a prodigy among people. Yet, He could firmly believe that being a genius was merely a threshold he had yet to cross in the presence of Su Li. Given the opportunity, he would surpass all so-called prodigies in his path. Could it be that he, like himself, had a once extraordinarily gifted retired pilot as a mentor? However, he had heard of no such skilled retired pilots in the southern city. If such a person existed, they would undoubtedly be aligned with the Aka Corporation. If there was no such mentor, then Su Li's talent transcended mere terror. Li Tianlang cast a glance at the figure of He Yu standing behind the sofa. Lowering his gaze, a human mech maiden. Their initial encounter had not yielded the anticipated results. His abilities were insufficient, unable to compel Su Li to reveal more of his hidden cards. Thus, the strengths and weaknesses of the mechanical girl remained elusive. However, this was of little concern. In 6 days, there would be others to take action on his behalf. With this thought, he lifted his gaze, smiling charmingly. It all depended on what the master was willing to teach. I am not one to be picky. Whatever the master imparts, I shall learn. After all, instruction should be tailored to the individual, should it not? Su Li also smiled beautifully, asserting that if one wished to learn, they must first unveil their own cards for the master to see. He was convinced that Li Tianlang had his own intentions. Otherwise, it would be unnecessary for a stranger to test his capabilities. Sansheng Heavy Industries would not place undue significance on the Huanyu Arena competition, having faced failure on numerous occasions. The sole reason for their continued participation was to provide a thorn in the side of Aka Industries. Thus, as a formal contestant, he had no reason to engage in combat with him. Once they were in the arena, they could each pursue their own paths. Yet, he had chosen to probe. Feigning ignorance, therein lay the crux of the issue. What was he attempting to uncover? Or rather, what did Sansheng Heavy Industries seek to ascertain? Su Li keenly noted the glint in Li Tianlong's eyes, and in an instant, he grasped the situation. What they truly wished to discern was the black feather. It seemed that regardless of the enterprise, the allure of the secrets of Mechanical Island was irresistible. It appeared the master was quite pleased with this disciple. How fortuitous. It is one thing to speak of it, yet quite another to witness it firsthand. The Huanyu Arena competition in 6 days would be a spectacle for the master to behold. At that time, the disciple would forge ahead, carving a bloody path for him. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a hard drive, placing it on the tea table and sliding it across. The information regarding the seed players of major clubs under Akar Industries is as follows. Although the master possesses formidable strength, it never hurts to take a look. Very well. I appreciate your intention. I shall certainly take a look. We shall not disturb you any further. Please leave me your contact information, and on the day of the competition, I shall arrange for a vehicle to come and fetch you. Su Li provided his contact details, and he then took Yurong by the hand, bowing respectfully to Su Li before they leisurely exited the warehouse. Just before leaving, he bowed once more towards Su Li and earnestly stated, Master, I apologize for the haste today. I will make amends for the apprenticeship ceremony later. With that, the two departed the warehouse and boarded the black sedan parked outside. Su Li squinted at the hard drive on the table, lost in thought. In a single day, he had acquired a multitude of armed mechanical maidens, 2 S-class maidens, and even a rather inexpensive disciple. In all his 20 years of life, he had never experienced as much as he had in this one day. Master, are you truly taking him as your disciple? You must think carefully. This disciple has already taken liberties with you without any instruction. He has already shown signs of treachery. Lightning's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Li found himself both amused and exasperated, momentarily unable to discern whether Lightning was genuinely naive or simply displaying profound wisdom. He reached out to touzle Lightning's bright crimson hair and gently inquired, So, you truly have never heard of the Sidar tribe? Lightning paused, a flicker of confusion passing through her beautiful eyes. I genuinely have not heard of them. Did he not mention they are a minority? The Federation comprises over 500 distinct ethnicities, with hues ranging from yellow to black, white to coffee. How could I possibly remember them all? What about you, my master? Have you heard of them? I certainly have not. Su Li shrugged, then shifted his gaze towards Hong Ying and He Yu. Logically speaking, one should not refuse a gift of a machine girl. Yet, he understood that some matters could be pursued, while others must not compromise one's conscience. Whether it was the vengeful He Yu or the devoted Hong Ying, remaining by his side was not the most prudent choice for them. After a moment of silence, he gestured for the 2 machine girls to come closer. Let us first establish a standard contract. The core contract imposes too many restrictions upon you. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's face brightened, while He Yu furrowed her brow, visibly disheartened. Su Li wasted no time. He swiftly located a template for a standard contract online, printed it, and filled in his name. Hong Ying took the contract, glanced at the duration, and instinctively exclaimed, 6 months? You were only binding us for 6 months? Heiyu was taken aback and hurriedly snatched the contract from the table. Sure enough, the duration on her contract was also merely 6 months. Her expression turned anxious as she looked at Su Li, eyes filled with urgency. 6 months is far too brief. Rather than consider it a contract for 6 months, it felt more like the shortest duration permitted was 6 months. You could even envision that, had a shorter duration been possible, Su Li would undoubtedly have chosen that. Forever trapped at the minimum limit. Why? Why would this be? She struggled to comprehend that even though she had once threatened him, she was now wholly devoted to making amends. Her dignity and sense of self were of no consequence. Why was he still reluctant to sign the core contract with her? Was her performance not satisfactory? No, your performance is commendable. However, 6 months is ample time for us to accomplish much. Su Li cast a glance at the contract tightly gripped by Heiyu and extended the pen towards her. Sign it. The competition is fast approaching, and we have numerous tasks ahead. Hong Ying glanced at Su Li before inscribing her name and factory code on the contract. Heiyu bit her lip, and upon realizing that her options were limited, tears brimming in her eyes, she too inscribed her name on the contract. Su Li, noticing the peculiar expression on her face, clapped his hands and rose from the sofa. Now that the contract is signed, let us commence preparations for the competition. First, you will take your positions on the platform. We need to make some minor adjustments regarding the identifiers of Aka Industries on your persons. In the breeding chamber of Mechanical Island, 5 golden cores spun slowly. Under the watchful eyes of 2 elders and 2 breeders, they flickered as if communicating with one another. A figure clad in a loose t-shirt, with light blue hair, silently entered the breeding chamber, barefoot, cradling a pillow. Was this code 3347? The 4 individuals within the room were startled by a sudden sound, turning their heads in unison. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the 2 caretakers immediately bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Governor." The pale blue had nodded slightly, acknowledging their greeting. With drowsy eyes, she gazed at the 5 mechanical cores behind the glass wall, her vision gradually sharpening as she shook her head vigorously. Who was the catalyst for their awakening? Swiftly, she approached the computer, cycling through scenes of fierce competitions. The governor scratched her pale blue hair, her eyes fixed intently on the figures battling the insectoid adversaries, a spark of vitality flickering within her gaze. Her toes curled slightly, gripping the surface of the hovering platform beneath her. Was this the oversight reported by Yihua? Indeed. It had been thoroughly investigated. Some enterprises had secretly manipulated the situation, seemingly seeking to gain favor and elevate their standing within the council. One elder let out a disdainful scoff, remarking, if humanity's ingenuity were directed towards noble pursuits, the battlefield would not have descended into such a tragic state. Another elder, without turning, retorted, regardless, this oversight has brought us unexpected tidings, has it not? The governor continued to observe the combatants on the screen, her finger gliding across the interface to summon detailed information about Su Li. As she perused the pages, a smile slowly formed at the corners of her mouth. She had not anticipated that a municipal competition from a small town could yield such delightful surprises. Moreover, it seemed that the young prodigy who brought them this joy had encountered some difficulties along the way. The 2 elders furrowed their brows simultaneously upon hearing the words. They turned towards the governor and spoke in unison. What trouble? The governor squinted his eyes and spread his hands, feeling as though the human council had cast him aside. Chapter 40. Conspiracy, huh? The 2 elders leaned on their staffs, instinctively tilting their heads, thinking that perhaps their advanced age had dulled their hearing. You have not misheard. He has become a pawn of the human council. One elder struck the ground forcefully with her staff. Her aged face contorted with wrinkles. Are you implying that a warrior capable of resonating with A-grade mech soldiers, who can wield unsharpened weapons to control mech soldiers in fierce battles against the insectoid race, has been forsaken? Is the human council blind? This is the seed of a super S-class pilot. Ah, they are certainly not blind, retorted another elder with a tone dripping with sarcasm. She gazed at the governor, paused for a moment, and then slowly inquired, have we ensured our security measures are in place? Such a promising talent must be protected. The governor nodded affirmatively. Indeed. We must safeguard him. Otherwise, to whom will the 5 mech soldiers numbered 3347 be assigned? The armed mech soldier squad that has interacted with him is already in position. I have specifically authorized them with level 2 weapon permissions. A squad? Indeed, he has only just embarked on his journey. Should an excess of personnel be assigned, it may surely attract the attention of the council. Attract attention? It seems that such notice has already been garnered. This individual is anything but discreet, flitting wildly between two enterprises as if he were a restless flea in a past life. What? Has he found himself in peril? Currently, there is no immediate danger, but the future remains uncertain. After all, he consistently engages in actions that incite envy, leading me to believe that a mere squad might struggle to protect him. Otherwise, one might concoct an excuse to relocate him to the outpost base, at least providing a temporary respite from the machinations of those with ulterior motives. The outpost base, while it may not be deemed particularly hazardous, it is nonetheless part of the front line. Could this be considered somewhat reckless? The governor cast a glance at the two elders and promptly transmitted the data from the terminal. The two elders perused the daily reports from the squad, their brows knitting in unison. For the first time in their lives, they deemed a location frequently beset by minor swarms of the insectoid menace to be relatively safe. He initially declined the invitation from Aka Industries, as their lack of sincerity warranted such a refusal. However, he subsequently accepted an offer from Sanqing Heavy Industries, piloting AKA's mech in a competition for them. Even if it was in pursuit of his own escape, this seemed exceedingly reckless, especially considering he intended to pilot the Black Feather, the former daughter of AKA's CEO. Was he not willingly inviting trouble upon himself? They exchanged a glance, setting down their terminals. Although Akasha Industries and Sanqing Heavy Industries are merely ordinary members within the council, to the commoner Su Li, their status represents an insurmountable pinnacle. Yet, he recklessly frolics around their mid-level, oblivious to the boundaries. Once they reach their limit of tolerance, he may find it exceedingly difficult to remain in the arena. Perhaps it is best to head to the outpost base sooner rather than later. If he lingers too long in the alliance, I fear he may not even have the chance to meet 3347. The governor, with a bemused smile, shrugged her shoulders, cradling a soft, fluffy pillow. She felt a slight dizziness. Prolonged sleep deprivation rendered her unsteady, prompting her to sit upon the floating board, resting her chin on the pillow she embraced. Her light blue hair cascaded down like delicate silk. No need to panic. The match must still be contested. Some findings have emerged from the vast sea. There are those whose hands are unclean, engaging in actions that leave them with unsatisfactory outcomes. If our young friend could prove more capable, perhaps we could uncover more. After all, this is a matter of humanity itself. The task of driving away the dogs must ultimately be undertaken by humans, for it is fitting. Away, away. Having seen enough, let us depart swiftly. We are of an age that cannot tolerate such burdensome affairs. Just manage it on your own. Huh, I see you have depth. Very well, I shall make a note of it for you two girls. The governor wrinkled her nose, turned around, and laid herself down on the floating board with the pillow. Just as she set her destination, she succumbed to slumber. Her long legs dangled on either side of the floating board, supported as they disappeared through the door of the nurturing chamber. The two elders exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. It had indeed been quite some time since they last heard the term girl. Nevertheless, who could blame her? She appeared youthful, yet her age surpassed that of their grandmother. At the headquarters of the inspection team, Hanhai sat at her desk, her chest resting upon the surface, gently swaying her legs. Clutching her tablet, she was intently watching the entire meeting between two men, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. One of the men was a technical backbone from a subsidiary of Aka Industries, while the other was a tech enthusiast active across various small forums. The venue for their meeting was a room in a short-term rental hotel. Men, they truly put thought into choosing a meeting place. If only they had talked on the street, I wouldn't have discovered them so easily. TSK. As she swiped away the video, she brought up a densely packed relationship chart. After pondering for a moment, she crossed out several names. The flow of funds was established, and the meeting video was secured. The proprietor of the short-term rental was quite astute. When faced with a gun to his forehead, he hurriedly presented the high-definition original video. Bang! Ihua kicked open the heavy door and angrily plopped down into her chair. This bunch of scoundrels, I can no longer tolerate them. Hanhai, my dear sister. Why? With evidence in hand, must you make me delay? Are you seeking personal revenge? I bear an undeniable responsibility for your broken rib. Yet you cannot subject me to daily reprimands in video conferences. With an exasperated glare, Hanhai shot a look at Yahua, his legs subtly retracting beneath the table. With a swift motion of his fingertip, he powered down the tablet. What are you so flustered about? They have been seeking to ensnare us for quite some time now. Have they ever succeeded? Just bear with it for now. The internal issues at Aka Industries are far from trivial. We are in pursuit of numerous items. And with the scant evidence we currently possess, we can merely shield ourselves from their scrutiny. Are we not striving to clear our names from unjust accusations? Must we suffer such indignities? To vindicate ourselves, the resources we squander, do they not constitute a loss? When will you ever mature a little? Does your scalp never itch? Yehua paused, perplexed by the abrupt transition from reproach to such a mundane inquiry. Yet, adhering to her principle of answering every question, she nodded. No, it doesn't itch. I wash it regularly. Hanhai smirked slightly, wondering why she could not exhibit a modicum of intellect. He suspected that if he drew closer, he might hear the sound of water sloshing around in Yehua's head. Surely, she must have washed away her wits while tending to her hair. It is not that we are withholding evidence. Rather, there are other matters currently under investigation. In any case, you should continue to endure daily reprimands. That is your duty as the team leader. Upon hearing this, Yehua slammed her hand heavily on the table, exasperated. You speak so cavalierly, but you have not witnessed the true faces of those individuals. They seem utterly convinced that we lack evidence and are relentlessly pressuring us. The council has already proposed 3 times to communicate directly with the governor. It is untenable to keep delaying like this. Hanhai cast a glance at Yehua. Despite her loud protests, she still had the leisure to rest her legs upon the desk, indicating that the situation was remarkably stable and there was no cause for alarm. I am speaking to you. Are you even listening? I heard you. I heard you. If you have nothing to do, kindly step outside and do not disrupt my train of thought. If you wish to avoid a few reprimands, then keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I shall head straight to Mechanical Island tomorrow. With that final ultimatum from Hanhai, Yehua rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, yet refrained from uttering another sound. Within the room, the only sound that remained was the rhythmic tapping of Hanhai's fingers upon the keyboard. As the web of connections unraveled layer by layer, the brilliance in Hanhai's eyes intensified. The 16th mistress of the CEO of Akar gave birth to a daughter yesterday. His son's anonymous account exhibited frequent fund movements, engaging in unilateral transfers with another anonymous account. Hanhai continued to type, and to her astonishment, she discovered that the owner of the second anonymous account was, in fact, the CEO's 5th mistress. She recalled this woman, who had given birth to a son just a year prior. The more Hanhai delved into the details, the more engrossed she became, even envisioning a grand palace intrigue in her mind. Although the fragmented information seemed inconsequential at present, she was convinced that a thorough investigation would eventually yield something of value. A copy of a document was unearthed, magnified to cover the entire desk. It appeared to be a design blueprint for some sort of apparatus. The inscription of discarded draft made Hanhai squint her eyes. In the lower right corner of the blueprint, the name Wang Menglin was somewhat blurred, yet still discernible. Hanhai had encountered this phenomenon before, during Wang Menglin's transformation into Black Feather, a memory that lingered in her mind. It was a research project she had been compelled to abandon, aimed at extracting the rudimentary cognition of insectoid species to fabricate biomimetic mechas. She narrowed her eyes. It appeared that Aka Industries had triggered a spatial rift, with intentions that extended beyond mere disruption of the existing order. Their aspirations might be far more ambitious. Chapter 41. Anomalous situation in the warehouse. Suli was calibrating Black Feather while simultaneously picking up a persistently ringing phone, bringing it to his ear. On the other end, he heard the somewhat exasperated voice of Li Tianlang. It's a disaster, Master. Aka has made a last-minute adjustment. They VE announced that this year's competition will now feature mecha brawls to align with new trends. Su Li, on the verge of completing his adjustments, paused at the news. Mecha brawls? Why the sudden change in the competition format? I have no idea. The announcement for the arena matches had already been released, and the competition is set to commence the day after tomorrow. Now they suddenly declare a last-minute adjustment. Is this a joke? Could this be a targeted maneuver? An instinctive sense of unease washed over Su Li, yet he couldn't pinpoint the source of his discomfort. His participation information hadn't been leaked. The invitation from Li Tianlang was still tucked away in his desk drawer, as he had intended to fill it out on the final day. Although Aka's abrupt alteration of the competition format didn't significantly impact him, it felt undeniably sinister. Can a major corporation simply alter an internal selection event at will? Had Aka Industries issued new invitations to the public? Li Tianlang was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Master, how did you know? They have sent out over 20 invitations. Almost every renowned club has received one. However, These later invitations were not sent to the clubs, but rather specifically addressed to well-known pilots. Sully cast aside the tool in his hand, a look of confusion on his face. That's quite strange. It seems they wish to showcase their prowess in every possible way. Do you have any relevant information? Or perhaps you have a channel to acquire the list of participants from Akasha Industries. None. In previous years, there was always some information available, but this time, I cannot uncover anything. Initially, I thought they might have drafted members from the provincial team, but after reaching out, I found nothing. Moreover, relying on the intelligence network of Sanching Heavy Industries for this matter is futile, as their interest in the competition is notably low. Then there's nothing to be done. Let the chaos unfold. We can only hope for a fortunate draw. At the very least, that would help us avoid being targeted right from the start. Is it all down to luck? It need not be solely luck. Possessing the strength to penetrate the opponent's defenses would suffice. Li Tianlang rolled his eyes. If he truly had such strength, he wouldn't be making this phone call. Sully nonchalantly hung up the phone, tossing it aside, and secured the final piece of external armor onto the black mech. In a mech battle, only one machine could take the field. In the span of 3 days, he and Heiyu had harmonized 4 times. Uncertain if it was due to the fact that he had once harmed her, she exhibited an unusual obedience during their interactions. Despite her persistent shivering, she managed to endure the entirety of the match, provided she had visited the restroom beforehand. Lightning, for this match. You may sit in the stands alongside Hong Ying and simply watch. Remember to behave and refrain from wandering about. For reasons unknown, he sensed that this particular match was shrouded in complexity. Curled up on the sofa, Lightning clutched a snack, enveloping herself in a cozy ball. Upon hearing his words, she obediently nodded. Sully seldom instructed her on matters. Thus, she harbored no rebellious tendencies. A book lay open on the armrest of the sofa, and she was engrossed in its contents, occasionally sharing the plot with Hong Ying beside her. Let me tell you, this protagonist is utterly wicked. After seducing his mech companion, he heartlessly abandoned her, even going so far as to cast her biological parents over a cliff, disguising it as an accident. Hong Ying sat on the sofa with her legs drawn up, her small feet clad in pristine white socks, her long legs neatly together. At this revelation, she raised her head in shock, utterly perplexed as to the origins of the mech's biological parents. Could they be extraordinary, not emerging from a petri dish? Master, I can allow you to sleep, but please do not abandon me so callously in the future, all right? Su Li's hand trembled, and the large wrench slipped from his grasp, nearly landing on his foot. If you continue to indulge in such trivial literature, I shall cease providing you with lubricant. Lightning pouted, her voice tinged with a sense of injustice. But just yesterday, you said the book I read was quite good. It was the one that explained the postures. You even mentioned finding me a video to watch. Hong Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Su Li. She had never anticipated that he would resort to the sacred medium of books for systematic instruction on certain matters, and even consider using videos for supplementary explanations. Clarify your words. The yoga poses 36 techniques that you purchased are of no concern to me, she retorted. Suddenly, she realized that during her brief stay of merely a few days, her thoughts had strayed from their innocence. It seemed that she could weave intricate associations from any event. As the philosophers of humanity have proclaimed, rich associations propel the advancement of thought. Whether she had progressed or not remained uncertain. She merely felt a new hue had been added to her mind, a color she had never known before. How unfortunate it was. If it had been a chaotic battle, perhaps I could have seized the opportunity to join the competition. Lightning sulked, her lips pursed as if to vent her dissatisfaction, wriggling into the depths of the sofa. The book Do You Think I Understand Your Heart? A quick guide to jerks fell carelessly to the floor. She lowered her head, her crimson hair cascading down, her chin resting on the armrest, squinting as her hands reached beneath the sofa, instinctively searching for the fallen novel. Su Li cherished Lightning's relaxed demeanor. It seemed that the longer he was with her, the more her ease intensified. During the competition, she was unable to contain her emotions, but once it concluded, she transformed as if she had entered a state of serene contemplation, exuding an aura of both languor and clinginess. To be frank, Su Li found herself somewhat bewildered, unable to discern whether she was dealing with a grand feline or a docile golden retriever. In any case, it was evident she was not human. Unlike Hong Ying, who exhibited signs of anxiety upon receiving the news, her restlessness was palpable as she fidgeted, her legs shifting incessantly. The expression of hesitation lingered on her face. Yet Su Li feigned ignorance. Heiyu had completed the necessary adjustments and, with a flushed complexion, settled onto the couch as well. After enduring the initial sorrow of not securing the core contract, she was gradually coming to terms with her situation. 6 months may not be an extensive period, yet it is neither insignificant. She firmly believed that after this time, Su Li would surely renew their agreement. She nestled between Hong Ying and Shandian, reaching out to touzle Shandian's crimson hair. The latter let out a soft coo, tilting her head in contentment. Observing the relaxed Shandian, Su Li raised an eyebrow slightly. She had retrieved her book, her upper body draped over the armrest, with her delicate lips attached to a slender, transparent tube. A portion of this tube was cleverly concealed within the couch, its transparent nature rendering it nearly undetectable. Had he not shifted his gaze and caught a glimmer from the tube, he would have overlooked its existence entirely. Curiosity piqued. He approached and discovered that the tube extended over 10 meters behind the couch, trailing along the floor. The other end was directly inserted into a massive iron barrel of lubricant. Shandian, have you been pilfering lubricant again? Su Li walked away, shaking the newly purchased lubricant. It had arrived yesterday, and today, a third of it was already gone. In an instant, his heart ached unbearably. The 100,000 in competition prize money that 038 was supposed to return to him had only bought him 2 cans of lubricant. He had intended to keep 20,000 for emergencies, but in this world, plans are always outpaced by changes. No, it's not just my consumption. He and Honging had their share too. Just as Su Li was about to unleash his wrath upon lightning, his phone in his pocket buzzed again. Pressing the answer button, Li Tianlong's anxious voice erupted from the receiver. Master, Aka Industries has changed again. They have rescheduled the competition for tomorrow. I am on my way to you now. Some things are better discussed in person. Upon hearing this, Su Li's expression shifted, and his unease intensified. Tomorrow's competition. You and Honging stay at home. Chapter 42. Nourishing the body should be prompt. The black sedan screeched to a halt, leaving several charred marks on the ground. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, a figure flung open the door and tumbled out. After just 3 days apart, Li Tianlong's eyes were visibly swollen, accompanied by heavy dark circles. He was not dressed in the blinding sequined attire today, but instead wore a leopard print t-shirt that still exuded flamboyance. Yu Rong, on the other hand, appeared considerably more refreshed, donning her customary moon-white qipao. Sitting in the car, she gave Su Li a subtle nod. Li Tianlang stumbled and crawled to Su Li's side, grabbing the hem of Su Li's trousers and exclaiming, Master, Master, it's a complete mess. Su Li rubbed his forehead and, seizing him by the collar, dragged him into the warehouse. Observing Li Tianlong's disheveled state, Su Li realized that indulgence had thoroughly exhausted him. You seemed fine when you left. How could you have deteriorated so drastically in just 3 days? Are you still planning to compete? Li Tianlang turned to see 3 mechanical girls crowded on the sofa, their gazes fixed intently upon him. His face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his head. It's this situation that's turned chaotic. Aka Industries is being unreasonable. They changed the schedule without notice. I never intended to compete so soon. I came out today merely to buy some tonic. They're leaving me no way out. Look at you. So pathetic, lacking any ambition. One mechanical girl has put you on the ground. What can I possibly say to you? Is this all you're capable of? Upon hearing this, Li Tianlong's eyes sparkled with realization. Master, I know what I want to learn now. Please, you absolutely must not teach me this unique skill. Rest assured. I will not divulge it to anyone. What unique skill? Li Tianlang wore a knowing expression, casting a subtle glance toward the 3 mechanical girls. Su Li raised an eyebrow, brandishing the wrench in his hand as if to strike him. Speak. What have you discovered? Li Tianlang shrugged and tilted his head. I don't know. I've exhausted all available channels, but I've uncovered not a shred of information. Master, are you being a tad overdramatic? It is merely a change in the competition format and schedule. Has such a situation occurred previously? I think not. Where there is an unusual occurrence, there is bound to be something amiss. If you heed my advice, perhaps you should sit this one out. Sit out? In this world, there is no competition I cannot conquer. Do not be misled by my current appearance with dark circles. Even if I were to lose a kidney, I could still compete. As for that group from Aka Industries, when have I not dealt with them effectively in the past? Do you have a grudge against Aka? No grudge. However, I have a much better relationship with money. Su Li cast a deep glance at Li Tianlang and pulled him up from the ground, patting his shoulder. For the first time in his life, he felt he had found a kindred spirit. His relationship with money was also quite favorable. Li Tianlang observed Su Li's suddenly less disdainful expression, feeling utterly baffled. Nonetheless, this did not hinder him from grinning widely. Master, the competition is tomorrow. Are you certain you want to teach me a few tricks? What about your apprenticeship gift? It's in the car. I will fetch it for you right away. His fatigue forgotten, he dashed to the car, retrieving 8 boxes. After a moment's thought, he added one more to the car. He returned, carrying 7 boxes and placing them before Su Li. From the moment he first laid eyes on Su Li, he had resolved to offer a generous supply of supplements. There are always disparities among individuals, and he was well aware of this. Taking care of Yu Rong alone was quite sufficient. Without the requisite skill, one should not undertake delicate tasks. How many individuals in this world can boast a retinue of mechanized companions like Su Li? Although his physical condition is currently satisfactory, it is always prudent to attend to one's health as early as possible. An array of various tonics nearly dazzled Su Li's eyes. Master, please do not stand on ceremony with your disciple. Your robust health is a testament to your youth, yet it remains imperative to nourish oneself. Su Li silently pushed the items back, his opinion of Li Tianlang plummeting. One must ponder the audacity of this man, presenting gifts so brazenly. Setting aside his apparent indifference towards Su Li's mechanized companions, would he truly offer such items in their presence if he had ulterior motives? What sort of man does he aspire to be? Oh, deer antler pills? A splendid choice. I have read that many men in various texts consume these. Master, your disciple is quite commendable. I shall keep these for you. Lightning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly approached, carrying 7 packets of tonics back into the private room. Hong Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, while He Yu's face turned crimson. Su Li harbored serious doubts about Lightning's awareness of the true nature of these items. At this moment, he wished he could find a crevice to hide in. This situation was akin to yellow mud falling into one's trousers. Not quite excrement, yet undeniably unpleasant. When did Lightning become so perceptive? My dear teacher-in-law possesses remarkable skills. A flush crept across Lightning's face. She found this title to be rather novel. She nonchalantly returned to the sofa, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and kindly addressed Li Tianlang. I have high hopes for you. Consider this your home. Do not hesitate to make yourself comfortable. Li Tianlang smiled and nodded, yet he did not take a seat. Time was running short, and he had originally intended to devise a strategy with Su Li. 2 minds working in tandem would surely prove more advantageous than solitary endeavors. However, upon meeting Su Li, he suddenly realized the simplicity of his previous thoughts. Without a prolonged period of collaboration, their unfamiliar coordination in such a competitive setting rendered it preferable to face the challenge alone. The notion of last-minute preparations is not universally applicable. Master, shall we depart? He proposed. I have booked a room near the venue. Tomorrow morning, we can head straight to draw lots. It's less than a 5-minute drive from my place. Su Li nodded, beckoning to He Yu, eager to escape this somewhat mortifying environment. It mattered little which hotel it was. He simply wished to leave this place at once. As the two departed in the car, the smile on Shandian's face gradually faltered. With Su Li's absence, she felt a hollowness in her heart for the first time. Beside her, Hong Ying pursed her lips, empathizing with the sentiment. Why does he insist on keeping us at home? We are both adults. It's not as if we could easily go missing. Moreover, how can one rely on him and He Yu? She remarked. Hong Ying nodded in agreement. Shandian's smile reemerged. What do you think? Should we stealthily follow them? Would that upset Su Li? He likes you so much, he probably wouldn't mind. What did you say? You think the master likes me? Hong Ying was taken aback, momentarily forgetting their discussion about sneaking out. Perhaps I should just stay home. I wouldn't want to do anything that might disappoint him, lest he comes to dislike me. Hong Ying suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. She turned to glance at Lightning, who had already embraced a pillow and entered the compartment. Without needing to follow, she knew that at this moment, she was likely rolling around on Su Li's bed like a golden retriever. Chapter 43. The competition commences at the juncture of the 2 eastern suburbs. The undulating mountains rose majestically. In the early morning, a delicate mist clung to the peaks. After confirming once more that Lightning and Hong Ying were dutifully staying at home, he and He Yu finally found themselves at the edge of the arena. A colossal gold-and-black logo hung prominently above the sign, beneath which was a series of club names. Upon entering, one was greeted by an immense wall of photographs, adorned with the names and images of all the provincial and national teams that had emerged from this place. Li Tianlang cast a cursory glance, his lips curling in disdain. They really enjoy formalities. It looks rather impressive. He straightened his legs and bowed respectfully towards the entire wall, murmuring a farewell for their journey ahead. Su hastily moved away from him to avoid drawing the attention of the staff, fearing he might receive a beating before the competition had even begun. Upon reaching the registration hall, he presented his invitation, and after verification, he drew his competition number, 37. Neither early nor late. While the sequence was not particularly favorable, it was also not too detrimental. The competition was set to commence promptly at 8 in the morning, and all participants were already mostly present. Su turned slightly, surveying the competitors and the mechanical beings in the arena, his gaze sweeping across them. Aside from a few familiar faces from city-level competitions, there was no one particularly recognizable, even in the materials obtained by Li Tianlang. Those seed players who were supposed to appear were nowhere to be found. Master, it's all about fate. I'm 36, setting off 20 seconds ahead of you. Should I wait for you at the entrance? Let us first join forces to tackle number 38. Li Tianlang approached and, through the barricade, struck up a conversation with Su Li. In a hushed tone, Su Li remarked, I haven't seen a single one of those seed players from the clubs you mentioned. Taken aback, Li Tianlang glanced around and pointed at several vacant spots in the barricade. They should be here. For the AKA competition, there must be a few prominent figures to support the event. Look at positions 6 and 7, and also 52 in the middle, and a bit further back, 68. TSK. AKA is as brazen as ever, with 100 participants, and they've sent 15 of their own. Regardless, we must exercise utmost caution. I have a lingering suspicion that this competition may encounter unforeseen complications. Master, provincial competitions differ from municipal ones. They fundamentally encourage collaboration. Since we haven't established synergy before, I didn't mention it. Once you're on the field, please be vigilant. Coordination among the lone players is scarce, but once AKA strikes, they will undoubtedly operate in squads of 5. Even if they can't muster 5 members, the moment 2 come together, they will begin targeting the lone players. Let us move together shortly, aiming to eliminate 1 or 2 before they can unite. Su Li nodded, casting a glance at the side where Heiyu stood. Today, she seemed intent on avoiding recognition, wrapped up tightly from head to toe. Su Li raised an eyebrow and adjusted the mask on his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. When filling out the invitation, he did not use his real name, opting instead for a pseudonym, colorful flags fluttering. Today marked the first battle, and he reminded himself to maintain his composure, resisting the sway of unnecessary emotions. Do you understand? Heiyu nodded, though his eyes betrayed a tumult of complex thoughts. Contestants, prepare to enter the arena. The announcement echoed, and in 5 minutes, the competition would officially commence. One by one, the mech girls began to deploy. Su Li remained reclined against the barrier, casting a glance at the number 38 mech girl beside him, and quietly closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. The 38th model was an A-class combat mech girl, and it was a mystery what the pilot had in mind, having transformed her into an impenetrable shell. With heavy silver shields in front and behind, and circular shields adorning her arms, her design was undeniably robust. However, such a configuration also had its evident drawbacks. In but a glance, Su Li lost interest in executing a surprise attack. The shell was too arduous to breach and would consume too much time. He turned his gaze to the front where Li Tianlang stood. It had escaped his notice that the 34th model was indeed one of Aka's members. He exchanged a knowing glance with Li Tianlang, both sharing a chuckle as they focused on the unfortunate soul before them. With a series of sharp whistles, Mechs surged into the arena, and Su Li waited until the staff called his name before allowing Heiyu to spring into action. They lingered not a moment longer in the preparation area, transforming into a streak of black light as they dashed into the competition. The staff member outside furrowed his brow. Glancing at his colleague, he inquired, "Doesn't that black mech seem somewhat familiar?" "Familiar? Indeed it does. That is Black Feather." "Black Feather? Our esteemed young lady?" "What esteemed young lady? That is a thing of the past. She has been given to someone named Su Li. Hurry and make the call to report." This Su Li has declined Aka's invitation. He must be here to disrupt the event. Upon hearing this, the staff member immediately dialed his superior. "Who are you referring to?" "Black Feather?" came the voice from the other end, accompanied by the sound of a shattered glass. The heir of Aka Industries furrowed his brow tightly. His teeth clenched as he stared at the live feed. On the screen, a black mech, propelled by a gust of wind, severed another mech's arm with a single strike. The blinding sparks flew, and the prominent logo of Heavy Industries on Black Feather's chest nearly dazzled Wang Hengze's eyes. This relentless specter, The fact that she had not been sent back for reprogramming was already a leniency. How dare she turn against her own master? A cacophony of destruction echoed from within the room as he shattered everything within his sight. Disheveled and still catching his breath, he turned around only to witness his mech kneeling at the entrance, held captive by Black Feather. He was so taken aback that his mouth hung open, unable to close, even forgetting to breathe. This was no mere act of defiance against her master. She was brazenly taunting him. Wang Hengzi seized the intercom and dialed into the team's exclusive channel. Everyone listen up. Winning or losing is inconsequential. Now, there is only one spot available in the provincial team, and I have but a single demand. Whoever can sever Heiyu's head shall claim this spot. I assure you, regardless of your final performance, as long as you bring me Heiyu's head, I will guarantee their entry into the provincial team. The words echoed directly within the cockpits of the 14 Mechs. Upon hearing this, the faces of the dozen or so pilots instantly lit up with ecstatic expressions, each beginning to flex their hands in anticipation. Compared to battling familiar teammates, they clearly understood that becoming the Mech Maiden was an exceedingly rare opportunity. On the battlefield, the black and white Mechs resembled a pair of ominous specters, swiftly cornering number 34 and pinning her at the entrance of the arena. One by one, the Mechs centered in sequence. Just as their speed increased in the passage, they were abruptly forced to a halt. Anyone who witnessed the two Mechs blocking the entrance instinctively began to assess their own skills. Especially beside them, an Akar Mech lay on the ground, one arm severed, kneeling while a sword was pressed against its neck. Many cast a glance at the logos on the two Mechs and, in perfect unison, turned to walk away, signaling their lack of malice towards the two. Anyone familiar with the two companies would know that the feud between them had escalated significantly. Although they were eager to stay and witness the spectacle, they were well aware that the two had refrained from attacking them initially, which was already a sign of courtesy. If they disregarded this courtesy, it was highly likely that they would soon find themselves embroiled in a spectacle for others to enjoy. Seeing that everyone had grasped the situation, the two had no intention of continuing their assault. Li Tianlang was unwilling to prey on the weak. However, Su Li refrained from intervening purely due to financial constraints regarding other mechas. It was not until a mecha clad entirely in a vibrant yellow hue appeared that the atmosphere shifted. The golden logo emblazoned upon it was not particularly conspicuous. Yet both individuals, being seasoned professionals, immediately discerned its presence. Li Tianlang, harboring a rather sinister demeanor, seized the opportunity while the newcomer was momentarily distracted upon entering the arena. He lunged forward with a swift stroke of his sword, targeting the lower half of the mecha. Yet, even amidst the chaos, his opponent's heavy hammer met his blade with tremendous force, sending Li Tianlang's massive sword soaring away. Damn it, master. Unit 52 possesses some prowess. This is quite the challenge. Li Tianlang communicated through the internal channel while swiftly switching to his shield, colliding with the earth-toned mecha that was now off balance. He did not idle away awaiting Su Li's support. Rather, he exerted every effort to restrain his adversary with all means at his disposal. Zhang Tianhai, wielding his heavy hammer, violently shattered Li Tianlang's offensive swordplay, a fierce determination etched across his face. He was acutely aware of the enemy before him, Li Tianlang. Though he appeared sun-kissed and charming, he was, in truth, cunning and ruthless. Zhang Tianhai even doubted if there existed a shameless tactic that Li Tianlang was incapable of employing. Li Tianlang, you truly are a boundless scoundrel. Why not engage in a fair fight? Is this not a fair engagement? Have I ambushed you? As the two exchanged banter, their hands remained deftly engaged in various maneuvers. The mechas moved with grand gestures, and fierce collisions transpired with alarming frequency. Yu Rong, in a swift retreat, drew the long sword that had been knocked aside by Zhang Tianhai, and, turning back, aimed another strike at the right knee joint of the yellow mecha. The massive hammer descended, intercepting the blade's arc. A tawny mech raised its knee, striking against the shield of Yu Rong, igniting a shower of sparks. In the warehouse of the Mech Academy, 7 or 8 mech girls huddled together, their expressions tense as they watched the live broadcast on television. The already intense competition was made even more exhilarating by the passionate commentary of the announcer. It was Tao Tao. He even asked us for an autograph. Lightning's perspective was always distinctively different. At this moment, upon seeing the black mech, Tao Tao realized he had discovered the most significant commentary point of the entire match. The White Yu Rong made frequent appearances in the Galactic Arena competition, but the long-standing conflict between the two major corporations could not solely rely on her. In contrast, the Black Heiyu was a different story. Though few knew her true identity, those who were informed were aware of certain details. After all, among the Mech girls born from human memories, only 3 still existed in the entire world. How could she, as a Mech girl of a car, bear the logo of Sancheng? Who was her pilot? Tao Tao flipped through the materials in his hands, catching sight of the words colorful flags fluttering. He furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the handwriting. Chapter 44 Once again, the competitive spirit of our Wei Xing Club's contestants is palpable. First, they defeated contestant number 34, and now, even before the arena is closed, they have chosen to block the entrance. Don't they need to secure their positions in advance? This inevitably reminds us of a certain Crimson old friend. Such decisive and efficient eliminations are the essence of competitive sports. Tao Tao refrained from dwelling on the matter of handwriting. Instead, he recalled the exhilarating figure from the last match commentary, instinctively praising her. He felt certain that the vivid image of her in red would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Perhaps it was her presence that added a remarkable allure to the current competition, more so than before. Reflecting on this, he inwardly cursed himself for having rushed after the competitors entering the arena earlier. Had he remained at the entrance, he would have witnessed a thrilling showdown. However, it seemed that it was not too late. As far as he knew, there were still at least 2 competitors left to see, including the renowned Akar. Clearly, our participants were eager to deliver a more intense contest. So let us await the spectacle. Currently, the match had not yet fully commenced, yet there were already eliminated Mechs. We must lament the unfortunate luck of contestant number 34, who was caught off guard by 2 Mechs from the Sancheng Heavy Industries. Meanwhile, contestant number 52 found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Our familiar Sirius, Li Tianlang, is well known to all as the ace of the Wei Xing Club. As for Zhang Tianhai, the star player from the 37 Club, he too is an old acquaintance. The 2 are rivals, and their encounter today was particularly charged. Oh dear, that was a narrow escape. If it weren't for Zhang Tianhai's quick reflexes, he might have faced a grave misfortune. Zhang Tianhai was on the verge of cursing. Just as he received word of an impending execution for Heiyu, he found himself cornered at the entrance. Before him, Li Tianlang resembled an unyielding adhesive plaster, impossible to shake off. Clearly, Heiyu was within arm's reach, yet he could only watch helplessly. The anguish gnawing at his heart nearly drove him to madness. Old Zhang, give it up. Do you think I would allow you to pass? Am I devoid of shame? I, a dignified provincial competitor, obstructing a mere municipal contender. And you expect to escape my grasp? Nonsense. You, at the bottom of the provincial team, what audacity do you possess? Relying solely on underhanded tactics, if you have the ability. Don't roll on the ground, stand and fight. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, their verbal sparring intensifying, hands moving with equal fervor. Master, please lend a hand. I can scarcely hold on. Li Tianlong's sudden outburst compelled Zhang Tianhai to instinctively glance towards Heiyu's direction. That menacing black mech took a sudden step forward, causing his heart to race and his senses to heighten in alarm. However, to his surprise, it merely shifted once before coming to a complete halt. In that brief moment of distraction, Li Tianlang seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful shield strike that sent the ochre mech crashing against the arena wall. A thunderous sound echoed as clouds of dust billowed into the air. Amidst the swirling debris, the ochre mech gripped the edges of its shield, desperately holding its ground. While its body was ensnared by the towering wall, crumbling earth and stone cascaded down, further cloaking its already ochre form in a layer of dust. You shameless trickster. Huh. The arena is akin to a battlefield. Survival is the ultimate truth. Li Tianlang remained unfazed by the taunt, even intensifying the pressure of his shield. Zhang Tianhai activated his communicator, promptly informing his teammates of the situation at the entrance. The 10 mechas that had already entered the arena received the message and immediately halted their advance, turning back to race towards the arena's entrance. How shameless. This was utterly disgraceful. They already had an abundance of competitors, and now they were even coordinating across squads. The Aka Industrial Club had completely forsaken any semblance of dignity. What kind of rhetoric is this? This is Aka's home ground. If you wish to observe, do so, but if not, you may leave. Do they truly believe that a provincial competition is akin to a local one? Coordination is the most fundamental aspect. Is there no collaboration from the 3 cities? Blocking the entrance from the very beginning is the height of audacity. Are you looking for a fight? Come on then, try your best. I am your superior. Let us take them down. What is the deal with that black mecha? They have already begun to retreat, swiftly eliminate the immediate threat, and make a hasty escape. Remaining motionless in place, could they possibly be foolish? The audience erupted in a chorus of anger and skepticism. One by one, Mechs surged into the arena, and upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, many individuals swiftly calculated their options. Realizing it was unwise to engage, they hastily evacuated the scene. Contestants 67 and 68 have entered. As the announcement reverberated from the staff outside, Suli finally sprang into action. With a swift arc of her colossal sword, the head of the kneeling mecha was severed from its body, rolling to the ground. The black giant commenced its acceleration, hurtling towards the entrance. Just a moment ago, she had stood still, yet now she had already advanced 20 meters forward. The manner of movement, reminiscent of a gliding step, captivated all the spectators present. This style of progression felt oddly familiar. It is Lightning. The pilot of this mech is none other than Lightning herself. A wave of astonishment swept through the stands of the arena. Just recently, in the city-level competition, she left an indelible impression on everyone. Although the contest ended prematurely, the ultimate champion was awarded to Lightning. She is truly deserving. Whether it was her swift elimination of opponents or her formidable prowess in dominating the arena, she undeniably earned her place atop the podium. Moreover, in the face of unforeseen circumstances, she also vanquished the Zerg, a foe universally reviled. While others recoiled in fear, she boldly advanced, a testament to her unwavering resolve, which alone commanded the respect of the majority of the audience. Not to mention, she emerged victorious. At least in that moment, she was a hero, the hero of the entire southern city. Is it true? If she is indeed that pilot, why is she not piloting Lightning? It hasn't been long since she switched to a different mech. I want to see the red Lightning. Hush. There must be some insider knowledge at play. Look at the logo on the chest of that mech, the emblem of Sand City Heavy Industries. Our southern city is supposed to be the domain of Akka. Hiss. Has Akka lost her mind? Such a talent, willingly relinquished to Sand City Heavy Industries? Who knows? However, I do have some information about this black mech. You give me 50, and I'll share the details with you. With dual swords spinning in her grasp, Heiyu's speed surged within the blink of an eye. In a graceful pirouette, she hurled her right-hand longsword forward. The massive blade narrowly grazed the armor of the mech in front, piercing directly towards the concealed number 68. Aware of the ambush through the channel, he had huddled behind number 67, intending to catch his opponent off guard. However, Suli offered no such opportunity. A jarring sound of friction reverberated through the passage. Startled, number 67 darted out of the corridor, raising his great sword to cleave down upon the swiftly approaching Heiyu. Terror gripped him. The hurtling giant sword passed perilously close to the cockpit. Had he shifted even slightly, he might have bid farewell to this world. Be careful. Tao Tao's voice cracked with excitement, overwhelmed by the intensity of the match and its sudden twists. As long as Suli was present, the contest would never lack in spectacle. Heiyu did not even attempt to evade. The opponent's pilot miscalculated, and the heavy sword struck the ground, its tip remaining a full 2 meters from Heiyu's feet. With a swift advance, she pressed her enormous black hand firmly upon number 67's head, using the tremendous force to slam it into the earth. The colossal mech's body rebounded as if animated, with its massive head being driven forcefully into the solid ground beneath. Incredible! The audience erupted in fervor. Before they could revel in their excitement for long, Unit 68 burst forth from the passage, wielding a colossal sword high above, and aimed a fierce strike at the immobilized black feather. The distance to the entrance was a mere 50 meters, a mere breath for the elite pilots of the club. Yet, within that fleeting moment, a multitude of actions could unfold. Suli pulled the control stick at a sharp angle, her left hand rapidly inputting a series of commands. Her movements so swift that afterimages began to flicker around her. The enormous black mech did not even rise. Instead, it embraced the giant sword, rolling on the ground to position itself in front of Unit 68. Narrowly evading the downward slash of the heavy blade. Concealed beneath the mech's form, it surged upward, driving the sharp sword directly into 68's chin. A sharp intake of breath echoed from Tao Tao, utilizing her own body to obscure the blade's edge. She deprived her adversary of a clear offensive angle, swiftly closing in to achieve a lethal strike. Such close-quarters combat was undeniably intimate. The interrupted cheers from the audience erupted once more. Thousands of spectators fervently expressed their exhilaration, clapping their beverage bottles in unison, creating a harmonious sound that resonated throughout the stands. Those without bottles resorted to clapping against the railings before them. Some, unable to contain their enthusiasm, swiftly lifted their children to join in the rhythmic clapping. The lively atmosphere of the venue rendered everyone unable to restrain their emotions. Here she comes again, once more. With such precision and decisiveness, engaging in fierce combat with the singular goal of claiming her opponent's head. Exhilarating. It is truly exhilarating. He consistently challenges the limits of human perception. No one can achieve what he has accomplished. Close-quarters combat in mecha is commonplace. Yet no one has ever done it in such a brief span. Zhang Tianhai widened his eyes, desperately awaiting support. Yet he had not even survived a single round against his opponent. The bizarre techniques of close combat made his very soul tremble. This is. He felt as if all the years he spent mastering mecha had been in vain. The safety regulations for mecha operation explicitly state that a distance of 3 meters must be maintained between mechas. This 3 meters is a universally recognized safety distance. For within that range, the pilot struggles to make effective judgments due to perspective issues. But what had he done? He had slipped into the blind spot of an enemy mecha and executed a flawlessly precise decapitation. It was akin to an excavator operator, blindfolded and facing away from the controls, yet still managing to manipulate the machine to extract a piece of spinach from an elderly gentleman's teeth. Is this something a mere mortal can accomplish? Did he, perhaps, detach his own eyes and place them outside the cockpit? Outsiders revel in the spectacle, while the insiders discern the subtleties. However, the audience in the stands, a sea of novices, was indeed captivated by the unfolding drama. In contrast, the experts in the arena were left utterly bewildered. Zhang Tianhai could hardly contain his astonishment, nearly popping his eyes from their sockets. Is this it? A surprise attack? Who is ambushing whom? Attempting to ambush Heiyu? If they cannot proceed together, that is not an ambush. It is a rescue. Chapter 45, Surprise or Shock. The clamor of smashing and crashing echoed once more in the club's conference room. Can we continue? Are you capable of anything? A small black feather rolled on the ground. And with that, we lost one. Are you operating Mechs with your feet? Wang Hengze's furious voice echoed through the room as he glared at the screen before him, utterly bewildered. Why, despite having transformed into a mech girl and not participating in any competitions for 3 years, was she still so formidable? In fact, she seemed even stronger than before. How could she stand there, radiating brilliance as always? Just a while ago, she had been on the brink of a mental breakdown, leaking everywhere. Could it be that all of this was merely a ruse? The thought of potentially being deceived filled him with rage. She truly deserved to perish. She ought to be dismantled. From the very beginning, he should have ensured her complete obliteration. What was the point of withdrawing from the competition or halting the research? She never should have existed in this world at all. Why was this woman superior to him in every regard? His hysterical roars echoed his impotent fury. Eliminate her. I command you to eliminate her. With 15 participants in the competition, it had not yet fully commenced. The entry process had only progressed 2/3 of the way. On their side, they had already lost 2 members, one of whom was still fighting for survival. As the whistle blew, the remaining 100 competitors finally completed their entrance. The signal jamming device activated instantly, cutting off Wang Hengze's furious voice. In the Mech channel, only the Team-S communication remained. Tao Tao gazed at the mech debris at the entrance, flanked by a multitude of medical personnel, gasping in shock. While the thrill of such a competition was undeniable, it was indeed a heart-stopping spectacle. As one ages, the allure of competitive events becomes increasingly intoxicating. During the last lightning match, 2 elderly gentlemen were swept up in the fervor, and it remains uncertain how many more will succumb this time. Moreover, those who were captivated were merely spectators. One can only imagine the multitude glued to their screens, fervently consuming heart-saving pills in private. The beige mech, pinned against the wall, continued to struggle in vain. Zhang Tianhai was nearing despair. Li Tianlang held him firmly in place, his entire being embedded in the wall, devoid of any leverage to extricate himself. Black Feather brandished his sword, its tip carving deep furrows into the ground. That imposing figure advanced step by step, as if treading upon Zhang's very heart. The disparity in strength loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Even in the absence of restraint, victory seemed a distant hope, let alone when faced with treachery. Surrender was utterly out of the question. How could one fight, with one adversary pinning him down, and another, armed and malevolent, casting a watchful eye upon him? How could he possibly retaliate? This time, Sanqing Heavy Industries had seemingly mastered the art of competition. He was bewildered by his company's abrupt change in match format. In such chaotic melee, The prospect of his team's triumph appeared bleak. 500,000, 1 million, and now this final sum. Su Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. In just 10 short minutes, 1,500,000 had been secured. That slippery character from Lightning needn't worry about sustenance for a considerable time. This time, she might even indulge in a selection of alternative flavors. Perhaps pineapple? Li Tianlang trembled with exhilaration. While watching the previous match footage of Su Li, he initially believed that the difficulty of Su Li's maneuvers was merely a matter of intensive training, something he could also achieve with sufficient practice. However, his perspective has since shifted dramatically. During earlier attempts, he suspected that the latter had been holding back in light of the impending competition. The notion of fluid movements was laughable. How could he even compare? He was left astounded by Su Li's seemingly effortless display of skill, his scalp prickling and legs trembling uncontrollably. This was no mere champion. He was a tyrant upon the battlefield. Li Tianlang remained blissfully unaware that the king he spoke of was, in fact, trembling in the cockpit. Heiyu's cheeks had flushed to an extreme, her mind muddled by the relentless barrage of commands coming in rapid succession. Yet, Su Li offered her no respite, continuously issuing directives that began to erode the confidence she had painstakingly built. Could she truly endure until the end of the match? How did Lightning manage to persevere under such a relentless stream of instructions? In the Mecha Academy's warehouse, Lightning gazed at the dark figure in the arena, her body instinctively quaking. The other Mech girls turned their attention towards her, noticing the deep crimson hue on her face and the faint steam rising from her head. Just by observing Su Li's control of Heiyu, she found herself involuntarily immersed in the experience. That profound sensation penetrated her very core, causing her to instinctively clear her mind. It was all right. As long as she refrained from overthinking, it wouldn't imply a lack of intellect. She would surrender to her instincts. They would adeptly navigate every situation. Whether in response to her body or in receiving commands, Instructor Su truly was formidable. In this world, is there truly a pilot who can rival him? Do you think he might become one of those legendary ace pilots? Is he not already legendary enough, just from a single competition? He has garnered a staggering number of fans among the crowd. Look at the fervent atmosphere in the arena. To be candid, I believe I could still fly over there. No chance. Instructor Su has made it clear that Lightning must remain in the hangar, unable to venture anywhere. What a pity that is. By the way, could you please shift a bit? Your chest is obstructing my view. Oh, the female pilots adjusted their positions, squeezing onto the edge of the sofa. Watching as the black mech wielded a heavy sword and pierced through the wall with the beige mech, their excitement causing them to tremble once more. In the competition arena, Heiyu drew his long sword. In the distance, silhouettes could already be seen racing toward this direction. Su Li patted Li Tianlang on the back, not looking back as he sprinted away with his sword. Li Tianlang followed closely, activating his thrusters to the maximum. The black and white mechs transformed into two streaks of light, with 8 mechs trailing behind, making their way deeper into the arena. Tao Tao maneuvered the floating platform, keeping pace behind the two. Within mere minutes, at a junction, the two mechs suddenly diverged, racing off in opposite directions. The 8 mechs paid no heed to the white mech and directly pursued Heiyu. Amidst the jeers of the audience, Tao Tao couldn't help but feel anxious for Su Li. He understood all too well why Akar Industries was fixated on him. But it is the black feather. Though the intricacies of the situation elude my understanding, her presence on the battlefield speaks volumes. Moreover, the emblem of San Cheng prominently adorns her chest. Tao Tao, unable to contain his vivid imaginings, finds himself spiraling into misinterpretations due to his limited knowledge. Given Su Li's audacity to confront AKA, he must also be prepared for the possibility of being relentlessly pursued by AKA. Furthermore, with his exceptional skills, the outcome of their clash remains uncertain. The capabilities of the S-class mecha are presently epitomized to perfection. Among the pursuing squadron, only 3 mechas can keep pace with Black Feather's swift movements. The remaining 5, as the chase prolongs, inevitably fall behind. Su Li is perplexed by the opposing team's mindset, allowing such discrepancies to widen. While he is certain that 8 would have turned and fled, now only 3 remain closely in pursuit. Despite all being S-class mechas, there may still exist an opportunity to exploit the time differential for a counterattack. The black mecha darted past a rocky outcrop, vanishing from sight in an instant. With a sudden halt, it plunged its sword into the mountainside, dissipating much of the force of its momentum. The colossal legs of the mecha scraped against the ground, as the thrusters expelled a surge of air, enabling an immediate change of direction. With sword in hand, without a moment's hesitation, It swung back and struck at the opposite side of the cliff. The first pursuing mecha, caught unawares, could hardly react. It was as if Su Li had been bestowed with divine insight, for his blade found its mark, striking true against a white mecha. The blinding sparks erupted as the mech's legs were instantly severed and deformed, the shattered external armor wedged into the steel fibers, thoroughly mangling them. The white mech abruptly lost its mobility, its entire body lunging forward and kicking up a substantial cloud of dust upon contact with the ground. The other two mechs instinctively initiated emergency brakes, yet they missed the opportunity to seize Su Li directly. It was all too swift. The moment he discerned the terrain, he commenced formulating his strategy, and in that instant of resolution, execution was already underway. Though merely a rudimentary obstruction of line of sight, the outcome was remarkably pronounced. Su Li struck with precision and, before departing, delivered a final kick that crushed the white mech's head. This ambush was indeed unexpected. Our contestant Su Li has once more eliminated his opponent with ruthless efficiency. Could it be that he aims to replicate the invincible glory of his debut match? Cao Cao discerned that his commentary would falter whenever Su Li was involved, but he accepted this with grace. What a formidable capacity for on-the-spot adaptation. As the two sides pursued each other, the distance between them was a mere 200 meters, a trivial span for the swiftly maneuvering Mechs, merely a few seconds. Yet within that brief interlude, he had transitioned from strategy formulation to execution, ultimately achieving a stylish kill and retreat. He had even accounted for his opponent's reactions. "Master, I am in position." The chilling laughter of Li Tianlang echoed through the team channel. With a slight smile at the corner of Su Li's mouth, he charged towards Li Tianlang with the remaining two S-class mechs. Could they increase their speed further? Accelerate. They must not allow him to obstruct their line of sight. It is imperative to ensure that at least one mech maintains visibility, but speed could not be increased. Ahead lay a narrow pass. The rocky walls too constricted for rapid maneuvering. Let him go. Beyond the pass lies an expansive plain, where He Yu's acceleration is 90, but his speed only reaches 80. We can catch up. The two S-class mechs exchanged glances and deftly navigated a bend closely following He Yu. From the periphery of Su Li's vision, the two mechs maintained a steady pace. The three mechs took the turn in a similar fashion. Yet it was evident to the discerning eye that the two trailing mechs lagged, their movements far less fluid than He Yu's. Comparisons were inevitable. The audience from the Arcana, unable to suppress their frowns, found the once smooth motions they admired to be surprisingly rough today. As anticipated, He Yu burst forth from the pass without a moment's hesitation. The two mechs wasted no time in accelerating to pursue. The plain stretched infinitely before them, presenting the perfect opportunity to hunt down He Yu. They drew closer to the pass, the roar of the mechs echoing between the cliffs. Suddenly, they heard a chilling voice from beyond the pass. I won't let you die so easily." Chapter 46. Rampage. The hearts of the two pilots leaped to their throats. Even if they were to open the cockpit and attempt to break with their feet, it was already too late. Moreover, they were not endowed with exceptionally long legs. Within the field of vision, a moon-white mech cradled a robust tree and advanced toward the narrow passage. It had even taken the trouble to wander a distance, searching the mountainous terrain until it chanced upon a tree of suitable girth. Li Tianlang emitted a peculiar cackling laugh as he hefted the tree trunk and brought it crashing down upon the lower halves of two S-class mechs. The tremendous impact caused the dense ironwood trunk to emit a piercing crack, immediately slipping from his grasp. Wood shavings whirled about as the two mechs followed the fate of their predecessor, tumbling forward in an ungainly manner. They carved two deep furrows into the ground, stretching out for dozens of meters. The violent collision left the pilots momentarily dizzy, and before they could react, a shadowy figure of black and gold had already approached them. What of the combination of S-class pilots paired with S-class mechs? Caught off guard, they still exhibited no significant resistance. Blackfeather leaped high, directly landing upon the sharply defined heads of the two mechs. A crunch echoed, sparks flying and a plume of black smoke rising. "How does it feel? Are you all right?" Inside the cockpit, Su Li cast an uncertain glance at Blackfeather. The latter lowered her head and softly replied, It hurts a bit. Then we shall use the sword next time. My master, you are truly kind." As Su Li raised her head to survey the external situation, she failed to notice the tear-streaked face of Blackfeather, who longed for recognition, whether as a human or as a mech girl. Such a simple desire. Yet at Aka Industries, even the price of her life could not secure it. Everything she accomplished seemed merely taken for granted. She endeavored to distinguish herself in competitions, only to be confined within the walls of her home. Her relentless pursuit of research was met with the brazen theft of her. Even in death, she would serve merely as a tool for others seeking clandestine advantages. Her life appeared incomplete, yet in truth, it was far more fragmented, devoid of trust. The very hope of survival was stripped away time and again. If it were not for Hong Ying, in her past, each morning upon awakening, her first thought was how to escape the clutches of life. She had never believed in promises, for those who had made them had always broken their word. Yet Su Li spoke of leading her to triumph in the competition, to strike a resounding blow against Aka. As he guided her to her first kill, she could not contain her tremors. Beholding the golden logo of the mecha kneeling before her, she felt her existence redefined. Then came the second kill, the third kill. He achieved it. She could envision her useless brother's fury upon witnessing this scene. Her cold-hearted father would likely have veins bulging on his forehead at the sight. Their daughter, whom they had always disregarded, even in death, transformed into a mechanized being, a so-called waste, would surely radiate her own brilliance, blinding them in the process. Yet, why was it that the sole individual who fulfilled his promise to her was unwilling to engage in a core contract with her? Outside the cockpit, Li Tianlang smiled with unparalleled joy. He had never felt so liberated. From the beginning until now, 4 S-class Mechs and 2 A-class Mechs have appeared. This is not merely a chaotic battle of Mechs. It is an outright massacre. Exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling. The primary focus is to ensure the enemies are served comfortably. We wouldn't want them to feel fatigued from the competition. We shall see them home, even if it means working overtime. Who else offers such attentive service? Master, shall we wait? There should still be 5 left, right? Su Li shot him a glance, retorting with irritation. Wait for what? They have a team channel and must have received the news early this morning. You won't find anything waiting here. Then what shall we do now? What else can we do? We turn around and give chase. We can't just toss aside the meat that's been brought right to our lips. Your family is prosperous, but I am but a pauper. Remember this. You can only assist from the sidelines. The kills are mine. 50,000 each. If you dare to snatch them, I shall clear you out. Li Tianlang suddenly felt that the bond between master and disciple was rather lacking in warmth. 50,000. Could his passionate sentiments truly be outweighed by that sum? Master, how about this? You let me have 2, and I shall give you 1 for 60,000. How does that sound? Yu halted mid-turn, then turned back to pat Yurong on the shoulder, saying, Good disciple, lightning speaks wisely. You are rather commendable. Indeed. If my master's wife had poor taste, would she have chosen my master amidst the vast sea of people? Upon hearing this, Su Li scratched his nose, opting not to respond. This topic was indeed difficult to navigate, as it could easily lead to discord. Tao Tao on the floating platform was left speechless, observing that their entire exchange had not gone through the team channel. The live broadcast was directly transmitted to countless households through drones. Is such blatant pricing truly acceptable? It was already a significant affront when you began by decisively defeating Aka, yet you brazenly proclaim it? Does Aka possess no sense of shame? He glanced up at the vigilant blue and white Mechs in the sky, allowing his previously anxious heart to settle once more. With the inspection team present, there should be little cause for concern, right? In the stands of the arena, the fanbase of Aka Industries was thrown into utter chaos. Damn it, they are all useless. After being outsmarted time and again, do they not possess any common sense? Are Aka's pilots raised on dung? How is it that they can't even manage a simple restroom break without making a mess? This cannot solely be blamed on them. Who could have anticipated that an old trickster lurked just ahead? What is so surprising about that? I simply cannot fathom why everyone is fixated on Yu, neglecting Yurong entirely. Aren't they just inviting opportunities for tactical ambush? Indeed, it is unbearable. Each match is played without a shred of intellect. A group of individuals allowing 2 from Sanqing to toy with them. Damn it, refund the tickets. Refund the money. Come on, even if Aka falters. ISNT there's still Su Li and Yu? By the way, wasn't Yu once Aka as pilot? What? Feeling disgruntled after being betrayed by one's own. What is Su Li doing? Is he turning back? Goodness, I thought he was merely boasting, but he truly intends to take on 5 opponents. Shoo, focus. Don't be reckless. Here he comes again. Initially thought to be a mere quirk of lightning. It has now been confirmed that the notorious King of Ruins is indeed our master. Su Yu turned around, rummaging through the ground, and before long, her slender waist was adorned with an array of weapons. As she moved, the clashing of the arms produced a melodious clanging sound. Master, isn't it cumbersome to carry so many? Su Li shot an irritated glance towards Yurong. Cumbersome? Allow me to impart a lesson. The corrosive acid from the insectoids is highly damaging to weaponry. If you ever find yourself on the battlefield, you will understand the necessity of utilizing every resource at your disposal. He cast a sidelong glance at the mech on the ground, tilting his head in mild regret. If this were truly on the battlefield, I would certainly craft some small fireworks with these trinkets. Li Tianlang, somewhat perplexed, picked up a massive shield and instinctively slung it behind him. The weight of it instantly bestowed upon him a greater sense of security. His eyes sparkled as he tore off a round shield from another mech's arm, measuring it against his chest. Heiyu showed no intention of waiting. She dashed once more towards the narrow passage, retracing her steps. Given the calculated speeds of both sides, the enemy was not far off. Even if they had received warnings from others, they might not respond with the appropriate measures in a timely manner. Most likely, they would either cluster together or seek a place to ambush. However, there were not many suitable spots nearby for an ambush. His task was to methodically sweep through each of these locations. Currently, there were still 9 participants from Mecha in the arena. The crowd was utterly dazed. He knew that Su Li had begun once again. Just like in the previous match, once he became engulfed in the thrill of battle, he found himself utterly unable to restrain his impulses. Perhaps, from the very beginning, he had never truly been in control. The chaotic brawl of the mech combat mode had transformed his experience into a frenzied massacre. Yet, the thought of his heroic feats against the Zerg, charging forward with valor, prompted him to shout once more. Let the humiliation come. After all, it was exhilarating. Our esteemed Su Li, the master mech pilot, had embarked on his journey anew. At this juncture, I must urge everyone in Akka to remain vigilant and mobile. Trust me, this is a sincere recommendation from a dedicated commentator. It is not my intention to belittle anyone present. It is simply that certain individuals have become utterly unhinged. Li Tianlang, having just armed his mech, Moonshadow, was frantic as he lost sight of Blackfeather. He dashed into the narrow passage like a little tadpole searching for its father. In the club's conference room, Wang Heng's eyes were bloodshot. Gripping the walkie-talkie tightly, he hurled it against the screen in a fit of rage. The device shattered into countless pieces. Yet the screen remained unscathed, seemingly mocking him as it broadcasted the match without restraint. He watched helplessly as his mechs were taken down one after another, as effortlessly as chopping vegetables, and his expression began to contort with fury. For the first time, he regretted purchasing such a high-quality television. Changing the competition mode had been his decision. He had hoped that Akka would not only select team members through this match, but also seize the opportunity to showcase their strength. Yet now, everything lay in ruins. The presence of Su Li and Heiyu was akin to a disruptive force, thoroughly unraveling all of his meticulously crafted plans. One was a pilot forsaken by AKA, and the other, discarded as mere refuse. These two individuals, deemed worthless in the eyes of others, unexpectedly redefined their own value by trampling upon the imposing figure of AKA in a single competition. Instead of showcasing their prowess, they rendered Akka Industries a mere laughingstock within the arena. Despite rallying a significant portion of his strength, he failed to eliminate Heiyu, who instead broke through the fray, once again illuminating the stage with her brilliance. Witnessing her gallop across the battlefield was far more distressing than any defeat he could endure. The jarring ring of the phone pierced the air, and he answered, placing it against his ear. A cold, emotionless voice commanded, "Initiate the plan. Spare no expense. I refuse to witness that black monstrosity in any future arena, and certainly not the child seated within it." Chapter 47. Technological Innovation. Master, come to MicroStar. I'll reserve my ace position for you. Let us form a team, aptly named Chaotic Slaughter. Trust me, with just a few more matches under our belt, we will undoubtedly establish ourselves in the provincial team. Perhaps with a year or two of honing, we shall set our sights on the national arena. The national team? What benefits does that entail? Perhaps greater rewards? Li Tianlang struck his thigh with enthusiasm, envisioning a future where he would follow Su Li into the arena, wreaking havoc upon their foes. The thought of being shielded by such a formidable deity filled him with an exhilarating sense of certainty. The path ahead would surely be paved with success. Su Li turned to glance at Li Tianlang and teased, "What? Are you in charge of the quack?" The fragile vessel of friendship can capsize at a moment's notice. A grand vision was abruptly stifled by a single remark. Li Tianlang, sensing the atmosphere, promptly closed his mouth and began to navigate within the blind spots of Heiyu's vision, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Over the past few days, they had encountered one another several times. Yet, Li Tianlong's understanding of Su Li remained superficial. He could not fathom what thoughts stirred within the mind of this 20-year-old pilot. It appeared that he harbored no particular obsession with various competitions. Despite possessing remarkable talent and combat skills, he displayed little enthusiasm for participating in contests. From what Li Tianlang gathered, Su Li's motivations for entering competitions were either to procure lubricants for his mech girl or to vent frustrations for himself and her. It seemed that his entire focus in life revolved solely around the mech girl. Participation in competitions was merely ancillary. He was a pilot capable of resonance, yet indifferent to the upgrades of Mechs. No, perhaps he was concerned, as he exhibited a certain fixation on money. However, it did not seem to be an overwhelming fixation. Li Tianlang instinctively considered that the balance provided by the modules could be compensated for by Su Li's astonishing piloting skills. His gaze swept over the swiftly advancing Heiyu, and once more, the image of her effortlessly executing a kill resurfaced in his mind. Was such prowess a testament to Su Li's own abilities or a product of the synergy between human and mech girl, where 1 + 1 exceeds 2? He scratched his scalp, feeling an itch beneath the surface. The black-winged machine abruptly halted, prompting Li Tianlang to swiftly maneuver the moon shadow into a spin, positioning himself behind the black-winged machine to serve as a lookout. A cloud of dust enveloped the two mechas, swirling around them. The dust was interspersed with small pebbles, creating a cacophony of sounds that reverberated through every corner of the mechas. Master, have you made any discoveries? None. Yet precisely for this reason, we must exercise caution. If Akka indeed has a plan, they should be making their move by now. Su Li remained preoccupied with the unusual activity surrounding Akka Industries. Unlike Li Tianlang, who had a formidable background, Su Li understood that a lack of vigilance could potentially spell disaster for him and the black-winged machine, hindering their exit from the arena. Li Tianlang acknowledged this, redirecting his focus entirely on keeping watch around them. 15 minutes into the competition, the number of remaining contestants had dwindled to just over 60. This rate of attrition appeared rather abnormal. However, Su Li and Li Tianlang had accounted for 6 of the fallen mechas. Thus, under these circumstances, such a rate of elimination was still deemed acceptable. Throughout the arena, the sounds of battle echoed from various advantageous positions. Along their path, Su Li observed at least 2 groups of independent mechas engaged in fierce combat. He refrained from intervening, choosing instead to continue his search. Yet, after 5 minutes, they had still not located any trace of Akka's mechas. This was highly unusual. Su Li gradually furrowed his brow. Unless they had received a notification and immediately fled in the opposite direction, it was inconceivable for them to vanish without a trace in such a short time. Blackwing, have you noticed anything amiss? Master, approximately 3 minutes ago, it seemed that a signal wave flashed by. The prompt from Heiyu did not evoke any thoughts in Su Li. The swirling dust gradually settled, revealing the silhouettes of 2 mechas. Something is amiss. The 5A-class mechas from Akana should not possess such speed. We have pursued for 5 minutes. Given our velocity, we should have encountered them within 2 minutes. Perhaps they have temporarily equipped speed modules? A significant enhancement to their speed? Did all 5 equip simultaneously? I believe the club could provide 1 speed module, but 5 modules. No one would willingly invest such substantial resources and effort into outfitting 5 A-class mechas with them. Li Tianlang, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Being a module owner himself, he understood the considerable enhancement a suitable module could provide to a mecha. It was akin to the stability module on Eurone, which elevated her stability coefficient by nearly 10 points. For S-class mechas, every increment in attributes is of paramount importance, and the same holds true for the pilots. The enhancement of a mecha's intrinsic attributes can significantly reduce the operational difficulties for the pilot. None of Akana's clubs could possibly produce 5 speed modules. Even if several clubs pooled their resources, they would never allocate them for use on A-class mechas. This is an exceedingly simple arithmetic problem. If they aim for better results in the competition, it is evident that there are more cost-effective solutions available. As long as these modules are assigned to S-class Mechs, victory over Su Li would undoubtedly not be so effortlessly achieved. Without modules, there is no speed. Without speed, escape is utterly impossible. So, where did the others go? In the upper left corner of the cockpit screen, a series of elimination notifications suddenly appeared, almost simultaneously, as if a flood of information. 11 individuals were eliminated in an instant. 2 individuals immediately noticed the anomaly in the elimination messages. The refresh rate was alarmingly rapid. so fast that it seemed rehearsed, perfectly synchronized. On the floating platform, Tao Tao also detected this unexpected turn of events. He switched the platform's screen to the perspective of other drones and suddenly realized that more than half of those 11 elimination notifications were caused by competitors from Akasha Industries. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the screen before him. The Akasha competitors appeared to have transformed, displaying a stark change in style. They were strikingly decisive and ruthless in their actions. Although their movements were somewhat peculiar, they flowed seamlessly, exuding an uncanny beauty as they turned everything at their disposal into instruments of attack. This style of combat was something he had never witnessed in his lifetime. Even the performance of the Mechs seemed to have undergone a significant enhancement in a remarkably short time. Was it the modules? No. Inexpensive modules could not achieve such comprehensive augmentation. Expensive modules could not possibly be equipped across the board, if it were merely to flaunt their prowess. Such an ostentatious display would not be the behavior of a titan like Akasha Industries. Could it be a new technological revolution? His thoughts began to wander. And at this moment, Tao Tao could not help but tremble with excitement. If this were true, then perhaps this day would indeed herald a transformation. The module stands as one of the most remarkable inventions in modern human history. Its emergence has granted humanity, beyond mere pilots, a bargaining chip in negotiations with the mechanical isle. Everything unfolding before him seemed to signify that perhaps humanity had regained a glimmer of hope. Even if it were merely an innovative transformation of the existing modules, it would still represent a monumental achievement. The mere thought of witnessing history left Tao Tao so engrossed that he no longer paid attention to Su Li's competition. In the arena's stands, Aka's fans erupted in cheers. They delighted in witnessing Aka's pilots shake off their previous slump and effortlessly dominate their opponents as if slicing through vegetables. Among various clubs, those in the know had quietly picked up their phones. The liaison team prepared by Aka Industries was inundated with calls. A distant man sat high in his chair, his face shrouded in shadow, rendering him indistinct as he observed the bustling figures below. He had awaited this day for a long time. With just half an hour remaining until the competition's conclusion, he, Wang Hanping, was poised to etch a vivid stroke in the annals of modern human history. From behind the colossal mountain wall in the competition arena, a disabled mech burst forth. One of its arms had vanished, with sparks flying from the severed connection. Devoid of weaponry, her external armor bore multiple grievous wounds, and with each burst from her thrusters, a cloud of thick black smoke emerged from half of the nozzles. She stumbled towards the direction of Heyu and Yurong, manifestly bereft of the capacity to continue fighting. Behind her, a white mech followed at a leisurely pace, occasionally unsheathing its blade as if to hurt its prey, striking at her relentlessly. The resplendent golden logo was so striking that Li Tianlang instinctively squinted, a surge of eagerness welling within him. A chilling sensation gripped his heart. Initially believing it to be an illusion, Su Li lowered her gaze, only to find the hairs on her arms standing on end. "Master, this one is mine." Yurong surged forward, her sword slicing through the air, accelerating to its utmost limit. "Be cautious. Something is amiss." Before Su Li could finish her warning, the white mech raised its sword high. Seemingly weary of pursuing its quarry, it thrust the blade downward with ferocity, pinning the incapacitated mech firmly to the ground. Both Su Li and Li Tianlang were entranced by the white mech's actions. The long sword pierced through the cockpit of the damaged mech entirely, regardless of whether it housed a mech maiden or a pilot. Survival was utterly impossible beneath the might of that strike. The damage to the mech would only impair the sensory functions of the corresponding areas, sparing the core. With subsequent repairs, it could be restored to its former glory. However, to sever the mech maiden within the cockpit would lead her to confront the disintegration of her core directly. A unique radiance began to emanate from the cockpit, transforming into specks of crimson starlight that dissipated into the air. The damaged chassis lay motionless on the ground, reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal. The white mech drew its longsword, morphing into a streak of light as it surged towards Yurong. "Master, he's coming." Snap back to reality. The sound of harsh friction erupted as the circular shield on his chest deformed instantaneously. In that critical moment, the shield, hanging before him, saved his life. Li Tianling finally regained his composure, retreating a step and positioning the shield defensively, delivering a powerful shield bash towards the white mech before him. Yurong's voice was urgent and frantic. Her usual languor had vanished, her entire being trembling involuntarily. Li Tianlang was drenched in cold sweat. The Archimech had killed. In mech battles, casualties were inevitable. However, Most deaths resulted from a failure to withdraw in time or hasty strikes leading to accidental fatalities. Yet the Mech before him had deliberately taken a life after pursuing and tormenting its target for an extended period. Such an act was not only despicable but also terrifying. Su Li's gaze was fixed on the white mech as it engaged in combat with Yurong. He resembled a madman, wielding his sword erratically, devoid of any discernible technique. Nevertheless, the speed of his attacks was astonishingly rapid, intermingled with physical assaults. He nearly overwhelmed Li Tianlang in an instant. Had he not been bearing two shields, he surely would have been slain on the spot. A bone-chilling cold swept over everyone present, including the mech maidens. Li Tianlang activated public mode, shouting at the white mech, "Have you lost your mind? This is a competition." This is not a competition. It is an act of murder. The white mech showed no signs of response. It merely swung its fist and struck Munrong's face with a heavy blow. She staggered, only to be seized by the white mech's grip. With a swift motion of its long sword, one of her arms was severed. Utilizing the force of the impact, Munrong performed a roll, but before she could retreat 10 meters, she was pursued by the white mech, which slashed at her right leg. There was no escape, no retreat. Li Tianlong's eyes burned crimson as he beheld the re-raised giant sword. Maneuvering the mech, he abruptly sidestepped, evading the direct thrust of the longsword. With her remaining arm, she hastily wielded her round shield to block an incoming strike. Yet that last bastion was sent flying. Realizing the dire situation, Li Tianlang quickly rose from the pilot's seat, positioning himself protectively over Munrong, his eyes aflame as he faced the sweeping giant sword. Two long swords soared through the air, embedding themselves in the ground at an acute angle, effectively wedging the giant sword and preventing it from advancing further. Su Li finally comprehended the source of her chilling apprehension. The white mech before her resembled a wingless, legless insect. Chapter 48. Encounter. He was excessively formidable. Su Li was aware of Li Tianlong's prowess. Even if he were to hold back, it would be impossible for him to succumb in such a brief span. The performance metrics of the white mech transformed into an enigma in an instant. Under the enhancement of the system, the various parameters of the mech fluctuated rapidly, never settling on a constant value. Merely the attribute of acceleration had changed 8 times in just a few fleeting seconds. Su Li had no time for further contemplation as the two forces collided in an instant. The two mechas engaged in close combat, their long swords clashing over 20 times within a mere 5 seconds. Li Tianlang, his eyes ablaze with intensity, observed as Heiyu wielded dual swords, her left hand parrying the assault of the long sword while her right hand deftly countered the blows from the white mecha. With each block, a new wound appeared on the white mecha's exterior, and the dazzling sparks flew like brilliant fireworks, momentarily blinding him. Despite merely wielding 2 swords and making slight adjustments, she rendered all attacks ineffective. Li Tianlang gazed up at the dark figure before him. She stood like an unyielding wall, firmly protecting him from the assailant. In that moment, he comprehended the true essence of Su Li's formidable strength. She did not employ the conventional techniques of mecha swordplay, but rather the lethal art honed through life and death struggles. Cradling Yurong, he collapsed in the cockpit like a puddle of mud, the shadow of death looming over him. His grip on Yurong's arm trembled uncontrollably. Titles such as the club's ace, the rising star, and the youngest member of the provincial team could not mask the stark reality of his failure. Had it not been for Su Li's timely intervention, his fate would have mirrored that of the fallen pilot. He was proud, at least in his essence. He was youthful, arrogant, and possessed exceptional skills, guided by esteemed mentors and favored by ample resources. He had clearly possessed an opportunity that was unattainable for ordinary pilots, yet he still succumbed. Life is singular. The mere thought of his frantic rush to offer himself as a sacrifice made Li Tianlang feel, in that moment, akin to a jester. How could an S-rank pilot like him be defeated by one of A rank? He recognized the mech before him. Its pilot had been vanquished by him on more than one occasion. Yet now, he found himself overwhelmed, reduced to a state of helplessness, unable to mount any form of resistance. Just a few days prior in the tournament, he had not faced such a formidable adversary. Even at the commencement of this very match, he had not encountered such prowess. Gazing upon the mech that seemed to have entered a frenzied state, a wave of dread washed over him. What sort of module could facilitate such a dramatic enhancement in both the mech and its pilot in such a brief span? He recalled the relentless notifications of elimination. If all Mechs from Akka possessed such capabilities, they would indeed dominate the entire arena. Do not worry, we shall be fine, Master. Please remain at ease. I am here. Yu Rong gently caressed Li Tianlong's cheek, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had never anticipated that. In the face of life and death, this small man would rise to shield her. A warmth enveloped her heart, despite losing sensation in one arm and one leg. She turned to embrace Li Tianlang tenderly, her hand stroking the back of his head in a gentle attempt to comfort him. Tao Tao stood in stunned silence, gazing at the wreckage of the mech, his legs involuntarily trembling. He had not been a stranger to witnessing the death of pilots firsthand. However, an accident and premeditated murder have always been two distinct matters. Before him lay the stark reality of a pilot and a mechanized counterpart perishing before his very eyes. Such a scene rendered his previously fervent commentary abruptly silent. Within the arena's stands, numerous spectators bore witness to that moment. The entire venue seemed to be suspended in time, enveloped in an eerie silence. The swift defeat of Yu Rong cast a shadow over the hearts of all present. Fortunately, Yu withstood the pressure, standing resolutely in the arena. That dark figure appeared to seize the attention of everyone instantaneously. The piercing brilliance of his sword light, though merely a defensive maneuver, served as a potent morale booster for all. As the long sword once again deflected his opponent's weapon, Yu seized a fleeting opportunity of 0.37 seconds, relinquishing his grip on the sword, locking his opponent's arms, and executing a powerful throw that sent her crashing to the ground. The earth trembled beneath them. As the white mech hit the ground back first, bizarrely contorting its limbs in a desperate attempt to rise and lunge at Yu, a colossal foot suddenly descended upon her form, forcefully pressing her momentarily lifted body back down. Two long swords pierced the shoulder joints of the white mech, embedding deeply until the hilts disappeared, securing her firmly to the ground. The white mech continued to struggle, its limbs quivering, legs twisting in a manner unfathomable to any human, relentlessly attacking Yu. A profound silence enveloped all. Whether in the arena or the stands, even within the various clubs, an unsettling stillness prevailed. The innovation of technology is indeed a boon. Yet, when it transcends the bounds of human comprehension, it evokes an intrinsic sense of fear. Is she still a mech girl? The pilot capable of commanding such intricate maneuvers from the mech? Is she even human? As onlookers gazed at the distorted and grotesque form of the machine, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Yu twirled the colossal sword in her hands, and just when everyone anticipated she would deliver a fatal blow, she instead severed the legs of the white mech. Though it had lost its lower limbs, the mech continued to writhe and struggle. The giant sword was raised once more, cleaving off its head. The remaining upper half of the mech quivered, its bound arms flailing wildly, striking the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. In that moment, it seemed to possess an inexhaustible vitality, its body moving independently of its brain, each part engaging in its own battle. Are you all right? Suli inquired, glancing at Yu Rong beside him. After a moment, a voice emerged from within, dry and devoid of vitality. Thank you, Master, for saving my wretched life. Yu Rong and Li Tianlong's arms paused, sensing an implied meaning in his words. Li Tianlang ignored the delicate hand at his waist, staring somewhat vacantly at the still wriggling mech outside, struggling to swallow his words. Such a thing, still. He ultimately left his thought unfinished. Suli turned his gaze back, fixating on the struggling white mech as he directed Yu to raise her colossal sword once again. Li Tianlong's face blanched. Master, no? The sword plunged into the cockpit of the mech, but did not penetrate deeply. Suli employed it as a lever, prying open the heavy hatch and revealing the scene within. The drone whirled in the air, instantly broadcasting the scenes within. The pilot, pale and slumped in his seat, hung his head, revealing no signs of consciousness. In stark contrast, the mech maiden before him appeared to be in a frenzied state, extending her hands and unleashing a menacing roar towards the receding giant sword. Her eyes were wild, filled with a fierce aggression. Unlike ordinary mech maidens, who would lose their consciousness upon the decapitation of their mechs, she seemed to be driven by an insatiable ferocity, as if her primal instincts had been fully awakened. However, such a phenomenon should not occur in a being of intellect like the mech maiden. Yu's body began to tremble as she observed the mech maiden outside, leaping and gnashing her teeth against the steel plating of the cockpit, involuntarily shivering. Master, there was an anomaly in the connection between her and the mech. The sensory link had failed. No, it hadn't failed. If it had, she would not have been able to control the mech. Suli focused on the mech maiden on the screen, bringing Yu's perspective closer. Her sensory connection had not malfunctioned. It seemed more akin to a reset. Reset? Hey you, puzzled, tilted her small head towards her pilot, unable to grasp his meaning. This implied that her sensory functions had become chaotic, with what should have controlled her arms now switched to her legs. Such a maneuver, was it even possible? Even if the mech maiden could adapt, what of the pilot? Hearing this, Sully furrowed his brow tightly. Even if Blackfeather denies it, he still subconsciously believes that his thoughts are valid. The notion of resetting sensory connections may not be beyond reach. After all, if humans can become machine girls in this world, then what about the insects? The insects? Upon realizing the direction of his thoughts, Sully instinctively broke into a cold sweat. He had always felt that the mech before him exhibited a behavioral style reminiscent of insects, coupled with having sustained a fatal injury. It relentlessly utilized the remnants of its consciousness to instinctively maneuver its body parts to attack the enemy. His voice trembled unusually. Blackfeather could distinctly sense his grip tightening on the control stick. Could it be possible that Akar has developed a new technology that allows for the intrusion into the consciousness of machine girls, thereby influencing their operational patterns to achieve a form of control? Setting aside the feasibility of such a technology, one must first consider the need for a medium, perhaps a powerful stream of consciousness or brainwaves. Utilizing human consciousness and brainwaves, such a feat would be unattainable unless one were an Ultra S-class pilot. Is that so? What if, however, those brainwaves belong to insects? Blackfeather was momentarily taken aback, and Sully could clearly feel her body stiffening. He cast a glance at her, instinctively aware that she must possess knowledge of certain truths. Amidst the shattered cockpit, the frenzied machine girl emitted a furious scream, desperately gnawing at the damaged cockpit. Sharp metal shards lacerated her mouth, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. A fragmented utterance emerged from her mangled lips, stuttering through the pain. No, at any cost. Kill, kill, kill the Blackfeather. Before her, the ebony figure began to tremble slowly. As she gazed at the logo emblazoned on the chest of the white mech, an overwhelming sense of irony washed over her. Her life felt like an immense parody. The already shattered fragments of her heart felt utterly obliterated. The remaining flicker of hope dissipated entirely with a single utterance from the deranged mech girl. Indeed, she had long since found herself on opposing sides. What was it that she truly yearned for? A frenzied vengeance, merely to capture their fleeting gaze once more? She had already sacrificed her life for her own naivety, yet why did this foolishness still govern her existence as a mech girl? Their acknowledgement she no longer desired. She needed none of their trappings. All emotions, all memories, should be discarded among the refuse. Yet, her heart ached profoundly. If everything were to be forsaken, what significance would revenge hold? What purpose would her life as a mech girl serve? Silent tears traced her cheeks as she relinquished the control stick, curling into herself. It seemed that if she could merely shrink into a small ball, then nothing in this world could inflict pain upon her. In the distance, 5 figures emerged abruptly on the horizon. The moment they spotted Blackfeather, they charged directly toward her. Sully bent down gently, resting his body against her back, and reached out to grasp her delicate, icy hands. With careful precision, he guided them onto her control stick. What are you thinking? Do not forget, you are no longer part of the Akar. You are my Sully's machine maiden. If you wish to perish, it is contingent upon my consent. His words acted as a potent elixir, surging into the depths of Hei Yu's heart, instantly filling the void within her. She found herself yearning for the warmth of his hands, becoming increasingly entranced by his broad chest. Finally, she turned completely, pressing herself against him. The chill of her heart began to thaw, enveloped by the pleasant scent of sunlight on his clothing. His warm hands gently patted her back, and his soft voice resonated in her ears. My dear machine maiden, I trust you do not wish for your pilot to be dismembered, do you? Sully cradled Hei Yu's face in his hands, forcibly turning it to face forward. In her line of sight, 5 Akar Mechs were racing towards them, less than 500 meters away. Chapter 49. Causing a ruckus at the headquarters of the inspection brigade. Even from the ground floor, one could hear Yihua's ecstatic voice. Really? Finally, I don't have to endure this any longer. The office door was kicked open, and Yihua, with one hand clutching Han Hai under his arm, dashed out. The speed was so great that Han Hai's ample chest had no time to react, leaving 2 round impressions on the door frame. Let me go, Han Hai exclaimed in frustration. Next time, when reporting to her, he would ensure to maintain a safe distance of at least 3 meters. This clumsy fool truly lacked any sense of propriety. She suppressed her tears while rubbing her chest. Had she not donned her protective armor in advance for the mission today, her considerable assets might have been irrevocably compromised. Knight Hua feigned ignorance, racing alongside Han Hai while issuing a flurry of commands with a commanding voice. The oversized protective armor hung on the doorframe of the office, spinning in circles until it finally came to rest. One call after another was made. The armed mech girls from South City and its surrounding areas swiftly assembled upon receiving the orders, marching resolutely towards their designated locations. Standing before the office building, Knight Hua gazed at the 200 fully equipped armed mech girls, excitement causing her to rub her hands together. Han Hai, standing beside her with an air of indifference, shot an exasperated glance at Knight Hua. Can you refrain from behaving like a black-headed fly? You are the team leader. The team leader. You must exhibit composure. I am aware. That is precisely why I did not fly to South City, but stayed at headquarters to oversee the situation. I am the team leader, after all. South City will handle its own issues, while I shall address the matters of the council. Oh, pray tell, how do you intend to resolve it? Damn it. Revoke their permissions and eliminate these scoundrels. Han Hai smacked his forehead, fixing Knight Hua with an intense stare, gritting his teeth as he said, My dear Hua, how would you manage without me? It must be done with a legitimate cause. You ought to read more of humanities literature. There is a saying that goes, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Rest assured, I am well aware. I have longed to point this out to that bunch of old fools. Felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The vast sea of thoughts left her momentarily bewildered. What is this notion of those who understand the times being the true heroes? It is not the act of playing music to cattle that is alarming, but the act of listening to the cattle play music. She resolutely ignored Yihua, adjusted her attire, and turned to address the 200 armed mech sisters before her. Two matters require our attention. First, the research outcomes of Akar Industries have been utilized without the approval of Mechanical Island, leading to a disruption in the consciousness of the participating mech sisters, resulting in functional impairments and a demonstrated propensity for violence. In accordance with safety regulations, we possess the authority to intervene and seal off the relevant research facilities, as well as to manage the involved personnel. If necessary, we are entitled to employ force to enforce these actions. Second, Akar Industries has unlawfully deployed high-frequency signal devices to disclose precise coordinates deep within human territory, posing a grave threat to human interests and safety. Based on our collaborative governance regulations, we demand the transfer of the responsible parties from Akar Industries to the Joint Military Tribunal for legal adjudication. The apprehension operations have already commenced in Southern City. Everyone present, remember our principles of action. The attendees shall be divided into 3 teams, each tasked with assembling armed mech sisters from their respective defense zones to apprehend all individuals listed, leaving not a single one behind within the confines of Beiwa City. Should any resistance be encountered, the relevant powers may be revoked in accordance with regulations. Understood. The 200 armed mech sisters saluted in unison, immediately taking to the skies, heading towards their designated defense zones. Before the building, 3 mech sisters remained. Han Hai cast a glance at them and declared, Mobilize personnel. We shall proceed directly to the council hall. In the skies of Beiwa City, armed mechas adorned in blue and white swiftly soared in formation, capturing the attention of numerous pedestrians. Such a spectacle had not been witnessed in the heart of the human territory for quite some time. A multitude of these armed mechas congregated in midair, instantly signaling that an unexpected event had transpired. 50 mechas boldly traversed the aerial no-fly zone, landing upon the vast plaza of the Human Council. A guard unit composed of human pilots promptly formed ranks, positioning themselves to block the mechas at the entrance. All mechas were ordered to stand down. This is a controlled airspace. Mechas, you have violated the provisions of the Co-Governance Airspace Management, Article 18, Section 30. To hell with that. Knight Hua boldly led the charge, forcefully pushing aside the pilot in her path, sending him stumbling several meters away. Behind her, Han Hai followed in perfect formation with 48 mechas in tow. Without a backward glance, she marched toward the council chambers. Dozens of rifles were instantly aimed at the encroaching mechas. What do you intend to do? This is the Human Council. Are you seeking to incite a war between humanity and the Mechanical Islands? Damn it. Are you really going to take that tone with me? Come on. Here I stand. Take your shot. Am I the one disrupting the harmony of our co-governed society? You're quick to label me. Fine. I accept your accusation. I will disrupt it. She portrayed her defiance to the utmost degree. Every insult and disdain she had endured here in recent days was meticulously noted, driven by a desire for retribution. After all, who could blame her for holding a grudge simply because she was a woman? Are you going to shoot or not? If you want tea, I shall lead my people inside. Today, I demand an explanation from the parliament. You claim we disrupt harmony. You have welcomed pests into your homes. And I simply wish to inquire of that old man. With whom does he truly stand? While countless compatriots of ours are valiantly fighting on the front lines, have we maintained our defenses in vain? If one desires entry to the parliament, one should make an appointment in advance or present a pass. Huh? Even Yihua would find this laughable. An appointment and a pass? She grasped the collar of the human pilot, dragging him before the barrels of dozens of guns, pointing to her own face. You don't recognize me? My face is the pass. Your entire family relies on my tireless protection day and night to live peacefully at home, and you tell me you do not know me? When I was entering and exiting this building, you were still in your diapers playing in the mud. With a forceful toss, she flung the pilot to the ground, exuding confidence as she gestured to the mechanical girl behind her and kicked open the grand doors of the parliament. Lao Gao, come out. I'm here again today. Weren't you quite vocal in your insults a few days ago? Come. I brought friends today. Let us see if your tongue is still as sharp. Yihua's attitude was brash as she stood in the hall, raising her voice, eager for all to know she was here with unwavering confidence, seeking confrontation. Come on. Insult me. Let us see if you dare to speak against me today. There is an old saying, the wheel of fortune turns. I am keen to see who will emerge victorious today. Han Hai silently tugged at Yihua's sleeve. However, she showed no signs of restraint, but instead raised her voice even louder. In exasperation, Han Hai could only bounce about, attempting to cover her mouth. Yihua cast a sidelong glance at Han Hai. This boisterous woman was forever a nuisance. Could she not sense the fervent gazes in the hall? During such an exhilarating moment of raucous exchange, she was either tugging at her garment or covering her mouth, completely undermining the persona she had painstakingly crafted and the audacious atmosphere she had instigated. The thrill was instantly halved. What are you doing? Do you possess no discernment? Have you not noticed that I have only just begun? Why don't you lift your gaze and take a look? Han Hai's murmured complaints finally prompted Yuhua to raise his head. There, leaning gracefully against the railing of the second-floor corridor, was a captivating figure, her head tilted as she curiously observed Yuhua with an amused expression. Her flowing azure hair cascaded down her shoulders, and the black and red military attire enveloped her, imbuing her with a languid yet fierce aura. Her starry eyes scrutinized Yuhua from above, and a hint of enigmatic amusement lingered at the corners of her lips. Gulp. Yuhua stretched his neck and swallowed hard, his audacious smile freezing on his face. After a vigorous rub of his hands, it transformed into an awkward expression. Gee, Governor. The azure-haired girl languidly stretched, her gaze a mixture of jest and intrigue as she regarded Yuhua below. I was wondering who was so oblivious to decorum. A glance revealed, oh, it is none other than Captain Yuhua. You've been quite the commotion since entering, truly endearing to hear. What does this signify? It signifies that our Captain Yuhua considers the assembly his home, not an outsider at all. Indeed, Governor, you speak the truth. Upon my arrival here, I felt as if I had returned home. Knight wore an awkward smile, having entirely forgotten that she had just been prevented from entering her residence by the property management. The tension in her face began to manifest as a subtle twitch. Behind her, Han Hai stifled a laugh, finding it exceedingly difficult to suppress the corners of her mouth that threatened to curl upwards. Come on in. It is a rare occasion for me to take an interest and come down today. Since you are here as well, let us engage in discussions with the council. After all, it is your district that has encountered issues, and you ought to possess a greater voice in this matter. The governor turned and entered the conference room behind her, with Knight hastily following in pursuit. As she pushed open the door, she was met with the sight of a spacious conference room already brimming with people. Hundreds of figures clad in black and red uniforms stood in perfect alignment on the left side of the chamber, occupying half of the expansive space. They remained silent, yet the aura emanating from them made it abundantly clear that they were not mere decorations. The governor gradually approached them and took her seat at the center of the table, her military boots resting nonchalantly atop the conference table. Knight cautiously made her way to her side and settled into a chair, maintaining a posture of utmost straightness. On the opposite side, the council members wore grim expressions, their faces betraying a mix of indignation and restraint. Han Hai, accompanied by over 40 mechanical girls, quietly positioned themselves beside the special forces. gazing up at the striking black and red uniforms. How splendid they looked. Far more impressive than their own blue and white attire. The blue and white base, regardless of the combinations, lacked any formidable presence. Yet the black and red was an entirely different story, simply by standing there. They had already left the opposing council members in a state of shock. In contrast to Yi Hua's boisterous demeanor, the governor's silence cast a more profound apprehension among the assembly of lawmakers. On the table lay an array of written evidence, meticulously arranged. At last, the languid figure parted his lips. "Speak up. I believe my troops may require an explanation from your parliament." Chapter 50. The clearing a single mech was already a formidable adversary. Li Tianlang gazed at the 5 colossal machines racing towards him, a tinge of bitterness swelling within. The elation of rescue was swiftly overshadowed, as the specter of death loomed ominously overhead, eliciting a wry smile from him. How could they possibly contend with 5 Mechs? They arrived even more swiftly than the rescue team. "Run. Flee. What are you standing there for? Is survival not preferable?" Tao Tao maneuvered the platform to hover beside Yurong, disregarding the rules of the competition. Sweat drenched his slightly plump face, his expression fraught with urgency as he urged, "Hurry, disengage. You too, onto my platform. Su Li, pilot Blackfeather, move now. They are here to kill you." The 5 Mechs surged forward, drawing perilously close. A massive sword whistled through the air, hurled by the enemy as a preemptive strike. Blackfeather retaliated with a sword of her own, deflecting the incoming blade. "There's no time. I'll hold them off. You must escape." She straightened her posture, her entirely black mech glinting with golden highlights under the sunlight. A blood-red spear was unfastened from her back, gripped firmly in her hand. She turned her head to glance at the now dismantled Yurong and Li Tianlang, effortlessly unfastening the weapons bound to her. The massive armament clattered to the ground, embedding itself into the earth. She picked up a round shield and casually slung it over her back. "My dear apprentice, pay close attention. Today, I shall impart a lesson, so you may understand what manner of individuals are worthy of being called pilots." The hovering platform swayed as it ascended, with Li Tianlang seated upon it, clutching Yurong. His gaze filled with trepidation as he looked below. Blackfeather lowered her center of gravity, and with a powerful stomp of her forefoot, the ground around her erupted into visible shockwaves. Her colossal figure transformed into a streak of black light, darting straight towards 5 Mechs. The crimson spear in her grasp danced with deadly grace. In the instant of confrontation, she lunged forward, thrusting the spear with precision, piercing the abdomen of one mech. The sheer force of impact, even without the weapon's sharp edge, was sufficient to completely penetrate the mech. She deftly sidestepped 4 incoming heavy swords, lowering her center of gravity and executing a spin, sparks flying from the rear of her shield as 2 long swords scraped against it, yet she emerged unscathed. The black figure, akin to a wraith, suddenly materialized behind the pierced mech, seizing the spear's tip and igniting the thrusters, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. As she yanked the spear half out at an angle, her hands tightened around the shaft, exerting tremendous force to lift the mech off the ground. The spear, forged from a steel alloy, began to bend under the weight of the mech. Fortunately, the entire encounter transpired in mere moments. As she lifted her adversary with a single thrust, flinging it out of the combat zone, the black mech instantaneously dissolved into an ephemeral shadow. Even as it hovered in midair, she had already pursued beneath it, her spear swirling, its tip abruptly splitting into 3. The piercing sound of metal scraping together barely had a moment to resonate before the mech disassembled in the air. This. Tao Tao stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, delivering a sharp slap to his own face. Limits? He had never witnessed Su Li's true limits. He had originally thought that his manipulation of lightning was the pinnacle of mastery. Yet, he was taken aback to find the black feather equally formidable. Is this the inherent capability of the mech, a boon granted to the pilot? Or does he possess the ability to execute such maneuvers regardless of which mech he pilots? His lips trembled, unsure of what to articulate. The colossal mech crashed to the ground. Deprived of its legs and head, it could only writhe grotesquely on the earth. The black feather executed a swift turn, dragging the spear's tail with one hand as she charged towards the remaining 4 Mechs. Inside the cockpit, beads of sweat began to form on Su Li's forehead for the first time, his gaze fixated on the opposing enemy, his fingers dancing across the keyboard without pause. Commands flowed continuously, without a hint of hesitation. At this moment, wisps of white smoke began to rise from the black feather's head. She had never experienced her core operating at such a rapid pace, her body temperature soaring. The snug bodysuit, once a comforting embrace, now felt like a constraint, compelling her to twist and turn in an effort to alleviate the peculiar sensations emanating from within. She bit down on her lower lip, striving to suppress the urge to plead for mercy. The spear, measuring over 20 meters in length, was wielded by the black figure as it struck powerfully at the center of the four Mechs. She gripped the weapon firmly, conjuring an illusion with the tremor of its barrel. With a swift leftward lunge, she drove the sharp tip into the throat of the mech. In and out, without hesitation. She withdrew a couple of paces, seizing the moment while her opponent was momentarily closed. She deftly extracted the backup weapon from the enemy's waist and plunged it into her own master's abdomen. Hey, you, hold on. Show Akka what we're capable of. Do they truly believe they can eliminate us with such pitiful numbers? They remain blissfully unaware of our true strength. Heiyu could no longer withstand the force of the command. As soon as she opened her mouth, a soft utterance escaped her lips. Hey, master, please, slow down. Slow down. There is no time for that. Su Li yanked the control stick, causing the entire mech to shift instantaneously. A long sword whizzed past, and in her peripheral vision, she spotted a mech discarding its weapon and leaping towards her. The spear danced in the air, finding its mark as it deftly ensnared the weapon left behind by its master. With a swift flick, the spear sent the enormous sword spiraling back towards its original wielder. We cannot afford to slow down. Have you not seen how many adversaries there are? Hold on. I will accelerate. Grant me just half a minute more. Do you not wish to achieve victory? I brought you to this arena not to wallow in despair. I want to win. Her voice trembled, but within her eyes, amidst the steadfast resolve, lingered a mist of tears. How could she not yearn for triumph? Just half a minute. After so many years of perseverance, she could undoubtedly endure this final stretch. What lightning could achieve, she could achieve as well. Clad in her form-fitting attire, she tightened her body with determination. Su Li once again enhanced her speed, unleashing 7 commands within a mere 2 seconds. Heiyu, gritting his teeth, trembled incessantly, his blurred gaze fixated outside the cockpit. Gripping the control stick with fervor, Li Tianlang observed Heiyu maneuvering deftly among the 4 mechas, exhibiting remarkable agility. The colossal 20-meter machine, under his command, resembled a nimble warrior. Coupled with his formidable and dynamic marksmanship, no mecha could approach within 10 meters of her unless Heiyu chose to close the distance. The stands were enveloped in silence. There were no cheers, nor jeers. All eyes were glued in rapt attention, speechless as they witnessed the unfolding competition. The magnitude of shock this match delivered was unparalleled. Whether it was Su Li's astonishing piloting skills or the turmoil instigated by Akar Industries, their new technology was indeed formidable. Having once dominated the battleground, alas, they had encountered a true sovereign of the arena. This formidable presence stood resolutely, leaning on her spear, proclaiming to all that this passage was forbidden. With a flick of her weapon, the black mecha severed the arm of another. Their rapid onslaught, once effective, devolved into chaotic disarray upon losing their effective range. As long as they were kept at bay, their abilities could not manifest their full potential. If her rhythm remained unbroken, they were but a pack of instinct-driven ineptitudes. Half a minute was ample time. Had she desired to eliminate them, this contest would have concluded long ago. Suspended in midair, the blue and white mech girl exchanged a glance, discreetly concealing the muzzle of her weapon. That was a close call. She nearly fired a shot. Fortunately, their instructor was exceedingly competent, leaving no opportunity for them to act. Su Li skillfully maneuvered the black feather, swinging the long spear to send the last crimson head flying. Only then did she retract her weapon and steady herself. Across the plain, remnants of battle lay scattered. The dark figure stood amidst the debris, exuding a sharp and fierce aura. Su Li's hands abruptly left the control panel, trembling slightly as she relaxed her fingers. The intense operation demanded a moment of reprieve. The 3 individuals on the floating platform gazed at the fallen, shattered Mechs, swallowing in disbelief. The golden logo on the chest armor no longer appeared glaring. Is this it? Li Tianlang gaped, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Yu Rong surveyed the black feather on the field, then scrutinized her own pilot sideways, unable to suppress a frown. She suddenly felt that perhaps she had been truly blind at the time of selection. Thankfully, over the years, she had managed to save a little fortune. If all else failed, she could consider returning for a new pair of eyes. As for changing pilots, that was out of the question, after all. Few would risk their lives to protect their pilot. Moreover, her training had only just begun. With time, he would surely transform into the shape she desired. Inside the cockpit, gazing at the scattered Mechs, the black feather let out a series of exhausted cries, turning to embrace Suli tightly. She finally succeeded. Even if it was just a little, she could genuinely feel joy swelling within her heart. Ouch, ouch, ouch. For a fleeting moment, Suli felt as though his very insides were being squeezed out by Heiyu. The harrowing image of being attacked by grenades resurfaced, causing him to draw a sharp breath. This wretched woman harbored an unyielding desire to see him perish. For the first time, he recognized that the machine maiden's principles were significantly flawed. At the very least, they had failed to account for the limits of human endurance. Lightning was one such adversary, and now Heiyu was another. His frail body could scarcely withstand their torment. He shot Heiyu an exasperated glare, forcefully turned her body, and pressed her back against the control panel. He then grasped the control lever and pressed the thruster to the maximum. What are you doing? Earning money. There are still 3 mechas over at Aka. Suli waved his hand towards the floating platform, maneuvering the mecha, and just as he intended to turn, 7 black and red bodies suddenly appeared on the horizon, racing toward him. The armed machine maiden, equipped with a flight module, executed a rapid hover right above Suli. She immediately disengaged and landed on the ground. Clad in a sharply tailored black and red uniform, her chest was prominently accentuated. Her somewhat plump thighs were tightly encased in long stockings, complemented by standard military boots and a regulation short skirt, creating a striking appearance. A black and red beret adorned her chestnut-long hair, featuring a symbol that Suli had never seen before. The competition had concluded, and from this moment forth, the entire arena would be under military control. May I inquire if you are Suli? Her amber eyes fixed intently on the cockpit, her voice tinged with an emotionless indifference. Suli slowly furrowed his brows. He suddenly realized that since obtaining his license, he had never completed a competition without complications. Chapter 51, An Account of Myself. Is this the stance of Mechanical Island? As the speaker, Gao Mingrue remained silent. Instead, it was Zhang Guoyang beside him who began to reprimand. He pointed at the black and red mech girl before him, his face suffused with anger. The governor's lips curled slightly as he raised his eyes to Zhang Guoyang, emitting a disdainful snort. Humanity seems to behave this way when you demand a stance. They offer you facts, yet when the facts are laid bare, they start to criticize your attitude. She gently waved her hand, as if swatting away an irritating fly or signaling a command. The black and red mech girls, who filled half the conference room, suddenly stepped forward in unison. Their weapons pointed forward, the dark muzzles rendered Zhang Guoyang instantly mute. Is the attitude of Mechanical Island not sufficiently clear? I recall you are of an older age, and seemingly not blind. On the opposite side of the conference table, a group of legislators gasped quietly, yet they forced themselves to appear composed, striving to seem less fragile. Zhang Guoyang's face was clouded. Although he did not believe the mech girl would resort to gunfire in the assembly, he lacked the courage to rise. With a cold snort, he picked up the documents spread before him. After merely glancing at them, he set them down, once more adopting a bureaucratic tone. The alliance between humanity and the Mechanical Island has endured for ages, Your Excellency. To speak candidly, the pilots and their mechanical counterparts are inherently one. Our relationship is one of mutual dependence. The situation has unfolded, and what we require now is not to dwell on the past, but to look forward. Rest assured, the materials you submitted will be meticulously scrutinized by our council. However, we may need a bit of time. The light blue head tilted slightly to one side, remaining silent. Han Hai's eyes sparkled as he approached Yi Hua, discreetly nudging her chair leg. She turned her head, revealing a pair of bewildered, innocent eyes. Han Hai shot her an exasperated glare, conveying that the governor needed a spokesperson. Yi Hua's eyes lit up. She slammed her palm on the conference table, creating a hole in the wooden surface. All the human representatives instinctively shuddered, casting wary glances at the seemingly deranged Yi Hua. Are you out of your mind? Do you not comprehend? What we submitted is not mere materials, it is evidence. Do you even know what evidence entails? When there was none, you demanded it. And now that we have it, you wish to investigate further? Have you lost your senses? After using the restroom, do you wipe your mouth instead of your behind? So crude, so vulgar. When has Zhang Guoyang ever been subjected to such insults? Moreover, the one hurling the insults is a mechanical woman. He pointed at Yi Hua, his finger trembling with indignation. Crude? I haven't even touched you. How would you know my nature? Han Hai silently facepalmed and discreetly kicked Yi Hua. With a stumble, she caught a glimpse of the light blue hair beside her and suddenly realized she had once again misspoken. Rolling her eyes, she chose to feign ignorance. After all, having seized this rare opportunity, she decided to vent her frustrations first. What is the matter? Speak up. The issue has arisen. Must we dwell on it indefinitely? The matter is out in the open, yet I am expected to pretend it does not exist. Is this what the Human Council implies? Zhang, have you grown a brain in your posterior? The Zerg that Akka summoned, we searched for 3 long days in Fangshan before eliminating them all. Are you unaware of this? You were the one who clamored that our defense system was at fault. Yihua's gaze bore into Zhang Guoyang as she forcefully ripped a piece of wood from the table and pointed it at him with such intensity that it seemed she might hurl it at him in a fit of rage. Zhang's mouth opened and closed as he struggled to find words, but upon seeing the wooden projectile aimed directly at him, he instinctively swallowed hard. Yihua cast him a disdainful glance before speaking. I don't know if you have been paying attention to the competition, but the innovations devised by Akka have severely contaminated the mechanized being's psyche. She has committed murder. What I wish to ascertain is who is undermining the unity between humanity and Mechanized Island. Is it Mechanized Island? Is it us? With a swift kick, she shattered the table before her. Yihua advanced step by step until she stood directly in front of Zhang Guoyang, resting her foot upon the remnants of the table, and poking at his nose with the wood. Old Deng, I am asking you a question. Who is sabotaging our unity? Enough. Yihua, be mindful of your position. You are merely the captain of the inspection team in Beihua City, lacking the authority to question a sitting member of parliament. Gao Mingrui, seated at the head of the table, finally lifted his gaze. He too had succumbed to the passage of time, his aged visage marked by a web of wrinkles. His long fingers, resting on the table, bore prominent knuckles, and the parched skin enveloping them appeared desiccated, devoid of any trace of muscle. He turned his attention to the young woman across from him, her long, pale blue hair cascading gracefully. A silent smile graced his lips. She remained as youthful as ever, reminiscent of the first time he laid eyes on her 4 decades ago. Though he had withered with age, time had left her untouched. A testament to the inherent inequities of this world. Your Excellency, he continued, we shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. The alliance between humanity and Mechanical Island is unassailable. I propose that any discussion should revolve around this fundamental principle. We all understand that the continuity of our races is paramount, regardless of the circumstances. Furthermore, in my view, this is not a significant issue. You possess 9 mechanical daughters who exhibit disparities at the level of consciousness. However, our pilots have similarly paid the ultimate price. According to the tenets of Mechanical Island, it is impermissible for mechanical daughters to harm humans indiscriminately. Even should she be mentally unstable, her act of slaughtering a pilot remains an unalterable fact. Why can we not take a step back and seek a compromise? Nightwa furrowed her brows, glancing at the governor, who still showed no intention of speaking. What exactly is a 9-shell machine girl? The one disassembled on the spot. Did he consume her? Oh, Gao, you truly have a knack for shifting concepts. Why don't you mention why our machine girls slaughtered your pilots? Would she have acted so brutally if not for Akar's subtle manipulations? And what do you mean by retreating? Explain how one can retreat. Gao Mingrui looked at Nightwa, offering a gentle smile as he said, Nightwa, your temperament is always so fiery. Why not take a seat and discuss this calmly? The governor is still present. You should at least extend her the fundamental courtesy she deserves. Upon hearing this, Nightwa gradually withdrew her foot from the tabletop. She straightened her posture and stepped forward, lowering her gaze to scrutinize him. Humans can be quite insufferable at times. Their words are often laced with incitement or veiled insults. This aspect of humanity is precisely what irks Nightwa the most. With her heart aflame with indignation, she demanded, what do you want us to do in terms of retreating? Gao Mingrui leaned back in his chair, chuckling softly. Humans and machine girls are bound in a shared destiny. Before the Zerg, we are all mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Captain Nightwa, it seems you have never considered that this matter involves concessions from both sides, rather than a unilateral sacrifice from Mechanical Island. So I ask you, how do you envision our retreat? This issue is neither trivial nor monumental. At its core, it breaches a matter of safety, which is of utmost importance. The research activities of Akar Industries within human territory must be halted immediately. Simultaneously, we relinquish the pursuit of accountability from the combat androids. Is such a concession not sufficiently substantial? Are you suggesting that Mechanica Island must endure while Akka Industries continues its research on the front lines? Gao Mingrui clasped his hands together, a smile blossoming on his face as he gently nodded. The enhancement of the android's combat capabilities is evident to all. While current technology may not be entirely refined, leading to the android's loss of control, once this technology matures, the combat prowess of the androids will undoubtedly increase by at least threefold. Such an advancement would significantly alleviate the pressure on our front lines. From the present perspective, this development appears mutually beneficial. Gao Mingrue paid no heed to the fiery gaze of Yehua. Instead, he turned to the girl resting her chin on her hand. The survival of our race is of paramount importance. Often, certain necessary sacrifices are inevitable. His Excellency the Governor must understand the situation on the front lines better than anyone else. Given the current circumstances, how much longer can our defenses hold? 30 years? 20 years? Or merely 10? Time is not on our side. The journey of life is long, and not every path leads to a destination. Yet, we are all aware that, at times, when faced with dire circumstances, one must dare to tread a path even when aware of its treacherous forks. So, you wish for us androids to undertake this journey? Yehua's eyes widened in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that the man before her could be so audacious. To permit Akka to continue their research on the front lines? What exactly are they researching? How to transform androids into mindless instruments of slaughter? A hand abruptly seized the increasingly agitated Yehua. She turned to discover that the governor had silently approached from behind her, grasping her own arm with one hand. Her other hand rhythmically tapped a riding whip against her high-waisted military boots. She opened her similarly pale blue eyes and cast a fleeting glance at Gao Mingrue, saying, "Have you finished? If so, may I share a few words as well?" Gao Mingrue gestured towards the governor with a courteous invite. She pivoted, her gaze sweeping across all present members of the assembly. A gentle smile adorned her fair visage. "Since you, the speaker, have concluded, I too shall express my thoughts. I dissent from the proposal you articulated. Now, allow me to elaborate on my perspective." Suddenly, she raised her hand. In the conference room, hundreds of figures lifted their weapons, with each delegate receiving the attention of dozens of gun barrels. Firstly, all individuals implicated in the leakage of humanity's core coordinates, upon verification, shall face execution by firing squad. Secondly, all research related to Akar Industries shall be halted, with all research materials destroyed on-site, and the researchers executed without delay. This includes the delegate Wang Hampeng and all involved family members, executed without exception. Such are the opinions I wish to convey. Now, please raise your hands to vote. Who is in favor, and who is opposed? She walked step by step towards the door of the conference room. And as she reached the entrance, she suddenly turned and regarded the assembly of delegates, smiling radiantly. "By the way, young Gao made a valid point. Humanity and we are a community of shared destiny. I trust you will comprehend this. Am I right? After all, the continuation of the race is of utmost importance." Within the conference room, silence reigned supreme. All present exchanged glances, yet none dared to voice their opinions. Gao Mingrue, with a pallid complexion, gazed at the young woman standing at the entrance, unable to fathom her audacious actions. She brandished her riding whip, striking her leather boots, as if suddenly recalling something. Raising her head, she addressed the assembly. "I forgot to inform you all. This is not a discussion, but a notification. I suspect that at this moment, Congressman Wang Hampeng's mind must be in disarray." The radiant visage that had just spoken turned completely cold, an eerie chill sweeping through the entire room. "It has been far too long since the mechanical island asserted its power, and perhaps you have all forgotten. We are not dependent upon you. The mechanical island does not fear war. Hence, we have deployed a considerable number of troops to the front lines. However, this does not imply that we are blind to the happenings in the mainland. Humanity, clarify your stance. Should you reject my proposal, I would not hesitate to withdraw all forces from the battlefield." She gazed at Gao Mingrue, seated at the head of the table, from a distance of several meters. "Xiao Gao, you have truly disappointed me. I merely sought an explanation, yet you compel me to take matters into my own hands. In that case, I have arrived, and I shall claim what is mine, and you must not shed tears." Chapter 52. Farewells, and the journey ahead. Thus, you have failed to complete both competitions. You must be a harbinger of misfortune. Brother, this venture is indeed viable. By investing only half the time of others, you have reaped abundant rewards. 038 placed 2 heavy bags of money on the tea table in the warehouse. The weighty sacks caused the table to emit a dull thud. Several bundles of cash playfully tumbled out, cascading onto the floor. Lightning swiftly picked them up, swallowing hard in dismay. What lay on the ground was not merely money. It represented her sustenance for the future. "And look, there rests this trophy. When I visited today, I overheard that Tao Tao was suggesting to the organizing committee the establishment of a breakthrough award for you. Upon hearing this, I felt an urge to commend him. The prestige of this award is evidently substantial. Suli smiled at 038, though his expression lacked the exuberance she anticipated. He merely fiddled with the wrench in his hand, repeatedly placing it into and withdrawing it from his toolbox. He had inhabited this warehouse for many years, and he could locate any item within it with his eyes closed. What is the matter? Is it really that serious? You tease just a bit, and you become melancholic? Suli shook his head, offering another smile to 038. Sister, shall I tease you a little more? A flush crept onto 038's face as she bashfully turned her head away, stammering, well, that might not be very appropriate. Besides, I am still on duty. Your command transmission speed is rather intense. Each time I finish, it takes me a while to regain my composure. She nervously fidgeted with her long legs, her fingers incessantly tugging at her clothing. Wait, what do you mean by that? Why does it feel like you only spoke half the truth? What exactly is going on? Suli scratched his head, a hint of uncertainty in his voice as he remarked, I'm not quite sure, but I have a feeling that my time here is drawing to a close. Perhaps the moment has arrived for parting. Parting? Where are you going? Suli cast his gaze towards the outside of the warehouse. At the entrance stood a mechanical girl clad in a striking black and red uniform, as still as a spear. I sense that I will most likely be heading to the battlefield. The arrangement from Mechanical Island seems to be the best option at present. 038 widened her eyes in disbelief and reached out to touch Suli's forehead. Are you out of your mind? You're still so young. Just a student who hasn't even graduated yet. What business do you have on the battlefield? Even if there are no competitions to partake in, you could focus on your studies. What else is there to do? Hide from calamity. As for studying, do you think I can learn anything worthwhile at the academy? 038 fell silent, suddenly realizing that Suli's perception might indeed reflect the reality of their situation. While others graduated to make their mark on the battlefield, he, still ungraduated, was contemplating evasion from disaster. Perhaps the ill omen was not merely a curse upon him, but rather a statement of fact. Aka Industries had collapsed in an instant. Wang Hampeng aspired to etch his name in the annals of modern history. Whether for better or worse, he succeeded. On the surface, the downfall of AKA appeared to liberate Suli completely, freeing him from constraints and concerns. Yet, the implications were vast, involving entities as significant as the Human Congress and Mechanical Island, down to the various factions that had splintered from the Wang family. Each of these was beyond the capacity of his current self to contend with. Ultimately, he was but a student who had participated in 2 matches. Due to the intricacies of the human parliament and the influence of unspoken rules, even though the Sansheng heavy industries held a certain admiration for him, it was inconceivable that they would extend the olive branch of preferential resources. At least within the confines of the human parliament, he had become utterly insignificant. Having stirred up trouble on 2 occasions that had escalated to the parliament, it was evident that, at this moment, Suli had undoubtedly become a nuisance in the eyes of some in power. Although he could still operate under the banner of Sansheng Heavy Industries, the lack of corresponding resources rendered his presence rather inconsequential. Life may appear to present numerous choices, yet often there exists but a singular path. Suli perceived this reality more clearly than anyone else. Thus, from the very beginning, he understood that his journey was never destined to unfold here. When did he intend to depart? Suli pursed his lips and glanced outside, instantly comprehending the answer. Very well. Do you have any plans this afternoon? I intend to pay my respects to my parents and visit some esteemed teachers and classmates. I wish to bid farewell to those I am familiar with. Although he had few friends, there were indeed individuals he felt compelled to see, such as the ever-supportive old Zhang and Zhang Chongping. If Jin Dun were not constantly berating him for being eccentric, he would have liked to exchange a few parting words with her, especially since he had once touched her external armor. Suddenly, 038 felt the atmosphere grow heavy. The thought of impending separation stirred a profound sense of reluctance within her. This was the first time she regarded a man with such distinction, yet after a brief acquaintance, they were now faced with an equally swift farewell. In an instant, she felt an emptiness in her chest. If you have nothing else to do, would you open up to me? She uttered, unaware of how those words escaped her lips. She knew only that this utterance left her collapsed on the sofa, resting for the entire afternoon. Perhaps it was the impending farewell that weighed heavily on her. As Su exerted himself particularly in their parting, he imparted even the most intricate techniques he had employed on the field, without reservation, regardless of whether she could comprehend them. Consequently, her mind became overloaded, forcing her to submerge her head in cooling liquid. Throughout the afternoon, Sue wandered aimlessly. Gone were the familiar blue and white machine girls that accompanied him. They were replaced entirely by a striking array of black and red machine girls, undoubtedly enhancing his allure on campus. Naturally, the armed black and red machine girls drew the longest gazes, particularly their alluring thighs adorned with thigh-high stockings. Lightning, dressed in a breezy outfit, trotted alongside Sue, incessantly inquiring about various matters. "Master, how did your mother pass away?" Her blatant disregard for human taboos compelled one to furrow their brow in contemplation before providing an answer. "Perhaps it was because I piloted a mech while she carried me." Upon hearing this, Lightning clapped her hands in realization, as if the mysteries that had long puzzled her suddenly unraveled. "I knew it. You either drank too little of that soup or started training while still in the womb. This time I have one. That girl, Kuroha, insisted that you reincarnated as a knight for her sake. I laughed at that. If you reincarnated for her, how could you contract with me? Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed." Suli tilted his head back, casting a final glance at the magnificent phoenix tree in the center of the academy, his fingers brushing against its mottled bark. In the unreachable heights, a line of small characters had become indistinct. He turned away, gently patting Lightning's head. "I'm sorry, Lightning, but I may no longer be able to gallop alongside you on the battlefield." She turned in astonishment, her crimson locks cascading as confusion painted her features. "Why?" A vein throbbed on Suli's forehead. He had spent the entire afternoon bidding farewell to others, all while Lightning, who had been by his side, remained oblivious. The sentiment of parting was abruptly washed away. His sole desire now was to grasp Lightning's ears and ascertain if something was lodged within. They were headed to the battlefield. To exterminate pests, perhaps? The scent of insects was terribly foul. Could I procure a bit of plum-flavored lubricant? The last time we dealt with those pests, I scarcely had a proper meal for 2 days. And what became of the 3 boxes of braised pig trotters in the warehouse? Can braised trotters even be considered a meal? "Bye. We have money now, so indulge yourself." Lightning scrunched her little nose and lowered her voice, saying, "Master, we can't really claim to be wealthy. When it was just me, I drank only 1 barrel a day. But now, with your mechanical daughters, they've consumed all the lubricant. The earnings from your 2 matches might not sustain us for 2 months." Whenever she fibbed, a peculiar tuft of hair would inexplicably stand upright on her head. Suli gently pressed it down, lowering his voice in turn. "Rest assured, upon arriving at the battlefield, adorned with military achievements, the gleam in Lightning's eyes sparkled as she delightfully linked her arm with Suli's. Behind them, the dark red mech girls exchanged a glance, a rare flicker of emotion shimmering in their eyes. They had never encountered anyone who harbored such an aspiration for the battlefield. Yet, perhaps this yearning would dissipate the moment they confronted the stark reality of war. Aboard the interstellar transport vessel, Suli gazed at the assembly of blue and white mech girls, his brow twitching in mild annoyance. Had he known they would accompany him, he would not have exerted himself so laboriously to engage each one individually. The mech girls in the cabin averted their gazes, hesitant to meet his eyes. The awkward 038 offered a sheepish smile, raising her hand in a greeting to Suli. "Brother, would you like to hear your sister explain?" Upon recalling Suli's fervent efforts, she felt unworthy of being present on this transport ship. "No need," he replied. "I understand. It was a last-minute deployment." Fortunately, being surrounded by familiar faces eased the burden considerably. However, this time, his sister owed him an apology for inadvertently dragging them into the fray. 038 quickly waved her hands, dismissing his concerns. "Not at all. Battling the insectoids is the destiny of all mech girls. To be honest, within human territory, we armed mech girls often feel constrained. It is far more liberating to be on the battlefield. It is only by following you that I secured the opportunity to engage in combat." She warmly gestured for Suli to sit beside her, struggling twice to fasten his seatbelt, but finding herself hindered by her own restraints, unable to rise. 038 awkwardly smiled, unfastened her seatbelt, and bent down towards him. Suli watched in disbelief as the button on her uniform finally succumbed to pressure, flying off and striking him in the face. It stung. A flush crept across 038's face as she grasped the seatbelt with one hand and hastily tugged at her shirt with the other. Fumbling, she managed to secure his seatbelt before blushingly taking a seat beside him. Suli sat upright on the bench, and despite his best efforts to maintain composure, his eyes betrayed him, as if equipped with a tracking mechanism. Both of their faces were flushed. "This button keeps coming loose. As you know, I'm rather busy and Haven T had the time to sew it back on. My apologies." "It's quite all right." I've noticed it was loose for some time, just didn't T want to bring it up. As soon as Su Li spoke, he realized he had misspoken. Sure enough, 038's face turned an even deeper shade of red. After a moment of silent contemplation, she waved her hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. Oh, it's nothing. Now that it's happened, what's the harm in taking a glance, right? Su Li opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only acquiesce. Yes, indeed. Lightning shot a cold glance at 038, then forcefully squeezed past her, settling on Su Li's other side with a sullen expression. Her fiery gaze narrowed, realizing her oversight. In the past, she had always been wary of external threats, but who could have anticipated that the fissure would emerge from within? Her eyes fixated on 038's chest. She let out a cold huff and clutched Su Li's arm. Ultimately, one has misplaced their trust. How could one have been so naive as to invite danger into their midst over a mere few meals at the inspection team's cafeteria? As Heiyu entered, she immediately furrowed her brow upon seeing that every seat surrounding Su Li was occupied. The nearest available spot was distanced by 4 people. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, her expression softened, and she boldly approached Su Li, parting his legs and cautiously settling herself into his embrace. Zhang Dian, the last to board the transport ship, Hong Ying, found herself momentarily frozen. She stood at the threshold, her gaze sweeping over the various mechanized beings huddled together. An overwhelming sense of isolation washing over her once more. Why is it that in such a vast transport vessel, they all cluster together? Where should I sit to avoid feeling like an outcast? Chapter 53. Cold brew star. The boundless expanse of the night sky, no matter when one gazes upon it, remains both resplendent and profound. It possesses an inexhaustible allure, captivating the soul endlessly. While humanity often harbors a fear of the unknown, an innate yearning for the cosmos seems etched into our very bones. A sleek black spaceship glides through the celestial tapestry, its streamlined hull shimmering with a cold brilliance under the starlight. After 2 jumps, the armed transport vessel finally approached the designated service site on Mechanical Island, arranged for Su Li, Cold Brew Star. All accompanying personnel, including Su Li, were oblivious to the purpose of this journey. In adherence to confidentiality protocols, they had refrained from carrying any means of communication with the outside world. This location, situated at the periphery of the front lines, bore no significant military value. Nor was it a pivotal stronghold. It resembled a fortress forgotten by both sides, desolate and scarcely trodden. The surface of the ochre-hued planet was pockmarked and, from a distance, appeared akin to a colossal insect nest. All the mechanized maidens pressed their faces against the windows, scrutinizing the planet where they were destined to establish their presence. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they would be required to dwell on this planet for no less than 3 years. As the enormous sphere approached, the armed transport vessel began to tremble slightly. This indicated that it had entered the gravitational influence of the planet. The ship gradually adjusted its angle and velocity, utilizing the planet's own gravity to draw closer to the ochre expanse. A half-hour later, the spacecraft breached the atmosphere, hurtling towards its designated coordinates. As the distance to the surface diminished, the passengers could discern the planet's terrain. Indeed, it was a world dominated by earthy tones. Towering mountains and profound valleys stretched across the landscape, predominantly painted in shades of ochre. Among the brown-hued mountain ranges, only a smattering of dark green broke the monotony. And even the lakes, viewed from afar, bore a faint yellow tinge. Master, this place appears rather unappealing. Just as the passengers gazed intently through the portholes, the spacecraft was suddenly engulfed in a violent tremor. An explosion resonated from outside the vessel, and the cabin was instantly filled with piercing alarms. In a state of panic, Su Li could merely grasp the armrest of her seat. Within the ship, the metallic fire doors swiftly closed, completely isolating the cockpit from the passenger cabin, creating 2 distinct realms. Under attack. Cockpit damaged, hull compromised, power module impaired. The vessel is currently in a state of stall. The external engine is severely damaged. Preparing to activate the backup engine. The backup engine is also incapacitated. The hull is beginning to lose pressure. At the current velocity, disintegration will occur in 3 minutes. All personnel are advised to initiate emergency landing procedures. Please, all personnel. Within the cabin, a red alert blares incessantly, accompanied by a mechanical voice repeatedly announcing the ship's dire situation. Amidst the violent tremors of the craft, all occupants are thrown about. With Su Li struggling to rise from his seat, grasping the armrest with one hand, he attempts to unfasten his seatbelt with the other, Yet after several futile attempts, he remains ensnared. Among the passengers, only the dark-hued mechanized beings responded swiftly. One of them approached Su Li, swiftly tearing away his seatbelt and hoisting him onto her shoulder. Near the hatch, several similar figures have rapidly assembled, leaning against one another to stabilize their forms amidst the tumultuous shaking of the vessel. Two mechanized beings position themselves at either side of the hatch, gripping the emergency valve tightly. After exchanging a determined glance, they turned the valve fully. The colossal hatch swung open, unleashing a howling gale that instantly engulfed everyone. Su Li felt as if he were ensnared by an immense vacuum, and in an instant, he was propelled out of the passenger cabin. The shrieking wind, imbued with an unbearable chill, offered no semblance of warmth. He was unable to open his eyes as the fierce winds battered his face, distorting his features. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming heat enveloping his body, as if he had transformed into a furnace in a mere heartbeat. Even clad in protective gear, his body could not withstand the altitude exceeding 20,000 meters. The extremely low air pressure made his blood feel as though it was igniting. A black and crimson Mech swiftly unfolded, enveloping Su Li within the cockpit. The sudden change in atmospheric pressure caused his face to flush, and he instinctively spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were a fiery red as he struggled to maintain a semblance of rationality, deliberately slowing his breath to a steady rhythm. His foggy mind gradually regained clarity. Feeling the violent thumping of his heart in his chest, he had no time to attend to himself and instinctively glanced around. The mech maidens had all completed their deployments, and the lightning-red figure hovered within 50 meters of him. She seemed to be struggling to adapt to the newly fitted flight module, swaying in the air as she sought stability. Just as he thought to take a breath, another surge of blood rushed to his throat, forcing him into a fit of violent coughing. Master, are you all right? The urgent call of lightning echoed through the communication channel. No, I'm fine. How is everyone? He could only manage a brief reply before darkness enveloped him, and it took a considerable time for his vision to slowly return. Both He Yu and Hong Ying were present, and boom. A tremendous explosion interrupted Lightning's words. The Mechs in motion were instantly scattered like leaves caught in the blast shockwave. The armed transport vessel experienced a violent explosion during its disintegration, sending debris flying in all directions. A heavy deck brushed past Su Li, narrowly missing the chance to cleave him and the black-red mech girl in twain. Before Su Li could grasp the control stick, the black-red mech girl autonomously maneuvered the mecha to evade the impending danger. In his line of sight, colossal debris, illuminated by blinding flames and shrouded in thick smoke, plummeted rapidly towards the distant ground. The immense hull collided violently with the earth, once again igniting a fierce blaze. The visible shockwave stirred a great cloud of dust, swiftly expanding across the terrain. All onlookers held their breath, fixated on the distant inferno, instinctively swallowing hard. Had it not been for the black-red mech girl's swift response, it was likely that no one would have survived unscathed. Are our people still with us? Su Li inquired anxiously, but was met with the detached voice of the black-red mech girl, Second Lieutenant Su, according to the wartime regulations governing mech girls. In the event that a human commander loses combat capability, I am authorized to assume command. I am aware of the relevant regulations. But are you certain that I have lost my combat capability? The black-red mech girl turned her gaze towards Su Li's abdomen. Perhaps you should lower your head and take a look. Su Li complied, lowering his gaze to discover that his protective suit had been damaged, with blood cascading forth, pooling into a shallow puddle on the pilot's seat. In the heat of the moment, he had not registered the pain, but at the mech girl's prompting, he instinctively grimaced. We are currently 1,200 kilometers in a straight line from the base, traversing 3 Zerg-infested strongholds. Given your current rate of blood loss, you shall succumb to hypovolemic shock within 10 minutes and face the brink of death in 15. We are bereft of sufficient time to reach the designated location. Thus, she halted her words, glancing up at Su Li, who was furrowing his brow, pressing his fingers against the wound to ascertain the severity of his injuries. She couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Therefore, I shall make a subjective judgment based on objective facts and assume command of your authority. Can you, then, enlighten me on your intended course of action? A rare flicker of emotion surfaced in the eyes of the dark red mech girl as she pondered briefly before responding. I plan to scour the wreckage of the ship for usable medical supplies to administer rudimentary treatment to the commander. Although the prospects seemed dim, then it is a gamble. A bittersweet smile crept upon Su Li's lips. He felt the mech girl need not have added that last remark. First came the explosion of the ship, followed by his grievous injuries. More critically, his life now teetered on a precarious edge. Whether others felt it or not, he certainly did. Breathing in the pungent scent of blood within the cockpit, that once familiar sensation from the battlefield surged back. The only element still lacking was the carcasses of the Zerg. However, this did not concern him, for the explosion of the ship would be sufficient to lure the Zerg from 100 miles around. The ongoing loss of blood rendered his complexion increasingly pallid. He endured the pain with great fortitude, swiftly shedding his protective suit. He tore his t-shirt into shreds, neatly folding the fabric to press against a gaping wound, approximately the size of a palm. Using the protective suit as a makeshift bandage, he tightly wrapped it around his waist. Gritting his teeth, he tightened the binding, finally collapsing, drenched in cold sweat, into the pilot's seat. Now, the rate of blood loss has diminished. I have bought you at least 10 minutes. The black-red machine girl gazed at Su Li's bare upper body, her eyes lingering on his abdomen for an extended moment. It was her first encounter with a man who treated such trauma with such nonchalance. That gaping wound would have made anyone else tremble with fear. Yet Su Li merely bandaged it and declared it dealt with. There was no need to seek out medical supplies. It was better to check on the pilot first. Though the hope was slim, one could not afford to overlook the possibility. If I, a mere human, have survived, then they, being machine girls, should have a chance as long as they can unfold in time. The black-red machine girl parted her lips, about to speak. But Su Li had already grasped the control stick, his foot firmly pressing down on the thruster control pedal. The team spread out in a straight line. 200 meters apart, we have little time. We must locate our scattered comrades within 5 minutes, alive or dead. But you. Su Li cast a glance at the black-red machine girl, who hesitated to voice her concerns, then tilted his head and spat a mouthful of blood. Want command? Let's discuss it after I pass out. The black-red machine girl stared in shock at the blood slowly sliding down the cockpit wall, a vein throbbing on her forehead. This man actually spat inside her machine. Above the surface, amidst violent tremors, colossal insectoids emerged from the ground. Their elongated antennae waved in the air. And after a series of rustling exchanges, several of them let out a piercing shriek towards the sky. Countless insectoids surged forth, forming a dense mass, hastening towards the direction of the descending spacecraft. Chapter 54. Encounter with the insectoids. Thanks to the surface environment of Cold Brew Star, the search operation progressed remarkably smoothly. The fully transformed transport ship had undergone a secondary disintegration explosion, leaving shattered debris scattered along the path. Thick smoke billowed from the damaged hull, rendering it incapable of further explosions. Within a mere 3 minutes, the mech girls had forcibly dismantled the deformed cockpit, extracting 2 of their kind from within. They were in a dire state. Despite having completed their deployment, the violent impacts and explosions had utterly rendered their bodies inoperative. The mech girls curled up in the cockpit, blood streaming from their orifices, unable even to revert to their original forms. Su Li watched as they were forcibly dragged from the cockpit, their bodies barely clothed. The only support, their mecha, instantly dissolved into starlight. The enormous cockpit emitted a metallic creaking sound as it crumpled into a heap. A medical kit was also located. Although the emergency kit was of limited utility, the rapid coagulation agent within could assist in swiftly staunching Su Li's wounds. Clutching his abdomen, Su Li emerged from the dark crimson mech girl's cockpit and leaped into Lightning's arms. He accepted the medical kit she offered, declining her assistance, and dove into Lightning's cockpit. As the hatch sealed shut, he trembled while retrieving the disinfectant spray from the medical kit. Unwrapping the bandages that encircled his body, he pried open the wound on his abdomen with his fingers and evenly sprayed the antiseptic. A surge of excruciating pain shot from his midsection to the crown of his head. His entire body convulsed in agony, the blood from his wound flowing more vigorously with each struggle. Lightning, holding the vial of medication, noticed her hands quivering slightly. She had never witnessed such a grotesque expression on Su Li's face before. Observing him writhe in torment, wishing he could curl up into a ball, her heart trembled in sympathy. Master, you must not continue like this. The blood will only flow more profusely. Take it slow, take it slow. Seizing the moment, she finally managed to pin him down in the pilot's seat and injected the medication into his abdomen. Gradually, the bleeding began to subside, and Su Li's convulsions slowly ceased. He grasped a piece of protective clothing to serve as a makeshift bandage, wiping the sweat from his brow before re-wrapping it around his waist. Report, Lieutenant. We have sent out a distress signal. The base has responded and will provide assistance at coordinates 45268. 21,455. The cause of the spaceship's explosion has been identified as a directional gravity self-detonation device. Specific explosives were installed in the engines and beneath the cockpit. Once the gravitational force exceeded a certain threshold, it would trigger an explosion. With bloodshot eyes and a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Sully understood the implications of the spaceship's defense system failing to activate in time. It was clear they intended to kill him, and he was acutely aware of this fact. However, at this juncture, he found himself devoid of even a vessel, having arrived at Cold Brew Star. Even if he wished to retaliate, his reach was insufficient. Gazing upon the armed transport ship, now reduced to a heap of scrap metal, Sully couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had anticipated indulging in a thrill of pursuing the terrestrial insectoids aboard the armed transport vessel. Yet the Human Council and those wretched Arcana had deprived him of even that opportunity. Did they wish for his demise? Alas, he was not so easily extinguished. As long as he drew breath, he would continue to vex them, relishing every moment of their irritation. Lieutenant, we have detected insectoids ahead, numbering 30, 40. No, countless. Report the species and size of the insectoids. They are of the small variety, measuring half a meter in length. They are pill bugs. Secure the injured in the cockpit. All personnel, ascend immediately. Ascend to 600 meters, bearing southeast, full speed ahead. Sully attempted to move his arms, relieved that it did not excessively aggravate his wounds. Lightning, brace yourself. The bugs are approaching. Master, can you still pilot me? Sully gave her a playful pat on the rear and replied curtly, I shall not. You can navigate your own way to the insectoid stronghold. Lightning's face flushed, her lips pouting in defiance as she settled into her pilot's seat. Sully gripped the control stick and pressed the thruster to accelerate. As soon as they ascended, he involuntarily inhaled sharply. Within his line of sight, a dense swarm of insectoids blanketed the ground. In merely 5 minutes, they had amassed an overwhelming army, surging toward the direction of the ship's crash site. Leading the charge were the pill bugs. A multitude of small creatures, each measuring half a meter in length, scurried frantically across the ground. As far as the eye could see, an inky expanse undulated upon the surface. Though their offensive capabilities were modest, the pair of sharp fangs on their mandibles could effortlessly pierce steel. They were the scavengers of the wasteland, leaving desolation in their wake. A cluster of 8 woodlice had discovered the wreckage of a spacecraft and were gorging themselves with unrestrained delight. Suddenly, a massive arthropod descended, crushing them instantly, causing a splatter of green ichor that was utterly repulsive. Countless smaller woodlice surged forth, ravenously consuming the putrid mixture of green fluid and soil. While they were easily dispatched, their reproductive prowess was astonishing. Swarms of woodlice converged. Even those clad in mechanized armor found themselves powerless against their razor-sharp fangs. Fortunately, they were incapable of flight. 14 longhorn beetles. The alert from the black-red mechanized girl rang out. Almost immediately, 6 of the beetles began to sway their immense abdomens, raising their forelimbs skyward. 6 jets of corrosive fluid erupted, hissing past the feet of the onlookers and splattering onto the many insectoid creatures below. The affected woodlice visibly withered, enveloped in wisps of white vapor as their exoskeletons were rapidly eroded, exposing their bones. All personnel formed a combat formation, urging one another not to linger in battle, but to elevate the longhorn beetles to the skies. Conserve ammunition. Once the command was issued, everyone instantaneously accelerated their ascent. Only Sully piloted the Lightning, plunging downward with fervor. The Lightning, equipped with a flight module, surged forth with enhanced velocity. In but a breath, she had descended to a height of less than 30 meters above the ground. An acidic liquid erupted once more, and amidst the thunderous crackle of lightning, Sully deftly maneuvered the control stick, executing a graceful arc to evade the onslaught. With unwavering momentum, she knelt heavily upon the head of a longhorn beetle. A sharp, crystalline shatter resonated through the air as the beetle's hard skull erupted in a spray of verdant blood. Even with half of its force expended, the crimson silhouette surged forward, its massive cranium crashing into the ground with tremendous impact. A chilling howl pierced the atmosphere as the creature's wings trembled violently, its colossal head swaying in distress. Sully, gripping the Lightning with one hand while seizing the beetle's long antennae with the other, brought down her colossal sword in a fierce strike, cleaving into the beetle's neck. The resistance in her grasp diminished instantly, and she hoisted its severed head triumphantly. With a mere glance, she swung the antennae, hurling the beetle's head like a cannonball towards another longhorn beetle 300 meters away, causing it to stumble. In the heat of battle, the droning sound of flapping wings suddenly filled the air. Su Li grinned broadly, maneuvering the lightning in a spiraling ascent. "Come on, you lumbering giants. Your grandmaster awaits you in the skies." Though the languages of the two factions were incomprehensible to each other, the longhorn beetles instinctively sensed the vulgarity in her taunts. Several figures adorned in black with vibrant patterns swiftly followed suit, soaring skyward. Black Feather, wide-eyed and unblinking, observed Su Li's every move, her back drenched in perspiration. In her past, she had only glimpsed the insect race through the screen of a television. Now, the monstrous creatures stood before her, be it the swarming pill bugs or the soaring longhorn beetles, each sight evoking an involuntary smile upon her lips. From a young age, she harbored an aversion to such creatures, shuddering at the mere sight of them. Yet, Su Li audaciously wielded lightning, soaring directly into the swarm of insects. Her heart raced, fluttering in her throat, as her gaze remained glued to that figure, fearful of any misstep. The black-winged mech did not unfurl its wings but instead sat within the cockpit of the Crimson Tassel. At that moment, she felt a tinge of gratitude that Crimson Tassel had pulled her into the cockpit. The thought of stepping on insects and wielding a blade to strike them sent involuntary tremors through her. It was as if that primal fear was deeply ingrained, etched into her very genes. These were not the ordinary insects encountered in daily life. They were creatures magnitudes larger than herself, once fully unfurled. The black and red mechs formed pairs, instantly engaging the approaching longhorn beetles, while the blue and white mechs grouped into tactical teams of 3. They charged forth with remarkable speed, plunging into fierce combat against the insect horde. For the first time, Su Li witnessed the true potential of weapon-restricted mechs being unleashed. 038's words rang true. Armed mechs faced considerable limitations within human territory. 535, typically a shy girl, who interacted with Su Li daily yet scarcely dared to utter a word, now wielded a heavy cannon, striking fiercely at a longhorn beetle's head. She executed Su Li's commands flawlessly, exhibiting remarkable restraint with her ammunition. The long-suppressed blue and white mechs seemed increasingly inclined to engage the enemy in close combat rather than relying solely on firearms. They cheered, skillfully maneuvering their weapons and employing the techniques imparted by Su Li in an exuberant display of might. As weapons collided with the beetle armor, they paid no heed to their rear, relentlessly advancing against the relentless assault of the longhorn beetles. In a secluded corner, Units 534 and 536 positioned themselves on either side, firmly ensnaring one beetle with chains to restrict its movements. Meanwhile, the stealthy Unit 537 brandished a colossal spear, plunging it deep into the beetle's rear. The creature convulsed violently, even breaking the chains that bound it. Its heart-wrenching shriek resonated through the air, and despite the language barrier, it instinctively caused Su Li to tense up. Fortunately, he found solace in the contrasting combat styles of the black and red mechanized girls. One engaged in long-range fire support, while another prepared for close-quarters ambushes. Their combat approach was reminiscent of a well-crafted textbook, exhibiting an extraordinary synergy, as each took down their adversaries in a mere 1.5 minutes on average. They refrained from employing weapons of mass destruction. The honor of the mechanized island's guards was evident, as they formed simple tactical groups with a minimal number of personnel. Their combat prowess was no less formidable than that of a trio. More astonishing was their synchronization, with all units commencing and concluding their battles almost simultaneously, with timing precise to the second. This undoubtedly indicated their exceptional combat strength and an extraordinary standard for operational accuracy. The black and red mechanized girls reveled in their achievements. This was their inaugural battle before Su Li, and they were determined to showcase their tactics and prowess, ensuring he gained a profound understanding of what it meant to witness the pinnacle of mechanized girl combat excellence. However, as they turned around with confidence and pride, they were met with a group of blue and white mech girls, their bodies stained with green blood, hovering in the air with wide eyes fixed upon them. Following the conclusion of their battle, these mech girls did not hesitate to express their enthusiasm, offering resounding applause. On the ground, a swarm of woodlice scrambled for the fallen carcasses of the beetles. In the sky, 16 blood-soaked mechs clapped their metallic hands together. The sound of their applause echoed, striking the faces of all the black and red mech girls like a sharp slap. The crimson mech at the forefront pointed at the black and red Mechs and declared, "Do you see? This is what military discipline looks like. What exactly have you learned from me day after day?" 535. Do not presume that I cannot see you simply because you lower your head. I hope that tonight, as you sleep, you can embrace your heavy artillery. I believe you lack the most basic respect for it. The group of black and red mech girls stared at the green-blooded blue and white mech girls, their heads filled with questions. They were utterly unaware of when this group had concluded their battle. All eyes turned to their captain. 032 cast a sideways glance at the blood spatter on the cockpit wall, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Chapter 55. Encounter. After unleashing a considerable number of incendiary bombs and leaving behind a multitude of corpses, the group disregarded the dense tide of insects on the ground and promptly maneuvered toward their designated coordinates. The pillbug, a creature with a fleeting lifespan, consumes anything within reach, and in times of scarcity, resorts to cannibalism to satiate its hunger. Unless a massive insect tide occurs, its threat to the base remains negligible. Now, with an abundance of corpses providing sustenance, it has lost interest in the Mechs hovering above. Upon first sight of these creatures, Sully understood the reason behind the desolation of Cold Brew Star. Any morsel of edible matter would draw this swarm, which would devour it entirely. As the vanguard of the insect race, their purpose is invariably to be dispatched to target planets, establishing a stronghold while wreaking havoc on the local ecosystem. Once their numbers swell to a certain threshold, a planet will resemble Cold Brew Star, appearing riddled with wounds and devoid of life. On the battlefield, their role as advanced troops is complemented by their formidable reproductive capacity, which serves a crucial function, providing a stable food source for themselves and their kin. The internecine strife among the insect race is hardly a picturesque scene. The entire squad moved forward, with Lightning occasionally turning its head to scrutinize the wound on Su Li's waist. Although the recent skirmish was brief, his movements were far from gentle. The wound was already seeping fresh blood. "Master, take a moment to rest. Allow me to take the helm. I have been practicing for days. You can trust me with this. It will be no trouble." Su Li nodded, relinquishing control to Lightning, and shifted into a more comfortable position, leaning back in the pilot's seat. With her gaze fixed ahead, she observed Lightning arching her back, her eyes focused forward as she adeptly piloted the mech, maneuvering alongside the main force. Her vibrant crimson hair was simply tied to the side while Su Li tended to her wounds, cascading gracefully down one shoulder, revealing a slender, alabaster neck. But then, Su Li swiftly averted her gaze. Her curvaceous figure, complemented by an alluring mature visage, proved to be quite irresistible. Yet, as she glanced downward, a frown began to form on her brow. What a splendid mech girl! Everything aligned with his aesthetic. But when did her mind begin to stray from the norm? During their initial encounter, she had exuded a confident, mature aura, but after merely a couple of interactions, she had transformed into a timid creature. Where had her intellect vanished? And what of Heiyu, who used to incessantly prattle on about some Queen Knight nonsense? It seemed she no longer indulged in such whims around him. No. It was merely that she refrained from expressing it in his presence. Red Ing, however, remained as awkward as ever, appearing to be at odds with everyone around her. As her pilot, did he not bear some responsibility in aiding her integration into their close-knit community? A wave of dizziness washed over Su Li. The issues concerning the Council and Mechanical Island felt insurmountable, a distant concern he could only ponder. Yet the dilemmas involving his own mech girl were pressing and immediate. How could he resolve these matters? Having spent 2 lifetimes as a bachelor, never having even dated, would his sudden intrusion into the complexities of female psychology render him somewhat peculiar? His thoughts began to wander, contemplating whether he might find a few volumes of romance literature on Lightning's bookshelf to glean some insights. In a moment of distraction, he suddenly recalled Li Tianlong's mech girl. "You roam." The words of the Chi-Pao girl lingered in the air as he observed Li Tianlang, who appeared utterly bewildered. Su Li pondered for a moment, placing his hand upon Lightning's slender waist, gently caressing it. How obedient she was. She could even initiate her own mech. Quite an impressive display. "What rewards do you desire?" "Your master shall fulfill them all." Suddenly, Lightning shuddered, ceasing her mech operations, and swiftly turned her gaze towards Su Li. Her eyes were filled with confusion, first astonishment, then concern, swiftly transforming into a seething anger. In an instant, the aloof and regal demeanor returned. Her icy gaze fixed upon Su Li, and before he could react, she seized him by the neck, forcefully pinning him against the pilot's seat. A chilling voice whispered in his ear, laced with a hint of fury and indignation. Speak. Who are you? When did you invade your master's mind? Let me guess. Are you an intruder? No. An intruder would not dare to touch my waist. Come forth with the truth. Have you taken advantage of my master's weakened state to infiltrate his mind? Tears welled in Su Li's eyes. Upon returning, he would delete her entire bookshelf. Oh, the irony. If only you had discovered the truth 20 years earlier. Do you have any idea how I spent those 2 decades? He desperately pounded at the metal clamp around his neck. Yet, Lightning seemed oblivious. As if resolute in her decision, she abruptly embraced Su Li's head, shaking it vigorously. Murmuring to herself, "Get out, damned intruder, get out." Su Li felt as though his head had been thrust into a rapidly spinning washing machine. If this relentless shaking continued, not only would his back injury worsen, but he might also lose the ability to keep his head firmly attached to his neck. Moreover, his mind felt as if it were on the verge of unraveling. It was the first time he truly understood the concept of self-inflicted torment. Let go. Let go. In his panic, he inadvertently stepped on an unknown pedal, causing the entire mech to spin violently, and both pilots were ejected from their seats, tumbling together. Lightning instinctively shielded Su Li, pulling him into an embrace. At last, his mind was liberated, and he struggled to crawl back towards the control stick. The intense dizziness made him miss the handle twice. The mech continued to whirl uncontrollably, while the communication channel echoed with the startled cries of the mech maidens. He bit down hard on his tongue, and his mind instantly cleared. Finally, he managed to grasp the control chair and stood up, pulling the mech up just enough to avoid crashing to the ground. Without the assistance of the mech maidens, the control stick felt as though it were welded in place. Nearly impossible to maneuver. Summoning every ounce of strength, his body trembled with exertion, and his wound could no longer contain itself, blood gushing forth. What are you waiting for? Do you truly wish for my demise? Upon hearing that familiar tone, Lightning was overcome with joy and tears, obediently returning to the pilot seat and gripping the control stick. Master, you frightened me. Are you hurt? The matter at hand is not particularly grave, and fortunately, there is still medicine available, otherwise. The next opportunity for you to see me might not arise until the next lifetime. A blush crept across her face as she buried it in her chest. Reflecting on her recent actions, I apologize, Master. I simply never anticipated that you would. Touch my waist. Although we have shared a bed, does such an intimate gesture not suggest a rather rapid progression? Moreover, that sultry voice of yours, Master, I am not particularly fond of it. When did we ever share a bed? I am completely unaware. Well, it was on the day you changed my oil. I had consumed too much lubrication that day, and you took advantage of my slumber. Su Li, utterly disheartened, slumped in the driver's seat, expressionless as he administered the medication to himself. If sharing a bed equates to having slept together, then their experiences would be vast and varied indeed. Not only women, but men too had not escaped his advances. There are countless paths to tread, yet safety must always reign supreme. He was merely indulging in the folly of traversing another's route. Lieutenant, was there a sudden emergency that prompted your abrupt departure from the formation? Su Li pressed the communication button, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, nothing of consequence. I was merely teaching Lightning a new maneuver to evade the distant attacks of the insectoid species. Upon hearing this, 032 was momentarily taken aback. No wonder the governor regarded him with such esteem. This man possessed not only formidable willpower, but also an unwavering dedication to his studies. Although he was somewhat unkempt and had a penchant for spitting into others' mechanisms, even while severely injured, he never neglected to apply his findings in the course of their rigorous march. This is indeed a rare and valuable occurrence. Observing the fluidity of those movements, one can hardly believe they are the result of mere fleeting efforts. The dramatic left and right swaying of the body resembles more a loss of control than a maneuver. Such actions are profoundly deceptive. They not only significantly increase the difficulty for the enemy to aim, but also serve to mislead them. Mastering this evasive maneuver could undoubtedly become a vital tool for survival on the battlefield. With this thought in mind, she could not help but ask eagerly, "May I inquire?" Second Lieutenant Su, what is the name of this technique? Su Li rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, "Falling leaves." The term he casually uttered struck the core of Unit 032 like a steel imprint. The team continued onward, carefully navigating around 2 large insect nests. And as they approached the 3rd Zerg settlement, they encountered a rescue team engaged in combat with a small number of Zerg. 15 Class C mech maidens, led by a Class B mech maiden, formed a tactical squad, and there were as many as 3 such squads. The colossal Mechs emitted their characteristic roar as they wielded heavy swords against the Zerg. The closer they drew to the outskirts of the base, the greater the diversity of the insects became. Among those they battled were not only a few small cockroaches, but also several large, vividly colored spiders with numerous legs. These creatures moved with remarkable agility and seized every opportunity to launch surprise attacks. The webs they spat, if they ensnared a mech, would instantly pull it back. In the chaos of such a battlefield, these sudden assaults are exceedingly difficult to anticipate. Once ensnared, the defenses would immediately exhibit vulnerabilities, easily exploited by other insects. Being dragged away by the vibrant spider is an even more terrifying ordeal. They employ the tactic of expelling narcotic mists into the cockpit, incapacitating both the pilot and the mech girl. After shattering the cockpit to devour the pilot and the mech girl, they proceed to feast upon everything, including the mech itself. The mech girls below, upon a mere glance, reveal themselves as seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Their organized offensive and defensive formations are impeccable, each fulfilling their designated roles. Even when confronted with the ambush of the vibrant spider, they appear unfazed and composed. Each squad is led by a captain wielding a flamethrower, and their superior mobility renders them the lifeline for all warriors on the battlefield. They are always the first to detect the silk shot by the spider, using their weapons to intercept. The resilient silk turns to ash when met with fire. Even if caught momentarily by the silk, as long as the flamethrower sweeps through, they can easily free themselves from the binds. Observing the squad below engaged in fierce combat with the insect horde, Suli signaled to the mech behind her. The black and red mech girl surged ahead, diving into the fray. Chapter 56, Reinforcement Troops. The glow of thrusters, the flames from gun muzzles, the cacophony of explosions, and the shrieks of insects are the eternal symphony of the battlefield. When engaging the insect race, the greatest folly is to engage in a protracted battle at the front lines, regardless of the planet. The numbers of the insect race far exceed those of humanity and mech girls. The so-called forward operating base is, in fact, a nail driven into the territory occupied by the insect race by the Alliance. Surrounding the entire realm of the Cold Brew Star, all locations are beset by spatial disruptors, save for specific and constantly shifting zones where transitions may occur. This monumental undertaking has spread across the entire front line, extending even into the rear star systems. The myriad spatial disruptors effectively preclude the Zerg from traversing the spatial rifts to reach the heart of the domain. Their only recourse to breach the defenses lies in relentless assaults or the arduous task of advancing planet by planet. The Zerg are not driven by a fervent desire for conquest. Rather, they resemble locusts, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. Such forward operating bases are numerous beyond count throughout the Alliance, tasked solely with maintaining the status quo. A colossal sword pierces the maw of a Zerg creature. Yet before it can stir, the mechanical arm is swiftly penetrated by its sharp mandibles. The enormous insect indiscriminately devours both the sword and the arm, only to be wounded internally by the very blade it consumed. Verdant blood splatters across the battlefield. In comparison to the superior A and S-class mecha, these mere C-class mech girls exhibit significantly less agility and stability. As Su Li surveyed the scene, she noted that none of their attributes surpassed the passing mark, with only their captain managing to exceed a score of 65 in a singular category. During her time at the academy, she had encountered C-class mech girls before, though their presence within the human territories was rather insubstantial. Most merely flickered briefly before being contracted by pilots and whisked away to the battlefield. The contractual price for C-class mech girls is relatively low. Had she not encountered a stroke of fortune? It is highly likely that Su Li would have contracted a C-class mech girl upon graduation, hastening to the front lines. No one is willing to enlist them for competitions. On the battlefield, the majority of combatants are B and A-grade mech girls, and even S-grade mech girls are not uncommon. However, C-grade mech girls are conspicuously absent, as no club is willing to invest substantial sums for charity only to become a source of ridicule for others. It seems that from the moment they are manufactured, their fate is sealed. Though they are scorned by the upper echelons of humanity, they nevertheless construct an unyielding steel fortress for them. As the primary combat power on the battlefield, they lack even the most basic flight modules, being nothing more than templates of ordinary mechs from a previous era, suitable solely for ground combat. Should a skilled pilot accrue sufficient military merits, they might acquire flight modules and engage in naval battles. Yet, the potential of C-grade mech girls is limited, and only a handful can rise alongside their pilots. It appears that they prefer to exchange ample military achievements for more formidable mech girls. The intense skirmish on the field, with the arrival of the Imperial Guard, began to sway dramatically in one direction. The Imperial Guard of Mechanical Island is an exceptionally formidable force, and upon seeing their black and red uniforms, the mech girls on the battlefield feel as though their faith has been ignited. 16 figures swiftly maneuver through tactical formations, partitioning the battlefield into 8 segments. The divided Zerg forces are unable to support one another and are soon worn down to nothing. The Crimson Mechs gradually descend to the ground, and Lightning gazes at the scene before her, her body trembling slightly. Damaged Mechs are scattered everywhere, riddled with the bite marks of the Zerg. It is important to note that with the deployment of the mech girls, even severed parts can be synchronously reclaimed. The scattered remnants of mechanical bodies around could only signify one thing: the core of the mechanical maid had been destroyed. Many of the Mechs bore the marks of time. While Lightning remained unaware of the circumstances, Su Li was acutely aware. It was merely due to the proximity to the base that these wreckages had the chance to be preserved. Had they fallen with the ship, everything would have vanished in an instant. The debris before him stood as the final testament to the existence of each mechanical maid that had once been a mech. Missing an arm, glided to Su Li's front, raised a fist in salute, and performed a military gesture at chest level. Reporting, Lieutenant. The mobile unit from the Cold Shui Star outpost has arrived to welcome you. We are honored to have you stationed at Cold Shui Star. Su Li returned the salute, his gaze sweeping past the ruined Mechs, eventually resting upon a faint glimmer of light visible between 2 towering cliffs in a narrow passage. Bring the entire team back. The responder returned a salute and began issuing commands through the dedicated channel. Silence enveloped Su Li's squad as they observed the dismembered mechanical maids hastily clearing the battlefield. For Lightning and her companions, it was their first true encounter with the front lines. There was no exhilarating fervor as they had imagined. Only the sight of fallen comrades and the devastation that surrounded them. A mechanical maid, sparking all over, awkwardly approached Hong Ying, offering a salute with a slight bow. She bent down, swiftly retrieving a woodlice from beside her, and after a precise strike, bound it with a rope, securing it to the hook on her back. To her surprise, she noticed that nearly every mechanical maid's body bore varying degrees of modifications. In the heart of humanity, actions deemed absolutely forbidden have become commonplace on the battlefield. Unperturbed, they meticulously dissect the carcasses of the insects, selecting and packaging their findings for transport. The retrieval team, initially composed of 48 members, returned with only 40 mech suits. The remaining 8, while not in immediate peril, faced extensive repairs. The team leader was the B-class mech, distinguished by a missing arm, who eagerly followed Lightning, her voice tinged with excitement as she chattered incessantly about the current state of the forward base to Su Li. It seemed as though the recent battle had left her entirely unfazed. Lightning observed the flickering sparks emanating from her dismembered arm, a flicker of sympathy crossing her features. Commander, I'm Song Ling, currently serving as the acting commander of the forward base. Your presence at our base is an immense boon, she said, gripping her severed arm with her intact hand and gesturing proudly towards the narrow pass ahead. Beyond lies our forward base, completely concealed within the gorge. The mountains on either side are lined with automated artillery, so safety is assured. I have been stationed here for 5 years, enduring 3 waves of insect attacks. Not a single one of those wretched creatures has breached our firepower blockade. With your arrival, Commander, our base's firepower is bolstered. I am confident that under your leadership, we will excel in our defensive duties. Song Ling tilted her head, surveying the orderly march of the black-red and blue-white Mechs, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It was her first encounter with such a multitude of high-ranking mech warriors. Apart from the 2 leading S-rank units, each of the remaining ones is A-rank. Moreover, their uniformly coordinated paintwork unmistakably indicates that they belong to 2 systematically organized squads. Such formidable combat prowess arriving in the desolate locale of Cold Brew Star evokes a cascade of thoughts within her. Could it be that the esteemed governor is finally poised to sound the horn of counterattack? Chapter 57. Forward base. The cliffs loom ever closer. Towering as if they pierced the heavens, even a lightning bolt would appear diminutive in their presence. The unique geographical conditions render this place the sole sanctuary for the mechanized beings. As they followed these entities into the narrow passage, they were greeted by the first glimpse of verdant greenery upon entering the planet. Su Li, initially expecting a modest environment, was left utterly astonished. Lush trees, with their bizarrely shaped branches and leaves, took root in the soil, unlike any species she had ever encountered. Outside, not a single blade of grass could be found. Yet within the passage lay a modest grove, a steel-structured base nestled among the trees, with only the tallest signal tower standing erect, its summit flickering with intermittent light. The contrast of this environment, in stark opposition to the surrounding desolation, was enough to evoke a sense of wonder. Numerous mechanized beings retracted their forms, observing as another squad, burdened with heavy loads, departed along a different corridor. Following the now retracted Song Ling, they traversed the stone-paved path into the depths of the forest. On either side of the path, the flower beds were not adorned with a variety of blossoms, but rather clusters of wild grass. Defying the odds, these resilient plants chose to thrive in the crevices of the bricks, demonstrating their indomitable will to survive. In a typical scenario of neglecting the good life, the crowd had not ventured far before they stumbled upon a veritable Eden, resembling a quaint town. The entire place was constructed around a signal tower, with buildings of various hues arranged in neat alignment. Numerous mechanical maidens traversed the streets, creating a scene of vibrant activity. For a fleeting moment, Suli was almost convinced he was experiencing an illusion. As he followed Song Ling through the town's entrance, the sight of a CAF sign intensified this sensation. Song Ling, observing Su Li's expression, stifled a laugh behind her hand. Surely, the commander must have expected a different ambience. Indeed, this place had not always been like this. Life at the station was rather monotonous, prompting the sisters to seek out various endeavors. This quaint town was, in fact, the brainchild of a previous commander. It took a full 3 years to transform this vision into reality. Su Li gazed in astonishment at the diverse shops lining the streets. Unable to fathom that such a warm and inviting locale could exist amidst the harshness of the battlefield. No wonder their spirits were so buoyant. This town undoubtedly played a significant role in their well-being. He couldn't help but wish to meet the commander who had conceived this idea. To possess such foresight and to dedicate 3 years to its realization spoke volumes of a person who truly cherished the bonds of camaraderie. It could be said that he had woven a dream for the mechanical maidens stationed here, a dream that allowed them to return from the hell outside and find solace in peaceful slumber. Lightning's eyes sparkled with renewed vitality as her crimson irises wandered between the shops, eager to explore yet hesitating due to her unfamiliarity with the surroundings. The black and red mechanical maidens similarly exhibited expressions of intrigue. They have visited numerous outpost bases. Yet encountering one as extraordinary as Cold Brew Star is truly an unprecedented experience. The blue and white machine maidens were equally intrigued, and as soon as they entered the small town, they began chattering excitedly. Everything within the town captured their attention. However, their presence also drew the notice of the machine maidens residing there. From time to time, machine maidens approached and greeted the group with respectful bows. Su Li reciprocated each gesture, his gaze sweeping over one machine maiden after another, forming a preliminary understanding of the outpost's capabilities. Under the guidance of Song Ling, they finally ascended into the signal tower. The commander's quarters were situated at the pinnacle of the tower. "Commander, this is your dormitory. Please take a look and let us know if it meets your satisfaction. If not, we can make the necessary adjustments," Song Ling stated. Su Li surveyed the spacious room before him and nodded gently. "There is no need for any trouble. This is quite satisfactory. However, I would like to inquire about something." He turned to Song Ling, locking his gaze onto her eyes. "This place exceeds all expectations, but throughout our journey here, I have not encountered a single pilot. Where have they all gone?" Song Ling's warm smile faltered slightly, her demeanor turning somber as she lowered her head. In a hushed tone, she replied, "The last pilot. The former commander perished in battle a year ago. Aside from you, there are no other pilots remaining at the Cold Brew Star outpost." A tremor coursed through Su Li's heart, aside from the 3 squads that had come to welcome him. The outpost's standard configuration suggested there should be at least 7 additional squads present, in a base housing approximately 200 mechanical sisters. The conspicuous absence of a single pilot was striking. "I apologize." Su Li stepped back and bowed respectfully to the ethereal Song Ling before him. "I did not intend to unearth your wounds, and for my disrespectful words, I once again extend my sincerest apologies." "Not at all. It is quite all right." Song Ling hastily waved her hand, forcing a smile before addressing Su Li. "Commander, after your arduous journey, please do take a moment to rest. The sisters are aware of your arrival today and are already preparing a welcoming ceremony. I kindly ask that you rest for a while, and later, I hope you will grace us with your presence." Upon finishing her words, she glanced at the multitude of mechanical sisters surrounding Su Li. "If any of you require assistance, please feel free to contact me through the communication channel. The first floor is entirely vacant, so you may select any room you desire. Various essential supplies can be found at the farthest room on the right. That is the storage area for daily necessities. Should you need anything, you are welcome to help yourselves." With a final bow directed at Su Li, she turned and made her way toward the elevator. 032 observed Song Ling's departure in silence. She then took hold of Su Li and led him into the dormitory, producing a specialized device to inspect every corner of the room meticulously. After completing her examination, she bowed to Su Li and handed him a communication terminal. He accepted it with a puzzled expression, glancing at 032 before, under her watchful gaze, pressing the power button. The uniquely designed terminal displayed only a single number, Governor Eva. Just as he was contemplating the meaning behind 032's actions, the terminal suddenly illuminated. He hastily pressed the answer button, and suddenly, a blurry image flickered across the terminal, revealing a face still drowsy from sleep. Her long, light blue hair cascaded down, slightly disheveled. The oversized t-shirt did little to conceal her curvaceous form. Su Li averted his gaze, lowering his eyes. The slumbering visage of the governor was not something a mere soldier like him could behold. "Ah, a pleasure to meet you, young one. Are you satisfied with the forward base I arranged for you?" She languidly stretched, and noticing Su Li's silence, tapped her terminal, turning to her side. "What's the matter? Is the equipment malfunctioning? Why can't I hear anything from the other side?" Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Su Li's face, and he quickly replied, "I am quite satisfied. The forward base is excellent." At this, Eva turned her head, propping her chin on her hand, and after scrutinizing Su Li for a moment, spoke softly, "I am aware of the explosion. However, I do not intend to seek an explanation from the Human Council on your behalf." Su Li remained silent, patiently awaiting the governor's next words. "Let us dispense with idle chatter. There are 3 matters to address. First, ensure your survival. The debts owed to the Human Council must be settled by you alone. Second, I entrust my personnel to you. You are to cooperate fully with their missions. Third, continue the relevant experiments on Arca, but a shift in direction is necessary. I will directly transmit the specific experimental data to Heyu, and the related equipment will be delivered via the void at designated points. I understand you may have questions, but I do not intend to provide answers. Guard the cold brew star, for it shall be your starting point." After a brief moment of contemplation, she suddenly adopted a more relaxed tone. "By the way, if you manage to return alive, you will be welcomed as the very first human to set foot on Mechanical Island in the annals of history." Chapter 58. Restraint. Having terminated the terminal communication, Su Li returned the device to 032, who shook his head, indicating that he preferred to keep the terminal for himself. Beneath the Cold Brew Star base lies the secret facilities of Mechanical Island. The relevant equipment will be delivered tonight. 032 carefully considered his words. Striving to sound less like a voyeur, our mission is to document all aspects of your battle, capturing the entire event on video. Su Li, somewhat perplexed, scratched his head. "Is there any particular reason for this?" After a moment's reflection, 032 replied, "In human society, various mech competitions are prevalent, facilitated by both Mechanical Island and the Human Council. These competitions serve to select the most skilled pilots, who become the backbone of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Mechanical Island utilizes the footage from these events to cultivate mech daughters." "So, you require my battle footage to nurture mech daughters?" Su Li inquired. 032 met Su Li's gaze, his expression grave as he responded, "To be precise, we hope to foster high-quality mech daughters. The situation at the front lines has become increasingly urgent. Due to the inconsistent proficiency of current human pilots, Mechanical Island has not produced an S-class mech daughter in quite some time. If, within the next 3 years, there is an insufficient supply of high-level mech girls, the defensive line will further contract within a decade." Su Li pointed to the tip of his nose, uncertainly inquiring me, "Can I produce high-quality mech girls?" Suddenly, he felt the weight of responsibility upon him. Looking at the mech girls spawned from his video, he pondered whether, in a certain sense, they ought to regard him as their father. 032, oblivious to his inner musings, simply nodded emphatically. Every team accompanying an Ultra S mech pilot shares the same mission. Even if you do not possess Ultra S status now, you are already on the battlefield. As long as you can accumulate sufficient military merit, you may enhance your physique through special potions. When your body reaches a certain level of enhancement, theoretically, you will have one foot in the threshold of becoming an Ultra-S mech pilot. At the very least, by that time, with an elevated state of being, you may live longer and possess greater potential to explore the Ultra-S realm. Suli raised an eyebrow and asked, "What kind of pilot can be deemed Ultra-S?" 032 looked at Su Li with some surprise, but patiently explained, "It is difficult to define. I can only say that each Ultra-S pilot is a treasure of humanity, active across various battlefields, most serving as high-ranking commanders stationed in specific locations. I can only assert that all Ultra-S pilots possess unique skills that can be imparted to mech girls, providing them with powerful support. Under the influence of these skills, the mech girls can unleash even greater combat prowess." "Do you mean it's somewhat similar to resonance?" "No, the distinction is significant. Resonance merely indicates the compatibility between a pilot and their mech, yet it is entirely distinct from skill. An Ultra-S-rated pilot may resonate effortlessly with their mech, but a pilot capable of resonance is not necessarily Ultra-S." Suli pondered thoughtfully and nodded, just as she was about to inquire about the third task. A knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, Lightning, dressed in vibrant crimson, stepped in, casting a scrutinizing glance at the two occupants of the room. "Master, may I occupy the adjacent room?" Without hesitation, Suli responded, "Of course. The entire floor is vacant, so you can choose any room you desire." She entered the room and surveyed her surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. This place was infinitely superior to the cluttered storage room at her former school. Gone were the haphazard shelves and oil drums, replaced instead by a spacious desk and an elegant bookshelf. A large map adorned the wall, marking the locations of the Zerg settlements surrounding the base. Not only was there a complete array of similarly styled furniture, but in one corner of the room stood an antique record player. Below it, a stack of records, exuding a sense of nostalgia, was neatly arranged, piquing her curiosity as she leaned in for a closer look. Black Feather followed closely behind Lightning into the room and exchanged a glance with Su Li. Her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, evidently having received instructions from the governor, her emotions swirling in complexity. The disintegration of Akka, while providing her with a sense of satisfaction, did not grant her the redemption she had envisioned. Perhaps continuing her previous research was the sole avenue through which she could affirm her worth. In truth, she was far from the nonchalant persona she imagined herself to be. What was amiss? Why did it seem that the expressions on your faces were peculiar? Were you concealing something from me? Lightning's gaze flitted across the faces of those present, honing in on 032. 032 was taken aback, unable to comprehend how this pertained to her. However, she clearly had no intention of pondering it. After offering a salute to Su Li, she promptly exited the room, closing the door behind her. Upon witnessing Lightning's demeanor, Su Li could not help but facepalm. Each time she exhibited such an expression, it signified that she was about to cause mischief. As anticipated, after observing Su Li for a moment, she decisively made her way to the adjacent room, retrieved her bedding, and spread it across Su Li's grand bed. Her spiky hair stood on end, and her face bore an air of indifference. "It's your first time on the battlefield today. You must be frightened. Fear not, I can begrudgingly share your bed, for I am your machine girl after all. Comforting you is also part of my duties." Black Feather stood in stunned silence. She admitted that her mind had wandered, granting Lightning the opportunity to seize the moment. Yet she believed she should have been the one to voice such sentiments. She truly could not fathom how Lightning, who typically struggled with quick wit, had suddenly usurped her lines. Gazing at the Lightning, her cheeks flushed as she feigned indifference and retreated to the bedroom. She turned to Su Li, gently resting her hand on his arm. "Master, your injury has yet to receive further attention. Allow me to assist you. Let us first make our way to the infirmary. Having bled so profusely, it's likely you may need to stay there for the day. Moreover, your head, though I am unaware of what transpired between you and the Lightning in the cockpit, still bears those fingerprints, which have yet to fade. It is not inconceivable that your organs may have suffered from the impact, resulting in swelling." Su Li felt a sudden numbness. Instinctively, he reached to touch his face, only to discover an unusual smoothness. There were no traces of the fingerprints that Black Feather had mentioned. Before he could exhale in relief, he noticed the Lightning hastily grasping the quilt and pillow, dashing out of the bedroom, and swiftly supporting his other arm. Her grip was neither gentle nor tender, abruptly lifting him, causing a sharp pain in his waist as his wound reopened. The new military uniform he had donned not long ago became soaked with blood. The two mech maidens blushed at the sight, one on each side, as they hurried him outside, colliding with 038, who was entering with a medical mech maiden. 038 glanced at the two flushed mech maidens, then at Su Li, whose breath had caught in his throat, and an expression of instant understanding crossed her face. With a hint of reproach, she shot Su Li a glare. Brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but how can you be so reckless when you are injured? Su Li. The medical mech maiden's eyes gradually widened, her ears visibly perking up with curiosity. Chapter 59. The welcome party. Su Li was not gravely injured. His pallor was merely a consequence of substantial blood loss. Fortunately, there was no serious harm done. None of you should disturb him. What our commander requires most at this moment is rest. Sudden and excessive blood loss can lead to fainting, yet he managed to endure it. If he recuperates adequately, he might not even miss today's welcome party, especially since the sisters have prepared a delightful surprise upon learning of your arrival. The medical android tidied her belongings, hung the blood bag for Su Li, and departed the room with her medical kit. Lightning and Black Feather exchanged glances, seemingly blaming each other for Su Li's condition. Enough of the glaring. After all that has transpired, are you not weary? If you wish to rest, do so on the bed. For those who prefer to stay awake, they may arrange their time freely. To be candid, I am rather looking forward to the welcome party. Upon hearing this, Black Feather blushed and promptly made her way to the inner room. Lightning, not to be outdone, took advantage of her height and long legs, claiming the central spot on the bed. This way, regardless of where Su Li lay, she would be closest to him. 038 observed the two women hastening and secretly gave Su Li a thumbs up, her eyes narrowing into slits like a fox anticipating a spectacle. Su Li rolled his eyes in exasperation, shedding his blood-stained military uniform and reclining on the sofa. His mind was awash with questions. The governor had specifically designated Black Feather for this task, indicating that she was far more than just the heiress of the organization. Recalling the anomalies during the competition, he instinctively believed that the so-called experiment was inextricably linked to her. However, how old was she at that time? A mature child, either competing on the field or engrossed in scientific research within the laboratory. At the age of 18 in his 2 lifetimes, he was merely rolling in engine oil. The cool breeze wafted through the open window as 038 adjusted her cloak and seated herself beside Su Li. Her legs, clad in black silk, crossed elegantly, forming a captivating curve. They exuded a lustrous sheen, partially concealed by the blue hem of her skirt. Suddenly, the room was enveloped in silence, and the gentle sunlight streaming through the window imparted a sense of comfort to both of them. If this were not a battlefield, such an atmosphere would undoubtedly allow one to feel utterly relaxed. 038 stared vacantly out the window, where the view perfectly framed the narrow pass. Sunlight cascaded down, causing the automatic cannon to reflect a warm glow, instilling a profound sense of security. Sister, is something the matter? No, you should rest. I merely wish to remain by your side for a while. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, avoiding Su Li's gaze. He was injured, and what he needed most at that moment was rest. Lightning appeared less alert, and Black Feather seemed burdened with unspoken thoughts. In this realm of uncertainty, he required someone to watch over him constantly. Moreover, her intuition as a woman suggested that this base harbored some hidden secrets. The B-class mech named Song Ling had lied. Regardless of the circumstances, she and 032 had to ensure that one of them remained vigilant, always staying close to Su Li. It seemed that due to his injuries, he had merely closed his eyes for a brief moment before slipping into a deep slumber. After a prolonged period of silence, the two mechanical maidens exited the bedroom. Upon seeing Su Li, who was sound asleep, they simultaneously curled their lips in mild disdain. 038 gestured for silence towards them, and the two stealthily approached, settling beside the sofa. A gentle breeze caressed the faces of each mechanical maiden. Having just emerged from the battlefield, the refreshing wind swiftly enveloped them, inducing a wave of drowsiness. They leaned forward, collapsing in front of Su Li, and succumbed to a profound sleep atop the sofa. When Su Li awoke, twilight had descended. Noticing the petite hands of the medical maiden exploring his body, he had reason to suspect it was intentional. The wound at his waist had already sealed, and though he still felt pain, there was no issue with slight, normal movements. Yet, even so, those small hands continued to wind around the bandage in circles, showing no signs of cessation. Had it not been for 038's timely intervention, he had no doubt she would have mummified him. The welcome gathering was to be held in the lobby on the first floor. As Su Li descended the stairs, everyone had already assembled. The hall was adorned with tables laden with an array of food, and at the sound of a command, All the mechanical maidens rose in unison, offering him a military salute. Standing before them, Suli smiled warmly and said, "Although this is our first meeting, please do not be hesitant. Feel free to eat and drink. I have just a couple of things to say. Let us begin swiftly. I haven't eaten all day, and I am absolutely famished." He sauntered to his desk, raised his cup, and, after signaling to everyone present, downed its contents in one swift motion, exclaiming, "May everyone experience flourishing fortune and joy every single day." As soon as he uttered these words, he eagerly took his seat. All the mechanized maidens promptly settled down, their gazes fixed intently upon Suli. At that moment, Suli finally discerned the food before him. The fist-sized, dark morsels were unmistakably the larvae of wood lice, seemingly no more than a week old. He glanced up at the mechanized maidens, all staring at him, swallowing hard. There was no room for trepidation. If this was merely the initiation ritual of the mechanized maidens from the forward base, it felt rather juvenile. Unperturbed by their scrutinizing looks, he boldly grasped a wood lice larva, twirling it in his hand before aligning it properly and taking a decisive bite. Amidst the horrified gazes of Lightning and Black Feather, his teeth precisely clamped down on the larva's head, and with a swift motion, he yanked it free along with its spine. The sound echoed like a plunger being yanked from a toilet. He discarded the inedible head and spine onto a nearby empty plate, cradling the body of the larva in both hands, and began to savor it contentedly. Black Feather gripped her small hands tightly, watching Suli's expression of delight as her face gradually contorted in discomfort. Red Ing, unable to bear it any longer, turned her head away to divert her attention. However, she soon realized that Suli was not the only one indulging. Many of the mechanized maidens around had also begun to feast. In stark contrast to Suli's method of consumption, their approach could only be deemed wild. Where, one might wonder, is the semblance of a mechanical maiden in such behavior? Is the battlefield truly a crucible for transformation? The chef at the forward base possesses considerable skill, at the very least. The sauce he concocted adeptly neutralized the inherent bitterness of the insect. Suli savored the juices with relish before deftly prying open the shell of the insect with his hands, using a small spoon to scrape out the tender white flesh. Devouring it bite by bite, grease dripped from his lips as he raised his cup, gesturing towards the many mechanical maidens present. In the hall, aside from the mechanical maidens he had brought along, the mood of the others surged instantly. The commander is truly impressive. These delicacies were specially prepared by the sisters, fearing you might find them unpalatable. The commander is indeed a man. He didn't hesitate for a moment. "Commander, have you eaten this before?" Suli smiled and shook his head. He had never tasted it in this lifetime, though he had indulged in it frequently in his past. Having finished one, he immediately reached for another. Such fare was a staple of nutrition for pilots in his previous life. After 2 decades without it, he was utterly ravenous. Lightning stared, wide-eyed, at Suli as he voraciously devoured the insects, her brow furrowed in confusion. She even began to question herself. Could it be that her earlier actions had truly bewildered him? Suli turned, thoughtfully placing one on Lightning's plate. "Give it a try? It's a rare delicacy, a battlefield exclusive. To imagine savoring such a dish in the heart of humanity is simply beyond contemplation." Lightning lowered her head, gazing at the dark, grimy insect carcass resting in her plate. Swallowing hard with some difficulty, Black Feather glanced over at Suli, who was relishing her meal, then shifted her gaze to the hesitant Lightning, her entire body beginning to tremble. It wasn't until Suli noticed her that she kindly placed a similar morsel onto Black Feather's plate. With a slight tilt of her head, Black Feather clutched her mouth and dashed out of the hall. The expressions of the other mechanical maidens visibly paled as well. Even 032 found it challenging to endure the all-insect feast before her. On her plate lay a piece resembling a foot-long bamboo joint, seemingly waving at her. Had she not recognized it, she might have consumed it without a second thought. Yet, the bamboo joint bore the unmistakable marks of her own blade. The insects 032 had slain that day included a longhorn beetle and a few vividly patterned spiders. The mere thought of what they truly resembled sent a shudder through her throat, prompting her to follow Black Feather out in haste. Chapter 60. Unconventional cuisine. Seeing your astonished reactions, I assure you, it is truly delectable. Suli picked up a spider leg, brandishing a small hammer before all the mechanical maidens, and shattered its bony structure. With chopsticks, she extracted the tender, pinkish-white flesh within, dipped it into some sauce, and popped it into her mouth. It was absolutely delicious, the flavor reminiscent of lobster. This extravagant feast of insects boasted a myriad of varieties, each with distinct flavors. In a previous life, one might not even have been able to afford such a dining experience for 100,000. Even on the battlefield, immense effort was required merely to gather such delicacies. Enjoy it. This truly is a remarkable treat. The vividly colored spider you have all encountered possesses 8 legs in total. Yet only 4 of them are edible. Coupled with its formidable nature, the challenge of hunting it is exceedingly high. Do you comprehend the difficulty of gathering such a feast? He gestured towards the array of insect components on the plate before him, exclaiming, "These are not mere insects. They embody the heartfelt intentions of all the mechanized beings at the outpost. Eat freely, indulge yourselves." As he savored his meal, he educated the mechanized companions beside him on the most delectable age range of pill bugs, the robust muscles adjacent to a roach's cheeks, and the first segment of its muscular thighs. With each revelation, the expressions of his mechanized companions grew increasingly grim, prompting them to subtly distance themselves. However, the accompanying Songling's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Commander, you truly are an expert. We also have tiger-striped fleas. Their legs are edible, though they possess a rather pronounced acidity. Here, they're our best-selling snack. After special preparation, they taste just like dried plums." Sully swallowed the spider leg in his mouth, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is the biodiversity of the cold brew star truly this rich? Even tiger-striped fleas? The acidity is a trivial issue. Simply soak them in a mixture of baking soda and water for a day and night, and the meat becomes tender and sweet, melting in your mouth. However, one must always monitor the temperature, as excessive heat will cause the meat to toughen. It is preferable to use ice water. Really? Sondling bit down on a pill bug's head, momentarily neglecting to extract it, before hastily rising and dashing outside. "I will fetch our chef, upon hearing your vast knowledge. She will surely wish to engage in discussion with you." Sully initially intended to rise and seize her, but upon observing the pill bug in his left hand and the spider leg in his right, he resolutely abandoned the idea. Among the assembly of mechanical maidens, only 038 emulated Sully, picking up a pill bug to savor. With her crimson lips slightly parted, she pressed them against the insect's anterior, and with a gentle squeeze of her hands, a rich juice surged into her mouth. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and she instinctively sucked a couple of times, her face instantly revealing an expression of lingering desire. The juice was pleasantly warm. She opened her small mouth and fanned it with her hand before mimicking Sully's actions, tearing apart the pill bug's exoskeleton and scraping the white flesh from the inner wall with a small spoon. As a spoonful of the white flesh entered her mouth, it bore no trace of stickiness. Rather, it was smooth and springy, possessing a delightful texture. She covered her mouth with one hand, fervently chewing the morsel within. 038 had never anticipated that one day she would sacrifice her usual composed demeanor for the sake of a single bite of food. "How is it, sister? Not bad, right? You must try this," Sully exclaimed as she scooped a transparent orb resembling glass and placed it on the plate before 038. Lowering her head and squinting under the light, she examined the orb, which shimmered a vibrant green with numerous white, fluffy particles floating within. "You may call it the Emerald Dream." Before Sully could finish her introduction, 038 scooped it up with her spoon and promptly placed it in her mouth. The texture was indeed as she had imagined, imbued with a hint of sweetness. Emerald Dream, what a splendid name. I've made up my mind. Whenever we venture out to forage for ingredients in the future, you must take me along. By the way, dear brother, you do know what the raw material for this delicacy is, right? Sully broke into a smile, fully embracing the peculiarities of the mechanical beings, which was indeed endearing. For this reason alone, he felt compelled to engage with the 038 model on several more occasions. It was apparent that the colorful spider had yet to expel its eggs. Lightning, who had just popped a jade dream into her mouth, promptly spat it out. She realized that aside from the insects, there was likely nothing else on the table. "Lightning, you must be brave in your culinary endeavors. These delicacies are, after all, vital sources of energy for the mechanical beings. That solitary jade dream you just rejected could be exchanged for an entire barrel of 1982 lubricant." In disbelief, Lightning gazed at the green orb she had spat into her bowl, closed her eyes, and resolutely poured it back into her mouth. Her expression resembled that of someone facing execution, which elicited amusement from Sully. Indeed, when it came to Lightning, any association with lubricant significantly enhanced her willingness to partake. A single pill bug could yield approximately a tank's worth, while a segment of spider leg would provide 3 tanks. If they were to discuss tiger-striped fleas, The price would increase considerably. 2 hind legs could easily be traded for a barrel. Struggling to overcome her initial hesitance, Lightning began to mimic Suli's actions, cautiously sampling what he had consumed. Fortunately, she swiftly conquered her discomfort, subconsciously accelerating her pace of consumption. Observing her, the other mechanical beings, regardless of their own reservations, began to experiment as well. As soldiers, they were accustomed to facing insects without flinching. Thus, the prospect of consuming a bit of insect flesh would not deter them. It was evident that the majority of their future meals would be inexorably linked to the array of creatures before them. Adapting swiftly and developing a habit is indeed the essence of a soldier's duty. As the welcoming ceremony progressed, the communication among the attendees noticeably diminished. It became evident that the mechanized beings at the outpost rarely had the opportunity to indulge in such a diverse array of culinary delights. Each of them savored the food on their plates with a look of contentment, seldom engaging in conversation with one another. Suli continued to eat, relishing the transformation these ingredients were imparting to his body. In his previous life, the pilot's ability to maneuver colossal mechs was significantly influenced by the attributes derived from the insectoid bodies. Operating a mech required a minimum pulling force of 90 kilograms. Beyond routine training, the intake of high-energy foods was equally paramount. Despite consuming an abundance of insects in his past existence without any discernible effects, this time, even a small quantity allowed him to distinctly feel an inexplicable energy coursing through his body, surging towards his brain. Host report, current energy absorption detected. Please maintain the current absorption rate. In 3 minutes, the system will reach saturation and will automatically initiate an upgrade. Following this upgrade, the exchange marketplace will be activated. We encourage the host to eagerly acquire energy. Suli was taken aback. He had assumed that his system was limited to merely probing the attributes of the mechanized beings and could adjust their inherent qualities, with no additional functions. However, he now realized how gravely mistaken he had been. He had contemplated the apparent simplicity of his system on numerous occasions, but it was becoming clear that its significance far surpassed his previous assumptions. Suli raised his gaze to survey the more than 100 mechanized girls seated in the hall, and his spirits were instantly invigorated. Chapter 61, The Ineffectual System. Life at the forward base was devoid of the tension Suli had anticipated. The mechanized girls here seemed to have long acclimatized to the absence of a commander. They executed their tasks with remarkable organization, ensuring that every aspect of their work was meticulously arranged. Each day, 3 of the 10 teams stationed at the base ventured out on patrol, systematically eliminating the insectoids lurking in the vicinity and bringing back their dismembered remains. The remaining teams within the base were tasked with defense, while one group diligently fine-tuned the spatial disruptors to ensure their optimal functionality. The final 4 teams included a portion designated as an emergency response unit, while the others collaborated with the logistics mechanized girls to maintain the entire town's operations, including the repair of damaged mechanized units. Suli did not rush to assume command of the forward base, partly due to his unfamiliarity with its operational procedures. Hastily taking charge could lead to catastrophic consequences in the event of an anomaly. Additionally, the mission assigned by the governor required his direct oversight. The system's updates persisted for a day and a night. During this interval, he completed the acceptance of experimental equipment within the subterranean facilities of the forward base. This facility had never been utilized since its completion, yet Suli was astonished to discover that everything inside was fully operational. Under the guidance of the black-red mech girl, he entered the elevator. After inputting a series of commands and undergoing retinal recognition, the elevator suddenly descended, traveling approximately 2 kilometers before coming to a gradual stop. The heavy mechanical gate and the intricate authentication process marked the entrance to the laboratory. Once activated, apart from Heiyu and Suli, no one else would possess access privileges. Suli observed Heiyu directing the black-red mech girl, arranging the equipment in its designated places, and couldn't he help but voice his concern. "Are you sure you can manage? I mean, in such an environment." He surveyed the desolate underground laboratory, which, despite being brightly illuminated, felt eerily vast and empty. Aside from Heiyu, only a collection of cold, lifeless machines occupied the space. It was uncertain how Heiyu would fare alone in this setting. A short duration might be manageable, but prolonged solitude could lead to unforeseen issues. "If you do not require Hongying, she could keep me company. She is also capable of assisting with the experimental tasks. Moreover, she lacks access privileges only in name. As long as she remains with either of us, the access issue can be resolved." She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. a subtle smile gracing her lips, seemingly pleased by Suli's concern for her. Furthermore, additional researchers will join us shortly, in about half a month. It won't be as arduous as you imagine. Besides, I brought along some personal comforts. She gestured towards a metal box in the corner, intending to relocate it to her private resting quarters soon. Suli had gleaned some insights from Heiyu's narrative regarding past events. Her assumption of responsibility for AKA's research was undoubtedly a logical choice for the mechanical island. AKA would not relinquish control so easily. As a member of the council, their methods were far from limited. The human council exhibited significant issues in their stance towards their handling. Perhaps some individuals among them were already aware of AKA's activities. What they have revealed may not encompass the entirety of the situation. Otherwise, we would not have faced assassination attempts. Heiyu nodded in agreement, stating that the governor shared the same sentiment. Although this time, the thunderous intervention had intimidated many, their clandestine actions would not cease. Thus, our time is limited, and I must immerse myself in research swiftly. Are you confident? Heiyu slowly shook his head, a hint of a wry smile appearing. In matters of research, confidence is elusive. One can merely identify a few potential directions. The next step is to explore each avenue. I appreciate your efforts. However, there is no need for excessive alarm. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me directly. I shall do my utmost to accommodate your needs. All requests. Suli paused, keenly sensing the ill intentions of certain individuals. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Heiyu gently licking her lips, a somewhat perilous smile gracing her face. A chill coursed through him, prompting a swift turn as he waved behind him. I shall take my leave now. A multitude of tasks await my attention. I will escort Honging down shortly. By the way, remember to eat well. Heiyu watched as Suli fled in a panic, unable to suppress a light chuckle. Humming her distinctive little tune, she effortlessly lifted the tin box with one hand and skipped into the lounge. After setting an absurdly intricate 32-digit password, she closed the door behind her. The room was stark and empty, furnished only with a few simple chairs and a bed. She neatly arranged the bedding and opened the box, from which she extracted a life-sized plush doll of Suli, placing it gently on the bed. She then flung herself onto the covers, rolling around with wild abandon. If Suli were present at that moment, he would see that the tin box was filled with his mysteriously misplaced small belongings from daily life, such as a wrench that had seen 2 or 3 years of use and a broken screwdriver. At the very top lay his nostalgically tattered t-shirt, meticulously folded and sealed in a plastic bag. The concept of virtual transmission ensured precise delivery. As the governor stated, to maintain the researcher's happiness, all reasonable requests must be met. She wholeheartedly agreed with the governor's wisdom. Outside the window, 038 silently observed Heiyu's every move, unable to resist a slight smile. Should she inform Heiyu that the one-way glass in her lounge had been installed incorrectly? Inside the lounge, Heiyu, blissfully unaware, was rubbing her face against the life-size pillow, oblivious to the fact that her antics were entirely visible to the onlookers outside. After completing all her tasks, the system residing in Su Li's mind finally finished its upgrade with a soft ping. Eagerly, he awakened the system interface and quickly navigated to the so-called system marketplace. The items within were all beyond Su Li's expectations, yet somehow also felt within reason. There were permanent modules to enhance mech attributes and special potions to improve physical capabilities. The vast array of available goods amounted to thousands. As he flipped through the pages, each item was something he desperately needed, yet could not obtain. Gazing at the dwindling energy value in the upper right corner, and then at the price tags beneath each product, his mood shifted subtly. It indeed adhered to its long-standing principle of futility. So many products were merely for viewing. Suddenly, a golden advertisement popped up on the system's marketplace interface, marking the first time Su Li had encountered such a thing since acquiring the system. Intrigued, he focused intently on it. However, before he could fully comprehend the text, a melodious female voice resonated in his mind. Are you still troubled by the lack of energy value? No need for 19,998, nor 9,998. A heartfelt sale is on. Just $9.98. And you can take home 998 energy points. The first charge also doubles your benefits, and this opportunity is limited. First come, first served. Additionally, upon completing your initial charge, you will receive a beginner's gift pack worth 30,000 energy points. Opportunities are fleeting. Life is about striving. With just 998, you can advance ahead of the majority on the road of life. Take action rather than hesitate. Spend the least and enjoy the most exhilarating life. To recharge, please click the recharge option below. Recharge. Suli quietly closed the system's marketplace. In this world, the only entity capable of extracting money from his pockets, aside from the mechanical maiden, is none other than the supreme deity himself. All others must step aside. Chapter 62. The Novice Gift Pack. For Suli, acquiring energy is not a daunting task. Given the current circumstances, by consistently consuming insect-based ingredients, he can effortlessly garner nearly 200 points of energy each day, provided there is a sufficient quantity of ingredients available. Therefore, passive defense is an approach to be eschewed. The system has already set a precedent, demonstrating to Suli just how ludicrous it has become after its upgrade. Before the recharge interface was closed, the golden template was resplendent, but upon its closure, it transitioned into a drab ochre aesthetic, instantly exuding an air of mediocrity. The enhancements following the upgrade seem to extend beyond mere functional improvements. It now appears to regard others with disdain. It seems to comprehend that the items in the shop hold insufficient allure for Suli. After 2 hours of contemplation, it silently began to recommend several products tailored to his preferences. High density, anti-scratch tights, 9,120 threads. Are you still vexed by the frequent wear and tear of the mechanical maideness garments? Purchase a pair, with options in deep black and pristine white. There is surely one that suits you. Durable and resistant to abrasions and high temperatures, they are tear-proof and impervious to cuts. As a seasoned pilot, you would surely not wish for your mechanical maiden's flawless legs to suffer even the slightest harm. Our system's marketplace emphasizes attentive service, a pair of high quality, form-fitting protective gear is an essential for mechanical maidens venturing forth to vanquish foes or for leisurely travel at home. It also allows the pilot to revel in a silky experience. What are you waiting for? Currently, with a recharge of 38,888, in addition to the double energy return, one is generously presented with a surprise gift package containing a pair of colorful stockings. Original price, 8,888. Suli was immediately displeased. He could not fathom how such crude data could be projected upon him, viewing him through such a vulgar lens. He silently opted to recharge. For a modern youth who embodies the values of beauty, morality, and enthusiasm, he was certainly not coveting any stockings. It was merely the irresistible allure of the system's promotional offers. Moreover, it was entirely reasonable to spend money on his mechanical companion, especially given the prospect of double energy returns. With the conclusion of his initial recharge, the system's interface transformed into a dazzling display of opulence. Aside from the energy points returned to him, an array of gift packages materialized in the system's complimentary backpack. It was at this moment that Suli realized the opportunities he had overlooked in his first 20 years. This seemingly lethargic system was, in fact, capable of issuing tasks. Each completed task promised corresponding energy point rewards. Within the novice's complimentary spinning wheel, one could spin for a mere 100 energy points. Gazing at the list of completed tasks, he furrowed his brow. Suli remained unaware of the origins of this system, only recognizing its insatiable demand for money. If he refrained from recharging, it seemed he would forever be deprived of a complete system experience. The value of the novice gift package was extraordinary, encompassing a complete set of upgrade modules to elevate an A-grade mechanical companion to S-grade, along with several energy bundles and an assortment of potions. Excluding the potions, a single module in the system's marketplace commanded a price of 80,000 energy points. This is precisely why Suli, despite his reluctance to recharge 998, was willing to spend 38,888. He aimed to accumulate resources to upgrade lightning, yet unexpectedly, the novice gift package included it. A complete set of modules comprises 6, each corresponding to the 6 fundamental attributes of the mech girls. For lightning, possessing just one is sufficient to facilitate a substantial enhancement, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Although she seldom articulates it, a flicker of envy always surfaces on her face whenever she sees black feather and red silk. In many instances, had it not been for Suli actively piloting her, she would have preferred to relinquish the opportunity to black feather. As his first mech girl, with whom he shares a profound resonance, such a situation hardly seems equitable. The moment Suli laid eyes on the modules, he resolved to ensure Lightning's upgrade at all costs. He led her directly to the repair shop, seeking an isolated warehouse to facilitate her expansion. He stood still, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Modules and module systems are distinct concepts. The module system, developed by humans and subsequently endorsed by Mechanical Island. Serves as an external attribute enhancer designed to elevate a mech girl's overall capabilities. The higher the module's level, the greater its performance-enhancing potential and the lesser its side effects. Across the entire alliance, physical stores abound, offering a selection for mech pilots. The advantages are evident, yet the drawbacks are equally apparent. The points it can augment are merely supplementary. Should the module become damaged or removed, the mech girl reverts to her baseline values. Aka Industries stands as one of the manufacturers of corresponding modules within the Human Council. In the past, Suli contemplated the idea of diligently earning money to purchase braking modules for Lightning, yet the high-quality modules proved to be exceedingly expensive. Moreover, he had not encountered any suitable options. However, the modules were distinct. They were directly produced by Mechanic Island, akin to built-in functional patches that could seamlessly fill the shortcomings of the mechanical girl without any side effects. The higher the level of the module, the greater the values it could supplement. Remarkably, there were no adverse effects. Furthermore, modules of the same level could be stacked, although each successive enhancement would yield diminishing returns. On the surface, these modules could only be exchanged through military merit, and their production rate was alarmingly low. Within the depths of human territory, Suli had merely heard of such modules but had never truly encountered one. Yet at this moment, he unexpectedly found himself in possession of 6 of them. Master, shall we proceed with the adjustments? Lightning, whose frame was already fully deployed, gazed at Suli as he scrutinized her, a faint blush creeping onto her face. Despite having undergone adjustments more than once, each time Suli regarded her with such intensity, her heart would flutter uncontrollably. Suli furrowed his brow slightly. This was his first encounter with such modules, and coupled with their vague descriptions, he could not ascertain the extent of enhancement they could provide to Lightning. He observed the palm-sized module in his hand, resembling a chip, then glanced at Lightning's impressive physique. Even though he had meticulously studied her from head to toe, he could not fathom where exactly this module should be installed. Would the enhancement be based on the original attributes, or would it amplify specific values? Suli hesitated, uncertain whether to reallocate the attributes designated for stability to braking. Master, what you hold suddenly. Lightning dashed towards Suli, her form a blur. Yet, after only a few steps, her pace instinctively slowed, for she realized that it was highly unlikely to be what she had envisioned. They had yet to achieve any tangible accomplishments, and, thus, lacked the military merit necessary for exchange. Suli raised the module in her hand towards the somewhat hesitant Lightning, her serious expression dissipating. Whatever. As long as I have sufficient energy here, the module is abundant. So long as it is utilized for Lightning, it will be of no waste. You've come down? Well, it's fortunate. I have never encountered this before. Do you know how to use it? Lightning's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the module in Suli's grasp, her body trembling slightly. She slowly extended her hand, yearning to touch the module, but halted midway. Master, Black Feather and Red Tassel need it more than I do. With its presence, they could undoubtedly elevate their strength. I am merely an A-class mech. Each of these modules is invaluable. You cannot squander it on me. Suli gently patted Lightning's head, took her hand, and placed the module in her palm. I have vowed to stand by you unwaveringly. Accept it. You must grow as much as possible. He gently closed her palm and once again reached out to stroke her head, saying, Our journey is still long. This is merely our starting point. With tears glistening in her eyes, Lightning grasped the module and threw herself into Suli's embrace. The suddenness of her action caused Suli to draw in a sharp breath. Chapter 63. Upgrading Lightning. As he observed Lightning as she resumed her position at the rack, Suli quickly turned away and retrieved the most basic enhancement liquid from his inventory. He tilted his head back and gulped it down. He could no longer endure the days of being embraced by a mechanical girl, only to be left sore all over. Regardless of which mechanical girl it was challenging for them to control their strength during moments of heightened emotion. He had to find a solution for himself. Fortunately, with the supply of Zerg materials and the assistance provided by the system, it would not take long for his physique to rapidly strengthen. The slightly bitter taste spread in his mouth as he swallowed, and only then did he turn back, picking up a nearby module and slowly walking toward Lightning. The vibrant external armor, no matter how many times he gazed upon it, always rekindled the impulse he felt the first time he saw her on the battlefield. He reached out to caress its surface and found the groove that Lightning had mentioned at the location of the break. Filled with excitement, he picked up the chip in his hand and placed it against the groove, instinctively stepping back 2 paces to gaze up at Lightning. Suddenly, Her external armor emanated a faint red glow, and her attributes began to fluctuate the moment the module was attached. Suli watched in astonishment as her braking capability soared from 15 to 61 before gradually stabilizing. The previously constrained mobility has surged by 15 points, reaching a remarkable threshold of 85. The originally crimson armor of the mech, Lightning, began to undergo a transformative metamorphosis. A delicate shimmer of gold began to spread from the edges of the armor, as if it were being adorned with a gilded trim. In the depths of its red eyes, a golden gleam emerged, enhancing its imposing and majestic demeanor. Suli gazed in astonishment at Lightning's transformation, his heart racing in disbelief. A mere A-class upgrade chip has bestowed upon Lightning a rebirth-like transformation. It is no wonder that such modules have always been in high demand, yet scarce in supply. On the system interface, Lightning's designation has now shifted to a resplendent golden S-class. The colossal mech disengaged, and Lightning, with her eyes aflame, emerged at a deliberately measured pace. The sudden increase in mobility left her feeling somewhat disoriented. She had been accustomed to fully applying the brakes, and now it seemed she struggled to find her footing. Nevertheless, her heart surged with excitement. As she beheld Suli smiling at her, an overwhelming urge to rush into his embrace consumed her. Let us proceed. With the new module installed, it was only fitting to venture out and test it. With her eyes still aglow, Lightning nodded affirmatively and began to step forward at a slow but determined pace. 10 minutes later, a vivid crimson figure galloped forth, breaking through the narrow passage. 16 black and red Mechs followed closely behind, surging into the open expanse. Within less than 10 minutes of their emergence, the 17 Mechs had already captured the attention of the insectoid horde. Dozens of rat-like creatures crawled out from their burrows, their antennae protruding and waving as they sampled the air for the scent of the Mechs. They advanced towards the mecha, accompanied by a distinctive rustling sound. Except for 032. The remaining personnel split into groups of 3, dispersing to seek their targets, with an agreement to regroup at a designated location in half an hour. He issued the command and paid no further attention to the group of black and red mechanized beings. Instead, he focused on manipulating the control stick, swiftly typing commands on the keyboard. The previous shortcomings of Lightning had been glaringly evident. Now, with enhancements, he could achieve more precise operations by shortening the commands. The vibrant red mecha drew forth a long spear as it surged forward, the tip quivering as it lunged at the swarming isopods. From the very beginning, 032 noticed a difference in Lightning. Initially, she thought that the change in her paint job was merely a way to shift her mood. However, once outside, she realized that Lightning seemed genuinely transformed. Her style of movement had undergone a significant alteration. Previously, her thrusters were perpetually operational, yet now, astonishingly, half of them remained unlit. Could such a Lightning bring herself to a halt? The striking red mecha galloped ahead, showing no intention of braking, plunging headlong into the swarm of isopods, her spear whirling and striking with precision. The immense force, combined with the sharpened weaponry, rendered the isopods' heavy shells utterly ineffective, akin to tattered leather, easily pierced by the spear's tip. In a mere 20 seconds, the already swift Lightning had penetrated the swarm of isopods, performing a sharp turn at a slight angle not far away, changing direction to charge once more. 032 was taken aback. A sharp turn at such a slight angle? She was aware that Suli possessed the ability to manipulate Lightning to execute such maneuvers, but that was contingent upon the use of a thruster. Gazing at the thruster of the Lightning, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Those ominous, dark nozzles emitted no trace of flame. Was this a figment of her imagination? She had never considered the possibility that Suli could possess such a module. The 032 maintained a low altitude throughout, dutifully playing the role of her recorder, watching as Suli swiftly pierced through the swarm of pillbugs once more, then turned back again. The attack power of the pillbugs was not formidable. As long as he was not surrounded and torn apart, there would be no danger. Yet, this did not imply that Suli could simply toy with them. Indeed, he was playing. After 3 charges, he had decimated the pillbug population, leaving only one remaining. The 032 ceased to dwell on the peculiarities of the Lightning. She was already awestruck by Suli's maneuvers. The scene from the provincial competition was vividly replayed in her mind, though this time, the adversary was evidently much smaller. The smaller the size, the more technical support was required to execute complex operations. One pillbug was hoisted high by the gun's tip and flung away. The red Lightning accelerated beneath it, the gun's tip extending forth, instantly creating a blur of motion. The pillbug was as if it had boarded a jubilant kayak, repeatedly battered by the crimson waves. Its exuberant fervor surging forth, uncontainable and relentless. The 032 watched as the lightning continued to whip the pillbug away, hastily urging her machine to follow suit. In just 3 minutes, the lightning had driven the pillbug 9 kilometers away. Hee, little one, today I am in a good mood, so I shall escort you home. The insect, having fallen to the ground, has finally concluded its fervor. It now lacks even the strength to emit a whimper or a hiss. Its massive form is stripped of its exoskeleton, revealing a pale, veined body beneath. 032 is rendered speechless. She has always been aware of Su Li's exceptional piloting skills, which have garnered the governor's favor. However, she never imagined his abilities could reach such heights, while she too could maneuver a mech to strike the insect into the air. The thought of traversing 9 kilometers while striking it is beyond her contemplation, not to mention the feat of completely removing its exoskeleton mid-journey. Such prowess is not characteristic of humanity. She squints her eyes, for the first time doubting her own understanding. Could those elite S-class pilots replicate Su Li's maneuvers? 032 is uncertain. She stands there, like a fool, entirely oblivious to her own mission. The insect lying on the ground finally regains its senses, and the agony of having its exoskeleton stripped away prompts it to curse aloud. Su Li swiftly thrusts a shot into its mouth, silencing its profanities. He then leisurely approaches an opening, placing the exposed white worm at the center of a vast net, dragging it to the entrance of the wormhole. Little ones, come out quickly. Mama has brought you delicious treats. 032 snaps back to reality, just in time to hear Su Li's enticing voice. Chapter 64, The Tragedy. Outside the opening, there is more than just their mother. There are also ravenous wolves that selectively prey and large doses of anesthetic spray. The little ones in the burrow merely caught a whiff of sweetness. What fault lies with them? Outside, Su Li cradled a large canister of spray, striving to distribute its effects evenly among the mice ensnared in his net. With one hand wielding a long gun, he occasionally lifted the aged ones, dispatching them with a single thrust. Some creatures are woefully unaware of their own state. They possess no inkling of how aged their flesh may be. With a somewhat numbed gaze, Su Li ensnared all the juvenile mice within the vast net, ensuring not a single one escaped his grasp. To eliminate any possibility of oversight, he even thrust his long gun into the burrow, stirring the contents within. Once assured there were no survivors, he callously trampled upon their dwelling. The nature of his actions could be deemed exceedingly malevolent. The remorseless commander casually discarded the bodies of the larger mice aside, tightening the net and hoisting the long gun onto his back, cheerfully embarking on the search for his next target. The sunset on Cold Brew Star is breathtaking, a sentiment shared among all the juvenile mice within the net. Su Li concurred with this notion. However, Lightning held a differing perspective for the first time, as she did not raise her head. Her gaze remained lowered, her cheeks flushed. She had believed that upon reaching S rank, she could withstand the impact of Su Li's commands. Yet, she clearly overestimated her own resilience and underestimated her master's unhinged fervor. What could easily be resolved with a single shot? He insisted on executing with over 300 shots within a mere 3 minutes. He was not human. He had no regard for her feelings whatsoever. She gazed at the half-eaten white worm, suddenly realizing that she might share a myriad of unspoken sentiments with it. At least, this was true when confronted with Su Li, who had similarly neglected to seek her consent. As she observed, sympathetic tears involuntarily trickled from the corners of her mouth. Swiftly, she wiped them away and furtively glanced at Su Li, breathing a sigh of relief upon discovering he was oblivious to her plight. Some matters are best left uninitiated. Once embarked upon, they are impossible to halt. The mere thought of the evening's feast of woodlice made her stomach instinctively rumble. Today marked Tuesday in the human calendar. And on this enchanting evening, where the sunset painted the sky and a gentle breeze caressed the air, 30 insect nests near the base faced a tragic annihilation. Fate is capricious. They had never contemplated that such a term could equally apply to their existence. Choosing to nest near the base, they were acutely aware of the inherent dangers. Throughout their existence on Cold Brew Star, even amidst adversity, they had managed to cling to life. Until today, the cold-blooded butcher had slaughtered them mercilessly, imparting a bloody lesson. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Regrettably, their realization came too late. Now, they were either lifeless or on the path to demise. Su Li and his companions were also traversing this path, albeit on their journey home. 17 mechas trailed behind each individual, burdened with vast metallic nets. These layered nets encased the bounteous offerings of the insect tribe. Each immense package exceeded twice the size of the mechas themselves as they trudged forward, struggling under the weight of the nets. The immense weight carved 17 trenches into the ground. The mech girls from the outpost, who had come to greet, stood there in bewilderment, their legs trembling with excitement at the sight of the colossal net. Previously, half of their squad had spent 3 entire days gathering enough provisions for a single meal before Su Li's arrival. Yet now, in a mere span of 2 hours, they were witnessing what could only be described as a miracle. So much. Surely, this would last them more than a week. The prowess of the A-class mech squad was astonishing, even deploying an S-class unit. Captains of such elite squads are always classified as S-class. How impressive. Their combat strength far surpassed ours. Has the commander also ventured out? Which mech is he in? Is it that striking crimson one? Does the commander have a fondness for red? I've heard that particular mech is the first contract of the commander's mech girl. Remarkably powerful. It accompanied the commander in triumph during the city-level competition. I even sought out videos of the event. Are there videos? Let's watch them together. I haven't seen them myself yet. The numerous mech girls whispered among themselves in the squad channel while receiving the colossal net from the guards. Their palpable enthusiasm was evident. Each one stole glances at Lightning as they passed by, leaving her feeling somewhat bewildered. Master, why do they keep looking at me? Because today, Lightning looks exceptionally striking. Su Li's hunting achievements astonished everyone at the outpost. A multitude of mechanized maidens abandoned their tasks and gathered in unison to observe the scene unfolding in the warehouse. Emerging from the cockpit, Su Li stood beside a colossal alloy net, resembling a mere toothpick. Yet, not a single mechanized maiden could overlook that striking figure. Song Ling followed the chef maiden out, her gaze fixated upon the mountainous pile of ingredients, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Commander, did you really procure all of this? Su Li chuckled warmly and waved a dismissive hand. Not entirely. The guard contributed significantly as well. As a newcomer, I lack appropriate gifts for you all. So I thought to offer these bounties of nature as a treat for my sisters. Song Ling, gazing at the towering heap of insects, instinctively swallowed hard. If we ration this properly, it could sustain our entire base for a month. A month? The insectoid meat is a rare delicacy for both pilots and mechanized maidens. For the pilots, it fortifies the body. For the maidens, it enhances their attributes. Though the benefits are gradual, with time, the potential for surpassing their current levels is not lost. Why should they hold back? Su Li patted Song Ling on the shoulder and addressed all the mechanized maidens present. I propose we assign 2 teams of maidens to assist the chefs in preparing the ingredients. Let us indulge. As long as I am here, we shall feast on insect meat at every meal. Eat as much as you desire, and any leftovers can be preserved as emergency rations. As long as we waste nothing, return from your daily missions with full bellies, and then rest. A wave of exuberant cheer erupted among the mechanized maidens gathered. They are not unaware of the enhancement that the flesh of insects provides them. However, the act of hunting these creatures is not merely a trivial matter. It embodies both peril and sacrifice. Song Ling, equally excited, felt her cheeks flush but discreetly tugged at Su Li's sleeve, whispering, Commander, there is truly no need for this. The sisters are already quite content with the occasional feast. Su Li furrowed his brow and lowered his voice, inquiring, What do you mean? Is there a scarcity of insects on Cold Frost Star? Song Ling was taken aback. Scarcity? What does that mean? How could there possibly be a shortage of insects? Observing Song Ling's expression, Su Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rest assured, since there are ample insects available, we shall indulge without restraint, eat as much as we desire, prioritizing abundance. The larvae within the vast net wept tears of despair. Chapter 65. The existence of others. The insects of Cold Frost Star seemingly never contemplated that one day they would contribute all their strength, and even their lives, to the evolution of humanity and the mechanized beings. They appeared fearsome, having grown to the limits of human dread. Yet, they still underestimated human curiosity and the adventurous spirit of exploration. At least in Su Li's previous life, there were countless engineers who, in their attempts to gnaw at the unknown parts of these insects, foamed at the mouth. They huddled together on the front lines, clutching various insect limbs. Even dubbing it a trial for the brave, Su Li may not have been exceptionally courageous, but he possessed the invaluable insights gained from the experiences of those who had ventured before him. The steamed pill millipedes adeptly retained the moisture within their bodies. With each bite, One's very soul seems to tremble thrice. Before the dinner was fully served, he had already showcased 3. Yet, in comparison to Lightning, he still paled significantly. Beside her, the shells of the millipedes were stacked nearly as high as her own head. Black Feather appeared utterly drained, her eyes encircled in shadows. Devoid of life, as if the experiments had siphoned her very essence. Initially, she had no intention of emerging, but Red Tassel, unable to bear the sight, forcibly brought her out. In the meantime, while she was momentarily freed, arrangements were made to replace the glass in her resting room. Calculating the time, it was precisely enough for a meal. By the time they returned, they could let her back in. Black Feather, who had previously harbored an intense aversion to insects, didn't even register what she was consuming. Red Tassel peeled the millipede shell, spooning bite after bite into her mouth. At first, she had been cautious while peeling, but upon witnessing Black Feather's vacant gaze and indifference, she unabashedly poured both soup and meat into her mouth. Sully refrained from interrupting her meal. Though he lacked understanding of the experiments, he recognized that they were not achieved overnight. It was a long journey ahead, one that required great endurance. 038. With a spider leg clenched in her teeth, gently nibbled at the end, sucking the flesh from within. Observing her increasingly adept movements and the healthy flush on her face, Sully felt that even the millipedes in his hands seemed more delectable. Brother, may I accompany you tomorrow? I spent the entire day at the base today, and I wish to switch with 032 tomorrow. The sisters also yearn for a breath of fresh air. Moreover, when it comes to hunting, one inevitably wishes to partake in the experience. After all, one cannot simply remain at the base, enjoying the spoils without effort. Very well, if one desires to go, then let it be so. Today we shall venture eastward, and tomorrow we may explore the west, based on the habits of the insects. The next hunt in the east is likely to occur in about a week. Once we have traversed the west tomorrow, the day after we can journey southward. The north, however, is obstructed by a mountainside, leaving us no choice but to expand our hunting grounds the day after tomorrow. 032 silently consumed the meat in her hands. At this point, she cared little for what she was actually eating. After all, Sully assured her it was beneficial, and she simply needed to eat. Everyone else was feasting. Why should she abstain? What was that saying? Today east, tomorrow west, and the day after south. Hunting. Had someone suggested to her before that they intended to hunt the insectoid creatures, she would have surely rolled her eyes and declined to engage with what she would have deemed a lunatic. Yet now, she felt as though she were the mad one. The mere mention of hunting sent shivers of excitement coursing through her. Even now, she could not fathom why, in a place that was a battlefield in every sense. The atmosphere here had shifted so dramatically in just 2 days. By the way, the video you filmed today, do show it to me. Upon hearing this, 032 promptly handed over her terminal. Sully, freeing one hand, wiped it on a piece of paper before accepting the terminal from 032. A group of mechanized beings, hearing Sully's request, hurriedly gathered around, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. However, as soon as the video began, the brows of all present furrowed in unison. Captain, your skills leave much to be desired. All that remains are mere phantoms. Is that so? 032 approached as well, but after a mere glance, she retrieved her terminal, exclaiming, I was capturing the footage at a consistent speed throughout. Why has this occurred? Skeptical, she fast-forwarded several times, yet the result remained unchanged. It's over. I haven't even seen it before it was transmitted back to the mechanical island. No matter, I shall try again tomorrow. 038 playfully twirled a strand of hair, stifled a soft burp, and reached for a spider leg from the dish. The mechanical maidens returned to their seats. Sully slightly turned his head and noticed that 038's abdomen was subtly distended. From his vantage point, a row of blue and white mechanical maidens exhibited a similar slight protrusion, reminiscent of a line of expectant mothers 2 months along. He nodded gently. This was the correct state of affairs, indicating that they did not regard him as an outsider. For whatever he expressed, they had absorbed. Everyone at this table would need to lean against the wall to depart. After dinner, Sully supported himself against the wall, struggling somewhat with Lightning as he made his way toward the repair shop. After the considerable commotion of the day, it was time for routine maintenance. The logistics department remained brightly lit, with many mechanical maidens who had sustained damage recently queuing for repairs during their downtime. The hangar's assembly racks were nearly at capacity. Even so, numerous mechanical maidens were still waiting outside in line. They gathered in small groups, quietly discussing matters concerning the base. Upon spotting Sully, they promptly rose to greet him. Commander, shall we take a stroll after dinner? Suli gestured towards Lightning and smiled at them. I suppose so. Having eaten too much, I might as well adjust the mechanical maiden. Consider it a way to aid digestion. The commander will also prepare the machine girls. Upon hearing this, a multitude of machine girls turned their gazes towards him, and Suli felt a twinge of embarrassment. Not much, just a bit, he replied. He took hold of Lightning and, amidst the curious stares, located an unoccupied rack. With a sense of pride, Lightning stepped beside the rack, unfurling herself. The moment her vivid red form made its appearance, it elicited gasps of awe throughout the hangar. Many machine girls gazed at her with envy, their eyes reflecting a newfound sentiment towards Suli. If he truly followed through with his words, providing them with ample insect-based sustenance each day, perhaps one day they could indeed elevate themselves further. Yet, they vaguely recalled that when Lightning first arrived at the outpost, she was an A-grade machine girl. They fixated on Lightning's identification code, noticing that UNS had been added following the A. This revelation caused the machine girls who discerned it to widen their eyes in disbelief. In merely 2 days, she had undergone an upgrade. Ignoring the astonishment of the machine girls, Suli adeptly maneuvered the mechanical arm, commencing routine maintenance on Lightning. With a deftness that showcased his multitasking abilities, he operated the mechanical arm with one hand while retrieving a wrench from the toolbox with the other. Suli paused momentarily, surprised by the tool he held. Its grooves were caked with grease, while the handle remained pristine, a clear indication of frequent use. It was perfectly sized and weighted. Everything appeared utterly normal, yet he furrowed his brow slightly. He glanced around. The hangar was filled entirely with machine girls. On the shelf beside him, a mechanized girl was diligently climbing up and down to maintain her comrade's chassis. Unfazed, Suli grasped a wrench and began to tighten specific components of the Lightning unit. Were it someone else approaching, they might not have detected the anomaly. However, having spent years navigating the hangar, Suli could discern the characteristics of any tool merely by its weight. This was not a tool suited for mechanized girls. Their wrenches should be 3 times heavier. Moreover, the handle still bore a lingering warmth, suggesting that the individual who wielded it might be lurking nearby, watching him intently. Chapter 66. The Charisma of Women at Times. Lightning's obliviousness could be deemed a blessing, as she remained blissfully unaware of Suli's peculiarities, her cheeks flushed as she accepted his adjustments. Had it been Black Feather or 038, they would have sensed the tension immediately, potentially alerting others and causing unnecessary alarm. After replacing the gear oil, Suli patted Lightning's armor, prompting her to blush even deeper as she retracted her extensions. In a swift moment, she bounded to Suli's side, linking her arm with his. Amidst the envious gazes of other mechanized girls, the duo exited the hangar, making their way toward a nearby grove. On the winding stone path, an array of moss flourished. These nameless mosses emitted a faint, ethereal blue glow under the night sky, creating a mesmerizing sight. The scattered azure twinkles stretched to the path's end, captivating one's gaze. With Lightning entwining her arm with Suli's, they strolled along the path, savoring the cool breeze that caressed their faces, her heart brimming with contentment. She once envisioned a day when she could leisurely stroll with her pilot after dinner. Today, her dream has come to fruition. The blue glimmers scattered along the path add a touch of color to her aspirations. My dear, shall we remain together forever? We are together now, and surely we will be in the future. Lightning turned to gaze at Suli, her eyes shimmering like water. She gently bit her lower lip, summoning an immense courage under the night sky, and softly pecked Suli's cheek. It was uncertain whether it was shyness or a genuine fervor that prompted her. The moment their cheeks touched, Suli felt the warmth radiating from her face. The seemingly soft lips left a delicate imprint, accompanied by a faint pop sound. He was taken aback, covering his face in shock, and just as he was about to speak, Lightning swiftly dashed away. Today, she wore a dress that fluttered in the breeze, her long legs creating fleeting shadows. Initially, he thought she had finally mustered some courage, yet it appeared she was still quite timid. This remarkable acceleration was indeed impressive. Within a few breaths, she had vanished from sight. Suli watched her retreating figure, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He could only walk alone along the path, heading towards the communication tower. The outpost was far from tranquil at night. The logistics area was constantly filled with the clattering sounds of mecha adjustments. However, Suli had long since grown accustomed to it, finding a sense of comfort in the noise. Upon exiting the small grove, he could see a few mech girls gathered together, passing their time in the shop. Upon encountering him, everyone instinctively bowed. Suli responded to each one. However, He couldn't shake off the peculiar feeling that their glances held an unusual intensity. Initially inclined to linger and explore further, his interest waned instantly as he made his way toward the elevator of the communication tower. As the elevator doors opened, he unexpectedly ran into 038, who had been searching for him. "My dear brother, you have terrified me," she exclaimed, dashing back like a bolt of lightning. "I was just about to look for you. This place is uncertain, and from now on, wherever you go, you must remember to have one of our people accompany you. As for Lightning, she abandoned you and returned on her own. I will have a word with her shortly. Your safety is of utmost importance." As she rambled on, she stood beside Su Li, but upon raising her gaze, her expression shifted dramatically. A wave of resentment surged forth, causing Su Li to shiver involuntarily. Turning his head in surprise, he noticed 038's eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. "Brother, who inflicted that swelling on your face?" Su Li was momentarily taken aback, instinctively touching his left cheek. "No, the right side." 038 could no longer contain herself. Realizing her precious brother was so dazed he couldn't even distinguish which side hurt. Her countenance darkened instantly. As Su Li touched his right cheek, he finally recognized that half of his face felt somewhat numb. 038 seized his hand, pushing him against the elevator wall, her narrowed eyes scrutinizing his swollen cheek, her anger intensifying with each passing moment. "Speak. Who was it that laid hands on you? This is a grave matter concerning your visage. Tell me, which mechanical maiden is responsible? Dare to use a plunger on your face?" Su Li's mind buzzed and momentarily crashed, his cheeks flushed crimson. It was not merely someone using a plunger. It was the swift peck of a lightning-fast mouth. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced such an intimate gesture. It was but a fleeting touch, a mere brush, yet the suction was undeniably potent. At that moment, he was so taken aback that he failed to savor the encounter. Now, upon reflection, he felt as though half of his face had gone numb. However, how could he convey this to 038? Observing her fierce demeanor, Su Li quickly came up with a clever ruse. "Sister, I've discovered an issue at the forward base." "What issue?" 038's expression grew serious in an instant. Realizing her own negligence, she had been aware of the anomalies at the base, yet after 2 days of investigation, she had uncovered nothing. And now Su Li had detected it, even after an attack. This was a significant dereliction of duty for her, as the overseer of security. Su Li carefully chose his words, feigning nonchalance as he continued. "I believe there is still someone within this base, a hidden presence. For the past 2 days, we've been preoccupied with laboratory matters, unable to devote our energies elsewhere. However, now that the laboratory is fully operational, it is time to unearth this concealed individual." 038, observing Su Li's feigned ease, felt a pang in her heart. Even after being harmed, he was still making excuses for her. This brother was truly worth recognizing. Given his constant consideration for her, she would not only pardon him but would also support him in any venture. As Su Li's gaze began to drift, 038 instinctively followed it to her own chest. She let out a faint sigh, silently shifting her body forward. Since the door was already open, what harm could come from a glance? Su Li had no genuine desire to look. The closer she drew, the more apparent it became that the freshly sewn button was not particularly secure, revealing that 038's dexterity was not as formidable as she had imagined. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, causing Su Li's cheeks to flush deeper. He realized that his allure to women today was remarkably extraordinary. Perhaps this was not the culmination, akin to his arrival at the outpost, where everything was merely in its nascent stages. The elevator emitted a soft chime as the doors gradually parted. "What are you doing?" 032 inquired, observing 038 gripping Su Li's wrist, pinning him against the elevator's interior. Instinctively, she reached for her waist. Narrowing her eyes, she thought that should Su Li signal for help, she would undoubtedly strike down the adversary. How careless. She had never anticipated that the enemy was so close at hand. 038, startled as if her tail had been stepped on, spun around in panic, her hands flailing. You misunderstood. I was merely checking on what happened to my brother's face. When I went down, his face was swollen. And I swear to the mechanical island that his injury has nothing to do with me." Their previous position had been exceedingly ambiguous, and if 032 chose to scrutinize it closely, she would find herself without a defense. However, in her frantic pivot, she instinctively overlooked the fact that her weapon was now poised dangerously close to Su Li's face. Her abrupt movements caused Su Li's left cheek to feel as though it had been struck by a heavy object, twisting his entire visage, while his neck emitted a sharp crack. In but a few fleeting seconds, the left side of his face grew numb. Su Li silently exited the elevator, casting a disapproving glare at 032. Perhaps he did not truly require such feminine attention. The primary concern lay in the fact that his face was injured. Had the force been any greater, it might have cost him his life. Chapter 67. Worthless. The following day, after consuming 2 vials of restorative liquid, Su Li's visage had returned to its usual state. He proceeded to lead his team on a hunting expedition without immediately assigning anyone to surveil the potential presence of humans. The guardsmen replaced the inspectors, taking up their posts at the communication tower. Under the pretext of requiring assistance, Su Li withdrew 2 squads of mechanized warriors from the outpost, heading towards the prearranged hunting grounds. The capabilities of the C-class mechanized warriors were somewhat lacking. Thus, Su Li had no intention of deploying them into combat. Instead, he instructed them to halt at a distance of 400 meters, awaiting his signal. The territorial nature of the insectoid species was pronounced. They did not relish wandering aimlessly aside from their hunting endeavors. To the east lay a multitude of pill bugs and a scant number of vibrant spiders. The western region, as marked on the map, was teeming with a significant population of brown marmorated stink bugs. Song Ling did not accompany the team, opting instead to remain close to Lightning. Her armor had undergone repairs, with her severed arm reattached, though the paint job remained incomplete, giving it the appearance of a battle-damaged model. Commander, there are few edible resources to the west, primarily stink bugs. Such creatures would be of little use to us. It would be wiser to venture south. Su Li stood still, gazing towards the desolate expanse to the west, where remnants of mechanized armor littered the ground, severely restricting visibility. Such a situation is far more dire than that in the east. He gazed at the scattered fragments of mechas, remaining silent. The stinking bug, known as the brown marmorated stink bug, can expel a highly corrosive acidic mist from its glands, accompanied by an intense foul odor. When startled, they release this toxic gas in abundance, which can cause fainting in mild cases and directly corrode the respiratory tract in severe instances. Moreover, their toxic mist is equally corrosive to metal. The ground was littered with remnants of mechas, all marred by visible rust and holes. A mere glance at the battlefield's aftermath suffices to reveal that for the mechanized maidens within the base, each extermination incurs an exceedingly heavy toll. When was the last time a regional cleanup occurred? Song Ling fell silent for 2 seconds before replying, "A month ago." How many lives were lost? Song Ling shuddered slightly and lowered her head. We lost 2 squads. Currently, the base has 2 teams that have just been replenished from another base. 2 squads amount to 32 individuals. It is worth noting that a base typically houses only 10 station teams. Such casualty rates are utterly horrifying. Even though this news bears little direct relation to Su Li, it still tugged at his heartstrings. Su Li turned to glance at 038, who gently nodded and revealed the grenade launcher strapped to her back. Rows of red solid incendiary grenades hung from her, each one roughly half his size. Song Ling had noticed the grenade launcher behind the blue-white mechanized maiden from early on, yet she opened her mouth without uttering a word. Confronted by the newly appointed commander, her opinions may prove to be of little significance. She does not hold the belief that the relatively feeble grenades can inflict any substantial damage upon the swiftly moving and flight-capable pests known as the Chuanxiang. With numerous outposts and battlefields, the incessant sacrifices are an ever-present reality. They have experimented with a plethora of formidable weaponry, yet against the Chuanxiang, none have yielded significant results. Their wings consistently enable them to nimbly evade assaults. Should the enemy be few in number, they descend en masse. If they are numerous, they vanish from sight after releasing their toxic gas. They resemble exceptionally patient hunters, biding their time until the adversary is thrown into disarray by the acrid mist, before emerging to consume them whole. The sole method of achieving a casualty-free kill is through the use of a heavy sniper rifle, delivering precise shots from a distance. However, within each outpost, each squad possesses but a single such weapon. Even when all are gathered, the total number they can eliminate in one strike scarcely exceeds 10. In the face of their vast population, this is tantamount to a mere drop in the ocean. Countless mechanized warriors have distilled their battle strategies through the sacrifice of their lives, learning to strike with lethal precision the moment the Chuanxiang reveals itself. Yet, how many mechanized warriors possess the capability to execute such a feat? All units, heed my command. Prepare solid incendiary rounds, facing due west,
Scale 08. Fire 2 rounds in quick succession. Fire. Boom. Boom. The distinctive sound of grenades launching resonated. A series of projectiles trailing faint wisps of smoke as they soared towards the desolate expanse 800 meters away. Before they could touch the ground, Su Li's commands were issued once more. Range 09, fire 2 rapid shots. Release. Range 18, fire 2 rapid shots. Release. Range 22. Release. Load ammunition. Repeat the commands in 1 minute with a 12-second interval. As he relayed his directives, the warheads blossomed across the earth. Fiery flames erupted upon impact, engulfing everything in their vicinity, while a tremendous shockwave startled the insects concealed underground. The leafhoppers scarcely had time to emerge from the soil before they began spewing acidic mist. The successive explosions triggered their primal instincts. A noxious, pale green smoke wafted from various burrows, igniting upon contact with the flames, which surged back violently, rushing into the insect tunnels, following the smoke and incinerating everything in its path. The fiery barrier created by the solid fuel projectiles completely sealed the panicked leafhoppers within their own burrows. The more frantic they became, the less they could suppress their instincts. Ultimately, they perished along with their eggs, suffocated in their small yet ventilated nests, in the 5-kilometer zone subjected to the onslaught of solid fuel ordnance. Only a few fortunate leafhoppers managed to escape their subterranean refuge, rapidly flapping their wings to ascend. Su Li, wielding the sniper rifle with precision, took aim at the ascending leafhoppers and squeezed the trigger. The sound of the grenade launcher intertwined with the sharp crack of the sniper shot, resonating in a rhythmic symphony. Song Ling widened her eyes, gazing at the sea of flames where countless shield bugs struggled to emerge from their burrows. After merely a few steps, they toppled to the ground, motionless, as the flames licked at their bodies. Song Ling understood that this was a despair that penetrated to the marrow. They had exerted every ounce of strength to escape the fiery pit, only to be met with an endless inferno. She lifted her head and fixed her gaze on Su Li, remaining silent. Just yesterday, he had led the team in a raid, slaughtering the elder pests and leaving only the young to satisfy their hunger. Today, he had trapped the shield bugs in their homes, watching them burn alive. For reasons she could not fathom, as she observed the insects' anguished cries, she absurdly felt a twinge of pity for them. Su Li, seemingly oblivious to Song Ling's unusual gaze, even turned to offer her an explanation. The most effective way to deal with such creatures, which emitted flammable gases, was to lend them a hand. Whether it was emotions or foul odors, holding them in for too long was detrimental to the body. As Su Li surveyed the boundless sea of flames, he issued another command: advance the team 3 kilometers. Today, riding on this favorable east wind, let us clear a stretch of 20 kilometers. In that moment, Song Ling found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel exhilarated. Such an unbelievable scene was unfolding right before her eyes. They were the insect tribe, the foul-smelling bugs. They had deployed 5 teams, yet only 3 had returned. Yet, despite being such formidable adversaries that they could hardly contend with, they were being trapped and burned alive in their own homes. What once took an entire day to clear a mere fraction of the 10-kilometer defense zone would now require approximately 20 days to complete. However, they had only just emerged from the narrow passage for less than 20 minutes, yet they had already cleared 5 kilometers. Indeed, Su Li's method was not particularly difficult. But why had no one thought of it before? He had thoroughly mastered the incendiary device. It seemed that he understood the insects even better than she did. For a fleeting moment, she pondered the idea of cracking open Su Li's head to ascertain the workings of his mind. She followed closely behind Lightning, feeling an acute sense of injustice for all the fallen sisters on the Western Front. If only they had sacrificed themselves a bit later, they would have surely had a share in this plundering endeavor. We must act more swiftly. Our time is limited, and the tremors of the surface will attract a swarm of insects. Song Ling, summon your team, in addition to the available food sources. Bring back any stink bugs exceeding 3 meters in length. Instruct the chef to ensure the stink bugs are thoroughly dried until devoid of moisture and then ground into powder for preservation. Song Ling hesitated, gesturing towards the stink bugs amidst the flames. Commander, can this be eaten? Su Li replied without turning around. Of course it can be consumed. He refrained from mentioning that these creatures could warm the interior and replenish yang energy, instead fabricating with a straight face. Consuming more of this can enhance acceleration and stability. Chapter 68. Expansion plans. Song Ling led her team in search of all the insects that could be salvaged from the inferno. The mechanical girls packed various insects while casting incredulous glances at the blue and white mechanized figures under the heavy barrage. At the forefront, a striking red figure stood out so vividly that it was impossible to look away. Massive steel cables connected the lifeless bodies of insects, suspending them from the hook behind the mech as it trudged laboriously towards the outpost. Their faces flushed crimson, the mech's propulsion system fully engaged. Yet they could only advance with a sluggish crawl. Reluctantly, the first to return to the base summoned additional reinforcements. They resembled industrious ants, forming long lines to bear prey far exceeding their own size, scurrying back and forth between their nest and the battlefield. In stark contrast to the previous missions marked by haste and brutality, there was a distinct vitality in their movements now. The remaining mecha within the base busied themselves as well. With inadequate space to dry the insects, they resorted to employing large machinery to fasten thick cables to the cliffside at the pass, hanging each stink bug from them. Gazing at the stink bugs seemingly hanged on the cliff wall, all the Mechs felt an indescribable sense of discomfort. They were densely arranged along the mountainside, appearing from a distance as if adorning the wall in a vibrant patchwork of colors. Suli scanned her system panel, noting a visible enhancement in her physical strength after the consecutive use of enhancement fluids and insectoid materials. If this gradual progress continued, her body would soon regain the strength reminiscent of her former life, and in no time, it could yield even greater enhancements. Among the complementary packages provided by the system, there were still plenty of pilot-exclusive enhancement fluids available. Furthermore, as the extermination mission progressed, a series of tasks issued by the system promised substantial energy rewards. He gazed at the dazzling array of goods within the mall, then glanced at his energy balance, which had exceeded 100,000. For the first time, he truly comprehended the mindset of the affluent. Although he was still unable to purchase at will, he gritted his teeth, resolved to exert himself for a few more days, believing he could eventually procure an S-class module for Lightning. Over the past couple of days, whenever he found a moment, he would steal a glance, hoping for a recharge event. Yet, after 2 continuous days of watching, it seemed that this dog's system had lost its obsession with money, as no opportunities had arisen. Lightning had just upgraded to S-class and still required some fine-tuning, while the 5 remaining A-class modules in his possession were momentarily of no use. Hong Ying. Su Li raised an eyebrow. The high-attack, high-agility fragile warrior he had initially set his sights on had yet to be activated even once. His gaze drifted across the narrow passage, where an increasing number of mech girls had spontaneously engaged in the task of transporting spoils. He quietly calculated, then turned his gaze away. Once the front line was sufficiently extended, he was confident he could draw the majority of the mech girls outside the base. It wouldn't take long. Tomorrow or the day after, he could achieve this. Once they departed, the group of blue and white mech girls could then seize the opportunity to thoroughly upend the entire forward base. By the time the numerous mech girls returned, everything would likely have already settled. The front line advanced at a remarkable pace, halted at the 20-kilometer boundary, where many blue and white mech girls unleashed their remaining incendiary bombs. They erected a continuous wall of fire. Beyond this fiery barrier, the mech girls dug trenches and pulled supplies. Su Li's pronouncement about enhancing stability and acceleration ignited their enthusiasm anew. In their usual indifference towards the stink bugs, they now felt they had missed out on billions. Had time permitted, they would have eagerly excavated the tunnel. Su Li leaned closer to a wormhole, peering inside. A gigantic worm's head was lodged within, its mandibles thrashing wildly. With a swift motion, Lightning thrust her spear, impaling it, before tossing it aside. Its rear was still ablaze, emitting wisps of smoke. "Master, that dead worm startled me," she exclaimed. Su Li offered no reply, instead patting her backside gently to comfort her. While he continued to gaze into the depths, he vaguely recalled that within the stink bug's tunnel lay some treasures. Indeed, as he leaned further in, he discovered a peculiar, pitch-black fungus clinging to the tunnel wall. He reached out, grasping the fungus along with the surrounding soil, and pulled it forth. The scorched tunnel retained a certain warmth, yet Lightning paid it no mind. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the head-sized black mushroom in the mech's grasp. Under the sunlight, the plump mushroom glimmered with flecks of gold, rendering it remarkably attractive. He raised the fungus high, capturing the attention of all. "This. Sister's digging the pit. Take note. A valuable find. Make sure to store it in a separate bag." The assembly of mech girls erupted in exclamations of admiration, their digging efforts intensifying. After 2 days of high-quality meals, they had become utterly enamored with Su Li. If he proclaimed it to be a treasure, it was undoubtedly so. Master, what should we add to this? Lightning swayed her waist and turned her gaze towards Su Li, gently biting her lip, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Merely witnessing her expression sent a rush of blood coursing through Su Li's veins. The sight of her slightly reddened lips inevitably evoked memories of a tender peck from the previous night. With a spark of inspiration, Lightning's eyes gleamed as she skillfully maneuvered her mech, shaking off the soil from the mushroom and treating it as a precious treasure, carefully stowing it in a bag and securing it to her waist. She then pivoted, grasped her long spear, and began to dig a pit. Her fervent enthusiasm ignited the spirits of all the mech maidens present. The mech maidens stationed at the mountain wall far in the distance looked on in astonishment at their comrade laboring diligently below, initially believing they were constructing a trench for the base's defense. However, they soon realized their misconception as the personnel dispersed, engaging not in trench digging, but rather in excavating individual combat shelters. Tears welled in their eyes. Even while venturing out to exterminate pests, they did not neglect practical training. This newly appointed commander must surely be a devil. As one team after another returned, the mountainside surrounding the base gradually adorned itself with the captured stink bugs, now peacefully basking in the sunlight motionless. In the small square, all the mech maidens gathered, standing in unison to salute Su Li, who stood upon the platform. Su Li returned the salute and then stood at attention. An order was given. Effective immediately, all teams were to suspend their regular tasks. Except for the necessary teams maintaining spatial nodes, all personnel were to be reassigned. In the forthcoming week, we shall cleanse a 20-kilometer radius encompassing the east, west, and south of the base, and establish a secondary line of defense around the base. This extermination mission will primarily involve the 2 squads flanking me, alternating in their duties. The remaining squads will engage in coordinated operations, adhering to the directives of Tsongling, to facilitate the transportation of spoils and maintain armed vigilance along the route. I will subsequently draft a detailed plan regarding the relevant tasks, which Tsongling will be responsible for executing. For now, all teams are dismissed to process today's bounty. By the way, concerning that mushroom, if anyone is uncertain about its preparation, they may have Kalain come to consult me later. He offered a respectful nod to the assembled mechanical maidens before descending from the platform. The maidens returned the gesture and hurriedly began to organize the ingredients. Days like these, whether it be 2 days or a lifetime, they would gladly embrace. Lightning, carrying 2 large bags filled with mushrooms, trailed behind Su Li, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Clad in a sharp black and red military uniform, Su Li appeared flawless from any angle. Following him, she resembled a red-haired housewife returning from the market, albeit with a rather oversized basket, as one of the bags towered over her. Chapter 69. Hidden Dangers. Master, how should this be eaten? Lightning could never alter her inherent nature. Su Li's room was crowded with mechanical maidens. It now resembled a bustling dining hall for 2 squads rather than the office of a commander. Even the cook, Kalain, had come over to observe Su Li's actions closely. The enormous mushrooms had been thoroughly cleaned. Su Li directed Lightning to remove the stems, after which he placed the mushrooms, gill side down, on the electric stove. The crimson coils of the heating element roasted the mushrooms to a fragrant perfection, and soon the air was filled with the sweet aroma of their essence. Su Li, with nimble hands, deftly placed an assortment of sliced meats into the mushrooms, transforming them into a makeshift pot for an impromptu hot pot meal. The delectable mushroom broth offered a unique flavor, one that even the seasoned cook, Kaling, had never encountered before. She scooped a spoonful of the broth and tasted it, her eyes instantly shimmering with delight. Commander, can this really serve only as a pot? The broth is so fresh. Su Li shook her head. It can also be consumed. Once the ingredients and broth have been enjoyed, you can slice it open with a small knife. Its slightly dry texture is reminiscent of bread, since it contains moisture. As long as you are mindful of the heat, it won't burn. Kuling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, if you don't have time to eat it, you can dry and store it. The next time you wish to indulge, as long as it remains intact, simply add some water. However, the flavor will not be as exquisite as it is now. Nonetheless, the nutritional value remains largely unchanged. Master, does this truly enhance attack speed? Lightning inched closer, her words igniting a spark of interest in 038's eyes. Kuling rubbed her small hands together, her astonishment evident. She had never imagined that amidst the front lines, there could be someone with a deeper appreciation for culinary delights than herself. Though he might not possess exceptional skills, his knowledge was vast. Commander, You truly understand so much. Could you share with us what other delectable treasures we may have overlooked here? Unfortunately, I cannot provide specifics. However, if you embark on missions, do bring back some peculiar and exotic items. If I am familiar with them, we will expand our culinary reserves. If we are unfamiliar with one another, let us explore together. Very well, I shall return and informed Songling. With a cheerful demeanor, she dashed outside, her white tuft of hair bobbing along. Once she had distanced herself, 038 approached Su Li, instinctively picking up the chopsticks and swiftly transferring all the meat from the pot into her own bowl. Ignoring the furious glare from lightning, she softly remarked, "The resources here do not align with the records. If they are indeed hunting the insectoids, the consumption of resources should not remain so consistent. The expenditures each month are fixed and have never varied. Particularly with the fundamental supplies, they are consistently depleted." Su Li, using her chopsticks, retrieved a piece of meat from the pot, swished it around, and placed it into Lightning's bowl. The latter's expression transformed into one of joy, her previous annoyance dissipating. They have been reselling the resources. This is quite a common occurrence on the front lines. The mechanical beings do not have a substantial demand for basic supplies, especially after they began hunting the insectoids, allowing them to save over half of the essential food and materials they require on a daily basis. Once they accumulate a sufficient quantity, they can contact others to sell it. Is this reasonable? Su Li glanced up, somewhat surprised by 038's apparent inability to comprehend. There is nothing unreasonable about it. On the front lines, all that seems illogical is, in fact, quite logical. The composition of resources on the front lines is divided into two categories: daily military uniforms and combat supplies provided by the human parliament, and weaponry and equipment supplied by the mechanical island. However, the mechanical beings possess their own thoughts. They are not mere machines of war. As long as they refrain from reselling weapons, everything else is permissible. I presumed that the moment you entered the store, you would comprehend that the merchandise within was never military supplies, including the brand of lubricant that Lightning desired. Such commodities, even when ordered online, require specialized channels for transportation. Moreover, if the mechanized maid seeks to advance solely through military achievements, how many years would she have to spend exterminating pests at the outpost? 038 nodded, savoring the meat as she chewed thoughtfully. In contrast, 032's eyes widened in disbelief. Are we to simply allow them to sell? Reselling supplies is a grave offense. Despite her role as a member of the Guard, actively participating in battle, she clearly lacked understanding of the matters concerning the outpost. Su Li glanced at her and replied slowly, "What is so surprising about it? A group of mechanized maids whose pilots have perished. Do you think they care about the severity of their crimes? Stationed on a planet teeming with insects, they are already risking their lives. They merely wish to indulge in something good to eat and wear before their demise. I see no fault in that. As long as they remain steadfast in their duty without engaging in the trafficking of weaponry, their years of unwavering commitment can be considered adherence to their responsibilities. They fulfill their roles as soldiers, and during their moments of leisure, they simply seek to live as ordinary individuals, even if that existence is illusory. They neither obstruct military affairs nor betray their duties. There is no need to fixate on trivial matters. So, is what they conceal merely this? No. They are hiding someone, perhaps more than one individual. This person may be a pilot, but that is not certain. Although the clues are scant, it is prudent to investigate. What if it escalates into a conflict? Is this issue not of significance? If it is not of utmost importance, could it not be set aside like the matter of resources? We are currently inundated with numerous tasks, particularly concerning the experiments, which are of paramount significance. Upon hearing 032's words, 038 immediately became agitated. No, this matter must be investigated. It is an affront. How can we ignore it? 032, perplexed, was unaware of what had provoked such a reaction. 038 glanced at Su Li, tightening her grip on the chopsticks. It was merely an investigation of the base. As the highest authority, what could possibly be amiss? The FAAD had already been bruised, so surely there was no fault. Should she uncover who had marred her beloved brother's visage, she would ensure he paraded with a toilet plunger. Rest assured, tomorrow, I shall thoroughly scrutinize this base. Even if there is a frog, I shall drive it out for you. Su Li glanced at the bowl that 038 had handed back, a wry smile gracing his lips as he placed the freshly dipped meat into it. He felt a twinge of melancholy. It was not as if there was only one pot. Why did this multitude of mechanized maidens insist on crowding together? Silently, he set up 2 electric stoves, finally sensing a flow of air around him. With this throng of mechanized maidens surrounding him, he felt overwhelmed, unsure of whom to regard lest he appear biased. By the way, sister, should we truly apprehend someone, we must exercise caution. Although this falls under the jurisdiction of Mechanical Island, it is, after all, a battlefield. Moreover, there are nearly 200 mechanized maidens here. 038, with chopsticks in mouth, regarded Suli intently and nodded. Rest assured, I have already requested level 1 armed authorization from headquarters. Even if they were to revolt, I possess the capability to suppress them forcefully. Upon hearing this, Suli nearly choked on a piece of meat, almost suffocating himself. This truly was unnecessary. The primary concern was that the experimental personnel were about to arrive, and it was imperative to ascertain the details of the hidden individuals before their arrival. All right, I understand. Please be cautious when you go out tomorrow. By the way, sister, what about the video you filmed today? We need to check in at 032. 038 was momentarily taken aback, and the piece of meat in her chopsticks fell into the bowl, splattering tiny droplets of grease that stained her pristine chest. I completely forgot about that. Chapter 70. Capture a Splendid Day should commence with the opening of the daily gift package. With bleary eyes, Suli tapped eagerly, only to find today's gift package unusually soft. The sky of Cold Brew Star had brightened considerably, yet the clock remained stuck at 6 o'clock. Perhaps due to an improper posture, he simply could not open the daily gift package in his mind. He turned over and continued to stretch his fingers to tap. The gift package here was equally soft. Today's package seemed exceptionally unique, as it quivered gently with each click, almost as if it were trembling. Suddenly, Suli's eyes widened in shock, and he became fully alert. There exist numerous awkward situations in this world, such as being caught in an inappropriate act, or, for instance, being seen during another moment of indiscretion. It appeared he had inadvertently engaged in both. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated feigning sleep once more. However, he could not risk assuming that Lightning had not noticed. After all, her eyes were wide open in disbelief. Lightning's gaze was fixed intently upon him, her eyes darting between his fingers and his face. Master, you are awake? Suli, feeling a touch of embarrassment, retracted his finger, the sensation prompting him to instinctively raise his voice. Why you? How did you end up here? Lightning paused for a moment, her tone somewhat unfriendly. If Blackfeather can be here, why can't I? A delicate white hand rested on Suli's waist, causing him to involuntarily shudder. It suddenly dawned on him that this was part of the daily package from the other side. Waking up to find an automaton beside him had become a familiar occurrence. During their time in the warehouse, due to the lack of extra beds, Lightning often snuggled up to him for warmth. However, waking up to two automatons in bed was decidedly more disconcerting. He glanced to the right and saw Blackfeather's twin tails cascading beside her, her gaze intense. He instinctively swallowed hard. When did you arrive? When did you develop such a bad habit? I distinctly remember locking the door before sleeping. He sat up straight, his eyes immediately drawn to the broken lock on the door. The lock cylinder had fallen out, and it was undoubtedly Lightning's doing. Lightning glared at Blackfeather, her expression tinged with hostility. This sneaky cat had lain beside Suli the moment she entered the room yesterday. Didn't you say the experiment was crucial? Why did you sneak out of the lab in the middle of the night? Blackfeather bit her lip and softly replied, It is quite important, but not more so than my master. Lightning, observing Blackfeather's demeanor, felt a tingle of unease. Though her small mouth was not particularly large, her words were undeniably difficult for Lightning to process. After all, she too believed that Suli was more significant than anything else. However, shouldn't such sentiments remain buried in one's heart? She sat up straight, suspecting that her previous languor had affected her cognitive functions. However, upon sitting up, she realized her mind was still blank. This is my master. How peculiar. It felt as though it did not belong to me. I was the first to form the contract. I have risen above as a latecomer. You, what is wrong with me? Suli could no longer bear it, and flicked Blackfeather's forehead. The latter covered her forehead, pouting in displeasure. She wore a silk, cream-colored nightgown that not only accentuated her waist, but also featured a plunging neckline that highlighted her nearly perfect curves. The length was just right, revealing her long legs in all their glory. As she rose, her body silhouette was perfectly showcased. This mechanical girl, even upon waking, had hair that remained unruffled, each strand smooth and sleek, designed to ensure that Suli's first sight upon awakening was of her near perfection. In contrast, Lightning had disheveled red hair and a loose, oversized t-shirt. Despite her natural beauty, There was a hint of sleepiness. The disparity between them was striking. Black Feather was in an entirely different league. She had triumphed once again. He suddenly felt that for Lightning to surpass Black Feather, perhaps a new module would need to be introduced on Mechanical Island. One designed to enhance intellect. With a silent sigh, he pulled Lightning down into a chair, retrieving the comb she had left in a side drawer, and began to meticulously arrange her hair. Lightning closed her eyes in delight, momentarily forgetting her rivalry with Black Feather. She stretched her legs forward, her delicate toes wiggling in sheer comfort. His movements were meticulous, devoid of any semblance of rudeness. Heiyu stared intently at the scene before him, swiftly unfastening his hair and gathering it into a tousled mass, obediently seated on the bed, awaiting Su Li to complete the grooming of the Lightning. Beneath the communication tower. In the laboratory, Hong Ying lay helplessly sprawled on the cold floor. She simply could not fathom why Heiyu had vanished after merely stepping out to fetch dinner. In the desolate laboratory, the sounds of her stomach echoed incessantly. Zhang Chuyang curled up in a corner of the hangar, voraciously devouring the cold rice from his plate. His work uniform was besmirched with grease, as were his hands. Yet he remained unfazed, shoving the greasy morsels into his mouth while fixating on the data terminal that recorded the machine girl's data. Though in his 40s, he appeared to be a man in his 60s, with hair that had long turned silver and deep furrows on his forehead so pronounced that a fly could easily stumble upon them. Upon spotting a critical point, he casually wiped his rice-stained hands on his clothes and marked the pivotal data. He continued to peruse the information, engrossed in his work. Oblivious to the whereabouts of his meal, he mindlessly grabbed a handful of butter and slathered it into his mouth. A rich flavor surged over him, prompting him to bend over and expel the butter from his mouth in haste. However, a significant amount remained stuck to the roof of his mouth, proving impossible to dislodge. He resorted to probing with his fingers, but just as he began to pry, he felt a sudden jolt against his foot. As he lowered his gaze, a canister emitting thick white smoke rolled to his feet, its acrid odor causing tears to stream down his face in an instant. In a natural reflex, he inadvertently inhaled a mouthful of the noxious gas. It was high-concentration tear gas. He had exposed himself. Instinctively, he covered his mouth and nose, but it proved futile. Although the hangar was spacious, this canister was clearly an enhanced version used on the battlefield. The white smoke rapidly enveloped the entire hangar. Even with his mouth and nose covered, he experienced excruciating pain. Zhang Qiang found himself with no option for escape and had to force himself to move forward. In just a brief moment, his eyes became sore and swollen, rendering him unable to see anything clearly. Relying solely on his memory, he trudged toward the hangar's exit. Yet, after only a couple of steps, he was struck down by a heavy rifle butt. Two mechanical maidens ruthlessly bound him and dragged him out of the hangar. His labored breaths were interspersed with painful coughs, nearly causing him to expel his lungs. Fortunately, he had managed to survive, avoiding death by suffocation from the tear gas on the battlefield. Unfortunately, after hiding for several days, he had been discovered and apprehended in the act. He wondered how long he could keep his life. A bucket of neutralizing liquid was splashed onto his face, alleviating the stinging and swelling of his eyes. Forced to kneel on the ground, he could barely catch a glimpse of the black military boots before him. A strong hand seized his short hair, lifting his head. 038 glared at the old man before him, his brow furrowed tightly. Was this the old wretch who had attacked Su Li? Did this old fool think he could withstand a slap from Su Li? She lowered her head and squinted her eyes, saying, "Speak up. Don't make me exert effort to find out where your accomplice is." After a brief pause, she added, "The young one." Zhang Qiang remained silent. Chapter 71. Old acquaintance. When Su Li returned to the outpost, her gaze immediately fell upon a man bound tightly at the entrance. His eyes were still swollen, and his work attire was stained with filth. With his head hung low, his face bore the imprint of a large toilet plunger. Under the setting sun, the interconnected mecha formations seemed endless. Though Zhang Qiang was indifferent to all matters, witnessing their abundant harvest left him momentarily breathless. Perhaps his worthless life had long been destined for an end. Should the new commander ensure a better existence for the mech girls, his useless self would simply fade away. He was unaware of which faction the new commander belonged to, but regardless of the affiliation, it was highly probable that, for the sake of the base's stability, they would choose to eliminate him without a second thought. After all, he was but a nameless individual, whose life or death elicited little concern from anyone. He had thought he had become indifferent to everything, yet reality always had a way of imparting lessons, sparing even someone like him. who yearned for death. His knees truly ached. That was something he could not dismiss. His legs, having knelt for so long, had begun to swell. The prolonged lack of hydration, coupled with the scorching sun, caused his consciousness to blur. He watched as a crimson mecha came to a halt beside him. Observing the cockpit open to reveal a sharply dressed young man in military attire. Perhaps it was due to kneeling for an extended period. Or perhaps the haze of his consciousness led him to an illusion. He faintly perceived his former commander, standing atop a crimson mech, waving at him. Suli leaped down from lightning and hastened to Zhang Qianyang's side. 038 approached, casting a glance at the multitude of mech girls behind him, and began. I have conducted a preliminary interrogation, but this fellow is as stubborn as a dead duck, adamantly insisting that he is the sole inhabitant of the entire base. Moreover, he claims he did not use a plunger to assault your face. For such obstinate individuals, shall we not employ any form of coercion? Suli merely glanced at the plunger on the man's face, internally acknowledging that this was far more severe than typical forms of punishment. What ordinary person could endure such an affront? He instinctively felt a pang of sympathy for him. He had underestimated 038's methods. He assumed that having cautioned her against excessive measures would yield restraint. However, while she may not have overtly inflicted physical punishment, the bonds restraining the prisoner were no ordinary constraints. A professional technique, if prolonged, could impede blood circulation, leading to amputation. Furthermore, the plunger seemed to have become an obsession for 038, an indelible memory. A throng of mech girls had already sensed the unusual circumstances at the narrow passage. Just as they were about to converge, a dozen blue and white mech girls simultaneously readied their battleship-class particle cannons. The uniquely shaped barrels were fully charged, poised to unleash colossal beams of particles that could annihilate everything in their path. Not only were the mech girls from the forward base taken aback, but even Su Li was astonished. In a fleeting moment, he even began to suspect whether 038 might be the illegitimate daughter of the inspection team's leader. The authority over weapons was relinquished with such ease. 038 was indeed correct. After the lifting of the first-level armament restrictions, she possessed the capability to suppress the entire scene. A C-class mech, even on the battlefield, lacked the privilege to apply for armament. With their relatively diminished functionality, they were incapable of wielding superior weaponry. Song Ling had disarmed while running, yet 537 positioned herself to block her path, her gaze icy. According to the Armament Management Act and wartime military control regulations, harboring individuals not affiliated with the base could be prosecuted as treason. The cold barrel of a gun pressed directly against Song Ling's forehead. However, there was no trace of fear in her eyes, only an expression of urgency as she looked towards Su Li. As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion. Commander, he is harmless. He truly is harmless. Song Ling fumbled through her belongings, retrieving a medal from her pocket. The Silver Eagle. He is a bearer of the Silver Eagle medal, a hero among the people. You cannot simply kill him. Su Li was taken aback at her words. While he might not be familiar with other medals, this one was present in his own home. The Silver Eagle medal was awarded solely to human pilots who had excelled on the front lines. Yet, throughout the history of the Alliance, this medal had never been bestowed upon any living soul. Ignoring Song Ling, Su Li lowered his head, scrutinizing the elderly man before him. Studying the face that appeared somewhat familiar, he forcefully removed the toilet plunger, resulting in an even more abstract expression on his already ambiguous face. Fortunately, on the right side of his cheek, there was a conspicuous mark. 3 moles, arranged in a small triangle at the corner of his eye, evoked an extraordinarily familiar sensation in Su Li, prompting him to widen his eyes in disbelief. The man before him was someone he recognized, despite appearing considerably aged. That distinctive mole had remained etched in his memory over the years. Zhang, Uncle Zhang, you are not dead, are you? Upon hearing someone call him uncle, Zhang Qianyang's gaze finally sharpened, focusing on the young officer before him. Little pair? Su Li hurriedly released Zhang Qianyang from his bindings, using both hands to help him up. 038 was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the target they had painstakingly captured was actually Su Li's uncle. Would she still be able to claim credit for this? The assembly of blue and white mechanized maidens exchanged glances, directing their attention toward their captain. Having knelt for too long, Zhang Qianyang struggled to rise even after 2 attempts, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, awaiting the revival of his legs. The narrow passage had become crowded with mechanized maidens. As the tense atmosphere began to ease, the onlookers stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. Su Li glanced back and waved his hand at the crowd, urging, "Hurry back." Stop staring, gather the ingredients quickly, and send a small team to turn over the cicadas on the mountain wall. The mechanized maidens exchanged looks, choosing to comply with the orders. Song Ling knelt beside Zhang Chaoyang, methodically massaging his legs, her eyes reddened, wearing an expression of reproach as she faced him. Did I not tell you to stay hidden? Why have you come out? Zhang Chaoyang, with a wry smile, replied, I saw that you all looked so exhausted and thought I might lend a hand. Besides, if I truly stayed hidden, I would have missed the chance to see my dear nephew. Song Ling cast a glance at Su Li, her emotions in turmoil. On one hand, there was the man she cared for deeply. On the other, her direct superior. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated a reckless course of action. Who could have imagined that the person she had been hiding from for days was actually her superior's uncle? Su Li sat beside him, unbothered by the grime that clung to Zhang Chaoyang's form. He gazed at the man before him, who had returned from the dead, and called for lightning to bring him a water flask. He handed it over to Zhang Chaoyang, who gulped down its contents in one go, finally letting out a sigh of relief. What is wrong with you? Shouldn't you still be in school? I recall you have 2 more years until graduation. Su Li opened his mouth, surprised that after so many years apart, the first words spoken were filled with concern. This comrade of his late father had provided him with so much care. He scratched his head, uncertain of how to begin. It's nothing. A lot has happened, and it's difficult to explain succinctly. By the way, Uncle Zhang, what is your situation now? I thought you were a member of the 16th Army Mobile Unit? How did you end up on Lingsue Star? Zhang Chaoyang, slumped on the ground, gazed at the twilight, remaining silent for a long while before slowly responding. It's also rather difficult to explain. He weakly pointed upwards, then tilted his head and completely lost consciousness. Chapter 72. A glimpse of the past in the command room. Zhang Chaoyang, who had been unconscious for several hours, slowly opened his eyes. After gazing at Su Li for a prolonged moment and confirming that he was not dreaming, he let out a deep sigh. You truly are foolish. Regardless of the circumstances, venturing to the front lines is an utterly foolish decision. Your father and I fight fiercely at the front so that you and your peers can study in peace. Su Li set down his pen, neatly stacking the densely packed training plans aside. Mimicking Zhang Chaoyang, he pointed upwards. Zhang Chaoyang, with a mix of laughter and tears on his face, replied, You troublemaker. I've always known you could stir up chaos, but I never anticipated you could do so to this extent. Even if you offended the school authorities, they wouldn't go so far as to make you. No, the school personnel lack that authority. You haven't inadvertently crossed paths with someone from the city. Have you? Perhaps you should ponder further? He regarded the elderly man before him, recalling the image of a resolute figure with a buzz cut. However, after many years apart, the once vibrant buzz cut had given way to hair that, though still short, now draped down to obscure his eyebrows. The gray strands had become matted and unkempt, and his weathered face was etched with deep wrinkles. His hands bore numerous intricate scars filled with grime, presenting a stark contrast to the soiled work uniform that clung to him. The once dashing visage of a hardened soldier was now a mere shadow of its former self. Yet, the sincerity in his eyes remained as unwavering as ever. Speak. Whom have you offended exactly? Su Li shrugged. Ultimately, I have offended no one. I merely struck a blow to Akar Industries, inadvertently uprooting the weeds along with the carrots, and effectively dismantled Akar Industries. Consequently, certain individuals became restless. If I do not flee, the two of us, uncle and nephew, might very well meet our end below. Hiss. Zhang Chaoyang inhaled sharply, gripping his hair tightly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Akar Industries? As a mere impoverished student, how could I possibly provoke such a colossal entity? Moreover, from his implication, not only did he provoke them, but he also triumphed. The mere thought of those restless individuals sent shivers down his spine. An individual legislator? Or perhaps several? Or even the entire assembly? This rascal, this is truly beyond words. And what about you? Don't focus solely on me. That lad from Chomping is still studying at the academy. Since he is alive, why has he visited even once over all these years? Zhang Chaoyang glanced at Su Li, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I shall not return. I have become a mere ghost. Over the years, I have pondered much. Rather than return and become an eyesore to many, I would prefer to wither away in this outpost. It would spare the child from further entanglements. Su Li opened his mouth, yet chose to remain silent. He could perceive that Zhang Chaoyang's spirit had already dissipated. Gone was the youthful vigor. Only a shell, on the verge of decay, remained. He was alive, yet he had already succumbed to death. He refrained from inquiring further about the identities of those individuals, knowing that such knowledge would likely bear little significance. He was still unprepared when the day comes for him to return and settle accounts. He would simply bring them along as well. The door to the command room was knocked upon, and Song Ling entered, visibly relieved to find Zhang Qiuyang awake. She feigned indifference as she approached the table and accepted the plan book handed to her by Su Li, her gaze subtly drifting towards Zhang Qiuyang. Su Li noticed Song Ling's slight blush in her evasive eyes. It was evident to him what was amiss. He cast a bewildered glance at Zhang Qiuyang, who continued to shake his head and sigh, unable to discern any alluring qualities about himself. He signaled to Song Ling with a knowing look, indicating that she should accompany him outside. In the corridor, before he could utter a word, Song Ling eagerly recounted the events of the past years. During an external mission to eliminate threats, she had been captivated by the radiant light of a void transmission. The item being transmitted at that moment was the silver eagle medal she now held. Typically, 2 silver eagle medals are awarded. One is exquisitely packaged and presented to the family, while the other is delivered via void transmission to the pilot's side. Such precise technology is reserved for the transfer of small objects like medals. A solitary silver medal, alongside the massive coffin-like mech, symbolizes both the end of the pilot and mech maiden's lives and the brilliance and glory they achieved throughout their existence. When I found him, his mech maiden was desperately holding on to him, absorbing the most lethal blow. However, he too was losing blood profusely. Initially, I approached the situation with a sense of trepidation, intending to bring him back to the base. Remarkably, he survived. He remained at the base for a decade thereafter. Su Li's conjecture was not unfounded. The Aunt Hua, who used to embrace him and shower him with sweets, had ultimately succumbed. In truth, his despondency had already revealed numerous issues. For a decade, he remained ensnared in the shadow of Aunt Hua's demise, unable to extricate himself. Over these 10 years, had no other commanders discerned his existence? Song Ling lifted her head, a hint of bitter amusement gracing her features. Commander, during these 10 years on Cold Shui Star, there has been but a solitary commander. She was marginalized and forced into this place, did not last 3 years before perishing. No commander has been privileged like you, equipped with 2 standard squads, particularly an A-class squad led by an S-class mechanized soldier, a pioneer officer, so deeply trusted by the Human Council and Mechanized Island, might struggle to comprehend the tribulations faced by lower-tier command personnel. Thus, this is the primary reason I urged him to remain concealed, because I feared you might take his life directly. Su Li regarded Song Ling intently, an inscrutable expression adorning his visage. Deeply trusted by the Human Council and Mechanized Island? Who? Me? Song Ling, taken aback, raised an eyebrow, suspecting that she had misheard. Who among the marginalized is granted the rank of second lieutenant and provided with 2 standard squads for protection? As a veteran who had resided in the base for a decade, she was acutely aware of a clandestine facility located beneath the communication tower, which had remained in a dormant state. Yet, upon Su Li's arrival, this secret facility was activated without delay. Is this not sufficient to demonstrate the organization's trust in him? Song Ling chuckled helplessly, taking Su Li's words as mere jest. If the commander has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Su Li nodded, casting a glance at Song Ling's retreating figure, his mind swirling with contemplation. A B-class mechanized soldier, with a decade's worth of military achievements, should undoubtedly be eligible for promotion to A-class. Yet, she had chosen to remain stagnant at B-class for 10 long years. He turned his gaze toward the command room, unable to suppress his admiration for the allure of the older man. The door swung open, and Zhang Qiuyang poked his head out, inquiring, "What are you pestering me about this time, you little rascal? Don't think that just because you've become a commander, you can strut around like you own the place. You have a long way to go. Are you referring to my piloting skills or my knack for causing trouble?" Su Li retorted, a smirk on his face. "Ah, I see you're feeling a bit feisty. Speaking of which, boasting about your piloting skills in front of your uncle. Aren't you afraid of being publicly humiliated?" Su Li glanced at Zhang Qiuyang, suddenly perceiving a glimmer of vitality in him, at least when it came to educating him. He still spared no effort. "How about we practice then?" "Practice? You think just because you're a commander now, you're something special? Don't forget, when I passed away, I was an officer responsible for dealing with troublemakers like you." Upon hearing this, Su Li narrowed his eyes into slits. "Very well. Don't say I'm bullying an elder. Just one word. I'll be waiting for you outside the pass." Chapter 73. The contest. The evening breeze swept through, stirring up wisps of dust. Zhang Qiaoyang maneuvered his mech, pacing back and forth at the narrow pass, perhaps in an attempt to reclaim the youthful vigor he once possessed. Su Li stood boldly at the entrance, observing him as he deftly controlled the azure spirit, executing grand and forceful movements that showcased the decisive techniques of military combat. Be cautious, Yang Gu. The commander's prowess is formidable, cautioned the voice of azure spirit from the cockpit, laced with trepidation. She could sense Zhang Qiaoyang's urgency. After a decade of silence and despondency, his encounter with Su Li ignited a flicker of fighting spirit within him as he yearned to offer guidance and counsel. Naturally, she hoped that this rekindled zeal would endure. However, after engaging in a genuine hunt alongside Su Li today, she comprehended why the extermination mission, when spoken of by Su Li, transformed into a hunt. She had only witnessed such playful finesse in dealing with pests in one other individual, Zhang Qiaoyang himself. Yet, time had taken its toll. His reflexes were no longer as sharp as they once were. Strong? To what extent? Merely a student. A student who has been expelled prematurely. How long could he possibly pilot a mech? Even the mech girls he commands are likely of recent contracts. His mech girls were all S rank. I have already seen 3. Zhang Qiaoyang smirked, his movements momentarily faltering. S rank mech girls? 3. Are they so commonplace these days? Is his father's pension that substantial? I recall contributing a portion of my military merit to their mortgage. How could he afford S rank mech girls? Song Ling found himself at a loss for words, exclaiming, how valuable it is. Indeed, it is quite precious. However, he does possess 3 S-class mech girls. The ones named He Yu and Hong Ying, you have yet to encounter. Yet, you have undoubtedly seen Lightning before. She is the one in striking red. Zhang Qiaoyang pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing. The attributes of S-class mech girls significantly surpass those of B-class ones. It is no wonder that Su Li feels confident about challenging him. Nonetheless, he seems to underestimate the seasoned veterans. Often, skill can effectively compensate for the attributes of mech girls, showcasing capabilities that far exceed those inherent to the mech girls themselves. But alas, who am I to complain, being his uncle? Do lend some strength later. Opportunities for tutoring my dear nephew are quite rare. Please, make sure to give me a thorough challenge. Song Ling rolled his eyes and chose to remain silent. A thorough challenge, indeed. Who knows who will prevail in the end? Once the mech girls had completed their tasks, news of the duel outside the pass spread, prompting them to rush out, eager to observe from their vantage point. They were well aware of the 2 combatants. One was the venerable elder who maintained them in the hangar, and the other was their newly appointed commander. They had witnessed both in action before, and discussions about the outcome of the match swiftly proliferated among the crowd. Can the commander secure a victory? I heard that our elder from the hangar is his uncle. It seems unlikely. Although the commander is formidable, he is still rather young. While Zhang has aged, he was once an officer. Having risen from the blood-soaked battlegrounds to attain the rank of officer, his combat experience is undeniably vast. Yet he is getting on in years. Moreover, our commander has S-class mech girls at his disposal. In our base, the highest rank we have is merely that of its Songling, and she is only a B grade. The rank of a mech girl is inconsequential. Superior skills surpass all else. Is rank truly unimportant? If it is, then why are you secretly accumulating military merits? If rank holds no value, then next time, you can bestow your military achievements upon me. Dream on. Only with an exceptional pilot does rank become irrelevant. My lack of encountering a skilled pilot renders rank quite significant. So, ultimately, who can emerge victorious? Obviously, it is those who possess the capability to win. Songling's gaze swept across the narrow pass, where Su Li stood beside Lightning, appearing composed and unruffled. As for Lightning, she exuded a relaxed demeanor, her eyes half closed, occasionally stifling a yawn. After a day of hard work, all she desired was an early dinner, followed by a soothing bath, and a restful slumber on Su Li's bed. All right, I am ready, she proclaimed. Kid, don't say that Uncle is bullying you. Uncle merely wishes to impart the lesson that there are always others beyond oneself and realms beyond this one. This is a battlefield, not a school where you can act recklessly. If you wish to be audacious, you must possess the means to back it up. Su Li nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the assembly of mech girls before him, and he pointed towards one particularly well-endowed young woman. Come forth. It is you, if you don't mind. May I pilot you for a match? The mech girl, indicated by his gesture, swallowed nervously, tucking the sunflower seeds she had been holding back into her pocket. Her mind racing. She had never imagined that her penchant for snacking would lead to such a turn of events. Nevertheless, she hoped for more such opportunities. No, I don't mind at all. If the officer requires it, I am always ready. Zhang Qiuyang observed Su Li opting for a C-class mech rather than utilizing the S-class one, nearly bursting into laughter. Indeed, youth often brims with impetuosity. In his eagerness to surpass him, he had discarded his formidable trump card. However, it mattered not, for he remained on this battlefield, ready to impart valuable lessons to Su Li, enlightening him to the harsh truth that youthful arrogance frequently incurs a substantial price. The narrow passage was teeming with people, and he nodded with satisfaction. Although suffering humiliation before the Mechs at the base might undermine his stature as commander, it was far preferable to harboring an inflated ego and perishing on the battlefield. Inside the cockpit, Su Li deftly accessed the Mech's control panel. He remained silent, his fingers swiftly typing a series of commands on the keyboard. The C-class mech was unable to react in time. The commands had already been altered and replaced. In an instant, she found herself at a loss, unsure of what actions to undertake. Under Su Li's control, within merely 3 seconds, she felt as though her mind had turned to mush. Su Li slowly furrowed his brow, perhaps accustomed to the lightning and black feather. He found the command reception speed of the C-class mech somewhat touching. With such sluggishness, he surmised that he would need to wait approximately 0.8 seconds between each command input to allow the mech's core sufficient buffering time. Given such physical attributes, facing the seasoned Zhang Qiuyang should pose little difficulty. Are you ready? I will count down. 3, 2, 1, begin. Su Li remained rooted in place, motionless, as Zhang Qiuyang piloted the Songling, charging forward with determination. Confident that Su Li, accustomed to the S-class mech, would be caught unprepared. Just a single strike. With his vast experience, only a solitary blow was necessary. The heavy sword was raised from an extraordinarily cunning angle, aimed directly at Su Li's head. The blades clashed, producing a resonant sound of metal striking metal. Su Li seized the shield upon the back of the Songling and thrust it forward, stepping his right foot ahead, effectively disrupting Songling's balance. The imposing mech tilted drastically and lunged forward. Zhang Qiuyang, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, demonstrated his prowess. In midair, Songling adjusted its posture, performing a role with agility akin to that of a human. He cast aside the shield, hurling it straight towards Su Li, while simultaneously executing a somersault to realign himself. Following closely behind the shield to launch an assault on Su Li maneuvered the mech to catch the shield, adjusting its angle, and charged forward with a formidable shield bash. Within a mere 2 seconds, the two forces collided with tremendous impact. The shockwave radiated outward. Songling's forward momentum slightly diminished, the potential energy dissipating instantaneously. The disparity in mech attributes became evident. Despite the initial shield strike, the C-level mech was still being overpowered by the B-level Songling. The entire structure was being pushed back by Songling's force. The C-level mech exerted every ounce of strength, yet could not budge the shield even a fraction. A heavy sword silently glided over the shield, poised against Songling's neck, ready to achieve victory, only to be ensnared by an iron grip. Damn it! That almost caught me off guard. Zhang Qiuyang, though exasperated, couldn't help but admire the skill. In the theater of war, all means are justified. As long as one can vanquish the enemy, even the most unscrupulous tactics hold no reproach. The C-class mech maiden engaged in no excessive entanglement. With a mere backward thrust of its propulsion system, the entire mech toppled back, resembling a creature upended by a celestial force. Her sudden withdrawal of power left the celestial being unsteady, causing its forward-leaning frame to be forcefully struck in the abdomen by Su Li, propelling it into the air. In a swift motion, he regained his footing and, brandishing his sword, unleashed a trio of piercing stabs towards the heavens. Zhang Qiuyang scarcely had time to react before the mech's arms and legs sustained damage. He relinquished any attempts to recalibrate his movements, with the relevant apparatus rendered inoperative. Any adjustment was futile. The mech crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Su Li maneuvered his mech closer, seizing her and turning the celestial being over. A colossal sword rested against her neck, signaling the conclusion of the contest. Su Li opened the cockpit and leaped onto the mech's hand. Zhang Qiuyang emerged from the cockpit, somewhat disheveled and with a flush on his face. So, uncle, do I possess the audacity to be bold on the battlefield? Zhang Qiuyang lamented, contemplating his misfortune. He had intended to impart a lesson, yet had been unexpectedly outmaneuvered. Was this still the same little pair in his memory? Had he only been in school for a few years? If someone like him could be deemed a prodigy in piloting, what then was this little pair? The thought compelled him to grit his teeth. Prodigies are often the most susceptible to premature demise. He resolved to set aside his pride and ensure that this lesson would be imparted today. What merit is there in merely flaunting bravery and ferocity? The maintenance and care of mechs are equally essential subjects for a pilot. If the battlefield were to be devoid of logistical and repair personnel, would we not be left to our own demise? Therefore, must the next contest be one of mech maintenance? Su Li gazed at the tenacious elder before him, feeling overwhelmed by the kindness he had been shown. Why else would the old man consistently challenge him in the subjects he excelled at? The establishment of authority for a sea-level commander, as depicted in Chapter 74, is not an instantaneous affair. Yet, there was an elder who, with unwavering dedication, elevated his voice to a position of remarkable influence in a remarkably short span of time. With a smile and a nod of acknowledgement directed at Zhang Chuyang, who stood dumbfounded, Su Li set aside the wrench he had been holding. Within 10 minutes, the leg of the Songling mech had regained its operational capabilities. Such damage, if entrusted to Zhang Chaoyang for repair, would have demanded no less than half an hour. Although Su Li's intervention had only entailed rudimentary emergency measures, insufficient for enduring high-intensity combat, it was adequate on the battlefield to restore the mech's mobility. Yu. Zhang Chaoyang was both astonished and gratified. He could hardly fathom that today's students had evolved to such formidable levels as Su Li. Was it sheer talent? Or had the standards at the academy escalated to such heights? What place did an old soldier like him still have on the battlefield? Casting a profound glance at Su Li, he begrudgingly abandoned his intention to intervene personally. If Su Li continued his studies at the academy, he could scarcely imagine the heights this prodigy might reach. Damn the council, he muttered in frustration, seemingly feeling a sense of injustice on Su Li's behalf. Yet, what could a veteran stripped of his former identity possibly do for him? He had initially believed that he could impart all his skills generously. Yet it now appeared that he was, to some extent, inadequate in the eyes of the other. A sense of confusion washed over him as he pondered whether the academy had evolved to such an extent in its teachings. What more could he possibly offer? Gazing at Su Li, his eyes brimmed with regret. The frontline base was hardly an enviable place, although it was sufficiently remote to evade most troubles. It also meant that one would lack the military merits necessary for promotion. The military accolades earned from vanquishing lower-tier insectoids could take a minimum of 15 years to accumulate enough for an S-class mech upgrade. Yet, how many 15-year spans does one truly have in life? He cast a resentful glance at Lightning, feeling a twinge of envy. Indeed, the starting points of individuals varied greatly. He had been elated with merely an A-class mech, while Su Li began with an A-class and even possessed 2 additional S-class mechs. He was unaware of the source of the modules that had elevated Lightning directly to S-class, but he understood that a considerable price had undoubtedly been paid. What are your plans moving forward? I intend to enhance my visibility. Zhang Chaoyang instinctively dug at his ear, his eyes widening in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Aren't you trying to stay under the radar? How do you propose to raise your profile? Su Li waved the terminal in his hand and replied, by live streaming. Zhang Chaoyang reached out to touch Su Li's forehead, then playfully delivered a light smack to the back of his head. Are you out of your mind? Do you truly have no fear of death? You mentioned that you were expelled by the Human Council, and your ship exploded upon arrival. A group of individuals eagerly anticipates your demise. Will you still lead? He hunched over, tapping Su Li's forehead. His urgency palpable. How can I possibly articulate my feelings about you? Here is the plan. Let us ensure your safety for the next 2 years. I will consult with the mechanized personnel here to see if I can secure some military merits for you. As long as we can facilitate your departure from the forward base, you might at least attain the rank of a lieutenant in the mobile unit. This would provide you with greater opportunities to earn military accolades, and then quietly perish on the battlefield. Su Li gazed silently at Zhang Chaoyang. He had considered the prospect of rapidly amassing military merits, yet such an approach was forbidden. The Human Council would not allow it, nor would Mechanized Island. His presence on Cold Shui Star was driven by a singular purpose: to ensure the successful completion of the Black Feather experiment at all costs. For Mechanized Island, the experiment in Black Feather's hands might be of utmost significance. Therefore, until the experiment yields corresponding results, he could only remain on Cold Shui Star. Prior to that, his personal safety would undoubtedly receive the continuous attention of Mechanized Island. Zhang Chaoyang fell silent, clearly no novice to this realm. There was no way to refute Su Li's assertions, especially since he found himself in a similar predicament. From the brief account of Zhang Qiaoyang's experiences, it was not difficult for Su Li to surmise that he, like his past self, had become a stumbling block in another's relentless pursuit of ambition. Accumulating too many military merits on one's person was inadvisable. Most pilots, after amassing a sufficient number of military accolades, would choose to enhance their mechanized companions or convert their merits into a variety of resources through various channels, thus enabling their families to live more comfortably. Most paths trodden by individuals may not necessarily be correct, yet they are undeniably devoid of error. However, is it not permissible for us to coexist in tranquility? They have already extinguished your existence once. As long as you do not draw attention to yourself, they will remain oblivious to your presence. Surely, it is not feasible for me to remain in the shadows for eternity, is it? I cannot wager my vibrant youth on the hope that by the time I finally emerge, those adversaries will have perished. Uncle, by what right do they deem it justifiable to take my life? I lack a formidable background, and at present, I find myself exiled to the cold Brew Star. I am utterly destitute. What do I have to fear? I refuse to believe they would deploy ships to obliterate Cold Brew Star. Su Li smiled. Not only shall I leap, but I shall leap exuberantly. I intend to demonstrate to them that the one they sought to eliminate is not only alive, but thriving. Although I am too distant to reach them, I can certainly linger on the network, specifically to vex them. But how can you be so certain that they will not act out of desperation? I am confident that they are exceedingly eager to do so. Yet, I am equally assured that they will be unable to pinpoint my exact location. Why? Was it not stated in your orders? Orders? Oh, my uncle. I am merely a student expelled from military academy. Where would I acquire such orders? He squinted at Zhang Qiaoyang, who appeared momentarily bewildered, further perplexed. You have all presumed that I should be the commander of this outpost. Yet, has anyone realized? I am not, in truth, the direct commander of this outpost. My true identity is merely that of a logistics officer accompanying the Imperial Guard. Then, who is the true commander? Su Li pointed at 032, who had just entered with drinks, her face displaying evident bewilderment at Su Li's sudden gesture. Nevertheless, she placed the beverages before the two and stood straight behind Su Li. At that moment, Zhang Qiaoyang began to comprehend the source of his nephew's confidence. He inhaled sharply. Perhaps he should have guessed it from the very beginning. After all, even high-ranking military officers would not possess security arrangements akin to Su Li's. A restructured squad led by two S-rank mech girls. He vaguely recalled that such treatment was typically reserved for super S-rank pilots. Little Li, tell your uncle honestly. What is your current pilot rank? Su Li's eyes sparkled as she retrieved her pilot's license from her pocket, presenting it with utmost respect before Zhang Qiaoyang. As he took a sip of tea, he was met with the prominent letter emblazoned on the certificate. The tea spewed from his mouth, and he began to cough violently, nearly choking himself. Chapter 75. Kindness in the office building of the Supervisory Brigade Headquarters. Yi Hua, sporting dark circles under her eyes, lay despondently on her desk. Beside her, a towering stack of documents engulfed half of the tabletop. I can't go on any longer. I truly cannot endure this. She lamented. Why can't we just eliminate everything in one go? What are we sifting through all day long? At another desk, Han Hai squinted, so exhausted that her eyelids felt immovable. Yet, despite her fatigue, her fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, inputting all seemingly valuable information. Indeed, screening is essential if we engage in indiscriminate slaughter. How do we differ from the Human Council? In my opinion, we should withdraw our front lines and cease playing games with these fools. Han Hai sighed, lacking even the interest to glare at Yehua. It is not as simple as you suggest. There are numerous sisters at the front. Can we simply retreat? It is not just the mechanized maidens there, but also countless human pilots. Are their lives not valuable? With a command from Mechanical Island, all mechanized maidens would abandon the defense line. What about those sisters bound by the Human Core Covenant? What will happen to the pilots who have fought alongside us at the front? Shall we then eradicate the council entirely? Han Hai rolled her eyes, too apathetic even to provide an explanation this time. Let it be. Once I input this data, I will find time to review part of it for you. Upon hearing this, Yehua instantly perked up. She lunged forward and embraced the drowsy Han Hai, fervently kissing her cheek several times. My dear sister, for your unwavering support of my work, we shall be as close as kin from now on. As long as I have food, you shall have the best of it. While I'll take the leftovers, we shall each take one side of the telephone pole. Han Hai's forehead twitched with rising veins. Get away. Who said we are taking separate sides? Yehua, looking aggrieved, muttered a few words, and reluctantly released her hold on Han Hai. How strange. Is it that you cannot bear to hear kind words? Is your exhaust pipe blocked? She grumbled as she walked away, unaware of the murderous glare Han Hai cast behind her. With delicate fingers, she rubbed her forehead, struggling against her drowsiness. Shaking her head, she meticulously verified the information before clicking save. Only then did she retrieve her terminal from a drawer and begin to check each memo one by one. Her bespectacled eyes were clouded, on the verge of closing, reluctant to open again. Yet, the thought of the materials on Yehua's desk compelled her to widen her eyes. Was she a sister to him? She felt more like a mother. They say raising children is a safeguard against old age, yet her son, now grown, constantly offloaded his work onto her. Even if her exhaust pipe was blocked, it was still her ire. Han Hai gave his head a couple of forceful knocks against the table before he shifted his steps towards Yehua's desk. A pair of military boots came into view, prompting her to instinctively lift her head. The sight of his light blue hair instantly awakened her. Reflexively, she rendered a military salute. There's no need for such formality. Eve casually took a seat on a nearby stool, her slender riding crop in hand. Have they delivered it to them? They have already set off, making rounds at various battlefields, and will ultimately board at our fully controlled area, en route to the designated destination. That's agreeable. I hope our little friend will appreciate this gift. By the way, have we clarified the explosion incident involving dozens of armed transport vessels? We are still compiling data for analysis. Once we confirm the personnel involved, we will proceed with immediate apprehension and on-site execution. Exercise caution. We are, after all, different from them, and do ensure that the leading few are retained. One must always leave a little broth for our young ones. I must tell you, he intends to perform grand theatrics in that desolate place. This little one has truly brought me considerable surprise. Do you think he is a worm in my belly? It seems he can predict my thoughts, as if he is already preparing in advance. Han Hai remained silent, and predictably, Eva intertwined her legs and spoke slowly. Do you think it is necessary to reconsider the stipulation that armed mech girls cannot enter into contracts? Her words startled Han Hai instinctively. If mech girls equipped with armed protocols could be contracted by humans, it would truly throw this world into chaos. At that point, who would the core contracted mech girls heed? The governor. Is this really a viable course of action? Can I go to the battlefield? I wish to test that lad's skills. Yehua appeared out of nowhere, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She could hardly bear to remain in Capital Star for another day. What a mess it is. Every day is fraught with overwhelming tasks. It would be far better to go to the forward base and slay some bugs. Eva tilted her head, glancing at the ecstatic Yehua, and firmly grounded her with a single remark. You? Spare us. You lack sense. Even if a contract were necessary, you would most likely require a mech girl with a modicum of intelligence. I mean, those beside him, aside from Heiyu, seem rather dim-witted. Yehua instinctively glanced at Han Hai beside her, but with just one look, she leapt forward, clinging to Eva's legs, and cried out, No, absolutely not. Alas, Governor, this is intolerable. Without her, how am I to survive? Eve cast a glance at the unrefined Knight Hua, whose forehead pulsed with veins. She pondered how it had come to pass that such a buffoon was appointed as the chief of the inspection team. Ultimately, it was the indulgence of Han Hai over the years that had led to this. What are your thoughts, Han Hai? With a wry smile, Han Hai replied, If it is the governor's decree, I have no objections. However, he is surrounded by an abundance of mechanical maidens from Mechanical Island. Aside from Lightning, I fear he cannot fully trust even Black Feather. My concern is that excess may lead to detriment. Eve rested her chin on one hand, contemplating for a moment before slowly nodding. Indeed, let us put that aside for now. You should focus on completing your current tasks. In the coming days, I anticipate our little friends will surprise us further. At that time, you shall likely find yourself quite occupied. Upon hearing this, Knight Hua furrowed his brows, entirely forgetting his earlier intention to seek out Su Li. Him again? What does he intend to do this time? How can a mere child create such turmoil? The invasion of the insect race, the fall of AKA, how is he connected to all of it? They have risked countless lives to eliminate him, yet he still persists? Eve regarded the fool before her and, for the first time, offered an explanation. Because he wishes to live. Why does he not remain safely at the forward base? What compels him to stir up trouble? As Knight Hua's words escaped his lips, Han Hai smacked his forehead in exasperation. This is hopeless. Truly, this is beyond remedy. Eve's veins throbbed momentarily upon her forehead, and she could not be bothered to offer an explanation. She merely turned on her heel and departed. Han Hai accompanied the governor to the penthouse, watching as she boarded the armed transport aircraft. which ascended towards the direction of Mechanical Island. She squinted her eyes, harboring a lingering feeling that the governor had been appearing with an unsettling frequency of late. Su Li, a mere pilot, despite possessing the potential to ascend to an Ultra S-class, was deemed unworthy. Such individuals were abundant throughout the entire alliance. It was inconceivable that a person with Ultra S-class potential, or even the existing Ultra S-class pilots, warranted such attention from the governor. What intelligence lay beneath the surface that had eluded her notice? Ihua approached, gazing at the transport aircraft as it receded into the distance, and quietly inquired, "Why does he always seem so animated?" Hanhai retorted, "Because the goodwill of Mechanical Island is not given freely." Chapter 76. A gift from Mechanical Island. The forward operating base had become a hive of activity. The construction of the second defensive line was fully underway. A plethora of obsolete military supplies were unearthed from the warehouses, and a multitude of small-caliber automatic artillery pieces were erected 15 kilometers outside the base, at the 10-kilometer mark. In preparation for the impending insect tide, a batch of discarded flamethrowers was additionally installed. Su Li found it perplexing why effective weaponry was often the first to be deemed obsolete. Devices capable of spewing flames up to 300 meters were undoubtedly the optimal tools for combating swarms of pill bugs. When the insect tide arrived, it would only take 2 squads of mech girls to operate 32 flamethrowers, finishing the high-concentration liquid fuel before retreating to the base in time. They seem accustomed to resolving conflicts with their adversaries at the narrow pass. However, Su Li harbors a different perspective. It is imperative that there exists a substantial strategic buffer in front of the pass. Gradually diminishing the population of the insectoid creatures is essential to ensure that the base situated behind the pass remains unscathed. He even ventured northward with lightning speed, ascending to the pinnacle of the mountain. Only after confirming that the insects could not launch a surprise attack by crossing the towering peaks did he abandon the notion of establishing a similar strategic buffer to the north. The base is encircled by mountains on all sides, with only a single exit to the south, if an effective strategic buffer zone cannot be established. The moment the insectoid horde breaches the defenses of the pass, the outpost will be reduced to mere ashes in an instant. Once the insectoids gain a foothold on a planet, their relentless proliferation becomes inevitable. On the main battlefront, the planet witnesses daily clashes akin to a meat grinder. The pilots and their mechanical counterparts confront insectoids far more formidable than those encountered by Su Li. The insectoids are in a constant state of evolution. The more intense the conflict, the swifter their transformation. Yet, in places like Cold Brew Star, which are teeming with insectoids, their evolution seems to stall. Perhaps due to the lack of sufficient fresh genetic material, their rate of evolution slows to an astonishing degree, with many insects exhibiting signs of genetic regression after successive generations. Some biological experts posit that if humanity were to cease its war against the insectoids, they might entirely lose their capacity to attack humans within 400 years. Su Li shares this belief, but only under the condition that they grant humanity those 400 years. If humanity cannot surpass the insectoids genetically or impose comprehensive domination over them, they will struggle to endure even 10 years, let alone 400. An armed transport vessel from an unknown planet gradually breached the atmosphere, navigating towards its designated coordinates. Su Li, accompanied by 2 squads of mechanized girls, observed the transport ship from a distance. After completing the transfer of orders, the vessel did not descend, but directly released a rectangular cargo container. Suspended by a colossal parachute and equipped with several thrusters, the container descended amidst a plume of blue flames, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The drop site was not far from the base. The blue and white mechanized girls approached, severed the parachute, and after neatly folding it, collectively grasped the handles of the cargo container. With the protection of the guards, they hastened towards the base. At the outpost, Heiyu awaited by the communications tower. As the cargo container was positioned before the main entrance, she promptly retrieved her terminal to verify the codes of the cryogenic pods within. The container housed over 30 neatly arranged cryogenic chambers. If all proceeded without incident, this group of researchers would not have the opportunity to set foot on the surface again until tangible research outcomes emerged. One by one, the cryogenic pods were lifted into the elevator and, under Heiyu's guidance, placed into designated rooms. Once all the codes were validated, Su Li was astonished to discover that 5 cryogenic pods still remained at the entrance. Approaching for a closer inspection, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Initially suspecting a mistake, it now appeared that was not the case. As he examined the individuals lying within the cryogenic pods, his expression grew even more bewildered. What was amiss? Had an unforeseen incident occurred? 038 evidently sensed the anomaly and leaned in for a closer look, her expression subtly shifting. At that moment, Su Li's mobile terminal emitted a timely notification. It was a message from Governor Eve. "Dear child, do you like the gift I sent you?" He glanced at the 5 dormant pods, feeling that this unfamiliar governor was remarkably perceptive. At his gesture, 038 pressed the awakening button on the sleep pod. After a serene 3-minute wait, the pod doors gradually swung open. As Tao Tao gasped for breath, he pushed open the door, taking a deep inhalation. The design of the sleep pod seemed not to have considered that its users might grow horizontally, making it rather cramped for a broad-shouldered man like him, leaving him slightly breathless. His slightly plump face glistened with perspiration as his gaze roamed the unfamiliar surroundings. This renowned orator in the arena, upon catching sight of Su Li, instantly brightened, bursting forth from the pod and enthusiastically beckoning, "Hey, brother, I've come to seek refuge with you." Su Li approached and warmly embraced him. It was as if the governor had delivered a pillow just when he needed to rest. He had merely entertained the thought of a live broadcast, and she had already sent the chubby fellow his way. Considering the time it took for the transport ship to arrive, she must have begun preparations at least a week prior. It was a serendipitous alignment of their intentions. Meanwhile, the occupants of the other 4 sleep pods also began to emerge from their chambers. Master, Li Tianlang exclaimed, his laughter tinged with weakness. He had intended to bring aboard a plethora of supplements, yet none remained for him. Yurong stood behind him, having forsaken her qipao for a simple yet elegant white dress, exuding a charm that remained undeniably captivating. She offered a slight bow to Su Li, her smile radiating beauty. The presence of the last human and his mechanical companion was both a surprise and an expected occurrence for Su Li. Zhang Chongping sat within the stasis pod, his expression vacant, as if still ensnared in slumber. His mechanical companion mirrored his demeanor, appearing rather dull-witted. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiang began to tremble uncontrollably beside him. He gazed at the familiar yet foreign figure within the pod, his eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. The old man, feeling an unsettling anxiety, repeatedly rubbed his soiled hands against himself. Yet, his already filthy attire could not be cleansed, no matter how fervently he tried. For the first time in 10 years, he felt a sense of disarray, a condition he loathed profoundly. Little pair, I need to wash up first." Su Li abruptly grasped his hand, pulling him before Zhang Chongping. The latter's unfocused gaze sharpened, gathering clarity in an instant. "Skinny monkey, allow me to introduce you to your deceased father." After a decade apart, both men stood in stunned silence. One was at a loss for words, while the other struggled to articulate his thoughts. They exchanged glances, speechless, until Zhang Chongping tentatively extended his hand to confirm whether the old man before him was indeed alive. Observing the awkwardness between them, Su Li remained silent. Among blood relations, some matters are often more challenging to comprehend. Achieving reconciliation between them would likely require far more than mere time and space. Fortunately, what they currently lack the least are these 2 things. He turned around, embraced Li Tianlang and Tao Tao, and gently urged them towards the interior of the communication tower, leaving the exterior space for the long-separated father and son. At the moment of entering the elevator, he turned back slightly and faintly heard the sound of sobbing from outside. Li Tianlang and Tao Tao followed Su Li into the commander's office. They gazed through the window, witnessing the boundless wilderness beyond the narrow passage. It was an expanse so vast that it stirred a sense of longing within one's heart. Yurong stood beside Li Tianlang, also peering outside. However, her gaze was fixed on the densely clustered cicadas clinging to the mountainside. 2 teams of mechanical girls were climbing up and down, manually flipping the sun-dried cicadas to ensure they basked fully in the sunlight. "Master, do you have the final say in this base?" Su Li nodded. "I suppose so." Upon hearing this, Li Tianlang gave him a thumbs up. "Then you truly are remarkable. Without a doubt, you must look out for me from now on." Su Li couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He never seemed to take anything seriously, appearing almost foolish. Yet, if one truly regarded him as a fool, then they were the one genuinely foolish. Chapter 77. Finalization. The forward base became lively once more with the arrival of the crowd. The long table was once again filled in the hall, and besides the stationed mechanical girls, all other mechanical girls crowded into the hall, densely occupying the long table. Everyone's gaze wandered over the faces of the newcomers, and even the typically unashamed Li Tianlang felt a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks. The sensation of being observed by a handful of mechanical maidens is entirely distinct from being scrutinized by nearly 200 of them, particularly within the confines of this cramped space. Seated, he felt a touch of awkwardness, diverting his gaze towards the array of dishes before him to shift his focus. The small, dark meatballs did little to stimulate his appetite. Instead, the upright, segmented objects piqued his curiosity immensely. After Su Li briefly introduced the others, he resumed his seat and invited everyone to commence their meal. Tao Tao, seated to Su Li's left, noticed his initiation of the meal and mimicked his approach to the food on the table. He quickly discerned that the items before him were entirely composed of insects. Having traversed various lands over the years, he had garnered a modicum of experience. However, the insects he had previously consumed had never been of such magnitude. Brother, this time I must apologize for dragging you into this. I even made you travel to this desolate place. Rest assured, while I cannot guarantee much, I will ensure you can pursue what you love in peace. Between us, discussing such matters is merely a formality. My plight has no bearing on you. It was simply a matter of speaking out in righteousness and becoming a target. Such occurrences are unavoidable. If they prohibit commentary during the competition, so be it. However, now that we are here, you cannot send me away. My intention in coming was to devise a plan against that group. Just tell me how we shall proceed. Regardless, even if we cannot seize them, we must elicit some measure of frustration from them. By the way, is everything settled back home? Tao took a sip of the soup made from the mouse insect, savoring the flavor, and remarked nonchalantly, "Home? My parents have long since passed, leaving me without a home. My wife, disheartened by my career setbacks, has run off with someone else. The son I raised for years is not even mine. The early demise of my parents, the shattered home, and the betrayal by my wife have all inflicted deep wounds upon me." Su Li cast a glance at the bald man before him, who seemed genuinely indifferent, still engrossed in his meal. Yet, his hands trembled involuntarily, revealing that he was not as carefree as he claimed. Such a situation would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. Then let us embark on something grand. We shall start a live broadcast. As long as we garner enough recognition, they will have to resort to covert methods if they wish to strike against us. Regarding the content of the live stream, do you have any suggestions, Brother Tao? Upon mentioning work, Tao's demeanor shifted entirely. He set down his food and began to speak animatedly. Here's my perspective. The public is largely unaware of the realities of the battlefield. Therefore, we should orient our live stream content in that direction. Additionally, considering various circumstances, we could also incorporate some daily life segments. Do we need to create any showmanship? Not at all. Your piloting skills in the mecha serve as the greatest spectacle. If necessary, we can have that scoundrel Li Tianling join us. Without comparison, there can be no impact. Suddenly, a retching sound interrupted their conversation. The hall fell silent, with all the machine girls turning their gazes toward the source of the disturbance. Heaven knows how long they have awaited this moment. When the commander arrived, they were oblivious to the festivities, but now their desires have been fulfilled, each filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. Li Tianlang had restrained himself for quite some time, but could no longer hold back. Master, mistress, this thing? Ugh. Lightning raised the pill bug in her hand, casting a disdainful glance at Li Tianlang. Su Li's apprentice is truly a weakling. It is no surprise that his piloting skills are subpar. If he cannot even muster the courage to consume a bug, what can he accomplish? Yurong decided to give it a try, declaring it to be a beneficial delicacy. The master had informed her that consuming such ingredients over an extended period could enhance the attributes of the mecha girls. Look at me. I shall demonstrate. She took the initiative, biting down on the bug's head and extracting its spine. Yurong's face turned pale, struggling to accept Lightning's enthusiasm. However, under the watchful eyes of all the mecha girls present, she reluctantly opened her mouth, mimicking Lightning's actions and biting down on the bug's head. A faint pop resonated through the air. Yurong vowed she would never forget that sound. The moment the head and spine were removed, it felt akin to her pulling the plug from a sink. A slightly sweet aroma lingered at her nostrils, causing her complexion to warm slightly. Emulating Lightning, she brought her mouth closer to the opening, gently squeezing with both hands, and a warm stream flooded into her mouth. It was slightly fishy, yet bearable. Delicious, right? My master feeds me this daily. I can consume over 20 by myself. Now, let us try the others. Everything here can enhance our attributes. Have you seen the stink bugs hanging on the cliff outside? The walls are now adorned with them, inside and out. The master remarked that although that item held no edible parts, if dried and ground into powder, It could enhance attack speed. With an air of mystery. Her expression caused Yu Rong's ears to involuntarily perk up. Li Tianlang wiped his mouth and, with some difficulty, lifted his gaze towards Lightning. Mistress, is this truly the case? Lightning responded with an expression of utmost certainty. Of course. How could your master's words be fallible? I recall when I inquired. He mentioned something about warming the interior and replenishing yang. Yes, that is precisely what he said. Li Tianlang silently returned to his seat. He had erred. How could he have misunderstood his master? This lavish spread of dishes was far from a display of intimidation. It was the purest expression of his master's affection for his disciple. Eating was imperative. Even if the king of heaven himself arrived, he would not be allowed to miss a single bite. As Li Tianlang ate, tears streamed down his face. All feelings of repulsion washed away by the simple phrase of warming the interior and replenishing yang. Su Li glanced towards Zhang Chongping, who was huddled together with Zhang Chaoyang. Caught in a state of awkward enthusiasm, unsure whether to eat or refrain. Unexpectedly, it was the pink-haired shield who took him by surprise. She devoured one insect after another, biting down with fervor, as if she were not consuming mere insects, but rather targeting Su Li himself. He adjusted his posture with a hint of trepidation and took a bite of the woodlice meat. This evening, I shall complete the equipment debugging. You know about the mechanical girl from Mechanical Island, Han Hai, right? She provided a wealth of specialized equipment, and tomorrow we shall officially commence. We will traverse the dedicated route to Mechanical Island, so there is no need to worry about the leakage of our coordinates. Is there anything else I need to prepare? Tao Tao furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding. It is advisable to alternate the mechas during the initial phase, as you have utilized different mechas in your 2 matches. Therefore, let us first secure the fan bases of Lightning and Black Feather. With the promotion from Mechanical Island, we are bound to garner immense exposure in a remarkably short time. Upon hearing this, Su Li nodded and raised his cup towards Tao Tao once more. The two exchanged a smile, and their cups clinked together. Chapter 78. Live streaming eye drops the following morning. The team tasked with the extermination mission surged forth from the narrow passage. Absent were the familiar hovering platforms of the past. Tao Tao stood within the externally mounted frame of the 032, his legs trembling uncontrollably. No matter how sophisticated the suspension, it could not compare to the buoyant platforms. The dilemma, however, was that while he could ascend to the platform, encountering airborne insectoids could prove fatal. A dozen drones hovered in the air, meticulously documenting every movement of the extermination team. Tao Tao's years of commentary and management had endowed him with a vast fanbase. Even during the morning hours, as he initiated the live stream, a substantial audience flocked into the streaming room. A flurry of comments flooded the screen, each adorned with large question marks. What is happening? Has the streamer resumed broadcasting? Where is this taking place? My goodness, what is that? Is there something amiss with my vision? Does our home planet possess such locations? An expansive, unobstructed wilderness beckoned with an exhilarating allure. The sight of several mechas racing through the landscape instantly captivated the attention of all viewers. The entire formation of blue and white mechas advanced in unison behind a striking crimson mech, charging forth into what appeared to be an endless expanse of wilderness. That red mech looked so familiar. Moreover, the blue and white mechas must belong to the inspection team of the garrison home planet, right? No doubt about it. That is Lightning. Did you notice the 537 code on the blue and white mech? I recall seeing her during the previous Lightning competitions. Goodness, isn't Tata supposed to be on hiatus? It seems he has gone in search of Lightning. What is his true origin? Additionally, why hasn't Lightning's pilot brought her to the competition? Where exactly are they? The vast, barren land stretched endlessly before them, devoid of vegetation, with severe desertification evident, indicating that this was not on their home planet. It appears the upstairs crew is privy to some information. Tao Tao observed the live stream room heating up slightly and cleared his throat. Greetings, dear viewers. I am your old friend, Tao Tao. Without further ado, today I will take you on a journey to experience what it truly means to be immersed in the moment. To be candid, my legs are trembling right now. Regarding certain pointed inquiries from some of my viewers, for various reasons, we cannot disclose our exact location. However, I can assure you that we are indeed on an authentic battlefield. Charging ahead is our old friend, Lightning. She is currently leading our squad on a routine extermination mission. What exactly is an extermination mission? Are we talking about pest control? Really? Is it that intense? You, old bald head, are actually willing to step onto the battlefield? Quick, switch the camera. I don't want to see that shiny dome. A flicker of indignation crossed Tao Tao's face. as he seemed utterly astonished that he could not compete with the allure that insects held for people. He deftly maneuvered the equipment, promptly activating the split-screen feature, centering the main view on the battlefield. On the screen, he stood trembling in the confines of the frame, despite being bound by various restraining measures that could not quell his shivering. Within the exclusive channel, the command from Su Li resonated. 032. Ascend to a safe distance and maintain vigilance. In the event of an emergency, ensure Tao's safety above all else. Ahead, the enemy was imminent. Suddenly, 032 surged upward with rapid acceleration, propelling Tao into the heights. Amidst a cacophony of piercing screams, Tao longed to curl himself into the confines of the frame. Having lived for 40 years, he had never dared to ride a roller coaster. When had he ever encountered such a harrowing experience? His complexion turned ashen as he covered his mouth. He was no longer merely trembling in his legs. His entire being quaked with fear. Is this for real? Are you truly this authentic, streamer? Where exactly are you now? What was that rapid ascent? Surely, the floating platform does not travel at such speed. The drone's perspective widened, revealing the black and crimson body of 032 in the frame. In the live stream, a flurry of exclamations filled the screen. This has escalated. This is truly escalating. It appears the streamer is indeed genuine. Is he seated atop the mech? I officially report Tao for illegal modifications. Does anyone upstairs possess common sense? Is that what you call a legal modification? That is a detachable external armor. Pray tell, the external armor you speak of, is it Tao? I find it hard to believe that this is a genuine battlefield. It is well known that battlefields are teeming with insectoid creatures, and it could never resemble this. If he were truly on the battlefield, my wife would publicly livestream herself consuming excrement. Depart at once, taking your family along to deceive and feed off others. You have certainly reached a certain level of shamelessness. Tao, suppressing his fear, skillfully maneuvered 2 drones over the mecha throng, directing them toward the horizon. In an instant, the live stream fell silent. The screen displayed scattered insectoids meandering across the ground, and as the thunderous roar of the mechas drew near, they simultaneously raised their appendages, waving toward the source of the sound. My goodness, there are so many. Run. Tao, run. This is disastrous. We have truly encountered the insectoids. From the drone's perspective, these creatures are astonishingly large. 17 mechas, including those airborne for filming, amount to merely 18. Have they lost their minds? With just a handful of insectoids, the live stream erupted into chaos. Tao was quite pleased with such a response. Those nestled in their secure world could hardly comprehend the brutality of the battlefield. Perhaps the mere sight of these few insectoids represented the pinnacle of their understanding. One must recall the uproar caused by just a few insectoids during Su Li's first match. The audience in the live stream had it comparatively easy, with the emergence of the insectoids and the subsequent explosion of activity in the chat. Waves of viewers flooded into the live stream. Were it not for the advanced terminal in his hands, he might have found himself unable to read the barrage of comments. A staggering 30,000 viewers were online simultaneously, a number unprecedented in Tao's years of streaming. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. He underestimated the tenacity of the Lightning fans and even more so the curiosity that people have for the battlefield. Having approached within 10 kilometers of the hive, he estimated the enemy's numbers to be 18, 10 small species and 8 medium ones, with no aerial entities in sight. The 032 quickly reported the enemy's information. Upon receiving the news, Su Li swiftly drew the grenade launcher strapped to his back, adjusted the measuring device, and squeezed the trigger towards a point 3 kilometers ahead. The grenade traced a graceful arc before detonating in the open field. The shockwave radiated outward, instantly capturing the attention of the insectoids. Across the originally boundless wilderness, swarms of insects emerged from their nests. The black carapaces reflected golden glimmers in the sunlight, their long antennae dancing as they swiftly locked onto the direction of the mech and advanced towards it. Madness. He has truly lost his mind. What is this? Does he not understand that warfare demands silence? There was no need to resort to a grenade to eliminate those few insects. The critical issue is that he used it. Yet he couldn't even aim properly. Lacking such competence, what is he doing? It's over. This pilot must be out of his mind. Damn. This is what they call a pig teammate. Tao didn't even have the time to glance at the barrage of comments, curled up in the confines of the frame. He could only dare to observe through the narrow gaps. In just a minute or two outside, an endless tide of insects had already surged forth, large and small, densely packed, making it impossible to discern or even count them. Within the footage transmitted by the drone, the insect's sharp mandibles emitted chilling shrieks, their visages terrifying. The drone, equipped with automatic obstacle avoidance capabilities, weaved through the swarm, and merely traversing back and forth had sent the hearts of all viewers in the livestream racing to their throats. Their anger was palpable. They vented their frustrations, blaming Su Li for attracting the attention of the insect horde. In their perception, this squad was destined to meet a grim fate within the bellies of the creatures. Many instinctively covered their eyes as the insects charged forth, having only witnessed such scenes in films before. Now, this immersive live stream instilled a chilling fear in everyone. Lightning tossed a grenade to the side, passing it to 038, and drew her long rifle from behind. With a swift retreat, she boldly charged towards the approaching swarm. On the ground, a black tide surged forth. A vivid red figure cut through the chaos like a blade, crushing all the oncoming insects into oblivion. Chapter 79. Still the same flavor. The live stream continued to echo with curses. The group, who could only command and complain online, erupted once more as they witnessed Lightning single-handedly plunge into the insect swarm. They lambasted her for disregarding formations, abandoning her teammates, and compromising the integrity of their defenses. They scoffed at her choice of melee weapons for combat. If the front lines were filled with such fools, there would be no need for war. Why neglect advanced weaponry for cold arms? Is the Alliance so impoverished that it cannot afford military expenses? No one spoke up. I might as well smoke a few more packs. What a disaster. It was as if she were eager for a swift demise, racing against the clock for reincarnation. Cao Cao observed the fleeting barrage of comments, and despite his usual composure and expression management, he found it increasingly difficult to endure. Fortunately, there are still clear-headed individuals in the live broadcast room, including several who are currently serving on the front lines. They promptly disseminated messages to clarify the situation, which caught Cao Cao's attention. It is crucial not to speak recklessly when one lacks understanding. Although his actions may seem somewhat rash, the reality of the battlefield often revolves around cold weapons. Troops, after a long journey, must cultivate the habit of conserving ammunition, as their supply is limited, and running out of it without resupply can lead to significant troubles. This is the essence of the matter. Film is film, and reality is reality. For soldiers, accomplishing their mission remains paramount. They must not only complete their objectives while carefully calculating their ammunition reserves, but also ensure they have enough left to lead their team back home. However, their voices were quickly drowned out by the prevailing sentiment, as the barrage of comments uniformly condemned Su Li as useless, suggesting he should accompany the team to their demise. Cao Cao offered no commentary. He merely operated the drone, striving to capture every moment of the battlefield. Today was merely the first trial broadcast, and he could not ascertain its effectiveness. Yet, from the current perspective, the infuriated Su Li had become a sensation. He could easily envision countless individuals frantically editing videos of him in real time, eager to seize the initial wave of traffic. The title would read, On Battlefield Endurance, a tale necessitating discussion between a pilot and 18 mechanized maidens. Such titles could be conjured up by him in abundance. Steady now. Brother, you must remain composed. Cao Cao peered out from the frame, her vivid crimson figure moving as if in a realm untouched by others. Wherever she tread, the insect horde fell either beneath her feet or was impaled by her lance, lifted high into the air. The blue and white mechs dispersed in all directions, each drawing in a wave of insects, pairing off to engage in combat. They showed no inclination to pursue Su Li into the throng of creatures. He could only leave behind a few drones, committing the rest to his side. The crimson figure was once more engulfed in a frenzy of slaughter. Lightning, in the cockpit, wore an exhilarated expression, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Wisps of white smoke emanated from her head as usual, but having upgraded to S rank, her resilience had evidently improved significantly. Previously preoccupied, she now began to voice her demands. Hurry, master, faster. We are almost there. Without pausing his actions, Su Li opened the channel to call out to Cao Cao. Cao, can the drones capture the movements I'm making? Upon hearing this, Cao Cao swiftly glanced at the screen and responded affirmatively. No problem at all. The equipment is top-notch. There's virtually no frame drop in any of the movements. Leave this to me. Just focus on yourself and Lightning. Be careful. Lightning slightly tilted her head, dodging an insect's attack, and retaliated by thrusting her gun into its abdomen, flipping it towards its comrades and clearing a space of 7 or 8 meters on the ground. All right, I shall commence in earnest. Su Li flexed his fingers and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The Crimson Mech erupted with a thunderous roar. The thrust of its engine surged dramatically, sending all nearby small insectoids hurtling away in a powerful gust. The lightning emitted a thrilling shriek, soaring ever higher into freedom. The Crimson Mech had truly transformed into a bolt of lightning. She danced amidst the battlefield teeming with Zerg, as if the path before her was nothing but smooth sailing. Cao Cao gazed unblinkingly at the dark tide, captivated by that striking flash of red. Unable to contain his exhilaration any longer, he bellowed into the live-streaming device. She has arrived. She has come once more. Our red lightning. She has never let us down. She has once again broken through. What foolish formations. Our lightning needs none of that. I have come to comprehend that her purpose in launching grenades was to lure out the Zerg. For a mere 18 creatures are far too few to satisfy her thirst for battle. What she craves is 180. 1,800. It shall never be just those 18. 18 is an affront to our red lightning. In the live stream, the echo of Cao Cao's hoarse cries reverberated. Every time he broadcasted a match involving lightning, his voice would inevitably crack. And now, once again, it had broken. Yet, it was this familiar crack that drew the thoughts of all the viewers back to the screen. In the midst of their astonishment, they eagerly returned to their keyboards. 6,666. 666. The flood of sixes sent a shiver of delight through Cao Cao. He felt invigorated. When it comes to stirring the crowd, it is indeed Su Li who excels. Regardless of the multitude of doubts and insults, with just a slight effort, he could effortlessly seize control. In the cockpit, the breath of lightning grew increasingly heavy and rapid. She braced herself against the control stick, her legs pressed tightly together, trembling slightly. Su Li's commands bombarded her mind relentlessly, the previous bravado swallowed back. Lodged uncomfortably in her throat. "Master, please, slow down," Lightning uttered, fully aware that her words would likely provoke an even more intense onslaught. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to voice something to distract herself. Otherwise, she would surely falter at any moment. "Silence, conserve processing power," Su Li commanded. Yanking the control stick sharply and executing a tight U-turn, charging once more towards the swarm of insects ahead. "Hold on, there aren't many insects today. Just a few more rounds and we'll be done." At this, Lightning's body began to tremble. She sensed that her master had indeed grown stronger due to the recent indulgence in insect flesh, the grip on the control stick firmer than before. Conversely, her own collaborative effort felt diminished. Yet, despite this, the onslaught of commands continued to leave her dizzy. A powerful hand struck her back, and Su Li admonished her with a hint of irritation. "Focus, push your processing power to the limit." Lightning bit her lower lip gently, shaking her head in a bid to regain clarity. In the live broadcast, the barrage of comments shifted from 666 to unbelievable. The flood of messages made it abundantly clear just how extraordinary Su Li's maneuvers had been. The earlier doubts had vanished entirely. Regardless of whether it is for food or drink, they all vanish in an instant, leaving one to wonder if they have satisfied their hunger and thirst, perhaps intending to go out and digest. Cao Cao joyfully observed the number of viewers in the live stream surge to an astonishing 100,000 in a remarkably short span of time. And it continued to escalate at an incredible pace. 150,000, 200,000. Gifts poured in, one after another. Within a mere 3 minutes, the gifts he received surpassed his earnings from the previous month. Indeed, the people of Mechanical Island did not deceive him. He was truly just one opportunity, one person, away from the pinnacle of his life. With tears welling in his eyes, Cao Cao gazed at the ever-increasing viewer count, gripping his device tightly. Were it not for the dedicated line from Mechanical Island, the current technology of the live streaming platform would have surely caused the room to explode with excitement. He looked at the red figure below, knowing he had made the right gamble. The world of adults has never been easy. Yet seizing an opportunity can transform everything back into a realm of endless possibilities. The void behind the Crimson Lightning had not yet been filled by the swarm, and she charged once more toward them. Her vivid figure cleaved through the black tide, the roar of her thrusters proclaiming to all the swarm that the path she traversed was forbidden to them. Chapter 80. Little Ling, the seemingly terrifying swarm, appeared utterly feeble before the red figure. Both those skilled in piloting mechas and those who were not fell silent. Lightning maintained her signature style, but no, she exhibited even greater abandon in the competition arena. Spectators felt their blood surge, wishing fervently to leap through the screen and join her in the fray of battle. Equipped with her own mech, she single-handedly accounted for 1/3 of the onslaught on the battlefield. After vanquishing her foes, she plunged into the ranks of the blue and white mech girls, dispatching those who pursued them with ruthless efficiency. Her agile silhouette made it abundantly clear to all that Lightning was not destined for mere competition. She was born to gallivant across the battlefield. The barrage of comments in the live stream occasionally flooded the screen, rendering Cao Cao somewhat numb. The Crimson Mech had not activated its resonance, yet she still accomplished the feat of breaking through enemy lines. The viewers in the live stream went wild. If the direct confrontation with the insect horde instilled fear, that vibrant red figure became their sole source of courage, piercing their hearts and saving their lives. The atmosphere in the live stream ignited spontaneously, requiring no prompting from Cao Cao to stoke the flames of excitement. It was over, truly over. I was merely enjoying a live stream, and I shouted too loudly, resulting in my mother walking in. Who can tell her that I was genuinely just watching a battlefield live stream? Hurry, hurry, stream again. I want to see how you endure the blows. On screen, the previously unleashed Lightning trembled all over, as if devoid of bones, and was grasped by 038, who then stuffed her into the cockpit. The live feed abruptly halted, and all those remaining in the stream instantly entered a frenzy of comments. Many newcomers, having just arrived, were met with a flood of messages. Is that it? So short. And they dare to call it a live stream? Can this even be deemed a live broadcast? I had already removed my trousers. Those upstairs, hurry and get dressed. The last mother hasn't tea left yet. How exhilarating it is. Without further ado, I shall procure some swift-acting heart-saving pills. Let us go together. It is truly frightening. Dear mother, I may find myself haunted by nightmares tonight. Where do you reside? I could come and embrace you as we sleep. A paragon of masculinity, the steel-hearted gentleman. Stands tall at 24. Is 20 your size? The Lightning has malfunctioned, and the blushing Hong Ying, who followed the main group, stands by Su Li's side. Her lips parting several times without uttering the words master. For reasons unknown, she suddenly feels a profound closeness to this collective. If only Su Li were to speak and take his seat in her cockpit, it would seem that all would fall into place seamlessly. Yet, Su Li strides past her, waving to the heavens. The figure of 032 gradually descends, revealing the pale-faced Cao Cao behind him, who, despite his pallor, is animated and exuberant. It is evident that his inaugural live stream has brought him immense delight. Brother, you are on fire. This time, you have truly ignited the flames of popularity. The peak viewership during the live stream has surpassed 300,000. Yet, the acrid scent combined with a corrosive odor triggers his instinctive urge to retch. Su Li hands him a handkerchief and pulls him to the upwind side, allowing him to gradually recover. Let us create 2 more live stream accounts. We shall all participate. One for Lightning, one for Black Feather, and you can have one too. Collaborating in our live streams will yield even better results. Tao Ge, let us take it slow. Speak only after you have caught your breath. Su Li observes his excitement, but as for Black Feather, that is another matter entirely. She cannot possibly live stream the laboratory experiments. The subsequent troops gradually followed suit, and 2 mechanized guardians saluted Su Li before taking cover behind the mechanized units. They approached the insectoid beings to commence the collection of experimental data. Hong Ying gazed at Cao Cao with a look of melancholy, unable to fathom that her chance to integrate into the collective was thwarted by a bald individual. At this moment, the live broadcast had ceased, but soon, they could utilize drones to document the return journey. Upon returning, she intended to edit the footage. Later, during mealtime, they could also engage in another live stream. The plan was to weave together the timeline of the day into a cohesive video release, undoubtedly attracting a substantial influx of viewers. Cao Cao, overwhelmed with excitement, began to gesticulate animatedly, his face flushing with warmth after a brief respite. The mere thought of the video he had edited going viral online sent shivers down his spine. By the way, my friend, how often do we conduct these cleansing operations? If necessary, we could do it daily. However, the front lines would stretch longer, significantly reducing your safety margin. Moreover, if every operation is a cleansing task, might it diminish user engagement? Hearing this, Cao Cao confidently patted his chest, rest assured. Even if the process remains the same daily, the art of editing videos and the perspectives offered by drones are of utmost significance. Just leave it to me. You need not worry about safety. If I dare to step onto the battlefield, I am already adequately prepared. The two continued their light-hearted banter for a moment, after which 032 once again secured Cao Cao within the harness on its back and ascended into the air once more. The army swiftly conducted a thorough cleanup of the battlefield, adhering to the principle of absolute efficiency. Numerous mechanized maidens meticulously packed everything that could be salvaged, even leaving no trace of the insect nests behind. Any sizable remnants were thoroughly examined, as if they could unearth hidden treasures. Red banner, activate. The scattered remnants of the insect race lingered nearby, swiftly eliminated by vigilant mechanized maidens. The air was thick with the acrid stench of insect blood and corrosive fluids. A decidedly unpleasant aroma. The sight of dismembered bodies was far from pleasing. Red banner lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She felt strangely different. In the past, she had never considered the necessity of having a pilot. Red banner? Red banner? Sully called out twice with no response. Upon turning, he found the woman, towering at over 1.70 meters, closely trailing him, barely half a meter away. Startled, he instinctively stepped back, puzzled by her silent approach. Today, Red banner seemed to have lost her senses, clad in a long-made outfit that brushed against her ankles. She kept her head down, mumbling softly to herself. Red banner. She hastily lifted her head, stammering, I'm here. Sully, wearing an expression of confusion, urged, activate. Oh. She stepped forward, embracing him without hesitation. The overwhelming scent of masculinity made her cheeks flush even deeper. A similarly dark golden, mechanized form appeared on the battlefield, capturing the attention of many mechanized maidens who turned to look. Most were witnessing Red Banner's activation for the first time. A collective sigh arose among the mechanized maidens. Yet another S-class mech had emerged. It seemed that beside their commander, the minimum rank was A-class. In the cockpit, Sully forcefully pushed aside Hong Ying, gasping for breath as he struggled. He was genuinely perplexed. Despite Hong Ying's seemingly serious demeanor, she had taken to suffocating him from the onset. In this day and age, was the life of an ace pilot truly so undervalued? With a flushed face, Hong Ying turned and leaned over her own control panel, her long skirt restricting her movements in a rather alarming manner. Sully cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze and donning his helmet. As his field of vision synchronized and split-screen activated, the roar of the mech erupted instantaneously. He did not wait for the rest of the squad to assemble, but instead embarked on a vigorous maneuver. The sensation of control with Hong Ying was markedly distinct. If lightning embodied an unyielding general and black feather represented an all-seeing queen, then Hong Ying was the epitome of a dexterous warrior. Their statistics did not adequately reflect their individual compatibilities. Perhaps due to the inherent characteristics of the mech made, Sully comprehended Hong Ying's role immediately upon engaging. When piloting Lightning, all commands needed to be as succinct as possible. Her processor seemed incapable of handling overly intricate instructions, rendering her combat style one of bold and sweeping gestures. Even the techniques employed were simplistic and rarely varied. In contrast, Hong Ying appeared to be born for manipulation. Regardless of how complex the commands were, she instinctively executed them the moment they were generated. A flicker of realization passed through Sully as he attempted several straightforward commands, his speed of execution suddenly surging. Chapter 81. A small experiment. The black beetle before him had barely turned when Hong Ying's dark figure was already upon it. In her hands, the longsword danced with utmost finesse, the blade spinning gracefully. Seizing the moment while the beetle was momentarily distracted, a glimmer of cold light swiftly struck true, piercing the very center of its brow. The accompanying drone meticulously captured every detail, relaying the footage back to Tao Tao's terminal in an instant. He stood in stunned silence, observing Sully's extraordinary maneuvering, never having imagined that a mech could be piloted in such a manner. It was as though it were not a mere machine, but rather a living, breathing entity. Yet, even among humans, such skill was not easily attained. She resembled a hero plucked from the pages of a cinematic epic. But could this be real? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. Sully sheathed her sword, as if having discovered a delightful treasure, and began to extract an array of weapons from the body of Hong Ying. Her arsenal was remarkably diverse. Besides the long sword and spear, there were also a pair of tridents and a long-handled axe. Grasping the trident in his hands, he flicked his wrist, causing the weapon to spin rapidly. With a swift charge, the black mech thrust the trident into the beetle's mandibles. In a mere 3 seconds, the trident struck repeatedly, launching dozens of assaults. The beetle's mandibles were utterly obliterated, and the acidic liquid it tried to expel oozed from the shattered maw, searing its wounds. The dark figure retreated slightly, shrugging, as the long-handled axe unsheathed itself, which he caught with one hand. With a swift turn, he brought the blade down decisively, extinguishing the beetle's life once and for all. Excellent. Truly remarkable, Hong Ying, your execution is nothing short of spectacular. The seamless operational experience, with commands transmitted with almost zero latency, elicited an involuntary reaction from Su Li, who playfully struck her on the backside, causing her entire body to shudder and tense in the driver's seat. Could it be that the master, too, was struggling with the peculiarities of the Sidal clan? As she felt an unusual sensation on her rear and recalled the limp demeanor exhibited when lightning was released, Hong Ying's face flushed crimson. Why did she instinctively seek to excuse him? If this bizarre tribe truly existed, it seemed they were the only two in their peculiar predicament. What should she do? Was it possible that after merely her first experience piloting, she would find herself in such a compromising position? Wasn't that a tad too hasty? In her recollections, Su Li was never one to be overly eager, yet his suggestive actions and words were unmistakable, coupled with the image of Lightning's limp state. It was challenging for her imagination to refrain from wondering. Who could possibly fathom what transpired within the cockpit? She had perused some novels collected by He Yu in the past, tales of the queen and her knight in the cockpit that left much to the imagination. The thought of her frequent flexibility training made her cheeks burn anew. How did Su Li discern that her operational skills were so exceptional? He had never even tried. Her body trembled slightly, her attention involuntarily drawn to what lay behind her. If that sinful hand were to strike again, should she feign ignorance or simply act as if she were unaware? With this thought, she anxiously shifted and raised her posterior slightly. Unbeknownst to Su Li, he remained oblivious to Hong Ying's discomposure. He simply believed in the superiority of his judgment the moment he laid eyes on her. He assigned her an extraordinarily precise position in his mind. His gaze wandered across the desolate expanse, ultimately yielding no results, forcing him to deviate from his predetermined path and edge closer to a colossal insect nest. To venture here alone was an act fraught with peril. The vast territory of the large insect nest was riddled with intricate underground tunnels, even though he had no intention of descending. Disturbing a single insect could unleash a torrent of swarming creatures upon him, even on a planet ravaged by resource depletion. There remained a certain probability of encountering elite units within such a nest. According to his strategy, the elimination of this insect nest would only commence once the outpost was fully operational. 2 well-equipped A-grade teams would serve as the backbone of the entire operation, while the remaining C-grade mechanical soldiers would also need to mobilize in substantial numbers to contend with the overwhelming horde of insects emerging from the nest. Gritting his teeth, he bent down to seize a sizable rock from the ground and hurled it toward the sentinel of the nest before turning and fleeing. The black mech, enveloped in a cloud of dust, vividly illustrated to all the proper method of escape. In an instant, dozens of massive figures surged forth from the lair, propelled by the sentinel's guidance, racing toward Su Li's position. Glancing back, Su Li beheld, through the billowing smoke, the enormous forms of the insects, far too large for the dust to obscure. These behemoths, measuring several dozen meters in length, towered above the mech. In their presence, the petite figure of Hong Ying could be effortlessly severed in two with a mere pinch of their mandibles. The situation has escalated beyond expectation. The existence of a massive insect nest is indeed not something he can provoke at present. Just a single boulder has summoned forth dozens of large specimens. Were a grenade to be deployed, the ensuing swarm could easily obliterate the forward base. They emitted no furious roars. Rather, they were consumed by a frantic rush, their mandibles snapping violently. Hong Ying's legs trembled uncontrollably. She had never envisioned a day when she would be so frightened by insects that her legs would quiver. She could comprehend Su Li's penchant for seeking thrills. After all, pilots inhabit a realm where each day is a dance with danger, and seeking excitement is part of their routine. Yet, she vowed that she would never pursue any form of thrill under such dire circumstances. She discreetly lowered her raised posterior and took the opportunity to adjust her skirt, attempting to render it less enticing. At this moment, Su Li was far too preoccupied to notice her subtle movements. The speed of the large specimens was hardly inferior to that of the mecha. He did not push his velocity to the limit. Instead, he continuously scanned his surroundings for advantageous terrain. High-speed maneuvers were indeed beneficial for escape, yet they would incur nearly half a second of reaction time when it came to launching a counterattack. Such a lapse, in this critical moment, could prove fatal. He swiftly darted past a cliff face, activating the thrusters in quick succession. The flight module engaged instantaneously, allowing him to ascend over 40 meters in height. The long-handled battle axe firmly gripped in his hand. With a thrust of the thrusters for added propulsion, he spun downward in a dive. In a fleeting second, He had already identified his adversary, swinging his long-handled axe downwards with precision. The sharp blade pierced the neck of the colossal beetle. Despite the additional force from his dive and rotation, the axe became lodged within, failing to sever the neck in a single blow. Su Li cursed under his breath and leapt into the air, landing forcefully upon the beetle's back. The tremendous impact, combined with the thrusting force, caused it to lose its balance and topple forward. Seizing the moment, he withdrew his axe and, without the luxury of delivering a second strike, swung it towards another beetle that had approached from the side. Their reactions belied their massive size, exhibiting agility that was unexpected. These large specimens were a culmination of the finest genes from the insectoid race, rendering them formidable warriors. Such entities were ubiquitous on the main battlefield, and each assault they launched upon human defenses resulted in significant losses. At present, Su Li had distanced himself a full 15 kilometers from the insect nest. However, this distance still lacked assurance. The axe severed a leg, and he adjusted his stance, running forward without a backward glance. With dozens of beetles in pursuit, engaging in a fight on the spot would be tantamount to seeking death. Chapter 82. The squad assembled, setting forth towards the designated coordinates. Secondary armament protocols were lifted, and interference shields were equipped, locking onto an area within a 10-kilometer radius. Particle weapons were to be avoided. Preparations for large-caliber armor-piercing rounds were underway. All personnel were to disperse, upon detecting the enemy, ensure to hold back those trailing behind. The decision to eliminate them was inconsequential. Safeguarding one's own safety was paramount. Focus all attention here. These are the larger specimens. Su Li could only issue vague commands, as the roar of the mechas failed to drown out the sound of large wings flapping. They clung to Su Li's back tenaciously, akin to a stubborn adhesive plaster. Impossible to shake off. There remained 3 kilometers to the designated coordinate point. The location of the extermination mission was not far from the marked coordinates. If the blue and white mech responded appropriately, it could reach the designated position within half a minute. Upon receiving the order, 038 immediately commanded all units to ascend and rush towards the coordinate point. With the armed permissions lifted, the massive barrel of the individual heavy artillery gleamed ominously. Everyone dispersed, pointing their barrels in unison towards the direction from which Su Li approached. The black figure advanced while evading, causing 038 to furrow her brow tightly. Such actions were akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Having already called for support, why had she not distanced herself at the first opportunity? Was she truly that confident in their aim? Yet, it soon became clear to her why Su Li possessed such confidence. Dozens of large beetles entered her field of vision, their black mechas blending almost inconspicuously within the dark swarm. They unleashed their heavy artillery upon the rear of the insect horde, despite the massive size of the creatures. The shrapnel could not touch him in the slightest. The overwhelming pressure was nearly suffocating for 038. Each colossal insect moved with a swiftness far beyond those they typically exterminated. A single longhorn beetle measured merely 20 meters in length, yet this swarm of dung beetles each measured a staggering 60 meters, loading armor-piercing rounds. The command was given: target behind the officer, fire at will. The sounds of cannon fire reverberated through the air. A torrent of armor-piercing projectiles erupted, reverberating across the battlefield. The sound waves from the disruptor intertwined with the cannon fire, thoroughly muddling the signals over the entire expanse of war. The advancing forms of the insects momentarily faltered, only to regain their momentum thereafter. Their communication was severed, yet they remained obedient to their instincts, launching an assault against their foes. The beetles at the rear swiftly altered their course to confront the blue and white mecha. They managed to fire 3 rounds before they were compelled to maneuver through the air to evade the onslaught. The barrage disrupted the rhythm of the beetles, shattered limbs scattering in all directions, and the stench of viscous fluids saturated the wilderness. A dozen beetles, caught unawares by the bombardment, were struck in vital areas, rendering them utterly immobile. The remnants suffered from a barrage of shrapnel that marred their armor. Many beetles sustained damage to their legs, yet they appeared oblivious to their pain, continuing to move with remarkable speed. The devastation wrought by the armor-piercing rounds was considerable. However, the cacophony of artillery fire abruptly ceased as the beetles redirected their offensive. Their numbers were overwhelming. Even if each human faced one insect, they would still possess a considerable surplus. The blue and white mech warriors found themselves suddenly ensnared in a fierce struggle. "Master, rest assured, I shall protect you." Though trembling with fear, Honging clutched her control stick resolutely. In her line of sight, the reinforcements she had so fervently hoped for were swiftly embroiled in battle. The thunderous beating of wings echoed in her ears. She need not turn to see that at least 10 large specimens were hot on her trail. A slap resounded against her rear once more. Protect me? Despite her own fears, she should not incessantly follow the example of Blackfeather, a mere Yandera. What wisdom could she possibly impart? A guardian must wield formidable strength. Today, I shall enlighten you on the essence of standing resolute against 1,000 foes, armed and unyielding. Sully could keenly sense that he might be teetering on the brink of madness. On the battlefields of his past life, he would never have dared to confront such a multitude of formidable adversaries alone. The weighty iron coffin lacked the requisite agility. Yet, the circumstances have changed. With the presence of the mechanical maiden, he could fully commit to the fray. It had been 20 long years since he had last risked his life in combat against the insectoid horde. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, revealing an undercurrent of madness lurking within. No pilot exists who does not seek exhilaration. The higher the rank, the more frenzied their pursuit becomes. This is an inherent trait inscribed in their very genes, etched into their bones. No one can erase it. Amidst the astonished gaze of 038, the black mech abruptly pivoted, charging headlong towards the massive black scarab. For the first time, Hong Ying experienced the pinnacle of operational prowess. Blackfeather, once her master, had always favored a meticulous approach, commanding the battlefield with precision. She had previously believed that such subtle maneuvers represented the zenith of piloting skill. However, today she realized her error. A single preceding command could lead to an astonishing array of subsequent variations. She had no time to focus on the approaching insectoid threat. All her computational resources and concentration were dedicated to navigating the overwhelming flood of commands inundating her mind. With gritted teeth, she stifled a moan of exertion. The black and gold mech executed a swift slide beneath the beetle, driving its long sword deep into the creature's soft underbelly. Utilizing the force of their mutual collision, it tore through, leaving a gory trail of entrails. Viscous green blood splattered across its form, while its other hand swung a long-handled axe, which, upon emerging from beneath the insect, arced fiercely and struck one of the beetle's enormous eyes. The creatures, oblivious to pain and unafraid of death, advanced with their massive mandibles snapping open and shut, 3 beetles converging from different angles, intent on ensnaring and tearing him apart. "Master, be careful." The voice of lightning crackled through the communication channel, tinged with a breathy urgency that betrayed her anxiety. Su Li, wielding the axe, hurled it towards one of the beetles. It soared like a comet, piercing directly into the creature's brow. The tremendous force drove the axe's tip deep into its skull, causing the massive body to collapse onto the carcasses of its kin, inadvertently embedding the axe further into its own head. Cursing under his breath, a wave of frustration surged within him. These damned insects had robbed him of his weapon. As he deftly dodged the lunges of the other 2 beetles, 038 and Lightning simultaneously exhaled in relief. Yet, their hearts sank at the sight of the swarm of beetles scrambling towards Su Li on the ground. "Hurry! We need 2 more shots." Lightning's urgency escalated. This time, no one was there to restrain her, and her heart raced to the brink of her throat. On the battlefield, all the blue and white mech maidens remained vigilant to the unfolding chaos. Sporadic cannon fire could still yield results, but without a cohesive barrage. The effectiveness of armor-piercing rounds against the insects diminished significantly. They had exerted themselves sufficiently. Numerous times, in an effort to shield Su Li, they narrowly escaped being cleaved in 2. The echoes of cannon fire reverberated in the skies above, and the shattered bodies of insects rained down, resembling a strange green downpour. With each insect that plummeted from the heavens, new ones soared upward. It seemed they were resolute in their strategy, deploying a minimal force to stall the enemy, while concentrating their superior strength to annihilate the dark mecha before them. They intended to capture him. They needed him. They craved his extraordinary genes, the innate madness within him, and most importantly, the intoxicating essence that lingered in his small mind. Sweat beaded on Su Li's forehead, and a reckless smile illuminated his face, his lips torn and bleeding from his own bites. He emitted a series of light-hearted chuckles, swiftly absorbing all the information from the battlefield through his keen eyes, which converged in his mind. The feedback from his body, the mecha, the wind, gravity, and the myriad data generated by the mecha every moment was assimilated by his brain, enabling him to make the most advantageous judgments in an instant. Within the cockpit, His eyes glowed with a faint red hue, his hair unwittingly rising in the air. A force, nearly tangible in its essence, suddenly radiated outward, reaching towards the lightning in the sky. Her body shuddered violently, her face flushing crimson. "Master, my master!" A red aura emanated from her, enveloping the entire battlefield. All mechas present surged forth with newfound speed. "General, all attributes doubled." Those designated as allies received a 50% boost in their attributes. Hong Ying trembled once more, wisps of white smoke trailing from her head. Chapter 83. Just like that, Su Li had overestimated his own capabilities. The physical constitution he possessed in this life was still somewhat lacking. To endure such intense combat, personal enhancement was imperative. He retrieved 2 vials of strengthening serum from the system shop and swiftly consumed them. As the liquids surged into his system, he felt the fatigue within his body gradually dissipate. After placing the empty vials back into the system's backpack, he once again gripped the control stick. And the black mech surged forward amidst the frantic tremors of his mechanized companion, charging into the tide of insects. Without the influence of the lightning drive, Hong Ying's attributes only surged by 50%. Nevertheless, this enhancement provided a significant increase in capability. He was now able to slice through the necks of the larger insects before him. The drone faithfully accompanied him, dutifully fulfilling its mission even amidst the direst of circumstances. Cao Cao remained with Unit 032, utterly astounded as he observed the live feed on his terminal. He had reopened the live stream, broadcasting in real time to everyone. The larger insects were a sight he had only witnessed in military propaganda and films throughout his life. However, those specially edited scenes and exaggerated portrayals could never convey the shock that a live broadcast could elicit. He had never realized how cowardly he truly was, trembling at merely a glimpse of the insects. Unit 032 was aware that Su Li had encountered larger insects, but was oblivious to the specifics of the situation. What exactly were they facing? "I have started a live stream. They are confronting the massive insects. Many of them." Upon hearing this, she swiftly located Cao Cao's live streaming room. As soon as she opened it, a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. A cockroach? Such a formidable species typically encountered only on the front line. How could it possibly exist on Cold Brew Star? Did this imply that elite insectoid troops were concealed on this planet? If that were indeed the case, she gasped in astonishment. How had the forward base managed to survive on this planet for over a decade unscathed? On the screen, the black and gold mech charged repeatedly, causing her scalp to tingle with unease. The live chat was once again inundated with a flurry of comments. Frustrated, she opted to disable the barrage of messages, fixating her gaze solely on the dark figure as it surged through the battlefield. Hong Ying leaned over the control panel, her breath quickening. Beneath the hem of her lifted skirt, her fair calves began to blush a delicate shade of pink. Set against the backdrop of white socks, they appeared particularly rosy. Her hands gripping the joystick were flushed crimson. Her back instinctively straightened, and her ponytail was slightly raised. An overwhelming sensation coursed along her spine, igniting her heart with intensity. In her mind, Su Li's lips parted, softly uttering, "This is what it means to be a warrior." Those words fell upon her heart like a droplet of water, sending ripples of emotion throughout her being. Her jet black hair danced in the air. Unbeknownst to Su Li, the once slightly rolled back whites of her eyes transformed into a profound, haunting black. A familiar sensation washed over her, and Su Li realized that Hong Ying had activated resonance. Innate skill, Assault. In the instant of activation, it can lock onto 1 to 8 enemies within a radius of 1 kilometer, condensing a void beacon at the designated location to execute a swift and decisive teleportation strike. A blinding golden light emanates from the black chassis, with golden lines swirling, gradually enveloping the entire mech, transforming it into a resplendent gold. She transforms into a golden beam, abruptly vanishing from the battlefield. Above the 8 massive scarab heads, a golden silhouette materializes. In the blink of an eye, 8 heads soar into the sky, with even the green plasma unable to splatter in time. In the live stream room, there is a moment of silence, followed by the entire screen being filled with my astonishment. Cao Cao stares dumbfounded at the display before him, even forgetting to tremble. He has resonated again. Not only resonance, but the inherent skill has manifested once more. Redding was previously unaware of whether there was an inherent skill. He only knew that Su Li had once again achieved resonance with the mech girl. The prerequisite for resonance is a profound compatibility between the pilot and the mech girl. He now longs to understand how Su Li managed to resonate with 2 mech girls simultaneously, especially given their starkly contrasting personalities. All the viewers of the live broadcast were left in shock, unable to regain their composure. 032's hands trembled slightly as they gripped the terminal. An Ultra S-Class pilot. Perhaps she was indeed witnessing the birth of an Ultra S-Class pilot. Those capable of resonating with two mech girls are, without exception, Ultra S-Class pilots. However, the mech girls accompanying them usually share similar personalities. Su Li's situation is simply unprecedented. On the screen, having completed the decisive kill, Su Li demonstrated what it truly means to let leaves drift. Time and again, the relentless onslaught of the Zerg was deftly evaded by him. Each thrust of his lance claimed the life of yet another creature from their ranks. Even the larger breeds fell victim to his fury, bolstered by the lightning General's prowess and the resonance of Hong Ying. In the cockpit, the trembling Hong Ying could distinctly feel the fervent battle spirit coursing through her veins, ignited by Su Li's fervor. She felt as if she were a mere reed adrift in a raging river, swept along by his overwhelming will to fight, forging ahead, breaking through. And breaking through once more. They were unstoppable, unmatched. The exterior of the mech radiated an intense heat, vaporizing the green blood upon contact with its searing temperatures. She followed in his wake, pursuing the Zerg trailing behind the blue-white mech, striking them down. The ground was littered with the carcasses of the fallen creatures, marking the end of this swarm of dung beetles. As the main force approached, Su Li plunged his lance into the skull of the last beetle, pinning it firmly to the corpse of its companion. Among the blue-white mechs, 3 were severely damaged, one of which had been cleaved in half. Fortunately, the mech was not fatally harmed and would return to its former glory after a period of recovery. The pale-faced mech was extricated from its cockpit by its comrades, forced to retract its deployment. The golden light enveloping Hong Ying began to fade, as her once golden armor reverted to a black-gold hue. The moment her feet touched the ground, she could no longer sustain herself. The mech abruptly vanished, and a figure clad in a maid's outfit materialized in midair, exhausting her remaining consciousness. She embraced Su Li tightly and plummeted downward. In a swift motion, 032 extended a hand to catch them both. In the enormous palm, Hong Ying continued to twitch involuntarily. Su Li, ensnared in her embrace, struggled with all his might, evident that he was on the verge of suffocation. 032, in a flurry of urgency, burst forth from the cockpit, yanking him away from Hong Ying's bosom. Though it lasted merely a few fleeting seconds, Su Li felt as if he had endured centuries. Observing Su Li's flushed face, 032 glanced back at the slightly twitching Hong Ying in the mech's grasp, her brow furrowing instinctively. What kind of operational intensity could possibly be unbearable even for an S-Class mech girl? It was understandable for an A-Class mech girl, like Lightning, to struggle after recently ascending to S-Class. But what about Hong Ying? She was a quintessential S-Class mech girl template. The fact that she too was convulsing baffled 032, who scratched her head in confusion. No point in pondering. An opportunity to experiment would reveal the truth. 038 approached, tilting her head to observe the gasping Su Li, and extended her finger to pinch Hong Ying, shoving her into her own cockpit. Inside, Lightning, bound to the pilot seat, remained limp upon seeing the unconscious and flaccid Hong Ying. A smirk twisted her lips. Huh? An S-Class, is it? Just so. Chapter 84. Raw Bites. Shortly after the team returned to the base, the initially exuberant Tao Tao began to frown deeply. The medical mech girl's words doused him with cold water, dousing the flames of his eagerness to roll up his sleeves and get to work. What did you say? They require how long to recover? 3 days? Why on earth do you need 3 days to recover? The medical machine girl rolled her eyes. She too was perplexed, after all. They had merely ventured out to carry out routine cleansing tasks. Yet, 3 A-Class machine girls were gravely injured, and though 2 S-Class ones escaped physical harm, they were utterly exhausted. Having served as a medical machine girl for over a decade since her inception, she had never encountered a situation where machine girls were rendered fatigued. If you inquire of me, I must ask who else I could turn to. Even my master has never witnessed such a phenomenon, leaving me at a loss for solutions. In any case, they are fatigued and require complete rest. No exertion, no activities permitted. I shall conduct daily checkups. Remember, when I say 3 days, it is a minimum of 3 days. Should you disregard my medical advice and recklessly engage in activities, do not expect to venture out after those 3 days. Tao Tao cast a glance at the 2 machine girls sprawled on the sofa, feeling as though the heavens were playing an elaborate joke on him. What was this? On the very first day of the live broadcast, the results and impact exceeded all expectations. It was the perfect moment to intensify efforts and reach new heights. A golden opportunity to break new ground, yet the protagonists were incapacitated. Fortunately, he was stationed at the outpost. Had he been in the capital star, he would have been besieged by fervent fans, cornered at home, and subjected to their wrath. Brother, how on earth did this happen? 3 machine girls, and 2 of them are completely out of commission. The remaining 1 must stay for emergencies. What do you expect me to say to you? Suli, feeling rather embarrassed, scratched his head. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Tao Tao continue. Did you not think to contract more S-class machine girls before coming? Suli was left utterly speechless. It is not merely a matter of blaming his excessive manipulation. Rather, one must consider the scarcity of S-class mech girls. Do they truly believe that such elite mech girls are as plentiful as cabbages? With a mere flick of his hand, a multitude of mech girls follow in his wake? Tao Tao stared unblinkingly at Suli, sending a chill down his spine. If all else fails, I shall have to conduct a special interview with you and weave it into the video. 3 days, so be it. The material is ample. There will be no live broadcast for dinner today. Tomorrow, I shall host an eating show to placate the situation. I find myself in a state of melancholy. How can perfectly capable mech girls become so lethargic? As he spoke, he scratched his bald head and exited the command room. A deluge of video material awaited his editing, and he suspected that not a single night would suffice to complete the task. Yet, he appeared to relish the challenge, having expressed his dissatisfaction. He turned and hummed a cheerful tune as he busied himself. This left Suli seated behind his desk, observing the 2 girls languishing on the sofa, caught between laughter and tears. Despite her immobility, Lightning wore an expression of utter disdain. It was uncertain whether she still harbored resentment towards the taunts from Kuroha and Hong Ying, but her current demeanor perfectly encapsulated the essence of revenge. Hong Ying had also regained consciousness, biting her lip as she endured Lightning's scornful gaze. She must endure, for aside from Lightning, she could already foresee another tempest brewing. Another mech girl was en route to the command room. The door creaked open quietly, revealing Kuroha in a white lab coat, her eyes glimmering with a hint of coldness. Before she even stepped inside, Hong Ying instinctively shivered, turning her head back in trepidation. Just one glance was enough to make her feel as though her very consciousness might dissipate. She had never before encountered such an expression on Kuroha's face. Her face bore a smile, yet the chilling glint in her eyes instinctively sent a shiver down her neck. In merely 3 or 4 seconds, her gaze had darted around her vulnerable spots multiple times. Ah, congratulations, Hong Ying. I watched your live stream. Some people resonated with it. Hong Ying was rendered speechless by fear. She had initially thought that after being maneuvered by Su Li, she would seamlessly integrate into this family. Yet, it now seemed that she was drifting further away. She could not comprehend how events had escalated to this point. According to her expectations, it was merely a matter of being guided back to the base by Su Li. Such a simple task, yet she had managed to ruin it. However, recalling the exhilarating sensation of being piloted by Su Li, a rosy flush unexpectedly spread across her cheeks. Perhaps there lingered a faint possibility that not all was entirely bleak. The feeling of resonance was truly delightful. For the first time, she experienced what it meant to be recognized and to belong. More importantly, she had awakened her inherent skills. Heiyu widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Hong Ying, who had unexpectedly blushed under her gaze. What did this signify? Was she mocking her? Could she not discern that this was not a genuine congratulations? That little traitor, sneaking away during a crucial experiment, had pilfered her master's home. Very well, so this is how it is played. Why was it that they could all resonate, while she remained perpetually on the road? She stood by the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on Hong Ying, so much so that it rendered her unable to blink, fearful that a mere flutter of her eyelids might usher her into oblivion. Su Li, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his nose. Perhaps it was the exhilaration stemming from his inaugural live stream that caused him to become overly enthusiastic. Engaging with a colossal insect nest was indeed beyond his current capabilities. The near-limitless maneuvering had utterly exhausted Hong Ying, an eventuality he had never anticipated. Fortunately, she managed to endure. Had she faltered midway, he would likely have been left with nothing. He owed her a debt of gratitude, for without her, he feared he might never have returned. Heiyu turned around, pouting. But if it weren't for her, you wouldn't have provoked the large insect nest in the first place. Master, promise me you won't take such risks again. If you truly wish to venture forth, you must take me along. Upon hearing this, Shandian perked up, her entire body immobilized except for her neck. She cheerfully twisted towards Heiyu, casting a disdainful glance. Heiyu merely glanced down, her veins visibly bulging. She was oblivious to the manner in which Su Li had facilitated Shandian's upgrade. Yet, this upgrade had evidently not conferred any significant enhancement to her computational capabilities. Never mind. It was hardly worth her temper to engage with the fool. Master, can you take me out tomorrow? The laboratory has become unbearably dull. My thoughts are all in disarray. Tomorrow is not feasible, he replied. Both of you have exhausted your energy, so all plans for going out have been scrapped. What about the day after tomorrow? I strive to expedite the progress of my research. Su Li opened his mouth, reluctant to dampen He Yu's enthusiasm, yet resignedly stated, the medical android has indicated that their state of exhaustion will persist for at least 3 days. Thus, all plans for outings have been suspended for this duration. He Yu turned her head slowly, casting her gaze upon the two seated on the sofa. Lightning, feeling somewhat guilty, raised his eyes to the ceiling, having never noticed how exquisite the patterns above were. Honging lowered her head, nearly burying it in her own chest. The atmosphere in the command room had completely descended into a stalemate. A knock echoed at the door, and a member of the guard unit entered, saluting Su Li. Commander, as per your request, we have been monitoring Li Tianlang and Yu Rong for 24 hours. Last night, and today, Li Tianlang. Upon hearing this, Su Li immediately straightened his posture. Li Tianlang, backed by the Sancheng Heavy Industries, had no need to wade through this murky water alongside him. He was deeply curious as to why Li Tianlang had appeared on Cold Shui Star. Was there something unusual between him and Yu Rong? The guard member opened her mouth, seemingly unsure of how to proceed. After a moment's contemplation, she finally spoke. He has been poisoned. He is currently receiving treatment in the medical room on the 2nd floor. Poisoned? Why would he be poisoned under such circumstances? In an instant, Su Li contemplated a myriad of possibilities. Yet, regardless of the scenario, it underscored the fact that the current outpost was far from being a solid front. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he scrutinized the guard member before him, who perpetually seemed to hesitate on the brink of speech. He did not suffer from food poisoning due to our meal. He ventured to the mountainside last night and consumed a segment of a stink bug. Su Li. Hey you. That fool. Even Lightning knew that stink bugs were toxic, yet he naively devoured it. Chapter 85. Junwei. When Su Li arrived at the medical room, Li Tianlang lay on the bed, his mouth frothing incessantly. The medical assistant, looking utterly exasperated, raised her hands in a gesture of helplessness upon seeing Su Li. She had recently found herself dealing with inexplicable situations, such as the assistant losing her strength or foolishly consuming something that led her to the infirmary. Commander, I have administered the antidote. The froth emanating from his mouth is a normal reaction. Given the quantity he ingested, it will likely continue for another 2 hours. Master, you have brought this upon me. Li Tianlang exclaimed, his face etched with despair. He felt the chill within his stomach rather than experiencing the intended warmth of the antidote. The remedy caused his stomach and intestines to convulse violently, as if his body were undergoing a form of internal cleansing. This sensation was far from pleasant. Beside him, Yu Rong appeared pale, also receiving intravenous fluids. Su Li gazed at her in disbelief. You too? Yu Rong's face flushed, and she gently nodded. It was true that the antidote had its merits, but it had not been processed yet. Upon hearing those words, Li Tianlang seemed to have finally found solace, gently closing his eyes in a state of serene release. Su Li reached out and patted his face, urging him to reopen his eyes. This demeanor of having attained understanding and the readiness to embrace death was a performance directed at whom, one might wonder. Should he express gratitude for this dramatic display, which, akin to a show, had bestowed a sense of superiority even upon the simple flash of lightning in his mind? Speak up. What else, apart from gnawing on the bug, have you engaged in? Li Tianlang's face flushed crimson as he retrieved from his pocket a few dried mushrooms and a small vial containing half-eaten insect eggs. Is that all? Just that? He resembled a child caught in mischief, his expression evoking a deep sense of sympathy in Su Li. Was this foolish boy still hungry? Or was the forward base truly lacking sufficient sustenance for a child? A wave of helplessness surged within him. He raised his eyes to glance at the white-haired figure on the sickbed, realizing that he had indeed been overly concerned. For someone like him, merely surviving was a miracle. What need was there to seek intelligence? With this incident alone, he had undoubtedly become renowned within the forward base. In this realm populated solely by machine girls, any gossip would spread like wildfire within the hour. The entire base would soon know that his apprentice, due to his gluttony, had transformed himself into a veritable fountain of poison. Su Li shot a disapproving glare at Li Tianlang, feeling that the sight of his white hair was increasingly bothersome. If he wished to eat, he should head to the kitchen, while insects may be beneficial to the body. Those that had not been prepared by a chef were indeed toxic. Fortunately, they had hunted some dung beetles today, and he could indulge in them at dinner later on. Li Tianlong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Dung beetle? A new species? Ever since he consumed the insect, the gateway to a new world had swung wide open, one that could not be closed. It was not a new species, but rather a common large soldier type among the insect race, possessing medicinal value. What was it for? Su Li's gaze subtly drifted downward. In an instant, Li Tianlang understood. Disregarding the white foam that dribbled from the corner of his mouth, and began to rub his hands together with the excitement of a fly. Observing his eager demeanor, Su Li silently repressed the remaining sensations of urgency and discomfort. Eat. Consume as much as you desire. After all, his words hold truth. This matter does not pertain to the upper echelons. Within the mechanical island, a faint golden light emanated from the nurturing chamber. As the live broadcast on the screen unfolded, an array of petri dishes radiated a gentle glow. However, unlike usual occurrences, this luminescence did not give rise to new mechanical maidens. Instead, it seemed to possess consciousness, gradually converging together. They twinkled like starlight, the scattered glimmers slowly rising and flowing into a secluded quiet room. 5 golden cores rotated, entwined with mechanical sequences, and as a multitude of starlight surged in, they emitted a blinding golden brilliance. Under the watchful gaze of 2 elders, one of the cores began to expand its mechanical sequence. Amidst the golden light, a figure curled up, clutching her knees, emerging above the petri dish. Her golden hair cascaded down, enveloping the contours of her back entirely. A sequence of mechanical tendrils entwined around her form, transforming into a resplendent golden gown that embraced her curvaceous silhouette as her body gradually unfurled. The elders scrutinized the newly birthed mechanical maiden with palpable excitement etched upon their faces. After an interminable wait, the moment of fruition had finally arrived. Her golden lashes fluttered gently, and as the radiant light began to wane, her delicate feet lightly touched the incubation chamber. The alabaster toes, scarcely grazing the surface, lifted again. She hovered gracefully in midair, slowly opening her eyes. Within her golden irises flickered a hint of curiosity about the world beyond, and she seemed to defy gravity. Soaring effortlessly as she leaned against the glass, intently observing the 4 mechanical maidens across from her. At long last, she had been brought to life. This, indeed, is 3,347. I never anticipated witnessing the emergence of 3,347 in my lifetime. It appeared she had little interest in the other mechanical maidens. Instead, her gaze turned towards the 4 incubation chambers. The 4 golden cores began to spin rapidly the moment she materialized. With her slender fingers, she gently caressed the cores, seemingly engaging in silent communication with them. A subtle smile graced her cheeks. She had, at long last, surpassed her sisters in achieving corporeal form. Eve, adorned with flowing light blue hair, donned her customary loose-fitting t-shirt, her eyes still heavy with slumber. Transported by a hovering platform, she arrived at the nurturing chamber. Her gaze immediately fell upon the golden figure. A fleeting shimmer of gold glimmered in Eve's eyes as a cascade of data automatically manifested in her mind. Even she could not help but gasp upon witnessing the attributes of the new mech girl. Such attributes are rare, even for an SS-level mech girl. Her characteristics were extraordinarily outrageous, with all 3 attributes surpassing the 150 average of SS-level mech girls. Her strengths were excessively formidable, yet her weaknesses were equally evident. It was precisely these shortcomings that prevented her from attaining SS-level standards. Junwei S01, Speed, 103, Acceleration, 195, Maneuverability, 180, Stability, 70, Defense, 75, Braking, 100, Psychic Power, 237. Compared to the more common mech girls, she possessed an additional attribute of psychic power, indicating a close connection to her unique abilities. She was a specialized mech girl, enhanced in the realm of psychic power. Her emergence caused Eve to narrow her eyes slightly. It had been quite some time since Mechanical Island had produced a mech girl with 7 attributes. An attribute like psychic power was something she had never encountered before. Behind the glass wall, Junwei gazed intently at the live broadcast before her, remaining silent for an extended period. As she watched the figure charging through the swarm of insects in the video, a faint blush crept across her face. Her golden dress was instantly disassembled into a mechanical sequence and began to reassemble upon her. A long-made outfit materialized, and as the hem fluttered, one could see the pristine white suspenders and black leather shoes beneath. Her golden hair was elegantly coiled, and just as a cat's tail was about to emerge, she waved her hand to disperse it. She glanced at the glass wall, seemingly quite pleased with her attire. With a mere wave of his hand, his figure abruptly vanished within the glass walls. He reappeared beside Eve, bowing respectfully before her, and then stood before her with a radiant smile. A look of astonishment flickered across Eve's face. The method he had just employed to move had allowed her to sense the ripples of the void. Junwei, an S-class mech girl, was capable of performing void teleportation. Suddenly, she felt a pang of regret. What nonsense was this about Su Li? She was now reluctant to introduce him. What should she do? Chapter 86. Hesitation. Eve, feeling somewhat glum, absent-mindedly ran her fingers through her light blue hair. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to the poised figure she had presented at the Human Council. Her slightly swollen eyes and pronounced dark circles were evident signs of a chronic insomniac. She stared blankly at Junwei, unable to comprehend how an S-class mech girl could so adeptly wield the void teleportation ability typically reserved for SS-class mech girls. However, upon accessing her terminal and viewing the meticulously edited video, she felt an overwhelming sense of unease, particularly witnessing the explosive activation of the Red Tassel's assault skill. She instantly understood the origin of Junwei's extraordinary capability. She was well aware of the template of Red Tassel. The configuration of the mech girls around Su Li had long been ingrained in her memory. The attributes of such a mech girl, in the absence of inherent skills, were not easily acquired. Yet, in Su Li's hands, with lightning and Red Tassel, he seemed akin to a machine for skill acquisition. If her memory served her correctly, this was his first time piloting Red Tassel. Assault. With a radius of 1 kilometer, utilizing void positioning, one can execute sudden assaults from 8 different directions. Junwei merely cast a glance and immediately grasped the essence of this skill, void teleportation. Moreover, it appeared she could employ it with remarkable proficiency. In contrast to other mechanized beings who remain grounded, she astonishingly managed to hover in midair without the aid of a flight module. This was most likely attributable to her telekinetic attributes. The frightening capacity for learning, coupled with an enigmatic power system, left Eva feeling truly disheartened. Not only did Junwei seem unwilling to share, but she even appeared to desire to reclaim both Lightning and Hong Ying, just as Eva contemplated equipping Su Li with a mechanized companion of intellect. This very being emerged on her own. What a peculiar series of coincidences this world presented through her. "Let us stay on the island for now," she said, her voice tinged with profound reluctance. Junwei was left with a mind full of questions. She had never anticipated that her efforts to stand out among her numerous sisters would culminate in such solitude. Had she not stepped forth to hasten her journey to her master's side? Why remain behind? Observing the governor's somewhat distracted gaze, her confusion deepened. Ahem. Regarding your designated pilot, it appears he may lack sufficient military merit to facilitate your upgrade. In fact, for the foreseeable future, he will not possess any. Furthermore, your defensive capabilities and stability are woefully inadequate. Should you venture onto the battlefield in such a state, your personal safety would be severely compromised. Yet, she pondered, if I do not proceed, how will my master accumulate military merit? What are you talking about? It's merely a temporary stay on the island. With 3 mechanical daughters by his side, how could he possibly fail to earn military merits? A flicker of confusion crossed Junwei's face as he turned to his governor. Governor, are you not aware? Lightning and Hong Ying have already been incapacitated on the first day of the live broadcast during a cleanup mission. The 2 mechanical daughters had exhausted their strength. Now, due to a lack of combat capability, the forward base had halted all external cleanup operations. Incapacitated? As if just waking from a stupor, Eva lowered her gaze back to the video, only to discover that the foes she had been battling were the mainstay troops of the Zerg, typically found on the front lines. The video concluded with the scene of the exhausted Hong Ying automatically retracting, cradling Su Li as they descended, captured in a moment under Junwei's slender fingers. Eva gasped in shock, her scalp tingling. Incapacitated? Such simple and straightforward words were impossible to overlook. The mechanical daughters, possessing physical capabilities far superior to humans, had been rendered powerless? If not for the video evidence, she would have thought it a grand joke. Yet now, she felt like the punchline. Once again, she had underestimated him. She had committed the same error with the same individual once more. Could it be that the mechanical daughters produced on Mechanical Island had been overstated in their attributes? Even as she doubted Mechanical Island, she had never doubted Su Li. How many years had he even operated mechanical daughters? Humans may possess genius, but even the most brilliant minds require a process of growth. First, he had triumphed in the competition, standing firm against the Zerg. And then he had been thrust into the forward base. How many days had he spent there? In the video, it appears that Lightning has already attained S-rank status. How did he achieve this? From humble beginnings, where could he possibly acquire upgrade modules? Typically, if an individual possessed such assets, their first instinct would be to invest them in their most formidable mech. Yet, he has chosen to bestow them upon Lightning. Does this imply that he possesses even more upgrade modules? Could he be a secret weapon cultivated by a formidable faction? Who else lies behind him? At this moment, she can no longer dismiss the notion that he lacks the backing of a powerful entity. An inconspicuous student with remarkable piloting skills and a backing that provides upgrade modules. What grand faction could covertly extend such assistance to him? Did they establish their connection before or after their journey to Cold Brew Star? How could her intelligence network have failed to notice anything amiss? Contemplating this, she glanced at the impatient Junwei before her, who seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon as she waved her hand. You should head to the inspection team headquarters and bring Han Hai along. Eve suddenly felt that all matters concerning Capital Star could be postponed. Uncovering the force behind Su Li was of paramount importance. As for whether Su Li might harbor suspicions, that consideration had completely slipped from her mind. Upon hearing this, Junwei's face visibly darkened with displeasure. Yet, she quickly reconciled herself, thinking that having another mech could only be beneficial. After all, what if her own were to malfunction? She bowed to Eve and, in an instant, vanished from sight. Gazing at the desolate room and the four astonished faces, Eve struggled to cover her chest with her hand. She could actually teleport across vast distances. Did you see that? She could indeed traverse the void from afar. The two elders nodded in unison, their eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation as they beheld the remaining 4 golden cores. Precious treasures. They were all precious treasures. The mere sight of them deepened Eve's sorrow. The thought of sending out 4 more mechanical daughters caused her heart to ache as if she could scarcely breathe. Let him hoard resources. Does he not possess a powerful backing? If his forces are capable of providing upgrade modules, then let them do so. She was determined to see whether he truly had the means to support so many mechanical daughters. Having made her resolution, Eve felt a sense of relief wash over her. Yes, it was precisely the resources for the upgrade modules that she intended to seize. Such materials could only be produced on Mechanical Island. Even if his backing could provide, how much could they truly offer? As the number of mechanical daughters around him increased, any accumulated upgrade modules would swiftly be depleted. She refused to be daunted. One day, Su Li would find himself at her mercy. By then, not only the upgrade modules, but all the mechanical daughters would be reclaimed. Chapter 87. A deep discomfort within the outpost. Heiyu opened her eyes in the darkness. She quietly pulled back the thin blanket draped over her, stealthily reaching out to grasp a finger of Su Li's. In her other hand, a sharp scalpel trembled ever so slightly. I am not harming my master. I am merely drawing his blood to dispel the dampness within him. As she hypnotized herself, the surgical knife inched closer to Su Li's fingertip. Just a single drop. With that, she could forge a core contract with him. The mere thought that even Hong Ying resonated with him filled her with indignation. She could no longer endure the days of this makeshift contract. The blade approached slowly, and despite her continuous self-affirmation, the laws governing the mechanical core repeatedly sounded their alarms. How could I harm my own master? I am merely. She stood there, somewhat dejected, cursing her own ineffectiveness. Why hadn't she thought of rolling her own core in his blood when Su Li was injured? Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the room. 2 figures materialized on Su Li's bed, landing heavily upon the mattress. Heiyu felt her head pinned down by something, forcefully pressing her against Su Li. In her panic, the surgical knife inadvertently grazed Su Li's fingertip. Who? Su Li flipped over and sat up, turning on the bedside lamp. In the brilliance of the light, 2 golden-haired mechanical girls sat obediently upon Heiyu, staring at him without blinking. Meanwhile, Heiyu struggled frantically beneath him. The sudden illumination caused Han Hai to instinctively squint, and upon glancing at the still struggling Heiyu beneath her, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and stepped aside. Their first encounter, of all places, was upon someone else's bed. It was undeniably an inopportune situation. She offered a somewhat awkward smile towards Su Li, introducing herself. I am Han Hai from the Inspection Corps. sent by the governor to provide assistance. As the words escaped her lips, a flush crept onto Han Hai's face. After all, the individual was peacefully asleep in bed. And here she was, arriving to offer assistance. Who would willingly interrupt someone else's repose in such a manner? Junwei's large eyes roamed the surroundings, unrestrained by the dim light. Su Li found his mind overwhelmed, inundated with an excessive amount of information to process in that singular moment. Observing the mechanized beings both on and beside the bed, even his cultivated demeanor began to falter. "Have you all lost your minds? It's the dead of night," he exclaimed. What on earth was happening? In the middle of the night, two young women had seemingly descended from the sky, informing him of a governor's order for their assistance. Assistance with what exactly? Moreover, how had they even found their way into his bedroom? Was the perimeter security of the forward base merely for show? Su Li squinted at the two mechanized girls before him, swallowing hard. They had appeared so abruptly at his bedside without the slightest hint of disturbance. How had Mechanized Island achieved this? Without a specialized void beacon, how could they have completed such a long-distance teleportation? Wasn't it impossible to transmit living beings over vast distances? A multitude of questions surged in his mind, and he wore a remarkably peculiar expression in the face of the unexpected visitors. What could be the motive behind Mechanized Island's actions? Junwei, however, paid little heed to such concerns. She pounced forward, embracing Su Li and playfully nibbling at his face. "Master, I finally found you." Who are you? Why do you embrace and kiss another's master?" Lightning's drowsy eyes widened in an instant, yearning to struggle and rise, yet finding herself utterly immobilized. Although several hours had elapsed, she remained completely unable to move. All she could do was convey a warning through her gaze. After much effort, Heiyu finally managed to stand upright. Surveying the two mechanized maidens that had unexpectedly appeared in the room, her expression rife with suspicion. Junwei's nimble nose quivered slightly as she lowered her head. Su Li's fingertips were stained with blood, and a flicker of surprise crossed her face as she directly extracted her core, pressing his finger onto it. A gentle golden light enveloped them, and Junwei's large golden eyes narrowed, resembling a magnificent golden feline. "The master has shown remarkable thoughtfulness. You are truly kind to Junwei." She no longer exhibited the noble aloofness observed at first glance, but instead, she affectionately nestled beside Su Li, gently rubbing her golden head against his cheek. In a flurry, Su Li pushed the golden-haired maid away, trembling as he clutched his blanket tighter. What on earth is happening? He had never anticipated that he would one day be subjected to a forced contract by others. Fury surged in Lightning's eyes. Who are you? What do you want?" "On high, please, do not shout. We mean no harm." "Junwei, master, please don't push me away." Bursting through the door, 038 exclaimed. "Who is it? Is there an enemy attack?" 032, armed with dual pistols, followed closely behind and froze upon seeing Han Hai. As the direct subordinate of the governor, she had not received any orders. How did she, as one of the leaders of the inspection team, come to be at the outpost? Could it be that the inspection team had revolted? They bypassed the governor and went directly to the front lines? And that unfamiliar mechanical girl, what was she doing sprawled over Su Li? Was she attempting to strangle him with her own hair? Observing Su Li clutching the blanket tightly, she instinctively began to fill her mind with wild imaginings. With a click, the firearm was disarmed and the bolt was pulled back. "Don't shoot. It's a friend. Master. You are so kind to me. Who can tell me what is truly happening? You all, please give me a moment to recover. Why? Why is there even a forced contract?" The entire room was in chaos, a cacophony of noise. Heiyu regarded the still pouting Junwei with the eyes of an enemy. Suddenly noticing that Su Li's fingers were still dripping with blood. Silently, she extracted her core and concealed it behind her, quickly approaching. "Master, you are bleeding. Hurry. Wipe it off." She took her core and fervently rubbed it against Su Li's fingers, as if she wished to cover them entirely. An unusual sensation surged within her, and Heiyu finally experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Hongying lay back on the sofa outside, listening to the commotion inside, her forehead beginning to bead with sweat from anxiety. Yet, in her exhausted state, she could barely move, only able to shout from the sofa. "What is happening? What is going on in there? Everyone, be quiet." Unable to endure any longer, Su Li suddenly rose from his bed, causing the covers to slip away and reveal his muscular physique. The cacophony that filled the room left him utterly exasperated. Grasping his colorful shorts with one hand and pointing towards the door with the other, he bellowed at the assembly of mechanical maidens. "Leave at once." Junwei pouted, releasing her grip on Su Li's shorts. The group of mechanical maidens filed out in an orderly manner, making their way to the command room. They positioned themselves in various corners of the space, casting wary glances at one another, their expressions far from friendly. Irritated, Su Li donned his military uniform and rubbed his head, attempting to alleviate the tension as he stepped out of the bedroom. The moment he emerged, a palpable wave of pressure enveloped the mechanical maidens. Hei Yu promptly knelt before Su Li, bowing her head in silence. She vividly recalled the last time he wore such an expression. It nearly cost her her life. The terror she experienced during that moment was etched in her memory, compelling her to kneel swiftly and set an example for the others. After all, she had already formed a core contract. The worst that could happen was a reprimand. Or perhaps even a whipping, which she would prefer. Dignity? It was a mere illusion in the face of a core contract. Having already taken advantage of the chaos to secure her bond, she felt liberated. Junwei glanced at the other mechanical maidens in the room before hastily moving to kneel beside Su Li, following Hei Yu's lead. As she gazed into Su Li's fearsome eyes, 038 approached and similarly knelt. 032, caught in Su Li's intense gaze, felt a shiver run down her spine. She stood still, saluting Su Li with a military gesture, disengaging the safety on her firearm, and silently stationed herself at the doorway. Han Hai glanced at the three neatly kneeling mechanized girls before her, shifted her stance, and gradually approached, kneeling beside 038. However, as soon as she settled into her position, a realization struck her. Why should she? She was not one of his mechanized girls. Moreover, mechanized girls possess rights too. Do we, mechanized girls, not value our dignity? Why did they all drop to their knees at his silent command? As she struggled to rise, she hesitated once more. Having already knelt, was it too late to stand? Furthermore, it felt appropriate to offer an apology for intruding upon someone's rest at such an ungodly hour. Yet, this was Junwei's fault. What did it have to do with her? On the sofa, Hong Ying grew increasingly anxious. While she could not see them from the bedroom, at least there had been some distance. Now, they were merely separated by the back of a couch, yet she still could not catch a glimpse. It was truly distressing. Chapter 88. One after another, Su Li glanced at the mechanized girl kneeling before him, feeling his frustration dissipate. He found himself amused, looking at 038, and stepped forward to assist her up. Sister, there's no need to join the commotion. You haven't done anything wrong. Why are you kneeling? 038 was taken aback, finally regaining her senses. Indeed, what was she kneeling for? The responsibility for security lay with the Imperial Guard today. Her gaze shifted towards 032, who stood at the doorway. Feigning ignorance with an affected nonchalance, Su Li pulled 038 to his side, gazing at the three mechanical maidens before him, feeling a wave of frustration. Speak. One at a time. Junwei, oblivious to any sense of wrongdoing, raised her hand eagerly. Let me go first. I am Junwei S01, the new mechanical maiden of my master. I exerted considerable effort to manifest my form ahead of schedule and rushed to find you at the first opportunity. Su Li glanced at the golden-haired maid, his hands trembling slightly behind his back. It was his first encounter with a mechanical maiden whose attributes surpassed 200. Moreover, the telekinetic attribute was utterly unprecedented. Master, I have endured great hardships. I managed well on my own, but the governor insisted I bring Han Hai along. I had to teleport continuously, over 300 times, to reach this forward base. It was exhausting. Junwei gestured widely, her expression tinged with innocence. Master, could you please provide me with something to eat? Since leaving the factory, I have not consumed anything. I would like an entire feast. Han Hai lowered her head, too timid to meet Su Li's gaze. She sensed that his aura was even more intimidating than the governor's. If the governor exuded the presence of a superior, Su Li radiated a palpable aura of deadly intent. This was no mere child. He was a harbinger of death itself. You say you traveled all this way? How did you acquire the precise coordinates of my bedroom? I traveled all the way here, and my stomach is growling with hunger. I do not possess the coordinates of your bedroom. I merely have a connection to you, master. Even across mountains and rivers, I can sense your presence. A shiver coursed through Su Li as he instinctively took a step back. How can you sense my presence? He inquired. Junwei raised her face, her golden eyes narrowing slightly. Because I am the exclusive mechanical daughter of the master. Not just me, but my 4 sisters can sense you as well. Su Li retreated another 2 steps, realization dawning upon him that such infatuated beings come in groups. To his astonishment, she had 4 sisters. He subconsciously turned to glance at the bedroom, where the solitary lightning lay, gazing at him with longing, relieved that there were no additional figures. Suli turned his attention back to Junwei, momentarily at a loss for words. This mechanical daughter was indeed excessively fervent towards him. Furthermore, the bizarre nature of an S-rank mechanical daughter forcibly seeking a contract with him lent an air of strangeness to the entire situation. At this juncture, Han Hai interjected. They are exclusive mechanical daughters birthed from the laws of machinery, specifically adapted to you. Junwei was born ahead of the others, who are still in their incubation phase. If you wish to meet them, it may take some time. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Han Hai, Deputy Commander of the Inspection Team. I sincerely apologize for the incident of landing on your bed. Suli looked at the bespectacled girl kneeling before him and hastily reached out to pull her to her feet. He did not consider himself of such stature that the Deputy Commander of the Inspection Team should kneel in apology. His gaze lingered on Han Hai's imposing front armor, sweeping over her complex expression as his brows furrowed deeply in contemplation. The expression on the latter's face was intricate, a blend of remorse, embarrassment, and confusion, perhaps even tinged with a hint of trepidation towards him. What was she afraid of? The deputy head of the inspection team, reassigned to this desolate outpost. What purpose did it serve? Was she here to oversee the progress of the experiments, or was there some new maneuver from the Human Council? He was utterly perplexed. But no matter how he pondered, even if he voiced these questions, he was fated to receive no answers. Sister, please tell Kaling to get up and work some overtime. Though the timing may not be ideal, let us consider it a late-night feast to welcome our esteemed captain. Upon hearing this, 038 acknowledged and made her way outside. Her face was flushed, still feeling embarrassed from having just obediently knelt down. She gave her thigh a firm slap. Never having noticed its softness before, today it felt remarkably smooth as she knelt. Suli finally directed his gaze towards Heiyu. The latter, sensing Suli's scrutiny, shivered involuntarily. Her twin tails quivered, and her hands tightly clutched her garment as him. Do you have nothing to say? I shouldn't have enforced a contract on my master. But I truly just want to be with my master forever. Observing Heiyu's pitiful demeanor, even knowing it was feigned, Suli found himself at a loss for words. After reflecting on their time together, he exhaled deeply. His scalp tingled, his head throbbed, and the wound on his fingertip continued to bleed. He silently glanced at the armrest of the sofa before him, where a head was struggling to twist, yet could not turn at all. The single ponytail of Hong Ying was not long, swaying gently as it hung down. Although her entire body felt immobile, she continued to strive. He circled around the dark feather and approached Hong Ying. Upon seeing his figure, her eyes instantly sparkled with light. Your core, shall we sign? Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She was still unaware of what had transpired, yet for her, it no longer seemed of great importance. Suli was still well, even desiring to establish a core contract with her. A drop of blood glided down the golden core, seeping into it. Junwei leaned closer to Suli, observing him as he completed the contract, then opened his mouth to gently take in Suli's still bleeding fingertip. With a delicate flick of his tongue, Suli instinctively withdrew his hand. Despite their newly formed core contract, such intimacy was undeniably excessive. Junwei's little mouth again formed a pout, but soon, her spirits lifted once more. The kitchen was well stocked with provisions, as the machine girls on night duty habitually replenished their energy after completing their tasks. Thus, within mere minutes, the command room's table was laden with an array of food. She dove in eagerly, not waiting for Kaling to set everything out before she began to feast. Suli gestured toward Han Hai, who smiled awkwardly and took a seat on one side of the room. The mechanical island. Governor Eve's bedroom was not spacious. Within the small room, there was a tiny bed. Only the terrace, bathed in perfect sunlight, offered a panoramic view of the magnificent mechanical island. She lay on her bed, wide-eyed, unable to drift into slumber. Yi Hua sat despondently on the edge of the bed, tears streaming down her face as she lamented her plight, casting furtive glances at the indifferent Eva. Oh, Governor, you cannot comprehend the depths of my suffering. How am I to survive without Han Hai? She gave a symbolic shrug, her weeping more akin to a futile shiver than genuine sorrow. The fragility of a respectable woman was utterly absent in her demeanor. I rise with the dawn and retire only when the stars adorn the night sky. Indeed, I awaken before the cat and sleep later than the rooster. Without Han Hai, I fear I shall meet my untimely end at such a tender age. A vein throbbed on Eva's forehead. Yi Hua forcefully blew her nose, producing a cacophony of indescribable sounds. After all these years, I have surely contributed, if not through toil, then through merit. I have shed blood for Mechanical Island and risked my life. How could you treat me thus? In truth, you may be unaware, but I am utterly directionally challenged. Without Han Hai, I wouldn't even know which way the inspection team's gate opens. Please, I implore you, return Han Hai to me. If that is impossible, I am willing to take on the role myself. There are plenty on our island who could easily assume my responsibilities. Isn't that boy Suli in need of help? With Han Hai as my left arm, I could manage to be a right arm. At last, Eva could endure no more and shot Yi Hua a sidelong glance. You? A right arm? You are more of a two-armed burden. Regardless of the title, if I go, I shall cease to trouble you here. If you refuse my request, I will return tomorrow after work. Han Hai's presence was to investigate the potential forces behind Su Li. What purpose do you serve? I shall lead the team. In his hands, he held over 200 mechanized maidens. If I do not intervene, what if he incites a rebellion? Eve fell silent, raising her hand to gesture towards her terrace. At this moment, she simply wished for this two-armed individual to leave swiftly. Night Hua's face lit up with joy, and in an instant, he soared off the terrace. She was no longer directionally challenged, flying straight towards the exclusive air terminal of the Mechanical Island. If she could hasten her pace, she might just catch up with the cargo vessel. Once aboard, the sky would be her limit. She could venture wherever her heart desired. Chapter 89. The inoperable mechanized maiden outside the forward base. Clouds of dust were stirred up. Su Li leaned against the railing of the mountainside, observing the mechas below engaged in routine combat training. Despite his advancing years, Zhang Chaoyang remained an exceptional combatant, even wielding a B-grade songling. He was more than capable of contending with the S-grade Yurong, and his remarkable skills often put Li Tianlang at a disadvantage. His apprentice displayed commendable prowess, yet he remained ensnared by the flamboyant techniques typical of the arena, excessive movements that repeatedly afforded Zhang Chaoyang opportunities. This was especially evident in the heat of battle. Zhang Chongping stood below the narrow pass, drenched in sweat. His steadfast shield braced against his unruly hair, fanning him while he intently watched the duel. Master, your father is truly formidable. Who do you think would prevail in a match against that eccentric Su? Zhang Chongping's eyes were vacant, his mind completely blank. His hands trembled slightly. Su Li's training methods yielded remarkably swift results. However, he often found himself preoccupied with strategy, neglecting the physical aspect of his training. To this day, he could only manipulate a mere 4 steel balls, a training outcome that would lead to nothing but utter defeat against Zhang Chaoyang. Jian Dun cast a glance back at his master, using a damp towel to wipe his face. On the battlefield, the pale blue mech once again had a blade poised at its neck. Inside the cockpit, Li Tianlang completed his disconnection, emerging as if pulled from a pool, his entire body drenched in sweat. Yu Rong retracted her deployment and assisted him, but after just a few steps, he collapsed, ultimately relying on her to hoist him and place him beneath Zhang Chongping's sunshade. No more. I can't go on, he exclaimed. I tell you, skinny monkey, it's not that I can't defeat your father. You know well that I've been poisoned, so I'm physically weakened. He desperately sought excuses for his failure, even though he did not fully believe them himself. It seemed that Zhang Chaoyang had regained his vigor following Zhang Chongping's arrival. He clearly preferred to instruct his own son over educating others. At the very least, he was determined to make up for the missed opportunities of the past few years. After all, belated paternal love is still love. He approached the two of them, took the towel from Jian Dun, and wiped the sweat from his brow. You still have a long way to go. Little Pear was able to defeat me with a C-class mech. You both need to practice more. Li Tianlang rolled his eyes and gasped for breath. How can a person compare to a beast? As soon as the words left his lips, everyone present instinctively paused, silently nodding in agreement. Even Zhang Chaoyang merely cleared his throat, refraining from further comment. It was, to be honest, the first time he had encountered a pilot capable of pushing a mech to such limits. Junwei perched atop the elevated platform, swinging her legs playfully. She tilted her head, gazing up at Su Li with a mischievous expression. Master, they are speaking ill of you. May I teach them a lesson? There's no need for that. But you could demonstrate your special skills to me, specifically, beyond the void teleportation. Junwei tilted her head slightly and straightened her posture, using one hand to support herself on the railing as she leaped from the platform, effortlessly suspending herself in midair. Her resplendent golden hair billowed around her, radiating a soft golden light. With a single hand, she pointed downward, causing the ground to tremble instantaneously. Su Li looked down, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before him, a rectangular block of earth and stone, meticulously severed, floated beside Junwei. Tiny fragments tumbled down, crashing into the pits below. She had astonishingly cleaved the compacted ground, extracting a block measuring 5 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 2 meters in height. With a delicate gesture, she directed the block forward, and it erupted with a thunderous sound, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Her methods of attack were unlike any known mech operators. Telekinetic manipulation? Su Li suddenly felt as though he had stumbled into the wrong scene. Could such a being truly be classified as a mech? With a playful turn, Junwei revealed a colossal golden mech phantom that materialized behind her. She strolled through the air, and as she approached Su Li, her entire form became indistinct, replaced by the resplendent golden hand of the mech. The already dazzling gold shimmered even more brilliantly under the sunlight. "Master, would you like to take it for a spin?" Su Li gazed at the golden mech and leapt onto her palm. As the cockpit sealed shut, he swiftly donned the helmet. Li Tianlang stared in astonishment at the golden mech. This time, he did not allow Yu Rong to learn. There are always stronger individuals among the strong. Previously, he regarded Black Feather as a paragon of sophistication, but now it seemed rather trivial. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. The keyboard of Junwei also glowed with a golden hue. However, the helmet and all his mech companions were distinctly different. He could distinctly sense that, upon wearing the helmet, his thoughts were intricately linked to Junwei on a certain level. This sensation was extraordinary, as if the entire mech had become an extension of his own body. Whereas other mech companions felt like physical tools at his command, Junwei provided a sensation akin to achieving a harmonious unity with the cosmos. He could even feel the breeze brushing against the surface of the mech through the helmet. Such data feedback was unprecedented for him. He immediately began to input commands, eager to experience what it felt like to pilot her. Yet, after typing only 2 characters, he abruptly halted. This mech was simply not operable at the moment. A faint chill of sweat began to trickle down. He excitedly settled into the seat, only to forget that his body could hardly withstand her staggering acceleration of 195 points. The acceleration of 195, with a maneuverability of 180, has nearly reached twice that of lightning. The low-load anti-gravity suit he wore could scarcely withstand such formidable G-forces. Reluctantly, he removed his helmet, manually disengaged the safety mechanism, and opened the cockpit. Junwei, feeling a twinge of fear, gently caressed her chest. The mental link allowed her to instantly recognize her oversight. The thought of having nearly endangered her master sent a shiver through her. "Master, I didn't mean to. It's all right. I was too hasty. It's fine. It will be all right in due time. The outpost may lack many things, but it is certainly abundant in pests. As long as I receive sufficient nutritional supplementation, my physical strength will swiftly recover." As the colossal mech vanished, the duo returned to the platform's edge, gazing ahead at Su Li, who remained silent and deep in contemplation. Junwei wished fervently to pry open her own head to uncover the thoughts within. How utterly foolish. If Su Li had also failed to recall, he might have cluttered the cockpit. "Alas, you truly are quite clever, Junwei." Completing the physical consolidation early was meant to assist her master in resolving issues. Yet now, the problem remained unsolved, and she had inadvertently added 2 more mouths to feed. Pondering this, she felt a wave of frustration. The consumption capacity of the vast sea was unexpectedly astonishing. How could something so diminutive consume so much? Did she stash everything she ate within her chest? I shall check upon my return. Chapter 90. The lottery after a night of rest. Lightning and Honging finally became acutely aware of their physical suffering. Previously, their bodies had been numb due to paralysis, but as consciousness returned, the overwhelming ache surged through them like a relentless tide. The persistent sensation of soreness and pain rendered it utterly impossible to maintain even a semblance of a cheerful disposition. Han Hai sat at Su Li's desk, scrutinizing the compiled data before him, resolutely ignoring the agonized cries echoing around him. Su Li was remarkably accommodating. Without uttering many words, she seamlessly took over the daily operations of the base. The information from above was clear and concise, and all expenditures had been meticulously verified. In this modest outpost, the entirety of intelligence could be condensed into a mere folder, which she efficiently organized throughout the morning. Aside from the occasional occurrence of ordinary goods being resold, the base exhibited no significant issues. Was it that he had concealed matters too effectively, or had the governor erred in judgment? Han Hai adjusted his glasses and deftly plucked a pill bug from a nearby plate, skillfully popping it into his mouth. If nothing could be uncovered from him, Then it would be prudent to investigate those in his vicinity, such as the already deceased Zhang Chaoyang. He nibbled on the pill bug, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. Hacking into a federal database would hardly take more than a few minutes. Lightning cast a resentful gaze at Han Hai, her emotions a complex tapestry. She harbored ample reasons to suspect that this mechanical girl had merely come to scrounge for food. Having consumed so much the previous evening and again in the morning, she had yet to cease her incessant eating. Her gaze swept over the colossal object resting on the table, a flicker of danger gleaming in her eyes. As Suli pushed the door open, he caught sight of Lightning's gritted teeth, a manifestation of her distress. "Are you feeling that miserable? Allow me to assist you." He settled onto the sofa, placing Lightning's legs upon his own, and began to knead her muscles inch by inch. The color of her petite face visibly deepened to a crimson hue, her demeanor tinged with a hint of shyness. Suli's large hand pressed against her calf, though slightly painful. Each application of pressure alleviated the discomfort considerably. After only a few moments, she began to emit soft sounds of contentment. Hong Ying, filled with envy, could only watch longingly. Seizing the opportunity to massage Lightning, he opened his system panel and perused all the items in the marketplace that piqued his interest, subsequently accessing his backpack. He possessed over 20 vials of basic enhancement liquid, and his current physical prowess had nearly reached the level of his past life. Excessive use of the basic enhancement liquid had begun to yield diminishing returns, as the benefits derived from his regular consumption of insectoid meat had surpassed the efficacy of the basic enhancements. The next step was to pursue further augmentation. He had 64 vials of A-grade enhancement liquid and 38 vials of S-grade enhancement liquid. If utilized strategically, it was plausible that within a month, he would meet the standards necessary to pilot a Junwei. His energy reserves were also steadily increasing. The last time he eliminated a large species and completed the corresponding task, he accrued a remarkable 70,000 energy points. The system's tasks ranged from extermination missions to quantifying the number of specific insectoid species eliminated, encompassing a wide array of objectives. Due to the unpredictable nature of the alien extermination missions, he had not paid much attention to the specifics. However, as he vanquished more of the alien creatures, the completion of his tasks naturally increased. The rewards he accrued became increasingly abundant. Observing the nearly 20,000 energy points displayed on the system interface, Suli inadvertently tightened his grip on his lightning-infused legs. An S-grade upgrade module required a hefty sum of 150,000 points. In this light, it became evident that the energy he possessed was not as substantial as it seemed. The details of the military merit exchange revealed that the pricing for identical modules corresponded directly with energy points. After spending several days at the outpost base, slaughtering alien creatures, he had only amassed a mere 10,000 points of military merit. At present, acquiring military merit appeared to be considerably slower than accumulating energy points. Nevertheless, Suli understood that the avenues for obtaining military merit were equally diverse. Beyond slaying alien creatures, executing specific missions, or providing unique materials could yield significant rewards. When assessed collectively, the two methods of acquisition seemed fairly equivalent. Should he have the opportunity to uncover some rare minerals, the advantages of military merit would become immediately apparent. However, the method of exchanging energy points allowed him to avoid relying on the mechanical island. Gazing at the 300 or so lottery draws gifted by the system, curiosity compelled him to activate the lottery wheel. 10 consecutive draws guaranteed a purple item. This seemed to be a common trope in countless games. If his guess was correct, there should be a certain number of guaranteed draws beneath. As anticipated, after scrolling down once more, he encountered the phrase indicating a 100 draw guarantee for gold items. Feeling rather bored, he pulled the lever of the lottery system. As the lottery machine began to slowly shake, an array of items started to jostle within the enormous sphere. Regardless of the machine's fairness, it certainly appeared equitable, for within it, amidst an assortment of socks, undergarments, and various trinkets, there lay even an S-grade module. With the machine's rotation, Suli found himself struggling to contain his impulses. Unbeknownst to him, his hand had already traversed the length of Lightning's calf and was inching towards her thigh. Lightning, her cheeks flushed, gazed at Suli, who was fixated on her leg, his eyes brimming with intent. It dawned on her that her master had a particular preference. Casting a sidelong glance at Han Hai, she scoffed. At a mere 1.60 meters, his short legs held no advantage. Having surpassed the age for growth, no amount of food would suffice. Suli remained intently focused on the lottery machine until it gradually came to a halt. 8 pairs of colorful stockings, a professional outfit, and a set of B-grade upgrade modules were revealed. To his astonishment, a set of B-grade upgrade modules was merely of blue quality. Yet the professional skirt was of purple quality. Upon inspecting it, he discovered that the description clearly stated, once donned by a mech girl. It could significantly enhance the pilot's combat efficiency, increased attack speed. The effect of this outfit brought a smile to Su Li's face. Observing his storage backpack, half of the compartments were filled with various stockings. He skeptically pulled the lever again. Cosmetics, chocolates, number 82 lubricant, a barren bag, and even a small whip appeared. Among the 100 draws, a golden quality fragment of an S-grade upgrade module was revealed. 6 fragments were required to exchange for a designated S-grade upgrade module. He understood that in this world, nothing comes without a cost. As Su Li regained his focus, his hand paused momentarily before returning to his ankle, beginning to apply pressure inch by inch. A dozen B-level modules and 20 groups of C-level modules, each group consisting of 6. Suddenly, he realized he had discovered a method to rapidly accumulate military merits. The forward base was replete with low-tier mech girls, who had amassed military achievements over the years. Chapter 91. Isolated and helpless. Have you heard? The commander intends to apply for upgraded modules on our behalf. I heard. Are you going to sign up? Of course. Though the likelihood is slim, hope remains. The former commander said the same. Yet after a year of application, the military merits were returned in full. The previous commander was a good person, but, ultimately, it is because we either lack pilots or the pilots have perished that we cannot secure the upgraded modules. How do you know this time will be different? It might just be another futile hope. Then don't sign up. I'll go and test the waters for you. Don't be ridiculous. Within the base, mech girls discussed fervently in various corners. Although their conversations were animated, none exhibited hesitation. For them, upgraded modules represented life itself. With these enhancements, they would possess greater combat prowess, ensuring that when faced with peril, they would not be rendered incapable of resistance. Song Ling meticulously recorded data on her terminal, while Su Li cooperated with Tao Tao in what was termed an eating broadcast. The taste of the insects was indeed quite delectable, yet he found himself unable to consume another bite. Before him lay 3 empty plates, the remnants of which had already filled his stomach to capacity. Observing the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, Su Li let out a hearty belch and waved his hand dismissively at Tao Tao. Brother, I truly cannot eat anymore. Details, pay attention to the details. Tao Tao mouthed the reminders to Su Li. Watching him pick up a piece of insect exoskeleton to illustrate his point, Tao Tao's satisfaction was evident as he grinned broadly. The video's viewership soared, accompanied by a significant surge in his follower count. At the age of 40, he found himself waking in the middle of the night to use the restroom, yet he couldn't resist glancing at the back-end statistics. The ever-increasing numbers made him feel as if he were oscillating between reality and illusion. Without straining his eyes to discern the difference, he could hardly tell which was which. He gave Su Li a thumbs up, signaling the end of his shift. Su Li exhaled deeply, feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the myriad of challenges at hand. For confidentiality reasons, Junwei and Han Hai were barred from appearing on camera. Instead of allowing the 2 voracious eaters to take the spotlight, they insisted that he, a mere pilot, should maintain the FAAD. After another hearty belch, he accepted the registration form handed to him by Song Ling. Flipping to the last page, he discovered that nearly every mech girl in the base had submitted an application, with many willing to invest heavily in upgrade modules. Why is your name not on the list? Song Ling faltered, lowering her head in silence. You should fill it out too. Our forward base is far from secure. An early upgrade is essential to ensure your safety and that of Uncle Jean. An A-class mech girl is destined to be reassigned to the main battlefield. Rest assured, no one is aware of your ascension to A-class. Upon hearing this, Song Ling widened her eyes and exclaimed, Commander, every allocation of upgrade modules is meticulously recorded. Are you suggesting that we attribute this module to someone else? If so, that individual will subsequently lose their eligibility to apply for it again. Su Li waved his hand dismissively and replied, Do not worry. I have my channels. You are well aware of your attributes and how many modules you require. Ensure you maintain a detailed record. I will conduct some research and provide you with a response in a couple of days. Remember, it is imperative to accurately account for the number of modules you need. Song Ling, holding the terminal, regarded Su Li with a complex expression. To him, the upgrade module seemed like a trifling matter, yet the mech girls at the forward base understood all too well the difficulties involved in securing these modules. Everyone fought valiantly to accumulate military merits, ultimately for the sake of preserving a glimmer of hope. Many have spent their entire lives amassing merits only to never receive the modules they deserved. Hesitantly, she took a step forward, heading outside. Tallying the needs of the mech girls was but a minor task. However, failing to accomplish this would plunge these mech girls into yet another cycle of despair. Sister Tsongling, do not overthink it. Even if this hope is but an illusion, our lives have improved dramatically. We have food every day and reap plentiful rewards. Everyone has also gained more time for training. Even without modules, through sheer training over the years, one can undoubtedly elevate their attributes to a certain extent. Indeed, the officer is young and may lack experience. It is challenging for us, as subordinates, to advise him. However, if this endeavor fails, no one will hold him accountable. After all, his youth and remarkable abilities are commendable. Our forward base is merely a starting point for him. His willingness to assist us is already deserving of our profound gratitude. As Tsongling listened, her eyes grew misty. She too is one of the machine daughters. And over the years, she has witnessed far too many sisters never return, eternally lost on the battlefield. If anyone in this world requires hope and a sense of purpose, it is undeniably these warriors who fight at the front lines. Let's take stock. As she observed the machine daughters lining up, Tsongling made a resolute decision. Her military achievements were sufficient to exchange for an upgrade to an A-class module. Whether it be military merit or experience, she met all the criteria. If Su Li truly cannot accomplish this, then she would become an A-class machine daughter, apply for reassignment from the forward base, and head to the main battlefield. Even if it meant perishing there, she was determined to reclaim the modules for her sisters. Unbeknownst to Su Li, a different situation unfolded outside. He merely sought out 038, who was idly gazing out the window. At that moment, she was leaning against the glass, her long legs adorned in black stockings, a blue skirt hugging her curves, her slender waist gently swaying as she hummed an unfamiliar tune. "Sister, would you be interested in opening a general store?" Upon hearing this, 038 straightened up in surprise. She reached up to smooth the strands of hair cascading by her ears, her expression one of disbelief. "A grocery store? Here?" Su Li leaned against the window, pointing at a vacant shop at the heart of the town. "Indeed, what do you think of that place? We can trade military merits. The goods are diverse and plentiful." "Military merits?" In an instant, she grasped Su Li's intentions and hurriedly leaned closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. "Brother, I understand you wish to accumulate military merits to upgrade Lightning and the others, but is it not somewhat unethical to exchange ordinary goods for military merits?" Her weapon, barely perceptible, brushed against Su Li's arm, her presence exuding an alluring fragrance. Su Li's face involuntarily flushed, and he discreetly shifted away. "I am not deceiving them. The products we offer include upgrade modules. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement cannot be deemed exploitative." "What did you say?" "Upgrade modules." 038's voice rose sharply, her expression one of incredulity. She was aware of how much Mechanical Island cared for its own, yet the idea of selling modules seemed utterly outrageous. What was the governor's intention? Did he want Su Li to assemble a team at the forward base? Meanwhile, Han Hai, stationed in the office, perked up his ears and unconsciously approached the door, pressing his ear against it. On the sofa, Hong Ying struggled to turn her head to see what was happening, but could not manage it. She could only glance at Lightning across the way. But soon despair washed over her. Lightning was fast asleep, oblivious to the glistening drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. As Han Hai listened to the conversations outside, a sense of trepidation began to envelop her. What were the forces behind Su Li truly plotting? Did they intend for her to assemble a team at the forward base? It was astonishing that they spoke so brazenly about modules in the corridor. Notably, one of them was even the squad leader affiliated with the inspection team. The division and moral decay within the ranks were far more severe than she had anticipated. The once fiery resolve had been extinguished. The insidious hand of corruption had infiltrated the inspection team, and they brazenly conspired, showing no concern for their presence in the office. And what of the honor guard? She suddenly recalled the scene from the previous night, when 032 burst into her bedroom, gun in hand, the barrel seemingly perpetually directed at her. What could this signify? Han Hai dared not dwell on it any longer. No wonder nothing could be uncovered. It was utterly impossible to investigate even the slightest detail. The honor guard and the inspection team were now entirely under his sway. Even the mechanized girls outside were almost entirely in Su Li's thrall. None could withstand the allure of the modules. She found herself ensnared in a dire predicament. The sole avenue of escape from the forward base was through Junwei. Yet, ironically, the moment Junwei arrived, he was bound by a contract. They had calculated that she could not extricate herself from the forward base. Two fates awaited her. One was to resist fiercely, only to be captured by a horde of mechanized girls, subjected to relentless torment, ultimately yielding to Su Li's tyranny. The other was to sink into complicity with them. Han Hai clenched the terminal in her hand. Torn between resistance and capitulation, she resolutely chose to report to Mechanized Island. The screen of the terminal remained ominously dark. No matter how she manipulated it, it would not light up. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Han Hai collapsed weakly onto the ground. One should have foreseen this, Shun Ti1. They had openly discussed it in the hallway. How could they not tamper with her terminal? Su Li dispatched 038 to tidy up the shop before stepping into the command room. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Han Hai lying on the floor. She struggled to embrace her legs, attempting to curl up, but her ample bosom hindered her efforts. She raised her gaze to him, her eyes glistening with tears, embodying a pitiful innocence. In her line of sight, Su Li stood with his head bowed, his eyes exuding an all-knowing confidence. A mocking smile graced his lips as he gradually bent down, grasping her arm and gently lifting her from the floor. A chilling voice echoed beside her. "How careless of you, at your age, to stumble at the doorway. I see your eyes are misty. Did you hurt yourself in the fall?" Han Hai remained silent, feeling that the hand of the demon before her was unexpectedly warm. Chapter 92, Preparations. The preparations for the shop were not as challenging as anticipated. Upon discovering that the shop was run by Su Li, the machine girls spontaneously used simple materials to carry out a series of renovations. Everyone was curious about the type of goods Su Li would offer. However, in response to the numerous inquiries from the machine girls, 038 always responded with a courteous smile, urging them to stay tuned. Beneath that amiable smile lay the fierce visage of 038. Aside from knowing that Su Li would sell modules, she was unaware of any accompanying products until he gifted her a professional skirt suit. Dressed in a cerulean professional ensemble, 038 instantly captivated Su Li's attention. Her figure was exquisitely curvaceous. The garments, meticulously crafted by the system, embraced her silhouette flawlessly, save for the neckline. Feeling Su Li's gaze traverse her form, 038 shot him a piercing glance, enhancing her allure. The blue hue complemented her remarkably fair skin, while her long legs, encased in black stockings, showcased a perfect contour. Su Li mused that if the instructors at the academy possessed such caliber, he would be inclined to attend until its closure. "Look again, and your precious orbs may be plucked out." Su Li hastily surrendered with an exaggerated gesture, leading her into the storeroom of the establishment. Inside, the shelves were filled with an array of cardboard boxes that had mysteriously accumulated. Each box, varying in size, was methodically categorized, cluttering the modest storeroom. 038 approached and opened several boxes. Inside, she discovered an assortment of clothing and everyday essentials, as well as an array of snacks favored by young girls. Though the items were few, each one was a delightful surprise. "Sister, this shop shall be entrusted to you from now on. Please examine and determine the pricing for each item. We shall only engage in transactions based on military merits. Aside from the modules, which must be sold at their original price, all pricing authority will be delegated to you. Furthermore, the appointment of personnel within the shop is also your responsibility. Our establishment shall operate for 3 hours each day after the daily tasks are completed. This quaint town must not remain merely ornamental. We need to breathe life into it." Su Li cast his gaze outside, where a modest square revealed a scarcity of newly opened shops. Most mechanical girls only found leisure to wander after completing their tasks. Prior to his arrival, they had dedicated the majority of their time to repairs. However, the situation had improved significantly, yet the flow of people in the square remained insufficient. The former commander aspired to infuse vitality into the base. Thus, he resolved to breathe life into it entirely. After all, the system's lottery was an opportunity not to be squandered, and the marketplace boasted an abundance of goods. The truly valuable items could be exchanged for military merits, alleviating any concerns from the mechanical island. By the fountain, a golden little head peeked curiously towards the shops. Upon noticing Su Li's glance, Han Hai quickly retracted her head. He observed the protruding bosom emerging from behind the greenery, a slight frown creasing his brow. The newly appointed vice-captain of the inspection team, for reasons unknown, had taken to fixating on him ever since he had assisted her once. Could it be that her true purpose for approaching was merely to keep an eye on him? Yet, if it were indeed surveillance, would it not be prudent to enlist someone more specialized for such a task? His attention was drawn to a small hand grasping the bosom, forcefully pushing it inward, deciding to avert his gaze. Sully pointed towards a cardboard box in the warehouse and said, "Sister, what is contained within this box is the module. The initial batch is limited, consisting of 20 sets of C-grade modules, equating to 120 pieces. You can sell them strategically based on the information provided by Tsongling. Should you miss out on any, fret not, as I shall return periodically to replenish the supply." Upon hearing this, 038 hastily approached the box and promptly opened it. Indeed, she discovered the neatly arranged modules within. Turning to glance at Su Li, then at the cardboard box before her, she quickly cast her gaze outside, and in a hushed tone remarked, "My dear brother, is this truly a module? This is the lifeblood of the mechanized daughters. You, even if you do not secure it in a safe, at the very least, ought to place it in a safe location. Yet, you casually toss it into a box and bring it over? What does it matter? In the forward base, we are all comrades, are we not?" Su Li's remark about comrades left 038 utterly bewildered. She could not fathom how Su Li had managed to procure such a multitude of modules. All she knew was that, based on the military achievements amassed by the mechanized daughters over the years, acquiring this many modules was an impossibility. Even if the governor held a favorable view of him, it would still be unfeasible. The allocation of each module is subject to the joint approval of the Mechanical Island and the Human Council, which would never permit a large quantity of modules to congregate in a single location. To amass such an extensive collection of modules at once would entail a significant sacrifice. Furthermore, the intended users of this batch of modules were a group of mechanized daughters lacking pilots. This indicated that even if they completed their upgrades and entered the battlefield, their prowess would be limited. She tightened her grip on the box, her heart a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, 038 released her hold on the box and turned to embrace Su Li. She had never encountered anyone willing to make such a grand sacrifice for the sake of other mechanized daughters. 120 modules. It was as if he had plundered the mechanical island. Although the modules were of a lower tier, they were precisely what the mechanized daughters at the forward base needed most. Su Li, although I may not possess the qualifications, I still wish to express my gratitude on behalf of the 238 mechanical daughters at the outpost. Truly, you have granted them a second chance at life. As Su Li felt the warmth enveloping him, his entire body tensed. His hands, whether resting on her waist or the curve of her back, seemed inappropriate. Yet, facing such an alluring silhouette, placing his hands on her back felt somewhat disrespectful. Fortunately, 038 did not hold him for long and soon released him. The two stood amidst a warehouse cluttered with goods, silently gazing at each other. 038 soon recognized the impropriety of her actions and awkwardly fidgeted with her hair. However, this very gesture only heightened her charm. Behind his glasses, Han Hai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stepped out from the concealed greenery, edging closer to the storefront. The neatly arranged shop displayed no merchandise, yet the specifications of the display indicated a variety of goods. Confounded, she could not comprehend why Su Li seemed oblivious to her presence. Did he genuinely believe that he could manipulate her without consequence, as if she posed no challenge? Or did he feel that the power backing him was formidable enough to rival that of Mechanical Island? Han Hai's mind raced, constructing every conceivable scenario. She connected the dots to the Human Council, then to the guard and inspection teams. After much contemplation, she could find no overt force capable of such feats. It was bewildering to think that a mere Aka industry could once corner him to such an extent. Yet, the unfolding events now rendered the situation increasingly enigmatic. Was everything that transpired previously orchestrated deliberately by the Human Council? From the corner of her eye, she observed 038 embracing Su Li, its hind legs slightly raised. Thus, had he employed the art of seduction on 038? Chapter 93. Training outside the narrow pass. Numerous mech girls were engaged in fierce combat. The daily training tasks had never ceased. Li Tianlang and Zhang Chongping piloted their respective mech girls, joining forces against the enemy and clashing with Zhang Chaiyang. Zhang Chongping gritted his teeth, holding his shield steadfastly in front, and each time he faced his father's cunning attacks, he had to summon every ounce of concentration to barely cope. Meanwhile, Li Tianlang maneuvered Yurong, emulating Zhang Chaiyang's style, honing his offensive techniques. He resembled a parched sponge, desperately absorbing every drop of knowledge within reach. Being favored by Su Li was a testament to his own brilliance. In just a few short days, He had already managed to exchange blows with Zhang Qiuyang. Since meeting Su Li and witnessing his prowess, he understood that to achieve further technical advancement, he either needed to be in constant proximity to Su Li or step onto the battlefield, engaging in life and death struggles. Consequently, he had repeatedly urged the club to allocate resources from Sanqing Heavy Industry and to sign a genuine contract with Su Li. However, the outcome was that he too was forsaken by the Enterprise and subsequently dispatched to this place by the Mechanical Island. Life on the home planet was stable, yet he was unwilling to settle for mediocrity. In the past, he always envisioned standing atop the podium, fantasizing about one day galloping across the battlefield. However, after encountering Su Li, that dream shattered. Talent? It is but a jest. What he currently requires is unwavering perseverance and relentless effort. Having arrived on the battlefield, he cannot remain cowering in the base. He must grow swiftly, striving to meet Su Li's expectations. Only then can he gallop alongside him in the fray, rather than languishing forever at the gates of the forward base, ensnared in ceaseless training. He yearns for the mechanized maidens at the base to gaze upon him with stars in their eyes. The training ground is indeed the battlefield. To be distracted? Only death awaits you. What do you intend to do? If you disregard your own life, do you wish to risk the life of your mechanized maiden as well? His colossal sword was effortlessly deflected by Zhang Qiuyang, embedding itself into the towering cliffside. The cicada clinging to it was turned over by the gusty wind. I'm sorry. Do not utter apologies to me. Apologize to your mechanized maiden. Zhang Qiuyang cursed outwardly, yet a flicker of concern passed through him. Li Tianlang was pushing himself too hard. One must maintain a balance. His tension was overly taut, and excess can be detrimental. Should it truly snap, he may never rise again. As the mecha disengaged, Li Tianlang was once again lifted by Yu Rong and placed upon the bench adjacent to the narrow pass, a spot that had seemingly become their designated seating. His trembling fingers could not even navigate the terminal. The ache throughout his body reminded him of his undeniable existence, more vividly than ever before. Su Li emerged from the narrow pass, observing the nearly incapacitated Li Tianlang with a smile. He called out to Yu Rong and tossed her a small package. Upon opening it, she discovered a neatly arranged row of potions. A flicker of confusion crossed her face as she withdrew a vial, examining it under the sunlight, yet failing to discern anything of significance. The amber liquid emanated a luminous sheen, and the exterior of the test tube bore no labels or descriptions. It was a fortifying solution, capable of enhancing a pilot's physical capabilities. Consumption should be limited. 2 vials per day sufficed. He approached the bench and settled beside Li Tianlang, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "After the afternoon training, my shop will open. Allow me to share a little insider information. Inside, you will find items that pique your interest." Li Tianlang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he lowered his voice. "Master, what items?" "Proceed straight ahead upon entering into the private compartments, where various uniforms await. Do not claim I have not informed you. Military merits can be deferred, regarded as an internal privilege." Li Tianlang felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him. His hands no longer trembled, and his waist no longer ached. He seized the arm of Yu Rong, who was engrossed in studying the fortifying liquid, indicating his readiness for several more rounds of training. As long as Yu Rong acknowledged his efforts, he believed that even the smallest token of reward was well-deserved. Su Li cast an amused glance at the invigorated Li Tianlang, raising an eyebrow slightly. His mind still wandered to unimportant thoughts, suggesting that the training intensity remained insufficient. Zhang Qiuyang trembled as he approached the bench, collapsing onto it, his eyes vacant and limbs twitching. Nearby, Jian Dun also perspired profusely, his face pale. Their condition epitomized the pinnacle of intense training. The ever-critical Jian Dun's lips moved in unconscious murmurs, the result of high-intensity combat and the extreme concentration required, a true test of endurance. Zhang Qiuyang's pupils visibly constricted, a testament to the consequences of his youthful negligence. Su Li placed a package of enhancement fluid in Zhang Qiuyang's hand before squinting towards the training area where the mech girls were diligently practicing. Numerous blue and white mech girls were also engaged in training, imparting the combat techniques they had learned from Su Li, meticulously breaking them down to teach the group before them. Although many of their movements were imperfect, the brief training period had yielded some visible progress. "Commander, you have arrived. How do you think our training is going?" 537 approached, her smile radiant. The edges of her blue and white uniform fluttered in the breeze, her graceful figure standing tall, exuding an everlasting vitality. "Very well. At this pace, my sisters will master these skills within half a month. On the battlefield, coordinated operations are of utmost importance. With your experience, you can learn from one another, he said, affectionately ruffling 537's hair. He watched as her large eyes narrowed playfully, resembling a curious kitten, and retrieved a few chocolates from his pocket, placing them in her hand. 537's eyes lit up instantly, and she joyfully bounced in place twice, hurriedly stashing them in her pocket. These were certainly not the tasteless rations issued by the military. The luxurious packaging indicated they were far from being cheap. Thank you, Commander. Where did you find such delightful treats? Sully patted his chest, feigning mystery. It took considerable effort to establish a connection. Hasn't your captain informed you? The shop will commence operations right after today as training concludes. Within this realm, myriad small wonders abound. One must be cautious not to become overwhelmed by their abundance. Will the establishment commence operations today? I shall inform my sisters at once. Observing her jubilant departure, Sully once again cast her gaze upon the vast wilderness before her. No matter when one looks, it remains an endless expanse, a uniform ochre devoid of any signs of life. The wind whips up the dust, ravaging this seemingly lifeless terrain, exuding an air of desolation and solitude. Yet, all present are acutely aware that beneath the ochre surface lies an incalculable number of deadly perils. She turned her gaze back towards the interior of the outpost, where amidst the lush greenery, over 200 mechanized maidens have steadfastly endured for years, embodying their hopes for the future. Tonight, this forward base is destined to witness many sleepless nights for the mechanized maidens. Chapter 94. Human affairs. Nothing is more refreshing and pleasurable after a day's toil than indulging in a barbecue. If anything could surpass this delight, it would likely be the addition of several chilled beers. By the fountain in the town square, a few mechanized maidens, led by Koling, busied themselves around the barbecue grill, the rich aroma wafting through the air, detectable even several kilometers away at the outpost, so enticing it could tempt one to lose a tooth. Those mechanized maidens not on duty gathered in small groups around tables, heartily consuming the sizzling barbecue delights. The chilled lubricant provided the utmost relief, particularly when paired with the chewy limbs of giant dung beetles, illuminating the faces of all the maidens with genuine contentment. Finally free to roam. Lightning held a cup of lubricant in one hand and a skewer of grilled meat in the other, savoring her meal with grease glistening at the corners of her mouth. Hong Ying sat beside her, equally engrossed in her own culinary enjoyment. Heiyu took a bite of her food, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the brightly lit storefront of 038, her eyes shining with hope. The small square was ablaze with lights. Although most of the shops were adorned with colorful illuminations, they lacked even a single attendant. A multitude of mechanized beings crowded at the entrance of Su Li's shop, peering curiously inside. 038 was remarkably swift. Within just a day, the arrangement and pricing of the merchandise were impeccably set. She had even recruited 3 teammates to serve as sales clerks. Many mechanized beings, gazing through the display windows at the dazzling array of products within, could hardly contain their excitement as they waited at the entrance. As soon as the shop opened, they surged in like a tide. The interior was bustling, teeming with patrons. Due to the overwhelming crowd, 038 was compelled to limit the number of entrants at once, which granted her a fleeting moment to catch her breath. A considerable line formed outside, winding around the fountain as if eager to circle it twice. They animatedly discussed the items available in the shop while munching on barbecue, standing in line, eating as they waited. This was in the absence of any announcement regarding module sales from 038. Should such news be released, it was likely she would scarcely have a moment to breathe. Each mechanized being approached the shop with high expectations, yet those who emerged from within bore peculiar expressions. They appeared both profoundly satisfied and yet strangely empty, as if the overwhelming fulfillment had left a void in its wake. This odd demeanor only piqued the curiosity of those waiting outside. Before they could voice their inquiries, the buyers, laden with bundles of goods, swiftly departed, providing no opportunity for questions to be asked. This situation only intensified her anxiety, igniting an insatiable curiosity to delve deeper into the mystery. Hanhai stood at the very end of the line, her hands clutching a paper bag filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted insects. She had never witnessed such a scene on any battlefield before. Here, there was no trace of the urgency typically associated with war. Instead, an extraordinary sense of relaxation enveloped the atmosphere. In that moment, it appeared as though all the mechanical maidens had momentarily forgotten their identities as warriors, chattering animatedly, transformed into companions leisurely shopping in a stable city. This incongruous scene was oddly comforting, and the satisfaction and joy reflected on the faces of the mechanical maidens were absent from the secure rear lines of the conflict. Hanhai found it difficult to comprehend, yet it did not hinder her from assimilating into the environment. She had reported all the findings she could gather to the mechanical island, but the only directive she received was to observe the unfolding events. Thus, she was not being idle. Rather, she was entirely immersed, disguising herself as an integral part of the forward base. The mechanical island had instructed her to observe, while Su Li had allowed her to drift. Before this underground operative became utterly ineffective and was bound and coerced, she felt compelled to reward herself, perhaps with that uniquely styled dress displayed in the shop window. Although it might not fit her perfectly, she had not acquired a properly sized garment in years. The mere thought of her dormitory back on the home planet, filled with cherished items, pierced her heart like a knife. If she could bring even half of them over, she would undoubtedly be the most enchanting being in this quaint town. Within the shop, the ever-humble 038 diligently kept track of the remaining modules, never having anticipated such a surge in business. Each time a new mech girl entered, she would, in accordance with Su Li's instructions, offer her guidance before proceeding to sell the modules based on the information registered by the mech girls. Each module was priced at 30,000 military merits, a figure that elicited astonishment among all the mech girls at the forward base. In certain black markets, such a module could fetch as much as 50,000 military merits, yet still remain elusive. Conversely, applying through regular channels often resulted in a disheartening wait with no response. Contrary to 038's expectations, the mech girls exhibited little curiosity regarding the origin of the modules. They merely bowed respectfully to 038, and after acquiring the modules they required, they selected additional items from the shop, concealing the precious modules closely, their expressions somewhat peculiar as they exited. 038 was certain that many mech girls were oblivious to the nature of the items they had casually picked up. She had witnessed one mech girl take a pregnancy test, pay with military merits, and leave. 038 was astonished to discover that such unreliable items were mingled among the stock. She firmly believed that Su Li was also unaware of this. Fortunately, while such items did exist, they were not in abundance. She symbolically collected 2 military merits and watched as the mech girl departed. The remaining quantity of modules was dwindling. 120, in truth, is not an overwhelming number, for most of the mechanical maidens require a minimum of 2 modules to achieve their upgrades. Particularly those with inherently inferior attributes necessitate an even greater quantity. Nevertheless, the maidens exhibited a tacit understanding, each acquiring but a single module, reserving the remainder for their sisters who would follow. Yet, even with this camaraderie, nearly half of them left without having obtained any modules. However, they did not return empty-handed. After scouring the shop, they emerged satisfied from the establishment. Han Hai observed in bewilderment as a crew-cut maiden purchased a stunning dress, her head adorned with a large question mark. The snack in her mouth suddenly lost its appeal. When she finally stepped through the door, she was greeted by the sight of barren shelves. The maiden before her had exchanged 3 military merits for the last packet of milk candies. Within the entirety of the shop, aside from a few staff members, only a box of intercepting sprites remained. In the quaint little store, all eyes turned toward her. Each maiden clutched various items, many of which were not even necessities. Yet, they still made their purchases. The intensity of their gazes sent shivers down Han Hai's spine. It felt as though should she exit with empty hands, she would surely incur their wrath, bound and subjected to coercive measures. All right. You all truly understand the nuances of human interaction, she thought, realizing that supporting the store owned by their superior was imperative. With a conflicted expression, she picked up a square box from the shelf and placed it on the counter before 038. 038 cast a glance at the merchandise before her, a peculiar expression flickering across her face. It seemed that her superior was indeed considerate of Su Li's business, purchasing this unwanted item merely to spare Su Li's dignity. Clearly, the attitude of Mechanical Island towards Su Li was noteworthy. With a sigh, she retrieved her terminal and placed it on the cash register. As the sound indicating the successful transfer of military merit resonated, she suddenly felt an intrinsic sense of belonging emanating from the gazes of the surrounding mechanical maidens. It was as if what she had just acquired was not merely an obstructive sprite, but rather the very conviction they all cherished in their hearts. In that moment, she even recalled the oath she had taken upon joining the inspection corps. Chapter 95, Eden in the quaint town, after Su Li's shop had closed. The other establishments began to stir back to life, resuming their normal operations. Clad in a variety of casual attire, the mechanical maidens wandered through the town, chattering away and relishing the pleasant moments that followed the day's end. Military merit served as a form of hard currency on the battlefield. They procured the various items they needed, their faces adorned with unwavering smiles that never faded. Groups of them gathered together, and each mechanical maiden passing by Su-Li would pause to pay her respects. It was palpable to all that they held a genuine reverence for Su-Li, reducing the risks associated with field missions, enhancing the quality of food at the base, exceptional driving skills, and overwhelming combat prowess. These attributes perhaps earned her the recognition of the mechanical maidens as their commander. However, the emergence of the module instilled a newfound determination in the gazes directed towards Su-Li from all of them, the lowly mechanized beings at the very bottom. Upon losing their pilots, or in the absence of them altogether, have become mere fodder for the lines. They all are acutely aware of their dire circumstances, embodying the essence of misfortune, as their past lives were shrouded in desolation, devoid of any future. However, everything has now transformed. A ray of light has penetrated their existence. It is so blinding, so resplendent, that it awakens a gentle warmth in the hearts of all. There's no need for such formality. During the day, I am your commander. But as the day concludes, we need not remain so restrained. This is leisure time, there is no need for such solemnity. If another person salutes me, I shall lose my temper. Day after day, there hasn't been a moment to rest, not even to sit down for a meal. Surely, you aren't saluting me, but rather finding ways to drill me. The mechanized beings stifled their laughter as they departed, allowing Su-Li to finally settle back onto his chair, taking a bite of the already cold barbecue. 038 closed the shop door and joined Su-Li at his side. In the brief span of less than 3 hours, the items in the store had sold out completely. The military contributions from the module alone amounted to an impressive 3.6 million. Additionally, various other supplies contributed nearly 100,000 in military merit. It is foreseeable that if the modules can continue to be supplied for 3 days, Su-Li will directly possess over 10 million in military merit. Such a sum, in anyone's possession, would be remarkably eye-catching. A substantial exchange of modules is sure to attract the attention of the Human Council. However, if it cannot be transformed into modules, then these military merits become nothing more than worthless virtual figures. Su-Li received the military merits transferred from 038 and could not help but contemplate his own system. If the energy values could interchange with military merits, he might be able to infinitely acquire modules to enhance the capabilities of all the mechanized daughters at the forward base. Regrettably, the current system lacks such functionality. It is far from upgrading again. Not only has he received no notifications, but he is also unaware of the specific conditions required for such an upgrade. He accessed the military merit system on the terminal and clicked the declaration button. An S-class module requires a staggering 150,000 military merits, nearly twice the price of an A-class module. He attempted to apply for 4 sets at once, spending the military merits he had just obtained. Whether successful or not, he was indifferent. At this stage, even if he possessed an S-class module, he would not dare upgrade his mechanized daughters. The enhanced mechanized daughters would be beyond his current physical capacity to control. Yet, if he refrained from upgrading them, encountering a swarm of insectoid foes would lead to their exhaustion once more. He seemed trapped in a vicious cycle. However, this did not deter him from procuring S-class modules to gain favor in the eyes of the Human Council. He followed all the proper procedures, and the mechanical island would undoubtedly not obstruct him. After all, the modules he purchased were not intended for his own use. Any materials beneficial to the mechanized daughters would be beyond the interference of the mechanical island. Thus, the choice was returned to the Human Council. Would they grant his request? Or would they deny it? If granted, it would be unsatisfactory, but if denied, well. Su-Li rubbed her small hands together, a sly smile playing on her lips. Lightning swallowed the barbecue in her mouth, casting a furtive glance at Su-Li's expression. It was reminiscent of the moment she had pressed her own legs. A thought that made her cheeks flush slightly, observing the impeccably dressed mech girls in the town. She wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth and suddenly recalled seeing several boxes beneath Su-Li's bed. She glanced down at her oversized t-shirt, then turned her gaze towards the elegant dress worn by 038, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her beautiful eyes. At a nearby table, Euron graced the scene in a backless gown, her light purple hair elegantly styled in an updo. Li Tianlang, resembling a bewildered pig, gaped with his mouth agape, seemingly stripped of the ability to chew. Yurong deftly cut the barbecue into small pieces, using chopsticks to feed him, yet he remained oblivious. Saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Lightning silently observed the unfolding spectacle, hastily wiping her mouth, and without a word of farewell, dashed towards the dormitory. Suli watched her retreating figure in astonishment, never having witnessed such fervor in her before. Master, I must also take my leave. There are matters to attend to in the laboratory. Allow Hong Ying to keep you company. Heiyu wiped her own small mouth, rising to depart as well. Hong Ying's cheeks flushed as she quietly edged closer to Suli. 038, 2, settled into the seat previously occupied by Lightning. Casting a puzzled look at Heiyu's departing silhouette, it seemed the experiment had reached a critical juncture. Otherwise, given that girl's usual disposition, she would have clung to you incessantly. Suli shook his head, focusing intently on the barbecue before him. The intricacies of the experiment eluded him, rendering him unable to assist Heiyu. Since the arrival of the experimental personnel, he had only ventured down twice. It was not due to a lack of seriousness, but rather his profound ignorance. His 2 visits had only resulted in being regarded as an impediment by the researchers. The only information he had gathered was that Heiyu had established 2 experimental teams, one dedicated to refining the achievements of AKA, and the other engaged in ongoing reverse engineering. The duration of AKA Industries research remained a mystery, as did the number of clandestine laboratories yet to be uncovered, where continuous research was clandestinely pursued. Heiyu was racing against time to prevent some deranged individuals from AKA from orchestrating a series of actions that could compromise the integrity of their defenses. She often found herself sleeping on the bunk, barely managing 2 hours of rest before returning to the laboratory. One could only hope for a favorable outcome. Our base is improving steadily and will undoubtedly thrive in the future. Though merely a forward operating base, our role as a steadfast anchor is all that is required. Upon hearing this, 038 nodded in agreement. The matters at the front lines were, quite frankly, not theirs to fret over. She sat with her legs crossed, her voluptuous thighs entwined, her body instinctively leaning towards Suli, pressing against him. Everywhere her gaze wandered, she observed the machine girls, all adorned with radiant smiles. In that moment, this modest outpost seemed to transform into a veritable Eden for the more than 200 machine girls present. Chapter 96. Prohibition of miscellaneous writings. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Suli watched as Hong Ying returned to her chamber before he pushed open the door to the command room. Contrary to his expectations, Lightning was not curled up on the sofa engrossed in a book. The command room was eerily empty, devoid of any sound. A faint glow seeped through the crack of the bedroom door, which had been forcefully breached countless times, rendering it nearly devoid of its original function. He had barely taken 2 steps when he caught a glimpse of a figure curled up within. Her fiery red hair cascaded around her as she lay half-propped on the bed, swathed in a blanket, one hand cradling her delicate cheek while she intently gazed at the terminal resting on her pillow. Lightning's relaxed demeanor always instilled in him a profound sense of ease. He pushed open the door, which creaked as if it were voicing a ghostly wail, yet it did not disturb her reading in the slightest. It seemed she was acutely aware that the state of the bedroom door was largely due to her own actions. What could she be so engrossed in? Surely it wasn't something like the Empress has cavities, and the cause is my diabetes? Lightning quickly shook her head, setting the terminal aside. Her gaze, intense and unwavering, met Suli's as she slowly released her tight grip on the blanket. The black, low-cut nightgown accentuated her fair complexion, while the interplay of lace and sheer fabric revealed her enchanting silhouette, captivating the eye under the soft light. The satin skirt flowed smoothly, hugging her slender waist, leading down to her long, graceful legs. The slender figure, standing at a height of 178 centimeters, exudes an alluring charm wrapped in garter stockings that accentuate her long legs. Her cheeks are flushed, and she lightly bites her lower lip, her gaze fervently fixed on her master. The hand gripping the blanket trembles slightly, betraying the turmoil of excitement and anxiety within her. Since the gentle peck on his cheek during their last encounter, their relationship seems to have stagnated once more. Though she yearns to take a step further, courage eludes her, particularly after that kiss, which left her wooden master devoid of any response. Despite his unwavering kindness, she craves the passionate eruption reminiscent of the tales found in novels. Ultimately, she discards the blanket and tiptoes slowly towards Suli. His gaze is intensely warm, and she can feel it traversing her form. While not as lascivious as Li Tianlong's gaze upon Yurong, The heat of his stare prompts her to instinctively cover her skirt with her hands. Surely, her legs would be his favorite. Her body quivers as she struggles to suppress the myriad of enticing thoughts swirling in her mind. After only a few steps, the masculine presence approaches her. The amber light casts a warm glow throughout the bedroom, and the two bodies collide, gradually intertwining. Like a woodpecker, she pecks at Su Li's lips, each touch igniting her senses, causing involuntary shivers of delight. It is a pleasure distinct from being guided by him, one that envelopes her in a state of intoxication, rendering her unable to extricate herself from its embrace. Su Li felt as though a raging fire was confined within his chest. He gazed at the figure of lightning in his arms, fixating on her delicate neck, yearning to transform into a beast in that very moment. The sleepwear, crafted by the system, was undeniably exquisite. With one arm wrapped around lightning, his other hand glided down her neck, the smooth fabric rendering his large hand seemingly unstoppable. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the tantalizing sensation was too much to endure. If he did not engage in something significant that night, slumber would evade him. Yet, what would she do next? Each time Su Li attempted to rise, lightning pressed him back onto the pillow, pecking at him repeatedly, for 5 minutes and 38 seconds. As the fervor clouding his mind began to dissipate, he noticed that lightning's entire face was flushed, still diligently pecking away. If he did not speak up to halt her, she would likely continue until dawn, unrelenting. Lightning, shouldn't we proceed to the next step? She lifted her dazed gaze to him, only to momentarily fall into confusion. Her gently trembling body was now tinged with a soft pink hue as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, suddenly regarding Su Li with an astonishing clarity. The next step? I understand. She seized Su Li's arm, flipping him face down, her body pressing down upon him. A jolt surged through Su Li, and he instantly felt a sense of foreboding. In the small bedroom, his roar echoed. Stop! Stop! You must cease at once. The lightning quietly raised its small head, a look of profound confusion etched upon its face. Outside the bedroom, a distinct sound of footsteps resonated as Hei Yu hummed a cheerful melody, stepping through the creaking door. She twirled gracefully in place, her short-made outfit swaying with emotion, while her pristine over-the-knee socks accentuated her form perfectly. Master, do you see my maid outfit? I specifically wore it for you. Do you like? In the line of sight, Su Li lay on the bed, gripping the pillow tightly with both hands, his expression contorted in rage, while lightning, clad in a black lace nightgown, lay upon Su Li's back. In Hei Yu's gradually widening eyes, lightning's waist involuntarily swayed a couple of times. Her gaze momentarily dimmed before igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. Su Li took a deep breath, turned over, and pointed towards the edge of the bed, exerting every ounce of willpower to suppress his fury. One and all, kneel before me. Hei Yu instantly dropped to her knees, the motion fluid and seamless. Lightning, bewildered, glanced at the furious Su Li and knelt beside Hei Yu in confusion. Su Li felt as if his head were buzzing, akin to having 3 mech engines crammed inside, nearly causing his brain to explode. He tore open his shirt, feeling a measure of relief wash over him. Good. Truly splendid. This is a reversal of fortune. He seized the terminal from the nightstand, and as expected, his eyes fell upon a few lines of text that unfurled into an utterly repulsive depiction of male-male scenarios. Lightning. Lightning R5. If I catch you perusing these trifles again, I shall compel you to recite the discourse on mechas from start to finish. With a swift motion, he placed the terminal atop Lightning's head and commanded, kneel. Until you comprehend your error, do not rise. His previously splendid mood was utterly ruined by a meerkat. Su Li felt as though his very soul was on the verge of escaping in frustration. A cacophony of lively sounds emanated from the elevator. As he stepped out of his room to investigate, a throng of mechanized maidens rushed in and seized him, whisking him away. Their exuberant laughter reverberated throughout the communications building, indifferent to the ire etched upon his face. The joy of their upgrades was sufficient to overshadow countless grievances, including the shadows of yesteryears and the sour expression he now wore. Su Li could only recall being hoisted aloft by the maidens as they paraded him thrice around the entire base. Their enthusiasm was infectious, even captivating the irate Su Li, who found himself howling like a madman alongside them in the dead of night. That was until they began to tug at his garments. Some seized his buttons, others his belt, and those who could find nothing else to commemorate the occasion tore his military uniform to shreds, each clutching a fragment of fabric. Had he not fought tooth and nail to maintain his dignity, they might have stripped him of his very undergarments. He knew he had escaped their clutches like a thief in the night, stealthily making his way into the communications tower. In the hall, Junwei stood agape, holding a platter of grilled delicacies, staring incredulously at Su Li, who was left clad only in his underpants and a shirt barely retaining its collar. His eyes began to gleam with amusement. It must be said, although the master always dresses in an eccentric manner, he possesses a certain charm. Han Hai concealed herself in the shadow of Junwei, her gaze cast downward. She had never witnessed, nor could she have imagined, that one individual could garner such profound admiration from a multitude of mechanized beings. Until today, she had not comprehended this phenomenon. 238 mechanized beings, each with distinct personalities, many of whom had never exchanged a single word with Su Li, yet their fondness, respect, obedience, and willingness to follow him remained unaltered. In a fleeting moment, she even discerned the essence of Eve within him. The mechanical island had returned her message, stating that Yi Hua was en route for reinforcement. She was in urgent need of Yi Hua to present himself before her, for she feared that should he arrive too late, she too might become ensnared beyond extrication. Chapter 97. Process approval within the mechanical island. Eve leaned over her desk, squinting at the module application submitted by Su Li, and promptly approved it. She paid no heed to the origins of Su Li's substantial number of low-tier modules. She only recognized that those mechanized beings, now devoid of their pilots, were also part of the mechanical island. Rather than engage in protracted debates with the human council regarding these numerous modules, she evidently appreciated Su Li's current approach. He had procured them, and thus, he ought to employ them. What of collecting military achievements? On the battlefield, which pilot does not strive to amass military accolades? His pursuit of military merit was surely aimed at exchanging for upgrade modules for his mechanized companions. Such actions were entirely justifiable. After all, the low-tier modules he utilized for the upgrades of his mechanized beings were not provided by the mechanical island. Even if the human parliament seeks to stir trouble, they would first investigate their own ranks, which has no bearing on her mechanical island. She glanced cheerfully at the terminal, but her smile quickly faded. Yuhua's location was increasingly distant, heading in a direction entirely opposite to that of the cold and aloof star. Fortunately, she had thrown her out. Otherwise, who knows what chaos might have ensued back on their home planet. At this moment, Yuhua was indulging in a feast aboard the transport vessel. The outpost was destined to suffer from a scarcity of supplies. She resolved to gain a few extra pounds before reaching the outpost, at least to satisfy her cravings, lest she arrive and find nothing to eat. Glancing at the live stream, she noted that others were already feasting on insects. If this continued for 2 months, how could the treasures of the vast sea not droop? With this thought, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Han Hai, who, shockingly, had come unprepared. Reluctantly, she stuffed the last chicken leg into her mouth, only to retrieve a mere bone moments later. Given Han Hai's diligent companionship over the years, she decided to show a bit of mercy and bring her a few snacks. After all, she was simply soft-hearted. Shaking her cup filled with the smooth, rich liquid, Yuhua let out a satisfied burp and reclined against the backrest, squinting at the expansive starry sky outside. Dozens of colossal starships burst through the wormhole, resupplying at the nearby space station. The enormous vessels appeared formidable and awe-inspiring, teeming with advanced technology. Countless pilots navigated Mechs from the deck, swarming into the space station. Upon the colossal starship, the immense emblem of the Human Council was discernible even from a considerable distance. The XR-379 mothership fleet? Knight who straightened her posture, her gaze unwaveringly fixated on the magnificent starship before her. They ought not to be present in this location. Their rightful place was on the primary battlefield to the north. Why had they appeared in the south? She swiftly grasped her terminal, relaying her observations and insights to Eva, while her own eyes remained glued to the giant vessel, meticulously scrutinizing the movements of its crew. Yet, the messages sent to Eva seemed to vanish into the abyss, eliciting no response. After glancing at her terminal and confirming that the signal had not been obstructed, she proceeded to edit and resend her message. After dispatching more than 10 messages in succession, she finally received a reply from Eva. "Comrade, please check your location." Knight who opened her terminal, only to slump back into her seat in dismay. She had initially believed she had uncovered the conspiracy of the Human Council, only to discover that she had mistakenly boarded the wrong vessel. "Attention, passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. We will initiate the jump in 3 minutes, heading towards the northernmost zebra star system of the Federation. Kindly remain seated and refrain from wandering in the cabin." This journey will reach the first space supply station in 2 weeks. Passengers requiring a transfer may do so at the first space supply station. As Knight, who listened to the broadcast, she quietly opened a box filled with assorted snacks. It was not that she wished to deny Han Hai any treats, rather. By the time she arrived, it was highly likely that these snacks would have already expired. Initially, she should not have been so eager to save a few coins by purchasing those near-expiry products. Now, she finds herself regrettably indulging in them. Within the chambers of the human parliament, a group of legislators scrutinized the impending module application forms, meticulously verifying the military merit data. Awaiting submission to Mechanized Island for final confirmation. Behind the expansive conference table, Zhang Guoyang cast a disdainful glance at the application report before him, letting out a derisive scoff. He grasped the report, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the waste bin. The audacity to request 4 S-level modules. He possessed merely 2 S-level mech companions. Even if he had 4, acquiring S-level modules from the human parliament was nothing short of a fool's errand. The thought that he was the catalyst for the downfall of Akash Industries made Zhang Guoyang's eyes narrow in irritation. How could he be so audacious? Was he perhaps a grasshopper in a past life, capable of such relentless turmoil? The resources of Kar had risen, yet he remained unscathed. One scheme after another. He continued to thrive, and now he had even embarked on a live-streaming venture that could not be silenced. The crux of the matter was that if he had remained dormant, it would have been one thing. Yet, within an alarmingly brief period, he had stirred a tempest on his home planet. Some within the military even edited videos of him battling the insectoid species for recruitment propaganda. With just a few videos, the number of summoned pilots surged to more than triple the previous counts. He genuinely could not comprehend how such a seemingly insignificant creature could amass such formidable influence in such a short span. Could it be that someone was orchestrating this momentum for him? Otherwise, how could he possibly have accrued over 3 million military merits? Was he not reassigned to a certain outpost? Could it be that he stealthily infiltrated the main battlefield? Yet, even within the main theater of operations, amassing 4 sets of S-class military merit in such a brief span of time is nothing short of a pipe dream. Unless he managed to deceive those of inferior rank. Indeed, a mere buffoon could only rely on such scant abilities to bamboozle the lowly into relinquishing their military accolades. A smirk crept upon his lips as he envisioned Su Li being besieged by that rabble. Perhaps, more likely, she would be forsaken during an outing to exterminate the bugs. Zhang Guoyang meticulously arranged the list to be transmitted to Mechanical Island, placing it atop an antiquated fax machine. As he observed the machine devouring sheet after sheet, a swell of satisfaction coursed through him. Having ascended to this position, he was entitled to privileges. For instance, he could dismiss Su Li's application, and, even in this era of advanced technology, he obstinately clung to the archaic fax machine, watching the forms being recorded one by one. He even conjured images in his mind of Su Li's dismay and fury upon receiving the rejection. He could easily envision the haughty woman with her pale blue hair erupting into a tempest of rage. In Mechanical Island, a member of the guard approached Eve, presenting a thick stack of forms. She casually flipped through them, and upon discovering the absence of Su Li's application, she swiftly jotted down a few bold characters on a sheet of paper and handed it to the guard. She then reclined languidly, narrowing her eyes in relaxation. The guard bowed respectfully to the now drowsy Eve before returning to the fax machine, placing the paper atop it once more. Zhang Guoyang hummed a cheerful tune as he awaited a response from the Mechanical Island. He did not have to wait long. A piece of paper soon fluttered down before him, emblazoned with bold characters. Damn it. Chapter 98. Thoughts and Fears. Heyu had discovered a new research direction, analyzing the specific components of the enhancement liquid. Although this was not her area of expertise, the laboratory was always filled with individuals who had strayed from their paths, indulging in various eclectic studies. To be precise, every other researcher in their respective fields had gone astray. The researchers in the lab were aghast that a promising scholar had devolved into a mechanical being, an act they deemed utterly outrageous. Moreover, this incongruous researcher had adopted the undesirable habit of craving to be piloted by someone. Within this enhancement liquid resided numerous fragments of insectoid genes. The individual who had devised this concoction was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. The genetic sequences within posed no conflicts. Rather, they achieved a certain level of integration. This liquid could significantly enhance human physical capabilities, and if mass production were possible, it would yield a greater number of exceptionally strong pilots. Should the intake reach a sufficient level to incite a qualitative change, Ascending to an Ultra S-class physique might very well be feasible. Supervisor, may I request an introduction to this individual? I wish to become their apprentice. Heiyu glanced at the researcher before her and forcibly reclaimed the remaining enhancement liquid from his grasp. As she observed the researcher weeping like a child, she carefully placed the enhancement liquid into Su Li's hands, urging, "Master, please drink this. He said it is a remarkable substance." Su Li, both amused and exasperated, returned the enhancement liquid to the researcher, only to retrieve a small packet from his pocket and place it in the researcher's hand. "Can you restore it and produce it in bulk?" The researcher immediately ceased his lamentations, gazing at the enhancement liquid with a grin reminiscent of a fool. "Indeed, it is certainly possible. All I require is an ample supply of enhancement liquid and a sufficient quantity of insectoid corpses. Give me 10 years, no, 8 years, and I shall undoubtedly discern its specific components." Su Li reclaimed the enhancement liquid, returning it to his pocket. 8 years was a time frame during which he could amass enough resources from systematic lotteries to assemble a high-level pilot squad. Fooling him with enhancement liquid was merely child's play. "Have there been any advancements in the research at Akar Industries?" Heiyu turned and picked up a functional module from a nearby table, stating, "Their research follows the path I once tread, focusing on extracting the cognition of the insectoids and simulating their behavioral patterns. My earlier ambition was to solidify the cognitive models of the insectoids, leveraging their inherent advantages to develop a collective insectoid armor controlled by embedded chips, fortified with specialized firewalls and control mechanisms. If mass production could be achieved, it would create a formidable steel tide on the battlefield against the insectoids. Perhaps due to my research not progressing further, Akar Industries seems to have merely intercepted a fragment of the insectoid brainwaves. By implanting this into their modules, they aim to enhance the performance of the modules, resulting in rapid fluctuations in numerical values and a fragmentation of the primary consciousness. I can boldly hypothesize that the parameters of the combat mechas have not undergone significant alterations. They appear to have manifested multiple consciousnesses, operating under the dominance of a singular main consciousness, adjusting their values time and again to achieve the optimal offensive solution." Upon hearing this, Su Li was momentarily taken aback. It seemed to bear a striking resemblance to the capabilities of his own system. The allocation of attribute points cannot be arbitrarily increased or decreased to enhance one aspect. One must compensate by diminishing others. Reflecting on the condition of those mechas on the battlefield, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A creature with 100 legs may die yet remain unyielding. Even without a head, they can still launch attacks. The rapidly fluctuating parameters, observable to his naked eye, exhibited a frequency that was astonishingly intense. Such incessant fluctuations in values explain why the mechas struggle to endure under the relentless changes. The first to collapse is inevitably their own processors. Meanwhile, the pilots ensconced in the cockpits, sharing a synchronized perspective with the mechas, find themselves overwhelmed by the chaotic visuals, succumbing to dizziness. Should the primary consciousness of a mecha shatter, it would transform the combat machine into a mere insect, wholly adopting its action mode. This completes the insidious infiltration of insectoid thought into the mechanized mindset. As Su Li pondered this, he suddenly understood the source of Mechanical Island's profound fury. Beyond the irreversible effects on the mechas, they would also become the most unstable elements on the battlefield. He could even envision that, in the event of the collapse of the mech's primary consciousness, those mechas would likely turn against their creators under the influence of the Zerg's brainwaves. Mechanical Island requires methods to suppress this research. However, the coding embedded within the modules is insidious and hard to defend against. As long as one employs the modules, the risk of being compromised is ever present. After all, no one can discern the hidden fragment of code within the modules merely by examining their exterior. I have conceived an idea and set it into motion. The Zerg utilized by the ARC Corporation are of a relatively low tier. If we can capture a queen, we would be able to extract fragments of her consciousness and formulate a suppressant through a specialized process. The queen? Su Li narrowed his eyes. Such creatures typically reside deep within Zerg territory. Although they are common on the main battlefield, they are usually surrounded by countless elite units. Is it truly possible to capture such a being? He began to visualize leading a team to seize a queen, but quickly realized the likelihood of success was exceedingly slim. Heiyu nodded affirmatively. Yes, the queen. They possess independent thought and can command the Zerg to self-destruct. The suppressant must contain fragments of her consciousness at the moment of her demise. The governor has already attempted to issue a mission on the front lines, offering a reward for this endeavor. I have dispatched numerous sampling devices on my end. Yet, given the current circumstances, we have yet to see any results. Are there any alternative approaches? Sully inquired directly. While he may lack expertise in research, his understanding of the Zerg is profound. The mother insect, fully aware of the futility of her situation, would command her brood to self-destruct alongside her. This signifies that capture is utterly impossible. The notion of affixing a device to the mother insect's head to constantly monitor her brainwaves is nothing short of a fantasy. Unless, perchance, they encounter a cowardly insect in the heat of battle. But is that likely? Besides the use of inhibitors, alternative solutions exist. Our primary focus now lies in the disruption of encoding, which can be utilized to suppress the erosion of the subject's consciousness. However, this encoding carries significant drawbacks. Once employed, theoretically, the mechanical entity would enter a state of stasis, completely losing her combat capabilities. The intense cognitive dissonance would cause her processors to malfunction. Is there no way to optimize this further? No, at least not in an environment lacking substantial data. A breakdown on the battlefield leads only to death. Sully turned and began to pace within the laboratory. The necessity for vast amounts of data to conduct experiments and deductions stands as the critical barrier to progress. The mechanical island would not permit a significant number of mechanical beings to be involved in experiments, even if the purpose was to save more of their kind. Yet, capturing the mother insect remains an equally fantastical endeavor. Yu gazed at Sully's straightened back, unintentionally recalling the scene she witnessed the previous night. A flush crept across her cheeks as she instinctively squeezed her legs together, trailing closely behind Sully. All the researchers in the laboratory, save for the one studying the enhancement liquid, were engrossed in their individual investigations. She cast a glance at her lounge. What if she were to force him down in the lounge? No matter how loudly he screamed, it was unlikely that anyone would come to his rescue. She tightly grasped the hem of her garment, contemplating yet refraining from voicing her thoughts. Chapter 99, Daily Life. Drones circled overhead as the live-streaming crew set off once more. The main force remained lagging behind at a considerable distance. To prevent a recurrence of the mechanical girls becoming incapacitated, Sully took the precaution of bringing all the S-class mechanical girls with him, save for the black, feathered ones still stationed in the laboratory. The challenges facing the research facility loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. A substantial influx of large mutant species had emerged on Cold Shui Star, raising the possibility of the presence of a mother bug. However, it was inconceivable that he could navigate through the relentless pursuit of numerous large species on his own. Even with the entire base upgraded, casualties were inevitable when confronting a typical insect tide, let alone a large-scale one. A single medium-sized longhorn beetle required 2 to 3 A-class armed mechanical girls to ensure a flawless takedown. Faced with an overwhelming tide of insects, the individual combat capabilities of the mechanical girls proved limited, unless large-scale destructive weapons were deployed, which would inevitably attract an even greater swarm of insects. The B-class mechanical girls would have no opportunity to escape. On Cold Shui Star, there was no prospect of a Legion-level battle. They numbered merely around 200. Concepts such as fire suppression, alternating retreats, and agile maneuvers were rendered futile beneath the shadow of the insect tide, leaving them no time to turn and flee. A larger force had its own strategies, but with a smaller contingent, every individual must be an elite. He needed to enhance not only the levels of the mechanical girls, but also their military acumen, possessing a similar level of advanced intelligence. It stands to reason that what humans can achieve, the mechanical maidens should also be capable of. The relationship between the machine maidens and their pilots can be likened to a harmonious equation where 1 + 1 = 2. However, in the absence of a pilot, the maidens may very well evolve into a formidable force of 1, 5, or even 1, 8, should the pilot be inadequate. The synergy between the pilot and the mechanical maiden may fall short of the standard of 2. He piloted the Crimson Banner, squinting into the distant expanse, while beside him, the lightning figure gripped a long spear, steadfastly accompanying him. A drone hovered in proximity, capturing footage and transmitting the visuals in real time. The substantial metallic framework upon 032's back had been reinforced once more, transforming it into a rectangular iron box. Within its confines, aside from various equipment, lay Tao Tao, nestled in plush padding. He dedicated a day and a half to refurbishing his streaming studio, not only enhancing its security, but also maximizing its comfort. Although he could not bask in the sunlight of the cold brute star, He preferred to remain snugly ensconced within the iron box rather than contend with the swarming insects outside. The array of screens illuminated his face in a kaleidoscope of colors. The comments in the streaming room flowed incessantly after a mere 3 days. The videos he had edited had ignited a considerable stir online. Just as he commenced the broadcast, a throng of viewers surged into the streaming room. On camera, blue and white mechanical bodies lined up, maneuvering forward in unison behind their black counterparts. On the surface, scattered insectoid entities failed to capture their attention. Unbeknownst to them, the purge had stealthily expanded to 30 kilometers beyond the base, as they deftly navigated away from the direction of the large insect nest, continuing their western advance. As the front lines stretch ever farther, numerous issues have come to light, particularly concerning the transportation of ingredients. Even in the realm of the most abundant cold-brewed star, the woodlice. Amidst a throng of gluttons indulging themselves, there isn't a single trace of these woodlice to be found within a 10-kilometer radius. Within a 20-kilometer range, Sully has refrained from taking matters into his own hands, delegating tasks to the larger troop instead, primarily for the purpose of training. At this juncture, it is more fitting to describe him not as the commander of a base, but rather as the leader of a cohort of gourmands. Whenever he ventures out, it is either in search of ingredients or en route to procure them. Observing the inquiries in the comments, Tao Tao grinned broadly. What is tonight's main course? Unfortunately, I am not entirely certain. This morning, I indulged in salt-baked cockroach legs. They possess a considerable chewiness and, when prepared, offer anti-inflammatory benefits. Particularly advantageous for the male urinary system, albeit with the caveat that they should not be consumed in excess. I found myself only moderately satisfied after one. Given the likelihood of not returning by noon, we brought along, let me see. Tao Tao rummaged through his lunchbox and presented it to the camera, showcasing it to the hundreds of thousands of online viewers. Golden, crispy fried balls, complemented by a sweet sauce, are irresistible bites. Golden woodlice balls, utterly delectable. Come on, viewers. Have a taste. Tao Tao's words ignited a fervor among the audience. You've eaten. We haven tea. Is there no conscience in this early morning temptation? It looks so appetizing. But can that truly be consumed? Absolutely, it's exquisitely fried. I tasted it while on the front lines. This delicacy is exclusive to those who dwell in the midst of battle. Various types of insect delicacies, not only delectable but also rich in protein, can swiftly replenish a warrior's energy, making them a remarkable choice. However, their appearance is often rather unappealing. The dish presented here, seemingly meticulously prepared, clearly indicates the presence of a skilled chef within the ranks. The more I speak of it, the more I crave it. I wonder if the woodlice in my yard are edible. I feel compelled to seek some out. I strongly advise against any reckless attempts. Insects are insects, and insectoids are insectoids. Enough of this idle chatter. Hurry and catch some in the yard. If you manage to consume them and remain alive, please inform me online. Tao Tao paid no heed to the comments and took a moment to savor the aroma of the woodlice ball before reluctantly closing his lunchbox and returning to the previous topic. The evening's main dish largely depends on nature's bounties. After all, whatever the heavens provide us for sustenance, that is what we shall feast upon tonight. Nonetheless, I still hope to find some mushrooms. Their texture is simply exquisite, he remarked, unable to suppress the salivation, prompting another wave of excitement in the live chat. Who wouldn't desire such a plump mushroom? Goodness, is that even human language? The insects must be weeping. Insects, am I a gift from nature? The bald-headed fellow never behaves like a human. If you continue to tempt us in the live chat, I shall promptly report you. Tao Tao's teasing tone fostered an exceptionally relaxed atmosphere in the chat room. The intense thrill of life and death struggles is not something everyone can easily embrace. His live stream attracts a diverse audience. Some are captivated by an array of culinary delights. Others revel in the thrill of life and death battles. However, a larger segment of viewers is enthralled by Su Li's myriad of skillful displays. There are also those who take delight in observing the various mechanized companions within the team, particularly when they are fully activated. The incessant barrage of comments in the live stream often obscures the actual visuals for Tao Tao, with reactions ranging from purple jeu to big thunder and requests such as "Mom, love me once more." He suspects that even a mere roll of the eyes from 038 could send their minds spiraling into ecstasy. Moreover, the occasionally vacant expressions from "Hey, you" only serve to increase the audience's fascination. Tao Tao has longed to inform everyone that this is a serious live streaming space. Those seeking something risky should turn right and exit. Yet, no one seems to heed his words. In the live stream, Lightning, having received orders from Su Li, brandished her long spear and charged boldly into the swarm of insects. Without a pilot, Lightning had lost her previous agility and now moved in a more straightforward manner. However, after the installation of upgraded modules, her braking mechanisms were no longer her Achilles heel. Following several trial runs, she had mastered the operation of the mech and had become proficient enough to harness the capabilities of an S-class mech. Although there remains significant room for improvement in her movements, her inherently bold style negated the need for excessive fine-tuning. As long as she refrained from delicately stitching flowers on the insects with her spear, she could effectively pierce through the horde. Su Li watched as the vibrant crimson figure executed a swift turn and elegantly maneuvered behind the enemy, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. Although this is not the first time Lightning has separated from her pilot, it is indeed her inaugural experience commanding a mech on the battlefield. She has managed to calm her racing heart. As long as she maintains her current rhythm, her safety shall remain assured. Surprisingly, this seemingly not-so-bright individual has secretly improved to such an extent. Rest assured, my master, I am perfectly fine. Have you forgotten whose mech girl I am? I may not have encountered a pig, but I have certainly seen one run. Roar. I can already feel the excitement bubbling within me. Lightning eagerly pressed her thrusters, causing her mech's speed to surge once more. Observing Lightning darting forth like an arrow released from a bow, Su Li thought to himself, it would be best for her to remain lively. Otherwise, when he caught up with her in Hong Ying, he would undoubtedly swat her with his sword. Day after day, he wondered where all these nonsensical remarks originated. As she charged into the swarm of insects with a battle cry, Hong Ying couldn't help but feel a flush creep onto her cheeks. The sensation of the man's presence behind her triggered memories of their last resonance. Instinctively, she tightened her legs and grasped the control stick with a firmer grip. Anticipating that Su Li might pilot her today, she had deliberately chosen a more voluminous skirt and swapped her socks for a silkier pair. Surely, this attire would prompt a gentler approach from Su Li when he teased her. The more she contemplated, the redder her face became, and her hands gripping the control stick trembled slightly. What's the matter with you? Are you feeling restless too? No, not at all. Su Li pulled the control stick, evading the vibrant spider's webbing. The entire mech lowered its form, igniting the thrusters, and with a sudden lunge, thrust the spear into the creature's maw. After a rapid series of stops, it twisted and withdrew the spear, launching itself skyward with a powerful leap, landing heavily upon the vibrant spider's head. Its multitude of compound eyes exploded, splattering viscous fluid across the drone's surface. The audience in the live stream collectively craned their necks, distancing themselves from the screen. Such a visceral display of annihilation stirred their blood while simultaneously inducing an unsettling sensation in their throats. Previously, they had perceived insects as grotesque and fearsome. However, upon entering Tao Tao's live stream, they truly understood what it meant to be a man at the pinnacle of the food chain. Tao Tao captured the moment with the vibrant spider, commencing an explanation at the opportune moment. It is well known that the body of the vibrant spider holds little utility, yet its legs are undeniably delectable, offering a sweet aftertaste with a hint of the exquisite aroma reminiscent of lobster. Each bite is a lingering delight. When paired with the secret sauce crafted by Koling, it is simply irresistible. What do you mean, well known? Is there a mix-up in your common knowledge? I certainly had no idea. I do not believe it. The streamer is a fraud. If you have the ability, send me £2, and I shall verify it for the multitude of viewers. Deceiving us for a taste. Away with you. Su Li, oblivious to the dynamics of the live stream, focused solely on minimizing his operational frequency, dancing wildly on the edge of what Hong Ying could endure. The weevil hovered in midair, its wings not yet unfurled when Su Li's spear tip struck, sending it spinning. The robust armor was dislodged with each thrust, and within a mere half-minute, its hardened shell was stripped away, revealing its tender limbs that were pierced by the long spear, transforming it into a writhing mass of flesh, which he hoisted upon his shoulder and hurried onward. The emerald blood exuded a distinctive metallic scent, wafting through the air for miles. All the blue and white mech maidens comprehended that Su Li was once again stepping beyond the bounds of humanity. There was no choice. The base was teeming with gluttons. As a mature man, one must learn to devise one's own solutions. They promptly quickened their pace, dispatching the insects before them. In full view of the drones, they brandished their long swords and began to prepare the ingredients. After packaging all the collectible parts, they emulated Su Li, stringing the remaining limbs together and parading them on their shoulders with a flourish. Tao Tao had never witnessed such a scene and instinctively leaned forward, fixated on the screen. The drone circled around the numerous Mechs, capturing harrowing scenes of unrelenting brutality, devoid of humanitarianism. Quick! Move swiftly. Do not attend to these, they urged. Hasten the search for the nest. Under the urgent encouragement of Su Li and 038, within a mere 3 minutes, the precise location of the nest was uncovered. 4 distinct entrances were discovered by the multitude of Mech maidens. They unfurled a massive net before them and placed the skewered meat in the center of it, allowing the green blood of the insects to spill onto the entrance of the nest. Su Li observed as they skillfully completed their arrangements, then swiftly pierced the yellowish lid of the insect nest with a single shot. Shouting into the depths, she proclaimed, "Babies, your mother has returned." In an instant, a rustling sound erupted. This sound transmitted through the drone reached every terminal, echoing as if right beside them. It felt as though countless insects were crawling past, sending a shiver down their spines and causing their hairs to stand on end as they glanced around in trepidation. Su Li deftly concealed herself at the downwind side of the nest, and soon enough, she witnessed a swarm of tiny creatures bursting forth from their lair, scuttling towards their mother ensnared in the vast web below. In mere moments, the plump, writhing mass was entirely covered with various types of larvae. Although referred to as small insects, these larvae were each roughly the size of a fist. They eagerly feasted on the food presented to them, their mandibles producing a cheerful crunch as the distinctive, metallic scent of the adult's blood awakened their primal desires deep within. The audience in the live stream had become numb, the viewer count surging past 500,000. They gazed at the densely packed larvae within the vast web, each one on the verge of succumbing to a phobia of clusters. The continuous sounds of chewing and the scraping of mandibles sent shivers down their spines. While a singular question arose in their minds, what was she planning to do? Su Li, taking in the scene before her, retrieved a concentrated anesthetic spray from her back and approached the larvae at the upwind side, preparing to distribute the substance evenly among them. The entire packaging process was executed with remarkable finesse, leaving all the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. The vibrant spiderlings were deemed unnecessary, being too tough and rigid, and were discarded alongside the cockroaches for incineration shortly thereafter. The small wood lice, however, were acceptable. When fried, they turned delightfully crispy and were not bitter, making them suitable for packaging alongside the larvae of the longhorn beetle and the pill bug. As per the usual protocol, anything exceeding a fist and a half in size was eliminated, as keeping them alive would only waste resources. Promptly dispatched, the existing tasks were completed within 20 minutes. One group accompanied me into the insect tunnel. "For the eggs of the vibrant spider are truly a treasure. We shall retrieve them." Tao Tao stood in stunned silence, observing the footage transmitted by the drone, where Su Li's commands were succinct and authoritative. Yet, no matter how one interpreted them, there lingered an air of defiance. In the blinding light, the majority of viewers were witnessing a genuine insect nest for the very first time. Contrary to popular belief, the tunnels excavated by the insect tribe were not exceedingly narrow but rather spacious, allowing the mecha to traverse them without any hindrance. The shaft, towering over 20 meters high, was thoroughly saturated with a viscous secretion from the insects, which, once dried, became remarkably sturdy. The intricate labyrinth of tunnels twisted and turned, rendering their destinations a mystery. Under the intense illumination, visibility extended only a few meters ahead. Beyond that lay a sharp bend, with the path's direction only discernible upon closer inspection. The pit walls were uneven, not as smooth as they appeared at first glance. Patches of luminescent slime adorned the surfaces, twinkling like stars, and under the spotlight, they emitted a verdant glow. The previous rustling sounds had dissipated within the tunnel, allowing the viewers in the live stream to exhale in relief. From the perspective of the drone, an occasional insect would unexpectedly plummet onto the advancing mech, startling everyone momentarily. Su Li raised his hand and crushed one of the insects, wiping it against the cave wall as though it were a mere tissue, leaving behind a long trail of viscous slime. With a hint of disdain, he wiped his hand on the wall before continuing onward, guided by the intense light. These small insect nests were typically not extensive. However, after a brief search of only a few minutes, he discovered what he had been seeking amidst a sea of green luminescence. Rows of tiny eggs, glowing with a vibrant green hue, were densely clustered on the tunnel walls, an exhilarating sight to behold. Those who had never tasted them could not fathom their exquisite flavor. Yet, once one had experienced the delightful sensation of bursting them in their mouth, The memory would be indelibly etched in their mind. Su Li's eyes gleamed with reflected emerald light, his tone tinged with impatience. Quickly clear all of these away. In the vastness of the cavern, besides the densely packed small eggs on the walls, there were clusters of egg-shaped forms scattered across the ground. Su Li maneuvered the red flag and passed through, crushing all the spider eggs that had developed shells underfoot. As the egg fluid oozed out, vividly colored spiders of various sizes emerged from their shells, only to be utterly obliterated beneath the colossal feet of the mech. He showed no mercy, intent on complete annihilation. These gargantuan creatures, surpassing the mech in length, had hatched from prototype eggs just a few centimeters in diameter. They can undergo multiple molts in an exceedingly brief period, fortifying their shells by consuming the nutrients from the eggs of their siblings, until they transform into oval-shaped giants of varying sizes. The spider eggs that Su Li crushed were devoid of any nutritional value. Within, the spiders had fully matured, possessing a degree of offensive capability. Most notably, they bore a striking resemblance to the countless others scuttling about, their flesh both tough and unpalatable. A few blue and white mechanized maidens coordinated their efforts, some holding bags, while others wielded massive swords, efficiently excavating the very earth from the walls of the pit. The viewers in the live stream watched in astonishment as Su Li spared not even the soil from the walls, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Observing a group of Mechs pillaging within the terrifying and daunting nest of insects, an absurd sensation stirred within them. Were they truly exterminating bugs? Hundreds of thousands witnessed Su Li and the others remove all the eggs, and then, at the end of the passage and several points along the way, set explosives. Was this an endeavor to obliterate the entire nest? Was this what they referred to as taking and consuming simultaneously? He had detonated them. Could it be that he sensed a profound murderous intent emanating from those eggs? That settled it. This individual must not be spared. Annihilate their entire lineage. Cao Cao gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream, his mouth opening several times, yet words eluded him. The audience was unmistakably a peculiar bunch, adept at supporting Su Li in his endeavors. He stammered for quite some time, finally managing to utter a dry expression of gratitude. Thanks for the big rocket, boss. As he observed the torrent of comments flooding the screen, he genuinely felt that live streaming was far easier than commentary. At the very least, he was not obliged to speak incessantly. Moreover, the production quality was something he need not concern himself with. Su Li had arranged everything with clarity. A tremendous vibration accompanied by a muffled roar emanated from beneath his feet. The gusts of air bursting from the four openings forcefully dislodged the earthy cap of the nest, sending it flying far away. Smoke, laced with a burning odor, billowed forth from the cavern, mingled with a hint of the insect's pungent scent. After listening attentively for a moment, Su Li positioned himself at the partially collapsed entrance and firmly secured it with his weight. The mechanical girls had already packaged the insects, gathering all remnants on the ground into a heap, which they ignited with solid fuel grenades. The fierce flames could not appease the spirits of the insect race. The thick black smoke lingered, seemingly infused with deep resentment, gazing down upon the man within the dark mech suit below. Casting a glance at the massive net draped over the mechanical girl, an idea struck Su Li. He turned to the drone hovering beside him and exclaimed, "Uniform allure. Big Thunder, exclusive fishing net. Who wants to see it? Send in your gifts if you do." Tao Tao, witnessing the flood of gifts on the screen, couldn't contain his joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. He cleared the comments section and fixated on the live stream, observing as Su Li led the drone directly in front of a blue and white mech, showcasing a panoramic view. The blue and white adorned mech stood still, executing a complete rotation at Su Li's command. Suspended on either side of the cockpit, the ammunition racks held solid fuel grenades, each larger than a human head. 537. Somewhat taken aback, turned around, puzzled by what Su Li intended to showcase. Nevertheless, she exerted herself to lift the massive net filled with wriggling insect larvae, striking a pose of formidable strength. Su Li gave her a thumbs up, impressed by her sister's remarkable sense of the camera. The live stream chat erupted in a frenzy. Tao Tao did not need to look. He could easily imagine countless viewers vehemently criticizing Su Li for her lack of humanity. He ran a hand over his bald head, observing the image of 537 striking poses on screen. To be fair, Su Li was not entirely wrong. That fishing net was indeed a rarity, crafted from fine mesh and high-tensile steel wire, entirely handmade by the Mech girls. Such equipment could only be found at the Cold Brew Star outpost. Consuming insects was a common practice on various front lines. Yet no one else had ever consumed them as Su Li did. This was truly unprecedented. Others would simply gather remnants after skirmishes to prepare meals. But she had taken it a step further, exterminating the adults and packing away the young ones, demonstrating a complete disregard for sustainable practices. Many within the military tuned in to Su Li's live stream, with some even assigned to monitor and record it. From her broadcast, military personnel astutely recognized numerous techniques and strategies that could be learned and applied. For instance, her exceptional piloting skills, if recorded, would provide invaluable lessons for their training and promotion. While there were indeed skilled pilots on the battlefield, each had survived through life and death struggles, resulting in unparalleled driving experience. However, after watching Su Li's live-stream driving session, they meticulously dissected it in slow motion and gleaned a plethora of new insights. Not to mention, his mind resembled a comprehensive recipe book, detailing which insects were edible and which were not, even articulating their textures with remarkable clarity. This assignment was presented directly to the military, inviting them to replicate it. The issue of supply transportation to the front lines has always been of paramount importance. His video undoubtedly simplified these intricate problems. If resources could be sourced locally, why resort to distant transportation? His live stream was swiftly approved by the military and, through editing, disseminated across the entire army. Su Li, oblivious to the machinations of the higher-ups, simply showcased the panoramic view of 537, cheerfully lifting the spider eggs in his hands and tossing them into the storage box. Master, the surrounding area has been thoroughly scoured. There isn't a single insect nest within a 10-kilometer radius. This desolate place is utterly impoverished. A flash of crimson lightning sped towards him, delivering news that momentarily startled Su Li. Not a single insect nest within 10 kilometers? He opened the map, which meticulously recorded all recently eradicated points. The recently destroyed insect nest was not substantial. Logically, it shouldn't extend over a 10-kilometer radius. There should be at least 3 such small insect nests in this vicinity. Are you certain you haven't overlooked anything? No, there are no signs of insect activity on the ground. I followed your teachings to trace the insect tracks. There are none. Absolutely none. I made several diversions along the way and found no traces whatsoever. Su Li thoughtfully tapped on the map displayed on the terminal. Let us withdraw the team. He decided. It appears that today's harvest has been rather meager. Chapter 102. A bold gamble inside the communications tower. Su Li spread the map across the table, holding a compass and a protractor in hand, meticulously marking all the exterminated insect nests upon it. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the edges of the map to flutter slightly. There were more than 30 red dots, representing the nests, arranged from near to far. The radii of each nest had been carefully delineated with the protractor, varying according to the size of each nest. Yet, the distribution of all points was remarkably uniform. This was Su Li's first experience of a fruitless venture, though it was not the first for the mechanical maidens. They had encountered similar circumstances twice during their routine extermination missions. Are you implying that prior to my arrival at the forward base, such anomalies had never occurred? The distribution of the nests is indeed uniform. He gazed at Song Ling, who extended her hand to indicate 4 points on the map. Commander, we have thoroughly explored these areas and have indeed detected traces of the insect race. However, the points I have marked now reveal not a single insect. Do you suppose we may have overindulged, prompting them to migrate as a family? Su Li lifted his gaze to meet Song Ling's eyes, noticing a hint of embarrassment on her face, as if she felt sheepish about the veracity of her former subordinates. He scrutinized the map for a considerable time before marking a point at the location where his team had encountered a large species. A colossal insect nest lies 56 kilometers in a direct line from the base, traversing a desolate expanse in 2 hillocks. He fell into a moment of contemplation, casting his gaze upon the golden-haired mechanized assistant. Junwei. The golden-haired mechanized assistant sprang to her feet at his call and approached promptly. Inspect this coordinate. Remember, it is imperative to observe meticulously. Should you detect any traces of the insects, take note of their species and behavioral patterns. Exercise caution and maintain stealth. Junwei nodded and vanished from the command room. Zhang Qiang squinted at Su Li's expression before hastening to his side, leaning over to scrutinize the map before them. The locations marked by Su Li were not particularly close to the base. He had taken a detour to familiarize himself with the capabilities of the Hongying, as the vast expanse of the large insect nest hosted numerous formidable species. He had ventured there before, but dared only to observe from a distance. After all, Attempting to eradicate such an insect nest with the strength of the forward base was akin to chasing phantoms. On previous maps, most areas had merely indicated the clusters of large insect nests on Lungsue Star, along with a scant number of medium-sized clusters. Small insect nests were only delineated within a 10-kilometer radius of the base. However, with Su Li's arrival, the medium and small insect nests within a 30-kilometer radius had been marked, and astonishingly, these nests faced immediate annihilation upon being noted. The safety of the base had significantly improved, and even the food reserves had reached an astonishing level. He had even dreamed that, if this momentum continued and they advanced gradually, one day, they could eradicate every insect on Lungsue Star. Yet, these calculations can only remain as dreams. The imposing insect nest, situated 56 kilometers away, utterly annihilates this possibility. Su Li lowered her gaze to study the map and continued to inquire without lifting her head. Songling, is the current routine training being conducted according to the plan? Yes, it is executed entirely in accordance with the plan. The 2 vacant insect nests outside the base are subjected to daily training rotations by 4 teams. Assaulting the insect nests, providing cover fire, all relevant subjects are concurrently underway. The indoor training facility is primarily led by the sisters of the inspection team, who instruct various combat techniques and weapon usage skills. How are the training results? Thanks to the upgraded modules provided by the commander, everyone's enthusiasm for training is remarkably high. The newly issued armaments have been fully mastered. However, some sisters who have just completed their upgrades may still face certain adaptability issues. Nevertheless, they are all aware of their challenges and are striving to make adjustments. Zhang Qiaoyang glanced at the map before him and, with a hint of confusion, asked, Xiao Lizi, is there a problem? Su Li looked at Zhang Qiaoyang. Her brow slightly furrowed and pointed to 5 small dots on the map. Uncle Zhang, after so many years on the battlefield, have you ever encountered migrating insects? Zhang Qiaoyang fell into a momentary daze before replying, perhaps. I have seen them on the battlefield, in the main combat zone. Insect swarms generally do not linger in one place for too long. As he spoke, his expression suddenly grew pale. Indeed, insects do not remain in one location for an extended period. However, this is contingent upon the presence of a queen insect to command them. He cast a glance at Su Li before chuckling. No, that can't be possible. If the mother worm truly existed, this forward base would have been obliterated long ago. Yet, to my knowledge, this base has endured for at least 2 decades. Su Li slightly parted her lips. But if the mother worm does not exist, then where have the insectoid creatures in that location gone? If it were a matter of the insectoids battling amongst themselves, there would undoubtedly be remnants left behind. Yet, there is nothing at all. The insectoids possess no fear of death, nor do they comprehend the notions of gain and loss. They exist solely for the purpose of evolution. The presence of those smaller insect nests serves merely to provide fundamental sustenance for the medium to large nests, facilitating their plundering. However, the scene reveals no evidence of any such pillaging. Thus, only one possibility remains. They have been summoned by the mother worm or her elite soldiers. Upon hearing this conclusion, Zhang Qiaoyang felt a chill sweep over him. Having navigated the battlefield for many years, he was well aware of the insectoid's nature. Yet, he clung to a fragile glimmer of hope. Perhaps, even if the mother worm existed, she simply had not noticed the forward base. This scenario held considerable plausibility. But none of those present dared to wager on it. 2 decades had passed without any discovery, but who could say what the present held? After all, in the past, there had never been any indication of the insects being mobilized. Su Li felt a similar chill run down her spine. Although she had anticipated the potential emergence of a mother worm upon encountering the larger species, she never expected the adversary to begin mobilizing troops so swiftly. Everything concerning the forward base was merely at its inception. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction, given ample time. Even a colossal insect nest would not pose an insurmountable challenge. However, the adversaries he now confronted were of an entirely different caliber. Not to mention the overwhelming tide of insects, he could scarcely contend with a single large insect nest, let alone the formidable swarm led by the queen. Suddenly, the golden-haired Junwei emerged, shattering the tense atmosphere within the command room. Master, there are no insects at the coordinates you provided. Her unexpected statement caused a jolt in Su Li's mind. No insects? How could a large insect nest possibly be devoid of them? Are there any traces? Junwei approached the map, her fair fingers delicately tracing the point marked by Su Li, drawing a winding line. They have all moved southward. I tracked them to this location. and all the insect nests along the way are now vacant. The adult insects, after devouring the larvae, have joined the swarm and headed south. Zhang Qiaoyang, bewildered, poked his ear with his pinky finger, unable to fathom the news he had just received. What a fantastical turn of events! Was it a joke of epic proportions that the queen had amassed a formidable force only to retreat? While they were here, consumed by anxiety over a potential attack, the true threat had no intention of advancing northward. Instead, it was heading south. What did you say? They've gone south? What could possibly draw them there? He leaned over the map, scrutinizing it closely, yet found nothing in the south that could entice the queen. Su Li measured the distance between both sides with a ruler, and with a flicker of her gaze, she suddenly seized the intercom on the table. Inspection team, Royal Guard. Heed my command. Assemble at the pass within 1.5 minutes. Deploy secondary armed howitzers, facing due south, at a distance of 93 kilometers, elevation 02, scale 3 to 120. She approached the window, where figures swiftly gathered at the pass. 16 colossal cannons were positioned through armed protocol transmission, appearing before them. 34 mech units maneuvered the immense artillery, quickly adjusting their positions amidst the clattering of mechanical calipers. Following Su Li's authorization, a faint blue glow emanated from the cannon barrels. The massive gun mounts were firmly anchored to the ground, their muzzles aimed southward, with all preloaded data fully in place. The intercom crackled with reports from units 038 and 032. They remained unaware of Su Li's intentions, yet they understood that obedience was the soldier's duty. First group of heavy artillery ready. Second group of heavy artillery ready. Su Li glanced at Junwei beside her, who nodded before vanishing once more into the room. Zhang Qiaoyang, listening to Su Li's commands, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He swallowed hard, stammering, "Ellie, what are you planning? They're already moving south. You can't be thinking." Su Li narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed ahead. Her fists, clasped tightly behind her back, glistened with a hint of sweat. The dynamics of the battlefield were perpetually shifting, and the opportune moment was fleeting. The migration of the insect horde on such a grand scale can be described as an unparalleled opportunity. Moreover, there lies a distance of 90 kilometers between both parties. Uncle, I wish to take a gamble. Chapter 103. A desperate struggle. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any inkling of what you are about to do? Zhang Qiaoyang lunged forward, seizing Su Li's arm, his gaze fixed intently upon him. There are over 200 mechanized warriors here. All the efforts and sacrifices of everyone are at stake. You cannot possibly be suggesting that, while the insect tide is migrating south, you intend to sneak up on them from behind. You must be insane. Have you considered that once we fire our cannons, the insect tide may very well alter its course and launch an assault against us? This is not merely a swarm from a single massive nest. It is a confluence of numerous nests gathered together. He gestured vehemently towards the heavy artillery at the narrow pass, spittle flying onto Su Li's face. 16 heavy cannons. 16 heavy cannons are nothing on the battlefield. Even a barrage of covering fire would only inflict superficial harm upon them. We lack sufficient firepower and do not possess the elite combat strength needed. Your choice will only plunge us into irretrievable peril. He grasped Su Li's hand that held the radio. I acknowledge your exceptional piloting skills. However, you must comprehend that no matter how skilled you are merely one individual. This is a battlefield, not a domain for individual heroism. If you had already reached the Super S realm and commanded high-level mechanized warriors, perhaps I could entertain the thought of letting you take a chance. But as it stands, I cannot. I cannot bear to witness you drag the entire outpost into the mire. Uncle, what if this is merely a test from the insects? After all, both you and I are aware that to the south, there is nothing, is there? They can advance eastward or westward, yet why do they specifically choose to move southward? Zhang Qiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, his entire being frozen in disbelief. The vast swarm of insects descending southward instinctively caused him to lower his guard. The mere thought of not having to confront a multitude of these creatures brought him a sigh of relief, leaving no time for deeper contemplation. Su Li's gaze remained fixated on the colossal cannon outside the pass as he spoke in a hushed tone. Is it not because the south is devoid of anything, lacking any other substantial insect nests? Their reluctance to assault the base immediately suggests that their recent hunts have sown seeds of doubt. It is precisely because they are uncertain of the base's strength that they hesitate and probe. Can you truly dismiss this possibility? He turned his attention to the map on the table, where large insect nests were marked on both the eastern and western flanks. Are you suggesting that there is more than one mother insect on Cold Brew Star? Zhang Qiaoyang's body trembled slightly as he realized that age had indeed rendered him more cautious. Having spent a decade at the outpost, he found himself increasingly hesitant, participating infrequently in exploration missions, leaving him woefully ignorant of the planet beneath his feet. Su Li slowly shook his head, his gaze locked onto Zhang Qiaoyang. Uncle, I cannot ascertain whether there are other mother insects. However, I am aware that the outpost is situated within the dominion of the existing queen insect's influence. We are merely guests in its abode. He gazed out at the boundless wilderness and suddenly chuckled. The host truly possesses great generosity, sacrificing their long-established home to entertain us, the guests. Since the host intends to depart, it is only fitting that I, as a guest, bid farewell. After pondering, I found nothing of worth to offer, so I shall provide them with a resounding echo. Even if they wish to leave, they shall not do so easily. I care not for their reasons for journeying south, whether it be a test or a genuine departure. I have resolved to fire this cannon. He tightened his grip on the intercom and brought it to his lips. Prepare a battery of heavy artillery with high explosive fragmentation shells, 1 round loaded. Fire. At Su Li's command, the blue and white machine maidens pressed the activation buttons. Boom. 8 cannons unleashed their fiery tongues, and the tremendous recoil instantly stirred a cloud of dust at the pass. The deafening roar of cannon fire reverberated through the valley, enduring and relentless. The parched brown marmorated stink bugs collided against the mountainside in a frenzy amid the shockwave, producing a cacophony of sounds. Countless machine maidens surged forth, gazing towards the pass. On a distant hilltop, Junwei squinted, observing the 8 shells plummet into the swarm of insects. With excitement, she waved her hand and was promptly transported back to the command room, her small face aglow with exhilaration as she swiftly declared, "Master, we struck true," obliterating their rear ranks. He grasped the intercom anew. Group 1, measure +1. Group 2, each cannon measure +3. Commence comprehensive output. After every 4 rounds of artillery fire, repeat the aforementioned commands. Strike fiercely. Commence with 20 rounds. The resounding booms echoed relentlessly, resembling a chorus of thunder throughout the valley. The immense recoil caused the heavy artillery's barrel to shift backward. After a dozen rounds, the cannon had been displaced several meters. As the gunfire abruptly ceased, a report crackled through the intercom. Report to the commander, the standby ammunition has been completely expended. Su Li turned her gaze toward the silently observant Han Hai, who immediately jolted into action, seizing the terminal to commence reallocation. Her authority remained intact, allowing her to allocate a considerable quantity of ammunition. Commander, how much do you require? With merely a glance from Su Li, Han Hai instantly understood and maximized the quantity within her jurisdiction. Observing the sudden emergence of ammunition boxes nearly as tall as the Mechs beside her, 038 swallowed hard. She was bewildered by her brother's frantic behavior. Yet, such an abundance of ammunition was sufficient to thoroughly cleanse the land within a 100-kilometer radius thrice over. Without uttering a word, Junwei vanished from the command room, only to reappear moments later. The insect tide has turned. Group 1, decrement by 1. Group 2, decrement by 3. Boom. Give it everything you've got. The cannon fire reverberated once more throughout the valley as Su Li approached her desk and pressed the emergency alarm button. The piercing siren blended seamlessly with the continuous roar of artillery, resonating through the valley. He cast a glance at the pale-faced Zhang Qiaoyang and gently patted his shoulder. Uncle, this is a case of being blinded by the immediate. This base has never held significance. What truly matters are the people within it. He donned his military uniform and adjusted his appearance in the mirror, which reflected a face equally devoid of color. To invigorate himself, he gave his cheeks a firm slap before striding down the stairs alongside Lightning and Hong Ying. Amidst the persistent sound of cannon fire, the shrill alarm of the first level echoed in the ears of every mech maiden, except for the guards and inspection teams. All mech maidens had gathered in the small square. Clad in sharp black uniforms, they formed a square formation in the plaza. Su Li ascended the platform in the square and, facing the solemn assembly, rendered a military salute. The crisp sound of standing at attention reverberated, clear even amidst the bombardment. There was no sense of ceremony, only a high wooden box. Su Li took a megaphone, stepped atop it, and gazed at all the mech maidens before him. His eyes radiated determination, devoid of any evasion. They all looked intently at Su Li on the platform, awaiting his command. To speak frankly, the colossal tide of insects is already en route, a mere 90 kilometers from us. We are not a band of benevolent souls, nor are we courteous guests. We have invaded the home of the insect race, taking root here, consuming their kin and preying upon their children, which is utterly reprehensible. Previously, we were granted leniency by our host, who turned a blind eye to our transgressions. But now, the circumstances have changed. Now our appetites have grown. The host is not pleased, bringing along numerous relatives who are already on their way. They fear that we may not be satiated. We have already sensed the host's enthusiasm. Surely, you are equally aware that such a multitude cannot be consumed in one sitting. However, I sincerely hope that our appetites can expand a little more. If we cannot finish in one bite, we shall take several. After a meal, 100 steps lead to longevity. Life thrives on movement. Today, taking advantage of this splendid opportunity, I wish to take everyone out for an extraordinary picnic. Let us walk and eat along the way. Suli gazed at the multitude of mechanized companions before him. Their eyes reflected excitement, anxiety, and confusion about the future, yet there was no trace of hesitation or fear. He stood tall and bowed once more to the assembled mechanized beings. I command. All teams must complete their preparations within 20 minutes. Discard unnecessary supplies. Abandon the defense of the forward base and proceed to the designated coordinates for assembly. This picnic may last us 2 days, perhaps a week, or even half a month. But as long as we are still alive, to the death. Suddenly, a voice erupted among the mechanized companions, issuing a hoarse cry. In an instant, the emotions of all the mechanized beings were stirred, and the rallying cry of "to the death" resonated, ultimately transforming into a deafening roar that echoed throughout the valley. Beneath the tumultuous waves of artillery fire, their skirts billowed, and resolute expressions adorned their faces. Each cry resonated with the fervent commitment forged through years of bloodshed on the battlefield, a sincere acknowledgement of Suli. At that moment, he felt a tender part of his heart stirred profoundly. Gazing at the mechanized maidens before him, he again raised the loudspeaker to his lips. Cease this nonsense. What are you fighting for? At my command, turn around and flee. You all are nothing. I will tackle the toughest challenges. Anyone who dares to advance before me will find this picnic at an end, and we shall settle scores later. Disband. Chapter 104. Interception of artillery fire. At the sound of his command, the ranks scattered. Hong Ying's body trembled slightly as she instinctively clutched Su Li's garment. He turned, grasping her icy hand, a sensation that sent a shiver through him. You must inform Heyu to stockpile supplies and seal off the entire laboratory. We are underground, encased in special materials, so there will be no issues. Time is of the essence. Be swift and return quickly. I will await you at the pass. Hong Ying bit her lip and dashed towards the communication tower. Heyu was already engaged in gathering supplies. A considerable amount of drinking water and food was amassed within the laboratory, with red alarms flashing incessantly, instilling unease among all. She had stockpiled enough provisions for the researchers to last half a year, and after issuing her instructions, she secured the gate leading to the laboratory. In the logistics warehouse, the mechanized maidens completed their preparations, queuing to fill their tanks with concentrated fuel. No one knew how long this battle would endure. Besides filling their tanks, each of them also shouldered additional fuel canisters. Lightning gazed at the plethora of lubricants piled within the supply depot, her eyes shimmering with profound regret. The mere thought of these substances languishing here, potentially subjected to the ravages of insects, filled her with an agonizing sense of suffocation. Seizing the opportunity while waiting in line, she nonchalantly hoisted a barrel and, uncapping it, began to gulp it down eagerly. Observing her, the mech girl beside her imitated her actions, and soon, every mech girl in line was indulging in the lubricants. Before Su Li arrived, the rich aroma of the lubricants wafted through the air. As Lightning spotted Su Li approaching, she set down a barrel even thicker than her own arm, and as she opened her mouth, a hearty belch escaped her. Su Li reached out and tugged at Lightning's ear, chiding her for her conspicuous behavior. Master, it hurts. Lightning stumbled a couple of steps, still clinging stubbornly to the barrel of lubricant. Redding had completed refueling and had already moved to Su Li's side. With no time to spare for Lightning, Su Li directed Redding to proceed with the deployment. He swiftly dashed to the forefront of the pass, where 16 colossal cannons continued to unleash torrents of flame. The thunderous roar of the artillery was deafening. Even within the cockpit, the incessant cannon fire quickened his heartbeat and made his eardrums throb. The voice of Junwei crackled through the intercom. Master, the swarm of insects has approached within 70 kilometers. The cannon fire has proven highly effective. with many smaller insectoids rendered combat ineffective. The insects did not linger to scavenge the battlefield. Instead, they hastened their advance. She stood atop the highest point of a hill, gazing down at the densely packed array of various insectoids, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. The portable terminal transmitted all images in real time to Su Li. Upon a brief glance, she felt a profound shock to her spirit. This swarm of insects was on an entirely different scale compared to the calamity of the spaceship crash. The large species unique to the massive nests included not only the flying dung beetles, but also the spiked giant roaches and colossal beetles. The enormous beetles, each the size of 2 dung beetles, measured 100 meters in length, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step they took. Shells struck against their armored bodies shattered instantly, with fragments scattering in all directions, claiming the lives of numerous smaller insectoids. Yet, they seemed oblivious, resolutely advancing forward. Countless smaller insects concealed themselves beneath their bulk to evade the onslaught of artillery fire. The giant beetles' thick, dark red shells glimmered with a metallic sheen and were curved in such a way that deflected projectiles with ease. Second team switched to armor-piercing incendiary shells. As the specialized ammunition was deployed, the sight of the larger species beginning to fall became apparent. However, the sheer number of these formidable insects was overwhelming, fortunately. They still had ample time to execute their bombardment. The area engulfed in artillery fire remained positioned above the front line of the insect horde. As they charged forward, the scale of the conflict simultaneously diminished, forcing the frontline troops to advance under the relentless artillery pressure, significantly slowing their progress. This was precisely the outcome Su Li desired. Amid the chaos of flying projectiles, the severed limbs and broken bodies of the insects splattered everywhere. The path they had taken was now riddled with craters from the bombardment. The bodies of comrades, intermingled with green blood, spread across the ground, while the flames of incendiary projectiles clung to the insectoid forms, burning incessantly. The incessant shrieks of the insect swarm echoed relentlessly. Even with severed legs, they bravely advanced undeterred by death. Junwei's gaze traversed the dense mass of insects, and a pang of sorrow flickered within her heart. Such an overwhelming tide of insects required no effort to obliterate. A mere push would suffice to lay waste to the forward base entirely. Was this the might of a swarm commanded by a mother insect? Were those colossal specimens truly formidable enough to rival the mechanized daughters? Suddenly, she grasped the grim reality. The existence of the forward base had never gone unnoticed. They were perhaps merely resources tended by the insect horde. Each incursion of smaller swarms had claimed the lives of countless mechanized daughters, their shattered exosuits littering the periphery of the forward base. Yet, there were no remnants of bodies. The evolution of the insects demanded diverse genetic material. Those fallen mechanized daughters and pilots had likely become mere sustenance for the insect's advancement. Behind the communication tower lay a vast cemetery, a site filled with unmarked graves. They had abruptly chosen to cease nurturing them, for the consecutive actions of these daughters had revealed a burgeoning threat. Hundreds of colossal insects had far surpassed the limits of what the forward base could withstand. Hundreds. On this planet, already stripped of resources. Such a multitude of large specimens was astonishing. Not to mention, the hills were teeming with thousands of medium-sized insects. There exists an overwhelming multitude of diminutive creatures, each fire ant capable of leaping several kilometers with each bound. Were it not for the barrage of artillery, they would likely reach the front lines of the outpost in under 10 minutes. Before them lies a hilly terrain, where the cannonade continues to exert its suppressive influence. However, should they breach this barrier, a clear path awaits them ahead, inevitably accelerating the onslaught of the insect horde. The time available for the base's response is rapidly diminishing. Under Su Li's command, a multitude of Mechs, laden with copious amounts of fuel, ascended skyward, maneuvering towards the newly established secondary defense line. Flame-throwing devices emerged from the ground, linked to an automatic targeting system, entering an active state. Temporarily authorized light howitzers were arrayed in front of the heavy artillery, over 100 units meticulously aligned, simultaneously unleashing torrents of fire. Shells soared into the sky, initiating a comprehensive bombardment upon the dense swarm of insects. They calibrated their range and altitude, directing their fire solely at the exit of the hilly region. Junwei watched in anticipation as the shells rained down, his form quivering with excitement. Such a display of artillery fire was enough to stir the deepest yearning within. Each barrage could send numerous small creatures soaring through the air, their bodies torn asunder by shrapnel and shattered by the tremendous explosions. In mere moments, a breach spanning 10 kilometers was carved out of the hilly exit. The remnants of the insect horde scattering in every direction, their green viscous fluids coating the trench. The acrid fumes of the insect's corrosive secretions filled the air, mingling with the smoke of battle, completely obscuring Junwei's vision. A chilling sensation washed over her, prompting a shudder as she turned her gaze toward the end of the swarm. There, she beheld a colossal creature, stretching over 200 meters in length. Adorned with countless jointed limbs, twisting its body and raising its front half while emitting a deafening screech. Chapter 105. Elite Troops Before the Terminal. Suli narrowed her eyes. Sweat beaded on Hanhai's forehead. On the virtual keyboard extending from the terminal, her hands moved with such speed that they nearly left behind an afterimage. She had summoned all the ammunition she was authorized to deploy. Yet, upon witnessing the overwhelming tide of insects, she gritted her teeth and forcefully hacked into Yi Hua's account, transferring all the ammunition under her jurisdiction. The rapid frequency of the void transmissions had already caught the attention of the Mechanical Island and the Human Council. Such a massive mobilization of ammunition was immediately reported as anomalous. Terminal 032 had been commandeered by Hanhai. While she relayed the specifics to the Mechanical Island, she swiftly calculated various parameters of the battlefield. Each member of the B-level mechanized squad, Team 13, required her meticulous coordination. Suli felt akin to a harried manager. With each command issued, she had to revise the armament agreements for the mechanized soldiers. She wished fervently for 2 additional arms, along with the ability to employ her feet as well. The battlefield was a realm of rapid change. Even a second's delay could yield a drastically different scenario. The governor was indeed correct. He required someone capable of strategic thought beside him. Initially, she believed her role was to assist him in managing the base. Little did she anticipate that she had come to orchestrate the battlefield itself. Even with her intellect, she found it nearly impossible to keep up with the incessant changes in commands. Deploy the 1st and 3rd squads to Hill A31. Position yourselves as flanking forces with the 2nd and 4th squads, restraining the vanguard of the insectoid forces. Heavy artillery, armor-piercing shells. Should the insectoids breach our lines, fire immediately. Push them back. Hanhai was unable to cancel the armaments they had already adapted. Instead, he swiftly coordinated the deployment of heavy artillery based on the existing setup. Towering cannons, as large as mechas, were positioned atop the high grounds, their massive barrels beginning to rotate, with chains of ammunition trailing heavily behind. The heavy artillery at the pass fell silent, having exhausted all the ammunition, regardless of type, after over 200 rounds of bombardment. Even with the activation of all permissions from 2 accounts, the 34 mechanized girls were enveloped in a cacophony of cannon fire, their ears buzzing. 038 gazed intently at the messages flashing on the screen, yet heard nothing. She pressed her hands over her ears and took several deep breaths, but upon releasing them, the thunderous cannonade persisted. Huh, what did you say? Type it out. Type it out. A colossal blue and white mech stood before Su Li, pointing to its own ears and waving its hand. Move. Move. All personnel mobilize. Upon reaching the front line, deploy the ship-type individual particle cannons. Do not concern yourselves with any visible insectoid presence. Take your positions and initiate deployment. Once charged, commence direct bombardment. The 2 squads will alternate fire in a staggered formation. Monitor the signals for withdrawal. 038 saluted him and led her team into the air. 032 had relinquished the heavy artillery, standing motionless with the guard. Upon noticing, 038 flew back and kicked her, pulling her into the air. It was then she realized the command information displayed on the screen. Leading the guard, she followed 038 toward the exit in the hilly terrain. Commander, our current ammunition is expected to last for 15 minutes. New supplies have been approved and are being urgently dispatched from the rear. Commander? Commander? She tilted her head back and saw Su Li standing at the cockpit of Hong Ying, vociferously cursing. He jumped down from the cockpit, approached Hanhai, and spread the map directly in front of her face. The map was densely packed with the next combat tasks and detailed deployments, specifying even the exact distance for retreat and the equipment to be deployed. I will head to the front lines. The rear is entrusted to you. He climbed back into the cockpit of Hong Ying and turned to Li Tianlang, saying, Hanhai and Tao Gu are in your hands. The strategic deployment in the rear will remain unchanged. I'll assign you a team for flexible maneuvers. Is that acceptable? I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Li Tianlang rendered a salute that was somewhat awkward, causing Su Li's brows to twitch. Yet, he clearly had no energy to concern himself with such trivial matters at the moment. The cockpit door began to close. He activated the ignition switch and donned the partially covered helmet. Connecting the terminals displayed to the helmet, his first glance revealed, from Junwei's perspective, a colossal centipede over 200 meters in length. Its entire body was adorned with a brilliant yellow hue, while the ends of its limbs were stained in a vivid red-black. The upper half of its form arched prominently, and the exoskeleton of its abdomen reflected a piercing light. Such a formidable creature, in his previous life, could only be vanquished by naval weaponry. To an ordinary mech, it was merely a child's plaything. Its fangs extended over 10 meters in length. Even the most elite of soldiers, faced with such an adversary, would find themselves as fragile as paper, devoid of any defense. He was oblivious to how such elite beings were eradicated on the battlefield in this lifetime. All he knew was that he was the strongest force within the entire base. A glimmer of madness flickered in Su Li's eyes as he retrieved 2 vials of S-grade enhancement serum from his pocket, biting the cork to open them and pouring the contents into his mouth. A sensation akin to his body being torn asunder surged through him, causing him to curl up tightly within the cockpit. It felt as though a fire ignited in his chest, radiating outward from his heart to every limb and sinew. With each wave of expansion, he could feel his muscles convulsing violently. Time was not a luxury he could afford. He had to gamble everything to forcibly elevate his physical capabilities. He needed no more than a fleeting moment, for the enemy would grant him little time as well. In mere instants, his body was drenched in sweat, and within the confines of his helmet, his eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Blood tears, tinged with a faint darkness, seeped from his eyes. He bore the intense agony within his body, urging the red banner to advance to the forefront of the battlefield. Hanhai gazed at the 2 figures, one red and one black, racing away, silently directing her attention to her terminal. There, she too beheld the colossal silhouette. Such a monstrous creature could scarcely be described as an insect. Its armor, impervious even to the fiercest artillery strikes, remained unscathed. Faced with such an adversary, what could he possibly achieve by intervening? Yet, he was the commander of the forward base, the one who had uttered a solemn promise. The toughest challenges were his to confront. Hanhai bit her lower lip and transmitted the developments at the front line directly to Eva. Even a glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. If an Ultra S-level pilot happened to be available, their forward base might yet be preserved. Chapter 106. Unassailable amidst the undulating hills. A multitude of insects covered the ground. Junwei deftly evaded the ambush of a fire ant, reappearing on another hilltop. She could sense her master hastening toward her location. Yet he should not come. In a battlefield teeming with the insect horde, an individual's impact would be negligible. The relentless bombardment, having lost its heavy artillery, could no longer inflict significant damage on the larger species. They advanced with powerful strides, resolutely pressing forward, being at the forefront of the battlefield. She understood better than anyone that the forward base could not be held. As Su Li had stated, this battle might endure for an extended period. Hanhai meticulously studied the strategic deployments on the map, committing each detail to memory. Su Li's combat plan was meticulously detailed, leading one to wonder if he had foreseen the impending fierce battle. From minute strategic deployments to the specific routes for retreat, every aspect was accounted for: how to lure the enemy and how to annihilate them. It was astonishing that a student who had never graduated from a military academy, nor even attended a single day of pilot training, having only studied mecha maintenance for 2 years, could devise such a comprehensive battle plan. Without further contemplation, she assessed the feasibility of the plan and swiftly assumed command from Su Li, issuing new orders to all units on the battlefield. In the cockpit of Hong Ying, the autonomous system turned its gaze towards the curled-up Su Li, its attention lingering on the discarded test tube beside him, biting her lip in distress. She was oblivious to the nature of the substance he had consumed, yet she understood that it was this very drink that had plunged him into such agony. "Master, are you all right?" Still, not dead. The warmth finally spread throughout his body, and he grew accustomed to the muscle spasms, managing to sit up. On the screen, Eve's expression turned decidedly stern as she observed Su Li, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose condition was evidently dire. Initially taken aback, she soon spoke in a calm tone. "Hang in there. I have contacted Junwei and provided the void coordinates. An Ultra S pilot is en route to the nearest space station, just half an hour. If we can hold out for 30 minutes, the elite troops will be dealt with by the Ultra S pilot." Su Li remained silent, fearing that if he spoke, he would spew blood. The screen went black, then once again revealed the battlefield before him. He secured himself firmly to the pilot's seat, grasping the control stick of Hong Ying with determination. Though his body felt somewhat weak under the influence of the potion, his mind was astonishingly alert. It was as if countless tendrils were extending from his brain, reaching outward. Without needing to look, he sensed the presence of lightning at his side. Its energy radiated in a vivid crimson, brimming with vitality and exuberance. The sensation of piloting Hong Ying for the first time resurfaced, without verbal communication. He instantly connected with the spirit of lightning, unleashing her inherent abilities. General, a soft, rosy domain unfurled as Hong Ying emitted a delicate sound, and with the general's enhancement, the entire mech executed a graceful spiral in the air, plunging downwards at a dizzying speed. Faint golden patterns began to spread across the mech's surface, marking 8 coordinates in an instant. Assault. The colossal figure abruptly vanished from midair, causing the approaching insectoids to collide heavily with one another. A fleeting glimmer of pale golden light flickered atop the heads of 8 large species. The immense form surged forward several meters before crashing down, mercilessly crushing the hidden insects beneath it into a viscous pulp. The black golden mech landed heavily on the ground, and with a sweeping motion of the spear, it cleared the obstacles before it, trampling the smaller insects as it charged towards the larger ones. Countless smaller creatures clung desperately to her rear, eager to leap forward and take a bite. Yet, they always fell just short. The terminal carried by Junwei meticulously recorded every occurrence upon the battlefield. Hong Ying danced like a performer on the edge of a blade, each movement imbued with agility. The massive body maneuvered deftly across the ever-changing terrain, the roaming spear transforming into a sinuous dragon. Junie stood in astonishment, gazing at Su Li as she gracefully maneuvered Hong Ying amidst the swarm of insects. With each thrust of her weapon, she claimed the lives of 1 or 2 of the vile creatures. The relentless tide of foes pressed forward, fearlessly charging into battle. Yet often their advance was hindered by the corpses of their fallen comrades, diminishing their momentum. Alone with a single weapon, she traversed the swarm as if it were an uninhabited realm. A pang of envy struck Junie, his delicate hands clenched tightly together, tearing at his apron in a fit of fervor, oblivious to his own actions. How exhilarating it would be if he were the one, the mech, dancing across the battlefield. The 2 squads of Mechs had completed their suppression task at the hill's exit, and as the main force began to retreat, they swiftly repositioned themselves at the rear of the insect tide, launching a new barrage of firepower upon the oncoming swarm. The battlefield stretched for over 10 kilometers, with the insect horde effectively divided into 3 segments. The vanguard had surged forth from the hills, encircling the main base in pursuit of the retreating forces. The elite second echelon remained at the hills, cautiously pushing outward. Meanwhile, a smaller portion of the swarm, drawn away by the inspection and guard teams, retreated in the opposite direction while engaging in combat. Across the central battlefield, only Su Li remained steadfastly anchored to her position. Lightning danced alongside Hong Ying, utilizing its exceptional speed to swiftly eliminate the smaller foes encircling her. The striking contrast of the red and black Mechs deftly manipulated the vast insect tide, weaving through the hills. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, the formation of the insect horde continued its steady advance. Within the cockpit, Hong Ying was already nearing its limits. She trembled all over, her fair legs now transformed into a shade of rosy pink. She could sense an ethereal hand resting upon her head, gently caressing her with a familiar warmth. Just hold on a little longer. She only needed to endure for another half hour, as the governor had stated. She had already borne this for 10 minutes. If she could just last a few more, the rest could be entrusted to lightning. With a flushed face, she silently turned her head, noting the fierce expression on Su Li's face, veins bulging, his eyes of vivid crimson. Hong Ying clenched her teeth tightly, bowing her head in silence. She was uncertain how much longer Su Li could withstand the strain, but she knew she must persevere until the very end. The colossal figure of the elite soldier had approached. With a powerful thrust from the flight module, lightning soared skyward. Hong Ying felt a cascade of commands surge through her mind, her innate skills igniting once more, locking onto the fearsome giant centipede before her. In the next moment, the black and gold figure vanished amidst the swarm of insects, only to reappear above the centipede's head. 8 void coordinates aligned in a straight line, and Su Li managed to fire a single shot. The invincible spear struck the armor with a sharp crack, shattering upon impact. The steel shaft exploded, tearing through Hong Ying's palm. Ultimately, she could no longer withstand the relentless barrage of commands, Her vision faded to white as she collapsed. The black and gold mech dissipated, revealing two figures suspended in midair. The crimson figure dove downward, catching both individuals and placing them into its cockpit before soaring into the sky once more. In the cockpit, Sully struggled to secure himself to the driver's seat. As he prepared to catch his breath, a spurt of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto lightning. His gravest fears had materialized. The excessive enhancement agents, while amplifying his physical abilities, had begun to induce genetic dissolution. His physical prowess would see a substantial enhancement within half an hour, yet if timely medical intervention was not forthcoming, he would be rendered incapacitated. Chapter 107. The relay within a courtyard of modest expanse. Gray pebbles paved the ground, interspersed with patches of verdant shrubs beside the stone pathway. An ancient stone lantern nestled next to a tranquil pond, exuding an air of incongruous serenity. A water wheel turned languidly, channeling a gentle stream into a bamboo tube, which in turn connected to a startled deer. Periodically, it would fill with water, striking the stones with a crisp sound. Beyond the central door, on a tatami mat, a woman sat cross-legged at a low table, her bare arms poised gracefully as she savored tea from a delicate bamboo cup. Adorning her exposed arm was a flamboyant dragon tattoo, its fierce gaze bestowing an aura of formidable strength. Beside her knelt a mechanical maid, silently cradling a tea tray. Before her, a man clad in a tailored suit knelt, his hands resting on the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against them. "I implore you, noble sir, to lend your assistance. On the front lines, the 3rd Legion's flanks have repeatedly detected the presence of elite forces. However, each appearance lasts no longer than 5 minutes, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain their precise location. Undeniably, it has manifested 3 consecutive times, each occasion inflicting substantial losses upon the 3rd Legion. We dared not disturb you during your moments of repose. Thus we sought your assistance during the interludes of your military duties. Our requests from the 3rd Legion are modest. We merely hope that when you embark on your missions, you might take a detour to visit us. The mere sight of your presence at the 3rd Legion's encampment would surely instill fear in those elite troops, dissuading them from further harassment." He slightly straightened his posture, moved aside a nearby crate, opened it, and presented it before the woman. Inside lay 3 S-class modules. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she set down her cup. "Is it merely a matter of taking a brief tour?" Upon hearing this, the man hastily lowered his gaze. "If you could find the time to eliminate them, the 3rd Legion would be prepared to offer additional tokens of our sincerity. However, we are mindful of your pressing military obligations and would not wish to impose excessive demands." With her fingers tapping rhythmically on the tabletop, she leaned forward, drawing the crate closer. The mechanical companion behind her raised its gaze, hesitating to speak. She observed clearly that as her hand reached for the crate, a subtle smile graced the man's lips. "Very well. I was just about to step out. I shall pay a visit to your location, and it shall not consume much of my time." The man, elated by her words, beamed with gratitude, bowing deeply as he backed towards the door, gesturing for her to proceed. The woman rose from the low table, her loose trousers giving her an air of casual elegance. She approached the door, donning her lofty wooden clogs, her height scarcely exceeding 1.60 meters. The man, with utmost respect, escorted her to the side of the vehicle, meticulously assisting her into the car before hastening to the driver's side, flinging open the door, igniting the engine, and steering towards the military port where the armed transport ship lay anchored. Cold Brew Star, a forward base. The newly expanded defensive structures once again delayed the advance of the initial wave of the insectoid horde, affording ample time for the retreat and redeployment of all mechanized daughters. Thanks to Su Li's meticulous arrangements, none of the larger species emerged from the first batch of insects surging forth from the hills. Numerous mechanized daughters, under the coordination of Han Hai, engaged in a tactical retreat while establishing countless interception points along their path. Although their firepower was not particularly formidable, they faced no difficulties against the medium and small species, having grown accustomed to clashing with these behemoths even at their sea level. Their current status as all B-level combatants marked a significant qualitative leap, were it not for Han Hai's persistent emphasis on adhering to Su Li's battle plan. This group of mechanized daughters would have long succumbed to their fervent desires and charged headlong into a fierce confrontation with the insects. To fight to the death was never merely a slogan. They had lost too many comrades on this land. Maintaining enough composure in the face of their adversaries was indeed no small feat. Moreover, their commander was ensnared alone in the heart of the battlefield. amplifying the urgency in everyone's hearts. It had been some time since they had last heard Su Li's voice over the comms. Under the command of Han Hai, the 13 squads of mechanized warriors transformed into a colossal grinding wheel, each rotation eroding the formidable forces of the insectoid enemy. Leveraging the advantageous terrain and an inexhaustible array of weaponry, it can only be said that this battle was unprecedented in its wealth of resources. Stay steady, do not panic. The commander has already held off the larger species for you. We must not be reckless in seeking glory. We must systematically deplete the enemy's living forces. As long as we accomplish our mission, this will be our victory. Han Hai's voice resonated through the channel. Li Tianlang piloted the Yurong, leading his squad and once again clearing out the errant insects, swiftly returning to the temporary command post. Seated in the cockpit, sweat drenched his military uniform. Yurong turned to him, gently massaging his cramping hands. The intense and prolonged combat had rendered this first-time battlefield pilot, an S-class mechanized operator, trembling uncontrollably. This was not fear, it was adrenaline surging through him, invigorating his muscles to quiver. Xiao Rongrong. So this is what the battlefield looks like. No wonder Master is so formidable. I can only slay the smaller insects from the rear, while he plunges single-handedly into the hilly terrain. If I could endure 10 years on the battlefield, do you think I could ascend to his level? Yurong gazed intently into Li Tianlong's eyes, which shimmered with unexpected fervor. She acknowledged that Su Li was an exceptionally charismatic man, particularly on the battlefield, where his mere presence served as a stabilizing force for all. Can you comprehend this? He merely stood atop a wooden crate, unfazed even in the face of a colossal swarm of insects. Let the toughest ones come at me, he declared with resolute conviction, compelling belief in those who heard him. I understand. Of course, I comprehend. Master, as long as you remain by his side, one day you too shall become like him. Li Tianlang smiled, vigorously tousling his drenched white hair, and then cupped Yurong's delicate face, planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. I could feel it. I was transforming into a person like him. One day, I too will stand with you upon a lofty platform. Yurong embraced his head, silencing the remaining words within him with her lips. A flicker of sorrow danced in her eyes. She had never wished for Li Tianlang to ascend any pedestal. She cared not for the glory of the battlefield. Her sole desire was for the man who would fight desperately to protect her to live a life of peace and joy, even if it meant a lifetime of mediocrity. Li Tianlong's trembling hand found its way to Yurong's back, pulling her tightly into his embrace. In the warmth that was uniquely hers, he felt the undeniable essence of life coursing through him. At that moment, he experienced a profound sense of being truly alive. Zhang Chongping maneuvered the sturdy shield, laboriously making his way to Yurong's side, plopping down onto the ground. The mechanized Team S operators began replenishing their fuel, already accustomed to the current tempo of battle. Unlike the two who had grown weary, in a moment unnoticed by others, Han Hai intently focused on the screen before him. On the central battlefield, the dark golden figure had vanished, replaced by a blood-red hue. Hong Ying had only endured for a mere 12 minutes. Chapter 108, Golden Cold Brew Star, Central Battlefield. Su Li once again spat out a mouthful of blood. His body had fully acclimated to the enhancements bestowed by the strengthening agents, though he remained oblivious to the extent of his newfound strength. However, he was acutely aware that he had merely half an hour left. Master, are you all right? Please, do not frighten me. I shall never glance at frivolous literature again. Upon my return, I will diligently memorize the treatise on mechas. I shall refrain from pilfering the lubricants. Even though I am aware that the lubricants hidden beneath your bed were meant for me, I will no longer indulge in such thievery. Su Li was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his bloodshed would yield such a benefit. For a brief instant, he pondered whether he should offer words of reassurance to Lightning. But seeing her frequently glancing back, he feared that a moment's distraction might cause her to collide directly with the monstrous rear of the insect. Thus, he chose to comfort her instead. Do not worry. We can still endure. Focus your attention. We cannot handle the larger threats. Let us pivot and tackle those massive breeds first. We have held on for over 10 minutes. We need only persist a little longer until reinforcements arrive. Lightning nodded, maneuvering her mech into the air. The Crimson Domain unfurled instantaneously, expanding the general's original radius of 100 meters to an impressive kilometer after her upgrade. While she lacked the ability to slip into the void like Hong Ying, akin to teleportation, her remarkable acceleration transformed her into a fleeting specter on the battlefield. The colossal centipede, enraged by the sight of the diminutive mech darting across the field, let out a furious roar, twisting its massive body to lunge at Lightning. The robust physique bore no semblance of clumsiness. It moved with remarkable agility, evading the massive creatures on the ground with surprising ease. In just a few breaths, it had arrived beside Lightning, its formidable jaws snapping menacingly towards her. Its mandibles opened and closed as two pairs of smaller jaws wriggled rapidly. The bristly lower jaw also resembling pincers, revealing venom glands that exuded a noxious, fishy liquid, dotted across its mandibles. Lightning executed a swift slide to evade the crushing jaws, glancing back only to feel her heart race with terror. Her petite frame was scarcely a few meters longer than its massive jaws. Should they clamp down on her, she would likely be severed in an instant. Master, its speed is astonishing. We lack the energy to contend with such formidable creatures. Then let us lead it in circles. Provoking it may compel it to eliminate the larger threats for us. But how do we provoke it? Suddenly, Lightning recalled the silken nightgown she wore. If any action could incite fury, it might be that. A vivid red figure suddenly appeared atop the armored shell of a hulking beetle. She first caressed its head, then trailed her hand down to her waist, forcefully thrusting the air forward. A deafening shriek reverberated through the air, and before Su Li could comprehend the situation, he witnessed that fearsome silhouette charging towards them. The Crimson Mechs swiftly retreated, having no time to critique Lightning's actions. He promptly activated a switch on the side. The armor slid open, unleashing dozens of small missiles, trailing flames as they hurtled toward the gaping maw. It neither evaded nor flinched, allowing dozens of missiles to strike its visage without so much as a scratch. The flight module activated instantaneously, and as the thrusters ignited, the Crimson Mech deftly sidestepped the centipede's assault. Its formidable mandibles, extending several meters, pierced through the thick carapace of a beetle. With a swift motion of its head, the massive creature was hurled towards the erratically darting red figure. A colossal cloud of dust billowed into the air as the large creature skidded for over 100 meters, crashing heavily against the mountainside. Numerous smaller creatures and 3 medium-sized ones were caught off guard, trapped between the massive beast and the cliff, resulting in a gruesome amalgamation. Junwei watched in disbelief as the lightning-fast figure had no time to evade and was propelled forward by the enormous insect's bulk, instinctively standing upright. The elite centipede turned its head, unleashing another ear-splitting roar. With the distraction of the diminutive red entity gone, the horde of insects reassembled and commenced their advance beyond the hills. Hanhai stared blankly at the footage transmitted by the drone, his nails digging painfully into his palm. Did he ultimately succumb? All external strategic deployments were solely aimed at the smaller and medium-sized creatures. Even the emergence of a single large specimen would spell disaster in the current circumstances. A hand, slick with green ichor, emerged from the large creature's body. With fervent effort, the crimson lightning figure pried open the wound inflicted by the centipede, limping out from within. It had been perilously close. Had she not sought refuge in the large creature's wound at the last possible moment, both she and Su Li would have been reduced to mere pulp. The heartbeat resonated painfully, and cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Her left leg trembled, devoid of any sensation. On the screen, she could only watch helplessly as the massive creatures lined up neatly, heading towards the outskirts of the hills. Master, I can still fight. We cannot let them break free. We still possess the flight module. As long as it remains intact, we have the strength for one last battle. Su Li raised his hand and gently stroked Lightning's head. It's all right. You have fought valiantly. Evacuate with Hong Ying. The rest is up to Junwei. Junwei, Master, can you pilot her? Have you forgotten? I can adjust a portion of her attributes. Upon hearing this, Lightning paused momentarily, turning to glance at Su Li behind her. He appeared even more weakened than before. Lightning, time is of the essence. Junwei, obey the command. In an instant, the golden mech materialized beside Lightning, opening its cockpit. She stared in astonishment as the bloodied Su Li entered the cockpit and closed the door behind him. It's nothing. I merely ingested some genetic serum, which caused a dissolution reaction. As long as treatment is timely, there will be no issues. Su Li's hands ceased to tremble. He could distinctly feel his state stabilizing. The tangible enhancement of his physical condition granted him the capability to pilot Junwei, provided he made slight adjustments to the data. Acceleration -30, allocated to stability. Maneuverability -30, allocated to defense. He raised his hand to grasp the golden handle and closed his eyes. In the cockpit, only the faint sounds of 2 breaths remained. As the helmet was donned, the sensation of unity surged once more. Lightning, adorned with crimson ribbons, soared into the sky, seizing the moment to withdraw from the battlefield. Suddenly, the golden mech illuminated the arena. Her figure abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear at the edge of the hills, poised upon a golden knight spear, where swirling vortices began to converge, followed by a soft hiss. With a powerful stamp of her foot, the entire mech transformed into a fleeting shadow, colliding head-on with a charging colossal creature. A thrust of the spear unleashed a torrent of compressed air, shattering the massive creature's head in an instant. Its enormous body, now devoid of a cranium, continued to rampage thoughtlessly, careening along its path. Numerous smaller creatures were crushed to oblivion, and the headless body wandered aimlessly for several seconds before collapsing heavily. The golden mech, in the blink of an eye, had obliterated 10 colossal heads. With her emergence, the central battlefield descended once more into chaos. The path ahead lay strewn with corpses, before which the golden figure stood defiantly. Far away at the forward base, on high, upon receiving the drone's footage, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Su Li was indeed a force of nature. It seemed he would forever remain this unpredictable. She pressed her hand to her chest, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She beheld not only the resplendent brilliance of the golden mech, but also the blood-soaked visage of Su Li upon his change of armor. He was clad in a black military uniform. Had it been white, it would have likely been stained crimson. This was the first time Han Hai witnessed a human fighting valiantly at the front line, confronting a relentless swarm of insects single-handedly. The terminal in his hand fell to the ground. A member of the mobile unit stepped forward to retrieve it, and in that instant, they beheld their commander standing resolutely at the narrow pass, brandishing a spear against the larger species. Chapter 109. The Guardian. The seamless connection of senses made Junwei's body tremble uncontrollably. An intrinsic mental synchronization enabled her to vividly perceive the anguish that Su Li was enduring. Even with a mere 30% alignment, her body began to quiver, and she could only imagine the torment Su Li was experiencing while wielding her power on the battlefield with lethal precision. Was it merely genetic dissolution? His nonchalant words rendered death so trivial. He anticipated everything. He understood that with the aid of Hong Ying and lightning, he could not withstand the central battlefield. Thus, he had resorted to genetic agents early on to forcibly enhance his physical capabilities, all for this very possibility. Genetic dissolution, there exists a remedy. Yet such medications were exclusively for Mechanical Island, each vial costing a staggering 500,000 military merits. That was the price of slaying an elite foe to earn such merits. How much time remained? 3 minutes. Su Li grinned. Even as he adjusted for a 30-fold increase in acceleration, the terrifying counterforce still rendered him breathless, as though the air within his chest had been instantaneously squeezed out. With every surge of acceleration, he clenched his teeth tightly, fearing that the blood he might expel would be accompanied by his shattered innards. His organs were unscathed. It was merely an illusion induced by hypoxia under the immense counterforce. Su Li dared not push his speed to the limits. Instead, teetering on the edge of what his body could endure, maneuvering the Junwei through the chaos of battle. The elite centipede reared its foreboding high, its compound eyes tracking the golden figure as it darted back and forth, its form lunging forward repeatedly in an attempt to strike, only to find itself grasping at thin air. This elusive entity provoked it to roar in frustration. It yearned to abandon such an opponent and break through the hilly terrain. Yet, with each command issued, failure ensued. The vast ranks of the insectoid horde sought to advance, but were perpetually thwarted by the decapitated bodies that lay in their path. The enormous bulk of the larger species, in that moment, became the greatest impediment to their progression. Meanwhile, the smaller and medium-sized creatures that emerged from the exits were swiftly eradicated by 13 specialized teams. Su Li, astonishingly, managed to halt the advance of all the larger species single-handedly. "Master, you have done it," Junwei exclaimed, her voice trembling as she dared not glance back. The pain coursing through her body, the warmth sprayed upon her back, made her acutely aware that Su Li had spat blood on more than one occasion. Each increase in speed was a brutal assault on his already fragmented physique. Yet, in his relentless pursuit to hold back the swarm, he charged forward time and again, blocking all the larger creatures within the hills. The continual loss of blood began to blur his vision, despite exerting every ounce of strength to take deep breaths. Darkness crept into his sight. Hold on. He must endure. If only he could persist until the arrival of the Super S-class pilot, the outpost would be preserved. He murmured to himself. On Cold Brew Star, the most critical aspect was the safety of everyone within the outpost. However, the second most vital element was the base they had tirelessly nurtured for years. No one was willing to abandon it. Upon learning of the impending support, the first thought that flashed through Su Li's mind was the possibility of safeguarding the base. Yet, as seconds turned into minutes, the promised assistance remained absent. 3 minutes. Junwei plunged her spear into the body of a colossal creature, vibrant green blood splattering as she withdrew the weapon, teleporting once more to evade the elite centipede's assault. Countless 3-minute intervals had already elapsed. She had been silently counting. Within a mere 20 minutes, she had dispatched over 100 of the large species. Yet, that so-called support was still nowhere to be found. Tears streamed down Junwei's face, merging into a continuous flow amidst her cascading hair. Originally, they could have opted for a more prudent approach. Without support, they could have withdrawn while engaging in battle, deftly dividing the swarm, employing guerrilla tactics. Though the base might fall, they would not find themselves cornered in utter despair. It was only upon hearing of the support that she had reconfigured the battle strategy, single-handedly sustaining a battlefield. But why had the assistance not yet arrived? Su Li had merely 2 minutes left. Junwei could already sense something within her body beginning to dissolve. She comprehended that Su Li's bodily functions had reached their zenith, and his condition began to deteriorate rapidly. Gazing at the densely packed formidable species in the arena, a faint smile crept across his lips. The efficacy of the drug within him had begun to wane, and perhaps due to excessive blood loss. He could distinctly feel that he could no longer endure. He had believed he could last for 30 minutes. However, merely 28 minutes had elapsed, and he was already on the brink of collapse. It was during his operation of lightning that the drug's effects peaked. Lightning had endured for 8 minutes before sustaining injuries and withdrawing, with Junwei taking over. He had valiantly piloted Junwei for 20 minutes, including Hong Ying's 12 minutes. The reinforcements mentioned by the governor were already 10 minutes late. He licked his lips, the metallic taste of blood prompting him to squint. At the end of his line of sight, the menacing centipede, now a formidable adversary, was a source of irritation. He might not have another chance to return to the forward base. At this thought, his heart twinged slightly, and the delicate visage of lightning surfaced in his mind. He had assured her that they would always be together in the future. Was he about to break that promise? On the battlefield, there was no room for further distractions. Even for the 200-plus mechanized daughters in lightning, he resolved to fight with all his might. Could Junwei breach its defenses? Junwei's body trembled slightly, her golden eyelashes fluttering. She was uncertain how to explain to her 4 unproduced sisters. She was even more at a loss regarding how to account for her actions to Lightning, Kuroha, and Hong Ying. Yet she understood that Su Li's life was nearing its end. In this battlefield, there were no gene repair agents available. Even if he were to apply at this moment, he still lacks sufficient military merit. Even if credit were extended, there would not be enough time for it to arrive. Sensing his rapidly deteriorating condition, she nodded emphatically, her voice laced with emotion. "I can do it, Master. I can. Do you wish to perish alongside your master?" A somewhat youthful voice unexpectedly resonated within the cockpit. She appeared diminutive, clutching a large teddy bear, standing vivaciously beside Su Li, lowering her head adorned with silvery hair. She lifted the hem of her maid outfit with one hand and offered a respectful bow to Su Li. As she rose once more, the golden core in her hand pressed against Su Li's lips, staining it with a touch of crimson. She tossed the teddy bear aside and swiftly nestled herself between Su Li and Junwei, her petite form pressing against Su Li's chest as she clung tightly to him. A gentle azure glow emanated, enveloping Su Li entirely. The decline of his bodily functions came to an abrupt halt, rejuvenating his vitality. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jun Shou. Entrust your body to me." She rubbed her pristine head against the blood-stained black military uniform without a hint of revulsion at the gore. "Junwei, we shall settle the score for your escapade once the battle concludes." Chapter 110. How to use it. You, what are you doing here? Junwei's voice brimmed with astonishment. "If I didn't come, my own master would have been brought to ruin by you." Jun Shou rolled her eyes, not forgetting to kick Junwei sharply in the rear. "Master, you may unleash your full power. With me by your side. Both your physical form and Junwei's defenses are entrusted to my care." Her words were resolute, and upon hearing them, Su Li took a deep breath and promptly reverted Junwei's attributes to their original template. The promised support from Mechanical Island had yet to arrive, leaving only one path to resolve the issue at hand. He barely caught a glimpse of the newly emerged mech girl, but her formidable defense value of 200 and stability of 180 immediately captured his attention. Additionally, her newly acquired telekinetic attribute boasted an impressive value of 237. Her peculiar stance did not evoke discomfort. Rather, it imparted a strangely captivating sensation that instinctively caused him to release the control stick. The system's voice resonated in his mind, as he sensed two warm orbs of light colliding with his consciousness under the system's guidance. Soon after, everything began to feel transformed. Even with his eyes tightly shut, he could distinctly perceive the events unfolding outside through the mech's optics. No longer a mere amalgamation, he had completely fused with the mech. With a mere stretch of his legs or a raise of his hands, he could effortlessly execute actions without inputting commands. A single thought was sufficient for the mech to respond in kind. A massive beetle charged towards him, and instinctively, he lunged forward, causing the entire mech to dissolve into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Within the concealed armory, a towering shield, over 20 meters high, suddenly materialized in his grasp, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as it collided forcefully with the colossal head of the beetle. A resounding crack echoed through the air as its colossal form was forcefully propelled by the shield-bearing Junwei. Its head shattered, bursting apart upon impact. Is this the attribute reserved solely for SS-class mechs? Su Li marveled at the surging power of Junwei. No, that trash is merely S-class. It is only with my presence that we ascend to SS. Jun Shou's youthful voice uttered these merciless words as she pressed closely against Su Li. Her small brow furrowed in concern. Su Li's condition was far worse than she had imagined. He could distinctly perceive that at the moment of striking the scarab, the mech's arms delivered a secondary force against the shield, akin to the thrust of Junwei's spear. The instantaneous release of gathered energy was the fundamental cause of the head's explosion. Observing the densely packed air valves on its arms, he suddenly comprehended why Junwei was confident in breaching the defenses of elite troops. The emergence of Jun Shou halted his physical decline, elongating the countdown of his life infinitely in that moment. As he gazed upon the multitude of large breeds, he realized there was no need for him to hastily eliminate the centipede elite. He still required ample practice to adapt to the new mech in the temporary command center of the forward base. Tao Tao sat cross-legged on the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet he had no time to wipe them away. Drone after drone ascended into the sky under his meticulous calibration. They bore not only the responsibility of recording material, but also remained ever vigilant to observe the battlefield's every change. Amidst the overwhelming tide of insects, even the smallest drones could easily become targets for some of the creatures. Each drone's destruction brings him prolonged heartache. Although these are initial investments for the mechanical island and do not directly deplete his finances, the thought of future replenishments requiring funds from his own pocket makes him feel a twinge of discomfort. The intense and precarious nature of the ongoing battle leaves him no opportunity to repair the drones programmed for automatic return. He resembles a mere machine, repetitively calibrating and adjusting each drone, sending them one by one into the sky. During his rare moments of respite, he must also muster the energy to glance at the terminal beside him. Several logistical mech girls surround him, diligently repairing drones while keeping a watchful eye on the terminal. Occasionally, they spring into action, retreating in unison, their movements synchronized, accompanied by toothy grins and involuntary shivers. In the visuals, a golden figure leaps high, with the thrusters igniting in a fiery burst, wielding dual blades that descend with ferocious precision. The centipede demon has once again locked on his Su Li's figure, and at the moment he raises his blade for a downward strike, the creature lunges forward with its upper body. A tremor runs through Tao Tao's hand, nearly causing him to hurl the uncalibrated drone away. All the logistical mech girls collectively gasp in astonishment. In the footage, two shields suddenly materialize, radiating a soft blue glow, as they swiftly thrust open, violently colliding against the enormous mandibles of the giant centipede. Remarkably, no one is holding the shields. They remain steadfast as if welded in place, resisting the centipede's relentless force without yielding an inch. In a fleeting moment, the golden Buick leapt into action, its dual blades vanishing in an instant, replaced by a long spear gripped firmly with both hands. With a soft hiss, the thrusters erupted in a blaze of fiery brilliance. The figure, radiant in gold, propelled the spear towards the chink in the armor of the centipede's third and fourth segments. The dazzling light splattered forth as the robust spearhead spun rapidly, akin to a drill, ultimately breaching its formidable armor. The compressed air within was suddenly released, causing the spear to thrust forward yet again, penetrating deeply. However, this was merely insufficient. The golden figure unleashed a flurry of punches, the valves on its arms opening and closing in quick succession, delivering heavy blows upon the spear. The 30-meter-long alloy spear completely pierced through the centipede's body, anchoring it firmly to the ground. "Be careful, Master." A shield materialized 50 meters above, resolutely blocking the oncoming tail of the centipede. The immense force sent the shield plummeting downwards by 30 meters. The golden figure swiftly teleported to the side, as the shield vanished in its wake. The 200-meter-long centipede coiled into a ball before uncoiling its entire form once more. The excruciating pain drove it into a frenzy on the battlefield, writhing violently. Countless small entities were crushed into mere pulp upon contact. Its body coiled and recoiled repeatedly, each movement accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that struck the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling and causing the earth to tremble incessantly. A cacophony of shrieks erupted as a pale purple toxic mist was released, swiftly enveloping the area around the exit for several kilometers. Countless insects stumbled a few steps in the poisonous mist before collapsing to the ground, their bodies visibly dissolving at an alarming rate. Sully observed the massive centipede, its front half impaled to the earth, thrashing its tail against the spear lodged in its body. With each violent movement, the spear began to loosen. He could not allow it a moment's respite. As the hills were shrouded in toxic fog, he momentarily dismissed the threat of larger creatures breaching his defenses and pulled out a second spear, preparing for action. The armor encasing the creature was formidable. Even Jun Wei could scarcely penetrate it. The minute gaps between the armored plates required considerable effort to breach. The base of its legs was one of its vulnerabilities, yet it possessed an abundance of limbs. Dismantling each one would prove a monumental task. Such a colossal entity could not be vanquished with a single strike. Instead, it was a matter of slowly eroding its life force. As Sully propelled himself forward, an unusual sensation surged within him. His instincts whispered that Jun Wei was not to be wielded in this manner. Chapter 111. Pearl and Jade, a thread of mental waves unfurled. It was the first time Sully experienced his consciousness so acutely. His mind was suddenly torn into two segments, one existing outside his form and the other within. He narrowed his eyes, clutching the slender calf of Jun Shou, who, clad in stockings, continued to kick Jun Wei's rear with an indomitable spirit, determined to not relent until she had bested him. Sensing Su Li's mental presence, Jun Wei raised his head. In his golden eyes, as Su Li's consciousness intertwined with his, a brilliant burst of golden light erupted. The golden mech stepped forward, radiating waves of shimmering golden ripples that spread like a surging tide. These waves coalesced, gradually enveloping the entire central battlefield. In an instant, all the Zerg froze as the golden ripples washed over them. The mid-sized creatures could still emit faint cries, but the smaller ones collapsed motionless onto the ground. A spectral silhouette of the golden mech ascended behind her, manifesting a series of golden spears in midair. Their tips aimed downward, directly targeting the writhing giant centipede. The spears spun violently in the air, their movements stirring the toxic mist at the exit. With a sudden motion of Su Li's arm, a dozen golden spears sliced through the heavens, piercing the struggling behemoth and pinning it firmly to the ground. Two shields clashed together in midair as if controlled by an unseen giant hand, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a whistle, crashing heavily onto the centipede's head. The resounding impact of the hard shields against its armored carapace produced a jarring cacophony of metal clashing. Sparks flew as the massive head was forcefully driven into the ground, with its short mandibles embedding into the earth, shattered by the relentless onslaught. The battlefield was enveloped in swirling dust. Jun Shou, in a frenzy, wielded the shield with one hand, repeatedly smashing it against the centipede's head. With each strike, its colossal skull visibly contorted, as venom mixed with green ichor erupted from its mouth. The immense shield showed no signs of ceasing, crashing down again and again. With every blow, the centipede's segments and body quivered unnaturally. The frequency transitioned from rapid to slow, eventually ceasing all movement. A reminder of task completion surged forth within the confines of his mind. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the elite species, earning an energy value of 300,000. With items available for exchange currently refreshing. Waves of lethargy engulfed him, a profound sense of mental fatigue. Jun Shou finally retracted his shield. Yet the golden radiance in Jun Wei's eyes remained undiminished. In midair, several dozen smaller long spears reappeared, targeting all the large species present. The locations of every large species within the domains materialized in Su Li's mind. As he summoned his mental energy, the long spears descended with lethal precision. One by one, the large species were pierced through their skulls, extinguishing their lives. With each raised hand, a spear soared skyward. With each descent, dozens of large species perished. As the last large species was pierced, darkness enveloped Sully. The dual depletion of his physical and mental faculties caused him to sway and recline in the pilot's seat. Master, master. The urgent call of Junwei echoed faintly in his ears. He ultimately could not discern her intended words, succumbing to unconsciousness. Silence. The master is exhausted. He requires rest. Do not fly. Tread slowly. Junwei glanced at the stern-faced Jun Shou and wisely sealed her lips, guiding the mech outward. The pheromones released by the elite species in their dying moments rendered all the insects mute. In the instant the golden domain vanished, they scattered in flight. They showed no inclination to intercept Junwei. The instinct etched into their minds compelled them to obey the final command of the elite. Flee. Then southward. All the way south. As the sun finally tilted towards the west, the vast army of insects was nowhere to be seen. Tentatively, they advanced towards the hillock. But not far into their journey, they found themselves rooted to the spot. The entire hillock was completely obstructed by the heavy carcasses of the insectoid horde. Li Tianlang piloted the Yuerong, soaring into the air. With just a glance, he was struck by an overwhelming shock. The mech trembled violently, nearly losing control and plummeting. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of insect carcasses. Countless large specimens lay strewn about, while the medium and small varieties were too numerous to mention. All the mech maidens gritted their teeth, cautiously probing forward step by step. Some of the larger specimens were not entirely lifeless. Even with their heads obliterated, their limbs twitched, sending a chill down the spines of the mech maidens, compelling them to huddle closer together. After years of guarding the outpost, this was their first encounter with such a multitude of large specimens at such close quarters. Where's the commander? One mech maiden voiced the collective anxiety. Where are the drones? Quickly, find out where the commander is. He is but one person, just one person. Hurry up and search. Tao Tao slumped helplessly into a chair, unable to find Su Li's figure among the available drone footage. He had been packed into a metal box by a mech maiden. Following the procession, the horrific sight before him rendered his legs utterly powerless. In his 40 years of life, he was witnessing the true meaning of a swarm for the very first time. Would anyone be able to survive such a plague of insects? Moreover, a solitary individual confronting the elite among them. All he knew was that the last imagery transmitted by the drone depicted his fierce duel with the elite species. The undulating body of the centipede had obliterated a multitude of drones. The few that remained could capture only a fraction of the scene, leaving no clarity on Su Li's ultimate fate. To the very heart of the battlefield, the commander must be there. Is he still alive? He must be alive. He will certainly survive. Everyone, unable to restrain themselves, began to hasten their pace, with Han Hai trailing at the rear of the group. Within her cockpit, Hong Ying lay slumped to one side, still unconscious. Lightning, limping on one leg, gazed intently outside the cockpit. She understood better than anyone that Su Li could not control Junwei. His body was nearing its limits while piloting her. She reached back to touch her own spine, her hand stained with a vivid crimson, the brightness of which was piercing. Move faster. Han Hai turned to the somewhat dazed Lightning. I said to move faster. Han Hai pivoted once more and maneuvered the machine to ascend directly. At the very center of the battlefield, the centipede, firmly anchored in place, suddenly came into view. It was far larger than it appeared in the footage. A golden silhouette staggered through the twilight glow of the setting sun, emerging before the onlookers. Junwei. It's Junwei. Splendid. She bears no significant injuries. The commander appears to be unharmed. Why does she seem to sway unsteadily? Utter nonsense. You have slain so many insects. You are indeed impressive. In an instant, they accelerated, rushing towards Junwei. The golden mech ultimately did not reach the front of the crowd. Stumbling, she fell to her knees on the ground. Under the setting sun, the golden armor appeared adorned with the countless jewels of the Zerg's blood. Inside the cockpit, Junwei's body trembled, unable to suppress a cold snort. Useless. You cannot even bear a fraction of your master's pain. What else are you capable of? Chapter 112. The battle concluded. The unfolding cannot be cancelled. Support her. Carry her away from this place. The toxins and acidic fluids of the Zerg could corrode human respiratory tracts. One by one, the mech maidens approached Junwei, cautiously lifting her up. Lightning limped out of the Han Hai cockpit, and, with a pronounced limp, followed closely behind them. She struggled to resist the urge to glance into Junwei's cockpit, stumbling along as she moved outside. Han Hai, accompanied by several teams of mech maidens, approached the centipede, and instinctively, everyone shivered. Its singular head was nearly the same size as they were. How had their commander managed to slay such a foe? The over 200 meters long body was firmly pinned down by a dozen long spears. The completely flattened and deformed head caused everyone to swallow hard. A swell of pride surged within them, compelling them to bite down on their lower lips to stifle any sound. The only ones capable of defeating elite species were the Super S pilots and SS Mechs. Their commander was actually a Super S. Perhaps he was not merely a Super S. However, following the recent battle, he has undoubtedly stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. How is the commander? I am uncertain. Let us return and see for ourselves. What is there to observe about this wretched creature? Are we not to carry it back? I mean, perhaps when the commander awakens, he would wish to see it displayed upon the walls of the outpost, much like those stinky bugs. Yet, this creature is venomous, is it not? Is it even edible? This is an elite species. Even if it cannot be consumed, given the commander's disposition, he would likely attempt to brew a broth from it. So, shall we carry it back? Indeed, let us. The mechanized girls began to spontaneously clean the battlefield, gathering all recognizable ingredients at once. The unfamiliar insects were each carried back to the exterior of the outpost and piled together. 2 standard squads returned as well, but their condition was far from favorable. Of the 34 Mechs, only half had returned. The casualty rate reached 50%. 038 immediately spotted Junwei lying flat on the ground, while Lightning knelt beside her, trembling uncontrollably. A sudden shiver coursed through her, and she felt darkness envelop her momentarily, only to regain her senses while leaning against Han Hai, taking some time to recover. She clutched Han Hai's arm with such force that it caused him to frown in discomfort. He ultimately. Lightning's leg was broken, yet she refused to listen. Now that you have returned, assist her in standing. With only one leg remaining, why tremble so? Once the acrid scent dissipates, the commander will surely emerge. Upon hearing this, 038 was momentarily taken aback, as an overwhelming tide of sorrow lodged itself in her throat. Is he truly unscathed? Han Hai cast a peculiar glance at 038, sensing an unsettling abnormality in her demeanor, as though she were secretly wishing for Su Li to be in distress. If her memory served her right, she had even cradled him in her arms at the shop. A career-driven woman, brimming with fervent emotions. Is this all there is? Is there truly an issue? It is said that he has fallen into a coma, his health deteriorating, necessitating a gene suppression agent. I have already submitted a report. Yet no response has been received. With a long sigh, 038 felt a moment of relief, only to have her heart leap back into her throat. A gene suppressor? His genes have dissolved? Why? Han Hai opened his mouth, only to ultimately shake his head in silence. What could she possibly say? That the promised support had yet to arrive, leaving him to withstand the entirety of the central battlefield alone? A throng of mechanized beings bore a centipede over 200 meters long, passing directly before 038. Enraptured by the sight of such an enormous creature, 038 was transfixed. Her gaze unwavering as the mechanized figures carried it past. One segment of the centipede quivered slightly, nearly sending 038 into a state of panic. 032, on the other hand, instinctively raised her weapon, her complexion paling. The echo of cannon fire still resonated in her ears, rendering her somewhat dazed and unresponsive. Fortunately, she eventually regained her composure, recognizing that the centipede before her was merely a lifeless entity, sparing the trigger from being pulled. She gently patted 038's shoulder and leaned in, whispering in what she believed to be a hushed tone, "Has support arrived? Thank heavens. The base is held strong. At least we are spared the hardship of enduring the night outdoors." Startled by the loud voice, 038 instinctively covered her mouth, struggling briefly. "The battle is over. Yet you still cover my mouth?" "Silence. Silence. Observe my lips. The stakes are high, and the mouth is the key." Han Hai disregarded the boisterous 032 and turned to 038. How could the losses be so severe? 038 managed a bitter smile, raising a hand to her ear. "This is considered fortunate. Half of the damage was due to this. The artillery was deafening. My head still buzzes. We have no casualties." "No, but 537's condition may be precarious. She was corroded by venom. The insect spewed its toxin toward the cockpit, and she was caught off guard, struck directly. On her body, extensive burns and toxin infiltration." Upon hearing this, Han Hai recalled the little girl who always delighted in bouncing in front of Su Li. The commander's condition is not stable. Let us keep this news from him for now. 038 nodded gently, about to speak, when a commotion nearby interrupted her. The air quality indicators had returned to normal, and the medical drones were in position. At last, the cockpit of Junwei was opened, and several drones worked together to lift Su Li out. To 038's astonishment, a petite white-haired drone clung to him like an octopus, maintaining her position without the slightest alteration even as they emerged from the cockpit. Don't touch me. I am Junsho, the contracted drone of my master. Do you wish for him to perish? Without my ability to suppress him, he would not survive. Do not touch me. Summon the medical machine. Upon hearing the name of Junsho, Han Hai's furrowed brow relaxed. Regardless of circumstances, she had no authority over those of the Jun lineage. As Su Li was carried out, all the machine maidens instinctively gathered together. Su Li lay quietly on the stretcher, being transported by the medical machine. Junsho sat beside him, hands pressed against his chest. Her fair face was smeared with blood. Su Li, too, was covered in blood. Thick clots still oozed from the corners of his mouth as the medical machine proceeded. His black military uniform was completely soaked, and the once pristine stretcher had transformed into a patchy crimson. Slow down, take it easy. The fervor that had filled the battlefield abruptly waned upon Su Li's appearance. Everyone stood aside, clearing a path leading directly to the base for him. Their gazes were fixed on that blood-stained face, evoking memories of the spirited demeanor he had exhibited during the pre-battle mobilization. His seemingly frantic voice still echoed in their ears. What a load of nonsense about dying fighting. If there are tough bones, I shall gnaw at them. The stretcher continued its somber journey, droplets of blood falling along the way. He had lived up to his own words, even at an incredibly steep cost. A heavy stone lodged in the hearts of all who beheld him. They remained silent, quietly witnessing the stretcher's progression. Han Hai lowered her head, observing the blood scattered upon the ground, lost in thought and devoid of words. Tears fell silently, as everyone moved step by step alongside the stretcher until he was lifted into the communications tower. A sob arose from the ranks, gradually merging into a collective lament. Chapter 113, Delayed Reinforcements. Chapter 113, Where is the medicine? The medicine is still on its way. Then hurry. I can only suppress the deterioration of the master's cells. Do you have no other options? Aren't you medical androids? The medical androids bit their lips in silence, facing Junsho's inquiry without uttering a word. They longed more than anyone to save Su Li, but without the gene suppressants, all conventional treatments proved futile. For blood bags hung above the sickbed. Yet this merely brought a slight flush to his pallid complexion. Junsho's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a flicker of resentment igniting within her. Why was she not a medical android? If she were, she could directly administer treatment instead of sitting by his side, helplessly watching him convulse in pain. Junwei, pale as death, pressed against the glass, staring intently at Su Li in the emergency treatment room. Beside her, Lightning, with a limp, leaned against the glass, trembling slightly. They are here. They have arrived. The medicine is here. A medical android rushed in, swiftly pushing open the door to the treatment room. Inside, the androids quickly received the medication, drew it into a syringe, and injected it into Su Li's body. Seeing this, Junsho hastened to amplify her abilities, facilitating Su Li's absorption of the medication. In the hospital room, Su Li began to cough violently, expelling thick, dark clots of blood, causing all the medical machines in the treatment area to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as these discarded blood clots were expelled completely, it was highly likely that he would be fine. With this thought, their gazes turned towards Junsho. It turned out that such inherent abilities existed in this world. The ability to suppress cellular states and maintain, even enhance, one's physical condition. If only the medical machines could possess such skills, would there be anyone beyond salvation? Outside, Lightning was unaware of Su Li's precise condition, yet she could interpret the relief evident in the medical staff's demeanor. Her injured leg could no longer support her weight, and she slid down against the wall, a silly smile involuntarily spreading across her face. He had survived. He had come back to life. For a fleeting moment, she truly believed she would lose him forever. Junwei collapsed beside Lightning, her golden eyes fixed on the stark fluorescent lights of the ceiling. Each time she recalled the less than 30% of pain that Junsho had endured for her sake, she instinctively shivered. Su Li had bravely shouldered such agony while continuing to fight. Such sheer willpower was beyond what any ordinary person could achieve. Their master was nothing short of extraordinary. The door to the treatment room swung open once more, and Junsho stepped out slowly, disregarding appearances, and collapsed between the two. Tears as large as beans streamed down her cheeks, and she could no longer contain her emotions, beginning to sob softly. So close. If she had arrived just a moment later, all she would have found would be a lifeless body. Her face was already smeared with Su Li's blood, mingled with hot tears, and as she wiped it away, her visage became utterly ghastly. She turned her body slightly, yearning to leap into a comforting embrace and weep uncontrollably. However, upon turning, she found herself face to face with Junwei. Her sobs abruptly ceased, and she pivoted to plunge into the arms of lightning, where she finally released her anguish in a heart-wrenching wail. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, 35 mech figures suddenly emerged. 34 black and red mechs spread out in a swirling formation, instantly commencing their search across the war-torn expanse. One particularly striking silver mech towered above the rest, its exaggerated design and flamboyant paintwork resembling a tapestry of tattoos adorning its surface. The mech maidens, engaged in the grim task of clearing the battlefield, were abruptly struck by the sight of the aerial squadron, leading them to realize that this might be the long-awaited reinforcements. Someone promptly reported the situation back to the base. Upon receiving the notification, Hanhai swiftly mobilized and soared towards the central battlefield. The 34 guards, upon witnessing the scene, understood that they had arrived too late. Nevertheless, they dutifully conducted a thorough inspection before taking their positions behind the silver mech. Hanhai approached rapidly, deliberately retracting her formation as she drew near the shining mech. She respectfully rendered a military salute to the mech before bowing her head slightly. Super S-class pilots hold a transcendent status within the Alliance, each one an indispensable pillar of its might. Despite her heart brimming with fury, she still accorded the most basic respect to the latecomer. Matsushima's gaze swept over the bowed Hanhai, showing no intention of acknowledging her presence. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, confirming the absence of elite species or mother insects, and an irritable sentiment began to swell within her. Observing the multitude of B-class mech girls engaged in the aftermath, her already knitted brows tightened further. Did they truly perceive her as a mere caretaker? This outpost was one among countless others belonging to the Alliance. A dilapidated base guarded by a horde of incompetents was inconsequential. Its loss would mean little. Her primary mission was to ensure that the front line remained intact. To be summoned to such a trivial outpost was a blatant disregard for her importance by Mechanical Island. As the mech disengaged, Matsushima had not yet alighted when the guard had already spread a luxurious carpet on the ground. She stepped onto the carpet in her wooden clogs, seemingly wary of the cold surface of Tsueshing, fearing it would tarnish her footwear. Enough with the trivialities. I merely wish to know, where is that elite species? The vast expanse remained hunched, suppressing the fury within. It has already been eliminated. A hint of impatience flickered across Matsushima's countenance as she waved her hand dismissively, as if swatting away an annoying fly. It was evident that they were resorting to tactics that involved sacrificing lives, wasn't it? What purpose did such a feeble outpost serve? Must I be troubled to make this journey? In that case, produce 4 S-class modules. Forget it. This wretched place may not even possess them. Yet it surely lacks no military merits. Grant me 600,000 military points, and I shall not deem this trip a waste. Remember, do not call for assistance next time. There are countless such outposts along the front line. Do you truly consider us Super S-class pilots to be as plentiful as cabbages? Are we to be at your beck and call, tending to your mess? Who will care for the lives of the frontline soldiers? Hanhai clenched her fists tightly at her waist, never having anticipated that the Super S-class pilot would not only arrive late for rescue, but also shamelessly demand a toll thereafter. 600,000 military merits. How audacious. What did you say? A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed Matsushima's face as she finally raised her gaze to truly regard Hanhai. Hanhai straightened her previously bent back and, with a cold stare directed at the Super S-class pilot, articulated each word with precision. I said, we do not possess 600,000 military merits. Chapter 114. The Pioneer. All respect is reciprocal. Just as she held the Super S-class pilot's prowess in high esteem and appreciated her contributions, she could not trample upon those who, like herself, maintained their own convictions. There are thousands of outposts, yet these myriad bases are sustained by a multitude of lower-tier mech girls. Why should their immense efforts render them mere refuse? Is it solely due to their inferior ranks? Hanhai locked her gaze with Matsushima's, observing her eyes traverse the insignia on her chest and glide over her shoulder epaulets. Matsushima let out a derisive snicker, An active duty officer from the home planet, appearing here? Whom did you offend? If you had spoken kindly from the outset, considering your origins, I might have spoken a few words on your behalf. But now, you must remain here, guarding your dilapidated base. A brief reflection illuminated her thoughts. It was no wonder a mere outpost could summon a super S-class pilot. After all, it was this mech girl hailing from the home planet who had taken the stage. In order to persuade her to take action, it seems the connections she amassed during her tenure have been thoroughly exhausted. Such a mechanized maiden is hardly worth fearing. Arriving late is of little consequence. Armed with an urgent military report issued by the 3rd Legion, even if this matter escalates to the human parliament, her esteemed status as an elite S-class pilot renders it inconsequential. You have just eliminated an elite species, and there is no doubt that you will accrue military merits amounting to 500,000. Surely, you cannot imply that your base is incapable of gathering even 100,000 military merits? My apologies, but we truly cannot manage it. The military merits from the elimination of elite species have already been allocated for specific resources requested from Mechanical Island, leaving us unable to fulfill your demands. Matsushima cast a disdainful glance at the B-class mechanized maidens present, a hint of contempt evident in her expression. Another fool. In such circumstances, to not seize the opportunity to amass military merits and instead linger in order to enhance the attributes of the mechanized maidens at the base is a folly indeed. Such fools have existed in the past and will undoubtedly continue to emerge in the future. However, she had never anticipated encountering such a situation herself. No matter. I shall wait for you to gather slowly. Recently, there have been no pressing missions, and although this place is barren and desolate, having grown accustomed to vibrant colors, a change of scenery to a stark landscape can be quite refreshing. With so many B-class mechanized maidens, even if sent to the battlefield as fodder for the large species, they would serve their purpose for a while. I am not in a hurry. If you truly cannot gather enough, we can always use them as bait to lure in a horde of large species. She patted the shoulder of Hanhai, a grin spreading across her face. In this way, it can be said that I am alleviating the burden on your forward base, am I not? Matsushima smiled with unrestrained joy. Savoring the tautness of the mechanized girl beneath her palm, her spirits were instantly lifted. Even the B-class mechanized girls tirelessly cleaning up the battlefield appeared more pleasing to her eyes. Observing the multitude of large corpses strewn about, she was acutely aware that their military accomplishments would be substantial after this battle. These were not mere B-class mechanized girls. They were, in essence, a veritable collection of mobile military honors. Outside the infirmary, 038 paced anxiously, her expression shifting between hope and despair. 600,000 military merits? Did that super S-class pilot truly make such a claim? She could not fathom the audacity of the other party, demanding military merits while failing to provide timely support. If she preferred to linger here, so be it. Not a single merit would be granted. All her merits were reserved for her brother, with tempers flaring daily. What would happen next time when there were no merits to uphold him? Would she simply watch him perish? Had it not been for the exceptional leniency of the mechanized island, he would have already been lost. Yet, she had declared that if the military merits were not forthcoming, she would send her sisters out as bait. As a super S-class pilot, she possessed the authority to commandeer the base's command privileges. Even if she truly led her sisters to their demise, a mere strategic deployment would absolve her of all culpability. 038 gazed out at the vast ocean. Disbelief etched across her face, then reported to the mechanized island. Hanhai lowered his head, his face etched with a bitter smile. I reported it first thing this morning. However, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. In the absence of new orders, a super S-class pilot has the right to rest and remain on standby at any outpost, then issue an order. She declined, citing the need for recuperation after a fierce battle. 038's chest trembled violently, a suffocating breath caught within her, neither rising nor falling, rendering her restless. Had she truly just endured a war? Who were the valiant souls fighting for their lives on that battlefield? And who lay in the hospital bed? My sisters occupied 3 entire wards. Were they transformed by mere misfortunes like twisted ankles, rather than by their fierce encounters with the insectoid species? Anger morphed into sardonic laughter as her fists clenched and unclenched in a repetitive cycle. A profound sense of helplessness surged within her. She was no fool. If this woman acted with such brazen audacity, there must surely be someone orchestrating her actions from behind the scenes, though they had successfully concealed themselves in the forward base. Why were some individuals relentlessly pursuing them, akin to rabid dogs unwilling to relent. Who were they? Upon hearing this, Hanhai shook his head with a bitter smile. Was it truly significant? The downfall of Akar Industries had rendered Suli a thorn in the side of the Human Council. Such a thorn, once detected, was typically removed with expediency. But he was the victim. Had he ever taken the initiative to provoke such circumstances? He had always been on the defensive. The collapse of Akar was not a consequence of Suli's actions. Had they not conducted those experiments, the mechanical island would not have employed such draconian measures against them. Yet, why did they fixate on Suli with such fervor? Perhaps it was born of hatred. Hanhai clutched the hem of his garment tightly. He understood better than anyone that weakness was the gravest sin of all. Suli had committed no wrongdoing. However, his resolute refusal in the face of overwhelming odds had already struck a blow to many. Sitting upon the grass, he observed the ants frolicking and playing. And in a moment of whimsy, he extended his finger to tease them. Yet, when an ant turned and bit him, his previously cheerful disposition vanished in an instant. Had the ant remained still, he might have crushed it without a second thought. Yet, it scurried into its nest. Gazing at the wound on his hand, his anger grew. And as he bent down, he could no longer identify the very ant that had bitten him. Ultimately, he decided to pour boiling water over the entire anthill, rendering it utterly permeable. Is there truly such a thing as innate human goodness? The essence of humanity's existence is fundamentally parasitic. From a tender age, children compete with their mothers for sustenance. As they grow slightly older, they learn to advocate for their own interests, even without words, pouting for milk. No one is specifically targeting him, is there? Hanhai chuckled bitterly. In the eyes of the Human Council, Suli has already been branded with the label of Mechanical Island. Their focus has never been on Suli himself, but rather on Mechanical Island. Suli is merely a thorn embedded in their side. He may be small, yet he inflicts considerable pain. After all, from our perspective, Akar Industries is a malignant tumor. However, to humanity, they might simply be seen as pioneers. Pioneers? 038 smiled with derision, turning to point towards the battlefield outside, asking, then what do we represent? Chapter 115. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. The arrival of the Super S-class pilot did not herald any change for the base. Instead, it cast a dense shadow over it. The entire forward outpost seemed to have succumbed to an eerie silence. Suli opened his eyes, feeling as though the world had plunged into a terrifying stillness. Not a single sound could be heard. In times past, the logistics warehouse would resonate with the sounds of activity. The wind would whistle as it swept through the narrow passages, and the cicadas clinging to the cliffside would create a rustling symphony. The startling presence of lightning and the relentless pursuit of Black Feather were both absent. Even the cool, hesitant voice of Hong Ying was nowhere to be found. It felt as if the world had been reduced to the faint sound of breathing beside him. A fluffy white head rested next to him, its soft breaths audible. It was Jun Shou. Perhaps they were tidying up the battlefield, hence the tranquility. After all, the battlefield lay some distance away. It was understandable that he could not hear it. Feeling an unprecedented weakness in his body, he managed a nonchalant smile. At least he had survived. He wondered about the condition of his team. However, before he lost consciousness, he had eliminated all the large species in the central battlefield. So there should be no significant issues. Why was Lightning absent as well? Hadn't she injured her leg? Was she truly out there, attending to the battlefield despite her injury? When she returned, he would make sure to commend her heartily. A tear-streaked face leaned close to his, hot tears falling like rain. Master, you have finally awoken. Why are you crying? ISNT it a good thing that I'm awake? By the way, this ISNT the medical room of the base, is it? I remember. Suli suddenly sat upright, narrowing his eyes. This was not the medical room of the base. Rather, it was the laboratory. The damp, cold scent was all too familiar to him. But how had he ended up in the laboratory? What was happening outside? Had the Zerg breached the defenses? What was the casualty count at the base, and where was Junwei? He immediately got out of bed, but stumbled unsteadily, nearly falling to the ground. Jun Shou quickly supported him, shaking his head in distress. Speak. What is happening right now? Is there not only elite strains, but also a mother bug? We need to head up immediately. Where is Junwei? I demand an answer. Where is Junwei? Master, I'm here. Junwei appeared beside Suli with the transmission. A strange expression crossed her face as she bit her lower lip, hesitating to speak. In just a moment, Suli was drenched in cold sweat from anxiety. Speak up already. Have the Zerg invaded? Did the nests on both sides launch a surprise attack? Or have elite troops emerged again? Please, someone respond. Junwei clenched her teeth and began to speak. No, the Zerg have not breached the base. However, but... Sully scratched his scalp, feeling a tingling sensation in his head. What is it? Just tell me. The incoming Super S-Class pilot has taken control of the base. Taken control of the base? Sully looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why a Super S-Class pilot would seize his base. This wretched place was hardly a coveted prize. Who would want it? We need to go check it out. Don't go up. Junwei stood in front of Sully, turning her head away, unable to meet his gaze. This demeanor instinctively unsettled Sully, causing him to squint his eyes. A sudden emptiness enveloped his heart, as if he had lost something vital. This sensation compelled him to clutch the fabric of his shirt tightly, his brows furrowing in distress. Observing Junwei's silence, he abruptly pushed her aside and opened the door. Inside, an array of instruments was meticulously arranged, and all the researchers were engrossed in their work, not uttering a sound. He leaned against the wall, taking slow, deliberate steps forward, and caught sight of the exhausted Hong Ying in the adjacent room. He found Heiyu slumped beside her bed, clearly worn out. Noticing that Hong Ying had yet to awaken, he surmised that his own unconsciousness had not lasted long. How long was I out? A day. That isn't too long. Let us go. I wish to see what that extraordinary S-Class pilot intends to do. Master, you cannot go in. She wants to kill you. Kill me? Sully was taken aback, momentarily perplexed. She initially intended to extort 600,000 military merits from the base, and everyone is already pooling resources. However, while wandering around the base, she spotted the lightning being readied and instantly recognized it as the mecha from the live broadcast. She aims to claim credit with the Human Council. Junwei's words rendered Sully's body rigid. He could no longer bear to listen to her continue, and, bracing himself against the wall, hastily made his way outside. His feet stumbled, struggling to keep pace with his racing thoughts, causing him to falter unsteadily. In a moment of unsteadiness, he found himself sprawled upon the ground. Two mechanized maidens approached to assist him, only to be brusquely cast aside. Sully trembled all over. Unable to rise, he resolved to forego any further struggle and instead began to crawl across the cold floor. Each movement sent sharp pangs through his knees, akin to needles piercing his skin. Nevertheless, he persevered, using both hands and feet to inch towards the laboratory's entrance. The two mechanized maidens followed closely behind, witnessing his desperate attempt to lean against the wall while struggling to input the verification password. Overwhelmed, they could no longer contain their sorrow and began to weep uncontrollably. The sound of their sobs filled him with turmoil. He instinctively covered his ears with both hands, retreating into the corner of the elevator, rendered speechless. Junwei's words echoed in his mind like an incantation, incessantly swirling and reverberating, leaving him in a state of anxious apprehension. He had never perceived the ascent of the elevator as so painfully slow, yearning in that moment to sprout wings and soar. Despite the presence of both Junwei and Junsho beside him, he opened his mouth several times yet lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. The joy of survival was swiftly overshadowed, and he curled up within the confines of the elevator, feeling an overwhelming chill engulf him. As the elevator doors slowly creaked open, he struggled to step out, only to stumble and kneel upon the floor. The hall was devoid of life. Even the routine personnel were conspicuously absent. He advanced step by step until he exited the hall and emerged into the square. The gentle sunlight bore no warmth, and as he gazed around, he discovered the town was equally desolate, the once vibrant scenes having vanished overnight, as if they were merely a figment of a dream he had once experienced. Stumbling forward step by step, unsteady on his feet, he suddenly sensed something and jerked his head around. There, atop the towering communication tower, hung an array of mechanical maidens. His body began to tremble violently. 038, 032, 536, 534. Within the base, a regiment of high-ranking mechanical maidens dangled from the communication tower, accompanied by an additional 34 figures from the guard. He staggered and grasped Junsho's arm, his voice quaking as he rasped, "I ask you but one question. With every ounce of strength, at any cost, can you allow me to operate the mecha?" Junsho bit down hard on his lower lip, and facing Sully's crimson eyes, he nodded solemnly. Chapter 116. Bullying beyond the narrow pass. A fierce wind whipped up sand, stirring the vibrant red mecha. 3 rows of mechanical maidens knelt before the pass, subdued by the SS-class mecha. Their eyes blazed with fury as they glared at Matsushima, who was tormenting Hanhai. Hanhai's cheeks were swollen, kneeling on the ground. Matsushima stood behind her, stomping down on her calf with her wooden clogs, applying forceful pressure. Aren't you going to speak? Your mechanical island truly goes to great lengths, even employing the guard that has stood by my side for so many years. But what of it? An Ultra S-class pilot is not something you wretches can contend with. Now, I find myself compelled to suspect that there is a deliberate conspiracy to endanger the life of the Super S-class pilots. I believe the Super S-class Pilots Association will demand an explanation from Mechanical Island. After all, each Super S-class pilot is accompanied by guards from Mechanical Island. She forcefully pressed down her wooden clogs, observing the convulsions of Hanhai, who writhed in agony, a sinister smile creeping upon her lips. From this day forth, no one shall place their trust in that detestable lot who cannot forge contracts, especially since they not only monitor every move one makes, but also strike at opportune moments, such as when Mechanical Island issues its command. Hanhai, in pain, emitted a faint, cold grunt, only to find her neck tightly grasped by her assailant. The Cold Shui Star Forward Base has reported false military intelligence, deliberately conspiring to endanger the Super S-class pilots. And its affiliated mechanized daughters, numbering 238, have betrayed the alliance under the instigation of certain individuals. I pondered, indeed. He utilized modules of dubious origin to entice this wretched group. She leaned closer to Hanhai, her voice dripping with arrogance. So tell me, does this not seem reasonable? Matsushima released her grip on Hanhai's neck, delivering a swift kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. She approached the vibrant crimson mech, tilting her head to confront it. Inside the cockpit, Lightning was impaled by a long spear, firmly pinned to the pilot's seat, blood frothing at the corners of her mouth. Matsushima narrowed her eyes, seizing Hanhai by her golden locks, forcing her gaze towards the struggling Lightning within the cockpit. Do you see? Why bother? You are an armed mechanized daughter. Yet you have not signed a contract. There is no need for you to keep secrets for anyone. If you merely disclose the whereabouts of that scoundrel, I shall grant these wretches a reprieve. I recall he possesses several mechanized companions, correct? Their locations are also of utmost importance to me. Should your answer satisfy me, I might exceptionally allow you to remain by my side. Hanhai's lips moved, yet the swelling of her cheeks impeded her from articulating a coherent sound. Observing this, Matsushima drew her head close to her ear, only to receive a spattering of bloodied saliva in return. A flicker of rage crossed her face as she seized Hanhai's head and hurled her away with great force. Hanhai's face met the ground, sliding more than 3 meters upon impact. The physical prowess of an Ultra S-grade pilot far surpasses that of ordinary beings, even without the use of specialized armaments. She remains unmatched by mechanized companions. The mechanized beings kneeling on the ground glared in fury at the unfolding scene, yet found themselves powerless to intervene. And what of you? Is there anyone among you who can reveal the whereabouts of your commander? If even one of you speaks, I shall liberate you all. Otherwise, you shall be deemed as conspiring rebels. I possess the authority to execute direct lethal force. As the terminal illuminated, Matsushima's countenance visibly brightened with exhilaration. The execution order sanctioned by the Human Council stirred her to the point of trembling with anticipation. She ought not to be impatient. In this minuscule domain, there lies more than mere military accolades. With a discerning eye, she could seize fleeting opportunities. And now, she had grasped one. She understood that from this moment forth, she had entered the gaze of certain influential figures. Becoming an Ultra S-class pilot has granted her an extended existence. And now she is on the verge of acquiring the second most crucial piece of her life's puzzle: power. Her choices have finally bestowed upon her the opportunity to witness its true essence. She leaned closer to the terminal, inhaling deeply, her face alight with an entranced expression, as if she could already discern the scent of authority. Matsushima gazed at the mech girls before her. Their faces were etched with fury, seemingly narrating their profound resentment. A smile broke across her lips. If mere glances could kill, she would have perished countless times over. But what was the outcome? She stood tall while they knelt before her, powerless to do anything but glare at her with murderous intent. Even if her authority were revoked, what of it? The vast disparity in power left them with no semblance of resistance. With the issuance of the kill order, she could, without a trace of remorse, claim the lives of all the mech girls present. The mere thought of the potential retaliation from Mechanical Island sent waves of exhilaration coursing through her, as if she were nearing a unique pinnacle of ecstasy. What a magnificent game of strategy this is! The collision between two colossal powers, with the spark ignited by none other than herself. A flush of crimson spread across her cheeks, and she found herself instinctively squeezing her legs together. In the short term, the forces Mechanical Island could dispatch were utterly incapable of challenging her. By the time they could respond, she would have long since returned to her home planet, embraced by the Human Council. Unlike the daily dance on the edge of a blade, the thrill of toying with a Titan filled her with an uncontainable excitement, causing her very body to tremble. She was in no rush to commence her slaughter. She had ample time. Such mockery, only with sufficient duration, will her stepping stone gain the weight it deserves. She strode purposefully towards Hanhai, seizing her hair and lifting her up, dragging her before all the mech maidens. Did truly no one reveal where he was concealed? If so, I shall be unrelenting. After all, your numbers are ample. I intend to eliminate you one by one until someone can no longer remain silent. After all, he is no kin to you, wretched lot, is he? In my view, he embodies the essence of treachery. With his mech maiden on the brink of death and his subordinates being assaulted, if he were any semblance of a man, he would step forth proactively rather than lurk in the shadows, watching as others sacrifice themselves in his stead. Wretches, open your eyes. Observe clearly the nature of those who merit your devotion. She dragged Hanhai from one end of the line to the other, then turned gracefully, speaking with deliberate calm. In truth, I do not wish to resort to violence against you, but you have chosen the wrong side. Perhaps you have never contemplated that this man deceived you, leading you into the abyss he crafted. The golden mech slowly emerged from the narrow passage. The mech maiden of Matsushima immediately approached her, unfolding in unison. The silver mech towered several heads above the golden Junwei. She erupted into laughter, mocking, "Ha! The stray dog has finally emerged. So, what do you think of the gift I have prepared for you?" Su Li's gaze fell upon the vivid crimson mech, where the cockpit revealed Lightning's pallid visage, his lips stained with a glaring red, causing Su Li's heart to constrict instantaneously. A silver hand grasped the long spear embedded in the red mech, yanking it out with sudden ferocity. Time seemed to suspend in that fleeting moment, everything moving in slow motion. As the spear's tip soared, it severed an unseen tether within Su Li's heart. The golden figure flickered and vanished entirely from Matsushima's sight. Chapter 117, Ultra S, Kill. Kill her. The sole thought that remained in Su Li's mind. Golden ripples rapidly spread, and a flicker of bewilderment crossed Matsushima's face. She felt as though she were ensnared in a quagmire, each movement demanding extraordinary effort, an indescribable pressure weighing heavily upon the mech, nay, directly impacting her psyche. It instilled a profound fear within her, rendering her unable to lift her gaze. Suddenly, the golden mech materialized behind her, delivering a fierce strike with both fists. A chorus of exhaust valves erupted in tandem as the fists collided with the mech, unleashing a torrent of force. The silver mech was propelled into the air by the blow, its external armor fracturing instantaneously. Matsushima gasped, blood spilling from her mouth, feeling as if her very organs were shattered by that single punch. The flight module erupted in a blinding blaze, and she finally grasped the reality that she was facing not a cornered dog, but an enraged sovereign. In his grasp, she realized she could scarcely endure even a single exchange. Kasu did not grant her the slightest chance to escape the battlefield. With a swift motion, he seized her legs, spun her around, and forcefully slammed her onto the ground. Even at the Ultra S-class level, this was merely the beginning. 5 long spears materialized out of thin air, pinning the mech firmly to the earth. He delivered a powerful blow that shattered the cockpit of the silver mech, violently tearing apart its outer shell. Matsushima shrank back in terror, her face and hair drenched in blood. You cannot kill me. I am an Ultra S-class pilot. I am humanity's strongest defense. I have bled for humanity. I am a hero. Su Li clenched her in his grasp as she continued to shout. The execution order was issued by the Human Council. I am here to provide support. You cannot treat me this way. How dare you? With a sudden tightening of his enormous hand, the sound of shattering bones resonated in the air. He grabbed the remains of her head, now nothing more than a mass of flesh, and hurled it towards the rocky wall of the ravine. A vivid splash of red stained the sturdy stone. At the moment the battle concluded, Junsho appeared beside Lightning, his hands enveloping her body. A torrent of azure light surged into her as he cradled her, gently descending from the mech. Master, hurry. She can still be saved. I will take her back to Mechanic Island immediately. Su Li's heart jolted, prompting him to retract his expansion. Quickly, you all must leave. He trembled, barely able to stand, persistently urging Junwei at his side. Junwei swiftly approached, reaching out towards Junsho and Lightning, and with a single teleportation, They vanished from their original location. Commander, all the machine girls gathered around, their tears flowing uncontrollably. Su Li, weak and feeble, collapsed to the ground, supported on either side by 2 machine girls. Quick, save them. His trembling hand pointed towards the communication tower, and in an instant, dozens of machine girls soared into the sky, heading towards that direction. By the time Su Li approached, everyone had already been rescued and carried into the medical room. Several medical machine girls had red-rimmed eyes upon seeing Su Li being assisted back. They hurried over to take his weight. Commander, they are all out of danger. You needn't worry too much. Upon hearing this news, Su Li finally felt a sense of relief wash over him, though waves of weakness engulfed him, causing his vision to blur. He bit down hard on his tongue, the metallic taste jolting him back to awareness. Not worry. How could I not worry? While it was true that there was no immediate danger to life, the machine girls still possessed the capacity to feel pain. Each one of those suspended on the communication tower had endured unimaginable torment. You go tend to them. I am fine. I just woke up and feel a bit weak. It's nothing, you go? Pushing aside the medical machine girls. He trembled as he opened the elevator door and threw himself inside. As the doors closed, he found himself utterly alone in the confined space. His body's tremors gradually subsided. Yet an overwhelming fury continued to simmer within him. The elevator doors opened slowly, and he leaned against the wall, making his way step by step to his command room. The interior remained unchanged, yet in that moment, he felt utterly isolated, as if he were the only one left in the world. He seemed to have returned to a time before the contract lightning, when the warehouse was mostly empty, save for his solitary presence. Loneliness, desolation, and an absence of everything surrounded him. In the corner of the room lay a box secured with a combination lock, resting quietly. He struggled to move closer, brushed away the non-existent dust with a couple of swipes, and sat cross-legged on the floor. The lightning had little wit, making the code quite easy to decipher. It was the day they first met. He turned the dial and, for the first time, unlocked the box. Inside, there was little of substance, 2 trophies, 2 test tubes, and a bucket of instant noodles she had hidden away, reluctant to consume. Beneath a few chicken feet lay a small notebook. Their shared memories existed in this meager collection. He retrieved the brown-covered notebook, yet to be opened, and 2 photographs slipped out. The first depicted their joyous moment of victory in a competition, where she stood blushing, appearing both socially awkward and somewhat perplexed. The second was a selfie he had never seen before. She wore a white wedding dress, standing gracefully, her expression a blend of shyness and restraint. She looked truly stunning in the gown. If only she could smile, it would undoubtedly captivate anyone who beheld her. On the back of the photograph was a small inscription. Today, I sneakily tried on the wedding dress. It looks a bit strange. I wonder if the owner will like it. He gazed at the image of her, becoming somewhat entranced without realizing it. The open diary was filled with densely packed notes. She appeared to be quite different from the girls described online. The diary, filled not with trivial musings of love, but rather with the words spoken by Su Li, has become a repository of her thoughts. This is the 3rd time she has resolved to reflect upon her own actions. If she is inexperienced, she must practice diligently, lest she become a burden to her master. Today, she managed to execute some intricate maneuvers while in autonomous mode, though her master uttered no words. The warmth of his gaze spoke volumes. He instructed her to avoid reading accidentally pregnant after entering the wrong room and Nan Liang, please love me once more. He also cautioned against staring at him while he sleeps. She pondered this, believing it somewhat misguided, for gazing at him during the day would indeed seem peculiar. Her master forbade her from tampering with the door, yet she struggled to learn the art of lock-picking. Unlike Heiyu, is she truly that incompetent? He advised her that some matters must be approached gradually, not hastily. Today, her master was once again displeased, commanding her to kneel until clarity emerged, yet she rose regardless. For remaining on her knees might mean an eternity of submission. Drops of water fell upon the pages, blurring the ink. Su Li initially believed it was raining outside, only to realize, upon tilting her face upwards, that she had been weeping unconsciously. Tears streamed down her cheeks, revealing the truth. He had nearly become her entire world. A sharp pain gripped her chest, making even the act of breathing a struggle. Wiping her face, she inhaled deeply and squinted her eyes in contemplation. He meticulously returned each item to its original place, closed the box for the lightning, and secured the combination lock once more. His gaze drifted towards the narrow exit outside. The ochre-colored rock wall, even with the occasional embellishment of a shield bug, appeared excessively monotonous. The more he observed, the more he felt a glaring absence of red. An Ultra S-class pilot, was he not? Indeed, he had attained that status now. Chapter 118. Spectres and Phantoms within the Assembly. Harsh invectives reverberated throughout the hall. Each council member seemed to transform into a ravenous spectre, yearning to devour the blue-haired woman seated at the head. They were utterly indifferent to whether Matsushima had extorted military merits or to the fates of the mechanized maidens at the outpost. Even Suli was of no concern to them. An irritating insect, discovered and swiftly dealt with by a self-satisfied individual, hardly warranted discussion. At worst, they could cast Matsushima aside to absorb the ire of Mechanical Island. The taste of power? A discerning gaze? Such notions were non-existent. Their sole concern lay in the betrayal of the elite guard surrounding the Ultra S-class pilot. According to the video intelligence provided by Matsushima, the 34 members of her guard had jointly aimed their firearms at her. This became their most potent evidence against Mechanical Island. With proper utilization, at the very least, they could rally all Ultra S-class pilots to their side. These were the guards who had grown alongside the Ultra S-class pilots. Now, upon the command of Mechanical Island, they had turned their weapons against the very pilots they were sworn to protect. The presence of such uncontractable high-level force among them was enough to disturb many into sleepless nights. Of utmost importance is the fact that within their creed, the commands of the Mechanical Island supersede all else. Is this truly your justification for assaulting me? Have you ever contemplated why they would raise their weapons against the pilots? We need not know the rationale. Even if she bears countless transgressions, it is the prerogative of the military committee and the military tribunal to conduct an investigation, gather evidence, and render a verdict in accordance with the law. It is not for the Mechanical Island to take matters into its own hands. I believe this is what all Super S-class pilots yearn to witness. Should the Mechanical Island persist in its obstinacy, it risks losing the support of the people. Eve, in a fit of rage, laughed derisively, declaring, "What a notion that no justification is necessary. When it comes to executing her machine, one can simply fabricate a reason. Yet when she merely restricted the actions of the opposing forces, it is deemed a loss of public favor." She raised her hand and dispatched a terminal that connected to the large screen. The footage displayed all that transpired following the arrival of Matsushima, including the extortion of military accolades, the sudden eruption of violence, the assault on the machine girls, and the subsequent humiliation of hanging them aloft in the air. While the footage may not be exhaustive, it sufficiently elucidates the events that unfolded. In the conference room, all eyes were fixed on the large screen, squinting in disbelief. Rendered speechless, such footage has already begun circulating through various mainstream media outlets. Of course, I do not imply that those present are blind. Rather, I wish to convey that there are countless individuals outside who are not so naive. To delay rescue under the guise of feeble excuses is one thing. I can accept that. However, to extort military accolades, maliciously assault Allied forces on the front lines, and humiliate them by suspending them in the air, I must ask you all, what manner of behavior is this? She effortlessly switched the screen, revealing a death warrant issued by the human parliament. It was alarming to see such a decree issued based solely on biased perspectives and one-sided testimonies, aiming to obliterate an entire outpost. I cannot help but wonder if, in the eyes of certain individuals, the elimination of all evidence is deemed sufficient to escape accountability. A shadow of gloom flickered in Gao Mingrue's eyes. As the Speaker of the Human Parliament, he was astonishingly oblivious to this matter. He fixated on the video, scrutinizing each frame until he finally recognized a crimson figure. His sluggish mind seemed to awaken, and he closed his mouth, as if a sudden realization had struck him. He then cast his gaze upon the faces of the council members, each appearing furiously indignant, observing them from beginning to end. After a prolonged silence, he rapped his fingers on the table and spoke deliberately. "We shall provide an explanation to the Mechanical Island regarding this matter. As for Matsushima, we will cordially invite the Mechanical Island to observe her trial as a witness. In my capacity as Speaker, I assure you that her actions, which undermine morale and disrupt collaboration, will be met with appropriate repercussions." Eva glanced at Gao Mingrue and let out a derisive laugh. What a splendid display of addressing the issue at hand, shifting blame after the incident had occurred. It was indeed a familiar tactic, conveniently omitting all the sordid details lurking in the background. Zhang Guoyang furrowed his brow, his gaze towards Eva laced with indignation as he forcefully struck the table. "Please be mindful of your demeanor. The topic of discussion at present is the established fact that the Mechanical Island bypassed the pilots to issue commands to its own guards. Thus, you imply that your oversight is insufficient, and I have identified an issue that remains unaddressed. I can only stand by helplessly as tragedy unfolds, subsequently mimicking your demeanor and becoming a blind witness to it all. Is it the case that my guard must become the accomplices of certain individuals, following them into the abyss and acting with reckless abandon? Eve gazed at Zhang Guoyang with a sense of disinterest. Instead of engaging in this futile exchange, she would be better off returning to Mechanical Island to monitor the situation with lightning. Her condition was deteriorating. The mechanical core had sustained damage, and had it not been for the timely intervention, Suli might have succumbed to madness. For the first time in her life, she found herself missing Yihua. Perhaps she was not particularly clever, yet her capacity for scathing remarks was undeniably formidable. At least she possessed the wit to serve as a verbal sparring partner. Alas, that resource was now bestowed upon Suli. You are distorting the concept. As a pilot, the uncontrollable nature of the mech girls at my side is an undeniable reality that cannot be overlooked. Zhang Guoyang slammed his hand on the table with a fierce glare, seemingly resolved to cling to the undeniable truth of the mech girls' uncontrollable nature. Yet, in the realm of mech girls, the most unpredictable element is perhaps the human heart. She straightened her posture, suddenly finding the old visage before her exceedingly loathsome. They were clearly in the wrong. A straightforward admission of error would suffice. Instead, they twisted and turned, seeking to gain further advantages through convoluted justifications. How could such individuals have escaped the reckoning they deserved? Control? What a laughable notion. By what right do they presume that mech girls should be subjugated by humanity? Do you seek the authority of the contract for the armed mech girl? She weighed the whip in her hand, stepped forward, and struck down at that incredulous face. The guards behind her advanced in unison, raising their firearms. Is it truly so difficult to admit one's mistakes? She lowered her gaze to the expression of disbelief, feeling an overwhelming sense of annoyance. This familiar visage. She had struck more than once. Why did he always insist on presenting himself for punishment? The urge to abandon the situation was strong. Yet could she afford to do so? The swarm of the insectoid enemy loomed, making retreat perilous. With 1.68 billion pilots engaged in frontline combat and 1.92 billion mech girls under their command, nearly 600 million were bound by core contracts with their pilots. If they were to withdraw, would the lives of these 600 million mech girls be relinquished so easily? She could scarcely part with 60, let alone 600 million. It was not a matter of desire to retreat. It was an impossibility, for there was no path left to take. The production capacity of Mechanical Island dwindled year by year. The various outposts scattered across the star systems saw their output decline annually. Each mech girl had become immensely precious to Mechanical Island. They could forsake 600 million mech girls, along with humanity, contracting their defenses, and commence another aimless drift through the cosmos. But how long could such an exodus endure? How long could their energy reserves sustain them? It would merely lead to another protracted cycle. Perhaps they would not even witness a new beginning. Eve fell silent, her gaze fixed upon Zhang Guoyang. The thought of his sordid mind fueled her ire, which became increasingly difficult to contain. A golden ripple silently radiated outward, enveloping the entire assembly hall. An overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon all present, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Gao Mingrue straightened his posture, fixating his gaze upon Eve in the assembly. He had never anticipated that she would once again wield her influence within the council, and this occasion seemed particularly extraordinary. However, to his surprise, a trace of astonishment adorned Eve's countenance as well. Almost immediately, he discerned a gentle smile blossoming upon her face. A golden mech materialized at the heart of the council hall, where she slowly knelt on one knee, revealing her cockpit. Su Li, holding Junsho's hand, gracefully emerged from the cockpit, standing before all the council members. This marked his inaugural visit to the Human Council's chamber, which was lavishly adorned, more a grand venue than merely a meeting space. It bore a striking resemblance to a luxurious spa from his previous life, where opulence often concealed the filth beneath. A multitude of individuals loomed high, a veritable assembly of phantoms and specters. He raised an eyebrow, swiftly spotting Eve standing at the center, confronting them. As she turned her head and met his gaze, a smile illuminated her face. Ultimately, she had underestimated the significance of lightning in his heart. He was not on the brink of madness. He had already succumbed to it. Chapter 119, packed truly magnificent. The vast venue was ample enough to accommodate Junwei's mech with ease. All eyes were fixed upon him, some filled with astonishment, others with suspicion, and many reflecting anger and incredulity at his actions. Where were the guards? Junwei's colossal fist, a accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, halted mere inches from the face of the roaring council member, sending his wig flying and exposing the smooth expanse of his scalp beneath. The dentures, dislodged by violent tremors, appeared to have no bearing on his respiration, as both nostrils flared in fright, resembling a pig standing upright on its hind legs. With a single punch, it became evident to all that the newcomer bore ill intentions. Within the conference hall, several mechanical beings stepped forward to shield their respective representatives. Suli surveyed the faces of these mechanical beings as they emerged one by one. Junsho gently grasped Suli's hand, drawing comfort from the unique warmth it radiated, allowing her to relax as she clutched her doll, gazing up at the myriad mechanical beings before the assembly of representatives. Thud! A long spear materialized in Suli's grasp, crashing heavily to the ground, producing a resonant sound. It pierced through the carpet, shattering the wooden floor beneath, becoming firmly lodged in the earth. The echo of that thud reverberated in the hearts of all present. Eve raised her hand to halt the movements of the royal guards, retreating slightly to grant the stage entirely to Suli. Her gaze was fixed intently on him. Although she harbored great expectations, she had never anticipated his rapid growth. Gao Mingrue observed the furious Suli before him, adjusting his spectacles. He was unfamiliar with the individual in question, possessing no information about him or the mechanical suit he wore. He had effortlessly bypassed the layers of defenses surrounding the assembly and appeared before everyone. Such a feat could only be achieved through void teleportation. When did the human body become capable of withstanding void teleportation? Has there been a technological reform on Mechanical Island? He instinctively cast a glance at Eve, only to find that she had turned her back on him. A torrent of confusion and shock surged within him, leaving an unsettling feeling in his heart. Pilot, why did you intrude upon the council? Suli raised his crimson gaze to meet Gao Mingrue's indifferent stare. I demand an explanation. What explanation do you seek? I come to demand accountability for the 238 warriors at my forward base. For the 68 soldiers who have been tormented and left suspended atop the communication tower, I seek an explanation. For my own mech companion, I demand an explanation. As his words echoed through the chamber, a murmur rippled across the meeting room. The council members on the elevated platform exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. For a fleeting moment, Suli felt as though he were ensnared within a hive, surrounded by a chorus of rustling sounds. Gao Mingrue's expression darkened, while Zhang Guoyang's face flushed with indignation. He could hardly fathom that this insect dared to appear brazenly in the council hall in such a bizarre manner. What had Matsushima done? A super S-class pilot, reduced to the point of being unable to crush a mere insect, allowing it to escape. An explanation? He had the audacity to come to the human council to demand one? On what grounds? Did he truly believe that with a mech, he could act with impunity within the council? Were there not other pilots present? Just as Zhang Guoyang prepared to interject, Gao Mingrue interrupted him. The human council will provide you with an explanation regarding Matsushima's punishment. We shall show no leniency towards those who disrupt the stability of our front lines. The military achievements she extorted will be returned in full, and she shall pay the necessary price for the harm inflicted upon your comrades. If you harbor any doubts, I assure you that the judicial proceedings will commence the moment we capture Matsushima. No need for that. Suli lowered his head, his voice tinged with melancholy. In his 2 lifetimes, he had grown weary of such meaningless bureaucratic rhetoric. Gao Mingrue furrowed his brow, questioning his own hearing. He could not comprehend why the other party had gone to such lengths to come to the parliamentary hall only to relinquish their stance. What did you say? I said there is no need to waste manpower and resources. That Ultra S-class pilot is already dead. His words ignited a wave of murmurs throughout the assembly. Zhang Guoyang slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury as he pointed a trembling finger at Suli. What did you say? An Ultra S-class pilot is dead just like that. Each of them is humanity's most precious asset. How dare you, without a trial, recklessly assault an Ultra S-class pilot? Do you not regard military regulations? Is there no distinction between superiors and subordinates? You still seek an explanation? This is nothing short of rebellion. Guards, arrest this pilot for intruding upon the assembly with intentions of insurrection. No. Execute him on the spot. Suli kept his head bowed as a throng of armed soldiers surged into the hall. A more intense golden aura emanated from Junwei, enveloping everyone present in a profound sense of pressure. The entire garrison was under meticulous scrutiny, rendering everyone immobile. The sharp spear pierced through the wooden table with a whistling sound, embedding itself directly between Zhang Guoyang's legs. Su Li's sudden strike caught even the garrison off guard. A piercing scream erupted from Zhang Guoyang as he pressed himself against the backrest, struggling and writhing like a fat maggot. He had never realized how perilously close he was to death. The atmosphere in the venue shifted dramatically, observing his mechanical companion engulfed in golden ripples. Unable even to raise a hand, they finally comprehended that the situation was no longer under their control. I had been far too benevolent. How could I still harbor expectations for you? Extorting military achievements, harming comrades, inverting right and wrong. We fought valiantly on the front lines, only to be met with a death warrant? Su Li scanned the room with his crimson eyes, and for the first time, he perceived fear in their demeanor. There were no apologies, no inquiries regarding the casualties among my base personnel. Instead, they merely presented a knife that I had already broken. They still intended to execute me on the spot. I have accepted Matsushima's life, yet it is insufficient. She perished too swiftly. The agony she endured pales in comparison to our plight. I realize the council cannot provide what I desire. It matters not, for I shall seize it myself. His surging mental energy erupted forth, precisely locating the figures of 12 individuals amidst the crowd. The telekinetic hands lifted them effortlessly, slamming them onto the thick carpet beneath. Even though the carpet was exorbitantly priced and possessed remarkable cushioning, it failed to salvage their aged teeth. Several legislators, while tilting their heads back, found their front teeth irreparably lost. Su Li extracted a list adorned with photographs from his military uniform, meticulously cross-referencing its contents before returning it to his pocket. He lowered his gaze upon Zhang Guoyang's weathered face, marked by a whip scar, and decisively planted his foot upon it, silencing all the words he wished to utter. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Li, commander of the Cold Brew Star Forward Base, an Ultra S-Class pilot. My abilities encompass telekinesis and void transportation. It took me an hour to traverse from the remote corners of Cold Brew Star to the home planet. As for the retribution, I shall handle it myself. Should anyone wish to retaliate, I advise mobilizing the main fleet and the annihilation cannon. I hope that after this experience, esteemed legislators will contemplate the repercussions more thoroughly when signing orders. Otherwise, our forward base may lack many things, but we are certainly not short on walls. Jun Wei detached the steel barrel strapped to her back, opened the lid, and forcefully shoved the 12 legislators inside, sealing it tightly. She shook it near her ear, pleased to hear commotion emanating from within before reattaching it to her back. Su Li stood tall, saluted the legislators present, and amidst their gazes, returned to the cockpit. The golden ripples dissipated instantaneously, and the mech vanished from sight. Chapter 120. Silence like the chill of winter. It was not until 5 full minutes had elapsed since the mecha's disappearance that the arena buzzed once more with murmurs of discussion, soon followed by furious roars and invectives, as if a cat had been stepped on its tail, its fur bristling in indignation. For many years, no human had dared to stand in the grand hall of the council and intimidate all the members. Yet today, one individual had audaciously done just that. Eve regarded the assembly of representatives before her with a bemused expression. Just moments ago, they had been scheming to secure the contractual rights for armed mech girls. Now, however, they had united in an outcry against Su Li. It appeared that, in contrast to the uncertainty surrounding the armed mech girls, they were far more concerned about a pilot who could manifest before them at any moment, an uncontrollable force. With the loathsome visage of Zhang Guoyang absent, the atmosphere in the council chamber felt significantly invigorated. She languidly returned to her seat, propping her chin on her hand, and listened intently to the fervent discussions unfolding around her. At this moment, she was in no haste to return to Mechanical Island. Instead, she was keen to observe how the assembly would ultimately devise strategies to deal with Su Li. Such lawlessness, it was absolutely intolerable. A pilot of this nature, even if of Super S rank, is a menace. He must be dealt with expeditiously. I propose we deploy 2 Super S rank pilots to eliminate him. I concur. Seconded. Those who extort military merit, distort the truth, and harm their comrades are deemed not a menace, while those who speak out with righteousness and stand firm have become the true malignancy. Eve has existed for an eternity, yet throughout this protracted passage of time, she remains incapable of comprehending the intricacies of human nature. She has not learned to don the guise of humanity while remaining devoid of its essence. With a facade of insincerity, she extends hollow pleasantries, all the while her hand stealthily delves into your pocket. Astonishingly, more often than not, you find yourself filled with gratitude. I concur. I have now printed the directives. I invite you all to examine their thoroughness. Should there be no additional points to address, please affix your signatures. I believe that deploying 2 Super S-level pilots may not be entirely secure. Their abilities are unprecedented, particularly in the realm of void transmission. Relying solely on 2 Super S-level pilots for the execution of the mission seems rather precarious. If feasible, I propose increasing the number of Super S-level participants to 4, which would surely ensure absolute success. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Now please sign. If necessary, let us elevate the number of operatives to 6. That should guarantee invulnerability. Eve observed with great interest as the orders circulated among the crowd. Noting that some lacked even the courage to glance at them, it seemed they feared that Suli might trace their gaze back to their own homes. As time inexorably ticked away, the murmurs of the assembly persisted, yet no concrete plan emerged. Galming-Rue sat at the head of the table, his hands resting upon its surface, equally engrossed in the unfolding farce before him. He remained silent, his tranquil eyes concealing the depths of his contemplation. Even after Suli stirred up a commotion at the Human Council, he displayed little emotional response. Even as Suli dragged away his vice-chairman in his presence, the atmosphere remained unchanged. Eva surveyed all those present, contemplating the origins of the numerous low-grade modules in Suli's possession. However, after scrutinizing each face, she discerned no clues. Void transmission and telekinesis. Every Super S-class pilot possesses their unique abilities. Yet what could Suli's extraordinary talent be? The 2 powers he disclosed were merely capabilities of his mech. He remained tight-lipped regarding his personal attributes, revealing nothing. Her eyes visibly brightened as she reclined in her high-backed chair, allowing her thoughts to wander. The council members deliberated at a painstakingly slow pace, and she felt no urgency. It had only been a little over half an hour, and even if discussion stretched into days without resolution, it would not surprise her. Let us consider deploying Super S-class pilots, increasing the number to 8. A little adjustment among the various war zones should yield enough. Selecting those seasoned and formidable Super S pilots seems feasible. Let us draft the order. A group gathered, seemingly resolved, as they meticulously crafted their language, pondering for quite some time. After all, the notion of deploying Super S-class pilots to eliminate another Super S-class pilot had never occurred in the annals of the Alliance's history. Yet now it had arrived. Acknowledging that every event has its first occurrence, this particular initiation felt unexpectedly abrupt. Eva observed them toiling for a considerable time before finally completing the order, only to find themselves once again ensnared in the awkward predicament of an unsigned document. A subtle smirk graced the corners of her mouth. This group, when it comes to the lives of others, never tires of expounding their endless philosophies. Yet when faced with their own circumstances, they are reluctant to draw even a modicum of attention from a harbinger of death. They are afraid. So terrified that they dare not even sign their names. Merely the threat posed by an Ultra S-level pilot sends them into disarray. Yet they never fear the mechanical island S abandonment, nor do they hesitate to indulge Akka's intrusion of the Zerg. She had once failed to comprehend the thoughts swirling in their minds. But now, clarity dawns upon her. For no matter how grave the trouble, there is always a tall figure to bear the brunt. Now, however, the situation is different. Suli does not target the tall figure. Instead, he opts to take everything away in one fell swoop. Though they are all human, Suli boldly shoulders the burden of directly confronting an Ultra S-level pilot. Without a flicker of hesitation, he storms into the council, equally resolute, with an unwavering demeanor, before all the council members and the constabulary. He carries away 12 council members as if they were mere takeout, even issuing threats. A mere man's wrath can spill blood across 5 steps, let alone one with the ability to maneuver at extraordinary distances. As this thought crossed her mind, she could not help but gently bite her lower lip. Such a man. Indeed. The terminal chimed, drawing her attention to an incoming call. A mischievous thought sparked within her as she waved to the many council members. It's a video call from Suli. Instantly, the grand hall fell into a profound silence, as if golden ripples once again coursed through the chamber. Eve suddenly felt a wave of joy. It had been years since she had experienced such elation as she felt today. She directly connected the video feed to the virtual large screen, broadcasting it simultaneously throughout the venue. Outside the forward base, desolation reigned supreme. Towering cliffs loomed, adorned with clusters of cicadas, densely packed, forming a breathtaking yet utterly ungraceful tapestry of vibrant hues and scattered brilliance. No one assisted in the filming. It was evident that Suli was presently seated within the cockpit of the mech, Junshou's small hand gripped the terminal, aimed at the mech's perspective. Master, the person is truly still alive. It matters not. They are destined to die soon. Master, it's rather nauseating. They have urinated. Then remember to wash your hands before dining. They exchanged no further pleasantries. Those once arrogant and haughty legislators, who had strutted with unwarranted bravado, were now grasped in Junwei's hand, reduced to tears. Smack, smack. The pleas for mercy, cries, and hoarse curses could not drown out the resounding smack. Ah, and you still owe us an apology. The mech lowered its head as if recollecting something. On screen, Zhang Guoyang knelt within a colossal steel barrel, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yes, I apologize. This obstinate creature, akin to a dead duck resisting defeat, finally acknowledged the need for an apology. Suli nodded, continuing to command Junwei. I heard it. But I choose not to forgive. Junwei lifted him from a pool of liquid, clenched him tightly, and surveyed the vacant spot on the cliff face. Swinging his arm with deliberate force. Smack. The 12 resounding strikes concluded in less than 30 seconds. Master, this bucket is utterly foul. Can it be discarded? Discard what? One cannot simply live without care. Take it back and wash it. It may still serve another purpose. The video was abruptly cut off. The vast conference room was engulfed in an oppressive silence. They had anticipated that those taken would not survive, yet never did they envision such a demise. A chilling dread pierced through their very bones, rendering all the members speechless. They finally comprehended the significance of the walls that Su Li had mentioned. Indeed, his walls were numerous, so many that even if every member were to contribute, they could scarcely cover a fraction. Moreover, he even hoped for a second chance with that bucket. Chapter 121. Embarrassment in the conference room. One could hear a pin drop. After a prolonged silence, a voice suddenly declared, "Deploy the main fleet. Activate the planet-destroying cannon." This individual must not be spared. The moment those words were uttered, they resonated deeply with everyone present. This time, they did not even draft a formal order. Instead, they eagerly inscribed their names on a blank sheet of paper. The profound terror had finally made them realize that retreat was not an option. Eve sat in her chair, observing as they hastily stacked the thick pile of signatures and placed it before the speaker, Gao Mingrue. This was their swiftest effort yet, astonishingly, within less than 5 minutes. They had compiled all opinions and signatures. They seemed convinced that even if their plans were to be exposed, Suli would not dare to come and eliminate all the members. They had wagered correctly. If it were her, she would not. Not out of fear, but rather out of indifference. Gao Mingrue lifted his gaze to Eve and extended his hand to inscribe his name alongside hers. At that moment, all eyes converged upon Eve. The deployment of the main fleet and the annihilation cannon could not circumvent the mechanical island. While the fleet belonged to humanity, the upgrade modules were produced by the mechanical island, necessitating mutual consent from both parties. She rose from her chair and slowly approached Gao Mingrue, grasping the signature that resembled a hefty tome. With a casual flick, she sent the papers soaring into the air. The sheets fluttered gracefully, cascading through the conference room like a patchy snowfall. Eve felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. She turned her body to face the assembly of ravenous legislators, her smile radiant. This proposal, I, the mechanical island, veto it. You, how dare you veto it unilaterally? This is a collective decision of the human parliament. What do you intend to do? He protested, his demeanor brazen and lawless, declaring that the assault on a legislator constituted a grave offense. Under such circumstances, he could be executed on the spot without the need for a military tribunal. Eve adjusted the strands of hair that fell beside her face, widening her eyes and spreading her hands. Then execute him on the spot. Why didn't you act earlier? To deploy the main fleet and annihilation cannon for one individual? Are you all mad? Or am I the one who has lost my senses? Resources come without cost. We demand what you owe us from the mechanical island. You are resorting to sophistry. Am I? If you have the audacity, stop your idle chatter. The location of Cold Brew Star is marked on the map. Those who wish to execute him may proceed. If I were to intervene, I would not be a mech maiden. However, to wield the annihilation cannon is but a fanciful dream. Such a weapon represents the ultimate deterrent, capable of obliterating entire planets and collapsing space itself. To employ such strategic resources for the demise of a mere pilot? Even insects would scoff at such folly. Yet, he has indeed posed a significant threat to the stability of the alliance. Is that so? I perceive it differently. I find his rationale compelling. Albeit his methods may be rather radical, yet I admire that. Is this the attitude of your mechanical isle? Eve turned, her skirt billowing. Indeed, this embodies the stance of my mechanical isle. You would defend a pilot? Are you so protective of him because he belongs to you? Eve's expression transformed into one of astonishment as her mouth fell agape. Is this not common knowledge? Were you unaware that he has always been one of my own? My heavens, how can anyone be ignorant of this? Allow me to reiterate, he, Su Li, is one of my mechanical isle. I stand firm in this declaration. Should even a single hair on his head be harmed, we shall withdraw from half a star domain. Play as you will. We of the mechanical isle shall no longer serve. Furthermore, you claim to have an abundance of super S-level pilots, perhaps even enough to muster 8? Very well. From this day forth, all unaligned SS-level mech maidens from the 9 battle zones shall be recalled to my mechanical isle. A so-called super S-level pilot dares to openly defy the commands of the mechanical isle, nearly leading to a grave error. Fear not. We possess our own elite combat capabilities. In comparison to your Ultra S-class pilots, our mech girls are far more trustworthy. You cannot proceed with this. Such actions would utterly disrupt the front lines. Any breach in defense would have dire consequences for the battlefield. No, the 8 Ultra S-class pilots you managed to assemble could indeed be of use. The panicked council member, caught off guard, faltered. When they had not diverted the SS mech girls, they could indeed muster 8 Ultra S-class pilots. However, now that she has withdrawn them, what can they possibly achieve? Are you truly willing to sever ties with humanity for the sake of a lawless pilot? Eve turned her gaze towards the council member who had spoken. A hint of disdain curved her lips. Humanity? You, a gluttonous parasite, presume to represent humanity? You are mistaken. I can sever ties with the human council at any moment. And as for humanity, do you truly believe that your rotund figure can embody the essence of our kind? She straightened her posture, surveying the assembly of council members, this den of malevolent spirits, and she yearned to depart without delay. The grave sin of attacking a council member? I shall bear that for Su Li. I have indeed withdrawn the SS class mech girls. I have outright vetoed the planet-destroying cannon and the main battle fleet. If you believe you can represent humanity, then let it be known that I declare a rupture. She tilted her head slightly, the whip gently tapping against her long boots. Now I ask you, I have acted as such. So what? With that, Eve waved her hand and turned away with an air of nonchalance. She did not afford the assembly members an opportunity to retort, swiftly departing the parliamentary hall accompanied by her retinue of guards. The corners of her mouth were raised high, and even in the act of walking, she felt as though she might take flight. The 4 captains of the guard, trailing closely behind Eve, exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. They had never witnessed Eve in such a carefree demeanor. As they walked, Eve suddenly halted, leaning slightly forward, her fist clenched at her chest, emitting cheerful exclamations of yay. Yay. The exuberance of her movements caused her pale blue hair to dance along with her. The 4 captains instinctively averted their gazes, staring idly at the sky. In such a childlike state, Eve seemed almost unbelievable. Who would accept that this 200-year-old which could exhibit such juvenile behavior? Would she truly force them back into the mold simply because they had glimpsed her youthful side? Eve quickly composed herself, her cheeks flushed as she resumed her forward march. The 4 exchanged another glance before following closely behind her. Though they had often accompanied her in silence before, they had never felt as awkward as they did in this moment. Chapter 122. The jester. So, you did not witness it. The commander was remarkably dashing. He stood there, grasping the assembly member, his voice icy as he declared, "You still owe us an apology. I heard you, but I do not accept." Utterly stunning. Really? I wish to bear the commander's child. Get out of here. As if you could. Su Li's hand, poised to push open the hospital door, froze mid-air. Caught in indecision, he paused for a moment, then resolutely reached up to scratch his head and made his way towards the adjacent hospital room. Inside the single-occupancy room, a solitary bed stood against one wall. Patient 537 lay quietly, voiceless, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling, devoid of any spark. Her face and body were swathed in thick bandages. The venom's insidious intrusion had left her emitting a pungent odor that even the strongest medicinal scent could not mask. Su Li approached the bedside directly, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "Look what I brought you, all delightful treasures." A flicker of vitality ignited in 537's eyes as she mustered the strength to lean against the bed, tilting her bandaged head slightly. Her long, raven hair had been nearly eradicated by decay, and the exposed skin of her eyelids bore the scars left by the corrosive venom. It was evident that beneath the bandages, not a single inch of her body remained unscathed. The wounds inflicted by the venom could only be detoxified with current medical methods. But restoring her former beauty was beyond reach. To reclaim her original self, she would need to elevate her level. However, for an A-level mech girl, such an ascent was far from simple. 537 accepted the box of candies, her trembling fingers attempting to open it several times without success. Sweets were her favorite indulgence. As soon as Su Li entered, he noticed the candy wrappers hidden beneath her pillow, remnants of the treats he had given her before opening his shop, which she had cherished too much to consume. Yet now, it seemed she had finally succumbed to the desire. Was it due to the bitterness weighing heavily on her heart? His own heart clenched at the sight of her bandaged form, leaving him at a loss for words. However, the reality remains unchanged. No amount of comforting words can alleviate her distress. Behold, I have intentionally left you a surprise. Many of our injured mech girls at the base are in dire straits, and I chose to visit you first. The surprise has been delivered. Wait until I leave to unveil it. Rest assured, I pledge my integrity. You shall undoubtedly cherish it. Upon finishing his words, he gently touched the bandaged hand of 537 before turning to exit the ward. Once outside, he stood silently by the door, not venturing far. Inside the room, 537, who had contemplated self-destruction, struggled to hold back her tears as she attempted repeatedly to open the candy box. Even if death awaited her, she wished to savor the sweets bestowed by her commander. As the lid gently lifted, it revealed not the expected confectionery, but rather 4 A-grade upgrade modules, quietly resting within the box, reflecting a faint glow under the light. Unable to contain her tears any longer, she broke down completely. The tears soaked the bandages, clinging to her eroded skin, causing her great pain. Yet she could not stem the flow. She could only use her similarly bandaged hands to wipe away the tears. The more she wiped, the more it hurt. The more it hurt, the more she wiped. Outside the ward, Su Li heard her weeping and promptly summoned the medical mech girls. After giving them some instructions, he watched as they entered to change her bandages and soothe her emotions. As he had mentioned, the base was overwhelmed with injured personnel. Even the medical mech girls were seldom unscathed. Typically, one mech girl could manage the usual tasks alone. But now 4 or 5 had to collaborate, some even sporting splints on their arms. Calculating the current combat capabilities of the entire base, aside from the array of automated defense weapons, only Junwei and Heiyu remain, alongside a few others. Yu Rong and Li Tianlang have not encountered any significant issues. Yet entrusting this individual with external missions makes him uneasy. In the adjacent ward, Hongying lay upon her hospital bed, twisting her head restlessly. Meanwhile, 038 occupied the bed beside her. Despite having only one arm capable of movement, she busied herself with sketches and notes on her terminal. Sister, what are you so occupied with? You're injured, yet you aren't resting properly, Hongying chided lightly. 038 lifted her head, her lips curling into a smile upon seeing Su Li enter. Attempting to rise, her face contorted in pain, prompting Su Li to gently press her back down. No, don't get up. Just relax and lie still. Su Li tucked the blankets around her more snugly, then took a seat on a nearby stool, holding her hand. What brings you here? Have you reviewed the report I submitted? The base's defenses are currently precarious. It all hinges on your strength. However, this situation is untenable. I believe we should request assistance from Mechanical Island, at the very least, to dispatch 2 more squads. Just focus on your recovery. Su Li reassured. The situation at Hanhai has been resolved, and the support squads are en route. They should arrive by evening. At last, 038 nodded, exhaling deeply. She cast a sidelong glance at her hand held by Su Li, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She had heard of the events that unfolded later at the base. She never imagined that one day, someone would plaster dozens of lawmakers against the wall for the sake of the mechanized girl. Just contemplating such an event made her feel a rush of heat throughout her body. Sensing the rapid rise in temperature on her face, she hastily shifted the topic. What about the situation with Flash? Su Li slowly shook his head and replied, Junwei and Junsho have taken her to Mechanical Island. The governor mentioned that her core was damaged. Although she was sent there in time to save her life, it will require a considerable amount of time to restore her core. I am not privy to more specific details. I wish to apply for access to the island, but I am uncertain if that is feasible. A damaged core? It seems she has sustained significant injuries this time. However, since the governor has spoken, it should be treatable. There is no rush regarding access to the island, as I have never heard of a human visiting Mechanical Island in all these years. By the way, have you truly become Super S? Not yet. I'm still a bit short. My body has overextended this time, but if given a little more time, I should be fine. You need not worry. Even if I do not become a super S-level pilot, with Junwei and Junsho around, we can easily handle any super S-level opponents that may come our way. Handle easily? Upon hearing this, 038 widened her eyes in astonishment, momentarily at a loss as to whether it was Su Li's formidable strength or the impressive statistics of Junwei and Junsho that were being referred to. She suddenly perceived a shift in her earnest, handsome, sunny, and somewhat ruthless younger brother, who had always been somewhat inept in matters of charm, but was well-liked by women. He seemed to have transformed into an even more mysteriously confident version of himself. Was this still human talk? Super S, handled with ease? However, upon reflecting on the incessant chatter of the base's mech girls, she suddenly felt that it was indeed a fitting scenario. After all, the exceptionally skilled S-rank pilot had already met her fate against the wall. Wasn't that an easy matter to grasp? Brother, could you push me outside for a stroll? I wish to take a look at that wall. Su Li was somewhat at a loss. He couldn't comprehend what was so captivating about a dilapidated wall. A multitude of animated mech girls had already formed groups to visit it several times within this brief span of half a day. The remaining immobile ones, upon hearing about the wall, seemed eager to crawl over just to catch a glimpse. When did these mech girls develop an interest in such gruesome matters? This included Junwei, who, despite being a first-hand witness, was mingling with a throng of mech girls, all keen to join the commotion. Just focus on your recovery. As for the wall, it will still be there when you are well again. Well, if you could summon Junwei as well, that would suffice. I wish to hear her recount the events of your assembly at the council. Su Li stood frozen, gradually feeling the warmth rise to his cheeks. The mech girls, filled with curiosity about his modest achievements, seemed eager to hear him relay the tale, as if it were not enough for them to share among themselves. Instead, they wanted him, the very participant, to call upon another mech girl to narrate his illustrious exploits. It was, to say the least, a rather embarrassing situation. 038 placed his hand on her chest, donning an expression that indicated she was all ears. Dear brother, if you are reluctant to fetch her, you could simply share the story with your sister instead. I will summon Junwei for you right now. He blushed as he withdrew his hand from 038's body and turned to leave. The figure on the adjacent hospital bed, Hong Ying, widened her eyes, filled with confusion. Was she merely a specter? Like the wind, he came and went, leaving her yearning for his presence, only to realize that lying there was a mere jester. Was her sense of existence truly so feeble? Exhausted, yet she was still a patient, after all. Chapter 123, Theoretical Foundation in the Command Room. Heiyu meticulously analyzed the battlefield footage frame by frame on her terminal, listening intently through her headphones while intricately dissecting the audio segments, ultimately retaining only a brief excerpt. Coupled with the brainwave data captured by her equipment, her brow furrowed slightly as she began to operate rapidly on the keyboard. With the generation of a new code file, she transmitted it directly to the specialized device in her hands. Within a custom-made cage, a pill bug, roughly the size of a fist, appeared somewhat listless, its antennae moving without vigor. She placed the device beside the pill bug and executed the command to run the code file. Almost immediately, the pill bug visibly perked up, repeatedly ramming against the confines of its cage. Heiyu attempted to open the cage, and it promptly darted out, accompanied by the rustling sound, charging straight ahead. However, it did not get far, as Hanhai, who had been prepared, swiftly deployed a tranquilizer spray, capturing it and tossing it into a nearby container. Inside lay 7 or 8 other pill bug larvae, all anesthetized, occasionally twitching their legs. How is it? Are you certain? It has been determined that this is a directive of aggregation, or rather, a guiding instruction, directing them towards a specific point or direction. The precise content of the command remains unknown, yet the trajectory should be due south. Hanhai, cradling his swollen cheek, spoke with some difficulty. This implies that the existence of the mother insect is indisputable. Heiyu nodded, expressing a sense of regret. What a pity. If not for the sudden turmoil at the base, we could have undoubtedly followed the insects and located the mother insect. Alas, it is likely too late now. The reinforcements from Mechanical Island will arrive tonight, and we still have plenty of these insects at our disposal. In a worst-case scenario, we could each release one and pursue them. Often, simple methods can still yield solutions. Heiyu shook his head. That won't work. These are merely larvae, and they cannot travel very far. Then let us capture some medium-sized varieties. If that fails, we could each equip ourselves with a brainwave transmitter, approach the medium-sized ones, and let them hear it. We can have them guide us. At that moment, the door to the command room swung open, and Suli strode in wearing oversized shorts and a military cap. This group of mechanical girls had even managed to tug off half of his socks. Had they not all sustained injuries, they might have stripped him bare. Han Hai was momentarily taken aback but quickly lowered his head. Suli yanked off his cap and tossed it onto the sofa in a huff, then retreated to the bedroom. After donning a fresh military uniform, he emerged once more, his face flushed with exasperation. Does Mechanical Island not have any male mechanical girls? This month marks the second occurrence. The second time. I have just changed into my uniform. When did uniforms become consumables? At this rate, I will have to request 3 to 4 sets each month. Mechanized men. They existed in the past, but it has been many years since any were produced. However, are you certain you require this, Commander? Suli paused, envisioning a group of men coming to strip away his clothes, and instinctively shuddered. Never mind. Mechanized women are quite satisfactory. Yet, you must amend this habit. How can one strip another's clothing? Even if it is for keepsakes, it is unacceptable to undress someone completely. Han Hai stifled a laugh, discreetly tucking Su Li's hat further behind the cushion of the sofa. Have you achieved results? Yes, but we lack a specific implementation method. Searching for medium-sized species seems to be the most reliable option at present, yet we cannot ascertain whether commands would hold validity across different factions. It matters not. Whether it is useful or not, we shall discover the truth through trial. Tonight, the reinforcements will arrive. After a night of rest, I shall lead the departure at dawn. Han Hai, please assess the combat-capable mechanized women within the base for tomorrow's defensive support. Upon considering this, Suli ground his teeth in frustration. Make sure to compile a meticulous list. Not a single piece of clothing should be overlooked. Ensure they all are mobilized for security. Day after day, they neglect their sickbeds, relentlessly causing trouble for their commander. Tomorrow, they shall face some consequences. Han Hai nodded in agreement, taking advantage of the moment while He Yu was preoccupied to further conceal Su Li's hat. It is now nearly certain that Cold Brew Star possesses a mother worm. At this stage, many of our operations cannot be initiated. Without the assistance of naval vessels, relying solely on the fuel we carry does not support extensive mobile searches. I have submitted a request to Mechanic Island, seeking at least one armed transport ship to aid us. Even a C-class armed vessel should suffice in a place like Cold Brew Star. Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had contemplated this idea for some time. What did the island say? Seeing Su Li's sudden enthusiasm, Han Hai adjusted her glasses and nodded gently. It's approved. It will arrive with this support. Just as she was about to elaborate, someone lifted her under the armpits. Su Li, brimming with joy, spun her around several times before gently setting her down, not forgetting to embrace her tightly. The thought of their outpost acquiring an armed transport ship made him peck her cheek affectionately, exclaiming, Han Hai, it's truly wonderful to have you at the base. Meanwhile, He Yu, who was organizing equipment, crushed the headphones in her hands. She glanced down at her plain dress, white knee socks, and shiny shoes. Then at Han Hai's wrinkled military uniform and the bandage on her face. That damn voluptuous woman, limping with a crutch. How could this be? Han Hai lowered her head, her small hand gently brushing the spot where Su Li had pecked her, her face flushed with embarrassment. She repeatedly styled her short hair, attempting to shield herself from He Yu's murderous gaze, yet it proved to be a futile endeavor. Do not say it is merely the delicate strands of hair. Even if a steel plate were placed before her, He Yu could pierce it with her gaze. The instigator had already retreated to her bedroom, grappling with the decision of whether to don her casual attire or military uniform to greet the armed transport vessel as a sign of the utmost respect. Han Hai, recently, I have been experimenting with some intriguing new projects in the laboratory that are quite fascinating. I wonder if you would be interested in accompanying me to take a look. As Han Hai listened to her voice, which seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, her head shook vigorously in denial. Her gaze darted away, yet the other had already leaped over the table, positioning herself directly in front of her. As a limping individual, she had barely taken 2 steps before being caught red-handed. Just take a look. It won't hurt. It will be over quickly. Upon hearing this, Han Hai became even more flustered. What kind of research could possibly involve pain? How about this? You peck at the spot where the officer has pecked as well. That would count for you, wouldn't it? Han Hai realized she could not finish her own sentence, finding it unbearable to listen to her words. Knowing full well that the other party was consumed with jealousy, she still provoked her further. This was a disaster. If all else fails, she should call the officer. At least she could ensure her survival through the night. A sudden sensation of dampness on her cheek left Han Hai utterly stunned. Not only had she inadvertently kissed the same spot with pinpoint accuracy, but she had even extended her little tongue to lick it. Love truly drives one to madness. Even Hei Yu seemed to have lost her wits. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her gaze drifted towards Su Li's bedroom. Surely, she was fine. After all, she had always maintained her rationality. A mere man. An exceptional pilot with unparalleled driving skills. A compassionate superior who genuinely cares for his subordinates. A true man willing to risk his life for the sake of his machine daughters, standing resolutely against the council. Alas, it seems there exists no other such man in this world. It is not merely a matter of personal preference, rather, it is only natural to feel a stir of emotions in the presence of such a remarkable individual. Chapter 124, Lack of Wit Within the Mechanical Island. Steel structures towered like giants. Countless types of hoverboards transported various goods, guided by the deft hands of numerous machine daughters, delivering them to different platforms. A heavy medical pod, reminiscent of a coffin, emerged from the medical district, accompanied by 4 members of the guard and several medical machine daughters, as it navigated the transport platform towards the nursery. Having just completed their identity verification, they had yet to reach the depths of the nursery when they were met with the sounds of intense debate emanating from within. The distinctly recognizable elderly voice made it clear that 2 elders were present. We must construct it within 3 days. We must cover the entire nursery with the special materials that block void transmissions. This is a non-negotiable condition. Those are our machine daughters. Ours. We stand guard here day and night, and in the briefest moment of inattention, they are gone. Gone. Do you understand? Gone. Eve stood firm against the verbal onslaught of the 2 elders, her expression one of indifference, entirely forgetting that not long ago, she had worn a similar countenance. Those are their machine daughters. They seek out their own pilots. Can we really dictate who they choose? What era are we in, championing the freedom of love? Furthermore, it is merely for you to behold. How could you possibly replicate it? Is this what you call freedom and love? This is indoctrination from the womb. It resembles an arranged marriage. While I cannot replicate, we must certainly conduct tests on the myriad parameters and indicators of the mech girls. She is not the same as Junwei. Do you comprehend the distinction? The mechanical sequences that birth them are inherently different. Is it not natural to have discrepancies? Yet, there exists a connectivity among them. If we could decipher the reasons behind this, even if we merely elucidate the related mechanical principles, the combat capabilities of our mech girls on the front lines would see a monumental enhancement. The 2 elders, with spittle flying, bore expressions of excitement, their wrinkled faces tinged with a hint of crimson. It remains indecipherable. Otherwise, the 3347 code would not appear so infrequently. The previous elders had not attempted this. Perhaps it is wise to conserve some effort and extend one's years. This time, I have summoned SS-class mech girls from various defense zones. You may select a group to inherit the mantle. After guarding Mechanical Island for so many years, it is only fitting to enjoy some comfort in these final years. The 2 elders were momentarily taken aback, their aged bodies trembling slightly. They exchanged glances and suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to them, a century had already elapsed. In the 80th year of their elderhood, they too had reached the time to step down. Has it truly been 100 years? They gazed towards the depths of the nurturing chamber where the mechanical tree stood. Each elder, upon retiring, would gain varying amounts of time to live the life they desired. However, at the twilight of their existence, they shall return to the Mechanical Island, relinquishing the mechanical principles they have amassed throughout their lives back to the mechanical tree. The elders of the Mechanical Island do not wield immense power. Rather, they serve more as symbols within the island, embodying the legacy of the loss. To become an elder signifies the forfeiture of a mechanized maiden's prolonged life, as each moment becomes a race against time. Only those of SS rank or higher among the mechanized maidens possess the eligibility to ascend to the role of elder. For only such beings can absorb the myriad dissipated mechanical laws and consolidate them within themselves through a unique process. The departure of each elder marks the conclusion of their mission. Their sacrifices and contributions will form the very roots upon which the mechanical tree depends for its existence. A century has passed. Eve gazed upon the 2 elderly figures with white hair before her, reflecting on their journey from the cultivation vat to their current state of frailty. And soon, she would witness their embrace of the mechanical tree. Though reluctant, this is the path of inheritance on the Mechanical Island. Consider this, in these final days. Is there a place you wish to visit? A colossal medical chamber was ushered in, interrupting the conversation among the three. Eve waved to the others and approached the medical chamber alone. Inside the transparent enclosure floated Flash, her complexion pale and her crimson hair resembling blood. She hovered in a chamber of pale blue liquid, her wounds completely healed, yet her mechanical core remained incomplete, suspended at her chest, emanating a faint glow of intertwined gold and red. The two elders leaned closer, scrutinizing her mechanical core, involuntarily furrowing their brows. Is this the first mech girl you mentioned? The little pair, Lightning, are 5? They gasped in disbelief, turning to Eve with incredulous expressions. Such severe damage, and you claim she can be saved? Is this a joke? If she cannot be rescued, how will you explain it to your little pair? Do you even know where she is injured? Just telling someone she can be saved? While he may not understand mech girls, it does not imply he is foolish. Eve let out a wry smile and replied slowly, Of course, I know where she is injured. That is precisely why I brought her to the nurturing chamber. We should use the sap from the mechanical tree. Though her foundation is somewhat inadequate, after replenishment, she should be nearly as good as before. Nearly as good. She has sustained damage to her cognitive logic area. The collapse of the cognitive logic zone translates to her mind. While the sap can enhance a mech girl's foundation. Such damage means that even after enhancement and repair, her logical thinking ability will always be at least 5% inferior to her peers. Do you comprehend what 5% signifies? It translates to delays in command transmission and a diminished sense of control for the pilot. Even if she recovers, in high-intensity battlefields, her pilot will eventually grow to disdain her. No, that cannot be true. What gives you such certainty? Is it merely your understanding of that pilot? How many times have you met? Human hearts are unpredictable. They can change. He has now ascended to an extraordinary S level, possessing an extended lifespan. The number of mechanized companions he encounters will undoubtedly multiply, with high-ranking mechanized beings beyond count within his reach. The foundation of Lightning is classified as a level, and after enhancements, it rises to S level. However, among the S-level mechanized beings, her operational experience is decidedly subpar. Even if she were to integrate additional modules in the future, her inherent limitations would persist, as her foundational attributes dictate an enduring flaw. Moreover, the principle she has grasped, if I am not mistaken, is that of velocity. Such a principle, compounded by her inadequate maneuverability, raises the question, does little Lizzie have an inherent penchant for recklessness? Eve, nonchalantly shrugging, admitted, You have indeed hit the nail on the head. He truly relishes playing with danger. Rest assured, just focus on the repairs. A somewhat impaired intellect is manageable. ISNT it. Upon hearing this, Eve nodded earnestly. Rest easy. Even at a level, her cognitive capacity was rather limited, and after ascending to S level through modules, there was little increase in her mental capacity. Now, with some damage, it amounts to merely 5%. The sap from the trees is sufficient for restoration. In essence, it equates to no real loss. She paused, arching an eyebrow as she contemplated Su Li's potential reaction. It was highly probable that he would pilot the smoke-emitting lightning, whimsically dispatching insects amidst the swarm. The two elders exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of peculiarity, before turning to Eve in unison. We have decided where to go. Once we have repaired this girl, we shall accompany you to Cold Brew Star. As for the successor, we shall select one before that. Eve momentarily froze. Yet upon glancing at the 3 revolving cores in the nurturing chamber, she deemed this choice unsurprising. All right, but it would be prudent to expedite the process. Otherwise, he will start yearning for his mechanical maiden. Chapter 125. Not quite enough far away on Cold Brew Star, Su Li sneezed heavily, rubbing his hands as he scrutinized the armed transport vessel before him. A flicker of doubt compelled him to tighten his clothing as he observed the mechanical maidens filing out one after another, while he himself slipped into the ship, exploring every nook and cranny like a peculiar voyeur. Master, is this truly for us? Li Tianlong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he followed closely behind Su Li, also rubbing his hands in anticipation. He even lifted his head, inhaling deeply within the vessel, perceiving an almost fragrant quality to the air inside. Yu Rong trailed behind the duo, observing the mechanical maiden emerging from the cockpit with a strangely bewildered expression. She promptly pinched the soft flesh at Li Tianlong's waist. Ow, that hurts. You know what pain is? If you continue to embarrass yourself, you might as well not come home tonight. Su Li paid no heed to the couple's playful banter, his gaze immediately drawn to the ship's weapon systems. During his previous voyage, he had longed to touch them. Yet he had refrained out of modesty. Now, however, the situation was different. This vessel belonged to the base. And since it belonged to the base, it was rightfully his. Su Li's. He reached out to caress the massive cannon, feeling its cool, smooth surface, and an instant connection was established. Junshou tugged at Su Li's sleeve with one hand while clutching his plush bear with the other. Gazing at Su Li, who was enraptured while caressing the cannon's body, one could not help but feel their worldview slightly collapse. Such a perfectly round cannon. No, the barrel is truly elongated. What I mean to say is, I understand. I completely understand. Li Tianeng lay sprawled across the naval gun, pressing his face firmly against the cold metal. The inadequacy of words was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the unspoken connection they shared, rendering all else unnecessary. Ah, the romance of man. He felt he had lived a fulfilled life. Although this romance belonged not to him, but to his master, it felt no different. One day, when his master ascended to the heavens, this legacy would inevitably be passed down to him, the sole apprentice. Lying upon the frigid cannon, Li Tianlang had already envisioned the entirety of his future. Yu Rong quietly pulled Junshou aside and raised her hand to cover her eyes. Junshou, after a brief struggle, revealed her eyes, asserting that while her physique was petite, she was not a minor. She was a fully operational mechanical maiden, capable of witnessing anything. Had it not been for Junwei's unexpected departure, she would have addressed her as sister. Due to the news from the motherworm, the mechanical island had dispatched not just 2 teams, but a total of 10. Hanhai led the group towards the base while discreetly glancing at his own commander, who was clinging to the side of the transport ship, unable to suppress a sigh as he covered his face. In mere moments, the commander had completed his inspection of the interior and commenced his study of the ship's exterior. At the narrow passage, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. A dozen mechanical maidens leaned on their crutches, supporting one another while eagerly pointing at the walls of the passage. Their cheeks flushed with excitement. As the members of the guard reached the narrow passage, they instinctively paused in their steps. They cast a deep glance at the wall, then turned their eyes towards the exuberant mechanical girls. Even those who typically bore no expression could not help but display a faint smile. Though their orders dictated that they merely stand guard until the base regained its strength or the motherworm was vanquished, upon witnessing the animated expressions of the mechanical girls, they were suddenly overcome with a desire to integrate into their midst. This planet lay in ruins, seemingly bereft of all. Yet here, they beheld the most genuine and vibrant smiles from the mechanical girls. Upon entering the passage, the sounds of revelry greeted them. A throng of patients meandered about, and the small town burst forth once more into a scene of lively activity. The guards stood in astonishment as they observed individuals leaning on crutches traversing the square, their unfeeling arms dangling at their sides, swaying with each movement. They even spotted 2 fellow guard members seated in wheelchairs, their hands moving almost as if in a blur, all to reach the barbecue stall for a taste of something warm. The proprietor of the stall, leaning on a crutch, was undeterred by his circumstances, committed to his trade. Han Hai maintained her composure, glancing at the incredulous expressions on the faces of her fellow guard members, and stifled a soft laugh. You will come to understand. This is the hallmark of our forward base. Today may seem somewhat hasty. As you can see, we have quite a few injured. So our hospitality might appear a bit rudimentary. But fear not. Once we are healed, we shall certainly make it up to you all. The assembly of the elite mechanized guards took their seats, while she swiftly approached the pitiable figure leaning on a crutch. In a hushed tone, she instructed, "Remember to add 2 portions of the vibrant spider eggs, and make sure to include extra cheese." The pitiable figure smiled radiantly, her dimples becoming even more enchanting in the flickering light of the flames. She nodded and called over to the nearby chefs, Song Ling and Zhang Chongping. Old Zhang immediately led his son to assist in bringing the dishes that had been prepared earlier to the table. Su Li finally decided to descend from the transport ship, arriving just as the others were about to begin. Due to the impending tasks the following day, the gathering did not extend late into the night. After outlining the essential task procedures, they concluded early to rest and recuperate. At 4 in the morning, Su Li stirred awake, sitting up in bed. On one hand, he was unaccustomed to the absence of lightning by his side. On the other hand, the anticipation of the forthcoming mission kept him from sinking into slumber. The bedside lamp cast a warm glow, while the virtual clock ticked steadily. Black Feather, perhaps weary, curled up beside him, a small ball of white, clutching the hem of his clothing in deep sleep. She seemed to possess a profound sense of insecurity, unlike Lightning, who slept with abandon. as if she could drape her legs over his neck without a care. With 3 hours remaining before departure, he leaned back against the headboard, picking up his terminal to plan the route. Suddenly, the long quiet system emitted a notification, informing him that the system store had completed its update of goods. The system had plunged him into a deep slumber following the elimination of the elite species, during which he had only utilized the shop feature once to purchase a gene suppression agent, now lying unused in his backpack. Contemplating this, curiosity stirred within him regarding the updates in the system shop. Yet, upon opening the system, he couldn't help but squint his eyes in disbelief. To his astonishment, he discovered that his account had accumulated several 100,000 energy points. He meticulously examined the source of this influx and was startled to find that the defeat of the Ultra S-class pilot and her mech had yielded a staggering 300,000 energy points, equivalent to that of a single elite species. Even the contributions from various legislators had amounted to nearly 20,000, a sum so meager that it fell short of that of a medium species. The energy points from the large species he had vanquished were also credited to his account. Coupled with the assorted accumulated tasks, his energy points were nearing the million mark. Had it not been for his prior purchase of the agent during an upgrade, he would have surpassed 1 million energy points by now. It seemed that Ultra S-class pilots were easier to slay than insects. He shook his head, banishing this perilous thought from his mind, and opened the system shop's page. The recommended for you section displayed several new options for agents, likely due to his previous purchase. However, beyond that, it was filled with an array of alluring garments. After thorough examination, he found no useful items had been refreshed, though he had unlocked a new prize wheel. Yet, unlocking its associated chances required the defeat of large and elite species. As he gazed at the rewards displayed on the wheel, a sense of contemplation washed over him. The system evokes a sensation akin to the aspiration of establishing a personal mechanical squad on the Cold Brew Star. The items provided consist, aside from advanced upgrade modules, of several rare materials. Additionally, there are the customary gifts associated with the SP system, peculiar items primarily intended to enhance the emotional value of the mechanical companions. This approach emphasizes a path towards Mechanical Island, rendering it devoid of alternatives. Currently, he has exhausted his supply of sea-level modules. The mechanical companions at the base are all at B-level, and the demand for sea-level modules has diminished to nearly zero. It is now the opportune moment to release the B-level modules, and following the extraction of A-level modules, a moderate quantity can also be disseminated. At the very least, the unfortunate experience is akin to that of 537 after an elevation in rank will significantly reduce in likelihood. The accumulated military merits can be utilized to request S-level modules in bulk from Mechanical Island, aimed at enhancing the ranks of nearby S-level mechanical companions. In the event of shortages, energy points from the system may serve as a supplement. If the current rate of accumulating military merits and energy points continues, within approximately 6 months, he could assemble a fully S-level team on Cold Brew Star. This thought prompted an involuntary gasp. For the first time, he began to worry that the insect population on Cold Brew Star might be insufficient. Chapter 126. Journey south. A considerable amount of equipment was loaded onto the transport ship, while Hayu meticulously calibrated each small brainwave capture device, distributing them to all personnel preparing for external operations. The initial plan involved deploying 5 fully staffed squads. The guards among the mechanical companions have made their preparations, leaving 5 squads to secure the base, while the remainder has completed their boarding procedures. Aside from the personnel within the cockpit, the members of the 2 teams were all stationed on the sides of the transport vessel, clad in striking black and red mechs that exuded an air of dominance. Master, I too wish to be outside. No, you do not. Yu Rong firmly pulled Li Tianlang into the cockpit, her tone earnest as she said, My dear, listen to me. Prolonged exposure to the sun can cause skin blemishes, and you surely do not want your mech companion to become unsightly. After spending some time at the base, Li Tianlang had evidently grown wiser. He observed the radiant faces of the guards, then glanced at Yu Rong, taking her arms in his hands. It's all right, little Rong. The sunlight on Cold Cute Star is comparatively gentle. Basking in it can even help with calcium absorption. Besides, no matter how you may change, you will always be the most beautiful in my eyes. And look at them. They seem to be fine. Not a chance. I have sensitive skin, she retorted emphatically, firmly securing Li Tianlang in his seat with the safety belt. At your age, still acting like a child, wanting to hang outside, it's far too dangerous. Noticing his despondent expression, Su Li smiled and glanced at the only remaining position, allowing Junsho to deploy and hang above. Her mech was also golden, though its design differed slightly from Junwei's. The enormous shield was stored within the void arsenal, yet her frame was adorned with numerous small round shields. The edges of these shields were exceptionally sharp, glinting with a cold light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the finely serrated edges. He harbored no doubt that such a rapidly spinning shield could effortlessly penetrate the body of any medium-sized creature. Even the armor of larger beings would succumb within mere seconds at such elevated rotational speeds. He leapt onto the hand extended by Junsho and entered the cockpit. As the hatch sealed, the armed transport vessel emitted a low hum, and after a slight tremor, it ascended vertically into the sky, heading due south towards the base. Encountering no unforeseen circumstances, Junsho clambered from her pilot's seat and curled into Su Li's embrace, her bun appearing quite adorable, although she seemed diminutive. Once nestled in his arms, her softness was evident. Dressed in white stockings, she had carelessly kicked off her shoes. Clutching a plush toy and a terminal while leaning against Su Li, her toes lightly tapping on her control panel, seemingly reveling in her comfort. Feeling the warmth of her head against his chest, Su Li extended a large hand to gently tousle her hair, gazing through the mech's screen at the vast, desolate expanse below. The land was perpetually barren, and he was oblivious to what cold extraction star had once been like. However, since the arrival of the insectoid race, he suspected that the only remaining patch of greenery on the entire planet was the outpost base. Amidst the severely desertified terrain, life persisted beyond the insectoids. Some unmutated insects sustained a variety of small creatures of modest size, such as the menacing-looking horned lizard, which posed little threat, and the remarkably cute sand rats, known for their astonishing reproductive capabilities. A few larvae of the insectoid roly-poly were sufficient to provide ample sustenance for their tiny frames. Sustenance often comes at the cost of one's very life, especially when the disparity in size between the two parties is not significant. He continuously broadened his perspective, searching for any anomalies that might exist upon the surface. The transport vessel moved swiftly, and within mere minutes, they had entered the remnants of a bygone battlefield. The traces of conflict lingered. Numerous inedible large specimens lay piled together, their limbs having lost moisture under the relentless erosion of wind and sand. The transport vessel hovered in the sky as Su Li gently tapped on Junsho's little skirt, signaling her to brace herself in the pilot's seat before donning his helmet and activating the flight module. Detaching the hooks, dozens of mechas descended simultaneously. Upon reaching a certain altitude, they dispersed, pairing off to scour the entirety of the battlefield. Su Li maneuvered Junsho through the war-torn landscape, the fierce battles of that day vividly replaying in his mind. Many of the corpses on the battlefield bore signs of destruction. Yet these were the results of the resource-gathering mecha girls. The distinctive lacerations from their specialized tools spoke volumes. He approached a colossal beetle, scrutinizing it closely. Its shattered cranium, the scratches from shrapnel on its carapace, and the parched green blood that had long since dried, all indicated the toll of time. Under the persistent high temperatures and hot winds, the moisture within their bodies evaporated alarmingly fast. In less than 4 days, they would become desiccated husks, much like the chrysumlid beetles clinging to the mountain walls. Master, the carapaces of these gigantic beetles could indeed be salvaged. Embedding them in the mountainside would likely create a stunning sight, Junsho remarked, causing Su Li's eyes to gleam with excitement. If the entire mountainside were adorned, it would not only be beautiful but would significantly enhance the defensive capabilities of the base. Well, I shall note this idea. When the time comes to transport it back, you can contemplate incorporating some exquisite patterns onto our mountainside. This could indeed be regarded as an aspect of cultural development for our Cold Brew Star base. As Su Li spoke, he propped himself up with one arm, inspecting the body beneath him. As he had anticipated, besides scratches and normal markings, there were scarcely any signs of insect bites on the body. Instead, some bite marks appeared more akin to those of rodents. A series of squeaks resonated, and 4 or 5 sand rats, their large ears prominently displayed, emerged from beneath the carcass of an insect not far away. Their cheeks were bulging, clearly having ventured out with the intent of foraging and packing away food. Junsho's eyes visibly lit up as she pointed at the little sand rats, her voice tinged with excitement. Master, don't they resemble Junwei? Su Li glanced at the group of golden-hued creatures. If their jewel-like black eyes were to be replaced with golden ones, the resemblance would indeed be striking. Can we catch a couple to take back and raise? Well, all right. After all, They don't consume much. However, they must be kept in your own room. Before he could finish, a round shield whistled through the air and vanished from sight. The sand rats barely had time to react before they felt a chilling sensation in their heads and collapsed to the ground. The round shield hurtled back from a distance, adhering to the mech with a soft sound. Junsho strode forward, extending his large hand to carefully grasp several sand rats along with the surrounding sand. Bringing them beside the cockpit, Suli removed his helmet, observing the few sand rats that had fainted in terror, and lifted them into a small cage he carried with him. As for the woodlice originally in the cage, he unceremoniously tossed them outside. Its black figure darted away like a flash, vanishing into the pile of corpses. The cockpit sealed once more, and Suli gazed at the little creatures in the cage, now resembling a small paradise. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Surely they never anticipated that their first haircut would be administered by a shield made of special alloy. Junsho, with her sparkling eyes, leaned in closer, scrutinizing the little creatures, her gaze flitting over their plump cheeks and bellies. Suli directly handed the cage to her, allowing her to observe the sand rats while he piloted the mech, navigating the battlefield. After undergoing genetic enhancement, he could now pilot the mech independently. Even if the mech's processor lagged behind, he could forcibly take over the entire operating system, alleviating the burden on the mech. In the communication channel, announcements of no anomalies found were frequently heard. Heiyu once again attempted to release a woodlice larva on the transport ship, and indeed, it continued to head straight south. Chapter 127. Nothing but rodents to show for it. The definition of the directive could not be further clarified. However, the southward direction remained unchanged. We can proceed southward, attempting every 20 minutes. The mech soared into the sky once more, suspending itself above the transport vessel. Suli listened attentively to Heiyu's report, his brow slightly furrowing. The search efforts, initiated at the outset, were most advantageous, yet they had squandered nearly 5 days. On the first day, even a lack of findings would have been expected. The vast expanse of Lung Chui Star, particularly in the due south direction, revealed not a single creature roaming about. Upon reaching the rear end of the battlefield, where 038 and others had fought, he leaped down once again to investigate, only to find the results mirrored those from the central battlefield. All the corpses showed no signs of being gnawed upon by insects, save for the damage inflicted by the resource-collecting mech girls. Leaning against the pilot's seat, Suli allowed Junsho to play with the sand rats in the cage atop him, while he clutched the terminal, repeatedly scrutinizing the travel route. They had deviated from their course once, yet after releasing the woodlice, it continued its path unwaveringly southward. Such behavior piqued his curiosity. If there were a designated gathering point, the woodlice trajectory would certainly have shifted. However, it remained steadfastly directed southward. This indicated that the brainwaves intercepted by Heiyu merely prompted it to proceed south. To verify the integrity of the brainwaves, Heiyu even replayed all the intercepted signals and altered 2 routes. Yet the outcome only deepened her concern. If the directive truly was to head straight south, their expedition would render itself utterly futile. Due to the possibility of the mother insect or another elite species interchanging directives along the way, the swarm could be guided to maneuver in a different direction. Thus, continuing southward might yield no feedback whatsoever. Master, shall we return? Upon hearing this, Suli furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, glancing at the terminal displaying the entire route already traversed. Silently calculating the swarm's endurance, he spoke. Let us revert to the original course, adjust our direction, and pursue for another 100 kilometers. Reduce speed, and personnel on both sides should remain vigilant. Keep an eye out for any remnants of the insect species on the wasteland. The armed transport ship once again ignited its engines, commencing its maneuver toward the south. Suli, still frowning, sank into profound thought. What could the elite species be contemplating? Or rather, what thoughts occupied the mind of the mother insect within the swarm? The lower-tier insects possess only instinct, while only the elite species and the mother insect possess the capacity for thought. The extent of their intelligence remains elusive. Yet the command to proceed southward undeniably carries significant implications. If the initial southern advance was indeed purposeful, then it would not have turned back to assault the base. It is evident that the first southward movement served as a test, gauging the strength of the forward base. But what of the subsequent southward maneuver? Was it a response to the initial command, or a retreat prompted by defeat? What lies to the south? Why not venture westward or eastward? On the map, large insect nests flank either side of the base. They have no pressing need to fixate on this singular, possibly elusive mother insect. Redirecting to confront other swarms would also be a viable option. However, Suli believed it would be prudent to refrain from taking any action until the location of the queen insect was unequivocally determined. It is only natural to confront an adversary if one possesses the strength to do so, and to flee if one does not. Yet, the disquiet of retreating without having engaged is undeniable. Once it is established that the base has sustained significant damage, there is no guarantee that the queen will not return. Moreover, she could seize the opportunity to intervene during a conflict between the base and other insect nests. In either scenario, exercising caution in the face of an unknown adversary is undoubtedly wise. In Su Li's previous life, many had suffered grave consequences due to underestimating the queen's cunning. Master, there are no traces along the way. It seems they did not engage in any hunting and simply fled southward, he reported. Should we continue south? Perhaps if we reach the southernmost point of the planet, we might encounter a multitude of insects. After all, theoretically speaking, once at the southernmost point, any direction they take would lead northward. This cold jest was hardly amusing. Let us return. I have conceived a notion, though it requires further discussion upon our return before any decisions are made. Suli deactivated the communication device and leaned back in the pilot's seat. Observing Jun Shou seated on his lap, playfully teasing the sand rats within their cage. One sand rat, appearing rather dazed, sat motionless in a corner, its cheeks puffed out. Whenever another sand rat bumped into it, it seemed to suddenly remember something, retrieving a morsel from its mouth to chew a few bites before stretching its neck and swallowing. Its demeanor resembled that of a creature yearning for slumber yet unsatisfied with its meal. Jun Shou, this one, let's dye its fur red when we return. Jun Shou lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Master, do you also think it resembles lightning? Su Li gently ruffled Jun Shou's hair, choosing not to respond. He feared that a nod of agreement might lead to an insistent request to capture more, especially to seize ones that were more familiar. It simply would not do to venture out and return empty-handed, only to bring back a multitude of sand rats. The outpost would undoubtedly turn into a veritable nest of rodents. Bounding about in the cage was Jun Wei, blissfully unaware, fixated solely on his meal of lightning. Haha, this is the master. He always reminds lightning to feed him. Han Hai, this is Han Hai, so grand in stature. And look at those patterns on his face resembling spectacles. This one. Jun Shou stared blankly at a sand rat standing among the others, possessing little presence, and raised an eyebrow. Su Li merely glanced at it, and instinctively remarked, it must be Hong Yang. Ah, yes. Master, your observation is impeccable. It truly is Hong Yang. What a pity, though, among these 5 sand rats, I am not one of them. He paused, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, my thoughts were accurate. The conclusion was inescapable. Should we go and capture another? Jun Shou shook his head, comfortably curling up in Su Li's embrace. No need, master. A person as exceptional as I am cannot possibly have a sand rat comparable to myself. Su Li. So it turns out he considers himself the only one lacking in excellence, since one of the sand rats is indeed him. The transport ship began its return journey, as there was no longer a necessity to continue the search. Undoubtedly, the return route would be considerably faster, with the thrusters fully engaged. They reached the outpost base in less than an hour. The base lacked sufficient space, forcing the armed transport ship to dock outside the narrow entrance. Fortunately, a docking platform was being constructed inside, expected to be completed in about half a month. Su Li maneuvered the mech and jumped down from the ship's deck. Before she could take a few steps, a startled exclamation from Jun Shou caught her attention. She raised the cage high, exclaiming, Master, look, lightning is riding on you. Chapter 128, Review. So, you ventured out and returned with 5 little rodents? Do not put it that way. In fact, we also brought back news of nothingness. In response to Han Hai's inquiry, Jun Shou set the cage down and affectionately pointed to one of the creatures, saying, Han Hai, doesn't this one resemble you? In the command room, Han Hai stared wide-eyed at the energetic sand rat bouncing around in the cage. She offered an awkward smile, her gaze lingering on the rodent's chest. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Jun Shou and remarked, if it had black fur, it would be quite similar to 038. Jun Shou dismissed her comment with a look of disbelief, retorting, do not compare. 038 does not wear glasses. Han Hai silently removed her glasses and squinted. However, upon realizing she could not see clearly without them, she quietly put her glasses back on. Upon the vast virtual sandbox, the once marked route of the Zerg has lost its significance. The images relayed from the relay station captured only a fraction of the Zerg's grand migration to the south. However, due to the prolonged intervals, these accounts lack precision. During your absence, I, alongside 038, employed high-altitude reconnaissance to analyze the Zerg's path, which aligns closely with your search route. She couldn't help but glance at the sand rat before returning her focus to the sandbox. Therefore, integrating intelligence analysis, we also conducted a solitary investigation. Han Hai shrugged, synchronously mimicking the gesture of the sand rat in its cage. Jun Shou observed the sand rat, its chest swollen, as his gaze traversed its distended abdomen. Reassessing the information and switching identities, you, as the commander of the outpost, promptly initiated an offensive upon discovering the Zerg's southward movement. I, in my role as the mother bug, redirected the Zerg forces to launch a counterattack after realizing the enemy's ruse had been unveiled. Han Hai raised an eyebrow, contemplating Su Li's battle strategy, striving to immerse herself in Su Li's perspective. The Zerg deployed migration smoke screens to entice our forces into action, thereby discerning truth from deception. I immediately unleashed a barrage of fire to intercept the Zerg's retreat, and when the Zerg retaliated, I devised a strategy to transform the entire defensive line into a colossal meat grinder. Han Hai narrowed her eyes, her expression sharpening with a hint of coldness. As though she had returned to that day of cacophonous artillery and dismembered bodies, her entire demeanor altered. I dispatched high-ranking mech units to segregate the battlefield, isolating the enemy's elite species and dividing the entire arena into 3 segments. Su Li nodded, raising his hand to mark 2 points on the sand table. Thus, the first conflict has arisen. What becomes evident is that the command of the entire campaign is executed by the elite species. Once our Mechs infiltrated the central battlefield, they confronted the elite species head-on, rendering them overwhelmed. The larger species on the third battlefield was subsequently divided and drawn away by the mech units, further solidifying this hypothesis. Under these circumstances, the presence of a mother insect, myself, may indeed be witnessing the shifts in the battle. Hearing this, Yu raised his hand. The portable electroencephalogram interceptor I created has detected no other unusual brainwaves on the battlefield. This implies that, at least across the 3 battlegrounds, the mother insect has not manifested. Perhaps it exists, yet merely observes without issuing any commands. Su Li circled the 3 battlefields on the map with a broad stroke. The mother insect takes on various forms. Its essence could belong to any faction of the insect race. Let us presume the mother insect is present on the battlefield, coldly observing the evolution of the situation. This raises 2 inquiries. First, why do I refrain from intervening in the command of the battlefield, passively witnessing the deterioration of the situation? Second, what is the ultimate objective of the elite species in issuing commands? On the sofa, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Li Tianlang, intently gazing at the sand table before him, began to expand his thoughts. Now, setting aside established facts, let us consider the hypothesis that the Ultra S-class pilot has not arrived. We still have room for maneuver. As the commander, what course of action would you pursue? Han Hai furrowed his brow, contemplating, and raised his hand to mark several arrows on the virtual map. I would instruct the high-level mech girls to firmly latch onto the enemy's rear, further expanding our gains. I would deploy half of the frontline mech girls to provide cross-cover, forming a fortified artillery position to offer fire support for those at the front, ensuring that our personnel advance to at least the 3rd battlefield. Su Li silently conjured the phantom images of 2 large insectoid units on the central battlefield, causing Han Hai's expression to shift abruptly. The strength of the Zerg has always been shrouded in mystery. No one truly knows the extent of their forces, especially since they are adept at lurking beneath the surface, rendering them exceedingly difficult to guard against. Su Li's conjecture was reasonable. If, at this juncture, 2 large Zerg units were to emerge from the flanks, they would swiftly become isolated, unable to support one another. Once Su Li's combat capability waned, they would possess no means to rectify the situation. The outpost would be indefensible, and the low-level mech girls stationed between the 1st and 3rd battlefields would undoubtedly disintegrate at the first onslaught of the Zerg tide. As Su Li maneuvered the 2 large units, she ensnared over 200 mech girls while redirecting the retreating Zerg back into position, encircling the few high-level mech girls with the larger units. Zhang Chuyang watched in a cold sweat, unable to suppress the thought that, had it not been for that exceptional S-class pilot's interference, they might have already faced complete annihilation. The arrangements made by Han Hai are not erroneous. They are predicated on the assumption that Su Li has lost his combat effectiveness, with half of the mech girls remaining to clear the remnants of the primary battlefield. Had he been in the same position, he would have made an identical choice. However, should all the mech girls be deployed, it seems that no matter what decision is made under such limited power, it would be futile to turn the tide. He fixed his gaze intently on the virtual terrain map before him, his brows knitting into a furrow. The thought of being on the battlefield, while a torrent of insects surged from behind, compelled him to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. As a seasoned soldier himself, he comprehended the dire consequences of being besieged from all sides, especially considering the enemy's strength far surpassed their own. Such a battle was simply unwinnable. Could this explain why the elite species commanded a southward advance? Li Tianlang swallowed hard. What I mean is, these insectoids in the central battlefield, fully aware of their inevitable demise, might be using themselves as bait to extend our front line, ultimately leading to our annihilation? That mother insect could very well be waiting for us directly to the south. Su Li slowly shook his head and replied, if I were the mother insect, I would undoubtedly position myself in the central battlefield to observe the shifts in the overall situation. This is due partly to the protection of the elite species. And even if the elite were to falter, it could stealthily escape, utilizing the cover of the hilly terrain. Once it ascertains the exact strength of our forces, it could emerge alongside its ambushers. To put it bluntly, it too desires a taste of fresh flesh. At these words, Li Tianlang shivered from head to toe. Chapter 129. Caring for the indigenous. His mind was consumed by a single phrase from Su Li. Warmth? Was he not a mere embodiment of warmth himself? Han Hai lightly bit his lower lip, adjusting the troop deployment on the virtual map once more. This time, he committed all his forces to the battlefield, initiating a new and brutal melee in the freshly opened theater of war. Su Li merely pushed a few large species onto the field, under the simulation of combat effectiveness. The 200 or so mechanized soldiers formed a defensive array that, after annihilating a certain number of smaller foes, was effortlessly torn apart by the larger species. Undeterred, she attempted again and again. Yet, each assault was effortlessly discerned and countered by Su Li. Aside from the initial ambush of a few large species, he did not even need to deploy additional forces to annihilate her mechanized soldiers on the battlefield. Watching the data representing their base continuously diminish, the expressions of everyone surrounding the virtual sand table grew grim. Zhang Chuyang's face turned ashen. Had he intercepted Su Li from launching an offensive at the first sign of the Zerg's retreat, perhaps they would have faced a coordinated onslaught of numerous large species. In such a scenario, even with tenfold defensive strength, they would have surely succumbed. Was this science? I mean, could a mother bug truly possess such high intelligence? Moreover, Su, when did you acquire such formidable command skills? Did you teach yourself? Zhang Chaoping's expression mirrored his, as after a single Zerg tide. He had completely lost any affection for war. As he gazed upon the devastation wrought upon the sand table, it was as if he were witnessing the moment of his own dismemberment by countless insects. The weight of despair enveloped him entirely. Those who had underestimated the intellect of the mother insect were now paying dearly for their folly. Zhang Chaoyang, evidently more astute regarding the battlefield, provided his son with the most precise insights. The confrontations at the front lines were far more brutal than those at the outpost. Each day, a substantial number of personnel fell, particularly the formidable mobile units that perpetually thrived at the forefront of the battlefield, executing strategic maneuvers and precise strikes. It was such work that he had undertaken before his demise. Naturally, he had endured numerous farewells and heart-wrenching losses. Some comrades, who had been laughing and joking in the morning, were unrecognizable by nightfall, their bodies lost to the chaos. Ultimately, humanity's understanding of the mother insect was continuously being shattered, rendering any doubts regarding its intelligence utterly moot. We face numerous challenges. The mechanized units at the base require approximately 3 days to restore their full combat capabilities. As for the location of the mother insect and the southern troop movements, I suggest we momentarily set those concerns aside. Su Li tapped on the virtual map, rousing all those lost in contemplation. Rather than obsessing over the southern swarm, it would be more prudent to meticulously consider any critical information we might have overlooked. Han Hai, deep in thought, gazed at the sand table, perplexed by the decision to abandon the search. Su Li pointed towards the battlefield, asserting, "The terror of our adversary is something I believe everyone present should recognize with clarity. It will not easily reveal its position to us. It is indeed a startling assertion that all our forces, including reinforcements, may have been meticulously observed by the enemy. Henceforth, Every action we undertake must be predicated on the assumption that we are under the scrutiny of the Zerg. Commencing tomorrow, our armed transport vessels shall embark on their customary search operations, expanding the scope of our reconnaissance for a duration of 1 day. In addition to the essential crew required for operating the transport ships, I mandate that all fully prepared B-class mechas be affixed to the sides of the vessels, accompanying them on patrol missions. All other injured personnel are to board the ships. Furthermore, it is imperative that the mechas stationed externally undergo a change in their paint scheme. By dawn, prior to the departure of the transport vessels, all designs must be altered to a striking combination of black and red. On another note, Uncle, please modify the color of the Zongling to a golden hue and have it accompany the team. In matters of reconnaissance, your experience is invaluable. Remember, upon encountering the Zerg, our foremost priority is intelligence gathering. Engagement is to be avoided at all costs. Ensure that every one of our personnel returns safely. Zhang Qiang cast a glance at Su Li and nodded solemnly. Upon hearing this, Han Hai's eyes gleamed with understanding. She began to grasp Su Li's intentions. The fully prepared mechas, within the span of 3 days, would not suffice to constitute a formidable combat force. However, they remain capable of performing routine patrol duties. After all, there is little distinction between lying in a hospital bed and being confined within a mecha. Moving in conjunction with the transport vessels, elevated in the skies, offers an added layer of safety. During today's patrol, one detail has captured my utmost concern. The Zerg have retreated with alarming thoroughness. The corpses of the Zerg left on the battlefield, under normal circumstances, would have been devoured by their kin within these few days. Yet, the heaps of bodies remain, starkly illuminated, as if to convey that not a single Zerg lurks nearby. The absence of even one is indeed the most peculiar aspect. Are you suggesting that there are Zerg closely observing the surroundings, intent on creating an illusion of their complete withdrawal? Su Li nodded, gesturing towards the central battlefield, and stated, "Tomorrow, we shall proceed as usual to gather supplies. Apart from the edibles, we must also collect anything useful from the battlefield. Today, Junsho proposed an excellent suggestion. There are numerous resources to be salvaged from the Zerg corpses. We can dismantle their carapaces, process them, and repurpose the materials." Su Li glanced at the small cage in Junsho's hand, noting that this idea had only just occurred to him. The team venturing out tomorrow should be equipped with tranquilizer spray. We need to capture some small specimens from the pile of Zerg bodies. Hey you, how many nanoscale robots with positioning functions do we have in stock? Hey you retrieved his terminal and quickly responded. We have over 3,000 sets for medical purposes, which can also provide positioning functions. For military use, we have approximately 10,000 sets available. At this, Su Li smiled broadly. That sounds good. Tomorrow, we will deploy 5 squads of mechanized girls, spreading across the entire central battlefield. I have but one request. Capture all the gluttonous mice feasting on the battlefield. If we can't catch 1,000, we must at least seize 800. Tomorrow, let 5 medical mech companions accompany us, bringing along military-grade robots, as we extend our compassion to the indigenous inhabitants of Cold Brew Star. Han Hai, you shall remain behind to oversee command, preparing the agreements for heavy artillery and related munitions in advance to guard against any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. Remember my words. All actions must commence under the vigilant gaze of the enemy. Exercise utmost caution, should an extraordinary situation erupt. The remaining advanced mech companions will unleash their firepower, sufficient to ensure that those creatures cannot escape unscathed. Han Hai nodded gravely, her gaze fixed on the virtual sand table, her fists involuntarily clenching. She had already surmised what Su Li intended to do. Chapter 130. The rodent hunt. Early the next morning, under the anxious gazes of numerous researchers, the laboratory completed its second lockdown since arriving at Cold Brew Star. Unlike the previous occasion, this time, Heiyu was not present in the laboratory. This led them to question their own relevance. It was not until Heiyu mentioned that she would check the experimental progress in the evening that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Over 80 Mechs formed 2 lines and swiftly exited the narrow passage, maneuvering towards the battlefield. Su Li piloted Heiyu at the forefront, her black and gold mech equipped with numerous devices designed to intercept the neural signals of the insectoid species. Li Tianlang piloted Yuron closely behind, his eyes filled with reluctance as he watched the rapidly departing transport ship above. He had only experienced riding the transport ship once before it reverted back to its original state. Compared to the dreary flight above, he clearly preferred to dangle from the ship's deck. enjoying the sight of Yu Rong's long legs swaying. Zairongrong, do you think there might be a sand rat that resembles you among that group? In response to Li Tianlong's idle chatter, Yu Ring feigned ignorance, choosing not to acknowledge his words. Li Tianlang lowered his gaze, catching a glimpse of Yu Ying's long legs wrapped in white silk. His mind involuntarily drifted back to the memory of her binding him to a chair, using her feet to tease him. Surely, there must be. After all, your legs are so long. While he lavished praise on Yu Ying's legs, his imagination began to wander. Yu Ying bit her lower lip, her forehead veins standing out. Was this even a compliment? Her hand, gripping the joystick, felt an inexplicable itch. Li Tianlang remained oblivious to Yu Ying's discomfort. Lost in a reverie where she donned a sand rat costume, her long legs exposed. He envisioned embracing her, burying his face in her embrace, filled with sheer bliss. Her long legs flailed chaotically while his strong arms held her tightly. TSK, I must get you one. Just as my master's mechanical companion has one, so must my Yu Ring. Yu Ring sighed inwardly, realizing that he had evolved from mere narcissism and impatience. If one were to encapsulate his transformation in a single phrase, it would be that of a fervent, inexplicably confident, impulsively reckless youth. He was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. With a decisive motion, she swatted away the hand that had been causing mischief on her thigh before firmly grasping the joystick once more. As the battlefield approached, all Mechs began to hover at low altitude. Upon confirming the absence of any anomalies, the mech girls equipped with anesthetic spray positioned themselves upwind and activated the pressure release valve, directing the mist towards the pile of corpses below. The dense fog spread and was carried by the wind, infiltrating the crevices of the cadavers. After a considerable wait, numerous mech girls descended beside the insect carcasses, commencing their search among the hardened remains. In the sky, 10 Mechs circled in vigilance, while over 30 on the ground rummaged through the insect bodies, facilitating the search for the deployed mech girls. Sand rats, known for their heightened sensitivity, typically exhibit extraordinary alertness. However, under the influence of the anesthetic spray, their vigilance proved futile. Their family gathering was abruptly interrupted by uninvited guests, and with a high dosage of the spray, their nerves were rendered immobile. Each insect body yielded a significant bounty, with some sand rats still clinging onto the corpses, reluctant to release their grip. Junsho stood beside the medical mech girls, observing as they extracted the sand rats one by one, arranging them into a dense formation on the ground, resembling a vast expanse. The medical mech girls began administering nanobots to each sand rat in succession, and she followed closely behind, ensuring she scrutinized each specimen. Li Tianlang was equally attentive, employing stringent standards in his selection of sand rats, insisting that their legs must exceed 10 centimeters in length. Meanwhile, Su Li, watching the two meticulously sift through the pile of sand rats, stood outside the cockpit of the black feathered mech, lighting a cigarette. Though he seldom smoked, he found it necessary to indulge in one to invigorate his mind during moments of rapid thought. Within the communicator, the transport vessel detected no anomalies. The central battlefield exuded an air of tranquility. The warm sunlight cascaded down, yet it did not evoke a sense of discomfort. A pale azure mist drifted with the breeze, accompanied by a gentle zephyr. The surroundings resonated with a sense of ease, leading him to feel as though he were not on a mission, but rather on an excursion with the mech girls. Heiyu emerged from the cockpit, nimbly climbing over the black gold mech as she calibrated various devices. The hem of her black skirt brushed past Su Li's peripheral vision, while her fair legs, adorned with flesh-toned stockings, glimmered softly. The white cotton socks snugly embraced her delicate ankles. Although she appeared to be engrossed in her tasks, seemingly too preoccupied to exchange a word with Su Li, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon his face, never wavering for even a moment. Suddenly, a soft exclamation escaped her lips as she stumbled, her body tilting precariously to one side. In the corner of her vision, she noticed the man clad in black combat attire, fortuitously freeing his hands. With a deft touch, she lightly tapped her toes against the mech, adjusting her descent and even granting her master a brief 2 seconds to react. Contrary to expectations, there was no princess carry or graceful spin to dissipate the impact, nor were there windswept strands of hair accompanied by a gaze full of tenderness. Instinctively, Su Li extended his hand, seizing the collar of Heiyu's garment and lifting her onto the cockpit S cover. What a jest! With physical prowess just shy of the Super S realm, his reflexes were already bordering on their limits. It was unnecessary to wait. She would not reach him for another 2 seconds, Yet he had ample time to secure her safely with just 0.5 seconds to spare. Be careful. No need for thanks. Haku's face involuntarily flushed, a reflection of the emotions she had just cultivated. Yet, almost immediately, her neck also turned crimson. With the rare absence of lightning, she had hoped to seize this opportunity to swiftly deepen her connection with her master, but instead of warmth blossoming, she found herself blushing first. The moment her collar constricted around her neck, she briefly doubted whether she might suffocate. Just half a second, from a distance of 2 meters. It felt less like a free fall and more like he had yanked her down by her collar. She rubbed her neck, never having imagined that apart from the act of piloting, she could experience such a sensation of asphyxiation from elsewhere. It was undeniably perplexing. Was it merely because she had straightened up a bit? No matter, her life was long enough, provided she did not frequently encounter such suffocating moments as just now. This time, she calmly ascended into the mech, focusing intently on calibrating the equipment. It was not from the heart, but rather to alleviate the unspoken awkwardness between them. Above the cockpit, Suli leisurely inhaled a puff of smoke and exhaled it languidly. Such was his quick reflexes. Had it been Li Tianlang, Yu Erong would likely have plummeted to the ground. Chapter 131. Concealment. Busy figures flitted back and forth before her, while Mechs patrolled the skies above. In the shadows, unnoticed by anyone, several small pillbug larvae nestled beneath the massive body of a larger species, their antennae dancing. After a brief exchange of touches with their antennae, a few of them burrowed into the fist-sized holes beneath them, advancing through the narrow tunnels deep into the earth. Such apertures are ubiquitous on the surface of Cold Brew Star. In contrast to the colossal size of the insects, few would pay heed to these diminutive openings. It ventured down the tunnel for an indeterminate duration, ultimately emerging from the constricted passage into the expansive wormhole corridor. A few adult insects of a smaller species stood guard at the location. As the little creature tumbled out, it promptly ascended onto the back of one. The delicate touch of its antennae prompted the adult to pivot on the spot, swiftly maneuvering deeper into the nest. With the terrifying velocity characteristic of the adults, they traversed the meandering tunnels for nearly half an hour. The tiny larva switched to another small species and, after exchanging essential information, was once again carried forth by the adult. In the subterranean passages extending 3 to 4 kilometers deep, countless adults scurried about. They did not linger long in these depths. Hastening further into the abyss, the whispering sounds intertwined densely, and amidst the dim, sickly green luminescence of the cavern, it was apparent that on the backs of each adult insect, a small larva clung on as they rushed along the passage. The labyrinthine tunnels of the nest were disorienting, rendering it impossible to discern direction. Insects of various species navigated the complex, coexisting harmoniously despite their differences. After countless twists and turns, the tiny larva finally reached its destination. Similarly narrow openings awaited, with white larvae sequentially wriggling into them. On the other side of the aperture, a massive creature lay coiled. Its short mandibles beside the mouth seized the larvae one by one, delivering them into its gaping maw. As its mandibles writhed, vivid images began to materialize in its mind. Colossal armed transport ships and the black and crimson Mechs suspended alongside them. The golden figure was so striking that upon first sight, its form instinctively recoiled slightly, the pace of its mandibles' movements momentarily slowing. Behind it, dozens of enormous luminescent cocoons emitted a ghastly green glow, each one tenfold its size. One by one, larvae were consumed, accompanied by the audible crunch of shattered exoskeletons as its body tensed slightly, and a mass the size of a human head rolled forth from within. Several mature insects surged forward, lifting the egg with their formidable mandibles and hastening away. Upon the uniquely shaped ovipositor, countless eggs lay densely packed, each radiating a distinct luminescence. The higher they were positioned, the more vibrant the green glow became. The matriarch incessantly feasted, replenishing its bodily nutrients while gathering all pertinent information regarding the subterranean realm, particularly the movements of the golden Mechs, which it monitored with heightened vigilance. Such formidable beings harbored extraordinary genes, and it possessed an acute intuition that if it could devour their head and crush their spine, it would undoubtedly achieve a new level of evolution. Perhaps, through this evolution, it could transform into a matriarch capable of forging void pathways, liberating itself from the constraints imposed by the cold star belt, and embarking on a journey through the outer galaxies, thereby commencing its true path of evolution. Droplets of saliva escaped from its maw, plummeting to the ground and producing a sizzling sound of corrosion. It had been far too long since it had feasted upon a pilot. The mere thought of their succulent flesh stirred an uncontrollable impulse within. Perhaps it could venture to test its cravings once more. As its long tendrils swept through the air, a faint cerebral wave radiated outward. Within the cavern, the insectoid swarm waved their antennae, rushing towards numerous burrows teeming with newly hatched larvae. The dense throng of white larvae, upon receiving fresh commands, surged forth from another exit, boarding the adult insects, and hastening outward through alternate tunnels. Above ground, the teams dispatched to gather resources began their retreat. They resembled industrious ants, dragging colossal loads and forming a lengthy procession toward the base. The sand rats, injected with nanobots, scattered in a frantic escape upon regaining consciousness. Yet, the Mechs, having fulfilled their objectives, paid them no heed as they continued their march northward. The battlefield fell silent once more, with sand rats perched upon the carcasses of the insectoids, gazing at the formidable Mechs as they receded into the distance. Their ears twitched rapidly before they burrowed back into the bodies of the fallen, seeking anything that might satiate their hunger, as if the recent fainting spell had merely been a dream induced by gluttony. Observing the multitude of red dots densely clustered on the terminal, Suli raised an eyebrow. The insectoid swarm with a queen was evidently not an adversary to be underestimated. In the days to come, should it not be absolutely necessary, he would refrain from venturing out again. With this group of biological radars, he is capable of implementing comprehensive surveillance over the entire battlefield within the base. Surrounding the perimeter of the base, towering piles of insect shells resemble a grand structure of the Zerg from a distance. Teams of mechanized girls are being directed by the diligent commander at the narrow pass, urgently processing all the ingredients, meticulously sorting and categorizing these spoils of war. The logistics mechanized girls have suffered only minor injuries, and after treatment, they have nearly fully recovered. They bear varying degrees of bandaging, yet it does not hinder their ability to command the guards, directing boxes of sorted ingredients into their respective cold storage. The armed mechanized girls are in slightly worse condition, but after another 2 to 3 days of rest, they will be perfectly fine. Apart from a couple with more serious injuries, the rest are already capable of walking independently. This is one of the reasons Suli felt assured in placing them aboard the transport ship. In the command room, Junwei stared wide-eyed at the small creatures scurrying around in the cage, genuinely perplexed about how they resembled him at all. Han Hai gazed thoughtfully at the cluster of bright points appearing on the virtual map. Tao Tao, sporting significant dark circles under his eyes, entered the command room. Even after several consecutive days without a live broadcast, he had not managed to get a good night's sleep. The campaign had compelled him to edit videos for several long days and nights, having passed through the initial fervor and subsequent adrenaline rush. He was now relying solely on sheer willpower to persist. I need personnel. I repeat, Han Hai, I need personnel. Who requires these insects to come and consume me? If this continues, I shall surely perish on this battlefield. Han Hai lifted his head, staring at Tao Tao in astonishment. Hadn't he already arranged several mech girls for you? Huh. They had just begun their tasks, and at your command, they fled. Surely, you wouldn't want me to inform my brothers that you are exploiting my labor, would you? Video editing, equipment maintenance, producing finished pieces. Such a burdensome workload, and I am to bear it alone? He rubbed his dark, weary eyes and plopped down onto the sofa. A 40-year-old balding man. He sat there looking as pitiful as a child. Suddenly, Suli entered, only to see Tao Tao collapse onto the sofa. Before he could greet him, the plump man had already slumped back and fallen asleep. Chapter 132. Boarding the ship, what has transpired? How did he end up like this? Suli observed Tao Tao's pronounced dark circles, and, if one did not know better, might have thought a portly, exhausted young master had curled up on the sofa. He seemed oblivious to how long it had been since he last bathed or changed clothes. His attire was wrinkled and gleamed with an unkempt sheen. Han Hai shrugged helplessly. He needed personnel, yet the mech girls had all fled at the mere mention of combat missions. The editing tasks were overwhelming, and he was also trying to repair the drones in his spare time. Let us assign him to the ship. From now on, he can remain aboard. At least in special circumstances, his safety would be ensured. That individual? Do not concern yourself with my personnel needs. I am in one of more myself. Aren't there injured personnel on the transport ship? If they are idle, let us put them to use. Han Hai cast a furtive glance at the black feather behind Suli, noticing her intense gaze. With a sense of self-awareness, she moved to her small desk and began to engage in her tasks. The myriad responsibilities within the base required meticulous coordination, and with the increase in mechanized personnel, the workload had multiplied several times over. Sully observed the densely packed red dots on the virtual map with a gentle tap of his finger. He magnified the topographical map until the multitude of small dots finally began to separate slightly. After several rounds of magnification, he was at last able to discern the movement trajectories of these points. Within a mere few hours, over 200 of the 10,000 implanted positioning points had vanished. He meticulously noted the last locations where signals were lost. With just a handful of hours' worth of data, he was already convinced that beneath the central battlefield, there existed an intricately woven nest capable of harboring a substantial population of the insectoid species, although he had yet to locate the precise entrance of the nest. The disappearance of the positioning points could not be mistaken. The nanobots operated on bioelectricity, even if they were to be killed by their own kind. They would inevitably enter the bodies of their fellows through the blood, never so easily perishing. Unless, of course, it was the insectoids that had slain them. The blood of the insectoids exhibited mild corrosive properties, and once the robots entered, they would dissolve in no time. There were indications of insectoid presence at the scene, yet the corpses bore no signs of gnawing. This suggested the presence of a higher entity suppressing their primal desires. The hunting of sand rats was likely due to their own existence being detected by the sand rats. Sully furrowed his brow, his hand subconsciously gliding over the virtual map. It was unmistakable that the beings capable of hunting sand rats were, without a doubt, the larvae. No wonder. After scouring the entire central battlefield, the entrance to the insect nest remains elusive. It is likely that such a thing does not exist within the central battlefield at all. Pits the size of a fist are ubiquitous, not just on the battlefield, but throughout the entire cold brew star. Naturally, no one pays them any heed. As long as they conceal themselves within these fist-sized depressions, they remain undetected. It now appears that this is the very detail they have consistently overlooked: the transmission of messages through larvae. Yet, how far can these larvae travel? At most, 4 or 5 kilometers, which is sufficient to exhaust them. Based on the intellect of the mother insect, he could hardly believe that she would place herself in jeopardy. Relay transmission? A chill began to creep down his spine. Many pieces of information do not require verification one by one. Once one discerns such a possibility, preemptive measures must be taken. In just a brief moment, over 100 red dots on the map vanished once more. He couldn't help but doubt whether the scene of them injecting the sand rats with nanobots had also been discovered by the mother insect. Or perhaps, was this yet another trial she devised? Junsho, if we were to transport mechas, how many could you convey at once, including ourselves? Junsho raised an eyebrow, deep in thought for a moment before responding. Perhaps 2 squads. Any more would require Junwei's assistance. Together, we can achieve real-time transportation of 5 squads within 100 kilometers. Sully cast his gaze upon the large insect nest located 150 kilometers from the forward base, narrowing his eyes. The whereabouts of the mother insect have ceased to be of importance. He suddenly comprehended that the other party's repeated probing was likely not solely aimed at dealing with the threats they posed. Evolution had always been the paramount priority for the Zerg. The personnel and mechanized beings at the forward base were undoubtedly essential for the opponent's advancement. The frequent tests could only indicate that it harbored ulterior motives regarding the base. Coincidentally, he harbored similar intentions towards it. Sully promptly shut down the virtual map before him and, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, gazed upon the narrow pass ahead. The C-class armed transport vessel measured a total length of 647 meters, a width of 321 meters, and a height of 190 meters. Its armament configuration was rather modest. Arguably the lowest tier among all warships. However, it was still a warship, equipped with the most fundamental energy shield and energy weaponry. Its safety coefficient was significantly superior to that of the forward base, as it could effectively evade swarms of Zerg while in the high altitude. Inside the cockpit, due to spatial constraints, the deployment of Mechs was not feasible. Nevertheless, the cargo hold was devoid of such limitations, capable of accommodating 2 squads of Mechs for deployment simultaneously. Though diminutive, the vessel was well equipped. Everything may have been of the most basic variety, but nothing was lacking. The command room, crew quarters, and weapon operation room were all present. With a slight adjustment to the cockpit, it could comfortably house the daily lives of over 400 mechanized beings. Compared to the previous vessel that had crashed, this C-class transport ship was more than double its size. Perhaps Eve had also realized that to confront the mother bug, the mechanized being's most pressing need was a secure route of retreat. Hanhai had completed the menial tasks of the base and once again leaned over the keyboard, meticulously sorting through the information. Her primary role was intelligence processing, and she approached these tasks with remarkable proficiency. It did not take long for her to uncover an issue within the array of data, prompting her to glance up at Su Li, who stood by the glass window. "Commander, in the central battlefield, the positioning devices we deployed are exhibiting anomalies. We have confirmed the presence of Zerg traces. Should we proceed with further investigation?" Upon hearing this, Su Li slowly shook his head. "No further searches are necessary. Notify the transport ship to return at full speed. The personnel remaining at the base should gather supplies and prepare to board the ship once it arrives. All automated defenses of the base are to be activated. Ensure that the laboratory has sufficient supplies for secondary lockdown. Hey you, take a few researchers aboard and coordinate with the relevant personnel. I have but one request. By 9 o'clock tonight, all essential supplies and personnel must be aboard the ship." Understood. Han Hai promptly issued the command via the terminal. If she had harbored any doubts about Su Li's orders during their first encounter, those uncertainties had been completely dispelled since the last campaign. When Su Li commanded everyone to board the ship, it was imperative that they complied, even if it meant her own sacrifice. There must have been a compelling reason for her to remain. Chapter 133, Journey South. A colossal transport vessel hovered above the valley, its spacious cabin stripped of seats and densely packed with various supplies. A mechanical maiden roamed the ship, guided by an operator who directed her to meticulously categorize and place the materials in their designated spots. An unceasing stream of supplies was being delivered from the base. Yet the sight of the warehouse brimming with insect meat brought a palpable sense of regret to her countenance. However, the ship's cold storage had long since been filled to capacity, forcing her to reluctantly close the alloy gate of the base's cold storage. What splendid days these were! This cold storage had recently been expanded threefold to accommodate Su Li's pest extermination speed, yet now it lay neglected, filled to the brim, and forsaken. The thought of 2 more warehouses of insect meat, yet to be loaded onto the transport ship, made her jaws ache in distress. Li Tianlang gazed at the swaying stink bugs on the mountainside, his face reflecting a similar sorrow. Those who had never tasted them could hardly comprehend the delights of stink bugs. Experiencing them once a day was a strain, while indulging thrice daily was an entirely different realm of discomfort. The mere thought of so many days of sun-dried stink bugs being left unattended caused a sharp ache in his strong loins. "No need for lamentation. They will return," he reassured. "We shall come back periodically to replenish our supplies. It's not as if we shall drift endlessly in the void." Zhang Chongping leaned against the railing, observing Li Tianlang with amusement. Jian Dun, filled with disdain, directed her scorn towards him, having transferred her previous animosity towards Su Li onto Li Tianlang. Truly, one can see where the pupil inherits the flaws of the master. She began to question whether Li Tianlang's mind had been filled with folly. "It's easy for you to say. What if these creatures are devoured by pests before our next return? Then we shall deal with it when the time comes," he replied nonchalantly. Su Li remarked that this task was remarkably simple. It merely required blocking the hole, which was easily resolvable. Li Tianlang rolled his eyes, fully aware of the ease of addressing this issue. However, the crux of the matter was whether the solution itself was effective. The real concern was that his supply of cicada powder was nearly exhausted. What would he do in the days to come? "Kuling, have a heart and prepare a bit more for me," he implored. "Didn't I provide you with 5 large barrels? Have you consumed them so swiftly?" Her face wore an expression of disbelief. Those barrels, as large as a human head, had lasted him merely a week. Had he been consuming them as if they were meals? Yu Rong's cheeks flushed slightly, her demeanor tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Kuling cast a glance at Yu Rong and let out a soft sigh. She then reopened the cabin door and pulled out a small cart, laden with at least 30 barrels. Instantly, Li Tianlang's confidence surged visibly. He rushed forward, clasped Kuling's hand, shook it enthusiastically, and then effortlessly seized the small cart, dashing away with it. "Hey, don't run off. There's still some for your master. It's fine. My master is quite old and doesn't require it anymore. At his age, he ought to learn to take care of his own back." Upon hearing this, Kuling paused, faintly recalling that Su Li was indeed younger than Li Tianlang. This disciple had truly exemplified exceptional filial piety. Su Li, standing on the deck, unconsciously sneezed and wrapped his military uniform tighter around himself. The nights in cold Suishing still held a certain chill. Heiyu peeked out from the cabin, ensuring that Su Li was oblivious to the happenings inside. He retrieved cicada powder from his pocket, mixed it evenly into the dinner, and presented the meal to Su Li. She sat beside him on the deck, gently swinging her legs, watching as Su Li ravenously devoured the meal he had received. a triumphant smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. She had been feeding him such dishes for several days now. Nourish him. In the end, it would all be hers. With Lightning absent, Junwei and Junsho slept together daily, now having moved aboard the ship. In the confined space of a shared cabin between a solitary man and woman, she doubted anyone could thwart her this time. As Hanhai exited the transport ship, he immediately spotted the two seated closely together under the deck's lights. Commander, the dormitories aboard the ship have been arranged. However, due to our increased numbers, I prioritized accommodating the injured and the supporting mech girls. Unfortunately, some of the mech girls you are familiar with have yet to be assigned quarters. Might they squeeze into your command room? Hey you? Suli lifted his head at the mention. Who are they? 038, Junwei, Junsho, Hongying, Hey you, and of course, myself. That's no issue. Let them stay in the command room. There's ample space. Laying down a few sleeping bags will be no problem. If the dormitory for the injured is insufficient, they can also move over. Hanhai felt a rush of warmth to his ears. That's enough. I shall inform them to go directly to the command room. She turned and jogged away, fully aware that in less than a second, she could be struck down by Heiyu's gaze on the deck. Her delicate white hands slowly clenched into fists, and a bright smile blossomed on Heiyu's face. Master, are you thirsty? I shall fetch you a cup of water. In response to the gentle inquiries from Kuroha, he nodded rapidly. For several consecutive days, the meals had been so spicy that he broke into a sweat, uncertain if it was due to an excess of pepper. He resolved to mention it to Kaling when the opportunity arose. Kuroha stood up and soon returned with a cup of hot tea, placing it beside him. He hastily finished his meal and picked up the cup, gently blowing on it twice before bringing it to his lips. However, after several attempts, he found himself unable to sip any liquid. Tilting his head, he glanced sideways, extending his hand to bring the cup closer to the light for a closer inspection. The cup was filled with Daisy's rapidly absorbing water, yet he discerned not a single drop of liquid. In that moment, he was left pondering whether Kuroha had steeped the daisies in water or the water in daisies. Upon looking up again, he noticed Kuroha hastily rushing towards the cabin, fervently engaged in some unknown task. Feeling a sense of exasperation, he casually plucked a daisy with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. Its sweet flavor served to quench his thirst in an unconventional manner. As the last of the mechanical maidens stepped into the cabin, the enormous Class C transport ship began to ascend slowly. Suli did not enter the cabin immediately. Instead, like many of the mechanical maidens, he leaned against the railing of the deck, watching as the brightly lit forward base receded into the distance. An indescribable emotion permeated the hearts of all the mechanical maidens. This was the place they had guarded for a decade, yet on this night, they were leaving it behind. The towering communication tower, the serene valley, the solitary touch of green on the cold extraction star, and the small square filled with laughter and joy, all of these memories ignited a fervent spirit within them. Su Li's voice resonated through the communication channel. We have not abandoned it. We merely need to stir up a tempest on Cold Brew Star. It is our final sanctuary, and it has not forsaken us. It is simply awaiting our triumphant return. Now, I command the transport ship to ascend rapidly, hovering at 3,000 meters. Prepare the main cannon. Lock onto target coordinates 22587, 11235, and initiate charging. All personnel, assume battle readiness. We are about to embark on our journey. Let us release a firework to bid ourselves farewell. The armed transport vessel soared swiftly into the sky, the main cannon's energy charging. A brilliant blue beam suddenly illuminated the night, and at Su Li's command, the dazzling light pierced through the darkness, directly striking a massive insect nest. As the blue light extinguished, countless insects surged forth from the nest, emitting a cacophony of terrifying shrieks. Standing on the bridge, Suli observed the frenzied swarm below and gestured decisively ahead. Let us depart. Let them follow in our wake. They can go to hell. Commander, where are we heading? South. We shall journey southward. Chapter 134. Inspiration without a base. The group felt like drifting reeds, untethered. Yet, precisely due to their lack of roots, the vast world lay open before them, presenting boundless possibilities. Stay alert. You are to venture forth and make the seas your home. But do not carry weapons while reminiscing about the past. Should anyone become distracted or doze off during their watch, I will have you suspended from the ship's rail, allowing you to feel the chill of Cold Brew Star's winds. Commander, are we truly firing a shot and then fleeing? Then why don't you go down and engage them in close combat? The group of mechanized maidens shook their heads vigorously, resembling a rattle. It was absurd. The monstrous creatures emerging from the vast hive could whisk them away with a mere glance. Engaging in close combat? They might as well be offering themselves as little morsels to be devoured. Commander, are we heading south to pursue the insects? No. Who told you we were pursuing the insects? Are we not being pursued by them? Huh. Once they tire from chasing us, we shall return. For now, all non-duty personnel are to return to the cabin for rest, while duty personnel remain vigilant for any movements from the insect horde. All captains of the guard units assemble in the command room. After issuing his orders, he turned to gaze at the sea and 038. The injuries sustained by 038 had healed considerably. Aside from a slight awkwardness while moving, the only remnant was the splint on her left arm. However, given the extraordinary recovery rate of the mechanized maidens, it was likely to be removed within a day or two. Clad in her blue and white uniform, she leaned against her chair, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized the virtual sand table before her. She could not fathom why Sully had suddenly made the decision to embark all personnel onto the ship. It was noteworthy that during the day, he had feigned a search mission with the transport ship, yet by the afternoon, he had abruptly altered the course of action. Every step in the formulation and modification of military plans ought to be meticulously considered. She glanced at Han Hai, who was similarly dressed in blue and white, only to find her not focused on the sand table, but rather resting her chin on the table, eyes closed in contemplation. 13 S-rank mechanized soldiers, adorned in the attire of the elite guard, pushed open the door to the command room and saluted Su Li in unison. Enter. I shall now outline the plans for the forthcoming days and assigned tasks. His gaze first fell upon the 3 captains, still bearing their injuries. Aside from 032, the other 2 had previously served alongside that exceptional S-rank pilot within the elite guard. Your injuries have not yet healed. In the coming days, I require your assistance alongside 238 B-rank mechanized soldiers to ensure the security of the transport vessel. The remaining 10 elite squads must coordinate among themselves. I will divide you into 5 groups, each comprising 2 squads. To speak candidly, we are about to face a formidable battle. The duration of this conflict remains uncertain, yet I am acutely aware of the peril that lies ahead. We must delve deep into the nest of the insects, to search, to seek, to pinpoint. Given the current circumstances, we have little time for acclimatization. I have but one demand of you: absolute obedience. In every moment of our incursion into the nest, I insist upon your unwavering compliance with commands. Eschew any notions of personal heroism and resist the temptation to exhibit excessive self-sacrifice. Remember, I shall do everything within my power to bring you back safely. Han Hai, you and 038 will coordinate command. My expectations of you are equally rigorous. As we penetrate the insect nest, you must exert every effort to keep the alien horde firmly grounded. Upon hearing this, Han Hai nodded with utmost caution. To achieve this objective, it seems imperative to coordinate a substantial arsenal to enhance the firepower of the transport vessel. With a mere command from Su Li, she has already envisioned the specific weaponry required in her mind. Although heavy artillery cannot be installed on the outer deck, energy weapons suited to the ship's design prove quite practical. Furthermore, the specialized large-caliber armaments for the mechanized girls, which emit azure flames and unleash a rapid barrage, could easily amount to 200 units considering the length of the entire transport vessel. The mere thought of a fully armed transport ship, complemented by formidable firepower, ignites a thrill within her, causing her cheeks to flush with excitement. While the caliber may not meet the requirements of the Justice transport vessel, a high rate of fire is certainly achievable. 038, with her background in intelligence and coordination, instinctively contemplates how to rally the team for combat. Yet, when faced with the colossal insect nests and their swarms, she finds herself lacking the requisite experience. A tinge of concern washes over her as she gazes at Su Li, questioning, "Brother, can I truly manage this?" Su Li casts a reassuring glance at 038, breaking into a smile. "Sister, it's not about whether you can. It's about the fact that you must. My life and that of the 35 mechanized girls rests in your hands. Do you believe you can do it?" "Yes, absolutely," she declares resolutely, determined to confront the insects with explosive force, vowing to prevent them from encroaching even a step closer to the nest. For the specifics, you may confer with Han Hai to maximize the advantages of the transport vessel. In this regard, it would be prudent to discuss with the captain to explore several feasible strategies. Han Hai gently nodded, and for reasons unknown, a figure suddenly emerged in her mind, prompting her to utter, "If only Ihua were here, She possessed extensive knowledge of ships. Yihua? Su Li raised an eyebrow, having heard that name more than once. Yes, the former commander of the inspection team. The governor has assigned her to you as well. But where is she? I do not know. I only heard that she seems to have boarded the wrong vessel. At this, Su Li felt a twinge of discomfort. Someone who could mistake a ship would surely struggle to operate a transport vessel. Suddenly, a notification sounded from the terminal at Heiyu's waist. She promptly answered, placing the device to her ear. Upon hearing the message, her expression shifted to one of perplexity. Master, the person has arrived. Iwa has arrived. The governor placed her in a reinforced steel barrel and directly teleported her to the laboratory, claiming that inspiration was derived from you. A group of researchers gazed at the oversized thermos that had materialized in the teleportation device, their faces reflecting a moment of confusion. It was not until the thermos was opened from within that a long leg emerged. Before the person was fully visible, a voice laced with exasperation rang out. What the hell? This is killing me. Is this the Cold Brew Star outpost base or not? The researcher she pointed to nodded vigorously in response. TSK. Iwa shot a glare at the researcher, impatiently demanding, what are you standing there for? Report. As the esteemed captain, I have personally arrived at this humble location. And Su Li should have promptly come to receive me. Hurry, for my dear Han Hai must be terribly anxious for my return. With that, she turned and began rummaging through a steel barrel, seemingly searching for her belongings. Just as the call was answered, a figure with silver hair abruptly materialized in the laboratory. Jun Shou, clutching his plush bear, looked down at Yi Hua, who was half buried in the barrel, searching for something. Without uttering a word, he placed his palm on her pert rear. In an instant, the two figures vanished, only to reappear on the command bridge of the transport ship. The enormous barrel collided with the floor, producing a clattering sound, and under the watchful eyes of all the S-class mech girls, Yi Hua finally emerged from the barrel, a large bag of snacks in hand, leaving her with only an apple. She turned around, holding the apple aloft, and gazed at the multitude of figures in the room. Her smile abruptly frozen on her face. The box in her other hand tumbled to the ground, scattering snack bags everywhere. Chapter 135. Yi Hua has arrived so. What is this? A scene of execution. Prepared with a plethora of grandiose remarks, what emerged on my lips instead was, everyone's here. Apple, would you like one? Observing Su Li surrounded by a dozen high-ranking mech girls, Yi Hua swallowed hard. The Su Li before her was far from the innocent and somewhat foolish figure portrayed in photographs. Initially, she held a rather unfavorable view of this student, who was a constant presence in every significant event on this home planet, especially given that he had taken away her beloved Han Hai. Now, as one gazes upon him, an overwhelming aura of a resolute military presence envelopes him, instilling a sense of trepidation. She stepped forward, placing an apple in Su Li's hand, then retreated and saluted him. Knight Hua, dispatched by the governor's orders to offer assistance. Su Li returned the salute and inquired, do you possess considerable experience in commanding warships? Not particularly. I have merely taught naval navigation for a few years. Su Li was momentarily taken aback. How modest of him. He turned to the captain of the transport vessel, who saluted Knight Hua and addressed him as master. His anxieties eased, since Knight Hua was acquainted with him. The matters of ship command and operation should be in capable hands. Lacking any knowledge regarding warship operations, he could only entrust such responsibilities to those with greater authority. He then redirected his attention to the squad leaders, reiterating, tomorrow morning, 2 squads will assemble in the cargo hold, according to the grouping sequence. Aside from the second group remaining on standby and ready for action, the other 3 groups will temporarily engage in ground combat. Understood. The 10 squad leaders saluted and exited the command room. The remaining personnel gathered around the sand table, beginning to strategize on how to effectively conduct a decisive battle relying on the transport vessel. Knight Hua was quite vexed. Despite his presence for some time, Han Hai had only cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Had he truly lost interest? She was acutely aware that her entrance was somewhat embarrassing. Yet she could not overlook the fact that this person had been her partner, confidant, and dear friend for many years. After such a prolonged separation, there was not even a warm embrace or a shared glance between them. The adage proved true. Distance ultimately breeds detachment. No matter how steadfast a bond may be, it cannot withstand the ravages of time. What matters more than gold or the eternal nature of the sea and stones? It is merely the presence of a striking figure. Her timing seemed utterly unfortunate. She had yet to enjoy a single day of peace. She had anticipated dire conditions upon her arrival, yet here she was, residing directly aboard a vessel. Even more unsettling was the fact that a swarm of insects was pursuing them relentlessly. She found it perplexing that a well-established base, which had remained untroubled for a decade, suddenly faced such turmoil just days after their arrival. Was it not a testament to the Queen Mother's prowess in instigating chaos? She discreetly shifted her position, nudging the steel barrel she had brought with her to the side. Was it not overly perilous for the commander to venture into the insect nest personally? The Queen Mother had repeatedly tested their resolve without revealing her intentions. Could it be that she was merely attempting to lure them down? I understand the risks, yet if we do not descend, she will not rise. Guarding the intricacies of the insect nest, we remain devoid of means to contain her. We cannot simply drift aimlessly in the sky because of her. Once they ascertain our trajectory, we may very well face a coordinated assault from multiple nests upon landing. Suli marked several points on the map. She had misjudged our strength, and with Junwei's imposing presence, she had refrained from striking thus far. Tomorrow, we shall proactively strike to eradicate the insect nest. It will undoubtedly respond promptly upon receiving the information. With our esteemed commander at the helm, we can evacuate without concern. The crux of our operation lies in remaining inconspicuous as we lure the insect horde southward, leading them to believe that our true direction is directly south. Han Hai nodded slightly, reflecting on the initial strategy imposed by the mother insect, which directed us southward to elongate the front for a concentrated extermination. Yet, it failed to anticipate our possession of vessels. Thus, we shall adhere to its logic, advancing southward while simultaneously eliminating the formidable insect nests to the east and west to prevent ambush upon our return to base. No, we shall focus solely on the eastern front. Engaging in a singular direction may be perceived as an act of vengeance, but attacking on both fronts would reveal our intentions too clearly. Inform the duty crew to ready the weapons, regulate the output frequency, and enhance the insect stickiness. We must not pursue them too aggressively, lest they turn to flee prematurely. Yehua silently absorbed Su Li's strategic plans, envisioning the insects gnashing their mandibles in frustration. Well then, it appears that the objective is not merely to shake off the pursuing insects, but rather to keep them at bay. Should the insects become aware, they would owe their gratitude to our ancestors for ages. The firepower from the ships aft surged once more, the rhythmic cacophony of cannons ringing melodiously, striking the insect horde and igniting a series of explosive bursts. Very well, maintain this tempo. If any signs of disengagement are detected, we shall judiciously reduce the speed of our vessel. This is indeed a devilish game. Yihua gazed at Su Li, his eyes gradually brightening. With a hint of impatience, she rubbed her hands together and approached the driver's seat, placing her hands on the control panel. Suddenly, a hand grasped Yihua's firmly. The captain wore a slight wry smile and said, "Master, you've traveled a long way. Perhaps you should rest first. You can take the helm during tomorrow's battle. Let your disciple handle the night shift tonight, and you can showcase your prowess tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yihua felt a sense of satisfaction and patted the captain's shoulder. This apprentice was not in vain. She understood the importance of caring for her master. With a twist of her long legs, she returned to the strategy table. The captain exhaled deeply as he watched her depart. An operator nearby cast a puzzled glance her way, but was silenced by her finger raised to her lips. "Listen to me. After the night shift, make sure to take your medication. Ensure you take the full dosage. Oh, and before sleeping, remember to fasten your seatbelt tightly around the bed. Trust me, this is for your own good." The operators paused for a moment, nodding thoughtfully in agreement. The operational meeting did not last long. After assigning the duty personnel and sharing his thoughts, Suli yawned and first retreated to the command room adjacent to the one he had arranged. In the small quarters of just a few square meters, filled to the brim with sleeping bags, he chose not to lie on the bed, but instead offered it to the still recovering 038. Selecting a sleeping bag, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. Beneath the cloak of cold Brewstar's night, Heiyu, clad in a silk nightgown, stealthily approached the bed, embracing the figure resting upon it. 038. Chapter 136. The attack as the first rays of sunlight broke the horizon in the morning. A warm, orange glow spread across the bridge. Suli turned over and sat up from his sleeping bag, removing the arm that had been pressed against him. Although sleeping in the bag was not particularly comfortable, it was manageable. He twisted his aching neck. The night of gunfire had finally subsided, and it seemed that both they and the insects were waiting for the dawn to arrive. He opened the hatch and stepped onto the bridge, where, indeed, the traces of the insect horde had vanished. The ship was executing its planned course, turning back towards home. Junsho rubbed her bleary eyes, her small mouth wide open in a yawn, as she held a cup of dairy product, sipping intermittently, with froth clinging to her lips. On the dining table lay a sandwich of indeterminate meat, layered with vibrant green leaves, which was quite appetizing. Same as always. Are you getting used to the new kitchen? Suli nodded at the pitiful figure behind him, accepting the meat bun and 2 roaches she handed over. Fortunately, Commander, after our battle, are we still going to clean the battlefield? I mean, in the presence of the mother insect. Let us assess the situation as it unfolds. The on-site circumstances will be managed by Hanhai and 038. We'll evaluate the specifics later. If necessary, we shall gather ingredients under the safest conditions possible. The pitiful figure nodded, clearly dissatisfied with the cold storage capacity aboard the ship. Suli quickly finished his breakfast and, accompanied by Junsho, made his way to the cargo hold, where 2 small teams had already completed their preparations, and all members were deployed within the hold. 30 mech girls stood before their respective mechas, awaiting Suli's arrival. The Junsho swiftly completed its deployment. Adorned in a striking black and red livery, it exuded a sense of austere power rather than opulence. Suli piloted the Junsho to the window, gazing out through the porthole. The transport ship hovered above the nest of insects, its colossal energy cannon fully charged, unleashing another barrage upon the hive below. A brilliant beam of light pierced the entrance of the nest, radiating a dazzling blue that compelled one to squint. Large, medium, and a swarm of smaller insects surged forth once more, differing from their previous retreat after a single shot. This time, as the insect tide emerged, an array of energy weapons cascaded down in a deluge. Beams of light sliced through the ground like blades, cleaving the swarm in 2. The rotating barrels of the weapon bay unleashed a torrent of fire, the long chain of ammunition trailing a blinding glow, igniting a series of explosive reverberations upon impact. Suli remained transfixed, observing the relentless emergence of the insects from the nest's entrance, which numbered close to 100. An unending stream of creatures poured forth, while the main cannon relentlessly bombarded one of the primary openings for over 10 seconds. The searing shockwave transformed the surrounding earth into a blinding crimson, rising in plumes of acrid smoke. Insects capable of flight took to the air one after another, heading towards the transport ship. Over 200 heavy machine guns whirred to life, intercepting the airborne threats. Under the assault of the large caliber cannons, many smaller insects exploded mid-air, showering the area with green ichor as their shattered bodies plummeted to the ground. The overwhelming density of the spectacle sent shivers down the spines of all who bore witness. Is there any response from the western insect nest? After a brief silence of 2 seconds on the intercom, Hanhai's negative reply echoed back. At least on the surface, there appeared to be no unusual activity. The queen insect exhibited an unnerving calm. Time ticked by, and a substantial accumulation of shell casings fell onto the deck, producing a crisp sound. Under the relentless onslaught of the terrifying number of insects, the transport ship began its slow retreat. Hanhai remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of the ground-dwelling insect horde. In an effort to draw their attention, she lowered the altitude of the transport vessel once more. This is truly exhilarating. Zhang Chuyang, piloting the golden-hued Songling, stood at the edge of the deck, manipulating the rotating turret to unleash a torrent of ammunition. The harmonious drone of gunfire merged into a symphony, with armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating multiple insect bodies upon encountering the swarm. Zhang Chomping stood beside him, also engaging with the turret in a barrage. However, he could not comprehend the thrill his father had described. The pilot, Jian Dun, was tense, his entire body taut with anxiety. Su Li, with unwavering focus, gazed at the overwhelming tide of insects, his eyes fixated on the ceaseless emergence from the passageway. The sheer number of their ranks was excessive. Although a portion had been depleted yesterday, today's scene remained overwhelmingly abundant, indicating that the queen insect was not merely composed, but had summoned reinforcements from elsewhere overnight. The assault of the insect horde was remarkably strategic. Numerous small species provided cover for the charge, while the routes of the larger and medium-sized species were distinctly defined. Zhang Qianyang's golden figure drew the attention of the majority of the larger specimens. Venomous projectiles sliced through the air, and the enormous transport vessel was unable to evade them in time. An energy shield was swiftly erected, repelling all toxins from entering. Beneath the pale blue barrier, all weaponry was fervently unleashed. The mechanized maidens did not even need to aim deliberately. By merely pulling the trigger, They unleashed a torrent of fire that decimated a considerable number of adversaries. Inside the cockpit, Yihua rubbed his hands together, leaning against the control panel, his eyes gleaming with a sense of frustration akin to that of a teacher disappointed in their pupils. Is this all there is? This is how I instructed you on the front lines? Can you even pilot this craft? The energy shield doesn't consume power, does it? You activate it for a mere few droplets of poison? The alloy hull can withstand the tearing forces of space, yet it falters against a few toxins? Are you capable or not? Charge forward. Charge. Why are we retreating? Suppress the enemy fire. Do you understand what suppression means? If you do not advance, how can it be called suppression? Lower the altitude by another 20%. Engaging from a high position will lead to excessive ammunition expenditure. Close-range fire. Close-range fire. The cannon should ideally fire horizontally. Do you grasp the concept of horizontal firing? Master, I must consider the mechanized maidens aboard. Their armor cannot withstand the corrosive nature of the toxins. If they cannot endure, can they not evade? What is the purpose of the shields in their hands? Who are we? We are the captains. What is the role of a captain? The role is to adeptly navigate your vessel. Should the well-being of the mechanized maidens weigh on your conscience? Stand up. If you cannot pilot it, I shall take the helm. Master, perhaps you could wait another 20 minutes. I will be ready to hand over command then. Very well. I shall grant you an additional 20 minutes. Listen here. You little rascal, after handing over the shift, you can leave. Just stand there and watch my operation. I shall refine you thoroughly. At these words, the former captain's face turned ashen. Just a single utterance evoked the haunting fear she once felt under Yihua's dominion. Chapter 137. Creating history. Everyone, rally to my side. Su Li finally spotted the desired opportunity for battle. With a commanding shout, 34 Mechs converged swiftly, embracing one another in unity. Junshou closed his eyes. A surge of blue light emanating forth, enveloping the 34 Mechs, and they abruptly vanished within the cargo hold. In a corner of the battlefield, 35 Mechs manifested unexpectedly. The black-clad Junshou led the charge, diving headlong into an opening. The 34 Mechs closely followed, forming two tight columns, steadfastly trailing behind Junshou. The front row activated their sonic detection, scanning a range of 500 meters ahead, sharing the detection map. Do not fall behind. Stay alert and keep close to me. Su Li's voice resonated through the channel. In the pitch-black tunnel, the beams of the searchlights illuminated the passage as if it were midday. Waves of sound dispersed, relaying the direction of the forthcoming cavern back to the system. She maneuvered Junshou at a rapid pace of 60 through the tunnel. They were not afforded much time. During this initial exploratory assault, they needed to delve as deeply as possible. Several drones hovered alongside them, accompanying the squad on their journey. The rumbling of the Mechs was not overly jarring. The 34 Mechs steadfastly adhered to Junshou's rear. They were unaware of their destination, only knowing to stay close and press onward. The dark and enigmatic passage intermittently emitted a fluorescent green slime. They navigated through a labyrinth of intricate tunnels, circumventing numerous forks in their path. Suddenly, a fire ant sensed an anomaly. Having just darted out of a side tunnel, it was seized by Junshou, who grasped its long antennae and thrust the muzzle of her weapon into its mouth, pulling the trigger. With a muffled explosion, its head burst apart, and she discarded it carelessly, akin to tossing aside refuse. After employing a sonic wave cluster for detection, she continued along the original route. They had lost all sense of direction. Within less than 10 minutes of entering the insect nest, they had completely forfeited their awareness of orientation. The identical formations of the winding tunnels had thoroughly disoriented the group. The positioning compass had become utterly ineffective due to magnetic interference. They were oblivious to their location, only aware of their descent. The insect horde did not launch a full-scale attack. Countless larvae and smaller breeds occasionally emerged from various passages. As they delved deeper, encounters with the insect race became increasingly frequent, causing their pace to finally slow. Flamethrowers. 2 Mech daughters swiftly stepped out from the ranks, unleashing torrents of flame towards the opening before them. The piercing shrieks of the insect race echoed in the ears of all the Mech daughters, sending chills down their spines within the depths of the cavern. They were acutely aware that this could potentially summon a horde of insects, completely encircling them. A sudden pat on her shoulder halted the flames. 2 bundles of cluster bombs were unsealed and casually tossed into the pit. The group pressed forward once more, advancing with mutual cover. With 2 resounding explosions, the entire tunnel was enveloped in the acrid scent of gunpowder. Su Li scrutinized the direction of the smoke, waved her hand, and continued to advance in the opposite direction. After an indeterminate duration of travel, they arrived at a more expansive tunnel. Gazing upon the towering 100-meter-high passage and the boundless abyss ahead, a shiver involuntarily coursed through everyone. The underground palace of the insectoid species was far more intricate and colossal than they had ever imagined. The principal reason humanity struggled to achieve success against the insectoids was that they had never truly penetrated the heart of the nest. Their encounters had been limited to surface skirmishes, battling elite specimens, and eliminating those maternal insects that ventured above ground. Each foray into the depths inevitably resulted in immense casualties, which proved to be utterly meaningless. The spatial disruptors scattered throughout the universe effectively prevented maternal insects capable of creating void tunnels from breaching human defenses. Coupled with the fleet's year-round patrols, this ensured the integrity of the defense line. However, the insectoids had also evolved to possess colossal ships capable of traversing the cosmos. While they might lack formidable offensive capabilities, they wielded a detestable ability to propagate. Upon entering a star system, they would disseminate their eggs across the cosmos through specialized means, allowing them to drift freely. Once these insectoid larvae infiltrated a planet, they would rapidly reproduce and embark on their evolutionary journey. Only a handful of these creatures could be detected and exterminated before they proliferated uncontrollably. However, if we momentarily let our guard down and allow them to flourish, they may evolve into a battleground akin to the current main theater of conflict, becoming a meat grinder for the three factions. The Cold Brew Star was once a primary battlefield. Once the Zerg establish a foothold on a planet, humanity's only recourse is to delay the encroachment of the Zerg upon that world for as long as possible. Upon reaching a critical juncture in this process, the team will inevitably retreat, allowing the Zerg to advance further. They are not merely enemies of a singular race. They are a calamity that befalls all races. Commander, shall we continue our exploration? Gazing into the vast tunnel before them, a sense of helplessness surged within the hearts of all the mechanical daughters. In all past records, the human and mechanical coalition had never penetrated such depths. Before delving into the Zerg's lair, they had believed that the hive's complexity was merely intricate. The difficulty of extermination was attributed solely to its convoluted nature and the challenges of supply coordination, compounded by the ever-present threat of relentless Zerg emerging from the passages. Yet now, their perspective had shifted. Standing in the very center of the tunnel, surrounded on all sides, including overhead, by an intricate web of pathways that sent shivers down their spines, the monumental scale of the engineering surrounding them instilled a profound dread. They were 5 kilometers directly beneath the surface, and before descending into such a tunnel, they had traversed through countless passages for an indeterminate duration. Does such a tunnel truly have an end? How can they precisely locate the position of the Mother Zerg amidst this labyrinthine structure? Attracted outward was merely a swarm from a colossal insect nest. Yet who could fathom how many such nests were interconnected by these tunnels? The labyrinthine passages had already caused them to lose their way, and in the face of the profound unknown, a palpable sense of despair enveloped the hearts of all. What emotions would previous exploration teams have experienced when confronted with such dire circumstances? What beliefs sustained them to continue pressing forward? For the first time, they truly grasped their own insignificance, for they understood that such tunnels could very well permeate the entirety of the frigid planet of Lingzui. How could they search? How should they proceed? Su Li maneuvered Jun Shou, installing the portable camouflage high-frequency camera in an inconspicuous spot within the tunnel. All the mechanical daughters watched his actions, puzzled by his choice to undertake what seemed like a futile endeavor. Even if they discovered traces of the creatures, what would it matter? By the time they returned with the team, the mother insect might have already relocated. Why the dazed expressions? Prepare all the detectors. Find a place to install and calibrate the void positioning device. Why are you all standing there like statues? Commander, can we really accomplish this? Has anyone ever descended to such depths before? No. Then why are you speaking nonsense? You're here to make history. Shouldn't you be thrilled? Hurry up and install it. Once finished, we shall continue our descent. Chapter 138. Allow me to teach you how to navigate. The former captain reluctantly rose from his seat. She swiftly moved to the side wall, securing herself tightly to the railing with her belt. Observing the glimmer in Ihua's eyes as he settled into the captain's seat sent a shiver through her heart. At that moment, Hanhai instinctively noticed the former captain's maneuvers and reflexively fastened her seatbelt in the command chair. Suddenly, Ihua's voice resonated through the public channel. All personnel, please ensure your safety precautions. There are countless paths, but safety is paramount. All pilots and crew members, as well as every living being aboard, brace yourselves. Our next destination is the enormous insect nest. Foolish apprentice, witness what it truly means to navigate a ship. She announced this only once before her hands became a blur of motion. Just as Hanhai removed her hand from the seatbelt buckle, a sudden jolt coursed through her, the immense force of acceleration prompting her to inhale sharply. Aha! With Yua's enthusiastic exclamation, the transport ship surged forward at full power, hurtling toward the insect nest. Below, countless large creatures continued their frantic sprint toward the transport vessel, oblivious to the fact that the massive ship, having only retreated a short distance, was now charging towards them with full firepower. Is the shield used like this? Let me show you. This is how the shield is utilized. All energy weapons. Prepare for engagement. We will encounter the enemy in 30 seconds. Please steady yourselves and grip your weapons firmly. If anyone accidentally fires upon their comrades, they shall bear the misfortune of their own folly. Adjust all weapons to firing angles, level fire, and in 20 seconds, unleash a fierce assault. The spherical shield suddenly illuminated, and the main cannon began to charge. To everyone's astonishment, Yihua exhibited no inclination to await the completion of the cannon's discharge, recklessly piloting the transport vessel directly towards the looming insect nest. This audacious woman. Hanhai watched in disbelief as the transport ship descended to an inconceivable altitude, appearing to skim perilously close to the ground from her vantage point. What of aerial superiority and ground suppression? All the assurances made during the meeting were promptly forgotten the moment they took action. At this instant, Hanhai felt a surge of animosity towards Yihua. Her fervent guarantees had proven to be mere empty words. The transport vessel was now being driven recklessly into danger. Was this a game of bumper cars? Not only Hanhai, but even the original operators of the vessel seemed utterly flummoxed. The mechanical beings in the weapon bay frantically attempted to force the hatch open, their voices strained in a desperate bid to escape. How could they wage this battle? Who possessed the audacity to engage? At a mere 3 meters above ground, a moment's inattention could see the weapon bay ground into the earth. Horizontal fire? Wasn't that precisely what they were doing? The weapon bay's elevation was insufficient to surpass that of the insects. If she did not fire horizontally, what was she to target? The ground? The blue light of the main cannon surged towards the swarm, and upon firing, it cleaved a wide path through the ranks of insects ahead. The transport ship barreled forward, colliding with the remaining creatures. Under the peculiar angle of elevation, most of the insects crashed directly into the underside of the energy shield, as if they were eager to pave the way for the transport vessel, only to be mercilessly crushed beneath it. Hanhai felt as though she were seated in a vehicle undergoing violent turbulence, her teeth chattering incessantly. Commanding the crew seemed an insurmountable task. Even the simple act of extending her tongue might result in a painful bite. Within the confines of the ship, a piercing alarm reverberated, and a flickering crimson light cast an ominous glow, elevating the tension among the crew. Alarm! Alarm! The energy shield is experiencing abnormal impact. Current remaining energy is at 75%. Warning! Warning! The energy shield is experiencing abnormal impact. Current remaining energy is at 70%. Redistribute energy to the front of the vessel. Reduce the shield strength on both sides by 70%. All personnel, brace for impact. The colossal entity collided heavily with the transport ship. On the deck, every mech girl staggered, nearly losing their grip on their weapons. Euron lost her balance and, propelled by the immense inertia, slid perilously toward the deck's edge. In a frantic attempt to stabilize herself, she grasped a steel cable. Before she could regain her footing, she witnessed the energy shield flickering erratically before her eyes. The massive creature's head and half of its torso shattered upon impact, the remaining segment hurtling backward and crushing a cluster of smaller entities. Stunned, she could only watch the chaos unfold, her heart racing in her chest. In her ears, apart from the thunderous beating of her own heart, an eerie silence enveloped her, drowning out all other sounds. "Get up," Li Tianlang shouted, maneuvering Yurong, who clung desperately to the cable, inching toward the edge of the deck. Was this truly a transport vessel? It felt as though the captain intended to bring them all to their doom. He cast a glance at the expanse of open road before him and swallowed hard, the sound echoing in the silence. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that a transport ship could navigate in such a manner, especially amidst a tide of monstrous creatures. It was utterly absurd to think that they could pilot a transport vessel through such chaos. The cacophony of cannon fire and the clashing of metal filled the cockpit, leaving only his ragged breaths as the sound of life. With a swift maneuver, The transport ship swung its tail, the machinery sweeping across the beasts, reducing them to charred remnants carried away by the wind. It showed no sign of slowing. The immense torque made the ship creak ominously. The once boundless road ahead transformed once more into a dense swarm of creatures as the transport ship turned. Energy shields completed their secondary recharge. The main cannon finished its secondary recharge. Weapon bay. Ugh. The mechanical maidens gazed at the weapon bay smeared with severed limbs and dismembered arms. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they retched uncontrollably. In that cramped space, they struggled to find even a corner to relieve themselves. Attention all units. The secondary impact will commence in 20 seconds. Please brace yourselves and hold on tight. I repeat, brace yourselves and hold on tight. Yihua's voice rang out, vibrant and impassioned. The long-held repression found release upon this battlefield. She felt as though she were soaring. This long-lost sense of freedom allowed her to rediscover a self she thought lost amidst the flurry of alien limbs. Not enough. It was far from sufficient. She yearned for the collisions to grow even more ferocious and overwhelming. Her core throbbed intensely, that insatiable urge compelling her to once again push the transport ship to its maximum power. Her gaze burned with determination as she beheld the multitude of creatures beneath her. Akin to a sea of human legislators. Crush them. Annihilate them all. On the transport ship, the mechanical maiden swayed precariously. Kaylaine curled up on the floor, trembling as she retrieved the still-quivering kitchen knife from the wall above her head. That object had nearly struck her forehead. Observing the scattered vegetable leaves and ingredients strewn about, she decided to open the metal cabinet and hide inside. Let it be. I cannot cook it all. She had never imagined that one day preparing a meal would become a matter of life and death. A violent impact struck once more, and all Kaylaine could hear from her cramped hiding place were the clattering sounds of other knives bouncing chaotically in the kitchen. Through the communication channel, Yuhua's exuberant voice soared, seemingly elevated amidst the continuous collisions. Roar. I'm utterly exhilarated. The mechanical maidens cursed and steadied themselves in various corners of the ship. She was indeed exhilarated. Their lives were at stake. How could she not feel that thrill? Chapter 139. Who is steering this ship? 038 gripped the legs of the command chair tightly. The moment Yuhua had taken the command seat, she was flung out, and until now, she had yet to rise. Her legs, which had previously healed, were now broken once more. The sharp crack had cost her the command privileges she had regained for the next 3 days. However, it mattered not. Initially worried about her performance, it now seemed that this outcome was the best possible. Unable to rise. If so, it would be better to simply lie down. At least she would avoid further injuring her back. She felt immensely grateful for the 2 soft cushions on her chest. Otherwise, her sternum would have surely endured several fractures. Enduring the pain in her legs, 038 lifted her gaze to observe her former superior. If she continues to navigate the vessel in this manner, will her own body still have the potential for recovery? With such reckless operation, it is as if she has bound herself to the bed. Her bones may never heal. Han Hai gazed at 038, who was crouched on the ground, gripping the chair leg with a death grip, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes. At this point, it is too late for words. That wretched creature is akin to a wild stallion that has broken free. Until she has reveled enough, there is no turning back for her. Woohoo! Listening to Yihua's boisterous laughter, Han Hai wore a bitter expression. Oh, Commander, it seems our mission to contain the insect tide may be doomed to failure. I wonder if annihilation counts as a success. And yet, this pitiful one still contemplates gathering supplies? What is there to collect? Amongst the heaps of flesh, can one even distinguish what is edible from what is not? Within the insect nest, the incessant rumbling from above urged everyone to hasten their movements instinctively. Without needing to ponder, they understood the ferocity of the battle. Otherwise, the communication channel would not remain devoid of any reports on the situation. Suli fixated on the abyss at the tunnel's end. After marking the appropriate locations, he crushed a nearby white larva underfoot, searching within the illuminated range for any crucial information that might have been overlooked. Even the once solid tunnel walls in the insect nest were riddled with tiny holes. Larvae scurried in and out, leaving one utterly perplexed as to where these minuscule tunnels might lead. After installing several nodes for positional teleportation, a number of spherical robots were dispatched in various directions down the tunnel. As she observed the completion of their launch, racing swiftly forward, Suli waved her hand and continued down the descending path. They needed to escape this vast tunnel, capable of accommodating large species as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, once confronted within the confined space, their combat effectiveness would be severely compromised. Encounter, breakthrough, encounter, and then breakthrough again. As they ventured deeper into solitude, the number of insectoid foes increased exponentially. Cover me. The thunderous roar of machine guns erupted instantaneously, 3 guns positioned side by side at the tunnel entrance, unleashing a torrent of fire. The remaining mech warriors defended their respective positions, repelling the insect onslaught from the other 2 exits. Heavy shields sealed the entrance, while through the narrow gaps, long rifles pierced rapidly. Green blood splattered across the tunnel. They pressed on tirelessly, driven solely by the mechanical rhythm of thrusting and pulling triggers. Waves of seemingly endless insects surged forth, and after the initial panic subsided, they gradually became desensitized. With a flick of her finger, she swatted away a larva clinging to her, watching it splatter against the wall. Though these minuscule creatures could not penetrate armor, their mere presence sent shivers down one's spine. The realization that these larvae might serve as the eyes and ears of the queen intensified this sensation. Whenever they saw an insect, they felt the weight of countless gazes upon them. This feeling of being watched stretched their nerves to the breaking point. The insects emitted chilling cries. Their wings scraped against each other, but before they could produce much sound, Suli seized one by the arm and yanked it off her body. With a powerful stomp, she crushed the creature in half beneath her foot. The sharp circular shield spiraled outward, splattering the vibrant green blood in all directions. The incessant rustling sounds mingled with gunfire, reverberating through the insect nest at intervals. The circling drone diligently recorded the unfolding battle, while the map generated by the sonar detector was stored in real time within the terminal. Suli stowed the shield away and, seizing the opportunity, reloaded her firearm with ammunition. As the gunfire abruptly ceased, 35 mechas swiftly repositioned themselves. They paused only when everyone congregated in an abandoned tunnel, catching their breath. Minimal words were exchanged. They merely alternated the reloading of their weapons. The one responsible for carrying the ammunition swiftly distributed various types of rounds. In the cramped tunnel, positioning could not be fully executed, and the armed protocols could not be deployed, leaving them reliant solely on the ammunition they carried. Once depleted, they would be left with only their cold weapons. The black-red exoskeletons were smeared with green blood. Each of them was a seasoned warrior. Yet this was the first time they confronted such a multitude of insectoids in such confined quarters. The insectoids themselves were not fearsome, rather. It was the sudden onslaught of them that instilled dread. A fire ant had just poked its head out when Suli swiftly pierced its jaw from behind. She flicked off the viscous remnants from her blade, rubbing it against the twitching body of the ant. Her methodical actions eased the tension in the atmosphere. Before the other mech girls could fully comprehend the situation, the battle had already concluded. One by one, they cast their gazes toward the man, a ripple of emotions stirring within them. Over the years spent on the battlefield, they have encountered countless pilots, including many exceptionally talented individuals. They have witnessed an abundance of super S-level pilots. Yet, none of them are quite like him. With unparalleled driving skills and unmatched courage, he, as a super S-level pilot, leads them deep into the insect nest. Previous extermination missions against the insect nests have occurred, but they often resulted in tremendous losses of life. It is rare for even an S-level pilot to engage in such battles. The mechas are enveloped in steam, the prolonged combat causing their bodies to inevitably overheat. For some insects with thermal sensing organs, they are nothing short of living beacons. Commander, our ammunition supply is dwindling. Su Li's gaze swept across the 34 mechas, each bearing signs of damage to varying degrees. A mere glance triggered a cascade of alerts within the system. Master, we are 10 kilometers above the surface, and we have already explored a 30-kilometer radius of the insect nest. Shall we proceed further down? Jun Shou's voice trembled slightly, her delicate hands tinged with a faint pink hue. The sustained operation, even with the mental connection easing the need for repetitive commands, had left her feeling fatigued. Even Jun Shou, whose metrics were approaching SS level, felt overwhelmed. Thus, the state of the 34 mecha girls was even more dire. With a reluctant glance outside the tunnel, he ultimately abandoned the idea of continuing the exploration. If this persisted, the loss of the mecha girls would be inevitable. Leave the void positioning coordinates. We shall retreat. Jun Shou, sensing the coordinates of the ship, announced that we would commence the transfer in 20 seconds. The remaining personnel were instructed to consolidate all explosives, even in retreat. We must deliver a substantial blow to the insects. The transmission beacon was concealed deep within the rubble. 35 Mechs surged out of the tunnel, their gunfire resonating, instantly drawing the attention of numerous insectoid creatures. They gathered in a circle, all their muzzles directed outward. At the very center of the formation, Junsho spread his arms, connecting one mech after another. The fleeting 20 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the 35 figures vanished, leaving behind a scattering of flickering red cluster bombs. On the deck, Suli stumbled as the 35 Mechs tumbled into a chaotic heap. Quick-witted, he secured a buckle to stabilize his stance. Looking around, he saw all the Mechs on the deck leaning precariously, save for the golden Songling, which stood resolutely at the forefront, gun raised, unmoving as a mountain. The rapidly advancing transport ship accelerated once more, causing the golden figure to lean back and collapse onto the deck. The serpentine tunnels had not induced any dizziness in him. The transport ship's 2 accelerations were effortlessly achieved. Who was piloting this vessel? Chapter 140. A stillborn plan in an open space. The transport ship finally hovered gently in midair. On the ship's deck, countless mech girls emerged from their machines, trembling as they peered over the edge. In an instant, hundreds of fountains seemed to spring forth from the surroundings. Within the ship, chaos reigned supreme. Suli's complexion was ashen as he gazed at the chaotic state of the transport ship, the veins on his forehead pulsating ominously. The dozens of severely injured personnel, who were merely 2 days away from recovery, had now succumbed once more. 038 lay sprawled on the floor, too terrified to touch her. Just as the 2 medical drones had managed to lift her, a disconcerting crack of a broken bone echoed through the air. Good heavens, is this what we call support? It feels as though we have summoned a living calamity for the drones. Hong Ying stood to the side of the sand table, covering her face. Upon catching sight of Su Li, she instinctively grimaced. Indeed, her appearance had not been spared. She was missing half a front tooth. One might think she had taken a bite out of a metal door. Realizing her dental predicament, she hastily covered her mouth once more. Su Li felt a pang in his heart. Oh, my dear Hong Ying, is this what it means to navigate a ship? This is nothing short of a calamity. Has the assessment been completed? Yes, the assessment has been completed. In this battle, countless insectoids have been eradicated, yet non-combat losses within the fleet have reached 70 personnel, among which there are 48 severely injured and 22 lightly injured. The transport ship itself has sustained extensive damage, its outer armor dented. In the weapon compartment, Han Hai cautiously raised her eyes to glance at Su Li's expression before hastily lowering her head, wishing she could bury herself in her own chest. On the very day the transport ship arrived, she had witnessed her commander's exuberance firsthand. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this once pristine vessel had transformed into a battered wreck. She cast a sidelong glance at Yi Hua beside her, who absent-mindedly scratched his head, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Non-combat losses? Non-combat casualties? This report is beyond my comprehension. Today, under the banner of Cold Brew Star, we have obliterated a substantial insect hive. Yet we have recorded 70 non-combat casualties without any loss of personnel. To dispel any doubts, should I also attach a video detailing the mechanical maidens retching outside? Where is 038? Forget the treatment. Just bring it back. A short video will suffice. Su Li swung his hand with such force that he nearly lost his balance. Was he enraged? No, he was speechless. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such incompetence in navigation. As the old adage goes, one truly witnesses everything with age. He turned to find the former captain bound to the handrail, his face ashen. This fellow certainly possessed foresight, having the sense to secure himself in advance. Consequently, in the mere days since acquiring this vessel, the weapon systems have already been rendered inoperative. I simply wish to know, did you use the main cannon to poke at the insect's maw? Han Hai shrank her head, lowering her gaze and daring not to utter a word. She felt her knees weaken, primarily because Black Feather had not initiated the demonstration. Otherwise, she would have already knelt down. Yi Hua lifted his eyes, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. So what? With energy reserves at a mere 20%, firing the main cannon is insufficient to clear the swarm. It would be better employed as a bludgeon against the large species. This maneuver could very well be documented in the ship's operational manual. Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you really do that? Of course. At this moment, he lacked the will to argue further and seized Junsho, hastening towards the exit. As he soared through the air and beheld the battered hull of the transport ship, his heart sank. The main cannon has been severely bent. Unfazed, he leaned in for a closer inspection, only to witness sparks flying in a disconcerting display. The cannon's weapon compartment had detached, dangling from the hull like a large, misplaced eye, with only a few frayed cables sparking in connection. Merely gazing upon this dismal sight conjured images of the despair experienced by the mechanical operator within the weapon bay at that moment. The underside of the vessel was encrusted with a thick layer of various insect flesh, a testament to its relentless acceleration that failed to shake it loose. Nighthua piloted his blue and white mech alongside him, retreating a couple of paces upon witnessing the state of the hull. This is all standard procedure, right? A ship cannot be truly understood unless pushed to its limits. Only then can one ascertain its handling capabilities. My intention is merely to validate the ship's performance. One must know the ins and outs to better command it. So, this is your idea of a limit? Surely, it cannot be. It's not completely beyond repair. Its potential is vast. I have tested it, and if we maintain the current pace, it could likely annihilate 3 insect nests. Sully glanced at Nighthua, and then turned his gaze to the slowly charging transport vessel, pointing at the bent main cannon. Are you suggesting that annihilation involves using this contraption to jab at the insects? Or do you plan to simply drive over the 3 nests without the main cannon? You don't understand. The armed transport vessel has the thickest armor on its underside, showcasing exceptional collision resistance. Although it appears battered now, those protruding sections can serve as ramming points. Sully was taken aback by this revelation. Is this governor's spokesperson truly so eloquent? With a piercing gaze, he brazenly spouts nonsense. Does their armed transport vessel truly lack these so-called ramming horns? Sully felt a surge of pain in his chest. He gazed at the battle-damaged armed transport ship, wanting to lean in and touch it, yet the sight of the cabin floor littered with bug flesh was utterly repulsive. He extended his hand several times but faltered, unable to follow through. Should he report this? Can such indignity be tolerated? This is the only escape route for all the mech girls. This is not his personal assault boat, nor are they a suicide squad. The term non-combat attrition is a bitter irony. He swiftly returned to the ship, not even waiting for Jun's show to retract the deployment. He opened the cockpit and jumped down. In the medical bay, the mech girls were receiving concentrated treatment, while Junwei had followed Sully's instructions, sending each mech girl who had undergone basic treatment back to the lab at the forward base. After a long and winding journey, what had once been rootless driftwood now had roots again. The tides of battle shift constantly, and plans must adapt at any moment. Yet he had never anticipated that his own strategy would falter just as it commenced. There was no need to send anyone back. They should all return together. No more racing towards the sunset, nor longing for the past. What is there to reminisce about? Just head back. This extensive repair will take at least a month. All the grand sentiments, all the heartfelt reluctance, all the vows to transform sorrow into strength. Those words he had spoken now pierced his heart like daggers. It was unbearable. Han Hai approached Sully, extending his terminal. A virtual image unfolded, revealing a somewhat awkward expression on Eva's face from the other side of the video feed. The situation. I am already aware, but the new armed transport ship is not. However, I can provide you with 2 additional older vessels. You can dismantle them. By the way, I have also dispatched 2 SS-class mech girls to you. Moreover, I have good news. Lightning has awakened, and your new mech girl is on her way back with her. Upon hearing this, Sully's body trembled slightly, and his pent-up resentment dissipated in an instant. Yet, it has only been a week. He had never felt that time could be so interminable. After ending the communication, he silently turned around and picked up the communicator. Return to the ship. We are going home. Chapter 141. Homeward bound, some rejoice, while others lament. At least for most of the mech girls, they were absolutely thrilled with Sully's decision. They would rather run naked in the square of the outpost than endure another journey aboard the transport ship piloted by Yihua. However, while they reveled in happiness, the officers in the command room wore expressions of embarrassment. The battle plan had been meticulously crafted during sleepless nights, with every detail, including the reactions of the Zerg, thoroughly contemplated. Yet, they had overlooked one significant unstable factor. This unstable factor, far from being self-aware, sat back with an air of nonchalance, swinging its legs. It felt as though the heavens were playing a joke on everyone. The ship would set out at night and return by day. Thus, a splendid armed transport ship, once in their possession, had its operational lifespan reduced to a mere 3 days and nights. The fleet embarked on its mission 3 times in total. The first attempt was a search, the second merely a FAAD, and the third culminated in a battle that left them utterly depleted. The adage plans can't keep up with changes is often uttered for the sake of others. Yet when one finds themselves ensnared in such a predicament, the gnawing discomfort becomes palpable. Su Li scowled, fixated on the vast virtual map, tugging at his hair in frustration. Should such surprises occur more frequently, he might just rise to the level of Tao Tao. Presently, the ship was devoid of weaponry, rendering it merely a colossal, floating shell of iron. Coupled with a maniacal captain, the safety margins plummeted to an all-time low. Consequently, they were left with no option but to fortify their base. Now there was a solid foundation. Su Li fancied he could almost hear the mother bug's jubilant laughter. He cast a glance at Yi Hua, his veins pulsing with agitation. To execute her would be a disservice, for she had valiantly fought against the enemy. Yet to spare her would mean she had perhaps exceeded her limits. Never mind. A madman has his own utility. Perhaps, as she suggested, the armed transport vessel has yet to reach its full potential. If that is the case, let her sail freely. These two antiquated armed transport ships must have been discarded by the main fleet, and their ability to reach this point indicates their viability. With a sufficient number of vessels, they would possess a multitude of options. His trust in the former captain had waned significantly. A master begets a disciple in his own likeness. She might appear quite composed now, but that could only imply she had never been afforded the opportunity to unleash her madness. Perhaps that opportunity would soon present itself. He lifted his gaze towards Yi Hua. Is it feasible to augment the ship with an external layer of armor, serving as the first line of defense? Upon hearing this, Yi Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. No problem. We will utilize medium-sized species for the layer closest to the hull and large species for the outermost layer. The ship's defense can be elevated by an entire level. She understood why Su Li inquired so. This individual was capable. This realization emerged from the depths of her fervent heart. He did not question her, but rather affirmed her. Such recognition invigorated her spirit. A soldier is willing to lay down their life for one who understands them. The small man before her truly dared to engage her talents. This boldness undeniably altered Yi Hua's perception of him. She leaned forward, resting her arms on the table, her ample bosom subtly rising. I possess knowledge regarding ship modifications. The entire hull will have all weapon systems dismantled. We can install the weaponry on the sides of the ship, transforming it into a concealed version. The entire vessel will be enveloped in a shell, maximizing its collision resistance. The transport ship won't require a main cannon. All energy will be prioritized for the defensive shield. In this manner, even elite species would find themselves challenged in a head-on collision with me. Su Li, unable to restrain himself, tightened his grip beneath the table. A perfectly armed transport ship was being whimsically transformed into a bumper car. Could such a modification be documented in the ship's manual? What ship is designed for such alterations? Once the modifications are complete, any tidal wave of insects attacking the base would be met with a swift counter, sending them all on their way. Su Li struggled to maintain his composure and inquired, how long will it take to modify a transport ship? 1 week. As long as the materials are sufficient and the manpower adequate, a week's time is ample to cultivate combat prowess. The specifics of the weapon systems are inconsequential. As long as the insectoid armor is in place, I would dare to ride upon the creatures' faces and compel them to sing of conquest. Han Hai sat quietly on a nearby chair, silent. She could distinctly sense the rising malevolence emanating from Su Li. Even though the message from Lightning had somewhat diluted the ominous aura, she could clearly perceive that with each utterance from Yi Hua, his malevolence steadily intensified. At this critical juncture, she was loath to provoke Su Li's ire. I have one final question. Can your apprentice execute your maneuvers? Yi Hua glanced at the meek former captain, nodding affirmatively. She can. I trained her myself. During practical assessments, she displayed extraordinary talent. She took the practical exam 10 times. And had it not been for my connections, she would not have obtained her certification. Su Li began to comprehend. It was as he had anticipated. That former captain must have overwhelmed the examiners on the bridge. Failing to secure certification after 10 attempts was telling of her exceptional skill. He realized his error. What right did he have to command a team that included both a sleeping dragon and a phoenix chick? If he failed to grant them the opportunity to showcase their abilities, it was likely that the mechanized daughters in his base would rebel. Who would dare to sail on their ships? He had initially believed that leading the team into the shadowy depths of the insect's lair would instill a profound psychological trauma in the mechanized daughters. Yet, it now appeared that his perspective was rather one-sided. With Yi Hua's support, would anyone truly be reluctant to engage in combat within the insect's nest? In jest, the guards behind were nearly at odds, vying for the next opportunity to venture into the nest of insects. The luminous beacon of the forward base's communication tower drew ever closer, and Su Li turned to survey the towering structure, a hint of bitterness rising within him. He began to suspect that he was ensnared by some malevolent curse. Each time he contemplated leaving this place, some unforeseen circumstance invariably arose, yanking him back with unyielding force. It felt as though an unseen hand was manipulating his fate, binding him to this land like a tethered spirit. This time, the transport vessel did not ascend above the valley. The dense, fleshy mass below required external cleansing. Watching a throng of mechanical maidens offload supplies from the armed transport ship, a shadow of displeasure crossed his face. The battle plans necessitated yet another redeployment. The configuration of defenses, the exploration of the nest, the precise location of the mother insect. All of these burdens weighed heavily upon him, compounded by the presence of two lunatic captains. How was he to lure the vast hordes of the insect race from the depths below to engage in battle? Standing upon the deck, he suddenly cast his gaze towards the west. In truth, there was no need for such urgency. The refitting of the ships and the support of new vessels required time. The mother insect, in her own way, proved somewhat fortuitous. At least in terms of military achievements and food reserves, she had never let Su Li down. Yet, he pondered why this large nest of insects lacked any elite specimens. Below the large transport ship, the capable and effervescent figure of the mechanical maiden joyfully directed her compatriots as they retrieved crate after crate of provisions back to the base's warehouse. A radiant smile adorned her face. For a chef, nothing was more gratifying than safeguarding the supplies of 3 warehouses. Li Tianlang trembled as he descended from the transport ship. Taking a deep breath, overwhelmed by the pungent aroma of the stink bugs adorning the walls, he had never felt such a profound sense of belonging to any place before. Chapter 142. Juanze Su Li observed Li Tianlang, who appeared as if he wished to scale the mountain wall and kiss the stink bugs adorning it, rendering him utterly speechless. They had all lost their minds. For the mechanized girls who had steadfastly protected the outpost for a decade, it might have served as a source of spiritual support. But for someone who had just arrived, such intense homesickness seemed excessive. His gaze darted back and forth between Li Tianlang and Kuling, sensing that both were somewhat unhinged. Recently, Li Tianlang had been inseparable from Kuling. Could it be that he was seeking a second spring of romance? Was Yurong truly that magnanimous? Junwei stood beside Su Li, his face ashen, occasionally bringing a hand to his mouth in a futile attempt to suppress his discomfort. Even with her robust constitution, she found it difficult to withstand the calamities brought by Yihua. Master, I think I need to rest for a while. Su Li nodded. Calling over Heiyu, who wore a similarly distressed expression. A small bump on her forehead glinted in the light, a result of being struck by fallen equipment. You both should go together. Also, please escort the researchers down and assist with the reinstallation of the equipment. Transfer the injured from within and ensure that the medical mechanized girls expedite the follow-up treatment. Su Li had grown wary if they continued to endure such turmoil. It seemed likely that this group would never fully recover from their injuries. Help the injured. Upon hearing the words, Su Li was taken aback and turned his head, only to discover it was Hong Ying. His mouth opened slightly, noticing her instinctively covering her own mouth, the expression on her face becoming somewhat rigid. The mech maiden speaks with a lisp. What should he do? Well, he was uncertain whether her teeth could be repaired. He had little knowledge on the matter previously, but if the injuries on 537 could be remedied through upgrades, then what about Hong Ying's teeth? Ouch! The cost of her dental restoration seemed rather steep. To elevate her to SS level, given her current attributes, it might require 3 to 4 modules of the S level. Each module would demand a staggering sum of 150,000 military merit or energy points. Thus, her half-tooth would amount to 450,000 to 600,000 for a single tooth. It would cost 2 elite species. Contemplating this, Su Li instinctively drew a sharp breath. He knew it was inappropriate. Yet he couldn't help but entertain the thought of extracting all her teeth. Hong Ying seemed to sense something amiss, shivering involuntarily. She felt that Su Li's gaze upon her was rather peculiar, and she instinctively adjusted her skirt, blushing slightly as she offered him a shy smile. Su Li's brow twitched, and he silently turned away. When Hong Ying, with a missing front tooth, smiled, it was rather comical. If her dental issue truly couldn't be resolved, he was quite curious whether the mech maiden's speech impediment would affect her piloting. Originally, the purpose of the modules was to facilitate a comprehensive upgrade for the mech maidens. However, due to insufficient quantities and the exorbitant military merit required, most pilots tend to only enhance 1 or 2 attributes for their mech maidens or to compensate for their own shortcomings. Time for a change. Regardless, the modules applied for last time have already been received. The surplus military merits in hand serve no purpose other than to be exchanged for modules. Rather than trading them with unfamiliar pilots for money or supplies, it is far more practical to utilize them for module exchanges. I had hoped that with the enhancement of the girls' own strength levels, they would effectively avoid injuries. Yet who could have anticipated that injuries could manifest in such an array of peculiarities? With this thought, he involuntarily turned to glance at Yehua, who was now using Han Hai as a gigantic pillow, rubbing her cheek against him with abandon. With just a fleeting glance, he quickly turned back, striding purposefully towards the communications tower. He dared not look again. He feared that if he did, he might lose his restraint and strangle that erratic girl. As he entered the familiar town, even Su Li himself did not notice how his steps had become significantly lighter. The shops lining the streets appeared unchanged since his last visit, and the fountain in the small square continued to spout intermittently, only doing so when it remembered its purpose. A gentle breeze ruffled the corners of his black military uniform. He pondered when lightning would return. Adjusting his military attire, he reached up to smooth his hair. If she were to return early, should they perhaps organize a bonfire party to celebrate? Would that be too extravagant? She might not make it back before dinner. In that case, the kitchen would need to stock up on provisions. The thought of the chicken feet and instant noodles in Lightning's box suddenly reminded him of the many delightful snacks available for exchange in the system's marketplace. Oh, and there was that instant noodle she used to enjoy. A barrel of lubricant from 1982 could also be prepared. She mentioned wanting to try a certain flavor. Was it green plum? Su Li, as he circled the fountain, hastened towards the communications tower. For the first time, he perceived the system's mall as a remarkable convenience, for it contained everything that Lightning adored. Ah, when she returns, what should be the first words I utter? He halted at the elevator entrance, his finger hovering indecisively over the button, yet he refrained from pressing it. The governor had stated that her cognitive logic was impaired. Could it be that she no longer remembers herself? In the myriad of melodramatic tales from his past life, were they not all replete with car accidents, hospitalizations, and amnesia? No. With the core contract in place, she ought not to forget. Yet in those dramatic narratives, the protagonists did marry, only to forget each other in due course. A wave of anxiety and uncertainty surged within him, causing his hand to rise and then fall again. Suddenly, a delicate white hand emerged from the side, pressing the button for the ascending elevator. A faintly familiar scent wafted towards him, prompting an abrupt turn that nearly strained his back. Fiery red strands danced in the breeze, and her charming visage wore a slight frown as she scrutinized Su Li's face, her eyes filled with inquiry. In that instant, his heart plummeted. That gaze was unmistakably not the one Lightning would possess. She ultimately had. "Master, have you become daft after a week? You can't even press the elevator button?" she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Su Li's head, her wide eyes examining him as if eager to discern every inch of his scalp. "Your head doesn't even appear injured. Could it be?" Her expression suddenly shifted as she tightly grasped Su Li's head, shaking it fervently once more. "Who are you? Are you some sort of interloper who has invaded my master's mind? Just see if I don't end you." Indeed, the familiar strength and astonishing thought process were unmistakable. In her line of sight, those long, slender legs stood straight. She was his Lightning, irreplaceable in every sense. Su Li reached out to seize her chaotic arms, pulling her tightly into his embrace. As he basked in the warmth that felt profoundly familiar, he could not help but close his eyes. Before he could even savor the fragrance of her hair, he heard the furious roar of Lightning beside him. "You, how dare you still hold me? Just wait and see if I don't destroy you." Junzei, quickly hold him down. "I belong entirely to my master. How dare he take advantage of my master?" With a swift retraction and a knee lift, she struck Su Li's abdomen. He felt as though he had been struck by a powerful mech. And despite his nearly super S-level pilot physique, he could not withstand it, being sent flying against the elevator door, collapsing to the floor. Lightning dashed forward, intent on delivering a series of blows to take him away, only to be suddenly intercepted by Jun Shou, who firmly grasped her leg. The mech girl with flowing white hair approached quickly, her face etched with deep concern as she gently steadied his shoulder. "Master, are you all right?" Su Li clutched his aching abdomen, grimacing in pain. Just as he was about to speak, a metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, which was deftly caught by a golden core. Su Li was somewhat taken aback. This familiar technique felt strangely reminiscent. A hint of crimson flushed the face of the white-haired girl as she crouched beside him, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her voice soft yet tinged with shyness. "Hello, Master. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Juanza." She pressed the blood-stained core into her chest, cradling Su Li's face in her hands, and without further ado, sealed their lips together. A gentle, pure white radiance emanated from her body, flowing through their connected mouths and into Su Li. He felt the sharp pain in his abdomen ease, and his entire being relaxed in response. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Juanza, her face flushed, delicately licked her lips. She lifted her small face, meeting the gazes of 3 pairs of half-squinted eyes peering down at her. Junwei, Juansho, and Lightning fixed their intense stares on Juanza, their tone laced with suspicion. "Did you just stick out your tongue?" Chapter 143. Homecoming. What warmth can be found in a long-awaited reunion? What longing and dreams linger on? What was the very first phrase upon meeting again? He had even planned a surprise and considered taking an early bath. In the command room, Lightning knelt on the ground, his head bowed under the terminal, his eyes as bright and clear as ever, exuding an air of naive wisdom. Juanza crouched beside him, her innocent face flushed. "I truly did not intend to kiss the Master. I was merely administering treatment. Surely, I couldn't just stand by and watch him spit blood without taking action. Did you not see the white light emanating from me? As sisters, is there not even a shred of trust between us?" Juansho's gaze revealed indifference. Sisters? Who? Her sisters certainly did not partake in any indiscretions deserving of reprimand. Junwei remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Juanza, equally imbued with an icy demeanor. They all emerged from the same nurturing environment, having shared the same space since they were mere amalgams of liquid, intimately acquainted with one another. Treatment? Perhaps one could deceive Lightning with that, but to think of misleading her companions? After all, she and Juansho had merely held hands and shared an embrace during their time together. Yet you took it a step further, not only indulging in the Master's affections, but also extending your tongue. "Master, it has been ages since we sisters last met. There are some intimate matters I wish to discuss." "Then go ahead and converse. By the way, have Hahi attend to the 2 elders. I shall join you shortly." The 2 mechanical maidens nodded, each taking hold of Juanza's leg and dragging her out of the command room. Su Li observed the profound sisterly bond among the 3 mechanical maidens, his brows twitching slightly. Perhaps their unique way of expressing affection was simply different. Much like his own fool, who displayed warmth by kneeling on the ground. Indeed, there was nothing amiss with that. He recalled that one knee strike. Had his physical capabilities not been significantly enhanced, that blow could have sent him to his demise. The plum-flavored lubricant had run out during tonight's banquet. She mustn't be allowed to indulge excessively. "Master, I was in the wrong." Lightning blinked her bright eyes. I never anticipated your physical prowess to be so formidable. You could never grasp my arm before." The clarity in her eyes clearly indicated that her mind was racing at full speed. "Well then, if absolutely necessary, I can kneel after the meal. Would that be acceptable? For the sake of the fried pill bugs, the colorful spider legs, the salt-baked horse crab, and that centipede I didn't get a chance to taste. I didn't even have lunch." Su Li, upon hearing this, felt a mix of irritation and amusement. This girl could effortlessly recite dish names all day, as if her mind were solely consumed by them. Observing Lightning's straightened posture, it had only been a week, yet her waist seemed to have narrowed by 2 millimeters. A wave of tenderness surged within him, prompting him to gesture dismissively at Lightning. She let out a joyful cheer and quickly rose from the ground, embracing him tightly from behind. "Master, thank you. You are so kind to me. By the way, is there still stock of the colorful spider eggs? I have saved some for you. Not just 10, but even 20 if you desire. What about the centipede? That too has been preserved, fried to a crisp, deliciously fragrant. But remember, moderation is key. And the pill bugs? Surely, there must be plenty?" For a moment, a sense of defeat welled up within Su Li. Perhaps he had overestimated his significance in Lightning's heart, at least for now. It seemed his allure paled in comparison to the ingredients stored in the cold room. "There is plenty. Go ahead and indulge. If it's not enough, you can have a midnight snack." "Really? Thank you, Master." Lightning darted to the front and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Once bitten by a snake, Su Li instinctively reached for his face, only relaxing after confirming there was no swelling. He lowered his gaze to Lightning's chest. The moment of that piercing feeling still vividly etched in his memory. He trembled as he reached out to unfasten his clothing for a fleeting glance, only to suddenly feel it was inappropriate, compelling him to grasp her hand instead. Does it still hurt? He inquired. Lightning shook her head, extending her hand to gently rub Su Li's lower abdomen, her gaze lifting to ask, Does it still ache, master? I didn't hold back. If there is a next time, I shall be more mindful. It's nothing. No, it doesn't hurt. Really? I observed that your face turned quite purple at that moment. Su Li opened her mouth, the rare warmth in her heart dissipating instantly. She was astounded that she had even noticed her own pallor. If she possessed such awareness, why could she not approach with tenderness and offer him a heartfelt embrace? Instead, she was left questioning her own sanity or pondering whether she had been possessed. Forget it. You may go to the hall now. Allow me a moment of solitude. Lightning nodded, darting towards the hall without a trace of reluctance. Through the window, she had already spotted the barbecue grill set up in the square. The charcoal blazed brightly, with an array of meat skewers sizzling over the flames. Although the aroma had yet to reach her, her imagination filled in the gaps. Su Li watched as Lightning dashed out like the wind, gradually sinking back into his chair. Regardless of the circumstances, seeing her as ever was truly delightful. In that instant, he grasped the profound affection that numerous mechanized companions held for the forward base. The gentle breeze, the resplendent crimson clouds, the laughter and merriment in the square, and the irreplaceable figure by his side. This place was the sole sanctuary of their souls. He peered through the window, observing the mechanized companions congregated in the square. As anticipated, within a brief moment, he beheld a striking crimson hue materializing before the barbecue grill. The numerous mechanized maidens greeted her with cheerful salutes, yet she remained fixated on the grill, akin to a golden retriever awaiting a treat. Black Feather stood beside her, diligently wiping her face with a cloth. Hong Ying followed closely behind Black Feather, as per usual, standing rigidly upright. Zhang Chuyang was led by Tsong Ling, meandering through the myriad of shops. Observing his continuous struggles made it evident how reluctant he was. Perhaps he preferred the company of the hanger, tinkering with the various components. Over-sauntering alongside Tsong Ling, Jian Dun tugged at Zhang Chongping, pausing in front of a shop, gesturing towards the goods within and engaging in discussion. Li Tianling, ever the opportunist, seized the moment to whisk Yu Rong into the thicket. Su Li smiled, a carefree and untroubled grin. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment encompassing his heart. After 20 years, he had finally discovered a sense of belonging in this world. The command room door swung open, and Han Hai entered, accompanied by two elderly women. Su Li turned, and upon seeing the newcomers, immediately rose to greet them. Commander, these are the two elders from Mechanical Island. This is 03, and this is 04. The elders lacked personal names, having been assigned only code names upon their succession. Although Su Li was not privy to the inner workings of Mechanical Island, the sight of the two aged mechanized maidens instinctively commanded his respect. Greetings, esteemed elders. I am Su Li, the commander of the Cold Chui Star Forward Base. Upon their first encounter, there was a slight neglect, and he hoped for understanding. He bent down, extending his hands towards 03. A faint smile graced her face as she reached out, clasping Su Li's palm. A soft golden radiance emanated from 03, suddenly bursting forth in an instant. Amidst the astonishment of all present, a voice resonated in Su Li's mind. Detection of substantial energy levels. System upgrading in progress. In the midst of Han Hai's shock, the once aged 03 visibly began to rejuvenate at a remarkable pace. Chapter 144. Rejuvenation. What is happening? Why do I feel? 03 sealed her lips, overwhelmed by the extraordinary events unfolding before her. She sensed the mechanical laws accumulated within her over the years rapidly siphoning away through the contact of their hands. This was a significant crisis, one that could shake the very foundation of Mechanical Island. In all these years, it was unprecedented for someone to extract mechanical laws in such a manner. She struggled to free herself from Su Li's grasp, yet their hands seemed to be glued together. Utterly unyielding. Lifting her gaze to the mysterious pilot praised by Eva, she found him equally bewildered, his expression revealing genuine astonishment. Yet, how could such a phenomenon be elucidated? Observing 03's unusual condition, 04 hastily extended a hand, attempting to separate the two. Stop! Before the echoes of her words faded, 04 had already grasped Su Li's hand. A radiant golden light began to emanate, and a look of dread flashed across 04's face. She could distinctly sense the mechanical laws being fervently extracted. Yet the question loomed. Why? How could Su Li, a mere pilot, harness the mechanical laws, a power typically reserved for mechanized beings? Han Hai watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded before her. Initially, she had presumed the elders had activated some ability, but upon witnessing the expressions on their faces, she swiftly realized that something was amiss. The bewilderment etched on Su Li's countenance only deepened her confusion. In her line of sight, the two elders, once aged with deep-set wrinkles, were now remarkably rejuvenating to appear in their 60s. This process of youthfulness was evidently ongoing. 50 years, 40 years, 30 years. Although she could not comprehend the unfolding phenomenon, Han Hai instinctively yearned to intervene. She hurriedly grasped the hands of the three individuals, attempting to separate them. Yet, no matter how fiercely she exerted herself, the trio's hands remained as if fused together, unyielding. In mere moments, the elders' ages had regressed to their 20s. Hurry, find a solution. This cannot continue. I am at a loss. I feel as if I am being drained as well. The two elders exchanged glances, each witnessing the other transforming at an astonishing pace. The mechanical laws, once a heavy burden resting upon their cores, now felt as oppressive as a mountain, making each day an arduous struggle. However, now, with a mere touch, all the laws within her have been utterly extracted. As the last remnants of the laws accumulated within her dissipate, the hands of the three individuals suddenly part. The once struggling trio, in unison, collapses in different directions. In a moment of desperation, Han Hai can only support Su Li, watching helplessly as the two elders crash to the ground. They sit there, feeling the hollow mechanical core within them, and gaze at each other's youthful faces, momentarily frozen in place. It is gone. 80 years of amassed mechanical laws have vanished within mere minutes. As guardians of the laws, how can they account for this to the mechanical island? Quickly rising, she seizes Su Li's arm without delay. Yet, no matter how she senses, the once existing mechanical laws appear as if they have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Her complexion turns ashen. The handover of the elders is imminent, and the offering ceremony has been meticulously prepared. She had envisioned spending her final years peacefully in this place. Yet, astonishingly, within less than half an hour of her arrival, the laws have vanished. This is simply unfathomable. She circles around Su Li, inspecting him from head to toe, yet detects no sign of the laws. But how could such laws simply cease to exist without reason? Stumbling, she turns and catches sight of her reflection in the dressing mirror. She appears exactly as she did upon emerging from the nurturing chamber. This visage, this lightness akin to a swallow, was what she had longed to reclaim ever since her ascension as an elder. Yet, when she once again possessed it, her heart was devoid of any joy, replaced solely by an overwhelming sense of dread. It was gone. The laws were gone. She grasped Su Li's cheeks, even leaning in to peer into his mouth, finding nothing but a single decayed tooth. 04 trembled as she retrieved the terminal, directly dialing Eve for a video call. After 2 rings, the connection was established. The drowsy Eve let out a large yawn, propping herself up in bed while clutching her pillow. The collar of her shirt hung loosely, slipping to one side and revealing a generous expanse of her delicate shoulder. Her light blue hair was tousled. And as she squinted at the screen displaying 04, a hint of confusion crossed her face. However, this confusion swiftly morphed into astonishment. Her similarly light blue eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on 04's rejuvenated visage. She extended her hand, pointing at 04 on the screen. You are 04? How did you? Which beauty filter is this? Hurry, share it with me. 04. 03. Su Li was momentarily taken aback, equally uncertain about how to respond to Eve's exclamations. His mind remained a chaotic swirl. That seemingly useless system had just voraciously drained energy from the two elders, rendering them youthful. However, the issue lay in the fact that the elders appeared not to desire such youth. All he knew was that the system had extracted a significant amount of energy from their beings, and now it had completely vanished without a trace. In the past, during system upgrades, he could still access the system store to browse and purchase items. Now, he could not even sense the presence of the system. Could it be that he would abscond with the funds just like that? Systems as ineffectual as this one seem capable of such acts. After all, the energy he has amassed is rather substantial. Coupled with the 2 significant sums he extracted from the elders, the possibility of him fleeing with the money cannot be dismissed. This is not a mere beauty filter. Governor, we are in grave trouble. The laws, they have vanished. Eve chuckled lightly, observing the figures that appeared in the video, gradually realizing something was amiss. If it were a beauty filter, why did Su Li and Han Hai appear so youthful? The thought of Su Li being present prompted her to hurriedly tidy her hair, striving to make it appear as orderly as possible. How absurd. In such a critical moment. She was still fussing over her hair. I implore you, snap out of it. The laws have vanished. Do you grasp the gravity of that? Our very laws within us, gone. The smile on Eve's face froze as she leaned in to observe the two. Noticing their alarmed expressions did not seem feigned, stirring an involuntary murmur of doubt within her. The laws are gone. How could that be? In unison, their fingers pointed accusingly at Su Li, who was scratching his head. It is him. In the blink of an eye, he has absorbed the laws. Eve's lovely brows furrowed slightly. She gently patted her face, deeply questioning whether she was still in a dream. What nonsense is this? A mere human has absorbed the mechanical laws. Not to mention that a mechanical being struggles to wield the complex mechanical principles, let alone a human. He may wish to absorb them, but he must possess that capability. It would be more plausible to believe that certain legislators are with child and give birth to a dog. It seems I have yet to awaken. I wondered how I could see 0304 in my youth. Eva mumbled to herself a couple of phrases before tilting to one side and disconnecting the video call. Chapter 145. The party I cannot attend. Su Li observed the two elders as their mouths moved soundlessly, feeling somewhat awkward as he took a few steps back and redialed Eva's terminal. The call was soon connected. As he gazed at the side-lying, drowsy Eva, Su Li swallowed hard and, feeling somewhat guilty, said, Governor, although I am uncertain about what exactly is missing, I can assure you that I have indeed absorbed something. The latter, still half asleep, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She flipped over and sat up, staring at the screen, seemingly wishing to raise 3 question marks atop her forehead with her light blue hair. Are you saying I am not dreaming? 0304 nodded in unison, feeling a mix of emotions. How astonishing. You feign ignorance in front of your youthful visage, yet a mere exchange with a young man leads you to believe him. A look of unprecedented seriousness flashed across Eva's face. In that instant, the seemingly languid governor transformed into a figure of acute alertness and gravity. The loss of mechanical laws carried dire consequences. They were the very sustenance upon which the mechanical tree thrived and the foundation of Mechanical Island. It is no exaggeration to assert that without the mechanical laws collected by the elders, the powers of the mechanical tree would undoubtedly be compromised. She gazed intently at the two elders on the screen, her brow deeply furrowed. To contribute to Mechanical Island, one must be willing to sacrifice their very life. As the mechanical tree stripped away the mechanical laws they had collected, it simultaneously shed the very laws that had given rise to them. This act of devotion represented a different facet of the elders' return to their roots. Yet now, she beheld 2 living, breathing mechanical daughters standing before her. The existence of these laws served as shackles, binding the mechanical daughters to a life of near infinity, while simultaneously bestowing upon them the ability to gather these very laws. Gazing upon their youthful visages, Eve found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Did the ability to collect laws still persist? Indeed, it did. Eve pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed on Su Li, a flicker of inquiry dancing in her eyes. It was not that she doubted Su Li. Rather, the situation was simply too bewildering. Have the June sisters return. I shall personally visit the outpost. A shared glance between the two elders yielded a silent nod. Given the current circumstances, there was no other course of action. All that remained in their hearts was a sense of relief. Fortunately, they had sent Lightning over instead of allowing Su Li to venture to the island to fetch anyone. Until the complexities of this situation were fully understood, Su Li should harbor no illusions about setting foot on the island. A mere handshake could absorb the mechanical laws. The entire mechanical island was cloaked in these laws. Should he set foot on the island, a casual touch could result in their disappearance, and that would be nothing short of absurd. The mechanical island would either be torn to shreds by the chaotic void or laid bare before humanity, forever losing its enigmatic veil. Would the mechanical island still be the domain of the mechanical daughters then? The mere thought of such an outcome sent tremors through the legs of the two elders. They exchanged a glance, each finding a sense of relief in the other's eyes. Thankfully, no matter what, they could not allow Su Li to set foot on the island. In comparison to the potential consequences, the mechanical rules governing the two of them seemed rather insignificant. When Hanhai discovered Junwei, she was elegantly indulging herself, stuffing her mouth full of barbecued meat. In her quest for immense satisfaction, she had crammed her cheeks like a hamster before beginning to chew slowly. As the savory juices dispersed within her mouth, she blissfully narrowed her golden eyes. There's a crisis. Stop eating. The commander has instructed you to make haste to Mechanical Island. Junwei was momentarily taken aback. Now, is there something to deliver? If it's something substantial, round trips could take until tomorrow. I'll just have a few more bites to hold me over. It's not something, it's the governor. At this, Yehua squinted his eyes and leaned in closer, intrigued. What? The governor is coming? Doesn't Tishi have a pod? Why can't she just travel in that? If I can fit, surely she can too. Hanhai opened her mouth slightly before closing it again. She had no desire to engage with such a simpleton. Keep it together. If it becomes too difficult, go with Junsho. Speeding up is advantageous. Listen, this is truly urgent. Junwei narrowed her eyes. Aside from Su Li being in danger, nothing of such dire urgency had ever occurred in the base. She glanced at Junsho beside her. His expression was grave as he popped a piece of meat into his mouth, then stood up and grasped Junwei's hand. In a flash of light, the two vanished from the spot, as the sweat glistened on Hanhai's forehead. She initially thought that a mere meeting and some pleasantries would suffice before joining the evening gathering. However, the current situation suggested that attendance at the soiree was no longer feasible. She hardly lingered below. After conveying her message, she hurriedly rushed towards the communications tower. Lightning found herself at the pitiful stall, incessantly chatting while clutching a roasted insect. Meanwhile, Hongying stood to the side, cautiously gnawing at a skewer of meat with her half-missing front tooth, her demeanor exuding an unmistakable awkwardness. Observing Hongying's struggle, Lightning could not help but frown. She was aware of Hongying's rather rigid personality, yet she never anticipated that her companion could be so lacking in cleverness. Unable to bear the sight, she took the skewer from Hongying's hands and said, "Open wide." Obediently, Hongying complied, and Lightning swiftly placed the skewer into her mouth, wedging it against the gap in her front teeth. With a gentle tug, the meat slid neatly into her mouth. Hongying's eyes sparkled with delight. "Lightning, you are truly brilliant. I have never been foolish, all right? It seems you are the one who has been overindulged by our master, rendering your wits somewhat dull." As Lightning continued speaking, a sudden clarity washed over her mind. Indeed, before encountering Su Li, she had been quite astute. Did this imply that even if she had become somewhat dim-witted, it was not her fault? Hongying was also intelligent, yet now appeared rather daft. As for Heyu, after piloting, she too displayed a tendency to roll her eyes. Once so arrogant, she now resembled a whimpering creature. Thus, it could be inferred that foolishness was likely unrelated to them. It was all Su Li's doing. One cannot possibly believe that each mechanical maiden lacks intelligence. Suddenly, she recalled the formidable Hanhai, who had just dashed past her. He was universally acknowledged as the most brilliant mind within the entire base. If only her master would activate her once. Well, given her intellect, perhaps it would require 2, or at most 3 activations before she would inevitably roll her eyes. A mischievous smile crept across her face, prompting Black Feather beside her to instinctively shift away. What did that smile signify? Had she inadvertently revealed her intention to provide her master with assistance? Impossible. If she were to be discovered, she certainly would not be seated here in tranquility. 038, leaning on her cane and limping, approached and settled into a chair, her face alight with excitement. She had initially believed she would miss the evening's festivities, but to her surprise, Su Li's new mechanical maiden possessed remarkable capabilities. A gentle touch, and her leg was miraculously healed. Although she was advised against vigorous activity for the day, merely indulging in a barbecue would hardly require her legs. She glanced toward her little shop, contemplating a trip upstairs to gather supplies from Su Li. With just one night's rest, she was certain her shop could reopen by tomorrow. Chapter 146. The 7th Army being scrutinized by 2 mechanical maidens was an unsettling experience, particularly when those maidens had transitioned from elderly women to youthful figures. Their penetrating gazes seemed intent on dissecting him, evoking a sense of dread. In the brief moments following Hanhai's departure, Su Li found himself unable to settle. As if the very air in the command room yearned to freeze in awkwardness, amplifying the discomfort to an unbearable degree. In a mind devoid of any useful systems, all traces have vanished as if they had never existed. If possible, Su Li would prefer that they had never existed at all. At the very least, that would spare him the scrutinizing gazes of the 2 elders. Gradually, the sky darkened, and a cool breeze wafted into the room, prompting him to realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. The moment Hanhai entered, a sense of regret washed over him. The atmosphere in the room was palpably awkward. I'll go downstairs to fetch some barbecue for everyone," she declared, feigning ignorance to Su Li's pleading gaze. as she swiftly shut the door behind her and dashed downwards. Suli understood that he had likely made a significant blunder. The fact that Eva, stationed at Mechanical Island, would travel to such a desolate outpost for a trivial matter was inconceivable. After all, this outpost lay within the territory of the Zerg, and for her, as the governor of Mechanical Island, to venture into such perilous grounds was inherently unwise. Yet, she had made the decision to come. What explanation could he provide to satisfy her? Should he disclose the existence of the system to the public? He could speak of it, but would others believe him? Amidst the palpable awkwardness, the terminal of the 03 unit suddenly illuminated, projecting the figure of the governor in midair. At that moment, she had donned her military attire once again, exuding an air of competence, though her expression appeared rather grim. Just as Suli anticipated her to address matters of the laws, she unexpectedly turned her attention to the two elders, issuing combat orders. Urgent mission, Southern Battlefield. 7th Legion Base. An Ultra S-Class pilot has fallen in battle. 3 elite species still remain alive on the scene. You two must hasten to provide support, ensuring your arrival at the battlefield within 15 minutes. Suli, remain on standby. I have already instructed Junwei and Junsho to return. If the situation appears grim, Suli, I can take over. Xiaohua cast a glance of reassurance at him, refrained from saying more, and promptly ended the communication. The two elders wasted no time. Exchanging a knowing glance, they rose and leapt through the window. Juanza stood before the stall, having just finished tending to the base S mechanical maidens, gazing at the sizzling skewers that exuded tantalizing aromas, unable to resist licking her lips. She glanced at the gluttonous Lightning and Hong Ying, still devouring their feast, then at the cautiously vigilant Heiyu, and grinned. With Junwei and Junsho absent, it was the perfect opportunity for her to share the freshly prepared barbecue with her master. She lowered her gaze to her attire, a pristine backless sweater with a heart-shaped cutout at the chest. Everything was in order: the cleavage, the smooth back, the white stockings, and the little leather shoes were all just right. She gently bit her lower lip to keep it perpetually rosy and touched her slightly flushed earlobes. The core temperature within her chest was steadily rising, and her delicate hand, half hidden within her fluffy sleeves, clenched tightly as if she had made a resolute decision. Who said that newcomers could not surpass the rest? She picked up the platter and took a glass of fruit-infused drink, turning around just in time to see two somewhat familiar mechanical maidens standing behind her. Yet, she could swear on her great E-cup that she had never encountered them before. There was no time to explain. The situation is dire. The coordinates have been provided. We must reach the designated location within 15 minutes. Huh. Juanza tilted her head, until the rising aura emanating from the other two revealed their identities. Without further ado, one of them hoisted Juanza's arm, supporting her as they made their way outside. No. Wait. She gazed at the increasingly distant communication tower, feeling as though she had missed out on a fortune. On Greensource Star, at the garrison of the 7th Legion, heavy copper walls seemed to sever the planet in two. One side flourished with verdant prosperity, while the other lay barren, resembling the desolate landscapes of Cold Brew Star. The deafening roar of artillery echoed relentlessly, as countless soldiers clad in powered armor hefted enormous shells, many times their own size, into the heavy artillery. The thunderous blasts, even within the confines of their armor and despite wearing earplugs, proved unbearably discomforting. Many had begun to experience bodily fluids seeping from their ears. This bombardment had persisted for an entire day and night. Yet, beyond the energy barrier, a vast swarm of Zerg continued to blot out the sky. The Legion's numerous artillery positions fired in unison, while energy weapons charged repeatedly, unleashing beams of light that swept across the battlefield. At the forefront of the defensive line, a significant number of mech pilots engaged in fierce combat with the Zerg, forming a secondary line of defense. Behind them, countless human soldiers, encased in powered armor, bore heavy ammunition boxes and wielded large-caliber machine guns, steadfastly holding their ground beneath the formidable walls. Flames erupted from the muzzles of the machine guns, and although it often took several shots to eliminate a single small creature, they remained resolute, refusing to yield an inch. They continued to annihilate the Zerg that slipped through the defenders' line, steadily advancing forward. The heavy artillery shells screamed through the sky, their cacophonous blasts resonating in their ears. The communication channels were filled with the fervent roars of comrades, the commands of their leader, occasionally punctuated by the shrill sound of alarms. Cannons protruding overhead seemed to fire incessantly at the relentless tide of insects. Occasionally, armored soldiers were overwhelmed by the Zerg. Yet others immediately filled the gaps left behind. The ground was a mire of muddied hues, a chaotic blend of crimson and green, rendering the original colors indistinguishable. Armored bodies were dragged away by the encroaching Zerg, and in mere minutes, a handful of them could devour a living soldier whole. Each soldier who could not be rescued, as they were seized by the swarm, chose to detonate themselves in a final act of defiance. No one wished to be consumed by the insects, becoming mere sustenance for their evolution. Witnessing their comrades fall one after another, they all gripped the triggers of their launchers tightly, unleashing their ammunition with fervor. Veins throbbed at their temples as they cursed the Zerg and their ancestors, inching forward with relentless determination, leaving space behind for their teammates to escape. They would not retreat. Even if they perished outside, as long as the battle raged on, they would never take a step back. Though they were not pilots, they possessed their own unwavering resolve to fight to the death and never retreat. A multitude of eyes gazed ahead at the colossal figure engaged in fierce combat with the insectoid horde, their depths reflecting genuine envy. The feeble power armor, lacking in strength, stood in stark contrast to the towering behemoths piloted by the mech operators, towering at 20 meters. The C and B-class Mechs trailed closely behind their A-class counterparts, providing mutual cover as they fought valiantly to keep the relentless swarm of insects at bay. Their communication channels echoed with furious roars and vitriolic insults, with the mech maidens often hurling curses even more scathing than those of the pilots. In this battlefield, drenched in blood and flesh, lives were extinguished every moment. Before the onslaught of the insect tide, every individual exerted their utmost efforts, ultimately striving merely for survival. They fought to protect the defensive lines behind them, determined to prevent this calamity from advancing any further. The sheer number of insectoid foes was overwhelming. Numerous mobile squads, composed of S-class pilots, maneuvered across the battlefield, desperately attempting to eliminate the suddenly emerging larger species. In such dire circumstances, firearms had lost all significance. Their ammunition had long since been depleted in the relentless struggle, and some wielded melee weapons that had begun to dull. The appearance of an Ultra S-class pilot invigorated the spirits of all, especially when he plunged into the ranks of the insectoids, successfully slaying an elite creature. Everyone believed the battle would soon conclude. However, the sudden emergence of 3 elite species tore into that mech, shredding it before the eyes of all. Despair rapidly spread within the hearts of the onlookers. Hold fast. Reinforcements from Mechanical Island are en route. Do not forget what lies behind us. Remember the spirit of the 7th Legion. You all perish in the outside world, and I shall accompany you to death. We shall fight to the last breath. We shall fight to the last breath. The collective roar echoed in unison. They reformed their ranks, resolutely blocking the onslaught of the Zerg once more. Upon the battlements, several stooped figures huddled around the observation lens, intently fixated on the direction from which 3 elite strains had emerged. They exhibited no intent to breach the defenses. Instead, they meandered across the battlefield, pursuing the mobile units that darted about. Communication reached the command center without delay. Lin Tiannan, commanding the battle, answered the call, and a wave of horror washed over him. With a profound understanding of Zerg behavior, he quickly discerned the abnormality of the enemy's actions. He re-established the connection with the military headquarters. This is Lin Tiannan of the 7th Army. I suspect there are not merely 3 elite strains on the field. It is possible there may be a mother worm nearing completion of its evolution. They are acting as decoys for the mother worm. Suddenly, she burst into the command room, glancing at the commander of the 7th Army with uncertainty, and inquired, "What did you just say? Is there a mother worm here?" Chapter 147. The frontline Lin Tiannan gazed in astonishment at the mechanical woman who had appeared out of nowhere, not expecting the reinforcements from Mechanical Island to arrive so swiftly. However, he quickly regained his composure and responded to the inquiry posed by the mechanical being. The elite strain that was slain was merely bait. The sudden appearance of the 3 elite strains was an ambush against our recently eliminated Super S-class combatant. After securing their initial success, they did not immediately assault the defensive line. Instead, they redirected their efforts to pursue the mobile units composed of S-class fighters. I harbor suspicions that a mother insect on the brink of evolution exists on the battlefield. The aberrant behavior of the elite species serves to gather the genes necessary for its evolution. Is there a definitive identification of the type of mother insect? Unfortunately, amidst the overwhelming tide of insects, our detection equipment has largely lost its efficacy. My personnel rely solely on rudimentary observational instruments to gather information, which leaves us unable to ascertain the type of mother insect present. What if this is merely a ruse by the insect race? My implication is that a single super S-class fighter could be sufficient for the mother insect to complete its evolution. Those 3 elite species may simply be employing this strategy to divert the attention of reinforcements, thus granting the mother insect an opportunity to evolve. Lin Tianan, upon hearing this, could only manage a wry smile. This is a blatant scheme, as we have yet to uncover any trace of the mother insect. Our only recourse is to eliminate the elite species. Otherwise, they may either slay our S-class fighters or turn back to assault the base. It is even possible that they themselves are merely bait cast by the mother insect to ensnare approaching super S-class reinforcements. Of course, should anyone be able to determine the whereabouts of the mother insect on the battlefield, I implore you to exert every effort to eliminate it. My 7th Legion would face the onslaught of the elite species without regret. 03 remained silent, casting a glance at 04. The two offered a military salute to Lin Tianan before swiftly exiting the command room. They proceeded to deploy directly in the open space, soaring towards the heart of the battlefield. Lin Tianan's conjecture was indeed correct. Given the current circumstances, the existence of the mother bug is indeed confirmed. On this battlefield, the simultaneous appearance of 4 elite species strongly indicates the presence of a commanding mother bug. The acrid scent of gunpowder is swept up by a gentle breeze, assaulting the senses. Juanza stands atop the city walls, witnessing the violent clash between the torrent of steel and the swarm of insects. There is no need to advance further. The sight before her is already drenched in crimson. Towering over 2 meters, the powered armor is maneuvered by human soldiers, launching relentless charges against the smaller species. 2 white mechas slice through the sky, igniting cheers among all present on the battlefield. Their arrival signifies reinforcements have indeed come. Look, reinforcements. They have arrived with remarkable swiftness. The immaculate white exoskeletons belong to the SS of the Mechanical Island. How splendid. And they have come in pairs. Rascals, the reinforcements are here. Press forward. Drive these filthy vermin back to their subterranean lairs. Charge. We cannot allow the mechanical girls of the Mechanical Island to fight alone. Hold the line. Even if it means crawling at their feet to disturb them, we must divert the insect's attention and provide the SS with an opportunity to strike. Countless human soldiers, seemingly invigorated, hasten their advance once more. Even though they may not sway the outcome of the battle decisively, their resolve remains unwavering. Juanza's body trembles slightly. This is her first experience on the battlefield, and it is also the first time she has directly felt the profound camaraderie and heartfelt recognition that the people have for the Mechanical Island. Those individuals who, for various reasons, never became pilots, donned cumbersome and rudimentary powered armor, valiantly engaging in the front line against the insectoid menace. Fearless and resolute, they charged forth, amalgamating into a dense formation behind the myriad of pilots and mech companions. The relentless swarm of insects incessantly shattered their tightly knit ranks, yet they unfailingly regrouped with remarkable swiftness. The roar of autocannons pursued the fleeting shadows of the insects, while the thunderous detonations of clustered explosives reverberated through the air. The insects' formidable mandibles could rend the outer armor of a mech, let alone the fragile powered suits. Each time their line was breached, armor would be flung into the air. Those fortunate enough to escape, at least, while the unfortunate ones were cleaved in two by the monstrous jaws. Juanza watched in horror as blood gushed from within a powered mech, its legs torn asunder by the insects, just as she intended to rush to the rescue. Her steps faltered upon witnessing someone pierced through, pinned to the ground. She leapt from the battlefield, hastily making her way toward him, but before she could cover much ground, the powered armor clutched the insect's massive head tightly, culminating in a self-destructive explosion. 2 colors of blood splattered across her face. Crimson warmth mingled with the searing green. Trembling, she extended her hand to wipe the blood from her visage, momentarily frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend why people would so recklessly disregard their own lives. Which squad are you from? What brings you here? A suit of armor approached, lifting its visor to reveal a youthful face. Upon catching sight of Juanza, he momentarily appeared lost in thought. She donned the standard combat suit crafted from high-strength materials, designed for mechanized warriors. Her flawless physique was enveloped in the white battle attire, accentuating her exquisite curves. I accompanied 2 elders here. I can save him. Her trembling finger pointed towards a nearby crater, a remnant of an explosion, now devoid of any trace. Suddenly, Juan's entire being quaked with realization as she surveyed the landscape, discovering that such craters were densely scattered, beyond count. You are a logistics mechanized warrior, aren't you? Do not linger on the battlefield. Return. Head back to the city walls. Has your commander not informed you? All rescue operations must commence only after the battle has concluded. Hurry back. It is perilous here. He gently nudged Juan's back with his mechanical arm before striding purposefully away. Juan's remained rooted in place as powered armors marched past her, resolutely advancing into the fray. Curious gazes swept over her before returning to their steadfast focus on the battlefield that belonged to them. Indeed, it is dangerous here. Yet, they were acutely aware of the peril, yet they persistently moved forward, unwavering in their resolve. Two pristine white Mechs soared through the sky, locking onto an elite adversary before coordinating a powerful assault. Juanzo watched as the two figures drove the elite foe forcefully to the ground. The resonating cries echoing across the battlefield filled her mind with visions of armored sacrifices and a landscape marred by craters. She walked numbly across the war-torn ground, and without caution, stumbled into the muddy earth. Gazing at the blood-soaked soil, her blue eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. A medical mechanized warrior? Why must she be a medical automaton? In the face of unceasing death on the battlefield, this medical automaton can only stand idly by. Who, then, can rescue the wounded souls amidst the chaos? The figure who spoke to her is merely in their 20s. Who can save them? Master, can you save them? Chapter 148. The Battle. The front lines resemble a colossal meat grinder. Several medical automatons emerged from the corridor, pulling Juanza back in haste. Are you out of your mind? Which squad are you from? Battlefield regulations clearly state that no rescue is permitted during combat. Why are you rushing out? Why? Why can't we provide aid? Juanza bowed his head, unable to comprehend the existence of such a callous regulation. Lives, vibrant and full of promise, were snatched away by the specter of death right beside him, and the sense of helplessness was unbearable. The medical automatons were momentarily taken aback, their gazes towards Juanza reflecting a shared turmoil. Why? Because only by severing the path of retreat can one advance fearlessly. In this battlefield, akin to a meat grinder, even seasoned soldiers could not escape the grip of fear. Self-harm as a means to escape the battlefield had been rampant before the military regulations were enforced, for it appeared to them a low-cost method of evading the horrors of war. Even a lifetime of disability seemed preferable to risking one's life on this front. But once the military regulations came into effect, such malignant incidents of self-harm ceased. Beyond the corridor, what awaited them was a battlefield fraught with peril, where survival was a rare blessing. Injury merely diminishes their chances of survival. Consequently, they have learned to protect themselves and endure until the war concludes. Not everyone possesses the courage to face death, yet when the path of retreat is severed, all comprehend the essence of a struggle for existence. This is the stark reality of the battlefield. Apart from the Legion commander who must remain to direct operations, only the artillery units and logistical personnel can linger behind the defensive line. All captains, lieutenants, and colonels are dispersed across the expanse of the battlefield, charging into the fray at the forefront. The forging of the Iron Blood Legion has never been a matter of a single day. Behind each military flag lies the stain of countless bloodshed, of soldiers, officers, mechanized divisions, and mechanized maidens alike. Lin Tianan serves as the 18th commander of the 7th Army, having risen through 3 promotions and 3 transfers, while the others all embraced the military standard, perishing alongside the wretched insects. Since its establishment, this defensive line has never retreated an inch, sustained solely by the bloodied sacrifices of the entire Legion. Go handle the artillery. If you lack proficiency, you may assist in transporting shells and other supplies. This is presumably your first time on the battlefield. Remember to follow the designated route and place the shells in the specified locations. Do not attempt to communicate with the gunners, nor offer them any medical assistance. Juanza, in a daze, was thrust into the corridor, accompanying several medical mechanized maidens as they carried a massive ammunition crate toward the battlements. The thunderous booms of artillery can only be genuinely felt when one is close enough to experience that profound resonance. The steel-forged great wall quakes under the reverberations of each cannonade. Soldiers clad in powered exoskeletons flitted about the colossal cannon, resembling a troop of exuberant monkeys. They hoisted shells towering over their own stature, loading them one after another, their communication entirely reliant on semaphore. Suddenly, Juanza comprehended that amidst the thunderous roars of artillery, they had long since forfeited their sense of hearing. One soldier, sprawled atop the battlements, unfastened his helmet and leaned against the wall, retching violently. Blood began to seep from his ears. Yet, after a few dry heaves, he swiftly secured his helmet once more and returned to the side of the great cannon. The medical drones paid him no heed, merely stacking the shells in their designated places before hastily returning to the ammunition depot for a second round of transport. Each was diligently attending to their respective duties. Though everyone in the rear was occupied, an air of calm prevailed. Juanza gazed into the battlefield, where two pale figures continued to grapple with an elite adversary. It was a colossal spider, its body adorned with earthy yellow patterns, reminiscent of a crab. The broad-bodied crab spider wielded its legs, which extended 3 times its own length, striking down heavily towards the 03 unit, which parried with its longsword, sending the entire mech hurtling towards a nearby moth-like creature as the weapon in hand erupted in flames. The massive projectile collided with the moth's body, most of the impact dissipated by the coarse hairs on its surface. After a prolonged struggle, 04 found itself entangled in a fierce confrontation. With each powerful flap of its colossal wings, a dense cloud of powder billowed forth. While this may not have constituted a fatal assault, the resultant haze severely impaired their aerial maneuverability. They were compelled to urgently close all intake valves to ensure the engines continued to function properly. Their initial target in this battle had been the formidable crab spider, and their coordination had been flawless. Just as they were on the verge of delivering a decisive blow to the crab spider, a sudden disturbance arose as the moth appeared, disrupting their rhythm of attack. As long as it lingered, the capabilities of their mechas were rendered ineffective. They could neither draw it away nor approach closely. As the conflict threatened to reach an impasse, they decided to circumvent the moth and target a centipede on the opposite flank. The battlefield was rife with formidable adversaries. The centipede was agile and bore a tough exoskeleton. Even an SS-class mech girl could not confidently claim to breach its defenses with a single strike. The crab spider was equally nimble, its 4 long legs poised to assist in combat, while its 2 smaller appendages were perfectly designed to grasp prey and deliver it directly to its maw. After a brief exchange, the two resolved to charge toward the distant centipede. However, exterminating it within a short time frame proved to be a formidable challenge. 04 sensed the moth persistently trailing behind without needing to glance back. After a swift maneuver alongside 03, she turned and hurled 2 massive smoke grenades. A thick plume of smoke suddenly enveloped the 2 figures, obscuring them entirely. 03 swiftly turned around, charging once more towards the crab spider. The moth pursued 04 as she retreated, allowing her to directly retrieve the severely injured crab spider. With a decisive throw, she cast her sword, observing as the crab spider swept it aside with its long, segmented limbs. In a fluid motion, she drew the spear strapped to her back and lunged, driving the weapon into the junction of the crab spider's waist and abdomen. As the exoskeleton shattered, the creature trembled violently. Its 8 limbs writhed erratically, accompanied by agonized screams. 03 pressed her entire weight down on it, drawing a 3-meter-long military dagger from her waist, aiming for the light-sensitive eye atop its head. The dagger penetrated deep until the hilt was no longer visible. She maneuvered the mech, extracting the dagger after the crab spider twisted, and thrust it down with all her might. "Watch out!" A warning blared through the communication channel. There was no time to withdraw her dagger. Instinctively, she lunged forward, evading a centipede that had suddenly pounced from behind. Just as she adjusted her stance, she was propelled into the air. The centipede's enormous pincers, spanning over 10 meters, skimmed past her knee, and in an instant, her right calf went completely numb. The white mech soared into the sky and within her line of sight. 2 elite species manifested on the battlefield, nearly leading her to suffer the same fate as the previous Super S-class. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as 03 swallowed hard, her brow furrowing deeply. The prospect of taking them down one by one was now utterly impossible. Despite being a seasoned warrior, she had instinctively overlooked the presence of the queen insect commanding from the rear. Can they deceive the elite moth species? Can they outwit the queen insect? In this battlefield, although 1 elite species has fallen, 2 more have emerged. As for the queen's whereabouts, there have been no discoveries. Chapter 149. In the heat of battle, Lin Tianan remained vigilant, closely monitoring the battlefield. When he witnessed 03 narrowly escape an attack, he clenched the terminal with fervor. Though he felt immense relief that she had evaded that strike, the circumstances of the battlefield were growing increasingly dire. With 4 elite species and the Queen, along with 2 SS-level threats, the situation had become precarious. He cast a glance at the 2 strategists by the virtual map, then turned to seize his military uniform from the rack. You take over command. I am going to assist. No, Commander, you are merely S-level. Your involvement in such a battle would be futile. Get lost. Whether it is useful or not will be determined in the thick of it. Can't you see the state of the battlefield? We do not know if reinforcements can be dispatched from above, nor do we know when they might arrive. If we do not act now, shall we simply wait for them to breach our defenses? The 2 strategists firmly obstructed Lin Tiannan's path, refusing to let him pass. The frontline troops still need your leadership. I'll go? You'll do nothing of the sort. You aren't even a pilot. Charging in with explosives would be of no use to you. Step aside. So many commanders of the 7th Legion have perished. Is it now a privilege to survive here? Stay and coordinate the artillery positions. Don't let yourselves fall to the insects, only to be crushed by this bunch of fools. 2 aides were unceremoniously pushed aside as Lin Tianan strode purposefully out of the command room. Her mech companion stood at the entrance, and upon catching sight of him, immediately followed closely behind. They had been partners for a decade, and with just a glance, she understood his resolve. He was determined to fight to the death. Such battles were countless, and the years ahead were uncertain. She watched the back of the man before her, her steps becoming somewhat lighter. Although the lifespan of a mech was extensive, she felt that the past 10 years had been more than enough, without a trace of regret. On the battlefield, the cockpit of 04 echoed with the inquiry from 03. Have you spotted the mother bug? No. I have been monitoring the locations of the Ultra S-class deaths. The cockpit has been torn apart, and both the mech and the pilot are absent. A sense of urgency shone in 04's eyes. Yet in the chaos of the battlefield, swarming with the insectoid enemy, locating the bodies of the pilot and mech was undoubtedly a fool's errand. It was possible that the mother bug had already commanded the smaller brood to conceal the corpses, or perhaps had dragged them directly into the nest to feast upon them. The longer the delay, the more detrimental it became for the 7th Army. The loss of personnel was one aspect. Should the mother bug complete its evolution, all prior sacrifices and efforts would be rendered futile. As she deftly dodged the airborne moths, she continued her search. Below her, the elite centipede, stretching over 200 meters in length, maneuvered swiftly across the ground in tandem with her. 04 found herself devoid of the strength to assist 03. Should she be overtaken by the pursuing moth, a mere flap of its wings would extinguish her engine beneath the haze of powdery mist, plunging her directly into the gaping maw of the colossal centipede below. Gripping the large caliber sniper rifle, she hurtled backward while aligning her aim through the scope. The moment she squeezed the trigger, the tremendous recoil propelled her 3 meters away. Yet, even with such a formidable weapon, it only managed to carve a bloody wound upon the creature's form. Under the command of the elite species, swarms of flying insects took to the air. Although they could not match the prowess of the SS grade 0304, their sheer numbers served to hinder her movements. Amidst the overwhelming assault of insects, 04 struggled to achieve a steady aim. Clutching a massive longsword, she spun rapidly to evade, her blade slicing through the encroaching swarm, cleaving them in twain. 2 large specimens lunged at her just as she was momentarily drained, adjusting her stance. The report of a heavy sniper rifle echoed through the air, and the head of one large specimen before her erupted with a violent explosion. Over the communication channel, Lin Tiannan's voice resonated. Left front, 45 degrees. Without hesitation, 04 swung her sword, striking the head of a beetle with precision. Its slender antennae snapped instantly, and she propelled herself upward with the force of her strike, narrowly evading the onslaught of other insects. Heavy breaths filled the cockpit, intermingled with a hauntingly ethereal laughter. This laughter bore a hint of madness, imbued with a surging spirit of combat. The burden of the law she had carried for 80 years had not permitted her to engage in such a liberating and exhilarating battle for a long time. Even in the face of life-threatening peril, for this group of battle-hardened mechanized warriors who have only just ascended in rank, dying valiantly on the battlefield is the most honorable fate. The sound of the heavy sniper echoed once more, and she turned her gaze to witness the instant obliteration of the moth's eye, exploding into a mist of crimson. What exemplary marksmanship! She did not hesitate to bestow her praise. This commander, merely of the S rank, dared to engage directly in combat among the elite species. He was indeed a man of unwavering fortitude. Observing the centipede suddenly darting toward Lin Tiannan, a smile crept upon her lips as her mech pivoted with agility. In a forward thrust, she sealed off her intake valve completely. The mech, measuring over 20 meters, collided forcefully with the moth in midair. With one arm clutching a cluster bomb, she thrust it directly into the creature's mandibles, igniting the explosive before withdrawing her hand. The moth's head swelled ominously, its form quivering as it propelled forward for several meters, only to crash down. With the interference of the mist dissipated and having lost an arm, 04 unleashed its full firepower, swiftly turning to pursue the centipede. The spear whistled through the air as it pierced the centipede's massive tail. The tremendous force drove the weapon deep, pinning the creature firmly to the ground. 04 struggled to ascend into the sky, yet her grace was diminished compared to her earlier elegance. Her left arm had succumbed to numbness. Even with the link of consciousness maintained, there was a palpable sense of delay in her movements. Casting a glance back, she saw 03 still entangled in combat with two elite species from a distance. Even with one leg missing, her sister's combat prowess remained unscathed. Unlike her usual self, the absence of an arm rendered her movements peculiarly awkward. The centipede writhed frantically upon the ground, struggling in vain. 04 merely cast a fleeting glance before retrieving her heavy sniper rifle, taking aim at 03 from a distance. Beside her, the striking gray-brown mantis stood out remarkably. Bang! A resounding blast echoed as the mantis's eyes erupted, its grotesque triangular head shattering into fragments. My marksmanship remains as impeccable as ever. 04 raised her sniper rifle towards 03. In her line of sight, 03 hurtled towards her, and in the next instant, she was engulfed by a profound sensation of weightlessness. The crack of the sniper rifle drowned out any words spoken over the comms. She felt her legs lose all sensation in an instant. Glancing down, she saw a massive mandible clasping her waist, severing her mech in two. No. Juanza stood atop the high wall, his eyes wide with horror as he witnessed 04 being bisected, his voice breaking into a desperate scream. Despite 03's utmost efforts, she could not reach her in time. Helplessly watching as a sudden swarm of flying ants seized 04's upper half, plummeting into the tide of insects below. No. Come back. You damn it. Come back to me. 03 stared in despair as the flying ants dragged 04 through the swarm, while she herself was encircled by a multitude of medium to large-sized creatures. Even as she fought with every ounce of her strength, the relentless swarm of insects surged before her like an unending tide. The long sword danced like the wind, transforming her into a whirlwind amidst the chaos. Yet the flying ant relentlessly dragged 04, indifferent to her piercing screams, with no intention of turning back. Its queen demanded sustenance. An abundance of sustenance. Chapter 150, My Master. The golden mech unfurled in an instant, perched atop the towering wall. In the next moment, Juanza appeared before the flying ant, extending her hands to firmly grasp the upper half of the white mech. Void teleportation. Void teleportation. The golden mech initiated the void teleportation repeatedly, yet it proved utterly ineffectual. The innate abilities of the insect race rendered them immune to the tearing of the void. Within the cockpit, Juanza clenched her teeth with determination. Although she boasted several attributes at peak levels, she remained an S-class, her overall capabilities insufficient to rival those of the elite species. Even as she incessantly attempted void teleportation, she was merely being dragged forward by the elite species. Transporting both a fragment of the mech and the imposing elite creature, her abilities were incapable of facilitating significant distances. Moreover, having previously employed her healing abilities on numerous mech girls and executed long-distance teleportations, her own strength was now severely diminished. Even this short-range teleportation was nearly beyond her reach. Helplessly witnessing 04 being towed back toward the insect swarm, she fiercely pressed the thrusters, desperate to prevent it from being whisked away. Once 04, unconscious and slumped in the cockpit, was taken, she would merely serve as sustenance for the mother worm. A flicker of disdain flashed in the eyes of the flying ant as it flapped its wings with vigor, resolutely carrying the golden mech along toward the tide of insects. Lin Tiannan's eyes were filled with fury as he unleashed a relentless barrage from his heavy sniper rifle. However, the cunning flying ant cleverly shielded itself behind 04, never exposing its own head. The bullets merely grazed its chitinous armor, producing only fleeting glimmers of crimson, which, for the colossal elite species, amounted to mere trivial discomfort. Once engulfed by the swarm, both the unconscious 04 and the golden mech would stand no chance of survival. At last, Juanza could no longer contain her emotions. She slammed down the thrusters and desperately pulled at the control stick while tears streamed down her face within the cockpit. She had only just emerged from the factory and had barely met her master. She had gone to great lengths to adorn herself, even meticulously styling her hair. Not only had she not shared a meal of barbecue with her master, but they had hardly exchanged a few words. And now, she was on the brink of being dragged into the swarm. Master, Juanza, how wretched my fate is. Why are you not here yet? Junwei Juansho, if you do not arrive soon, I shall be lost. Junyu, I knew it was a mistake to heed your suggestion to emerge early. Nothing good would come of it. I believed your deceit. If there is a next life, I shall be your father and spank you. She wailed, her large blue eyes brimming with tears, her small mouth pouting and contorting into several anguished curves. Amidst the battlefield, a golden figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It rapidly shrank and split into 5 silhouettes, commencing a free fall. With her vibrant crimson hair billowing like lightning, she swiftly unfolded and managed to bring Su Li along with Junwei and Juansho into the cockpit. Heiyu spiraled skyward, searching for the trace of the mother insect on the battlefield. Lightning swiftly spotted 04 and Juanza being dragged away by the flying ants. She bit her lip and charged towards Juanza without hesitation. After undergoing the baptism of the mechanical tree's sap, her attributes experienced a tremendous enhancement, particularly her acceleration, which had reached an unparalleled level among her peers, surpassing Junwei's 195 by 3 additional points. Although she lacked the skill for void teleportation, she activated her speed and, in an instant, her entire mech vanished from sight. The air ruptured with a thunderous blast, sending a shockwave rippling outward. Seeing Juanza on the verge of being engulfed by the insect tide, Su Li immediately connected with Lightning's spirit. Juansho, weakened, slumped beside the control seat, one hand resting on Su Li's shoulder. A faint blue glow enveloped his body, shielding him from the gravitational force generated by Lightning's rapid acceleration. A surging crimson light radiated from the vibrant red mech. Lightning's scarlet hair danced wildly as a heated aura escaped from her lips. General, Junwei and Juansho instantly felt a surge of strength course through them. Lightning accelerated once more, producing an even more intense roar that compelled everyone in the midst of battle to glance towards the source of the sound. Yet, there was no trace of the mech left in that direction. Lin Tiannan, peering through the scope, immediately spotted the half-visible crimson body suspended in midair. Golden radiance emanated from her form, and in the blink of an eye, that silhouette abruptly vanished. She transformed into a crimson flash across the vast expanse, reappearing as the scarlet tip of her spear deftly evaded Juanza and 04, piercing directly into the mandibles of the flying ant. The spear cleaved through the air, violently breaching its jaws. Under the immense force, the weapon did not cease even after puncturing the mandibles. It continued its relentless path, carving a deep gash from the head down through the carapace. The ant's modest brain was reduced to a pulpy mass. As Juanza engaged in a protracted struggle, he felt a fleeting red blur beside him, only to find his grip lightened as he was propelled backward, dragging 04 with him. Gazing ahead, he recognized the unmistakable aura of Su Li emanating from the vivid crimson figure. Master, it is the master. Overcome with joy, she wept while still hastening backward, pulling 04 along. The brilliant red figure charged unflinchingly into the swarm of insects. The enhanced lightning had also transitioned into an SS-grade mech operational mode, streamlining the mental commands. Yet, even in the dual state of general and resonance, her mind felt somewhat muddled. Adadada, let us see if I can pierce you through. Junsho's eyelids trembled. What was meant to be a heroic rescue amidst an imminent crisis was swiftly undermined by the incessant mutterings of the lightning. In an instant, all fervor and valor dissipated. Whoosh, whoosh. Unlike the abruptness of void teleportation, the lightning in its high-speed state instilled a profound sense of helplessness in the enemy. It was a feeling of witnessing something yet being unable to react in time, a stark realization of their own impotence. Even the slightest attempt to emit a feeble scream would be pierced by the crimson gunpoint, striking through the throat. Lin Tiannan swiftly darted to Juanza's side, and together they seized 04, dragging her back within the protective energy shield. His gaze remained fixated on a figure on the battlefield that resembled a streak of light. Not daring to divert his eyes for even a moment, He understood that if he were to look away, he would lose sight of her entirely. To seek out a glimmer amidst the swarming tide of insects would undoubtedly require immense effort. Who could this extraordinary S-class pilot be? Why have I never heard of her? Such velocity. Does she not fear colliding with the insects? Lin Tiannan was left speechless. Every mech possesses its own unique strengths. The being that appeared as a ray of light undoubtedly prioritized speed. However, achieving such breathtaking velocity implied that her maneuverability and deceleration must be lacking. Even if her defensive capabilities were somewhat robust, they could not be excessive. Yet, what did he witness? For the first time in his decades of existence, he felt an overwhelming urge to pry his own eyes from their sockets and wipe them clean. Was such an operation achievable by a mech reaching such speeds? Continuous. Slight Z-shaped turns? Goodness, perhaps the intense battlefield conditions had induced an illusion. Inside the cockpit, he delivered a sharp slap to himself. As he gasped in pain, he heard Juan's voice trembling with excitement over the communication channel. That is my master. My master. My master. Chapter 151. Traditional craftsmanship isn't what you said mere nonsense. He is not your master. So how could he possibly be mine? Lin Tiannan muttered under his breath, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on that figure. Now was hardly an opportune moment to investigate the identity of an Ultra S-class pilot. Once the battle concluded, he would have ample time to engage with this extraordinary individual. Such a treasure. If a being of such caliber were to fortify their defenses, the rabble under his command would surely be in high spirits. No. Perhaps their ancestors were already rejoicing from beyond, reluctant to part with their sole heir, thus orchestrating the arrival of such a remarkable figure to rescue them. At this very moment, he had entirely forgotten the tension that enveloped the battlefield. It was not only Lin Tiannan who felt this shift. Everyone on the battlefield could evidently sense the immense pressure they had previously endured dissipating significantly. 03 had finally broken through the encirclement of the insects and emerged. Yet she could not find 04 anywhere in the fray. In her anxious scanning of the surroundings, she soon realized that reinforcements had indeed arrived. Juanza had commenced rescue efforts for 04 within the energy shield. The Legion commander stood beside her, attentively observing the battlefield. Who, then, was the individual actively engaged in combat? It was astonishing that even the elite creatures that had besieged her had been redirected by the mother insect to pursue him instead. 03 was astonished to discover that not only had the elite creatures vanished from her vicinity, but even the larger varieties were now few and far between. All the primary forces seemed to converge instantaneously, gravitating towards that radiant red glow. She squinted her eyes, and the more she gazed, the more familiar that crimson figure appeared. It was only after she once again broke through the tide of insects that she recognized it was Lightning, whom she had personally healed. Whoosh. Behold my secret technique, the repeated lateral leap. Swish, swish, swish. Hearing the voiceover emanating from the dedicated channel of Mechanical Island, she instinctively covered her face. Her predictions were indeed correct. The after effects had begun to manifest. The delays and accumulation of commands had led to a complete halt in her logical reasoning. She had already started to speak incoherently, and in such a state, her mech could disintegrate at any moment. In the midst of the insect tide, disintegration would leave Su Li's life without any effective guarantee. She fixed her gaze on Lightning as it once again executed a breakthrough. Just as she was about to call out a warning, the latter executed a swift turn and re-entered the swarm of insects. Under the speed enhancement, Lightning was expected to charge straightforwardly. Yet, in her line of sight, the latter astonishingly maneuvered left and right within the swarm without losing momentum. The densely packed tide of insects forced her to trace a path resembling an electrocardiogram within it. Beware of the elite's ambush. There may still be threats lurking in the shadows. 03 sealed her lips. She watched as an elite creature suddenly burst forth from the swarm. Its mandibles snapping wildly, yet it only managed to bite the air. At such an extreme velocity, she had nearly reached a pace where even the elite could not react in time. How could Su Li withstand such acceleration? He was risking his life to operate the mech. No wonder emergency support was provided for the gene suppression agent last time, with such reckless methods. How many lives could an ordinary person sacrifice? A centipede over 200 meters long was impaled by a lightning strike. Despite its frantic writhing, it remained insignificant in the face of the enhanced lightning. In merely a second, the long spear had repeatedly pierced its massive jaws, shattering its sharp teeth and blending green blood and viscous fluid into a mushy pulp that obliterated its brain. The crimson figure retreated a step, raised a leg, and severed the centipede's lengthy jaws with a powerful kick. With a surge of strength in her arms, she hoisted the creature's head and maneuvered through the ranks of the insectoids. The centipede, though dead, was not entirely lifeless. Its colossal form crushed and burst the surrounding swarm with each convulsive movement. In a flurry of speed, the red figure's propulsion system roared to life, emitting flames that were nearly imperceptible. As she advanced with the centipede in tow, her velocity increased, and the massive body trailing behind swung wildly. Despite its numerous long legs, they could not keep pace with the lightning-fast advance, resigning to droop and occasionally twitching to signal to its kin that it had not yet perished. Suspended in midair, she gaped in astonishment. She had witnessed countless warriors bravely fighting on the battlefield, yet this was her first encounter with someone performing a dance of dragons. Or rather, a dance of centipedes. That was an elite species, not merely a large type. It was a counterpart to the Ultra S-class elite. Are you aware that the mecha you are piloting is on the verge of disintegration? Do you comprehend that the mech maidens possess certain thresholds of endurance? She suddenly felt that Su Li, the pilot, was akin to an amateur, possessing no fundamental knowledge whatsoever. The mech. How could it be operated in such a manner? After observing for a short while, she sensed her core beginning to heat up. What immense pressure must the lightning endure to maintain its mech form under such circumstances? Yet, this seemed illogical. Wasn't there a problem with her logical reasoning? Why was she still able to withstand it? After being nurtured by the sap, she was now on the brink of reaching SS level. But her cognitive functions were severely impaired. Within the cockpit, Lightning's delicate face was flushed, steam billowing from her head. Her body trembled incessantly from the overwhelming excitement. Master, I can't hold on any longer. At that moment, Junwei finally noticed that the trembling Lightning was inadvertently pressing the communication button while speaking. She hurriedly leaned in and covered Lightning's mouth. Master please, don't. Listening to Lightning's stammering voice, Su Li felt a wave of dismay wash over him. What on earth were you two doing in the cockpit? Su Li. Lightning is on the verge of disintegration, and you still have the luxury of leisure. Junwei eventually pried Lightning's fingers off the communication button, collapsing in the cockpit with a face full of exasperation. Go ahead and scream. Scream as much as you want. No one will pay you any mind. Upon hearing Junwei's words, Lightning instantly felt as if she had received a royal decree, completely relinquishing her restraint. A fine sheen of sweat began to form on Su Li's forehead, not from exhaustion, but rather from the electrifying excitement coursing through him. A byproduct of the roaring engine and breathtaking speed. The sharp sound of slicing through the air was intoxicating. Suddenly, he slammed his foot down on the brake pedal, executing a swift turn. The inertia propelled the long spear in his hands as the centipede, over 200 meters in length, pivoted like a bolt of lightning, sweeping its tail with ferocity. Countless insectoids were flung aside in an instant, crashing violently into their kin. Su Li heard a sharp crack as the steel spear succumbed to the immense force, shattering into two pieces. The swarm erupted in a cacophony of buzzing. The mech had lost its weapon. They surged forward in a frenzy, yet did not anticipate that the crimson mech would sweep its hand through the air, summoning a long spear from the void's arsenal, grasping it firmly in her grasp. Chapter 152, the mother bug. The charging insectoids momentarily faltered. Two elite creatures, concealed within the swarm, stealthily retreated amidst the rustling. In the midst of the tide, Su Li unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Come, do not let me look down upon you. Retreat? We are at a disadvantage, yet continue to fight to the death. What right do you have to withdraw? His gaze was fixed intently on the remaining two elite beings within the swarm, exuding an aura that was both fearsome and commanding. The myriad craters scattered across the ground. The pools of fresh blood, the damaged Mechs, and the pervasive essence of death enveloping the battlefield all served to heighten Su Li's senses. You wish to come and kill it? Well, now that I have arrived, do you think you can simply depart? In this world, such ease is a luxury not afforded to you. If you wish to leave, then all of you must pay with your lives. With a spear in hand, he spun it, creating a dazzling display of crimson, which abruptly vanished from the sight of the insect horde. Lin Tianen gripped the joystick tightly, his entire being quaking as he gazed upon the vivid figure amidst the chaos. In this wave of insects, counting the two remaining, a staggering 9 elite variants had appeared all at once. Such a scale of infestation had only occurred once in the annals of the 7th Legion's history. On that occasion, the Legion fought valiantly until only 10 squads, a mere 170 souls, remained. He was one among those 170. The once bloodstained banner still proudly flew above Green Source Star. Yet now, he stood alone among the remnants of that storied group. His dormant fervor ignited. He fixated on the figure in the arena and opened the Legion's communication channel. Even as the swarm outside darkened the skies, he resolutely issued his command. Charge! The entire army, charge! He leaped from the high platform in his mech, soaring over the throngs of soldiers. Brandishing his longsword as he was the first to charge into the oncoming tide of insects. In the form of a stranger, he beheld the spirit of the 7th Legion. His subordinates, too, were no cowards. With his command, a torrent of steel surged forth, crashing violently against the relentless tide of insects. All present beheld Su Li's valiant figure amidst the battlefield, igniting within their hearts an ardent flame. The resounding question echoed, yearning to penetrate the ears of all. Why should they retreat? Why should they yield? They had invaded their homeland, slaughtered their comrades, entering at will and departing as they pleased. No one shall depart. No one shall even think of leaving. A fervent belief spread within each heart, gradually uniting into an indomitable force, a momentum that none could withstand. The insect tide began to wane. 2 elite strains appeared unhurried in their pursuit of Su Li. Acutely aware of their own speed as a significant weakness, they desperately summoned their kin to shield them, hindering Su Li's immediate breakthrough. The lower-tier insects, undeterred by death, fell one after another in Su Li's path. They shamelessly employed this relentless tactic, intending to exhaust Su Li's explosive power. They understood that every pilot has limits, especially as their extraordinary combat skills often come at a tremendous cost. Provided they were not eliminated swiftly, they possessed ample confidence to wear him down, ultimately intending to capture him when he reached his limits. The Queen's command lingered in his ears. Perhaps a pilot like him was sufficient for her evolution. Swarms of insects encircled Su Li from every direction. Speed. In such a densely packed tide, it became nothing more than a jest. My master, I can no longer endure. Duansho sighed, quietly placing her small hand upon the elevated rear of Lightning. A faint blue luminescence emanated, enveloping her entire form. Master, I am capable once more. Su Li gazed upon the densely packed swarm of insects, a hint of disdain curling his lips into a smirk. No path? Then let us carve one. You possess no modicum of dignity, so why should I hesitate? He thrust his spear into the ground, promptly initiating the armed protocol. The anti-ship energy cannon materialized in his grasp, its formidable barrel charging in mere moments. The immense recoil propelled Lightning backwards several meters. In an instant, the densely packed tide of insects was blasted apart, creating a passage. All smaller creatures were reduced to mere powder, while the medium-sized ones retained fragments of their bodies, yet lost their combat capabilities. Only the larger specimens, albeit missing limbs, continued to fight valiantly. As he observed the elite species writhing with agitation, even though Su Li could not comprehend their utterances, he found their curses melodious. He had no intention of rushing into the fray. Instead, he maneuvered swiftly around the encroaching tide of insects, only pausing to unleash a shot when the energy cannon was fully charged. After a few shots, the gathered swarm was compelled to disperse once more. Yet, as soon as they scattered, the battlefield lost sight of that vivid crimson figure once again. A piercing shriek echoed across the entire expanse moments later. The spear pierced the neck of an elite flying ant, and a crimson figure mounted upon it, grasping its elongated antennae with both hands, suddenly yanked upward. The neck proved to be rather fragile, and the entire head was wrenched off along with the antennae. Before Lightning could even savor the thrill of riding the flying ant, it lost its balance and plummeted toward the ground. Glancing around, it noticed that the remaining elite ant was rapidly maneuvering deeper into the tide of insects. Don't go. There may be an ambush within. Before the words of 03 had fully escaped, Lightning's figure had vanished from sight once more. Su Li was acutely aware that this could very well be a trap, as he had clearly observed a dozen smaller species making their way against the tide of insects, clutching the figures of several individuals in their mandibles. Whether it was a trap or not perhaps mattered little. He needed only to grasp one truth. He had finally caught the tail of the queen bug. It seemed to have detected Lightning's presence, rallying the swarm to intercept her. The spear danced, slashing through the swarm of bugs, but as more and more of the insect horde encircled him, his forward momentum inevitably slowed. At the horizon of his vision, a dozen smaller species darted swiftly, ultimately halting at the edge of the tide. There stood a creature, not particularly large, but bizarre in form, reaching out to receive a corpse from the mandibles of a small species. It possessed a massive, rounded abdomen reminiscent of a spider, while its lower half resembled a kaleidoscopic spider. Yet, where the spider's head should have been, there was the upper body of a human. She resembled a formidable female giant, her grotesque visage adorned with compound eyes, and an enormous mandible that effortlessly devoured the head of a corpse. A long spear, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, hurtled towards her face. With a dull thud, a colossal centipede interposed itself before her, intercepting the furious throw from Su Li. Her compound eyes revealed no discernible emotion. As her mandibles rapidly chewed, crimson flesh splattered around. Su Li, his eyes ablaze with fury, witnessed the scene unfold before him. Once more, he propelled himself with incredible speed, breaking through layers of interception to confront the mother insect. The immense spear descended with a whoosh. Yet another centipede sprang forth, shielding her from the blow. The spear shattered, and a crimson silhouette hung, suspended in midair. Su Li narrowed his eyes as 6 uniquely shaped elite creatures encircled her, providing an unyielding defense. A peculiar voice emerged from within this protective barrier. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time. You've finally arrived. Do you enjoy the surprise I've prepared for you? If it's not astonishing enough, there's more. But I wonder, how much strength do you have left?" Su Li felt a chill run down his spine, turning to survey his surroundings. Dozens of elite creatures emerged from various caverns, surrounding him completely. They brandished their formidable jaws and long antennae, advancing step by step toward him. "I am rather curious. Why is it that whenever there are chapters depicting battles or battlefields, the comments are noticeably sparse, and the illustrations go unexamined? It's quite remarkable. In the past, you would comment on every image.